The main character, Kang Woo-jin, is a 19-year-old ordinary young man living on Earth. But on that fateful day, he suddenly found himself transported to a different world called Anfen. Here, Woo-jin had to fight to reach the peak of fame. And once he was at the top, his only desire was to return to his homeland. The man Woo-jin returns to is in 2021, in Seoul, in front of Mito High School, the same school the main character once attended. The first thing Woo-jin saw when he returned to Earth was a bunch of kids bullying another student. It's been 20 years, and everything's still the same. A strange voice suddenly echoed in Soo-hyo's ear, and with the appearance of a mysterious person. He was startled. He instinctively stepped back a few paces to the left, widening the distance from the mysterious young man who just appeared. But the guy kept advancing, looking down at him with an excited, piercing gaze. Hunger and cold still haven't changed anything. Who is this beggar? Soo-hyo is truly scared stiff by his appearance. Huh. A beggar. A kid with a nose as flat as yours. And you dare to talk back to your senior like that. The opponent sneers back. And this unexpectedly appearing person with a strange appearance and messy hair is our main character Ugin. Seeing you say that, those little thugs hesitated for a moment. Ugin initially wanted to teach these kids a lesson and advise them to settle their disputes more peacefully instead of fighting loudly here. But of course Soo-hyuk wouldn't listen to you. Even if you called yourself a senior, he still maintained his arrogant and rude attitude from the beginning. Hey, whether you're a senior or a junior, no one here cares, so stop meddling and get lost. He's just a guy now, but he's sticking his nose into our business. Or do you want to experience what it's like to have a junior punch you in the face for once? Yujin was silent for a few moments in shock, muttering to himself, wondering if kids these days all have such poor judgment. Because the way Soo-hyuk talks to someone 20 years older than him is truly unbelievable, and that idiot has no idea what he's facing. Constantly punching at Yujin and telling him to get lost before he gets smashed like the minivan over there. Hey Junior, if you keep acting so recklessly, I'll make you into a real man. Yujin finally couldn't hold back anymore and suddenly grabbed Soo-hyuk's restless arm. His first instinct was to raise his arm, then punch, aiming a straight blow to your face. However, Soo-hyuk missed his punch. And what's being said here is that Yujin didn't seem in a hurry to dodge at all. You were strangely out of your opponent's sight, then suddenly appeared behind him, several meters away. It's best to keep your limits while I'm still being lenient. You should treat seniors like me as your god. But someone like you probably needs a beating to wake up. Soo-hyuk, with a fierce expression, couldn't understand how Yujin could enter a trance-like state and dodge his punch like that. But while he was still distracted trying to find the answer, he suddenly raised his right arm and muttered something in an unknown language, as if reciting a spell. After finishing the spell, Yujin snapped his fingers. The soldiers watching his actions also swallowed their saliva nervously. But after Yujin snapped his fingers, a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed without anything happening. And so these students began to see him differently, thinking Yujin was a crazy guy. Why isn't my spell working properly? He muttered to himself. Soo-hyuk let out a breath, and his anger was even more intensified. After today, I don't know what the hell is going on. That Four Eyes guy keeps acting like no one can touch him, and now some beggar has appeared and is acting like Little Nang. Soo-hyuk's words weren't loud, but the 3 words Little Nang still reached Yujin's ears, making him quite displeased. After a while, he sighed. It seems the spell can't help me anymore. After speaking, Yujin reached out his hand, and when it was only a few centimeters from Soo-hyuk's chin, he gave a strong flick. This simple flick of the wrist generated an incredible force that no one expected, pushing Soo-hyuk backward, and everyone present was utterly amazed. No one believed what they had just seen, that Yujin could defeat someone as tall as Soo-hyuk with just a single flick of his chin. Then he returned to the remaining soldiers and smiled like a hell envoy, asking, "So who wants another bump?" And so, it didn't take long for Yujin to successfully eliminate the entire group of thugs with just one move bouncing their heads. Min finally could breathe again, and he couldn't help but look at Yujin with admiration, because he had never met anyone as formidable as him in his life. Even though the Soo-hyuk gang is just a level 3 gang, they are still pretty good fighters. Yujin was so caught up in the feeling of satisfaction from teaching those spoiled brats a lesson that he didn't notice Min's gaze. It wasn't until he stood up, approached you, and said thank you that Yujin reacted. "Oh, no need to thank me. But what date is today?" Min felt a bit uncomfortable with this question, so Yujin repeated it once more. "Actually, you asked what date it was today, and the answer was September 10, 2021. Min just said something very rude. Yujin gave a loud slap, then started muttering to himself, "I was robbed back in 2016. So after 20 years, it should be 2036. Now, right, what the hell happened? Well, but on the other hand, It's like two different worlds. Min had no idea what Yujin was talking about, and he had no intention of explaining it to him. After a while of struggling, Yujin left, and before he went, he made sure to tell Min not to wander around and get beaten up by the soldiers again. Zemin kept watching Yujin's strange back, then wondered who this person could possibly be. Yujin took a few steps, then raised his hand to the sky, snapping his fingers wildly and chanting a teleportation spell. But of course it had no effect. Min continued to observe him carefully and then concluded that Yujin, being this crazy, probably wasn't a failing student. Just after saying Yujin was crazy, he suddenly turned back, scaring Min out of his wits. He was even more frightened when he saw him start approaching, but Yujin only asked, "Hey, student, what's your name?" Even though Min was a bit nervous, he calmly replied that his name was Min. "All right, Min." Yujin's tone suddenly becomes very serious. "Do you hear me? It seems I returned a bit hastily, so I can't use any magic right now." The more Yujin spoke, the paler Min's face became, even though he wasn't afraid when he was beaten up by the gang earlier. But now Min is truly scared, because for some reason, he's caught up with this crazy escapee. Yujin paid no attention to the opponent's fierce expression, continuing to explain that he was actually transported to another planet. "But suddenly, I was transported back to Earth for personal reasons I can't really explain. And it seems that during the teleportation process, the energy management system encountered some kind of issue. Otherwise, if it had been functioning normally, you would have been teleported right in front of your house." Min became more and more confused as he listened, partly because of the conflicting information. And of course, he didn't believe any of it. To stop Yujin from jumping into these absurd things, Min finally had to open his wallet and give him 2,000 coins. And in fact, this book also proves that Thanhian has a very kind heart towards the crazy, as he gave Yujin 5,000 coins and even left his phone number for him to contact. After leaving, Yujin kept praising Min as such a kind-hearted kid. "If it's been 5 years, then you're only 24 now. Your parents are just over 50, and they probably still recognize you." However, when passing through the subway station, Yujin suddenly saw fully equipped soldiers appear there. Naturally curious, he called over 2 nearby female students to ask about it. "What's going on with those soldiers standing guard at the entrance? Did something happen, or is there an accident?" The 2 girls looked at each other with puzzled expressions, then burst out laughing together. "Well, it's normal to have guards standing at the entrance to the underground prison. Haha, you just came from North Korea, right?" The 2 girls kept laughing as they walked away, leaving Yujin with a look of complete confusion. You don't understand what they just said. But anyway, the most important thing is to get home. Yujin decided not to walk anymore and took the subway instead, noticing an unguarded entrance at another station gate. So he went down it, but the station door was locked with a metal gate, and Yujin was very confused. What is this? Why is it locked? Could something really have happened here? The trash teacher looked around and suddenly saw a bunch of locks placed on the window ledge of the security room in front of the station entrance, with no one inside. Yujin took the key and opened the gate, and only after entering did he realize that this place seemed to have stopped operating. "Maybe I shouldn't have come here." Yujin sighed, but as he turned to leave, a status window suddenly appeared in front of him, saying, "You have entered the dungeon at Exit 1 station and completed the round." The thing sitting in front of Yujin startled him, so the dungeon the 2 girls mentioned earlier really is the real royal dungeon. Suddenly, the warning on the status window changed again, this time indicating that the dungeon had been completed and the monsters would be banished. Yujin started to feel a bit of a headache. He never thought there would be monsters under the subway station. Only 5 years have passed, and I wonder what kind of strange things are happening on Earth. At that moment, Yujin just wanted to leave quickly. But this time the lock couldn't be opened by normal means anymore. When Yujin touched it, a new notification appeared, saying he didn't possess the return stone. Oh my god. It turns out it wasn't locked for no reason. At this point, Yujin realized he had jumped into the fire pit. If that's the case, then he wouldn't be able to leave this underground tunnel unless he found the return stone. Yujin turned his head and looked at the silent station, a chilling sensation creeping over him that made him shiver uncontrollably. I don't know if it's just his imagination or what, but Yujin kept feeling like the monsters would really appear from here. And just as he thought that, suddenly, footsteps echoed from afar. Yujin's hair instantly stood on end with tension because he knew something was coming this way. A loud roar suddenly echoed, but it came from behind Yujin, who was ambushed in the darkness. Fortunately, both Yujin's agility and reactions were quick, so he immediately threw himself to the side, avoiding this attack from the opponent. After escaping from one attack, Yujin finally got a clear look at its face. It is a monster that looks like a dog at first glance, but its entire body is red, and its face is extremely ferocious. so you could say it's a mad dog. Controlling himself, Yujin instinctively reached out his hand forward. But after reciting the spell, he remembered that he couldn't use magic for now because of his tight grip. Meanwhile, the crazy dog jumps at him again. Just look at those sharp teeth covered in drool. If he gets bitten, who knows what will happen to him? And since he can't attack, Yujin can only keep dodging. This time, the distance between them continued to close. And at that close range, Yujin finally realized that the dog was a rebit, a species originally only found in Anfen. But now appearing here, he doesn't know the reason. But for now there's no time to find out. Because he can't keep avoiding like this. Yujin was forced to fight back. And at that moment, he saw a piece of iron on the ground. And in the blink of an eye, he grabbed it. With a weapon in hand, Yujin became much more confident. For now, he just had to deal with what was in front of him and do whatever he wanted afterward. And so, when that rebit charged again, Yujin used the sharp iron bar to pierce through its throat. Victory or defeat has been decided by this single action. And a familiar triumphant smile appears on Yujin's face. Just like when he defeated the Suhai Yuk gang with a single reckless move. Hey, even if you can't use magic to trap 3 rebit like you're still too young to mess with me. Thinking that way is a mistake. Because then Yujin heard even more footsteps. A group of about 4 or 5 rebit has appeared. From this, it's clear they're planning to gang up on you. But Yujin still didn't look worried at all. With the iron staff in hand, he took down the rebit group in the blink of an eye. And Yujin also secretly hopes that this dungeon only has small monsters like these. Because if stronger monsters appear, his life could be quite at risk. Just after defeating 7 rebit, Yujin received a new notification that he had leveled up. And then he could check his status screen. Currently, Yujin is at level 1 with no rank on the leaderboard, and his class is Death Spirit Master. His basic stats include 15 Strength, 13 Endurance, 17 Vitality, 15 Intelligence, while Mana, Stamina, Recovery, Healing, and Control are all at 0. With 99 points remaining unallocated, you currently have 2 skills, Summon Shock at level 1 and Use Achievement Store at level 1. Only now does Yujin understand why he couldn't use magic after being summoned back to Earth. It turns out your strength didn't suddenly disappear, but you have returned to level 1 and become a new demon. Although this is a bit hard to accept, Yujin is someone who always moves forward in life, so he didn't take long to adapt. Given the current situation with monsters swarming around Seoul, it's definitely not unnecessary for you to become even stronger. There is also a note about transfer in parentheses, and both of his skills are marked as transfer skills. So Yujin felt a bit confused. All these transfer concepts, fusion boxes, achievement repositories, I don't understand any of it. So Yujin started tapping on one of his skills. First, the summon fusion is called, and another interface opens immediately. The effect of this skill is to combine different materials to create a new object, or to place an object inside to extract a main component that makes it up. Yujin pressed again to use the achievement vault, which includes 3 subcategories, skill review, equipment, and consumables, each with their prices listed below. This is something that has never appeared in Anfen before, so Yujin feels very new to it. It seems like he will use the points he has to buy these items, just like shopping online. After careful research, Yujin believes that what he needs now are a few skills, with the main goal of finding a return stone to get out of here. So he needs a search skill, and during the search, if you encounter a few monsters, tracking and recovering the core soldier should be enough. The problem is that each skill requires 10 points. But Yujin is just a rookie, so no matter how he tries, he'll still lack achievement points. If that's the case, you must start by adjusting the parameters first. Since Yujin has 99 unused free attribute points and has distributed them across all his attributes, after some consideration, all the attributes had been boosted, and the free attribute points had been reset to 0. Yujin eagerly tests his strength after adjusting his stats, gripping the iron bar tightly and trying to lift it a few times. This feeling is completely different from before. Not bad at all. Even though I haven't bought the skill book yet, this should be enough to deal with the monsters in the dungeon. With a clear goal in mind, Yujin began his conquest of the first dungeon after being summoned back to his world. Currently, you have 5 achievement points. If you want a resurrection stone, you need a search skill costing 10 points. To earn enough points, Yujin must defeat at least 5 more Dreybeards. And so instead of waiting for them to come looking for him, Yujin starts to move out. In no time, your target appears, and eager to escape this hellish dungeon, you strike without mercy. After a tiring battle that left him breathless, Yujin finally reached level 3. What annoyed him the most about these Dreybeards was that they kept rushing at him endlessly. Yujin also doesn't remember exactly how many enemies he's taken down so far, only knowing that he has enough money to activate the search and tracking skills. and Yujin immediately used it to search for the return stone. But it seems luck isn't on his side, because there are no stones around here. That forced Yujin to go even deeper. But standing at the top of the stairs, he had already seen that there were many Draybeard down there. Although they are not very strong, Yujin is a bit worried because of their overwhelming numbers, and he's not sure if it's really okay to fight all these Draybeard alone. After weighing his options, Yujin decided not to take such a risk. Fighting alone like this just isn't his style. So Yujin decided to buy another skill, the one he had been aiming for earlier. Summon Skeleton. Its effect is to use the monster's essence to revive a skeleton with 5 strength, 8 endurance, and 5 vitality. The mana and control costs to revive a skeleton are both 1 point. After learning the new skill, Yujin used his free attribute points to add 10 more points to both mana and control each. Next is the moment every death mage has been waiting for. Summoning their minions back from hell. Under your command, a group of skeleton soldiers appeared, although they are only low-level skeletons. It seems enough for this hunting trip, and so, the army of skeleton soldiers summoned by Yujin moved ahead of the Rebbit group. In truth, he knew that with their current stats, they were no match for these monsters, but what Yujin needs is for the skeletons to use their bodies to block the dangerous speed of the Rebbit. Meanwhile, all he had to do was strike when they were vulnerable, using the blood of the Rebbit as a sacrifice to summon more skeleton soldiers. In this way, the battle is completely under Yujin's control, and his victory is only a matter of time. Yujin fought more fiercely, the blade in his hand already stained with the blood of the Rebbit, and after a while, the Rebbit were completely wiped out. This time, using the search skill, Yujin truly saw the light of the return stone that would help him go back home. Only now does the security guard arrive at his designated position. Then he panics upon realizing that the chain lock securing the train station gate has been broken open by someone. What is this? Are there intruders here? Oh no. I'm doomed. He kept hitting his head in frustration, blaming himself for leaving his post without permission. Then, he quickly took out his phone to call the rescue team, but just after dialing, the teleportation portal reappeared and Yujin coldly re-entered his line of sight. The station security guard was overjoyed to see you still causing trouble and immediately asked, "Are you a fake awakener?" Meanwhile, a man named Unjae, who looks like someone who always causes trouble, appeared with a backpack full of blood crystals. He couldn't help but laugh loudly with joy before muttering to himself, "This time we scored big. Those damn guilds. And some of us even risked our lives to get these. Yet they just go around and extort huge fees. So isn't that just too unfair? Only fools would report this to the buying center. Selling it on the black market could earn you 1,000 times more than what they offer." Hee. However, Unjae's plan did not go as smoothly as he hoped, because just as he was reveling in the feeling of almost escaping and making a fortune, a high-pitched female voice sounded from behind. "You filthy little rat. How much have you stolen?" Unjae jolted and turned around, seeing a fiery, beautiful figure gradually emerge from the dark alley. She is Lee Jae-on-hee, the head of the Gwarang Guild's main division, and also the one here to send Unjae to hell for stealing the blood gem from the Gwarang Guild's dungeon. Seeing Jae-on-hee appear, Unjae was extremely tense. Being caught already was bad enough, and now he had to be caught by this terrifying woman as well. However, inside his bag was a bunch of money, which made Unjae unwilling to surrender obediently. Since things have reached this point, escaping is the best option, so he begins looking for a chance to run away, starting with a sudden attack on Jae-on-hee. Knowing her attack team couldn't beat her, Unjae decided to take the chance to run away, while Jae-on-hee dodged. However, as he turned his head and had not even taken 3 steps, the cold-faced opponent appeared right in front of him. "Goodbye, and enjoy your time with the elders." That was the last thing Unjae heard before Lee Jae-on-hee's sword sliced through her. He collapsed, his body covered in cuts, while Jae-on-hee moved so skillfully that she didn't even get a drop of blood on her. After confiscating Unjae's backpack filled with blood crystals, Jae-on-hee received a new message from the Gwarang Guild protection team, 1G Gwachon. The message is a report about an unregistered portal being created, requesting direct confirmation, and her expression immediately turned very bad. Another Togen rat. Huh. The Togen mouse that Jae-on-hee is thinking of is Kang Woo-jin, who at this moment is unaware of how serious his actions just were, and is only trying to figure out which bus number to take to get home. On the way back, Woo-jin kept thinking, unable to deny that after the dungeon and monsters appeared, this was no longer the Earth he once knew. Could it be that this planet is gradually becoming more like Anfen, the place he still knows? Woo-jin isn't sure what exactly happened over the past 5 years, and right now his only concern is whether his family is still safe and sound. Based on his old memories, Woo-jin returned home, but the problem started here, when he was sure he had found the right place. But his house was gone and replaced by a large company building. Could my family have moved somewhere else? Woojin muttered, then sighed. It's already late today. So he plans to continue searching for his family tomorrow. After all, Woojin hasn't eaten anything all day and his stomach has been protesting for a while now. The quickest solution is to eat at a convenience store. Even just rice balls and instant noodles. But it's enough to satisfy Woojin. The eating issue is settled. Now it's time to rest. I really don't want to go to the sauna. But I don't have enough money to stay overnight at the internet cafe. Do I really have to camp out at the station? Woojin hesitated. But he quickly pushed the thought away, because that area was now full of monsters. At the same time, Woojin was sighing heavily outside the convenience store. And there was another person just as troubled. And that was Jaemin. Because I gave you 5,000 troops this morning. This young guy doesn't even have enough money for dinner and has to stop by here to eat a cup of noodles. As a result, they ended up meeting again, with Woojin feeling like he had been saved, while Jaemin clearly wasn't happy at all. Who paid? I was just about to call you. Turns out we're on the same wavelength, I knew it. Looks like I won't have to wander the streets tonight. Woojin grabbed Jaemin's collar and said happily, What do you want from me? Woojin didn't answer, instead asking if Jaemin's parents were home, which made the young man even more cautious. What does he want to know about that? Some things have happened, so I need to talk to them. My parents have passed away, Jaemin replied, which briefly left Woojin in a mix of emotions. I just feel sorry for this young guy. But also lucky because it seems I've found a place to cling to. So he lives alone. Jaemin nodded. And it seemed that just that nod was enough for Woojin to cling to him immediately, demanding that Jaemin take him back to the guest house. Of course, he promised to pay the rent, but he had no idea where the money would come from. For now, Woojin handed Jaemin 300 won as change after buying snacks at the convenience store. And it wasn't hard for Jaemin to realize that this was part of the money Woojin had stolen from him that morning. Seeing that the other person seemed hesitant, Woojin had to use force to threaten him. And in the end, he successfully stayed at Jaemin's house. The next morning, he returned to the 30th district school and met his former homeroom teacher, Minjun. Seeing Woojin, he immediately recognized him but was also very surprised to see that he was still alive. 5 years ago, after disappearing, everyone thought Woojin had died. Haha. I really did visit the underworld and come back to the living, he half joked and half claimed. Sir, I have some trouble I can't discuss right now. Could you please let me see the student records for a moment? At the same time, in Jaemin's class, Soo-hee-uk's gang was glaring at him with full of resentment. It's clear that Woojin taught them a lesson yesterday, but they still haven't learned their lesson and have decided to take out their frustration on Jaemin again today. And so, when a female classmate was happily talking to him, Soo-hee-uk approached, pushed her aside roughly, and then grabbed Jaemin by the shoulder to pull him closer. Hey you dog. Yesterday you really got caught off guard. Huh. Out of nowhere. Some random guy came down from the sky to save you. But Jaemin, shouldn't we continue the mess from yesterday? I don't understand what you're saying. Don't cause trouble with me in class. Jaemin replied coldly. But from Soo-hee-uk's perspective, his indifferent attitude turned arrogant, making him extremely angry. And even in this educational environment, Soo-hee-uk still doesn't hesitate to grab Jaemin by the hair and start pulling it out with a series of extremely hard-to-understand words. You still haven't learned your lesson? You bastard. If nothing changes, this guy will get punched next. But just then, a familiar voice rings out, making Soo-hee-uk's hair stand on end. Stop right there. Oh wow. I really arrived just in time. As soon as he saw him, Soo-hee-uk started to tremble, because how could he forget the rambling, incoherent person who had already beaten him up yesterday? All of you, follow me outside. A terrifying smile appeared on Woojin's face. Knowing they couldn't avoid it, Soo-hee-uk's group followed you to the rooftop, with Min's car obviously coming along, and a few curious students eager to eavesdrop also following. They don't know who Woojin is, only that he's an upperclassman from their school, and they think he's crazy for daring to challenge Soo-hee-uk's group. Today, Woojin even had the chance to be the one to attack those brats first, but they still couldn't beat him. Watching their clumsy swings, Woojin could only sigh. It's true that whether on Anfen or Earth, people like them are everywhere. You mean those who only have some muscle strength but go around bragging and talking big. Watching Soo-hee-uk swagger arrogantly everywhere, thinking he's the best, makes Woojin think of an annoying guy named Cassis. Cassis, from the Anfen Association. He is a brutal killer who sold his soul to the Devil Keeper, craving his territory and urging the association to back him up. Woojin initially thinks about Cassis, but his hands and feet move skillfully to dodge the attacks. The important thing is that he evades effortlessly, while Soo-hee-uk has to swing his arms and kick with all his might but still can't hit them. This made him extremely angry. And finally he decided not to fight alone anymore, but to call all his underlings to team up and attack Woojin together. He also didn't find it strange when he reacted that way. And the only way to deal with this kind of person is to make them pay 10 times over. With overwhelming strength, like Woojin did with Cassis and Anfen. This time, when the whole gang charged at him, Woojin finally didn't dodge and chose to fight back. He didn't face any difficulty at all during the entire process. Woojin only used physical force. And that was enough to make the Juko gang hit the ground after just one strike. Seeing his underlings being defeated by Woojin, Soo-hyuk started to panic. Now he was the only one left. Although quite scared, he still charged forward regardless of Woojin's provocation. But the ending for this arrogant fool who doesn't know his limits seems to be already quite clear. He is just an empty barrel making loud noises and has no value in Woojin's eyes. And he will only suffer the shame of being knocked down by him. Having just dealt with those young kids, Woojin suddenly saw a familiar figure hurriedly walking through the middle school gate. Even from quite a distance, he could still recognize that it was his mother. And just like that, as if it were fate, Woojin was reunited with his mother. In that moment, holding her in my arms and feeling her body trembling with tears, I couldn't help but be overwhelmed with emotion. They talked about many things. And according to Woojin's mother, 5 years ago, right after he disappeared, a global dungeon explosion occurred. In an instant, the entire world's train stations turned into dungeons. Woojin's father also died in that explosion on his way to work, and his mother had to keep living to protect his sister, Sua. However, their family's business was never doing very well. So after Sua fell ill, the household's finances plummeted uncontrollably. Even now, they still have to live through difficult and struggling days. After meeting at school, Woojin was taken home by his mother, who had to go pick up Sua, so she told him to stay here and not wander around. After his mother left, Woojin's mood grew even more complicated as he looked into a room that was barely big enough for a family to sit together comfortably. And at that moment, Woojin could feel the weight of responsibility his mother was carrying alone. He noticed a box occupying the corner of the room filled with his father's belongings that his mother couldn't bear to throw away, and he seemed to understand why she couldn't let them go, making Woojin's heart feel like it was shattering into pieces. Not long after, their mother returned with Woojin's younger sister, and seeing the unfamiliar face in front of her, Sua seemed a bit tense. Although their mother introduced him as her older brother, Sua still looked quite suspicious. Woojin half squatted and half leaned to her eye level, then gently patted her head. Our Sua has grown so much. Do you remember me? I used to change your diapers when you were just lying there. Sua's face briefly flushed, and the girl strained her neck to argue that she had already peed a lot. Then their mother gave the two children some time to talk alone, while she went to cook dinner. It was the first family meal Woojin had enjoyed in years of wandering. That night, the three of them squeezed into the small room, with his mother and sister already asleep. But Woojin just couldn't fall asleep. He remembers 20 years ago when he was first transported back to the planet Anfen, a place built like a simulation game. At that moment, Woojin had to fight more fiercely than anyone else just to survive among the brutal monsters and resist becoming part of Anfen. In the end, Woojin became a top-tier necromancer, and before he could see the results of his long journey, he immediately returned to the mother planet after meeting that administrator. Because Woojin wants to see his family again. He just wants to find that simple happiness once more. But as everyone has seen, after returning to Earth, this planet has completely changed. It was this change that caused Woojin's father to lose his life and his family to go bankrupt, forcing Woojin to take over as the head of the family. And to do that, he had to earn money. Anyway, he survived on Anfen and has been through worse things than this. Therefore, Woojin still feels that the current situation isn't entirely hopeless. At least, as long as it's for his family, he is determined to succeed. The next morning, the first thing Woojin did was buy a new phone and start researching the concept of false awakening, like how the security guard at the station called him yesterday, since he thought Woojin was just an innocent resident who got lost in the dungeon and was even worried about losing his troops. Seeing that he was safe and sound, allowed the other person to finally breathe a sigh of relief. He was just wondering what Woojin was doing in the dungeon without any more blood crystals. And then he had to fill out information at the storage gate. This opened a path for Woojin. He needed money, and the only thing he could do right now to earn it was to become an impersonator. Thinking it over, he texted his mother to say that he would be moving in with a friend while studying for the entrance exam, and the friend you mentioned is of course Jaemin. And honestly, bothering Jaemin like this makes you feel a bit guilty, but there was no other choice. So Woojin could only promise himself that he would definitely repay that kid someday. However, after dialing the phone number, Jaemin left for me. Woojin heard a strange voice saying, "Hello, I am Parky, from the Jin Employment Consulting Agency." Woojin stared blankly for a few seconds, and after confirming that it wasn't Jaemin on the other end, he realized he had probably been pranked by that young guy. Woojin is someone who believes in reaping what he sows, so of course he couldn't let this matter go so easily. That night, Jaemin returned home after school and actually felt a bit regretful for not having the chance to thank Woo Jin after what happened yesterday. After all, thanks to him, the troublemakers no longer bother him. But upon closer look, in Jaemin's eyes, Woo Jin is just a bit awkward. Not a bad person. So he decided to find an opportunity to thank Woo Jin. What are you doing here like this? Man. Jaemin was so startled that his hair stood on end. Hehe. I've seen you enter the house password before, Woo Jin replied casually. This is illegal trespassing, Jaemin said with a dark face. Well, I did call the kid to inform him, but is there anyone bothering you? Woo Jin subtly brought up the fact that Jaemin sent him some random numbers, which made him flinch. But since he was here to stay at Dao's place, he didn't want to dwell on it too much. Then Woo Jin got straight to the point and told Jaemin that he was an imposter. Although not officially, that also makes perfect sense. And Jaemin finally found a suitable reason to explain why Woo Jin is so powerful. It's just that since he recently transmigrated back to Earth and there are still many unclear things, Woo Jin had to ask Jaemin, by the way, do fake awakeners make a lot of money? Of course, Jaemin immediately replied, but it also depends on each dungeon. So, the teacher's basic knowledge class for the information illiterate, led by Jaemin, began. According to him, first, Woo Jin needs to register with the guild as an awakener to get access to the dungeons, then find a guild to join. Or you could also work as a freelancer for the guild or the administration office. However, Woo Jin is someone who doesn't like to depend on others, so he asked if he could clear out the dungeons on his own. That's fine. But it's too dangerous. So the wiser choice is still to join a guild. Jaemin sincerely advises him. But Woo Jin still didn't listen, because he had only done a quick search, and knew that all guilds require an entrance exam. That would be a waste of time. And you need as much money as possible. As quickly as possible. At least, you should join a group. Dungeons aren't something you can handle easily. Jaemin kept rambling, and then told Woo Jin to download an app on his phone. When he saw Woo Jin's phone, he couldn't help but criticize him for using an heirloom passed down from his ancestors. Woo Jin argued that this was the latest model available at the store, only to be met with a harsh truth from Jaemin that this line had been released 4 years ago. Woo Jin remained silent, recalling the excited face of the staff when showing him that this was their best-selling phone, known for its durability so much that many veteran awakeners also used it. It turns out those were just lies to sell this expensive phone. So Woo Jin decided he had to teach that employee a lesson. While you were lost in thought about how to deal with that employee, Jaemin had already successfully installed the Dungeon Forum app on your phone. From now on, Woo Jin can search for dungeon information and book them right here. So I just need to keep this phone and find the dungeons to clear them. Right. Woo Jin asked again. I told you to determine your old awakening rank first. If you keep rushing in, you'll only waste your life. Jaemin used his life to try to persuade him. But it seems Woo Jin didn't really care. After browsing the forum, he found a new piece of information. The toll fee, even for the lowest level dungeon, could cost Woo Jin up to 10,000 troops. It's also said that to earn money from dungeons, you have to spend money first. After hearing this, Woo Jin's face instantly turned pale. Jaemin, lend me some money, you said, and this time Jaemin's face turned pale. Another night has passed, and the next morning, Woo Jin arrived at the Awakening Management Bureau to take part in the survey. And your Necromancer ability caused everyone present to be stunned, as the summoned bone soldier with blazing red eyes made the surrounding space tremble. From the observation room, a voice rang out. So you're a Necromancer? Woo Jin stood there and honestly replied, yes. The examiner adjusted his glasses and thought to himself, Min has met many awakened elders before, but this is the first time seeing a death spirit master with his own eyes. At this moment, a goblin faintly appears in the test room, along with the requirement that each person's summoning ability is evaluated based on the combat capability of the creature they summoned. Can you try attacking the one standing in front of you? Woo Jin looked up at the projector above, surprised and wondering if it was just a simulation. Woo Jin stroked his chin, looking at the newly created monster and remarking, how interesting. He immediately clapped his hands and ordered, come on, bone soldiers. Show them the strength of a true warrior. And as soon as the words left his mouth, they received the order and quickly surged forward. Accompanied by their cries, the scene then shifts to the old awakening waiting room, with a loud voice echoing inside, and you receive an F rank. Woo Jin reaches out to take the old awakening card and simply responds with a yes. You look at the card with curiosity. So it's the highest rank. Right, the staff hesitates before replying. Not exactly. Actually, it's the best rank there is. Your combat ability has fallen below our expectations. But since it's a rather unique power, the groups will probably give you a chance. Woo Jin looked at the card in his hand and thought to himself, who cares about the rank? As long as I can enter and exit dungeons, it has all your information on it. Old ID. Old awakening code. Your name, Woojin. Your soul summoning ability. Rank F. The scene then shifts to an underground train station at Gate 7. Along with information from the dungeon forum about the Gate of Super Spirit Touch. 2-star difficulty monsters click to read. Woojin was standing there muttering while looking at his phone. This dungeon seems suitable for me. At the same time someone approached, he crossed his arms and continued speaking. So you're coming alone. Want to join our team? Right. Woojin was startled and looked back. Hey Dusu. An experienced E-class miner. Steps forward to introduce his team. We only have 7 members so far. Still 1 spot left. You can just forget it. I prefer to go solo and be happy. My friend. Dusu was a bit puzzled. Wait a minute. Are you planning to throw away the passage fee like that? And also, the amount of blood crystals is limited for each person within a certain period of time? While Woojin looked confused with a big question mark, Dusu's voice continued. It seems like he's a rookie now. Dusu is still trying to persuade. It seems he hasn't been taught any basic knowledge yet. Try joining our group to gain experience. I can protect you. After a while, the awakened ones are entering the dungeon through exit 7, under the supervision of the management bureau. Woojin looked at them and thought to himself, so the toll fee is divided equally among the participants. If I go alone, I have to pay 800,000 coins per hour. How cruel. You remember Dusu's explanation back then? Only up to 8 people can participate at once. If you want to go solo, you'll have to pay the passage fee for 8 people. And to maximize the extraction of the best blood crystals, you should join a group. Woojin could only sigh deeply, thinking that, since he had no experience at all, maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to follow them. At that moment, a young man stepped up and, looking confused, asked, I'm really worried. What do you think? Woojin replied somewhat reassuringly. As a man he shouldn't show fear, even if he's scared. This is Hong Sung-gu, a fire spellcaster of high rank, who smiled and responded. You seem very confident. Woojin silently thought that he might also be someone invited into the group by Do-Su. Heard that he awakened 2 months ago, then dropped out of school, and is now trying to fake an awakening part-time. At this moment, a group of dungeon conquerors was staggering out covered in injuries, and Sung-gu looked over with curiosity. It seems they were hurt. One person in the group exclaimed, Hawk Goblin has appeared, and the other was incredulous. How could it be? Do-Su sneered. Even so, it's understandable to wonder. They're just wasting energy. He turned back to explain to the team that sometimes unnamed monsters appear. After all, Hawk Goblin is only a 2-star monster, so if we're careful, we can definitely handle them. Do-Su's voice continues to echo outside the dungeon entrance. Now it's time to get ready. The scene then shifts inside, revealing chaos at the train platform, where a group of goblins with ugly faces appear. Sung-gu simultaneously reclaims his power and shouts, Fireball. Aiming straight at the monsters ahead, an explosion erupts and flashes brightly. Then, Do-Su stepped forward, shouted loudly, and opened fire. As soon as the words left his mouth, flames erupted and burned out their eyes, accompanied by their pained screams. The other members of the team also seized the opportunity as the goblins lost sight and charged forward. The swordsman swung a horizontal slash at the monster's side, splitting its body in 2. At the same time, Woojin's skeleton also stabbed a sword to kill the goblin. Near the stairs to the 2nd floor, they exchanged compliments. Sung-gu, your fireball was quite useful. The whole group watched the skeleton, marveling that this skeleton was more agile than it looked, and also stronger than the one you faced. Woojin just smiled to himself, thinking that he had spent all his other points to upgrade his skills, and it seems they have been well rewarded. Over here, Do-Su was stabbing the monster's body with a small sword. He took out a crystal shard and Erlong said, As expected, it's a 2-star dungeon. The quality of the crystals here is pretty good. This size must be worth at least 200,000 troops per piece. You glance up and wonder silently, is each tiny crystal worth 200,000 troops? No wonder the other awakeners are risking everything to escape this dungeon. So that 100,000 troop pass fee isn't worth much. Do-Su, with a cunning smile on his face, has already made such a profit just at the start. He looks at the crystal pouch in front of Hai Long, thinking that a 1-star dungeon could never compare to this. Do-Su's eyes widened with a bloodthirsty gleam, secretly recognizing that the 2-star dungeon is a gold mine. Then, encouraging words echoed through the dungeon. We're almost at the final level. Give it your all. The group froze in surprise as the monsters appeared before them, with their distinctive blue skin, but this time with their muscles bulging like rolled-up pants. A giant, muscular hawk goblin appears, wielding a magic staff, and the whole group shouts out, Look, a hawk goblin. Do-Su raised his hand to calm everyone down. Don't worry. Just keep our formation as usual. Ujin here still quietly observes with a hint of confusion and frankly asks, shouldn't we be more cautious? He turned to look at Ujin with a smile and said, I've memorized all the details, they mainly use magic. The whole team remained silent and continued listening to Du-Su. Because Chun's ability is to create shields. So we can block its magic and then defeat it immediately. And victory will be ours. He pretends to be confident inside, but when the team leader speaks, he just nods and listens. On the monster side, the large hawk goblin with a dark face raises the staff in his hand. Du-Su shouted loudly. All right. Block it. And a team member stepped forward to create a thin barrier in front of him. The orb on the staff is emitting numerous lightning bolts, constantly striking the shield and being blocked, while also spreading around the orb. We temporarily neutralized the attack. And the team looks excited. We did it. Move forward. Du-Su fires directly at the large hawk goblin's eyes in front of him. The swordsman quickly swung his sword, but was blocked by the staff in its hand. Sung Woo nearby recovered and cast a fireball. Wu Jin still hasn't acted. Looking worried, it's too dangerous. Among all the monsters we've encountered on An Fen, hawk goblins are also among them. Unlike normal goblins, hawk goblins are much more intelligent than him, to the point that they can even use magic. However, what is most impressive about the hawk goblins is not their magic. As the attack ends, the giant creature raises its hand. Immediately, the goblin soldiers appear with weapons in hand. At the same time, others emerged from hiding and appeared in the shadows. One team member warned, these guys look strange. One of the goblins puts a dart to its mouth and shoots it, causing Zhang Chun to immediately scream as a needle pierces his neck. It hurts so much. What the hell is this? He shivers all over and screams, while the person next to him turns to ask what's wrong. What's going on? Before getting an answer, something was thrown directly at Zhang Chun's head. After attacking, the goblin quickly ran to find a hiding spot. While Duong Kung scolded him harshly, Ujin remained cautious, murmuring to himself. Just as he suspected, the most important thing among goblins isn't their physical strength or magic, but their leadership ability. The source of their strength comes from a higher level of intelligence compared to other goblin species. A disciplined goblin army steps forward, and you deeply realize your team's formation. They were mistaken in judging the commander of an entire goblin army as just a one-star level. At this moment, Du-Su suddenly realized something was wrong. He loudly warns everyone to run quickly and get out of here. The group swiftly turns and runs for their lives, overwhelmed by the number of monsters. No one dares to look back. Sung Woo remains standing there with a fireball in his hand as the team leaves, choosing to attack to cover their retreat. The goblins cleverly used items from the dungeon to shield themselves and smiled smugly. Du-Su shouted and ordered, "It's not worth it. Let's retreat." Sung Woo worriedly asked, "What about Chun?" Seeing his teammate lying there, Du-Su shouted that he was already dead, that his eyes were just for show. And then he continued fleeing with the others and gave the order to retreat. The goblin leader with glowing eyes grinned strangely. As the staff in its hand continued to emit sparks of lightning, it quickly unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking the fleeing group. Sung Woo was hit. His body froze in paralysis, and he let out a cry. Du-Su saw that but still shouted to remind the others to run quickly. Sung Woo was lying there as the goblins approached him with weapons in hand. They then split to the sides to make way for the goblin horde. Eugene hid nearby, a faint smile playing on his lips. Full of cunning, now I finally step out, take my weapon from the system, and mutter to myself, it's been a long time since I last hunted goblins. Eugene takes out his bone soldier, sniffs, then gives the order. All right. My subordinates. The leader shouts loudly, pointing a finger at him. Eugene silently focused, realizing that facing the goblins led by the goblin chief would not be easy at all. First of all, as soon as he finished thinking, he charged forward, shouting loudly to command, "Go up!" And the goblins were no pushovers either, all rushing in to fight. Eugene kicks off the ground and jumps up, quickly thinking to himself, taking advantage of the skeletons dealing with the goblins. He leaps and lands right on the goblin's head, surprising it. Immediately, it raised the magic staff and summoned lightning again. Eugene clenched his teeth and whispered to himself, I will make that shell head look good. In the blink of an eye, the weapon in his hand pierced through the goblin's head. Eugene smiled contentedly, thinking, do you really think I'd wait for you to finish your cooldown? As soon as the words left his mouth, the magic energy on the staff also vanished. A warning message appeared on the system. Leveling up. Now you are level 6. And a faint golden aura radiated from your entire body. Eugene looked at his proud palm, thinking that going solo was better than teaming up with the boring group. Just then, a faint voice whispered, and the weakly moving hand tried to stir. He looked surprised and turned to where Sung Gu was lying with a confused expression. Eugene asked in a calm voice. Are you still alive? And the trembling weakly replied, Save me. You still maintain your suspicious attitude and look. Eugene sits down beside you and straightforwardly asks, What do I get if I help you? Sung-gu, lying there, said. I won't tell anyone. The weakly speaking man continued, that now he is just a fake awakening. After hearing that, Eugene quickly replied, I don't really care. Sung-gu immediately asked, So what should I do? He raised his hand to his chin. Thinking for a moment, Eugene smiled and raised 2 fingers, saying, I think this should be enough. Sung-gu's voice wondered in confusion. What does the peace symbol mean then? And he saw the spear pierce straight into the goblin's body, gently reaching inside to take out the crystal shard. Sung-gu packed the items into his backpack, wiped the sweat from his brow, and sighed in relief. Finally done, Eugene, standing nearby, asked, Are you finished? He replied, Yes. All done. Sung-gu stared blankly at the young man in front of him, wondering how this person could be only at the beginner rank. He observes you and assesses that his ability to defeat 2-star monsters on his own is already comparable to a fake awakened rank novice. Sung-gu watched Eugene's skills in amazement. Not to mention his healing potion ability and bloodstone search skill. He remembered the previous time with confusion. And finally, the ability to extract something from the dead monster to heal his wounds. If we consider the possibility of flexibly combining the skills he possesses, he could even reach rank C. Sung-gu frowned, full of questions. Not to mention that he had only been registered as an illusionist for 3 hours. Taking the item bag, Eugene asked, How much money can this amount of blood crystals be exchanged for? He replied, At least around 800. You look satisfied as you say. It's worth investing 100,000 troops too. Eugene frowned and looked over, asking, This whole place is mine. Right. Sung-gu hesitated for a moment. Of course. He was confused inside, but above all, he couldn't believe that this person was so obsessed with money. Honestly, spending 2 million troops to be saved isn't too expensive. Turns out Eugene had already made the demand piece. Damn it, 2 million troops in exchange for his life was a real bargain for him. His voice continued to echo in the dungeon, bouncing off the walls. Where is it? Just get out of this hellhole already. The two then quietly walked away, and at that moment, the system issued a warning. Detecting blood, Eugene raised his hand to signal stop. Sung-gu was a bit confused, but followed. He focused intensely and warned them. There's an ambush. Eugene looked up and reasoned that if all the monsters had been defeated, then it meant, after hesitating, he shouted, Get moving. Enough hiding and sneaking around. Come out here now. As soon as he finished speaking, the old teammates appeared, looking down at them with worried eyes. They went down and looked at the scattered goblins, puzzled, wondering what was going on. Did those two already take them all down? Eugene turned to remind them that they were about to ambush us when we got close. So Sung-gu asked again, What should we do now? While his face darkened, Sung-gu looked over at Eugene and the old teammates and asked loudly, So what are you guys doing here now after running away? He smiled slightly with a hint of suspicion, wondering if you guys are actually waiting in front of the barricade right now. And what wind could have blown you back like this? Dusu closed his eyes, frowned, and chuckled, saying, What do you mean we are teammates? He tried to explain that we were planning to come back and face them after regaining our composure. But when we arrived, all the monsters had already been defeated. So, how did you manage to eliminate them? Eugene replied with a sly smile. Nonsense. Don't try to deceive me. You took off your backpack and continued, probably planning to escape right after getting the return stone, but seeing all the monsters defeated. You got greedy again, didn't you? Without hesitation, Eugene pours all the blood crystals from his bag onto the floor, his eyes flashing with a fierce red glow as he challenges. If you're brave enough, come and take them. In the dark, blood-filled dungeon, Dusu's voice echoes. It seems you've misunderstood something. He sighed bitterly and explained. We're not stupid enough to underestimate your strength. You're the one who defeated all the monsters we had to run from at first sight. Eugene immediately listened as Dusu continued, saying that they came to apologize for leaving you and Sung-gu behind. But at that moment, our lives were also in grave danger. So, what were you expecting? We only came to get the return stone. He continued to express his gratitude, saying that thanks to you two defeating them, we can now bring the corpses back to the base, and we are truly very grateful. Eugene's eyes were full of suspicion, but he didn't answer right away, looking at the slightly cunning face and wondering if he had been too sensitive. If the ambush was just his own guess, Eugene scratched his head and sighed. Could it be that after 20 years living on Enfen, I've become too sensitive? I'm no longer on Enfen. This is Earth after all. As his thoughts were interrupted, his eyes were suddenly obscured by Dusu's attack. He quickly turned back and shouted orders to the others. Go now. Attack together and shoot immediately. Sunggu was pierced in the shoulder by an arrow and let out a pained cry. Eugene was startled and tried to force himself to look over. Su rushed forward with his sword, laughing loudly and singing, "Don't be mad at me. All of us awakened ones are the same." Then he charged forward as if to stab you. A sinister smile appeared on his face and blood-red color showed up, full of deathly danger. The scene shifts to another secret location, where the awakened are stepping outside after conquering the duo. They looked at the girl waiting there and said, "Captain, thank you for your hard work." Zeon Hai immediately replied, "You all did well." At the same time, a phone call came in, and the person on the other end reported, "Captain, we have found the intruder. He is Kang Eugene." She asked again, "I see. Who is this person?" On the other side, they replied that it's hard to determine his identity, but we found out that he only registered as a fake awakener today. This information shocks Zeon Hai into exclaiming, "What today? So where is he now?" Returning to the dungeon, after the ambush, a sinister smile appears on Dusu's face, but suddenly his face changed expression. Glancing at Eugene, you smiled broadly and sarcastically. "You are a bit impatient." Eugene clenched Dusu's sword hilt, causing him to tremble. And suddenly attacking like that is really bad. Without hesitation, he swung his hand and slammed Dosu to the ground, shattering the tiles along with his screams of pain, blood spurting from his mouth. Eugene strokes his hair and sends a smug command. Oh, why does everything keep happening just as I predicted?" You raise your hand and question your former teammates, saying, "Are you the new one who told me to fake awaken? We're all the same, right?" The shadow emerging from the remains of the goblins, Eugene's voice continues to echo. "Those traitors blinded by blood crystals are so pathetic." They were terrified and exclaimed when they saw this. "What the hell? The goblins' bodies are still there." You raise your hand to command the undead you just summoned, and now they're broken apart. Dusu sat on the ground, staring in shock at his teammates, defeated by the skeleton soldiers. As frantic screams continue to echo through the dungeon, Eugene picks up the sword he dropped, leaves the others behind for the skeleton soldiers to handle, and directly steps forward to face Dusu. Although still in pain, he still managed to stammer and say, "We can negotiate gradually." Eugene looked at the sword in his hand and asked again, "Negotiation? Huh, so, are you just waiting for your magic to recover?" As soon as he finished speaking, Dusu's scream echoed, and the sword was driven straight into him. A moment later, the former comrades had been completely defeated. The dungeon became quiet again. Bloodstains covered the floor, and bodies lay scattered all around. Sunggu knelt there, looking up at Eugene scolding. "Damn it. These guys must have some cash on them too," he thought anxiously. "I can't believe it. He just killed people. Even 5 of them in total. And you're rummaging through their bags and asking, wow, these guys are useless. Huh. Sunggu." Receiving no answer, Eugene turned back and asked loudly, "Why are you holding it like that?" He was startled, clutching his wound, stammering, Yes. You stepped in front of Sunggu and asked if your actions put your friend in danger." Still with a fearful attitude, he replied briefly. Without lowering his guard, Eugene didn't hesitate to make a proposal, doubling it, which surprised and confused Sunggu, who let out a small sound. Your face suddenly looks more confident and your voice drops as you say, "I've saved you twice. We should do things properly, right?" Dongsu's body lies there as Eugene's words echo. "Let me check your shoulder and give you some first aid." He responds politely, "Thank you." Cut to outside the dungeon. The officer from the management bureau is standing there taking notes, and he looks surprised when he sees Eugene come out of the dungeon and asks why only the 2 of you returned. You answer nonchalantly that everyone else was killed by monsters, causing the officer from the management bureau to momentarily freeze. He then looks at the bag on your shoulder and questions why you managed to get so many blood crystals. Eugene glanced back and replied, "Even if we're about to fall into the pit, we have to take the money with us." "Right." The management officer hands you the form and asks you to fill it out before you go, as you might be contacted by the authorities to investigate this. And Guy. The scene shifts to the item collection center. Eugene, after selling everything, opens the door and steps out, a smug smile on his face, secretly thinking, "I can't believe I earned 13 million coins from just one prison stint." Sunggu quietly followed behind, while Eugene silently calculated that if he added the 4 million coins he earned from saving Sunggu, the total would be 17 million. You just keep walking and giggling like that. "Next time I'll go to prison alone again." Behind him, Sunggu showed a worried face again, with 4 million troops. "Even if I used up all my resources, I still wouldn't have enough to pay him back. Should I borrow? Should I ask him to lower the amount?" Eugene's voice rang out, startling him. Pointing at Sunggu, he asked again, You know very well I dislike broken promises. Right, his voice stammered as he replied. I will remember. Eugene just waved goodbye and said, I'll be waiting for your call. While Sungu just stood there sighing. Might as well go borrow it. He was startled and suddenly had a thought. He probably doesn't intend to ask for another 4 million from me. The scene shifts to the phone shop, with banners and advertisements covering the storefront. While inside, the staff are yawning endlessly. He looked outside and sighed. There are no customers at all. Then suddenly, a loud crash startled the staff. Seeing Eugene kick the door open and walk in, he shouted, What the hell are you doing? With no wasted motion, he stepped forward and grabbed the collar of the sales clerk. Then Eugene suddenly called out to him, and the guy's face contorted as he wondered how he was so strong. Before he could understand what was happening, the boy directly slapped the employee. He raised his thick eyebrows and asked what the hell he thought he was doing. Before he could say anything else, Eugene delivered another punch, each one making the employee's face contort in pain. He got up, feeling worried. This guy is really having a fit now. If it keeps going like this, I might as well visit my grandparents. These are things I've seen on TV. Right, intentional violence, isn't it? The employee's face turned purple and swollen, and his weak voice sounded out. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. Eugene paused, his long hair hiding the anger in his eyes as he threw the employee to the ground. Causing him to cry out in pain, Eugene calmly called out, and the employee hurriedly knelt to answer, wearing a ring. He looked at him seriously and said, I really hate those scammers. And also those who like to stir up trouble. The employee asked confusedly, What do you mean scam? Feeling puzzled inside because he still doesn't know who he is. What scam are you talking about? Eugene held out the phone in front of him and questioned. You remember. It was you who sold me this phone yesterday. The employee realized this and thought to himself, This is the phone I sold to that idiot yesterday. That dumb guy. He remembered the day before when he handed Eugene the broken phone and smiled brightly. I will give you a discount and sell it for only 900,000 dong. At that time, I didn't understand the issue and still smiled with satisfaction. Technology nowadays is much more advanced than 5 years ago. He looked at the person in front of him and wondered if it was that idiot, while Eugene, frowning in anger, asked if the cat had taken his tongue. Then, the sky was blue with white clouds, and music played. Eugene looked at the contacts and sighed. So beautiful. Even the color of the latest phone model can be changed. You muttered to yourself as you walked. Damn, that phone seller. If this were an ambush, I would have disabled him for good. You know, you should realize how lucky you are right now. Suddenly, someone unfamiliar approached from behind. They called out to Eugene, who, confused, turned around to see a group of people in black surrounding him. A female voice echoes. Your profession is a death spirit master. Rank E. Judging by how you alone complete the mission, your true ability must be in the E rank. With that rank, you could easily blend into an E-class group and kill all your teammates. Eugene stood there, questioning. Just a rookie, daring to be so bold. Eugene asked back with a firm face. Who are you? She laughed, hiding her cold gaze behind her hair. Then Eugene's red lips curled into a confident smile, and she continued. I am Lee Eugene, captain of the Walong Guild's main squad. Eugene still didn't know what was happening, feeling a bit worried, as he used his tracking skill and could sense that. You look at the intense aura Zeon Hai exudes and silently confirm that she is extremely strong. Eugene asks them again, What brings you here to see me? Zeon Hai replied, Well, that filthy chute dared to offend our guild's dungeon. His face darkened, and he chuckled. So that filthy chute, huh? Eugene stood among the crowd and asked them, So you all came here just to catch a little pest? He chuckled and continued. So the Warang Guild is only this capable. No wonder your dungeon is so impoverished. Before he could finish speaking, a hand grabbed Eugene's face and then pressed his head down, causing rocks and debris to shatter and fly up. Mingxiok frowned and warned him not to act recklessly. Our guild is not something a scumbag like you can casually mention. Eugene turned furious and shouted back, You bastard. Then he clenched his fist and pulled him away from his face. Eugene struggled, twisting his arm forcefully enough to make Minx let out a cry, while the subordinate Genji, Zhan Hai, clenched his teeth, ready to attack. In just a blink, she rushed forward and delivered a powerful kick right to his stomach. Eugene was knocked, flying and skidded across the ground, the blow causing him pain and distress. Still not stopping, Zhan He continues to approach the spot where he is lying, raising her foot high to stomp down. The attack continues with a powerful strike that slams Eugene's head into the ground, shattering everything and distorting his face as he screams in pain. Eugene frowned, silently, thinking she's too fast, still keeping her foot on his face so he can't struggle. Zhan Hai spoke up. Eugene, she coldly continued. Let me give you a piece of advice, although you're quite different from the usual weaklings. It's best not to show off your bashu skills anymore. In the silent space, Zhanhai's warnings continued to ring out. Especially on the territory of our Warang Guild, she looked at Eugene's sprawled body and continued to remind him, remember to cherish your life, and take that advice to heart. Then Zhanhe and his subordinates coldly left. Jaemin clenched his teeth in frustration and raised his hand to his face. Eugene lay there, sighing that it had been a long time since he last experienced the feeling of being stepped on his face. In the evening sky, Eugene's dissatisfied voice echoes. Li Zhanhe and the Warang Guild. The scene then shifts to Jaemin's residence, where he recounts everything. And he also exclaims in amazement. Li Zhanhe from the Warang Guild nods in response. Eugene wondered. Is she that famous? Does the kid know anything about her? Min replied. Of course. She's one of the 10 A-rank awakeners in our country. He added that the Warang Guild is also one of the top 3 guilds in the country, namely Kahad, Hemer, and Warang, which hold immense influence over the economy and politics, so they are also the most influential people. Min wondered. But did he cause any trouble in the first dungeon that made them come all the way here to warn him? Eugene grimaced and replied. What does this kid mean by deception? Once I regain my strength, I can easily take down the Warang Guilds. Hearing that, he sneered, his confidence truly unmatched. You're the top dog. Huh. You little brat. He retorted angrily. Eugene pondered, clearly indicating that even if he was a top-tier fighter, he would still be at a disadvantage when facing someone outside the dungeon, and the skills of a death spirit master still have many limitations. Jaemin's voice squeaked as he asked why it had to be those ghostly figures. Your older brother. He handed over a gift bag and said, forget about that. Take this instead. He wondered. Why perfume? Eugene replied. Why are you so surprised? Here's the money I borrowed from you. Jaemin waved his hand to refuse. No. That's too much. Just return the exact amount you borrowed from me, and I don't need the rest. You've already helped me a lot. Eugene still appeared resolute. Oh well. Kid. Take it. A moment of gratitude flashed across his face, and Jaemin looked at him and called out. Eugene kept drinking and said with a smile, consider the excess as my rent for you. He didn't refuse this time and replied, that's good. Jaemin's face flickered with concern as he wondered, does that mean he's planning to stay here for good? He looked at the carefree young man, smiling brightly in front of him. Damn. This drink really is good. Jaemin looked at him and asked, hey, haven't you already found your mother? Eugene snapped back. You idiot. My old house is too small, so I'll stay with you until I save enough to buy a new one. You keep asking. So how much more do you need to get rid of her? He stammered confusedly. No, that's not the issue. Jaemin's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the table. Then he looked at Eugene with curiosity and asked, since when did you change your phone? It's the latest model. Being naturally curious, Jaemin asked, can I take a look? And you didn't hesitate to show it. It's good to use too. Holding the phone in his hand, he sighed. This is the top-grade red. Jaemin continued, explaining that because bloodstone craftsmanship is still not widely used, this one must be extremely expensive. Did you make a lot of money? Eugene replied while eating chicken. I got it from an event. You remember the moment when you beat up that employee at the phone shop and explained that it was a once-in-a-lifetime event? Jaemin's astonished voice made Eugene jump. Wow, you're really professional. While you sit there wondering what's going on, he keeps his eyes glued to his phone and counts how many numbers there are. Eugene requests, let me see it. The screen shows a balance change notification bank, 20 million. Deposit 40 million. Total balance, 51,230,000. Sent by Hong Sung-gu. You gasp in surprise. 40 million. Eugene frowns and scolds. This crazy guy. I told him to send me only 4 million. The scene shifts to Angel Cafe. Sung-gu walks in and sees Eugene sitting there, quickly bowing to greet him. Hello. Are you still well? You took out your phone and asked again. It's only been a few hours since we said goodbye. So, why are you so weak and exhausted? What is this? I frowned and listened to Eugene's questioning. Do you think I'm a beggar? I told you 4 million is enough. Inside, Sung-gu was worried. Please forgive me. He remembered the scene where Eugene stripped the dollar bill and was terrified. If he didn't pay him the full amount, his fate would be similar to those other members. Sung-gu clenched his lips tightly, sweat pouring down, and hurriedly knelt down in the middle of the cafe. Amidst the chaos, Big brother, please spare my life. Eugene awkwardly scolded. Are you losing your mind? Sung-gu continued singing in fear, promising to pay the rest later and begging for more time, while those sitting there watched and whispered about the scene. So that guy over there is a thug, involved in loan sharking or something. It seems like that boy has a thug's shoulder. You demand with a threatening face. If you don't want to die. Sit up here now. Sung-gu jolted and obeyed. Yes. As soon as I sat down, he hurriedly left. I'm sorry. But I haven't found a way to earn the 400 million coins yet. I promise if you give me a little more time, I will pay you back in full. These words made Eugene a bit confused and asked again. 400 million. Sung-gu, with an innocent face, replied, yes. And he sighed, thinking to himself that it seemed he had misunderstood. I told him to give me 4 million coins, but he misunderstood and thought I said 40 million. And now it's even up to 400 million. Eugene's eyes flickered with a secret admiration. These kids are really generous. Seeing the honest look of the young man before him, he decided, if he likes him, then he'll indulge. So, Eugene clasped his hands together, smiled cunningly, and asked, then how long should I wait? The scene shifts to early the next morning, with Eugene walking alone through the park from a distance. Sung-gu waves by the car and calls out, boss. Get in the car. Eugene wonders. After just a few days, my subordinates are this happy. He smiles and replies, subordinates also have the right to be happy. This makes you happy. So I naturally follow through. Remembering last night at the cafe, Sung-gu sat quietly listening to Eugene. So now earning 400 million won is almost impossible. Do you want to pay me back by teaming up and giving me the money you make? Eugene asked. So that means you'll have to stick with me, 24/7. Is that okay? He also responded without hesitation. No problem at all. Just let me know a specific time frame, and I can even be your manager. You wonder. A manager? Sung-gu enthusiastically replied. Yes. I can handle everything from choosing and booking these dungeons to selling blood crystals. I can even drive. Like a support team of a guild. Eugene's voice rang out. Meaning, subordinate. Right, that comment made him freeze in place. He asked further, basically saying he's making up for lack of money with hard work because he doesn't have any. Right. Sung-gu thought to himself. He's not wrong, but why do I feel so hurt? Then he rubbed his hands in satisfaction and replied, you're right, boss. Eugene smiled and nodded in agreement, feeling relieved. You directly proposed. So our cooperation will last for a year. Working without pay is too cruel. So I will consider your salary. Sung-gu took Eugene's hand gratefully and said, thank you very much. Big brother. I really appreciate it. To which I happily replied, I'm the one who's been helped. Back in the present, the car carrying the two of them sped down the highway. Eugene glanced at Sung-gu with a quiet sense of satisfaction. Having returned the excess money, but luckily gained a subordinate I can rely on, Eugene continued to make a proposal. If you do a good job and guide me sincerely, 10% of the profits will be yours. This made him so grateful he blushed. Boss. Eugene continued. So you found the dungeon I mentioned earlier. Right. Just as I told you. A 3-star dungeon with the highest number of summoned monsters. That is Exit 3 Gamma Bong. The Rocky Lair. A type of insectoid monster similar to giant maggots. Then, the two of them appeared inside the dungeon, and Eugene looked up and exclaimed, there are really countless of them. He reminds Sung-gu to stay close behind him, and Sung-gu with his backpack responds, yes sir. Eugene looked up at his system screen and thought to himself that he would transfer all his attribute points to control. Just then, a system alert appeared. The number of skeleton soldiers you can summon has increased to 10. Eugene smirked confidently, thinking if the enemy is many, then our forces must be many too. The summoned skeletons quickly appeared, and he ordered, now it's time to go all out. The scene shifts to a while later at the stairway between floors. The Rocky group, sensing danger, keeps shouting in fear, feeling terrified of what's in front of them. That was the group of skeleton soldiers with their sharp weapons raised high. Then, without any unnecessary movements, they all simultaneously pierced through and defeated the Rocky. At this moment, Sung-gu comes down to report. Boss. I have collected all the blood crystals from this floor. Eugene praised him. Not bad. Keep it up. And in awe, he exclaimed, what the heck, you already took them all down? Sung-gu thought to himself that it usually takes about 2 hours to clear a Rocky dungeon, but he managed to do it alone in just 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Eugene sat down exhausted, saying, I need to rest for a bit. You're sitting there muttering to yourself. Now that I'm level 7, my achievement points have also increased quite a bit. A new skill appears on the screen. Let's see. Fire Fist. Attack the enemy with a clenched fist of flames. Under level 7. Mana 10. Required achievement points, 20. Eugene scrolls to the next skill. Water Sphere, which attacks the target within a certain range with a sphere of water. Under level 7, he seemed disappointed. None of the skills he received at level 7 were useful. Suddenly, Eugene froze at the information. What's this? There's still a core witch now. I can get it at level 10. But why not buy it early? Information about the witch's core. Level 10, minimum. 20 mana. Exchange for killing a monster to recover a witch's core with a strength of 5. Endurance 5. Vitality 5. Mana 5. The range of effect scales with strength. Attack speed varies with endurance. Damage scales with mana. Mana consumption is 1. Control requirement is 1. Sung Woo approached and announced, "Boss. It's all over. The return stone has appeared." Eugene wondered, "How long have we been in here?" He immediately replied, 27 minutes. You extend your hand to the calculator. We have 4 hours to draw. Then Eugene stepped onto the platform and said, "We can do 7 more rounds like this, let's go." Sung Woo nervously replied, "Oh my god, I'm coming over." Then cut to the blood crystal trading scene. The staff member hands Sung Woo the savings report, and reports that 2 million troops have been added to the total. He responds, "Yes. Thank you very much." Then, Sung Woo's face suddenly froze as he thought about the number, and he was amazed. He thought to himself, 52. 3 million troops. Sung Woo looked at the amount printed on the ledger and silently marveled. Having earned over 50 million troops in just 30 minutes. At this rate, 400 million will be in his hands in the blink of an eye. His hand trembled suddenly. Based on my percentage, I will receive 40 million. I used to struggle through 1-star dungeons for 2 months just to earn 30 million coins. And now I can make 40 million coins in a single day. Then Sung Woo exclaimed, "That's amazing. Big brother." He turned to look at Woojin with a grateful expression and said, "Boss, you really are my savior." Woojin smiled and replied, "Don't get too excited. There are still 7 more rounds to go. Don't celebrate yet." Sung Woo followed Woojin, feeling excited inside. This is truly the opportunity he's been waiting for. Being the boss's assistant is a brilliant idea. The scene shifts to the Hammer Guild headquarters, where only one person remains inside the office. He is humming along to the music, clearly enjoying himself. As he stands by the coffee, when the phone rings, he answered the phone and said, "Support Team 4. Dung Min Tran, listening." And on the other end, the voice replied, "Hello. Captain. This is Heyman." He asked again, "What's going on?" "Over here." Heyman stands by the glass door and responds, "I received an urgent report about a case this morning. 2 awakened individuals bought a 4-hour ticket to the dungeon, but these 2 are a bit strange." On the other side, Min Tran was somewhat indifferent. Every day someone died in the dungeon. "So, what's so strange about that?" Heyman explains. "No. Both of them always come back. But what's strange is that the time they enter and exit each time is always the same." He continued reporting that the first time it took them only 30 minutes. Then just 11 minutes. And again, they just left the tunnel once more in exactly 9 minutes and 47 seconds. Heyman's voice rang out on the phone. Hey, I won, so give me the money." Min Tran wondered what they were doing. He replied, "We're betting on whether they can finish in 10 minutes. Captain, why don't you try to find more information about those 2? Heyman added, "They said they are rank E. But after seeing for myself, I can confirm they are definitely above that." This information surprises Min Tran. Restricted rank. "Huh. I'll turn on my computer and call you back after I get the details." Heyman replied, "Sir, I wish you good luck." Min Tran kept clicking to check the information and exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" Looking at the information on the screen about the 2 people, he was extremely surprised. One registered as an awakening yesterday, and the other registered just 2 months ago. Kang Woojin, with the soul summoning ability, low rank, and Hong Sung-gu with fire control, low rank. Min Tran looked at the screen and thought, these 2 rookies cleaned up a basement on their own within just 10 minutes. He smiled and guessed, Class F, huh? Even if the measurement feature is faulty. This is too low. The best should be Class C. New fake awakeners only just starting out with Class C abilities have a very high chance of advancing to Class A. Min Tran immediately put on his coat and walked out excitedly. It's been a long time since I saw a new fake awakener with such potential. The scene shifts to the Guildmaster Guarang, with images of Woojin and Sung-gu appearing on the screen, along with a voice. Is this person implying that he was the one who infiltrated our dungeon? Another person replied, "Yes, I received that report from an officer at the bureau there." He continued to ask. And beside him was an assistant who replied, Hong Sung-gu, 21 years old, an unremarkable F-rank fire mage. "I think the real talented person here is Kang Woojin." He looked at you and added, "A level F death spirit mage, with the ability to clear dungeon floors very quickly." The man continued to ask, "What do you think?" Captain Li Zianhe. She recalled the previous encounter with Woojin and replied, "I knew he was not just an ordinary F-rank, but I didn't expect him to be this strong." Zianhe responded skeptically, "He's already on par with a C rank." He crossed his arms in front of him and continued, So there are only two possibilities: either he didn't show his full strength during the assessment, or his abilities are developing at an extremely fast rate. Xian looked over and wondered, has there ever been a fake awakening that developed this quickly? If he really is a rank F, then his development speed must jump by 2 or 3 ranks in just one night. He reached out to reply. There has been a similar case. A fake awakener who rose from rank F to rank A. A silhouette of a man appears alongside an explanation. A person whose development process was completely hidden until reaching the highest rank in South Korea. Xian exclaimed. Are you talking about Kang Chun? She asked with a smirk. No way. He can't compare to Kang Chun. He smiles and gives the order. I'm not sure about that, but it wouldn't hurt to find out a little. This person is the 3rd strongest member of the South Korean guild Gwarang, Master Lee Sang-ho. He has issued an order to follow him and find out who this person really is. The scene shifts to the dungeon, where Sung-gu continues his work, skillfully using his sword to stab into the head of the Raki. Then he peeled off the hard shell on its head, revealing the blood crystal instantly before his eyes. Sung-gu picked it up and threw it into the prepared backpack. Working alone made him a bit tired. Sung-gu sighed to himself. Having money is good, but if this keeps up, I'll die. I've never seen anyone die from overharvesting blood crystals, but still. He stood up and called Woojin. Big brother, can we take a break for a bit? Woojin smiled and asked back. Are you tired already? Then Sung-gu tilted his head back and gulped down the water. He sighed. Well, there's enough now. I feel better already. Big brother. He turned to ask. How much time do we have left? Sung-gu replied. Still 1 hour and 12 minutes left. Woojin sat quietly, calculating. The money he had earned now far exceeded 400 million coins, probably enough to buy a new house for his mother and Sua. You get up and call out Sung-gu. What's wrong, big brother? Woojin replied. The remaining bloodstones are all for you. I will protect you. So try to earn as much as you can. Which surprised him a little. He took a deep breath and said, I think I should speed up a bit now. Then Woojin suddenly rushed into the abandoned cellar, surprising Sung-gu. He stood up and called out, Sung-gu, this way. And he immediately asked back. What's wrong? Big brother. Woojin replied. The remaining blood crystal is left for the fruit stand. Far from the 400 million troops. Maybe that's enough to buy a new house for mom and Sua. He took a deep breath and said, I think I should speed up a bit more now. Then Woojin suddenly rushed into the abandoned mine, surprising Sung-gu. He took a deep breath and said, I think I should speed up a bit now. Then Woojin suddenly rushed into the target tunnel, surprising Sung-gu. At the same time, Rocky's head also dropped to the ground. Woojin stood there satisfied. This should be enough. The system reappears with a warning that you have completed the level for your profession and identified your class. You stare at the screen in confusion. Profession. Huh. That's really strange. Woojin scratched his head in confusion. In Enfen, you only get your profession at level 10. But I'm already a Death Spirit Master. What's going on here? The system issues a warning, analyzes the motion pattern, and is determining the profession. A series of professions appear, including Mage, Idealist Scholar, Warrior, Priest, and Necromancer, along with Woojin's question of whether it will be finished soon. Then the system displayed a message saying the Warrior class had been chosen for you, and you received the Warrior trial and weapon. Woojin scratched his head, confused. What the hell is this? A warrior. Huh. That's a bit troublesome. Becoming a mage would be more advantageous because the stats would match those of a Death Spirit Master. If I had known about this earlier, I would have used magic instead of swinging that crowbar around randomly, including a line about the warrior trial and the warrior's weapon. Woojin wondered if this was the profession test. Immediately after, a staff appeared in front of him, and Woojin wondered if a warrior's weapon was really like that. Clearly just a steel pipe. As he clenched his fist around it, a dazzling light appeared, and its information was displayed accordingly. Steel staff. A warrior's weapon is like their sword and life, which is why it will develop according to its owner's will, ready to fight alongside you at any moment. Boosting strength, restoring stamina, disarming status, skills, resistance, and disarming. Woojin now raises his steel staff and smiles. A growing weapon. I'm curious what this will look like in the future. Now, the reward for the Death Mage, the Demon Crystal, is a blazing red sphere. The Demon Crystal is a type of magic stone that Death Mages obtain when reaching a certain level. Among those 7 seals lie the ultimate magics that no bone soldier can compare to. Just possessing them allows Woojin to wipe out any enemy daring to eye his territory on Anfen. Orlando. Woojin looked at him with a curious smile, wondering what he would receive this time. Then the Demon Crystal was unsealed and shone brightly, a pillar of light appearing before him. Then a wing appeared in the beam of light, with blazing red eyes and blonde hair of someone. With fuller lips, he stared in amazement, stammering, Huh. That's BB. The girl with demon wings behind her looks at Woojin sharply. Master. Where have you gone? You gasp in surprise. What, why me? BB jumps up and hugs Woojin's neck. Sighing, I miss you so much. Master. Woojin asks her. Weren't you stuck in Anfen? What's going on? So after you disappeared, all your subordinates were locked in the sealing room. That confuses Woojin a bit. What's the sealing room? He wondered to himself. Could they have traveled through time and space with me? Wait. The seal. The girl looked at him happily and said, Master. I'm so glad to see you again. Suddenly, something caught BB's attention, and she lifted her nose to sniff the people around her. Then BB turned around and asked, What is this smell? Woojin looked confused and asked, The smell? BB looked at the pile of raki below and replied, Yes. I can smell the scent of Chinette's henchmen from these. The answer made him startle and ask again, What Chinette? Chinette is a demon from a mysterious dimension who invaded Anfen and killed 90% of its inhabitants. Woojin has never fought him directly, but his minions are so numerous that it makes him sick every time he has to see them. Woojin stood there looking down and asked, So if Chinette is planning to conquer the earth, is that why these dungeons are opening? I secretly worry that I thought I had escaped hell, but it seems the prison door is opening again to welcome me back. The scene shifts to exit 3 at Mi Bong Station, where Min is already waiting, and as soon as he sees the person approaching, he waves and greets. Big brother. You're here, Min Chan replied, still within office hours, and hurriedly smiled. Yes sir, Min Chan asked. Where are they? Or looking at his watch. He replied. It's been 8 minutes. They'll probably come out soon, he added, but these two can't joke around. They've earned up to 400 million by themselves. Min and I also said, if I had that kind of money, I would have gone to clean the prison already. Min Chan realizes the two just left the dungeon. Here they are. He steps forward to greet them. You did very well. Can we have a few minutes to talk? Min Chan smiled warmly, trying to persuade him, just for a little while. Jin walked away without hesitation, answering briefly and casually, then hurriedly called back. Hey, wait a minute. You turn back and ask why. Since you're making them leave anyway. Why bother pretending to ask from the start? Min Chan was puzzled inside. What the hell is wrong with this guy? He forced a bitter smile and apologized. Please forgive my rudeness. He cleared his throat loudly to regain composure. Min Chan handed over his business card and continued. Let me get straight to the point. Our mafia guild wants to recruit both of you. Jin continued to reply coldly and briefly. Not interested. Sunggu hurriedly ran after and called out to the boss. Min Chan shouted from behind. Wait a minute. It seems you don't have much good feeling towards our M guild. He paused, took a deep breath, then turned back and asked, So you are the top 3 guilds in the country? Right, he smiled, and replied. So you also know about us. Our guild only offers the best benefits to the most promising awakeners. If you agree to join, we guarantee to provide the best support services. Jin cut him off and called out to him, but Min Chan kept smiling, waiting for his response. Jin lowered his voice and warned him, I'm in a really bad mood right now. Don't bother me anymore. The scene shifts, and then Jin's voice calls out. His mother looks extremely surprised and exclaims, What is going on? The real estate agent smiled and said, 10 customers are going for a tour. Su-A ran in excitedly. The yard is so big. Mom, she asked, how do you plan to buy such a nice house if you don't have money? Jin, you immediately show the transaction screen to your mother and reply. How can there be no money? This is the amount I received today. She exclaims. Oh my god. How did you manage to earn this much money? Jin smiles and replies that he's actually an awakened, which still shocks his mother. An awakened? So that's how he earns money in the dungeons. She was panic-stricken and shouted, Isn't this job very dangerous? Since when did you start doing it? She was extremely worried. And because of that, she hit your father. She couldn't let her son go through the same thing. I'm in a hurry to explain. It's okay, Mom. Your son isn't as weak as you think. He's just like going to catch a bug. Your mother still hasn't stopped. But just then Sue ran over to interrupt and asked, Mom, can I keep a dog? Mom said we could when we buy a house with a yard. The girl looked up and asked, Is that okay? She replied. Wait a moment. Ugin's voice continued to say, Mom, don't worry. He lowered his head and gently spoke to his little sister. Everything that Mom has struggled to earn over the past time, you have received it now. From now on, trust in me. The 3 of them stood silently in the yard of the new house as the scene shifts to an alley at night. Ugin's familiar footsteps approach, and he calls out softly, Bibi, come here. Immediately, a surge of energy appears in front of him, but then it disappeared instantly, leaving Ugin stunned, and he continued to call out, Come here, Bibi. The swirling energy vortex kept appearing and gathering, only to suddenly vanish again in a confusing manner. What is that? A creature steps out of the alley, and he gasps in shock. Startled, was that you? BB, why did you turn into a cat? The small black cat looks at him and meows. Ugin picked it up and asked. BB explained. I can't transform back into my true form anymore, so I can't stop chasing after those tiny insects. He wondered silently if maybe she could only return to her true form in the dungeon. I wonder why. Ugin looked at it and asked, so what about Shanette's energy? Can you still feel it? BB replied, no, there's a strong scent here, the scent of peace. You stand there lost in thought, wondering if a demon enjoying this peace still hasn't been affected by Shanette's energy. Just then, a person appeared behind Ugin and asked, you also care about those stray cats? Huh. That's another interesting side of you. Ugin immediately turned around, smiled, and introduced himself. Very pleased to meet you. I am Lee Sang-ho, leader of the Warong Guild. If you have some time, could we talk for a bit? The scene shifts to a coffee shop, where Sung-gu sits muttering to himself. He's truly someone I can never understand. I remember when I was waiting in the car for Ugin, Sung-gu asked me why I refused the invitation from the HM Guild. Was there another reason? The guy hesitated before replying, saying it was just that he had to follow orders from others. Sung-gu smiled appreciatively and said, I see. As expected of the boss. Then he laughed. Even a powerful guild like HM couldn't crush the pride of the boss. Seeing Ugin's demeanor at that time, Sung-gu could only wonder silently. Did he refuse the HM Guild for that reason? Going back to the present, he sat there smiling excitedly. What does the reason matter? We will soon achieve the dream we've always longed for. Sung-gu told himself that, from now on, he had to trust and support the boss. At this moment, a sales staff approached with a stack of documents. Sir, have you been waiting long? He sat down, took out a pen and paper, and asked, do you want to sign the contract now? Without hesitation, Sung-gu immediately agreed. Sure. Let's move to the coffee shop. A voice from inside echoes out. First of all, I sincerely apologize for what happened yesterday. The two of you sit there. And he continues. You had a bit of a disagreement with Zeon-hee. Right. Yujin replied. Yeah. Or Zeon-hai. Do you remember her expression? And ask. Oh. That red-haired girl, Sang-ho explains. Yes. She's my younger sister. But she's very hot-tempered. He smiled and continued. The girl cares deeply about our guild. So if anything too serious happens, I will compensate you fully. Yujin asked directly. I don't need any compensation or anything. What is the real reason you're looking for me? Sang-ho maintained his calm attitude and replied. You're quite humble. He looked serious and honestly said, I have been observing you all this time, and your incredible speed in clearing dungeons is something you can't achieve at a company F. With that speed, your skill level must be at least at the car company level. Sang-ho affirmed, and I am sure you will go even further soon. Yujin paused for a moment. Then, after pulling out the Hammer Guild emblem, he showed up with the Warang Guild emblem, and continued to ask directly. So basically you want to recruit me? Right. At this moment, he finally made his request. Please join our guild. I promise I will help you train using the methods that best suit your skills. Yujin, are you wondering if my method suits my skills best? Then he smiled challengingly and asked, so if I beat you, will you hand over the leadership to me? Sang-ho still calmly replied, just as the rumors said. Your confidence really is no joke. He smiled and continued. But I lead the Warang Guild, not just with my awakening strength, because my B rank is nothing compared to the A rankers, Sang-ho confidently said in front of Yujin's doubtful eyes. So even if you beat me, I wouldn't see it as a real achievement. He immediately stood up and left. Then I'm no longer interested. Goodbye. He sat there and asked, Yujin, why do you think the dungeons appeared? Sang-ho calmly said that it has been 5 years since that dungeon incident. And even now, they remain an unsolved mystery. He continued his story. But every year the dungeons kept expanding and more dangerous monsters began to appear. However, humanity is not cautious at all with these things, and they even started exploiting bloodstones for profit. Yujin nodded quietly. But one thing was certain, Earth and South Korea would be in danger if things continued at this pace. Sang-ho confidently told you that he believes his mission is to gather the awakened to prevent that from happening. He proposed, hoping you could lend us your strength. The scene shifts to the morning at Guild M, with the sound of the clip repeatedly ringing. Min, sitting there anxiously, not daring to move. He looked at Min Chan's expression and thought to himself, oh God, he's already having a hard time this morning. Just then, information appeared on the screen that caught Min's attention. He turned to inform the captain that the two of them had booked a target at entrance 6GA Goa-chan yesterday. He angrily retorted after hearing that. You damn bastard. Huh. Why is he already targeting him again so early in the morning? So annoying. He stood there muttering to himself, thinking he was clever and confident, but no matter how good he was only a Class C. Hyo-min added, "Captain, this is a 4G grade bunker." This makes Min Chan choke on his coffee. He immediately rushes over to see what's going on. Are they still only booking tickets for just the two of them? Min Chan's eyes froze in disbelief. These bastards. Have they gone crazy? If it's just to support or extract blood crystals, it's possible. But no fake F-rank awakener would dare step into a 4G abandoned bunker. We have a 4G bunker nearby. Right, Min replied. Yes. It's Route D11G inside the corridor. Min Chan continued. They are right next to each other. Just try changing the previous information to that basement. He looked over and asked curiously, still not giving up. Huh. Min Chan bitterly replied. You idiot. Give up on that monkey. This time I will definitely catch them. If you want to catch something, you have to cast the net at the right moment. The scene shifts to inside the BMW. Music plays, and Sungwoo, driving, comments that this car is so smooth. He smiled and said, I prepared this one because waiting for you with that small car would be a waste. Woojin also asked loudly, what's this called? Randall. This makes him a bit confused. Is he from another world or something? And he doesn't know what BMW is. Sungwoo cheerfully confirms, and I will continue to serve you with all my heart. Woojin nodded, satisfied, and said, then both of them moved to the prearranged location when a voice rang out. What are you doing in the dungeon forcing the awakening level? There are only two of you after all. Sungwoo. Stop explaining. We already said it's okay. We came here because we are confident we can conquer it. But the supervisor immediately dismisses it. I told you it's not allowed. He still tried to persuade us. We won't hold you responsible. Just let us in. The supervisor insisted firmly. If you want to destroy yourself, go to the Han River. Why come here? No means no. It's the rule. Sungwoo stood there, worried and unable to argue, then sadly turned back toward Woojin. Sungwoo hesitantly scratched his head and said, it's no use. They said, we will never be allowed in. I'm sorry. I should have researched more before coming, he replied gently. Fine. I'll go to the management office to refresh and find a blazing dungeon in this area. Just then, Min Chan stepped forward and said, we meet again here. He walks over with Min, smiling. Very compatible. Sorry, but may I ask what you guys are planning to do? And if possible, I'd like to lend a hand. Can Min Chan's eyes look sincere but calculating? Woojin replied honestly. That's a coincidence. You lean on your hip and ask, what can you do to help me move closer to Wachun Station? The Wachun main station is the Bokbon dungeon. Min Chan said, surely you don't know that only a class attack force can enter the Bokbon dungeon. He pointed towards the dungeon. This is the Bokbon dungeon managed by our guild. We prepared the reservation in advance, so you can use it freely. Woojin was a bit suspicious. You're too kind. Nothing in this world is free. Min Chan smiled and replied, I was just expressing my goodwill. I will handle the level adjustment, so feel free to conquer it. You step towards it. If he's as kind as that, I will gratefully accept his offer, he replied politely. You are very generous. Please wait a moment before entering. I have prepared a gift for both of you. Woojin wondered. Does he still prepare things like that? Min Chan turned around to reply. Please wait a moment. The coffin has already been opened. He looked inside and muttered, nothing in this world is free. Min Chan chuckled to himself, knowing that even without asking for anything, every favor comes with a debt. If you treat someone to a meal, they'll feel obliged to return the favor next time. He silently calculated that even if he was an awakened with strange potential, he was just a naive 4-year-old. And Woojin, you are already in my hands. Heyman approached to chat. He's completely different from yesterday. Woojin immediately asked, how so? He answered honestly. It was hard to start a conversation with you yesterday. Woojin explained. I was in a bad mood yesterday, thinking to myself that my mind was a mess when I thought about Shanette. Heyman smiled and said, you seem to be someone who works based on your mood. And today, your mood looks very good. Maybe we should go for a drink later. Woojin cheerfully replied. Sure. Let's do that. Just this one sentence made him secretly proud. Calm down. I will make you sign a contract to become a Hwarang Guild asset within 2 years. Woojin, you will join Guild M. Right. Heyman, without hesitation, suggested. I know a really good place. Let's go check it out. Woojin, curious, asked. Where is it? Sungwoo here quickly responded. These guys must have mistaken us. Even if they come a few more times, they'll never join. A moment later, Min Chan returned, looked around, and then froze. Min Chan approached and asked where they went. Heyman replied, they went into the dungeon. Hearing that, he angrily asked the person nearby, Have they already entered the dungeon? Didn't I say I would go get the fruit for them? Heyman explained. Since he's waiting here until they finish the dungeon, why not give it to them when they come out? And his bag suddenly dropped to the ground. Heyman widened his eyes and exclaimed, "This is a survival boost kit. Inside the bag are the essential tools for conquering the dungeon." Minchan asked quietly, "How much do those rookie levelers know about high-level dungeons when they want to challenge a level 4 dungeon?" He started to worry. The recommended level for conquering a level 4 dungeon is D. With the team leader at C, Minchan guessed that Ujin was only a nominal higher rank. But judging by his speed in conquering the level 3 dungeon, he probably had the ability to defeat the monsters in the level 4 dungeon. However, the setup of high-level dungeons from 4 to 6 is fundamentally different from lower-level dungeons. If they go in without any information or survival gear, even high-level awakeners won't be able to return safely. He clutches his head in regret. We made a mistake. We wanted to show good intentions, but ended up pushing them to their death. Inside the dungeon, Ujin sarcastically said, "Is this really a level 4 dungeon? The monsters aren't that strong." Sungwoo replied, "I'm not sure anymore." He looked at the pile on the ground and continued, "Could it be that its difficulty is lower than average?" Ujin stood there and added, "Very possible. Search. Return stone." The dungeon space suddenly became unusually silent. You wonder what? No return stones. Sungwoo turned in shock. Impossible. Ujin rubbed his chin, thinking that his search skill level was too low. Then you asked to go back and look again, and the two of them continued walking through the dark dungeon. Ujin looked confused, wondering what was happening here. Sungwoo looked up and said, "The entrance is up there." He straightened himself and asked, "What is that?" Ujin was also drawn to it. Above the stairs, another gate appeared in front of the two of them. He looked up in wonder. "Is this why the stone portal back didn't appear? Do we have to go through it?" Ujin smiled again. "I was just thinking it was too easy. Turns out this is only the beginning." The two of them stepped through the gate into a dense forest-like area, and Ujin froze in surprise at what lay before him. "Are we being transported to another dimension?" Sungwoo suddenly called out to him in a deep voice. Ujin looked over and saw him not wearing clothes, and immediately snapped. "What are you doing?" Ujin whispered. "Why are you taking your clothes off? You're blind anyway," Sungwoo muttered in response. "I'm also trembling. Only now do you realize that only our bodies have been transported." A loud roar echoes from behind the forest, causing the birds to scatter in fear. The two stand there, one worried and the other excited. Ujin crossed his arms and confirmed that this is really just the beginning of the 4th-level dungeon. Then, Ujin took out the clothing for both of them to wear. Sungwoo looked at him with curiosity and asked how many skills he had. Remembering that Ujin had already given him clothes and asked him to wear proper attire first, Sungwoo now thought to himself, "I think he can handle this situation, but I have no idea what he's been doing all this time." Meanwhile, Ujin was still staring at the screen in front of him, lost in thought. "I calculated that I am now level 10. Thanks to the additional transferred skills, my stats are even higher than those of other normal level 10 players. Even if I have to face the 4-star dungeon, it's still very difficult." Inside Raki's dungeon, the ghost's skills are not enough at all. If the number of enemies is small, Ujin can still defeat them easily, even without preparation. A series of notifications appeared, revealing the warrior's unique skill. You have acquired the Direct Strike Warrior. You have absorbed the warrior's fury. You have embraced the leap forward. You have accepted the acceleration. You have taken the steel blow. You hold the steel staff in your hand and start preparing to fight. How strong is level 31? I wonder. Scene shifts outside the dungeon. At the entrance, Minchan stood there with his hand on the barrier and said, "This barrier still hasn't disappeared. They've been inside for quite a while now." Heeman wondered how long they would hold out, whether they could fight that crocodile. He frowned and asked again. With bare hands, Heeman only then realized that the survival supplies were still here. A high-level dungeon will not allow anyone to bring any belongings from Earth. The only items allowed through the dungeon system gate are those belonging to that specific dungeon. Minchan calmly said that even if they could defeat that crocodile, they would still face a bigger problem of food and supplies. Inside the dungeon, a massive shockwave erupted, causing dust and debris to fly everywhere and trees to be thrown into the air. Sungwoo anxiously announces, "Hey! Something is coming." A giant crocodile rushes out from the dust. Your steps are agile, stomping the ground to attack. Then Ujin jumps into the air above the crocodile. You marvel. So this is the warrior's instinct. Then why not try experiencing how a level 31 crocodile opens its mouth upwards? Outside, Min Chan was still worried, even in the Amazon rainforest. Survival would be very difficult without those essentials. This dungeon's danger level is much higher. Hai Min beside him looked a bit disappointed. As they say, avoiding the shell only to meet the coconut. Meanwhile, another skewer of grilled meat sizzled over the red flames. The clean food and skewered meat in Sungwoo's hand. He eats while smiling and commenting. "This is so delicious," Ujin replied. "Crocodile meat is a delicacy. Defeating it and grilling it like this is incredibly delicious. Try it and see. Eating crocodile meat with beer is the best." Sungwoo finishes his beer, his face flushing, and says this is also really good. Ujin looks at his younger brother with a fond gaze. Outside, Haimin's voice rang out. "Captain, they've been inside for quite a while. He's wondering if, after all this time, we can be sure they're still alive in that forest." Min-chan replied that if it was just a crocodile, he could use some healing skill to lure it away. But even then, it wouldn't be enough to cross the swamp. Haimin sighed worriedly and mentioned that the swamp keeps appearing in the jungle over time, making it a death trap for melee fighters. Because your front foot sinks into the swamp, you have to fight the entire herd of Kihoko and deal with the giant South American anaconda at the same time. Sungwoo urgently warns. He's up there. Only Hong Sungwoo is ranged, and his fireballs won't be strong enough to stop the onslaught from the Kihoko swarm. The two of them look down with worry, lamenting together how difficult it is. In the dungeon, fireballs are being launched. The target is the Kihoko on the trees. Ujin-ho eagerly charges up and burns them all. Sungwoo was amazed inside. He also had that skill. As in front of the two were a group of skeleton mages wielding staffs. The information about the dry fog mage's resurrection, using the essence of a monster to create a resurrection object for a dry fog mage. Under level 10. Mana, 20. Outside, Min-chan is eating a bowl of noodles while waiting. 2. Min beside him. Worried. "Captain, it's been 4 hours. Do you think they can get through that dungeon and come out?" He replied calmly. "I don't know either. Monsters aren't the only danger in a high-level dungeon. That place is full of different plants, animals, and insects compared to Earth." Min-chan asked again. "How much do you think they will learn about the ecosystem over there?" Two men exclaimed. "Oh no. If they happen to eat a poisonous plant," Min-chan calmly replied, "then they are definitely doomed." Over here, Sungwoo is holding a juicy red fruit, ready to eat. After taking a bite, he sighed and said, "Eating mountain fruits is truly wonderful. Very sweet." Ujin kept quiet. "If you didn't cook that fruit and just ate it like that, you'd definitely die." Sungwoo quickly spat it out, and then complained. "I should have told you earlier." Sungwoo turned and asked, "But how did I know about these things?" He replied, "Then there's no need to worry. I was just thinking to myself, how would I know? Since this place is just like the one I've lived in for 20 years. Outside the dungeon, night had fallen, and Min was still sitting there asking, "But Captain, why do you keep trying to get Kang Woo-jin to join us? Our guild isn't really interested in that." He sighed softly and replied, Min, I've never doubted my judgment once." Min chuckled and said, "You're looking for awakening candidates with potential, right? Do you believe that Park Jin-gu is a highly potential awakener and that we should recruit him into our guild?" Min-chan affirmed. "That's right. And now I am also confident that Kang Woo-jin is stronger than Park Jin-gu," which surprised Min a little stronger than Park Jin-gu. The two of them sat there chatting. Yes. It would be a great loss for humanity if he didn't join Guild M. Losing an awakener like him would be a huge blow. Min replied. "I just hope he can make it back alive." "Captain. I never thought the captain would have to think so much." Then he stood up happily and said, "Let's pray together, he will surely survive." Min-chan replied, "But it's very difficult." This made Min freeze and worry. He continued, saying that the guardian of the teleportation stone is a very formidable opponent. Min thought to himself, I mean, who doesn't know about that? We just need to pray for him to come back alive. Min-chan gently ruffled his hair and said, "Maybe he's about to die." Min frowned. "This person. Can you not be so pessimistic?" Inside the dungeon, the two have crossed the forest and reached a drier land. Sungwoo widened his eyes and looked ahead, saying, "That's the teleportation stone." In front of them, the glowing stone hovered above a structure that looked like an altar. Sungwoo stepped toward it, finally reaching this strange place. Immediately, Woo-jin grabbed his collar and pulled him back. The ground in front of them suddenly collapsed, revealing a trap below. Sungwoo, terrified, exclaimed, "It's a trap, I might die." He turned and sighed. "Thank you." Woo-jin's eyes were now intensely focused. Seeing that, Sungwoo also turned his head to look, and asked, "What are you looking at?" Woo-jin was startled and amazed when he saw that thing. "This bunch of brain demons with sharp, decayed teeth." Woo-jin quietly says, "This is a bit unexpected. Aren't these brain demons from Anfen?" In front of the two, there are brain warriors and witches ranging from level 41 to 45. In the society of Anfen, there are humans, monsters, goblins, beastmen, and other races. The demon brains are among them, but why are they inside the secret realm? Wu Jin stood there silently, lost in thought for a moment. Then he directly looked at them and asked what they were doing here. His attitude shocked Sunggu and all the other ox. The brains behind the group chatter excitedly in their language. One of them stepped forward and asked, "Who are you? And how can a human speak our language?" Wu Jin responds in the language of the insects, unbothered, and asks again, "What are you doing here?" The man calmly replies, "We have lost our homeland." He asked again, "Did the demon Chan-et invade it?" He replied, "Yes." After a piece of balance disappeared, Chan-et became the master of that place. "We are here because of the contract with him." The response made Wu Jin freeze, and he repeated his words. The contract. The axe in the hand of the orc is raised high into the sky. He swings down firmly, declaring that based on this pact, the earth now belongs to us. After listening, Wu Jin laughed and replied, "Earth has never belonged to Chan-et. That contract is useless." Then he drew his weapon. Daring to invade this place, how bold. The leader orders the warriors to advance and defeat the enemy. The entire horde immediately obeys and rushes towards the two, with Wu Jin focusing intensely, ready to fight. The large number of monsters charges forward aggressively despite Wu Jin's calm. As the scene shifts outside the dungeon, Henmin looks and says, "Captain, it doesn't seem feasible. 6 hours and 20 minutes have already passed." Min Chan stroked his chin and replied that a day had passed in the secret realm, which meant he thought they had completed an A4-level secret realm with just the two of them. Hen Min suddenly exclaimed, "The countdown is gone. Min Chan, please pray. Don't stay there. I beg you. He's really worried and waiting. Go outside. Please survive and come back." Man Chan has now disappeared. The dark stairs of the train station sink deep below. After waiting for a while, everything remains silent. And Min speaks up. "They still haven't come out. I think this might be too much for them." Min Chan breathes out and requests, "Let's pack up. We should use a cart to gather everything." But what was in front of him made him change his mind. Min Chan saw two people walking up with a bunch of stuff in their hands and immediately exclaimed, "Ujin." He was excited, congratulating everyone on their safe return. Ujin smiled and asked, "Why do you look so happy?" Then, their car drove off down the road. Ujin's voice echoing, "We really don't need the rescue team. But that attack gear is pretty good." You looked at the list, and then asked, "Wow. The prices are so high. We can't get it." Sunggu smiled and replied, "I knew it. You told me to remember to bring it next time." "Sunggu," he said with a bitter smile, secretly thinking about Min's obsession with excavating blood crystals, but also having to deal with monster corpses. The dream of becoming a fire mage is gradually slipping away. Something outside catches Ujin's attention. Sunggu curious, "What's going on, brother?" You look at the couple outside and then reply, "That's Xe Min. Let's go to their place." As they talk, a loud call suddenly rings out, "Xe Min," and he looks over in surprise, seeing Ujin sitting in the car and waving at him. Xe Min was a bit surprised and called out in English. The girl next to him looked a bit confused, and Ujin asked, "Are you dating your girlfriend?" And Xe Min explained, "No. She's my older sister." Then he introduced himself. "Miss, this is the brother who helped me. I told you about him." Hearing this, she hesitated and asked, "You are Kang Ujin, right?" Seeing that she recognized him, he felt a bit nervous. Cut to the Hammer headquarters, where a person holding a piece of paper says, "Vice President." He asks, "Is he worth us doing all this?" Just then, a beep sounded, and a voice announced, "Chairman, Vice Chairman Park Jin-gu is here." He stepped in and said, "Captain Dung, you're here too." Min Chan immediately left and replied, "Yes, I am preparing now. Please continue the discussion." Jin-gu wondered, "What's going on with Captain Dung? I also have no idea. It seems he found a fake soul, and now he's asking me about giving the vice president position to that guy." He said upon hearing that, "If Captain Dung has requested it, then we must seize that fake soul orb user by any means necessary." He wondered why we needed to do that. This guy has been obsessed with finding talented people lately. Anyone he recruits is useless. "Captain Dung, you're really lucky to trust him." Jin-gu sighed and said, "Don't be too hard on him." Jun crossed his arms and asked back, "Whatever. But more importantly, what does the other side think now?" He replied that the rumor seems to be true based on how they returned. So we can be sure that someone new is at the Titan Guild. He frowned, thinking that the rumor might be true, that someone had left the secret realm and moved to another place, while the long-haired girl stood by the door looking out at the city at night. Her image appears on the screen along with someone's voice asking, "How is she?" The supervisor responds, "Nothing has changed. She cannot understand our language and keeps repeating strange words. That person reports that it seems to be a defect caused by injury. Ding-kun, leading the Titan team, responds, I understand. In any case, she is an important factor in uncovering the secret of the mysterious realm. Find a way to treat her so we can communicate. The staff immediately obeyed. Yes, Captain. He furrowed his brow, thinking, it's been 5 years since the secret realm appeared. Will we uncover its secrets, over here? The girl is still speaking that strange language. She placed her hand on the glass, hesitating before saying a word Jin. Then she spoke aloud the name Kang Woo Jin. Inside the old building, a few rooms still have their lights on. The scene shifts to a study lamp still burning. On the calendar, many dates are circled and marked. And although it's late at night, someone is still studying in the room. Jin sat studying while sighing anxiously, thinking maybe I'm overthinking it. Nothing bad will happen. Right. He recalls the afternoon scene and feels even more confused. I can't understand what he's thinking anymore. Woo Jin, sitting friendly in the car, looks up and invites. We're planning to go for barbecue. Want to come along? The scene shifts to a nighttime barbecue restaurant. And as you take a sip of your drink, you're pleasantly surprised to find out that Ji-won is Jimin's sister. Woo Jin kept praising her, saying that after 20 years, no, 5 years, she still looked so beautiful. And she quickly waved her hands in surprise, asking what he meant. She didn't have that. But hearing that, you couldn't help but laugh and praise her. You're so modest. Hey Sung-woo. She used to be the most famous girl in our school. Maybe half of the guys in our class liked her. He also had to join in the praise, saying, oh, she must have been a stunning beauty back then. And Ji-won shyly waved her hand to explain that it wasn't that exaggerated. Woo Jin blushed as he remembered his past crush. I was also among those half of the boys. Her image in my eyes has always been bright, lively, beautiful, and friendly to everyone. Ji-won lowered her face in embarrassment and asked, is Woo Jin always this eloquent? Suddenly, he turned around with a curious look. But why are you wearing a hat? Did you forget to wash your hair? She was a bit startled and stammered to explain, yeah, I just like wearing hats. Sung-woo also felt a bit awkward as he looked away while drinking. I know the boss is very straightforward after all. Seeing that, Woo Jin suggested with a smirk. It looks uncomfortable. Why don't you just take it off? But Ji-won shyly shook her head and declined. It's okay, I'm fine. Even the guy sitting next to her was surprised by her behavior. But how could he say that to a young lady? Then Sung-woo suddenly widened his eyes, froze, and gaped, realizing at last could it be that my older brother has never been on a date before. But Woo Jin at this moment paid no attention and continued enjoying his food. This steak is really delicious. Sung-woo also had to helplessly accept the truth. It seems the boss's words to her were entirely in good faith, but he himself looked around and realized that the atmosphere shouldn't become so awkward. To break the awkward silence, Sung-woo suggested that we, him, and her play a game. Hearing that, you were a bit surprised and emphasized, huh, just playing around. But he immediately stressed the importance of the game. How can you skip the games when going out drinking? Woo Jin still looked coldly and glanced over, wondering why they suddenly stopped playing. After a lively round of drinking and singing, a duck spread its wings. Sung-woo picks up the bottle to sing, saying that those guys and their readers are a bunch of cheap, trashy fools. He heated up, took off his shirt, and kept singing. Oh winter, please be snow so it can fall and shatter the heads of Nettle and its readers. I can't take it anymore. Woo Jin, annoyed, reminding Sung-woo, why didn't you sit down before I knocked your head off? Then he turned his face toward the table and sighed. It seems Woo Jin is looking at Ji-won with her head down. She's completely drunk. Suddenly, Ji-won, lying there, moved slightly, and her hat gently fell off her head onto the table. Sung-woo suddenly stared intently. He couldn't believe his eyes and kept rubbing them. Maybe I'm so drunk I'm seeing things. The blonde girl who just entered quickly started gossiping. Hey, did you see that girl's head? It looks like she might have a burn or something. After looking closely for a while, Sung-woo now felt shy and hesitant. Big brother. It seems like the head of the elder sister. Woo Jin, hearing that, also looked down with tears in his eyes, realizing the scar on Ji-won's forehead was exposed without a hat. But he didn't care much and reached out for the hat. Tisk. What are they gossiping about? Woo Jin calmly put the hat back on Ji-won and confidently said, so what? She's still very beautiful. Then he immediately turned around and urged him to finish his drink and go home. And he quickly responded and followed suit. Yes. The scene shifts back to the sister's apartment. Early in the morning, Ji-won slowly opens her eyes, rubs her head. Ugh. My head hurts so much. She sits up and turns her head around in surprise. This is it. Jae-min, standing in the kitchen, turned around and asked, "Oh, you're awake." Huh, she was suddenly startled and confused. "Oh, you're back home. How did you get back?" He turned back to explain and urged her on. "Did you forget? Wu Jin took you home that night. Wash your face. I made some soup already." Ji-won also got out of bed and went to the bathroom. She looked at herself in the mirror, confused and unable to believe it. I slept without taking off my hat." Suddenly, Ji-won opened her eyes wide in surprise, and a fleeting image of herself from last night appeared in her mind. Ji-won remembered that Wu Jin had carried her home himself. She stared blankly at her scar in the mirror. He saw it too. "I was attacked by a monster. From the explosion in the dungeon 5 years ago." Ji-won looked at the scar, recalling the painful memories from the past. And the result was this scar. She looked at that flaw with overwhelming insecurity. "I don't want him to see it at all. I just want him to see me as I was back in school." But suddenly, Ji-won remembered Wu Jin's words. "So what? She's still very beautiful." Her lips slightly parted in surprise. Ji-won holds her hat in her hand and bows her head, her heart pounding. The scene shifts back to their high school, with the loud voices shouting as the teacher looks down in confusion, asking whose turn it is to take the duty today. Wu Jin heard this and raised his hand to call out, "Me." Then the teacher asked the second person on duty, "All right. Wu Jin and, I see." Suddenly, a small hand raised high, and you saw that person also looked confused as they turned their face. Ji-won also spoke up to clearly report that, "Sir, after seeing that, the teacher told the two of you a few words. So after everyone left, you two should start cleaning up." After cleaning up, Wu Jin locked the door and she stood behind, approaching to ask nervously if they had forgotten anything. He turned back and replied vaguely, "Yeah." Ji-won looked on quietly, seeming contemplative. On the way home, she suddenly turned to share honestly, "Wu Jin, you're a bit slow. Just like my little brother. No matter what I say, he only responds with a, but after hearing that, Wu Jin only responded with a sound. "Huh. What did your teacher say?" Wu Jin said happily. "Finally in the second semester, we can talk to each other. Let's talk more from now on." Suddenly she turned around and said, "Well, I have something to tell you. Can you come over here for a moment?" Wu Jin was a bit surprised and wondered what's going on. She leaned close to his ear to speak. But at this moment, BB was kneeling down to wake Wu Jin. "Master. Wake up. Master. Did you sleep well?" Meow. You open your eyes feeling extremely uncomfortable. And Wu Jin, not in a good mood, guesses and checks. "BB. Did you cast a spell on me while I was sleeping?" The scene shifts to the spacious hotel lobby. And as you step out, Sungwoo asks about how you slept. Wu Jin didn't answer but sat down and asked again, "So you're still looking for a 4-star dungeon?" "Right," he quickly nodded to confirm. "Yes, sir." Sungwoo continued typing carefully. "I'm trying to find one." His face shows clear tension. "But there aren't many 4-star dungeons. And they all belong to the major guilds. So it's really hard to find them." He looked up and sighed, wondering what to do. Maybe we should just go back to the 3-star dungeons. After a moment of looking up at the ceiling, Wu Jin realizes, He takes out his phone and dials a familiar number. "There's a way." Wu Jin smiles with amusement and mimics dialing. A tense voice comes from inside the phone saying, "I'll be there right away. Please wait a moment." But you hurriedly set a specific time. 15 minutes. "That's all I can wait." And the person on the other end is also in a rush to come over. Sungwoo listened and waited, then wondered, "Big brother, who did you just call?" But Wu Jin asked back about the implication. "Who do you think it is?" You pick up the phone with a sly smile and suggest that someone will give you everything unconditionally. After a while, the door suddenly opened, and Min Chan hurried inside in a panic. "Wu Jin." You turned your face away with a satisfied smile. "You're quick on your feet." He panting and sweating, asking if he could help with anything after apologizing for making you wait so long. After a while, Min Chan sat down and turned on his computer. "Oh. You're looking for a 4-star dungeon." Dungeon forums are quite common, but not very professional. He looked at him with a determined and confident gaze, saying, "Wait a moment." Sungwoo glanced at the screen with curiosity. "Oh. Is this an exclusive guild program?" Min Chan simply nodded in confirmation. He typed on the computer while explaining clearly that each guild's support team specializes in these areas. He was surprised to hear that and said, "Oh." Min Chan's eyes welled up and started to invite. "So did you two spend the night at this hotel yesterday? Just join our guild, and you can stay at any hotel you like." He even enthusiastically offered an additional condition. "Of course, if you prefer a house, we can provide one for free. Isn't it great?" Sungwoo glanced over and sighed. Realizing he's inviting again, Wu Jin just burst out laughing happily and said, "Sounds good. Then, Min Chan turned the screen to introduce. These are the 4-star dungeons available for booking today. Wu Jin suddenly leaned in closely to observe and said, "Oh, you managed to book it." Then he also chuckled happily and praised, "Wow. A convenient guild indeed." With detailed information clearly displayed on the screen, the system secretly books guild dungeons. Dungeon. Route 2 Ga Seoul School. Route 6 Ga Suseol. Route 5, Kwankook University. Route 4 Gajaksu. 4-star ranking. Min Chan puffed out his chest and complimented him. "You're too kind." Then the scene shifts to the street outside. A staff member approaches to report the situation. "Captain, I've scheduled it already." He waves his hand in satisfaction and praises. "Good. Very well done." Suddenly, Min Chan turned around with a bright smile and teasingly asked Wu Jin, "There's still some time before the happy hour. Do you want to make some tea together then?" He even added a condition to make it more tempting. "If needed, I can give you a guide to the basement before we go in. It should be able to extract quite a bit." You nod enthusiastically and agree quickly. "Oh, that's good then." Min Chan leans in close and emphasizes that these are high-quality information collected by our guild. You can trust him. But hearing Wu Jin only say a few words to brush it off. "Oh, I'm so excited." Suddenly Sunggu turned to look at Tramchu and exclaimed excitedly, "The dungeon is restarting." Sunggu watched, fascinated, and then admitted this was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. Min Chan was surprised to hear that. Then he hurriedly turned back and urged, "Come on. Min, quickly contact the guild now." He immediately took out his phone to get in touch. "Yes, sir. The dungeon on the other side is still in progress." Wu Jin is also focusing in that direction, wondering about restarting the dungeon. After a while, reporters appeared at the dungeon, and guards and everyone hurriedly prepared to respond. In front of the dungeon, there is a warning sign placed, and the light from inside the dungeon has dimmed somewhat, but he still keeps his eyes fixed on it. Min Chan also sighs softly now, then responds that it seems this mine has already been completed. He turns around to start explaining in detail that dungeons are usually divided into 3 stages. Min Chan introduces the stage that is perhaps the quietest. The first stage being the mine. He then continues to mention the recent stage, which is the reactivation. Min Chan summarizes the final dangerous stage, which is the fracture phase. He recaps the characteristics of this stage, noting that the previous dungeons you entered are called mines. Min Chan also briefly explained the construction process, which involves tunnels that have been completed once before, after which normal monsters will be summoned back. He emphasized that the duty of people like Ujin and the illusionists is to go into the mine and extract blood crystals like miners. Min Chan mainly explained that the mining phases usually last 2 to 3 months, but once they end, they restart and become a new tunnel. As you can see, Route number 6 at Seoul University has now been reactivated. He turned to emphasize the situation clearly. Now, many guilds are heading here, aiming to be the first to complete it. And as for the dungeon cracking, hearing this, Ujin suddenly interrupted. "Enough already. You correctly deduced the main reason. So this basement is unclaimed." "Right." Min Chan also confidently confirms the information. "Yes. In other words, it's the basement searching for an owner." Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and realized, and only then did Min Chan turn his face to guess the intent. "Are you planning to try completing it yourself?" Ujin said straightforwardly about his intention. "Why not?" Knowing that intention, he quickly stopped him. "No. The monsters in the first conquest round are much more dangerous than the usual monsters in the dungeon. Let the guilds handle them. You cross your arms and openly call them out, implying your guild just wants to keep a monopoly on these dungeons." But Min Chan quickly shakes his head. "I didn't mean it that way." After a while, he finally emphasized that according to the regulations, individuals are also allowed to conquer them, but only after the energy sources of the dungeons have been remeasured. Upon hearing that, Ujin asked back curiously. "Energy?" Min Chan looked away and explained. "Yes, that's the energy they emit during reactivation." "Oh, they're measuring it now. It's what determines the star rating of each dungeon." He also clearly indicated the tier levels, with 4-star dungeons for rank C, 5-star for rank B, and only awakened individuals of rank A are allowed to enter 6-star dungeons. After listening for a while, he stroked his chin and asked curiously, "You said I'm class C, right?" Ujin smiled with a mischievous grin. "So I'm allowed to go down if it's a 4-star dungeon?" "Right." A clear announcement sounds from the bulletin board, indicating this is a 5-star dungeon. He glances down with obvious displeasure. "Damn it." Min Chan, standing behind, keeps trying to persuade him. "I think you should give up now and stop trying to conquer this." Suddenly, everyone turned their heads at once. Hum saw 3 more people approaching, each of them amazed and excited. "Wow. Look at that. They're here already. So fast." He is also observing and surely making a guess. This tunnel will belong to the Hoa Jiang Guild. Ujin, curious, quickly turns her face to reveal her. She is. Going back to the past. You should remember that Gaeseon Hai was the one who stepped on me. So you'd better not show off your Basu skills anymore. Ujin smiled and silently vowed. I won't let this go easily. The three of them stopped after a while, and he pretended to be very familiar as he approached to hug them, returning the A-rank fake awakeners. So this basement will be completed in no time. She also quickly recognized the person in front of her, especially Ujin. Gaeseon Hai was about to call out his name. Tien stepped closer and said with a smile. So this is an A-class fake awakener. Your gear looks impressive. She sneered dismissively and warned. I don't think this place suits you. This is a male dungeon. So don't get in my way anymore. Go away. Ujin also didn't get angry. Just let out a sigh and said a few joking words to lighten the mood. Come on. Don't be so harsh anymore. Just let them take a quick look. Ujin reached out and turned her around, not even showing any wear. But Gaeseon Hai was suddenly furious when touched. You little punk. Do you think you're touching something? Sunggu and Heemin are also returning with water, when suddenly he stops and looks ahead curiously. What's going on that so many people are gathering? Gaeseon Hai was so angry that he threw a punch and asked me to take your dirty hands off me, while Ujin still kept a smile on his face. Suddenly, he accidentally slipped backward, and she only then realized in panic. Wait. Behind him, Ujin let herself fall backward without hesitation, and she emphasized, it's her who pushed me. You know, after you fell down, everyone looked on in shock, and then panic set in. Someone had already fallen into the pit. Sunggu also couldn't believe it, sweating as he watched. Big brother. Inside, it's scorching hot and dry, and beneath the ground are golden deserts. Ujin stepped inside, looking around. Last time it was the tropical forest. Now it's a desert. He quietly and carefully entered the desert. Suddenly, Ujin was thrown straight up into the air, its mouth open as it was carried from below the dune to the top. You jump up high, still keeping your composure. That was quite a friendly act. But what you're trying to say is that the 5-star dungeon is very different. Then Ujin swung his sword down with a shout. Sweat dripping. He jumped and laughed joyfully, showing disdain. Even so, monsters are just monsters. What's the difference anyway? But right after that, its body suddenly reassembled, surprising Ujin, the tiger, seeing no problem, wiped the sweat from his brow and stopped being hostile. What the heck? From all sides, Ujin was surrounded by them. Oh no. They were like giant worms swallowing him whole. But after a while, there was still no further movement. Suddenly Ujin shouted and used his power to transform. Its body was cut into pieces and fell to the ground, breaking the encirclement with a more confident look. Today I leveled up after defeating the brain monsters. I faced even more dangerous situations before. The system notification arrived with the reward. A level 20 transformation form of the warrior's weapon, Thorn. Suddenly, Ujin turned to look carefully, as if something like a boulder was rolling towards him. He turned his face expectantly, wondering what's next. Ujin tightly grips his spear and then throws it with all his might straight ahead, causing a loud explosion at that spot. Suddenly, they change direction and roll back toward Ujin, who quickly reacts, raises his hand to command. Go. Fortress wall. Immediately after, the system displayed detailed information. Level 20, skill. Knowledge of fortifications. Creating a wall using mist from monster corpses. A huge explosion with dust and smoke billowing up obscures everything, and Ujin struggles to lift his head and step outside. He rubs his head and hair for a while, looking exhausted, then takes out a red potion. He quickly drank the entire potion until it overflowed. After finishing it, Ujin felt extremely refreshed. A 5-star dungeon is truly on a completely different level. The system also clearly reports your physical condition. You have recovered from the state of being heavily poisoned by the long-lasting medicine. The scene shifts outside the dungeon where everyone is still waiting. That guy from the opposing team is looking down on us. But he's been holding out in there for a long time. It's really frustrating. Just give up already. Sunggu, standing opposite, immediately retorted in anger. He's not just holding on in there, he's conquering it. But the opposing team looks skeptical. How can an ordinary guy like him conquer it? That guy is even stubborn enough to mock back. Maybe he's just trying to hold on to his life by hiding inside there. Sunggu, furious, turns his face away, ready to protest. Hey, Ngin Trang is behind you, patting your shoulder to stop you. Come on, Sunggu. We have to trust Woojin and wait for him to come back. He leans against the wall, takes a deep breath to regain his composure, then turns his face with a hint of disbelief and asks, Do you think he can conquer this basement? But Sunggu firmly believed and trusted completely. Of course, the boss will definitely survive and come back. Min-chan stepped closer, reaching out curiously and asking, "Tell us what skills Woojin has." He suddenly turned his face and issued a stern command. "I have nothing to say." He watched closely, but was also helpless. This kid is really stubborn. He hasn't revealed any important information at all. Min-chan turned to look at the dungeon, in case Woojin survived and returned. His face brightened with happiness, meaning South Korea now had an additional A-rank fake awakener. The 11th. Back inside the dungeon, the system notification says you have reached level 27. After a few more hits, the system announces again that you have leveled up to 28. In just a short time, the system announced you leveled up 3 times, reaching level 29. Woojin stuck his spear into the ground and let out a sigh of relief. One more level and he could unlock the new recovery skill. The desert sun is still scorching and unbearably hot. Woojin keeps walking forward persistently. How vast is this desert? I still haven't seen any forested area. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in surprise and amazement, realizing that Woojin had discovered a distant tower, leading to a scene where he ventures deeper inside. In the abandoned city of Grisia, he looked up curiously, sensing no presence of anyone here. Has it really been abandoned? Suddenly, an unexpected attack appeared out of nowhere, and Woojin quickly sensed the danger. He skillfully dodged to the side to avoid the blow, covering his face with a look of annoyance. "Who the hell is it?" Immediately after, a voice responded, and it was Naga, who, with a fierce expression, asked accusingly, "Who are you, and what gives you the right to desecrate this sacred temple?" At this moment you still haven't fully understood what's happening. The temple. Huh. Now Woojin finally recognizes this temple. Ah. I see. No wonder it looks so familiar. So it turns out to be the shrine of the goddess Arya. Hearing the familiar name, Naga was surprised and asked again, "Do you know the goddess Arya?" In the middle of the conversation, you suddenly turn around and wonder why Arya's followers are invading Earth. Could it be that Shinette has defeated Arya? Hearing that, he was extremely angry and demanded, "Don't drag our goddess into this. We only teamed up with Shinette a little to punish the heretics." Woojin was surprised and asked back, "The heretics?" Naga also quickly confirmed without hesitation. "Yes." He even boldly declared that we will punish those who betrayed Anfen and fled to Earth. The blindfolded nun. So, from what you've gathered, are you suspecting that the nun is on Earth? Woojin now regularly threatens them. "I don't care if you want to capture or kill that nun, but you are not allowed to touch the Earth. You only show strength when declaring your stance. Just like how you protect your goddess and her temple, I feel the same way about Earth." Naga also raised his weapon politely and respectfully, respecting your wishes. So, he agreed to recall his allies, and then declared, "We will kill them before entering Earth." Woojin turned around and was shocked to realize it was a trap. He looked back and sighed. It's getting cold. Ambushing others is Takama's specialty. Woojin at this point also had to frown and reflect. "I didn't sense their presence at all. At first, I looked up to confirm, but I couldn't sense any presence here. And then I was suddenly attacked unexpectedly." In the end, Woojin also accepted the truth that he might have to rely on their superior stealth skills rather than his pursuit abilities. You look at the overwhelming number of enemies and ponder, with your current skeleton army, fighting them will be very difficult. After some reflection, Woojin decided to use skill points to upgrade the summon skeleton skill to level 20. And immediately, all the skeletons changed. The skeletal figures become more solid and rise higher, immediately equipped with additional weapons. And their appearance now looks even more bizarre. The system sends a notification explaining in detail that the summon skeleton skill has been upgraded to level 20, and the appearance of the skeletons will also change according to their level. Even so, I still have to fight to determine the winner. Naga also started to add a teasing smile. While the monsters on this side initially showed a fierce attitude, the squad of bone soldiers also raised their weapons and swords, clashing together with a loud clang. The battle grew more intense and terrifying. Woojin turned around and saw a sharp spear rushing toward him. He quickly turned his head back to counterattack both sides, when suddenly 3 more things charged from afar. Woojin quickly jumps back to dodge the attack, tense as he turns his head to check. Woojin looked up and saw 3 people hiding, then angrily ordered the bone soldiers to attack. Ordinary skeletons, but he was faster and hid behind the wall. Seeing Woojin's attack, he was extremely furious. He took that opportunity to stab his weapon from behind, dying. But just then, he quickly summoned the protective wall, the stone barrier, and dust billowed across the ground. Woojin glanced cautiously outside, but they showed no intention of giving him any space. You also quickly recognized the clear differences between the two sides, with a significant gap in their levels. But the biggest problem was that their forces were both numerous and strong in close combat. Wu Jin clearly outlines the strengths of the enemy side, especially since they exploit the terrain for both attack and defense, making it difficult for our side to approach them. Wu Jin is starting to fall into a disadvantageous position. It seems both BB and the skeleton soldiers are useless in this situation, although the skeleton soldiers appear to be more useful. So Wu Jin tightly grips his weapon and makes his final decision. With no other options left, the scene shifts back to the real world outside, where a news broadcast is airing. It's been 10 hours since the incident, but the barricades still show no signs of disappearing. Kang, the victim of the explosion, has been confirmed as a level C awakened elder, and there was even a live reporter on the scene. So his survival until now is considered a miracle. The guild leader crossed his arms, watching with suspicion. Does he really come here just to get more fame? He looked on with a furious expression, having given the guild Warang a 5-star dungeon for free and still daring to show his face. Hung, when you come back, I'll scold him properly. At the scene, Minchan handed Anne a bowl of food. Come on, Sunggu, while you wait. Eat something. It takes at least 12 hours to conquer a 5-star bunker. But I don't know the maximum time. He lowered his head in self-blame. Surely the boss is facing many difficulties. Yet I am still sitting here. Finally, Sunggu agreed to take the bowl of black bean paste noodles. Then he made the decision to sit down and eat first. The scene shifts back inside the dungeon, where the skeleton lies sprawled on the ground, and he plunges a sharp weapon directly into its face before pulling it out. Naga stepped closer, sneering as he said, "With just this much, how dare you invade the sacred domain?" But just then, Ujin still kept smiling dismissively. "Yeah, a 5-star dungeon is a bit more complicated than I thought." Hearing that, he half laughed mockingly, still spouting such nonsense. But at that moment, he firmly believed it was no bluff from Ba Hoa. Ujin stood up, smirking proudly as he took out an item. "Look, I've leveled up." Naga was suddenly blinded by a flash of light and covered his eyes. What the hell is this? The surrounding space began to change in a strange way. A giant hand slams down on the ground. Something with enormous muscles rises up. Naga looks up in horror, unable to believe what he's seeing. Seeing it appear, Ujin quickly smiled. "Long time no see. Don Sao." He confidently mounted onto Don Sao. The system also sent a notification to summon a golem. A golem card has been summoned in a designated area. Ujin glanced down with a triumphant expression, and quickly ordered it to attack. Don Soa immediately slams his giant hand onto the ground. He turns back to Hot Hong to call for reinforcements, and the warriors quickly form up into a team. But Ujin didn't hesitate and immediately ordered his subordinates to advance, letting out a fierce and terrifying roar. The other side's group also prepared their weapons and steeled themselves for battle. A major commotion erupted right at the temple. The goddess statue was also damaged as a result. The temple grounds became desolate and abandoned. Ujin stepped forward with even more confidence, now only facing himself. Naga felt fear and clenched his teeth, both scared and furious. "You come closer and challenge me. Besides the number of your followers, is there nothing else you have to show me?" He suddenly burst into flames and roared back into the sky. "You bastard. Catch this." Han no longer bothers with the two kids and charges forward fiercely. "You don't need to say much. Just smile confidently and move on." Ujin raises the hammer, transforms it into a weapon, and uses the Baofeng Kitch skill. Naga seizes the opportunity to strike first and gain the upper hand. Dying, he simply smiled without hesitation and only shouted 2 words to activate a tornado that rose up in the vast desert. And after a while of wreaking havoc, the tornado gradually weakened. Naga was now unable to hold on and collapsed to the ground, continuously coughing up blood and bleeding profusely. Ujin couldn't help but marvel at this pathetic state. Indeed, he's a stubborn one. "You're still trying to prove to me that you're the ultimate clone with a different level, aren't you?" Naga gritted his teeth in extreme anger, never expecting there to be someone so powerful among the Earthlings. Han still hasn't stopped at the abs with the veins bulging, but Naga transformed into a terrifying snake rushing straight at him. It's a critical blow. "I definitely won't die before I finish." But Ujin decisively swung his hammer, smirking disdainfully with a mocking smile, as if there's still talk to be had even at the moment of death. The scene shifts back to the entrance of the ruined gate outside. A large crowd is still sitting there, waiting for news. Sunggu is still focused on eating his bowl of black bean paste noodles. "I'm starving, so eating this now feels so good, even though the situation right now is..." Suddenly, Ujin's voice suddenly rang out, as if giving an order for my part too. He quickly realized it was your voice, Big Brother. Min Chang also couldn't believe the person in front of him. "Ujin." The reporters all rushed straight toward him. "He's there already. Where's the camera? Quickly turn it toward them." Sunggu runs over worriedly asking about the situation. "Boss, are you hurt anywhere?" Ujin calmly and confidently says, I'm fine. Suddenly, he turns to Seon and smirks, enjoying himself. You're still here, huh? Why did you push me into that dungeon? So it's very dangerous. You know, what if something happens, and I end up losing my life in there? She furiously called out Kang Ujin's name, while nearby reporters kept snapping photos, and quickly came up with a headline, marking the appearance of South Korea's fake A-rank awakener. He becomes more confident with a smug face, and the scene shifts back to a large company of the Union. The latest news is still being broadcast on TV. We have updated the information that Kang Ujin, who was pushed into the basement at Gate 6 of Zeon University at 11 a.m. on Friday. The announcer reports that he miraculously survived from the underground tunnel. He can't believe his own footage. What is going on? A regular reporter is asking Ujin to answer our questions and tell us how he managed to survive after being pushed into the A bunker. But being suddenly pushed aside left him stunned and confused. And Mian Tran, during the interview, angrily covered the camera with his hand. He just came out of the 5-star dungeon. We refuse all interviews today. But despite that, the press keeps taking photos. He looks at the TV in disbelief. Damn it. He has completed a 5-star dungeon U on his own, an A-level fake awakening U. During the report, Mian Tran confidently affirmed, yes, I can confirm he is a fake awakening with exceptional talent. But at that moment he strongly rejected it. Since when did I have to make investment decisions based solely on Captain Dung's intuition? You still haven't realized that the fake awakenings you've been collecting lately haven't brought any results. Now that I think about it, I have to admit that Dung Mian Tran's intuition was correct. He is starting to envision a bright future, with the possibility of recruiting Kang Ujin. The HEMM Guild is the first guild in South Korea to have 3 A-rank awakens. He begins to smile with satisfaction, standing up and clenching his fists in delight. Alright. I know Captain Dung will do it. The scene shifts to a luxurious Japanese restaurant. From the dining table, his voice was heard saying that the matter I asked for your help with is still proceeding according to plan. Sang Hokin poured tea to confirm. Of course. Minister, everything is progressing smoothly. He also handed over the cup and emphasized you know already that quite a few people are involved in this. With a confident look, he advised that it's best not to let any unnecessary mistakes happen. Han set the teapot down firmly on the table, saying we handled the preparations perfectly, so don't worry. Hearing that, he chuckled satisfied. Indeed. Sang Ho, the leader of the Lee Sang-ho Guild, I know I can entrust the work to you, and next time, I will definitely reward you generously. Han also respectfully bowed his head sincerely, thanking him. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang again. Sang-ho answered the phone and read the message, feeling extremely surprised. What is it? A grade A. He sitting on the other side noticed his strange expression and wondered, what's going on? But Han could only turn his face and smile brightly. Oh. It's nothing, sir. Sang-ho couldn't believe the truth before his eyes. The more he understood, the more he knew you were different. But he never expected you to reach this level. Han once stood before you and assured you that if things continue this way, the Earth will inevitably perish sooner or later. Sang-ho clearly explains his plan in detail. I am gathering the awakened to prevent that from happening. That is my duty. Han turns to face us with hope and asks if you could lend us your strength, but Yu-din sighed softly and said with a hint of meaning, you really are the kind of person who talks a lot but doesn't follow through. Sang-ho also understood and withdrew. It seems I still haven't gained your trust. I get it. I hope next time we have a chance to talk again. Sang-ho, at this moment smiled confidently. I'm sure he's hiding a secret. I must bring him back to Hoa-rang at all costs. Ah. I have a plan. Suddenly Han wanted to make a proposal. Minister, can I ask for your help with something? He didn't hesitate and said, Thang Than. Oh. If it's the leader Li. Then feel free. Just tell me. Sang-ho first responded with a polite smile. Thank you, sir. Han revealed a sinister expression. Thang Than requested. Honestly with you, there is someone I want to include in this plan. Cut to the apartment of the two sisters. With sounds of distress. How could you do this to me? The arguing still continues. I'm sorry. But falling in love with someone isn't a crime. Right. You idiot. If you admit your mistake and ask for my forgiveness, I could have given you a chance. Sorry. But the feelings he has for her are stronger than for me. The angry noise still keeps ringing out. Why? Thanks for watching. You bastard. After enduring for a while, Damin turned to ask for help. I'm studying for an upcoming test. Can you both lower the volume a bit? Ugin, hearing this, also turned around in surprise and hummed. You also don't make it difficult. Quickly lower the volume. Then Sunggu, feeling a bit embarrassed, apologizes. Sorry, kid. Damin, go ahead. Just then he raises his hand and calls out, "Me oh." He looks exhausted. Head down. Now he has to take care of that cat too. Damin suddenly remembered and asked, "But aren't the two of you worried at all?" Ugin replied very calmly. "Worried about what?" He repeated the situation downstairs at the building. "It's been 3 days since the journalists gathered there, like ants. You're sure that the vaccine will make them give up and go home. So let me stay a few more days as a favor." Then Ugin quickly changed the subject. "Why bring up this issue? Go buy us some tangerines outside." Sungu excitedly raised 2 fingers, holding 2 bags for Damin, and the person below also agreed with a shout. "Me-ow." He frowned and turned to remind him. "Hey, you're in the middle of exams." He waved the money, emphasizing that any leftover would be the fee for hosting us for a few days. Damin also took the trouble to stand up and ask if they needed anything else. Then suddenly Ugin's phone rang loudly. He picked up the phone to check on his mother. "Yes, Mom. There are no more reporters bothering you anymore." "Right." But after a while, Ugin panicked and asked, "What are they still coming?" After a while, he finally calmed down and asked quietly, "All right then. I'll stop by to pick it up from Mom later if I get the chance." Sungu, feeling very worried, inquired about the situation. "Big brother. What's going on?" Suddenly, Ugin's tone changed, and Sungu paused, waiting for his answer. "You suddenly stopped and asked a strange question. Korea still isn't unified." "Right." Sungu innocently looked up and confirmed. "Yes. We are still divided." Ugin, furious, asked again, still unable to unify the prison. He could only sweat while waiting. "What's going on?" "Big brother." Sungu's face suddenly tensed up, and Ugin shouted out an important news. "I received my draft notice." At that moment, you suddenly stood up and clenched your fists in the Ugin building. No. Ugin is extremely vengeful. Going to kill Kim Trong-uwan. And Sungu is shocked. Oh, he's surprised. "Are you planning to assassinate Kim Trong-uwan to avoid military service?" Ugin impatiently pulls Sungu. "All right. Let's go unify Korea. Let's reunite the country before I get dragged away." Despite his shouting, "Big brother, stay calm." Sungu tried to stay calm, thinking that killing that person would unify the country. But Ugin was losing patience and asked if there was another way. "I really don't want to do military service. This is the most reasonable solution." Sungu thought it couldn't be done. "Just keep thinking and there will be a way." At that moment the door to the room was opened. Ugin and Sungu immediately focus on the person in front of them. Xe-min nervously asks, "What are you two doing?" Some firm statements are placed on the table. Xe-min says, "Why would you think that fake awakeners don't enlist like normal soldiers?" He said that if he didn't want to, he could still choose to do other side missions. Ugin questioned skeptically, "Side missions?" Then Xe-min explained that he would join a certified guild and help them defeat monsters when requested by the Ministry of Defense. Ugin was surprised. "Oh." As expected. Xe-min knows everything. Xe-min's girl smiled. "Joining a big guild has always been my dream." "Oh, I see." Suddenly Ugin glanced to the side, but he wondered why Sungu didn't know anything about this. Someone shouts happily, "Captain, I did it." The 2 men are smiling brightly. "We did it." Min-chan calmly asks, "What's all the noise about? What did you just accomplish?" 2 men announced that Ugin had agreed to meet and discuss the guild, and Min-chan was still surprised. "So in other words, it means he's somewhat interested in our guild already." Min-chan recalled Ugin's previous words. "So how do you two plan to help us?" He replied that those are secret information only our guild possesses. Very intriguing. Also, when Min-chan asked that day, "Did you wait long? And what do you need my help with?" the memory of that event suddenly flashed through his mind, causing him to momentarily falter. Then he let out a dangerous laugh, of course. All the effort he had put in had finally paid off. Hyman keeps getting excited. "You've done a great job again, Captain," Min-chan said. "Don't cause trouble anymore." Then he stood up and said, "I will report this to the chairman right away." Min and Jo-jun looked smug. "Yes, that's right." Min-chan subtly reminded himself, "I still haven't lost my sharp senses." And then he went to Jo-jun's office. "The chairman, can I come in?" Seeing Min-chan, he immediately asked, "Oh, our Captain Dung is here. Is the recruitment process still going well?" Min-chan said, "Yes. Actually, he contacted us earlier." Jo-jun smiled excitedly. "Oh my god. That's great news." Then he praised him enthusiastically. "No wonder he's Captain Dung. You did a great job." Min-chan seized the opportunity and, by the way, regarding the vice chairman I mentioned earlier, Jo-jun smiled and said, "Oh, if Captain Dung suggested it, just go ahead." He praised him highly. "Thanks to Captain Dung, our M Guild has successfully risen to the top among the guilds in South Korea. Thang Mei is now showing level 28. Min Chan says his final words. So I have your permission now. Confirmed by Jo Jun. Of course. Be careful. Someone burst out laughing. Secretary Kim, are you throwing a celebration for the whole guild? Because inside the Emryu restaurant it's a bit quiet. Min Chan stopped singing. Apologized. I think I must have heard it wrong. Wu Jin repeats once more. You heard wrong. Let's form a new guild with me. Min Chan couldn't help but feel confused. Isn't it true that you wanted to sign up to join our guild? Wu Jin replied. Why should I go there? Captain Dung and Heyman are coming to us instead, Min Chan expressed. Oh my. I rushed here with him thinking you had signed a contract with us. But now you're suddenly asking us like that. It's really awkward. Heyman immediately asked. What is your salary? Wu Jin quickly revealed. 100 million coins. Min Chan couldn't believe his ears. Wu Jin declares, I will pay more than your current salaries of 100 million coins each. Both of them are surprised again. Ah. Then Min Chan sighs deeply and says no. Money is not the issue. He is negotiating. You, Wu Jin. I am the leader of the MR Guild. And for those who are not part of the awakened world, I am known as one of the most prestigious guild members in South Korea, and I had to go through a lot of difficulties to become the leader of this team. Min Chan said awkwardly. So I can't just change guilds easily for money. But Wu Jin firmly believes that my guild will grow even bigger and stronger than the MR Guild. So I hope both of you can become founding members of our guild. After talking with Wu Jin, Min Chan is now on his way home when Heyman suddenly announces, Captain, I will leave the guild. Min Chan was startled and shouted loudly. Hey. Heyman has thought it through. But isn't this very unlikely? We're talking about Kang Wu Jin, who is now an A-rank awakener. There's no one else who can clear a 5-star dungeon on their own like he can. So I guarantee that the guild he founded will succeed sooner or later. He added, and if I stay in Guild M, how far could my position possibly advance? Even Min Chan has to admit that with Kang Wu Jin's talent, the guild he founded will have a huge amount of capital. He connects it to the current situation. And moreover, Guild M is facing the need to expand its development beyond its current size. And no matter how much I try to contribute, I can't surpass the founding members to become director or head of department, so what's the point of getting promoted? Min Chan remembered Jo Jun's words. Captain Jun's intuition was getting worse and worse. His recruitment of you was just a fluke. And that hurt him. I was even mocked and looked down on. Min Chan frowned with tension. And then, Min Chan declared, I will go with you. Or Min didn't consider this possibility. Captain, Min Chan smirked. Willing to take risks. Sometimes you have to take big steps to reach a higher level. And then Min cheered. Very wise. Captain. As he raised the resignation letter he had prepared earlier. So shall we go? Really leaving Min Chan speechless. You've always carried it with you. Huh. Come on, Min. Everyone does that. Seeing Min Chan pull out a piece of paper from his pocket, he was surprised again, and said, Oh. The captain does too. Min Chan repeats the same thing. Yeah. All employees do that. Or Min guesses. Look at him frowning. He probably kept it in his pocket for a long time. Hey, Min is so excited. Great. Just calmly slap it in the boss's face and go for a drink. Min Chan agrees completely. Approved. And at this moment the elevator is going up to the 11th floor. Min Chan was stunned when he saw the scene inside. Why are all the lights off? Have they all gone home already? The lights suddenly turned on with paper fireworks. Captain Dung Min Chan. Congratulations on your promotion to department head. Meanwhile, both Min Chan and Hey Min still don't understand what's happening. Huh, Dung just announced some news. I've always been watching Captain Dung. And now, the captain position no longer suits you. From now on, you are officially promoted to head of the service department. Congratulations. Captain. Great job. A staff member brings in a cake. Captain. Please blow out the candles first. The others cheerfully said. Don't forget about us after you move to the service department. Congratulations on your promotion. Captain. Only Min Chan was left in an awkward situation, as Dung shouted loudly. Everyone gave a round of applause for our service department head, Dung Min Chan, a negotiation genius who successfully returned after today's amazing deal. Everyone cheered together. You're amazing. Captain. Truly impressive. Captain. Min Chan felt extremely awkward. This is getting complicated. Min Chan hesitated to call the chairman, but was cut off by Do Dung, saying, Okay. We'll discuss the negotiation details after we get to the party venue. Then he said, I've booked a table at a very famous restaurant. Everyone around clapped. So impressive. Given the current situation, Min Chan can only smile as the piano music fills the restaurant. And now everyone has gathered for the party. Min Chan looked distressed. I didn't expect this to happen. Heyman also panicked. Captain, what should we do now? I don't think we can bring up resigning in this situation. Min-chan also had to let go. I don't know what to do anymore. Heyman handed him the resignation letter. Captain. Take it. Min-chan was stunned. What is this? Why are you giving it to me? Heyman said. Well, one of us will have to leave. So please approve my resignation letter. Department head. Min-chan angrily cursed. Damn this place. Meanwhile, Heyman was extremely happy. Just a moment ago I was so uncomfortable that I couldn't enjoy any of the luxury dishes here. I'm leaving first. You'll be fine too. Captain. Min-chan hurriedly grabbed him. Hey. Just then, Du-jun pulled his arm. Department head. What are you doing standing there? Come over quickly, he suggested. Let everyone know about your achievements. Min-chan hesitated to speak. Mr. Du-jun, it's okay. Go ahead. Seeing Min-chan hesitate again, he reminded him. Oh, come on. What is there to be shy about? Min-chan gathered all his courage and revealed. I failed. Du-jun tried to stay calm. What did you say? Then Min-chan handed him a piece of paper and bowed sincerely. I failed to recruit the Udon merchant. I apologize. Du-jun clenched his fists. Speechless. Glaring at him. Are you telling the truth? Min-chan could only bow his head and say, I am very sorry. Du-jun scolded him all over the place. Do you think this kind of thing can be just forgiven, with a simple apology? You want to get fired? Don't you? In his heart, Min-chan hoped that if you were to fire me immediately, I would be very grateful. Du-jun kept questioning him. Do you know how many resources the guild has used just to lure Kang Yu-din here? You think just bowing and apologizing will fix everything? Now Min-chan finally remembers that he cancelled all the appointment schedules in the dungeons so that Kang Yu-din could use them freely. He recalled even bribing to adjust his rank. Min-chan remembered Xie-min's face. It wasn't until now that he wondered if he had gone this far just to tease Kang Yu-din about, and Min-chan declared, I will take full responsibility for this. But Jun is extremely annoyed. And responsible? What kind of responsibility do you think you're taking? Min-chan said he would take full responsibility and withdraw from the HM Guild. Du-jun despises this. Is he crazy? Thinking his position is so high that he can just quit like that. He let out a sigh. Planning to run away after causing all this chaos. Min-chan didn't bother arguing anymore. There's nothing more to explain since he's already resigning. So he forced himself to smile to reassure himself. Then said his final words. Everything he wanted to say he already said. I'm leaving now. Have a nice day. Or something. Leaving behind Jun and his frustration. This bastard. A staff member had to stop the chairman. A peaceful day. And now Min-chan feels relieved. Goodbye HM Guild. He was mentally prepared. And this is a new beginning for him. Min-chan walked straight out without even looking back. A familiar voice suddenly echoes. Hey there. Captain. Min-chan was surprised to see HM. You're still here. HM smiles. Where could I go without you? Let's get in the car. Captain. Min-chan thought to himself. This is why I like this kid, even if he's a bit clueless. Now at Angel Cafe. Min-chan and HM have arrived together. Woojin happily welcomes you to the Adan Guild. Meanwhile, Min-chan was still dazed. And Adan and Woojin confirmed, yes, that was our guild's name. Then he reached out his hand. Very happy that the two had arrived. HM said, I will do my best to serve you. Sir, please feel free to use me as you wish. Min-chan happily added. From now on, let's help each other out. Woojin responded. Got it. Min-chan said. From now on just talk to us as comfortably as possible. We will try to make our guild's name known worldwide. Woojin laughed and said, so, now I can call you Min-chan, right? Min-chan looked helpless and said, no, I didn't mean that kind of comfortable. And he asked, well, just call me Captain Dung. Then, Woojin immediately changed his tone and said, all right, Captain Dung, I will hand over the startup phase of the guild to you. Get ready. Min-chan replied, I understand. I will take care of that, Woojin suggested. Great. So we should have a drink today. Right, Min-chan wondered. Boss. Is that all for our meeting? Woojin replied casually. There's nothing else to discuss. You will handle all the work and follow every request. Right, Min-chan thought. I just need to name the guild. That's all. There's nothing else to do. But inside he was worried if it would be okay to be in a guild with a boss like this. Min-chan sighed quietly. Already feeling the exhaustion setting in. Woojin happily said, Sungwoo, we should have some grilled meat today. Sungwoo agreed. That's right, boss. I know a good barbecue place. But Min-chan is still worried about whether his decision to resign was right or wrong. Suddenly Min-chan calls out. Ah, sir. Yes, sir, he asked. I think we should put the introduction aside for now. There's something more important we need to discuss. Woojin looked up at him. What is it? Min Chan said that conquering the 6 Gasual dungeon requires us to decide on the details of how to conquer it so that other fake awakening groups can use our guild's dungeon. And that has nothing to do with forming a guild. While we're at it, Woojin, why should we let others use our dungeon? I can conquer it alone. Min Chan suggested that, instead of letting it go to waste, we could let other groups use it. And Woojin agreed. That's also reasonable, but you want to know more? Yes. Is there anything else? Something essential. Min Chan suggests an idea. Oh. To establish a guild, we need to have 5 founding members. Woojin thought for a moment and realized they needed one more person. Then he asked Sungwoo if they should invite Zemin. He thinks it's probably not possible because he's still a young man. Min Chan added. That's right. A young man shouldn't do that. Woojin paused to think for a moment, then opened his contacts list. Mom. Zemin. Zemin indeed. Sungwoo. Phone scammer. Crazy guy. Crazy guy too, before finally saying, I don't know many people well, so Woojin felt a bit suspicious. Even mom isn't allowed. Who could it be now? After a moment of thought, he finally exclaimed. Ah. Here it is. A little later, someone opened the door. Woojin saw a familiar face and waved. Hey. You're here. He cheerfully asked. Did you bring your ID and seal? Seeing Sohun a little scared. I have it with me. But then Woojin suddenly reached out and scratched. That made Sohun's face turn pale. Oh no. But Woojin placed his hand on his shoulder and congratulated him. You announced that you have become our 5th member. You were scamming on the phone. And Sohun is still confused. Not understanding what's happening, a sign is attached to the door of the Adon Guild. And the cleaning staff are wiping down the area. Then they move the table to another spot, finishing in 2 minutes before letting out a sigh of relief. Things are finally under control. He doesn't forget to be grateful. Everyone did a great job. You too, Sohun. Thank you. Meanwhile, Sohun still couldn't believe this was real. Just a few days ago, he thought it was some kind of scam or something. He thought to himself, I never expected that crazy bastard, who used to beat me to the brink of death, would also steal my phone. Sohun was truly surprised. And it was Kang Woojin, the person everyone now knows. Hey Min, look at the TV. Lately all I see on the news is your face, Min Chan added. Although it hasn't been officially announced. He's the 11th fake awakener of South Korea and also the strongest in history. He thinks it's no wonder the world is in chaos because of him. Sohun looked them over and thought, he recruited these 2 from the famous Hemen Guild. Then smiled. The quality of the staff must be pretty good. Sohun said that anyway. His business has been pretty bad lately. With the store, and returns so slow, working in a guild would definitely be more beneficial. Suddenly Hemen asked, But Sohun, what is your relationship with the boss? Sohun was startled. What the hell? Hemen guessed that since the boss called him, and he appeared immediately, they must be very close, maybe friends or relatives. Sohun just looked awkward and mumbled. Yeah, but the truth is, he didn't say anything. I came here quickly because I was afraid of getting beaten again like that time. But why did he call me to join them? Could it be because he feels guilty for hitting me before? At this moment Woojin also enters. Wow. What a beautiful office. They all exclaimed loudly. He's here, Minchan quickly asked. So the conquest strategy is done. Right, Woojin replied. Basically, yeah. And then you revealed that Sungwoo was the one who struggled the most. So Minchan asked about his condition. Sungwoo, are you okay? Heyman said. Well, even if the conquest is settled, the company still has many other plans to make. Anyway, it's a dungeon from 5 years later. And in the end, Sungwoo was so exhausted that he fell asleep on the bench. Heyman could only stand and watch, noticing something white coming out of his mouth. I think he deserves to get more commissions. Like a support fee for morale. For example, in the meeting room, Woojin spoke seriously. Alright. Everyone sit down. We need to discuss the most important matter right away. Then Woojin called out, Captain Dung. Minchan immediately responded. Yes, sir. Woojin hesitated. What position should I give you? Minchan was surprised by this. What the heck? Woojin expressed his opinion that even though our guild has only a few members, I think each person should be given a role that suits their abilities. If anyone has a preferred position, just let me know. Minchan, upon hearing this, looked stunned. Even Heyman was surprised. And Sungwoo, who was sleepy, had to wake up. Xi Hun was shocked. Do we get to decide our own positions? Seeing their expressions, Woojin wondered why everyone was so silent. Captain Dung, what kinds of positions are there in a normal guild? Minchan explained that there are usually 2 types of positions, one for awakened beings and the other for regular staff. The awakened will hold positions like administrator, commissioner, and vice president. But that doesn't matter. He clarified that, What matters most to the awakened is the details of the contract. And after hearing this, Woojin asked, I understand. Sungwoo, what position do you want? And Sungwoo was surprised and asked, what? Then he scratched his head awkwardly, because you've been his manager for a year already. Woojin immediately ordered, yeah. You'll be the director then. And Sungwoo was again surprised. Director, inside, he couldn't help feeling happy. I'm only 21 but I'm already a director. Woojin adds, yeah. The director gathers the spoils of victory, so Sungwoo sat in a corner looking dejected. And Minchan and Heyman felt sorry for him. Who would have thought that the director position was like that? Just call the kid the director and be done with it. Woojin asked further about the departments. What areas are there? And Minchan listed them: accounting, management, sales, support, and administration. And Woojin thought to himself, And the three of them. Suddenly he called out loudly, the support team. Minchan responded clearly, yes. Then Woojin announced that he would be the CEO. Minchan burst into laughter and said, I will do my best. Woojin continued, what about Heyman and you? Heyman suggested, let me be the support department head. Woojin agreed. Fine. He insisted he would dedicate himself fully to the company. Then Woojin looked at Sunghoon. And unexpectedly, you wondered why he was still here. That confused Minchan. Isn't he also one of the founding members? You said he is the 5th member, Woojin explained. I just wanted to borrow his name. He's the 5th member on the paperwork. Sunghoon froze and turned around. What now? And suddenly Woojin chuckled softly. You announced that since he's already here, I'll give him a suitable position. After assigning the role, Minchan still wondered. But this boss, he asked, how are we going to recruit new staff? Woojin asked back. Why recruit new staff? And Minchan was once again surprised. What do you mean? Then he explained that, to make the guild stronger, we would need more awakeners. So we have to recruit more staff. Suddenly, Woojin placed a draft on the table, revealing that due to many dungeon conquest missions I am exempt from military service. So we don't need to recruit more people to get it. Now Minchan finally understands that this is the reason he created a top guild. If all he needed was exemption from military service, he could just join a regular guild. He imagined a beautiful scene. If he was willing to do that, I could have comfortably enjoyed the life of a department head. In his fantasy, Minchan was sitting on a palanquin when the department head approached. Suddenly, Woojin spoke up, startling him. Why so silent? Minchan shared his opinion. I still think we need a few more staff. Hearing that, Woojin agreed right away. Alright then. You handle that. In addition, the support department's tasks will also be assigned to the general director. And Woojin thought, well, yeah. Minchan heard that. Yes. He wondered if he trusted him enough to give him everything, or if the work was just too complicated. The weather today is beautiful. In the middle of the city. Someone is watching the news. Oh. Woojin. The A11 fake awakener from South Korea. Kang Woojin. Who could he be? That person was stunned. Now he's really famous. The news is related. Kang Woojin has established his own guild called Adam. The regulatory agency is reviewing his application. A11 fake awakener, Kang Woojin. Number 1. Fake awakener. Kang Chul's thoughts on Kang Woojin, the rising star of South Korea. Who is Hong Sung-gu? The young man often seen beside Woojin. An interview with Woojin's teachers from the school he once attended. Ranking the news stories. What is Kang Woojin's true ability? What plans does the Adam Guild, founded by Kang Woojin himself, have? Kong is researching Kang Woojin's soul resilience ability, analyzing the powers of Kang Woojin and Kang Chul. Jiwon exclaims, amazing. I can't help but admire him. Could this be the person I once had the chance to drink with? Jiwon recalls the meal from before. Woojin was very relaxed and cheerful. While Jiwon had fallen asleep, Woojin gently looked over. You touch his head. It's okay. He's still as handsome as ever. Jiwon snaps out of his memories. She reminded herself. Oh my god. What am I even thinking? Jiwon's eyes suddenly froze. Someone shouted loudly, startling everyone. Jiwon spoke up. Are you both back already? Her younger sister is reminding her. Sis. Jiwon hesitated a bit. What's wrong? The younger sister is reminding her. Even when you're in the room, you should change your hat. This room isn't just yours. He's right. You know. You should be a bit more considerate. We were really startled by her. Jiwon softly said. I see. I'm sorry. You two, my impatient little sister. We're going out for a bit. Those two girls keep teasing me. So I need to save some money and move out of the dorm. Every time I see her, believe in me like she's about to jump out of that reverse cage. Nai. Just speak softly. You can only hear it. You can't really hear what I'm saying. But it's like I did something wrong. Those words really hurt Ji-won. I shouldn't have raised her hopes in the first place. Right now, at the bus stop. As the bus just stopped, Jiwon walks while staring intently at her phone. He wondered if she would be surprised to see him in front of the company. Right, the timing was perfect. I just finished my exams, and Woo Jin had just returned home, and then Jimin sent a message. Sis, you're coming home today, right? What time will you be done? He thought to himself. I will have dinner with you and spend some quality time together. After a long while, as evening was approaching, Jimin had been waiting for a long time. She's a bit late. Since then, the two girls beside the table have been gossiping. You know, I heard she was quite the flirt with many guys before she got that burn. They kept judging her. I can't believe it. I thought she would be the quiet type. But it seems that's not the case. Silent. Not for a long time. But now, judging by her current appearance, the guys wish they could run away from her right now. They were talking so loudly that Jimin couldn't help but hear. I just imagined it in my head. How embarrassing. Now, in a different place. Under a blazing sun and vast desert. Sung-gu is struggling with something. But unfortunately, he reports. Hey. I've gathered everything already. Woojin looked at the items in front of him, all of which were ordinary objects, with no more useful artifacts appearing. Sung-gu explained that the drop rate had really decreased while the number of successful dungeon raids had increased. Woojin also agreed. Well then, we've taken everything we can from the dungeon. And then you pull out an item. A storage bag. An item bag. Right now, outside the city, everyone is staring in shock. Seeing Woojin, they shout loudly. Woojin has already completed the attack. And it's been less than 4 hours. Seo-hoon ran over praising him. Boss, you're amazing. His appearance made Woojin wonder why he was here. Seo-hoon explains that Director Dung asked him to bring you back to the office when you go out. Woojin asks, where is he now? Seo-hoon thinks that since the guild has been licensed, he went to the main office and said he would return there later. A reporter pushes past Seo-hoon and Kang Woojin and asks, we want to interview you. What is your secret to the incredible speed of your dungeon assault? The other interviewers took turns rushing forward. Mr. Kang Woojin. They kept asking. I heard you don't accept reservations for door 6 gas Seo-hoon. It's already started. When do you plan to let others rent it? While Seo-hoon was furious and scolding Dung, the others kept asking questions, one after another. And Kang Woojin had no choice but to step in and ask them to stay away from him. He reminded those people that he was exhausted from completing a dungeon raid, and asked them to submit an official request to the guild about this. Seo-hoon warns that if you keep bothering him, we will take legal action against the involved media companies. He also threatened, I've seen all your faces. I will remember this for when you send an official request for an interview. And Seo-hoon confidently announced, I am a very persistent enemy. Yet I only received a slap from Woojin. Then Seo-hoon softly said, Boss, please wait a moment. I will bring the car over. Woojin replied, All right. He looked up at Seo-hoon and wondered to himself. When he hit him, he just froze up. Was he always a hero? Like that, Sung-gu also wondered. Hey brother. How do you know Seo-hoon? Woojin asked again. Him, you revealed that he was the one who sold the phone to you. While Seo-hoon was running and grinding his teeth in anger. Damn it. He recalled Woojin's message. Welcome. You are our 5th member. And now Seo-hoon's anger was rising. I wondered why. He hired me. Then Woojin asked why he was still here. Seo-hoon wondered to himself if he just wanted to borrow his identity. He promised himself that he would stay in the guild at all costs now that everything had gone wrong because he had misunderstood everything. At all costs. In the A-Dan Guild Hall. Woojin is casually taking something out of the box, then puts it in his mouth to chew happily, while scrolling through his phone. The content of the article Woojin is reading confirms that the re-evaluation by the General Affairs Office has concluded Kang Woojin is indeed an A-rank person. The awakened individual is currently causing a stir. 4-year-old Kang Woojin has been re-evaluated by the General Office and officially recognized as an A-class person. Kang Woojin's A-Dan Guild officially started at 2 p.m. today, and he has been granted permission to operate his guild. News from the General Office reports an unprecedented dungeon assault speed. Delving into and revealing secrets about Kang Woojin's abilities. What is the secret behind the awakened Kang Woojin's power? Woojin turned the page to another newspaper. About Kang Woojin's first attack on the dungeon at Seoul Station Gate 6. And whether Kang Chun or Kang Woojin is the strongest awakener in Korea. And you've noticed this name. Kang Chun seems pretty strong too. Sung-gu just stepped in. You're eating something. Woojin looked at the box. It's full. Then he explained that these are magic door stones that can boost stats. Eat them. Sung-gu exclaimed in surprise. Magic door stones. Each at least 1 billion troops worth. He quickly refused. I don't need it. How could I eat that? Woojin said generously. Here. Have a little. He handed Sung-gu some of these stones, which boost strength, agility, and stamina. Sunggu raised his hands to thank him. Wu Jin kept eating. It's nothing. Actually, he had a plan. He needed to get stronger to carry more items. He needs to be faster to gather items more quickly and have good stamina to do more things. Meanwhile, Sunggu doesn't know anything. Meeting him is the greatest blessing of my life. Someone else has entered. Is Wu Jin here? Wu Jin wondered. Jae-min. What are you doing here? Jae-min spoke up. Brother. There's something I want to tell you. He asked. Can you give me a few minutes? They both went into the director's office to talk. After a while, Sunggu entered. Brother. Has Jae-min left yet? Wu Jin confirms. Yeah. He's gone. Sunggu noticed it very clearly. He looked quite serious. Is something wrong? Wu Jin just said briefly. It's a long story. Something like a brother's love for his sister. Sunggu was surprised. Oh my. Wu Jin puts on his coat and steps outside for a bit. Sunggu, curious, asks where he's headed. Before leaving, Wu Jin reminded him to go see Ji-won. Don't wait for him. Just leave work early, Sunggu shouted out loud. Ji-won, are you going on a date? Wu Jin was indignant. How could you come to such a conclusion? Se Hong-hun, outside, also heard it, claiming it was a date. He thinks this is his chance. At that moment, Se Hong-hun stood proudly in front of Wu Jin, confident that hiring him was truly a great decision. Wu Jin was confused and said, Auntie, why are you suddenly acting like that? Se Hong-hun assured him, just rely on me. I am an expert in this field. In the VIP personal shopping room, high-end outfits are neatly hung on racks and also displayed around the walls. Sunggu couldn't help but marvel. Is this really a domestic brand? I know. It opened his eyes. Who would have thought there was such a place inside a department store? A private shopping room. Se Hong-hun happily takes out a shirt and says, Boss, what do you think? I feel like this would be perfect for you. Wu Jin also agreed. Yes. Inside that box, Se Hong-hun was excited. I even picked out a few suits. You just need to try them on. But in reality, Wu Jin wasn't happy at all. What was with this messy pile? An hour later, Se Hong-hun kept showing off his smug face. Then he explained some pretty fancy techniques to win a girl over. But the most important thing is to be sincere and leave a good impression. Se Hong-hun looks confident and says, Let me help you. Just follow my instructions. All right? Let's go. Hearing that, Wu Jin immediately asks, Where are we going? Se Hong-hun said that dressing well is the first step to winning her over. And both Wu Jin and Sunggu looked surprised, wondering about his style. Wu Jin also agreed that buying something nice to wear couldn't hurt. Sunggu and Se Hong-hun looked up together as they saw the dressing room door fade away. He kept marveling. Wow, sir. You're so handsome. Our boss is truly different. With such a great physique. Even clothes look better on you. Wu Jin whispered. Stop praising him so much. Se Hong-hun picks up a watch and says, Boss, please wear this too. It's a perfect match for your suit and will make your appearance even more flawless. Wu Jin quickly put it on his wrist and said, All right, I'm leaving now. Se Hong-hun called again. Boss, please take this with you too. Wu Jin glanced at it. Something. Se Hong-hun, I've looked into what you can do at P.A. Ongtech. Just follow the instructions there, and it will help you have a successful meeting. Film. Dinner. Entertainment district. A list of places with a good atmosphere you can visit after dinner. Wu Jin, feeling helpless. This idiot completely misunderstood the situation. But since I'm already going there, should I just relax and enjoy it? Still. Wu Jin put the paper away and said, All right. Thank you everyone. Go home early today and have a great weekend. Se Hong-hun encourages, Yes. Good luck. Now Sung-hu can finally relax. Have some time off. Se Hong-hun, are you planning to take a break now? Se Hong-hun reveals, I have something to attend to. Sung-hu asks what Se Hong-hun confidently states whenever I step in to help with matchmaking. Everyone ends up paired, and he confirmed. I will help the boss with this. Sung-hu skeptically asked, What? He's on his way to invite her out for a date. And Se Hong-hun still looks very impressive. Of course. He looked at his watch. There's no more time. Then hurriedly left. I have many things to prepare, so I have to go now. Director Hong. See you on Monday. Sung-hu tried to stop him. Se Hong-hun. Wait, but in the end, he was too fast. Sung-hu sincerely hopes he won't confess. He was just talking about some medicine. Amidst the vast city, rows of tall buildings lined up close together. Ji-won just stepped out of the bathroom, somehow surviving through today. Her eyes involuntarily looked at the phone on the table. Ji-won turned on his phone, but there were no reply messages. She was worried, suddenly wondering what was wrong with Wu Jin, then reread each message. I am Wu Jin. Are you free today? Ji-won replied. Yes. I am resting after work. Wu Jin responded. What's wrong? I will come find you later. The last message was from Ji-won. I'm on my way. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that he's asking me out on a date? Ji-won's face immediately turned red like a tomato. She tried to push away this thought. No way, he's not dating someone like me. I'm sure he's meeting someone for a different reason. At that moment, her phone rang. Startling Ji-won. She nervously answered. Hello? Wu Jin said. I'm in front of your dormitory. Just come down. Ji-won immediately ran to the balcony to check and was stunned when she saw the person in front of her. Shocked, Ji-won was truly surprised. Wu Jin. After going downstairs, Ji-won had to ask right away why he wanted to meet her here. She found it confusing that suddenly he invited her to go out with him. Wu Jin said, It's nothing. I have something to give you and want to meet you properly. Ji-won was surprised. Meet. Her cheeks flush with a few pink streaks. Ji-won wondered what this meant. Does he like me? She was a bit shy and wondered what to do. Wu Jin suggested. Dinner is a bit early now. Let's go see a movie. Ji-won replied. Let's go. A passerby suddenly bumped into them. Sorry. Just right after. Ji-won showed strange behavior, suddenly clutching her head in pain. And seeing that, Wu Jin turned to look. Suddenly he remembered Sung-hoo's words. Hey. Her head. Oh my god. And all those judgments from others. Do you think that girl is burned? At this point, Wu Jin finally realized something and asked. Does what others think of her affect her a lot? Ji-won's face darkened because she feels uncomfortable with her own face. Wu Jin suddenly grabbed her wrist, then pulled hard. Let's go. Ji-won. Where are we going? And the two stop in front of a stall. Here. Wu Jin takes a mask. It looks nice. Then he hands it to Ji-won. Here. Try it on. She's surprised. What? But all I saw was Wu Jin smiling strangely. Then, the two of us went to the cinema. And everyone around was whispering. What's going on? It looks so funny. What's that supposed to be? They keep buzzing around, acting crazy. But their body proportions are really amazing. Who are they? Are they celebrities? While Ji-won tries to stop them, Wu Jin waits a moment. Is there some special event? Why are the people outside like that? It's not even Halloween yet. Ji-won calls out helplessly. Wu Jin, are we really going to just leave like this? Wu Jin suggested. Or what? Do you want to trade with me? No. Ji-won wants to explain. That's not the point. Wu Jin casually, as if nothing is wrong, said in a calm voice, We'll be late for the movie. And behind the mask, Ji-won's face flushed red. So, from inside the movie, someone is wondering. So your point is that you're upset because this place feels like a virtual space rather than a real one. Ji-won and Wu Jin are still watching the movie intently. It's not just me. It's the same for you too. That's why, suddenly, a confession of love echoes through the film. What's the reason if this place isn't real to you? Then why not go on a date with me? Ji-won was puzzled and glanced over. What is going on? They said tickets were sold out already. Right. But Wu Jin was still leisurely eating popcorn, going back to the moment when he first looked at the screen to choose a seat and sighed. Everything was sold out 30 minutes ago. Wu Jin felt even more confused and frustrated. This is a problem. Ji-won calmly advised. We don't have to watch the movie. But you still casually reached out toward the door. There's nothing we can do now. Suddenly, someone from behind offered to give up their ticket, apologizing and saying they had urgent business to attend to. And if it wasn't too much trouble, could they use their ticket, then push the ticket directly into Wu Jin's hand? Before they could react, he turned and ran away. Wishing you both well. I really have to leave now. You still haven't understood what's happening. I called out with my hand. I'm leaving now. The person's face peeked out from behind the mask. I'm heading out now. Wu Jin started to get suspicious. He looks too familiar. Could it be that, outside the ticket counter, a familiar voice suddenly spoke. Hey, Mr. Hun's car now showed the screen requesting a refund for all seats because 2 seats had been reserved for me. The staff member immediately stepped back in panic. What? You say you booked seats for a whole group? He pointed at his phone screen and insisted. Please refund me. I only bought these 10 minutes ago. After a while, with the sky now tinged with a hint of orange, a voice praising from outside the cinema said, That was a really good movie. Ji-won was in a very happy mood and recounted. It's probably been 5 years since I last watched a movie. Wu Jin also jokingly replied. And I think it's been about 20 years. She understood immediately and laughed, reminding him, Come on. But you insist quite confidently and seriously that it's certain. Then suddenly someone calls out to both of you from behind. The beautiful pair and the monster are over there. A clown next to the Wheel of Fortune is inviting you to try your luck. It's completely free. The clown kept urging and inviting you to. Free of charge. And with this choice, your chances of winning go up to 90%. Wu Jin immediately turned back and asked if he wanted to try. But Ji-won looked shy and declined, saying he's not good at these games. But she still decided to join the game. And after the spinning wheel finally stopped, the result was not what she hoped for, making Ji-won disappointed and unlucky. Seeing the situation, the clown had to step in and save the awkward moment. So the masked animal brother took a turn and won a prize to give to his new girlfriend, proving he's a real man. At first, Wu Jin remained silent for a while. But then he kept playing and told himself maybe he's haunted or something. As the circle started to stop, Wu Jin lost hope. And surprisingly, it landed on the explosion again. Suddenly, a loud scream of surprise. Wow. Right after seeing the result, he also looked stunned. It hit again. But the clown kept touching the wheel, and Wu Jin's eyes widened in shock. Because the clown shouted loudly to congratulate you. He turned back to the special prize box. Ji-won also suddenly cheered with joy. I won, Wu Jin. She turned around in shock and admiration. This is the first time I've ever won something. The clown then handed Ji-won a small gift bag. Congratulating both of you, this is our prize. She happily accepted the reward. Thank you. But he suddenly darkened his face and realized his true identity. This guy, actually, is... As the clown suddenly turned around and looked surprised, the clown teacher laughs softly, and Wu Jin immediately feels confused, wondering why he keeps following him here. The clown behind kept cheering and encouraging. Hurry up and put your money in. You can do it. But he ignored him and pulled her away. Let's go. Ji-won was still curious and excited, wondering what was inside. The scene shifts to a moment later where they are playing claw machine games. Then they lead each other to check out some clothes. In the evening, Wu Jin took Ji-won to a restaurant. And on the way back she started to reflect, wondering how long it had been. Ji-won begins to realize that she has become more confident. Since when did she stop caring about others' judgments? It's just a mask. But she looked up at him with great gratitude. No. If Wu Jin hadn't taken the initiative, I definitely wouldn't have had the courage to do this. Seeing you also turn to look at me and smile, Ji-won felt happy. If this were a dream, I wouldn't want to wake up. The sky is now night. Only the streetlights remain. Switching to the park with a cheerful voice saying, today is really fun, Ji-won smiling and turning to List, wearing this mask and also watching a movie and going out to eat. She covered her mouth and burst out laughing, showing her delight. Even if everyone thought we were a bit strange. But Wu Jin remained very calm and emphasized. Who cares, Ji-won? Upon hearing that, fell into deep thought. Suddenly, she stood up and confessed about herself. Yes. That's right, I still don't have enough courage to confidently step into crowded places like that. Ji-won looked up at the sky, still unable to believe it, as if this was just a dream for her. But suddenly she began to remind herself that everyone has to wake up from their dreams. Ji-won tries to wake herself up so she won't make a mistake. If she keeps dreaming, she'll fall into his trap. She forcefully removes her mask and declares that it's time to take off the disguise and face reality. While Wu Jin at this moment gently and confidently smiles. You stepped closer already prepared. So I'll give you a gift to encourage your bravery. Ji-won, surprised, asked back. A gift. Suddenly, fireworks burst beautifully in the sky. From afar, many people approached to clap and congratulate her. But suddenly they all stopped in their tracks, looking at her face. Seeing that scar, they stopped in shock. It's so terrifying. He must love her very much. Wu Sai Unghon, hiding in the back, felt confused. I told them to clap and warm up the atmosphere. So what are they doing? He tried to open his eyes wider to observe what was happening, wondering if something had occurred. At this moment, Wu Jin clenched his teeth in anger. Wu Se-hoon nodded. Really? Ji-won stood beside, lowering his head and frowning, then suddenly panicked and shouted out twice. Fortress. As something appeared between the two of them and the crowd. Now Wu Jin finally tiredly complained that wearing this mask really blocks his view. Ji-won looked around in shock and asked, where are we? He gently smiled at her and closed his eyes, saying, I will give you a gift. She looked up in surprise, blushing shyly. Why? Before that, Ji-min approached to ask about my sister. He was a bit shy, honestly sharing the heartbreaking truth that we have been orphaned since the explosion in the dungeon that year. Ji-min felt deeply sorry for her sister, who had given up everything she dreamed of just for her. Even getting hurt by monsters during that explosion, he stands with clenched fists, bowing his head to Shin. A wound that can never be erased. I know it might sound a bit awkward to say this, but please help my sister. But at that moment, Wu Jin was also ready to help, as a true man should be. So don't be afraid to ask for help from others. Suddenly, he took out a potion and declared, G1. Now you will wake up from the dream you mentioned. Wu Jin gently reached out to her forehead, escaping from his nightmare, triggered by that explosion in the dungeon. Ji-won still didn't understand anything. opening her eyes wide and waiting. The system now provides detailed information about the type of medicine. Rejuvenation oil is a high-grade, restorative medicine that helps heal injuries caused by physical or magical attacks. It is extremely effective and can restore lost body parts or wounds inflicted by curses. The scene shifts to Jiwon's apartment, where he still needs to send a message to remind her to be careful. Woojin, don't wash your hair or face today, or you'll get rejected for not using oil. Go to bed early. When Jiwon saw the message, she couldn't help but laugh out loud in confusion, wondering what he meant by that, as if he was planning to open a salon or something. She sat on the chair and replied in a message. Okay, thank you for today. I'm very happy. The hairdresser is also leaving early. So, go early. Jiwon's face reddened with embarrassment, secretly hoping that just applying that oil once would fully heal her wound. That would be so wonderful. She remembered the bag and was about to take it. Curious. Yes. I hope that the prize we won earlier from the Lucky Wheel game is Ji-ni. As soon as she opened the box inside Jiwon's skin, she was stunned. What is this? She immediately saw the ring and couldn't believe it. A ring. No way, someone like a street dog would have a prize like a ring. Ji-won felt so strange that she started to piece things together, thinking back. We watched a movie in an empty theater. The actions from tonight began to come back to her, like having dinner at a fancy restaurant. Ji-won still couldn't understand the reason, and was randomly watching fireworks in the park. She felt something was off, and suddenly she was also receiving flowers from many people around her. At this moment, Ji-won guessed that she must be embarrassed to the point of covering her face. Could Yoo-jin be about to confess to her? The scene shifts back to Seong-hun's office building late at night. I have to. He keeps doing push-ups while holding a paper, trying to appear busy. Seong-hun continues to motivate himself. I have to do this. He kept training without paying attention to his surroundings and had to pretend he was very busy. Suddenly, Yoo-jin called out loudly. Hey. Seong-hun. He was so scared that he suddenly stood up straight with his eyes closed. Yes, you sit on the chair with your arms crossed and start questioning me. Just do as I tell you. Don't meddle in things you shouldn't. Why do you keep doing things I didn't ask for? Seong-hun also knew he was at fault and had to explain. I was just trying to prove my loyalty to the boss. I'm very sorry. Boss. Yoo-jin still not too angry. He sighed and warned him not to do unnecessary things. Remember. And he obediently listened and quickly replied yes. You immediately remembered and asked, where did you get the money to prepare like that? He scratched his head awkwardly, admitting I used the guild's credit line. Yoo-jin gritted his teeth in anger again, while Seong-hun kept pushing himself up and shouting, I'm sorry. Suddenly the office door opened, and Min-chan looked up from his phone in surprise. Boss, you're back. I was about to call you. He suddenly turned his head away in confusion. Is Seong-hun also here? What are you doing? So hearing that, I was happy and asked again. So I don't have to enlist now. Right. He also quickly confirmed the information along with the condition. Yes. You are exempt from military service if you complete 10 military deployments. But seeing his hesitation, Yoo-jin asked curiously. But why? Min-chan was even more awkward and hesitated, saying this had never happened before. So I didn't know how to tell the boss, which made you even more impatient and urging. What is it? Don't beat around the bush. Just say it directly. At this moment, he tried to stay calm and announced the news that the boss had just been dispatched immediately. Yoo-jin remained unshaken and asked for details. Where is he now? Min-chan quickly provided the exact address. Daegu. Exit 3 of the subway station, where there is a dungeon breach. You rush to the scene but find no one around. Are there any monsters here? Yoo-jin glances around confused, as if this place has been abandoned. Looking back, I was surprised to hear about the unstable dungeon. After confirming, Min-chan explained clearly that if a dungeon isn't completed within 30 days, the barrier will break and the monsters inside will climb up into the city streets. He also emphasized the necessary methods, and in the case of the escape route, they must have failed to complete it and had to request rescue forces to handle the dungeon breach. Yoo-jin thought about the worst-case scenario and wondered what would happen if we also couldn't handle it. Min-chan also thought of that and explained that it seems the army won't intervene, so if we also fail, Daegu will be completely engulfed in flames. Back in the present, observing the surrounding scene, Yoo-jin wondered why there were so many open spaces and parks around the station. Maybe it's because of the recent underground prison. Hai-sun suddenly approached from behind and explained that all the residents here had migrated 2 days ago, and the collapse of the dungeon is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow. She smiled, extended her hand, and introduced herself. Pleased to meet you. I am the person in charge here, and I am from the Special Defense Squad for the Two Sons. Yoo-jin also happily shook hands and introduced himself. I am Kang Yoo-jin. She greeted warmly and showed hospitality. Nice to meet you, I've heard a lot about you. Seeing that, you also breathe a sigh of relief, and remind him, there's no need to be so formal. Ujin quickly recalls the issue, and offers another suggestion. But isn't it true that the problem at the dungeon won't happen until tomorrow? There's still some time left. Why don't we try going down there once? Two Sons also had to explain helplessly that the return portal had been used 3 times already, and couldn't be used anymore. Noticing those features, you were surprised and asked again. She then explained in detail that the portal is for those who want to retreat mid-battle through a gateway when using a recall item. Hai Sun emphasized the point that it can only be used up to 3 times in a dungeon. You didn't know that. But it's quite surprising for Ujin to hear about such things. She began recounting their challenge, with the vanguard team from the Warang Guild being the first to attempt conquering the dungeon, but they failed. After the first failure, Hai Sun sent another team, and the second attempt was a combination of 2 individuals from the Warang and Hammer guilds. But they didn't do much better than the first time. In the end, she formed a third team, but they also failed. And after that, no one dared to try again. Hai Sun turns around to give a piece of advice, along with a reminder that before the dungeon raid happens, you can still go down and try to conquer it at any time. But as I said, it requires us to risk our lives, so no one dares to go down there anymore. You were surprised and turned back to ask, if it's so difficult to conquer, wouldn't it also be very dangerous when the dungeon is finally broken into? She immediately recounted the difficulties inside. As you know, the terrain of the dungeon is what makes it so challenging. Moving around is really difficult. But luckily the monsters inside have been confirmed to be not that tough. It's the terrain inside that makes the dungeon challenging. Hai Sun confidently raised his hand. So we should be fine. Many modern weapons can't pass through the gate, so we'll be at a disadvantage inside. But once the battle starts out here, the advantage will be ours. She has already prepared a plan. All we need to do is use our weapons to take them down. Udine turned with a cold, reproachful attitude and asked, so why did you call me here? You can control the situation yourselves with missiles and guns. Hai Sun hesitated and stepped back shyly. Well, even an awakener plays an important role after all. She quickly explained the mission, saying that the awakens would wait on the side while we carried out our task, and if the monsters manage to break through our front defenses, we will need their healing assistance. The Two Sons also casually mentioned this, and we have no information about the monster leader either, so always be ready to fight back at any moment. Udine quickly agreed to take on the mission. Alright. Then she shyly urged you to go back. So let's head to the waiting room. I think the other awakened ones have already arrived too. The door gradually opens and a foot steps inside. Everyone sitting inside turns their heads at once. There. Then, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. There's Kang Udine. Is she also joining this time? That person is the 11th rank A-class awakener. Suddenly, you furrowed your brows and left unexpectedly. But Udine quickly recognized who was in front of her. We meet again. You shyly smirk and ask back with interest. I think we're quite destined to meet, aren't we? Xian He. Kang Udine. I have a mission for you from Sangho. The two of them had a secret conversation, and after receiving the mission, Xian He widened his eyes in surprise. He then smugly asked again. You can complete it? Right. That's why she's here. Udine. Just to clarify the old story. Sorry for cutting in line at Seoul Station, but the underground tunnel next year won't really matter anyway. Your eyes changed sharply as you asked back. It's not that difficult to need a whole team. Right. But suddenly, Xian He smirked. She stepped forward and taunted. As if the fact that I stepped on you only happened yesterday. So you must be very strong already. Everyone around started to get noisy. Li Xian He and Kang Yujin had fought before. Did she really beat Kang Yujin? Or are the rumors about Kang Yujin exaggerated? His face darkened as he sneered and cursed. You bastard. Yujin widened her eyes and challenged him first, wanting to fight. And she also smiled without hesitation or fear. Hazan. Calm down everyone. We're the elite team for tomorrow's dungeon raid after all. Xian He still keeps mocking. It seems he's only gotten stronger physically but remains as childish as ever. Don't be so impulsive. She even deliberately emphasized clearly that if you make just one mistake on the battlefield, someone could end up dead. Yujin heard that and immediately got angry. Who do you think you are to look down on me and lecture me? Hai Sun had to pull him aside. Come on Yujin. Stop it. She tried to explain to help us understand that Li Jian He is the captain of the awakening team that will be defending this time. Yujin gritted her teeth in anger as she watched the figures back. And after a while, Hai Sun finally let out a relieved sigh, then regained her composure and said, All right. Let's leave it at that. Yujin sat back in his chair and asked if she could find out some information about the situation inside the dungeon. Hai Sun was very surprised to hear that. Thank you. She asked back with a puzzled look. Curious. There will soon be a dungeon escape. Why do you need information about the situation inside the dungeon? You haven't answered yet and seem to be probing carefully. Could it be some kind of military secret? The two of them had to go back and lead the way. No. The information about the inside of the dungeon is public. If you need, I'll print it out right away. Let's go. Zeon-hee turned her eyes back and looked up with suspicion. About the dungeon information. Don't tell me. She also quickly guessed the details. A 6-star dungeon, standing before that place. Woojin also had to marvel. The energy emanating from it was truly incredible. No wonder it's the strongest dungeon. Suddenly, a voice called out, making him turn around in surprise. Hey, Woojin. Zeon-hee was standing on the lift with her arms crossed, asking curiously, what are you doing here? I confidently laughed and arrogantly emphasized. What else could I do in a dungeon? Of course, I came to clear it out. She was also very surprised and asked back, are you really that crazy? But Woojin confidently smiled and smugly thought, not at all. Actually, I'm only crazy if I share the experience points and loot with the army and the awakened others. Zeon-hee still patiently reminds him that this is a dungeon that even the 3 strongest awakening teams had to admit defeat in. Do you want to die with nowhere to hide? She kept on constantly guessing and reminding. If you use the waiting portal to return then. Suddenly Woojin spoke in an annoyed tone. Hey, you talk too much. Are you honestly revealing her true feelings? You're scared. Right. Woojin reached out, ready to act. It seems she's afraid because she can't use the waiting portal. So if she's scared, she might as well just sit still and wait. Before making a move, Woojin turned back with a mocking smile. You timid little kitten. And then he immediately disappeared behind the hatch door. Hearing that, Sangho suddenly widened his eyes in surprise, and Han had to find a way to temporarily salvage the situation. Sangho looked out the window and raised his voice. Yes, Minister. The voice on the other end sounded extremely angry. Chairman Eli. What is going on here? Han, still confused and not understanding what's happening, responds. Yes, what do you mean? And the other side emphasizes that everything is happening. I'm talking about that Colosseum of yours. Are you planning to shut him up and clear out that dungeon? I'm sorry. After confirming what's happening, I will call you back. Sangho's face changed to a mix of confusion and anger. Why did Zeon-hee enter the dungeon? What the hell is she thinking? The scene shifts to her location inside the dungeon, where a major battle seems to have taken place. Zeon-hee carefully glanced around, noticing the battle traces everywhere were from monsters already subdued. She quickly estimated the number. 10. No. About 20. Deep down, Zeon. He also felt admiration when he said he wanted to clear the dungeon alone. I thought he was crazy, but now I think I understand. Then, she looked up at the long road ahead. Despite everything, Zeon, he still maintained a condescending attitude. With his level of ability, getting the stone back is impossible for him, let alone clearing out the entire dungeon. Woojin covers his face and leaps away to dodge the attack, smiling playfully as he waits. His experience points are gradually appearing, finally showing up. Immediately after, Woojin shouted its name loudly. Rocky, then quickly ordered it to strike the divine part. After Rocky's attack, he stands up and screams desperately. Then Woojin takes the opportunity to jump onto his back, quickly summons his weapons, Chu Hoi, the hammer, and unleashes all his strength, swinging the hammer down. Immediately afterward, the system kept sending notifications level up. You have reached level 40, and unlocked the privileges of level 40, causing him to smile happily and excitedly. Nice. Finally reached level 40. BB kept waving from behind, praising you. Master, you're amazing. You're awesome. Then the girl happily turned to hug him tightly, and asked where she learned those lines. Our Rocky also did very well. At this point, Woojin also spoke up to remind Rocky. I think you've been watching too much TV. He didn't stop either, and turned around to urge him on. But anyway, stop joking, and just move. Suddenly, Woojin stopped, wide-eyed, looking down with a sense of suspicion, then mysteriously recalling in his memory the engraved pattern master before him, quickly remembering that he had heard about it before the appearance of the sacred site of Anfen in legend. The structure built for that force was recognized by Woojin, the Plateau of the Giant. You also recall having some basic knowledge about it, and it is also known by another name, the Giant's Temple. Woojin realized the problem earlier. This alley is the reason everyone failed in the U dungeon raids. Then he quickly opened the system screen, just in time, to unlock level 40 privileges. Then, the system displayed 3 new notifications. You have unlocked the level 1 Ghost Armor skill for the Chao Ho class, attracting wandering spirits that circle the user. These spirits can move on their own and protect the user from external threats. The user can also use soul contracts to absorb spirits and restore stamina. Minions, 0%. Level 1, Demon Cult. A spear made from your subordinate souls will continue to attack your enemies until they are pierced. Mana Consumption 1. Eugene looks satisfied with a strange smile as he lies on the ground. Praying Shin. Shin, save me. And from that moment, you learned more about the soul contract you acquired when you became Sunggu's apprentice. Eugene felt a surge of confidence and happiness, finally able to use a higher-level skill upgraded from his soul contract. After some thought, Eugene decided to level up his magic armor skill to level 10. He raised his hand excitedly and ordered the spirits to come to him. The system quickly updated the troop count 100 out of 100 subordinates, and Eugene raised both hands, eagerly awaiting. Great. Next is the system continuously announcing updates. You have unlocked a skill for the warrior class. The warrior's weapon has transformed into a sword, and you have learned swordsmanship techniques as well as sword-splitting skills. Then finally, he looked up at the high sky, and Bibi was also looking up, when suddenly he realized that, wow. Eugene also opened his mouth and smiled in anticipation. You look up excitedly and shout, "Come out here." Beautiful. The system also sends the latest update. The seal of the Wind Demon Stone has been lifted. A hairy horse hoof is placed down. Its mouth and armor-covered exterior revealed. It finally appears and lets out a majestic neigh. Le pretended to summon a demon horse. A beautiful war horse that would never use flying skills even if it meant death. Mana consumes 30. The required influence is 1. The flying skill. Bibi happily runs over and hugs it tightly. Beautiful. Do you remember me, Eugene? Standing behind. Understood well. And even the jockey was very excited. And it even liked its golem form. Then he turned around and urged everyone to hurry up. We should save this touching reunion for later. Let's go quickly now. We're running out of time. Then Bibi and Eugene rode on it happily, cheering. Let's go, pretty one. Skills. Flying image. It suddenly screamed loudly and rushed straight toward Zion, who was also ready to attack. Skill. Zion. He runs straight through it, past Gaius and Phi Lin, then collapses to the ground. She moves forward, looking around. It must be nearby. Suddenly, Zion. He stopped and noticed something. She quickly recognized the flying object in the sky. And upon seeing it, she immediately showed her disdain. What a tricky thing he is. I have to act fast. Suddenly she saw the rope usually wrapped around the tree trunk. There it is. Since I saw the rope, I remembered why I still haven't cleared the dungeon. It's not just about crossing the mountain. She is still capable of doing that difficult task. And I can still take advantage of the flying people to easily cross to the other side of the canyon. Zion. He was clearly aware of the danger. But after crossing this canyon, only 3 monsters guarding the island returned. And upon seeing that, we gave up and didn't continue the attack. She had already figured out the cause of the problem, which was that we realized that it would be more advantageous to have the dungeon raid happen than to clear out the dungeon itself. In that case, this area will be destroyed and we can rebuild a completely new zone. Zion. He also clearly knows who will hold the power. But I don't care about the 3 political games. This decision entirely depends on the guild president and has nothing to do with me. Suddenly she tightly grasped the rope, determined to try. But what if there was someone who could clear the dungeon that the Warang Guild couldn't? Zion. He is still determined to eliminate Eugene, especially since he is the only one capable of clearing the dungeon. She is now extremely resolute. Just wait and see. For the position of the Warang Guild, Zion. He didn't hesitate and quickly rushed forward, determined to stop Kang Eugene from clearing out the dungeon. The scene shifts outside the dungeon, 1 hour before the escape, to a press conference held by Warang Guild featuring Lee Sang-ho. The reporters below kept clamoring with questions. Chairman Warang, what do you think are the chances of Lee Zion, he and Kang Eugene, who entered the dungeon together, surviving and returning? At this point, Han opened his eyes wide in tension and assuredly said, I think it's almost impossible. A journalist raised his hand to ask about the mood. In about an hour, the dungeon escape will take place. And from what we know, Lee Zion, he is your sister. How is she feeling right now? Sang-ho's face quickly darkened as he emphasized sharply. Are you serious with that question? If one of my family members is about to die, how do you think I, someone who can't do anything, would feel? Sang-ho's face suddenly darkened, and he lowered his head. Then Han stood up abruptly and announced to everyone, I will stop answering questions here. The reporters also stood up together. Wait a moment. Chairman Hoang Lang. Suddenly, someone opened the door and stepped in, praising, You did very well. Chairman. Sang-ho looked completely calm and asked about the situation. Of course. How is the dungeon going? That person also quickly reported in detail that there has been no response from the barrier. Han was pleased and issued the mission. Let's go to the headquarters. Seeing Sang-ho's blank and confused expression. Yes. I'm glad. That person watched the departing figure with a puzzled look, even though he is indeed the chairman of this guild. He is truly cold-blooded to the point of being terrifying. And even his sister is just a pawn Han uses to control the guild. Some people are shouting and begging outside the door. Please let us in. Kang Woojin is our guild leader. Who is in charge here? Sang-ho looked annoyed and asked what was going on, while the clerk glanced at the crowd and mumbled that they seemed to be employees of Kang Woojin's A-Dan guild. Hearing that, Han suddenly asked again, the A-Dan guild. Then he patted it and praised. Well done. Pretty one. Luckily, we can rest now. BB arrived suddenly and looked around in surprise. Is this the Giant's temple? Did you say this is a sacred place too? Master. Woojin also nodded in agreement. Yes. It does look quite fierce. I wonder if these can transform into some kind of golem. He stared ahead, seeking an answer. Youthy. There's only one way to find out. Then Woojin decided to turn back and pointed, commanding Rocky to try eating it. It quickly obeyed and flew straight to the spot, with the initial stone continuously shaking violently from side to side. After a while, the carved face on the stone disappeared, and a giant hand suddenly slammed down onto the ground, surprising Woojin as the experiment succeeded. It actually worked. Was it just an ordinary stone? But suddenly both of them hurriedly stepped back, and Woojin turned pale with sweat, alert and cautious. It seems it's over. He and the girl are both surrounded with no way out. Woojin smirks and quickly deduces this is a trap that activates when someone enters a certain area. You carefully observe the object in front of you. The golem has no flesh or soul, so my soul orb skills are useless. Woojin steps forward and draws his weapon. If that's the case, you jump lightly with a happy smile, taking the opportunity to level up your warrior skill. While Zeon-hee stands on a high branch observing, she watched the fight with suspicion. Isn't he supposed to be a soul master? So why does he now look like a fake warrior class awakener? Zeon-hee looked down below in amazement. Who would have thought all those stone statues were actually golems? Faced with that terrifying power, she had to be cautious. If someone had rushed straight into the shrine area without thinking, they would have surely been surrounded and eliminated by them. No matter what, Zeon-hee still has to admit that Woojin is more perceptive than he thought. And after a fierce fight, he was exhausted and panting. Woojin quickly realized the strength of the enemy and became confident. I can see the end of this now. Just because they are many doesn't mean they are strong. He suddenly turned his gaze. But Woojin saw that those three monsters also seemed cautious. Those things had already made him feel uneasy from the start. And those three only had one eye in the middle of their foreheads. On one side, someone is still working hard, continuously pounding with strong strikes. While Woojin remains persistent in doing that task all this time, BB has been waiting all along and shouts in celebration. Ha has finally defeated the golem. Master. From afar. You also need to speak up and remind him. BB. Be quiet for a moment. It's dangerous. Woojin looked at the crystal in front of him with suspicion. The recall stone glowing so brightly. Could this be a sign that the dungeon's final battle was about to begin? His face became serious and urgent. There was no more time. It was time for a swift attack. Woojin recognized the monster before him. The Cyclops. One of the descendants of the ancient giant race. You also understand very well the characteristics of this species. Although Cyclops are also descendants of the giant race, like Oxer. They are completely different. Not as fierce and brutal as the Oxer. Woojin knows well that the advantage of the Cyclops beast tribe comes from their giant ancestry, which is their strength. You also have to acknowledge the greatness and strength of them. It is what has made their civilization flourish. They are very powerful and deserve to be the final guardians of the temple. Cyclops suddenly spoke unexpectedly and confessed. I am truly very surprised. I didn't expect to meet someone here. Hearing that, Woojin was also stunned. Someone knows me. It quickly confirmed once more. Yes. Cyclops looks directly at Jockey and realizes that the giant of destruction can change shape. Then it begins to understand BB's identity. The illusionist wizard. Finally, Cyclops confirms your identity and your role as the death mage of slaughter. After hearing this, Woojin reacts with arrogance, seeming to say, I'm quite famous. Huh. It looked up with a calm and composed expression. As if to say, how could I not know who you are? Cyclops deliberately emphasized the danger, calling you the god of death, and also praised your achievements as the immortal king. Seeing them change, Woojin suddenly looked up in surprise as he transformed into a giant, and Cyclops forcefully raised his weapon and threw it down. Jockey, seeing the situation, shouted and charged in, but the hammer immediately struck down on its head, and suddenly they all froze with a fierce expression. Woojin still arrogantly asked, so you guys were also sent by Shinette? And BB jumped up relieved, thinking he was about to die. Cyclops confidently explains that Shinette is the new order of the universe, arranging everything to follow its proper course, and no one can stop Shinette's army. It also insisted very firmly that the moment you ran away from Anfen, you had already lost. Hearing that, you angrily retorted, "How could I have run away?" But Cyclops revealed the reason with a calm expression, saying that the hot-headed nature of the person is the reason for their defeat. Suddenly Ujin cheerfully laughed and warned, "Don't mess around." He grabbed his weapon and charged forward to declare, "Stop bragging and die." Ujin's weapon pierced straight into its eye, and he smiled proudly. Suddenly, something from afar rushed toward them, with two giant hands clasped tightly together. The Cyclops, wanting to crush Ujin, muttered a few words. "Now you can rest in eternal peace." Now, the Cyclops raised both hands and clenched them tightly, praying for your eternal rest. The Cyclops muttered to itself as if practicing magic. Skill. Tornado. But before it could do anything, Ujin swiftly slashed and cut off its fingers. Then he landed on the ground with a light laugh. "What kind of nonsense is this?" BB anxiously asked. "Is the owner okay?" Wu Jin, looking a bit confused, asked how he was still fine after being stabbed in the eye with a spear. Moreover, a sudden notification appeared, showing that the one-eyed giant was healing his wounds. The Cyclops' fingers were rapidly growing back, and he bitterly exclaimed, "This isn't fair." Cut to scene at temporary station 4. A voice echoes out, "We're not asking you to let us in without a reason. Everyone in Myungjin's group is arguing with the guards. He is the leader of our association. We need to find out how this happened." The soldier replied, "What you heard on the news is exactly what happened. Trying to talk to us is useless. If you don't leave, we will force you out." Jin Wan's face now full of worry. Wu Jin. She silently wondered about Wu Jin, asking if he was truly okay. Jimin looked down quietly at her, and Jin Wan softly whispered to himself, "If you don't make it back alive, I can't." She raised her hand in a silent prayer for Wu Jin's safety. "Please come back safely." Over here, Xian He is standing on a high rock, watching the battle unfold. Observing closely as he fights a tough battle. Now you are fighting alone, against the Cyclops. Their extraordinary strength coming from their giant bodies, and with the ability to heal wounds instantly. I didn't think he could survive. Xian He's eyes narrowed as she watched intently. He thought to himself, what could he do? As Wu Jin on this side launched a split attack. A spear slash from above, down through the Cyclops, but quickly its body emitted crackling electric sounds before gradually cooling down. And it cursed. Damn it. Wu Jin glances back at the moving energy light. This situation is truly endless. The dungeon could break through at any moment. I never knew the one-eyed giant could heal itself. You are now extremely furious, biting your lip tightly. Even though this is their home ground, it feels so unjust. Suddenly, Wu Jin's eyes widen. Wait. The arena? No. This is the temple of the giants, and those one-eyed giants are guarding the temple. He wondered silently. Could it be that Wu Jin said loudly, Stonehead, BB. I need you to hold them off for a few minutes. BB asked in confusion, what do you mean? How can we do that? And you patted her head saying, I trust you. Then they aggressively approached BB and Rocky. The girl was now trembling with fear and sweating profusely. I'm sorry. But could you all stop for a moment? Suddenly, Wu Jin jumped back down. He jumps onto the statue and teases it. This statue is strangely huge. As if they're afraid people won't realize this is a giant's temple. After discovering the secret, Wu Jin also deduced that the temple containing the relics grants the users a certain type of power. Here, they must have been granted a healing ability. And if I'm right, the sacred object is Cyclops, who is furious and charging at the turtle god. You bastard, how dare you put your dirty foot on the statue? But you just sneered at the wine. Why get so worked up? I didn't do anything. It got provoked and became more aggressive. Get out of the way. Immediately after, Wu Jin also used his secret technique, his ultimate move, destroying the statue in front of him with a single strike, causing the temple to explode. Cyclops couldn't stand it anymore and charged forward. You bastard. But you also became even more excited. Perfect move. A single slash cut through, severing its body at the head, with a heavy strike, causing the headless corpse to fall and bleed black blood. Wu Jin saw the results and looked pleased. Great. I really am getting better at chopping. Then he looked up at them boldly and questioned, Are you saying I abandoned the young? Wu Jin, confident and ready to fight, challenged both of them to give it their all if they wanted to defeat him. After a fierce battle, he defeated the two monsters and gained many items to boost his strength. The system keeps notifying you of rewards you received: the giant's belt, strength +5, wind spirit +2, and the giant's tear, strength +3. At that moment, BB ran over worriedly to ask about the situation. Master, are you hurt anywhere? Wu Jin looked at the system panel anxiously, feeling like I'm about to lose my title. My strength stat is catching up with my magic stat. But it doesn't really matter. He turned around and took a few steps forward, emphasizing, let's go home. BB was also very happy, happily following behind. To watch movies, suddenly Wu Jin frowned in confusion, asking back where the recall stone had gone. And the girl, even more puzzled, asked, wasn't it you who took it? He turned his face in one direction to guess. Did some ghost steal it? Is someone holding the teleportation stone? Are they looking for this? Xian. He stands there with a smile and a smug expression. Sang-ho, with a sinister plan, tricks Kang Woo-jin into participating in the upcoming dungeon raid at the station to help with the counterattack. Xian He, upon hearing this, is surprised and asks Kang Woo-jin, why? Then Sang-ho revealed that he has a mysterious past and abilities, and the best place to uncover his secrets is during the upcoming dungeon raid. He specifically instructed to observe him carefully, find out what he can do and what skills he uses. Sang-ho pays attention to every detail. If he has someone supporting him, who that person is, and anything else that can be found, find out everything possible. Xian He let out a heavy sigh. So I have to tail him. Lower-level people can't do this kind of work, but Sang-ho emphasized that no, this is something only she can do, even though I really want Kang Woo-jin on our side. But he has already established an independent power, the Adan gang, so he has been watching his prey for a long time, no matter what. If he can clear the dungeon alone in the shortest time compared to everyone else, it won't be long before he disrupts the Bloodstone market. Sang-ho's eyes are full of danger. If we can't get him, then Woo-jin still remembers Xian He's advice. It's best to eliminate him before he gains even more influence. Meanwhile, BB was very curious. Master, who is she over there? Xian He looked intrigued. I'm quite surprised. Who would have thought you could actually clear this dungeon all by yourself? And she judged. I thought you would use some trick, but I have to admit you're really strong. Who would have expected Woo-jin to straightforwardly brush it off? Her recognition means nothing to me. You immediately demanded to leave the dungeon that's about to collapse. Quickly bring the stone back to me. Xian He, losing his temper, charged like a wild beast without saying a word. Luckily, Woo-jin quickly dodged the attack. What are you doing? Xian He whispered each word. I have my own circumstances. You know. I can't let you leave here alive. At the same time, at security office no. 4. A voice echoed. You're being unreasonable. There's a fight right in the middle of the street, and we have direct ties to the person affected by this incident. So you want us to get detailed information from the media. Where would that normally be? Just then, Sang-ho stepped out and asked why you all are causing a commotion here. Just by looking at his face, people have to be cautious. That person, at the Warang Guild, is Mien. Quickly introduce yourself. I am a member of the Adan Guild, and we heard that our boss has entered that dungeon. At this moment, Sang-ho quietly observes that both the boss and the staff are exactly the same, truly lacking composure. Xian He must have been provoked by Kang Woo-jin. Hanko remained calm to respond to the other party. As the dungeon raid was about to begin, it would be best for you to secure the area where the raid will happen. The responsibility and compensation for the damages will be addressed after we have stopped the dungeon raid. Mian seemed to be rendered speechless, trembling, and Sunggu angrily asked why a prison break was even possible. My brother will break the barrier and come out soon. Sang-ho shot him a sharp look, already dismissive, after a rabbit with a blue nose. At that moment, the guards frantically reported that the barrier was no longer responding, so the surrounding area also became noisy and chaotic. Impossible, he's out. What? A thick fog of smoke was gradually filling the space. An hour ago, the battle between Xian He and Woo-jin was still very fierce. She kept attacking non-stop without any intention to stop. Meanwhile, Woo-jin was struggling to defend himself, and Xian He suddenly uttered 2 words. Skill. So she threw another skill. The flying arrow. Whatever. A corpse. This attack really affected Woo-jin. Damn it, in just a blink, Xian He moved behind you, her sharp spear aimed straight at Woo-jin. At this moment, you felt a bit helpless, unable to dodge, so Woo-jin took a hit that was incredibly painful. BB, standing at a corner, shouted in panic. Master. Suddenly a large pile of rocks flew towards Xian He, the huge monster rushing back to her. Xian He dismissively looked down on it. A golem-type creature, only big in size. And now that we know where its core is, she's confident defeating it won't be difficult at all. The giant monster roared loudly. Rock. Woo-jin was still affected by the previous attack. Oh no. It seems we are being pushed back. The system notification indicates that Zop has been activated and you have absorbed 2 souls, with 98 out of 100 subordinates. Woo-jin calmly stands up to analyze. His strength is comparable to hers, but her speed surpasses his. It seems that her being at level A, there isn't just a coincidence. Zeon-hee looked closely, realizing he had just established a connection below the stars. She deliberately threatened. But if all my attack does is block her, what do you get out of it? If you keep stalling, the explosion will happen. Woojin also figured out the opponent's weakness. He's joking around. And she talks as if the underground tunnel has nothing to do with her. You intentionally emphasized it. Or maybe you actually want it to happen. People with a bit of strength already have hearts full of darkness. So it's really hard to guess what someone is truly thinking. Then he clenched his sword tightly and said boldly, "Whatever she's planning, I will destroy everything." But Zeon-hee also didn't show any fear, and he confidently smirked. Her fierce tone made Woojin momentarily hesitate. Zeon-hee swiftly strikes like lightning to show what she can do. Her attack so powerful it makes the ground tremble and shatter the massive rocks into pieces. Zeon-hee and Woojin are evenly matched, neither willing to back down. She attacks continuously, while Woojin creates a barrier to protect himself, then retreats deeper and launches a counterattack. A dark sword. Zeon-hee suddenly stood still, watching the swords approach. But with just a few strikes, she had taken care of them all. After the misfortune, Zeon-hee breaks into a dangerous smile. Her skill, speed, and face suddenly turn pale. But Woojin hasn't yet grasped the situation when Zeon-hee strikes back, leaving him stunned as he stands before his opponent. That's why Woojin was struck hard by Zeon-hee, hit right in the face, and couldn't help but shout out, "You dog." Accordingly, Zeon-hee arrogantly approaches, seeming to believe that the barrier of the person has reached its limit and everything must end here. And she once again unleashes her move. Skill. The moon part. Despite the situation, Woojin still manages to smile. Zeon-hee leaps forward to attack. Die. BB is so frightened that he screams loudly. Master. Woojin's position is obscured by dust. Zeon-hee looked triumphant. It's been a long time since I had such a fierce fight. Goodbye, Woojin. The thick smoke still hasn't cleared. Woojin's voice echoes. Things are only just getting interesting. What farewell? Really? In the current situation with the two corpses in front of her, Zeon-hee is stunned. What the hell? Woojin remains very calm. Why be surprised? This is the first time seeing her true strength. This time you're the one on top. Got her caught. Zeon-hee was momentarily stunned. More Woojin. She is suspicious. Could it be that all along he was just pretending to be weaker, luring me into a position where he could easily summon his troops? Zeon-hee truly couldn't understand. But since when? She feels very strange. I was caught in his trap and got stuck like this. Woojin arrogantly steps forward. Now it's my turn. Faced with this situation, Zeon-hee could only grit her teeth in hatred. And then she suddenly attacked Woojin. Zeon-hee confidently declared that even so, his slow strikes wouldn't affect her at all. Hearing that, Woojin smirked slyly. A large amount of blood suddenly sprang into the air. Zeon-hee was attacked without even realizing it. She turned around to look. Are there two more of them? That's the soldier Woojin just resurrected earlier. Witnessing this scene, he felt extremely satisfied. 3 pillars stacked up to reach the mountaintop. Then Woojin moved the silver sword again. Let's end this now. Being in such a situation made Zeon-hee lose all her blood. And Woojin, what a bastard. Woojin calmly drew his sword and finished her off. Bye-bye. The system immediately announces that your level has increased to 50. Level 1, Resurrection. You can control one corpse, which can use up to 50% of its original strength. And you can only give simple commands to the corpse. Level 1, Corpse Explosion. The owner can cause a corpse within a 10-meter radius to explode, including the one they are controlling. Woojin excitedly watched the energy flow into him, gaining lots of experience points. Then he looked at her and said, "Thank you very much." Lee Zeon-hee. Cut to a different scene. A voice echoes. "Can we get in?" The barricades are gone. Those sounds are still ringing out. "Let us in," but at that moment, Min Chan froze upon seeing someone and shouted loudly when he saw Woojin. "Boss." He looked around in confusion, wondering when everyone had arrived. And everyone rushed toward Woojin. "Big brother," Min Chan said as soon as he saw the news. "We rushed here right away." Woojin added, "I see. While you're at it, could you help me find my belongings and phone I dropped around here?" But then I saw Min Chan handling people in no time. The whole country just breathed a sigh of relief thanks to the boss. "And yet here you are saying what?" A familiar voice called out, and Ji-won ran over from somewhere to hug him tightly. She was so worried she cried. "You fool. I care about you so much. How could you so easily jump into danger like that?" Woojin softly says, "It should be healed by now, so why are you still wearing a hat?" When he takes off Ji-won's hat, he offers a compliment. "You look much prettier." But she still cares about it. What does it mean if my face is healed when your face is still injured like this? Huh. Woojin doesn't really mind. Just put some ointment on it a few times and it'll be fine. Then Ji-won brought up something else. Casually mentioning the ring you gave her. She gathered all her courage and said, "If you're okay with it." Woojin blurted out something that made Ji-won stunned. "The ring, what are you talking about?" She kept rambling about that event from that day. "Wasn't it you who prepared for it?" Woojin rummaged through his memory. The event. The ring. Ji-won's cheeks briefly flushed red. It was only then that she realized I had misunderstood everything. Is there any way to crawl out of this hole? After a moment of thought, Woojin spoke again. "Wait a minute." Even Exi Hung Han standing nearby saw it. "Big brother. She just confessed to you." "Right. I don't know what to say anymore." Sang Ho suddenly interrupted the conversation. "Luckily, Woojin, you're still alive." Then he hinted that something had happened to Captain Lee Ji-won. Ji-won's words briefly flashed in my mind. "I also have my own goals. Understand? I can't let you leave here alive." Then you scrutinized Sang Ho. "Although there's no concrete evidence, I have a feeling this guy isn't up to any good." "Fine. Let's see how he reacts." Woojin simply states that she is dead. He doesn't reveal the details. She was strong, but unfortunately faced an opponent even stronger. That made Sang Ho question whether a monster really killed Lee Ji-won, or if he was lying when he said he had nothing to do with Ji-won's death. Sang Ho asked curiously. "Who killed her?" Woojin suddenly blurted out two strange words. "Immortal." This statement further confuses Sang Ho's mind immortality. At this moment, Sunggu approached and said, "Boss, I found your belongings and phone. It seems the military picked them up and are holding onto them." Woojin praised. "Well done," Sunggu reminded him. "Isn't it true you're having an important conversation with the chairman of the Gwarang Guild? Or at least you should fix your hair before heading back to the hotel." When Woojin left, Sang Ho finally revealed his anger, saying that an unknown monster had killed Lee Ji-won, and he insisted he believed those words, confidently stating that the accident never happened. Sang Ho knew well and was aware that the A-rank fake awakening of the Gwarang Guild, Lee Ji-won, had died. He began to fall into despair. Everything he had built with his own hands was gradually collapsing, and the reason for its collapse was, the more Ho approached and bit his lips tightly, the more Woojin remembered that the Cyclops from the 6-star dungeon were truly very powerful. "And you're sure? But there are still many monsters on Infen that are much stronger than that. There's no way everything will end so easily." Now the television reports that after an in-depth investigation into the dungeon, Dr. James Toffler will begin presenting his report on where the dungeon comes from and how it has changed. The news reports that Dr. Toffler is revealing where the dungeon came from and how it will change from now on. The other person shares that these monsters are actually extraterrestrial life forms, and emphasizing my point, according to my hypothesis, these tunnels are like their pathways, serving as a method or route to bring those life forms to Earth. That made Eugene feel uneasy. "What the hell is that?" Toffler asked questions. But even if the gates were created, they couldn't pass through here, and escaping the dungeon would only happen after 30 days. "But why 30 days? And the old man analyzed. "I have a hypothesis about the returning stone. Based on what we know about them, if we consider the dungeon as a mine, they are the stabilizing factor, and also the key to escaping the dungeon." However, Toffler continued his explanation. From the monster's perspective, 30 days after a dungeon appears, the return stone can be seen as the key to opening the gateway to Earth. Eugene seems quite interested, and it sounds pretty convincing. Toffler summarizes again. In the past, monsters escaping from dungeons were very weak, and dungeons were only up to 4 stars at most. But the reason we suffered so many casualties is because we weren't prepared at all to fight them. "That's right," Eugene assessed. "They are smaller and behave differently than when they were in the dungeon, and that's to optimize their moon energy usage. Just like BB. Toffler further explained that since the dungeon craze, 5- and 6-star dungeons have become more frequent. And if things keep escalating like this, 7-star dungeons will appear soon. With Eugene's views, I completely agree. Yes, I think the same, but the important thing is why such a phenomenon occurs. Accordingly, Toffler asserts that dungeons are not just random pits, and the bloodstones we steal are actually just bait they set up. The old man emphasized that the more blood crystals there are on Earth, the better the environment will be for them. Eugene stood up. Blood crystals do make sense, based on what you know. The energy in blood crystals is known as magic power in Anfen. They increase the mana coverage on Earth by causing humans to steal and use blood crystals. In this way, they will create an environment where monsters can materialize. Eugene looked up at the person on the screen. Professor James Toffler, I'll remember his name. Eugene's phone screen displayed Hemming's call. He immediately picked up the phone and said, "Here. What's going on?" Let me know what's happening on the other end. Sorry to bother you during your rest, boss. But I think you need to come back and see this with your own eyes. Eugene suddenly fell silent for a long time, and upon hearing the next piece of information, he was very unwilling. What a press conference. A press conference is happening with dozens of reporters. At that moment, someone suddenly approached. Gently pulling out the chair from the table, Min Chan felt apologetic and said, "I'm sorry I couldn't stop this interview. So if there are any questions that are difficult to answer, please feel free to skip them." As soon as he sat down, Eugene glanced at Sang-ho, his eyes full of suspicion. Seeing that, Sang-ho put on a mocking expression and looked at him. Planning something. Right. A reporter suddenly raised his hand and cleared his throat. I would like to ask Chairman Lee Sang-ho a question. This daring dungeon assault was arranged in advance by Warang and Adan, or both of them had agreed on it. Sang-ho confidently stated that there was no such thing, and Vice Chairman Lee Jae-on-hee took on that task himself recklessly. Han even dares to emphasize that I am sure she is only trying to help Kang Eugene, who has recently been the center of attention. The journalist wants to know more. So does that mean Vice Chairman Lee Jae-on-hee risked her life to go into the dungeon to save Kang Eugene? He continues, I want to ask Kang Eugene the next question. How was your teamwork with Jae-on-hee during the attack on the dungeon? Please tell us about the attack on the dungeon, and also about the death of Lee Jae-on-hee. The reporter is asking in detail. How did she die? Did you do everything you could to save her? So Eugene kept silent, making him lose his composure. Please answer me. Did any conflict occur between you and Jae-on-hee in the dungeon? Meanwhile, Sang-ho covered his mouth to hold back his laughter, secretly hoping that he would keep asking him questions because Kang Eugene is definitely doomed. So before the press conference started, Sang-ho made a phone call. Mr. Journalist, I want to give you some information. I have the following suspicions about Kang Eugene. He had already planned this. And from now on, all the media outlets across Korea would be closely following him. At this moment, the reporter asked again, Mr. Kang Eugene, does this country have the right to know about it? Please answer. Don't stay silent anymore. Could the death of Captain Lee Jae-on-hee be connected to Kang Eugene? That's also possible. Min-chan feels something's wrong. Damn it. I suddenly have a feeling this is like a public hearing. He feels extremely guilty. If he had known about this, he would have refused the press conference. Min-chan softly calls out, Uncle. Eugene's face was darkened, but he signaled for silence. Then boldly stood up and asked, What do you want? The stubborn reporter asked, Does this country have the right to know? Eugene snapped angrily. Stop all that nonsense. He kicked him hard in the face, leaving the journalist in shock and disbelief. Even Min-chan couldn't predict this move of yours, thinking you had defeated your opponent. But instead, Sang-ho fell miserably in front of the camera. He clutched his shoulder in pain and looked at Eugene, wondering what he thought he was doing. Eugene doesn't hesitate to call out the truth. It's damn funny. How dare you play those dirty tricks right in front of me like that? Not only that, you boldly grabbed Sang-ho by the collar. And he stammered, Are you crazy? We're live on air? Eugene contemptuously repeated, Live on air. You thought Namthop was your rival, and that made Sang-ho arrogant. But you were wrong. Eugene, the whole country is watching you. But Eugene just laughed drunkenly. So what? You wonder to yourself, what is the population of An-fen, 1 or 2 billion? This action made Min-chan very flustered. Boss. Calm down. Eugene also doesn't know. He can't remember how many people he's killed. You secretly despise him. But everyone has been watching your every move. Live on television in a whole country. That's nothing. Then Eugene loudly asked, Do you want to be live on TV, getting beaten up? Sang-ho looked confused. Oh my god. As soon as he finished speaking, Eugene hit him, and Sang-ho's cheek was now both swollen and red. Se-ung-hoon just glanced at the screen and shivered. Damn it. He felt regretful, thinking that if he had used it, he would be dead meat. Why did he dare to deceive someone like him? Se-ung-hoon thinks that even so, doing that at a press conference really shows there are people who don't care at all about what others think of them. Another news report shows wild gazelles trying to find females to mate with. Meanwhile, Seung-hoon is busy checking other news, and he's losing his mind and causing a ruckus again. The search bar is going crazy, and it's already making a mess online. Seung-hoon's eyes lock onto a headline. What is this? He instinctively reads the words aloud. Holy shit! A reporter is on the scene of the most important place right now, and I am currently at the site of the miracle that everyone in the world is talking about. The reporter says that hundreds of people have come to visit this place because they want to gain the favor of the rain goddess, and the sounds of the sky joking around echo. Love truly is love after all. Looking at the phone screen, Se-ung-hoon exclaimed that this is truly a beauty beyond this world. The reporter introduces the person you're seeing sitting on this carriage. Mr. Smith, who was born with half of his body paralyzed. Se-ung-hoon listens intently, wondering if today will be the first time in his life he can stand on this ground, or if this is some new, emerging religion. Let's witness this miracle with our own eyes. A hand infused with magic touches the head of a pure-hearted person, and Se-ung-hun is moved by this act. The people at the scene are also in shock. What just happened? Damn it. It worked. The man even exclaimed, oh my god, he was truly moved. Thank you sir, thank you Muadi. And Muadi believes that a goddess always has boundless and infinite compassion for those who have offered their sincere hearts on that day. For I am only a messenger of the goddess. Seung-hoon was once again stunned. Impossible to believe. There are even fake awakenings with all kinds of illusionary abilities like magic or some poison. But the man kept expressing his gratitude. Muadi. I hope the goddess will always bless you. Isn't healing injuries like that impossible? Someone was standing in the corner watching. And it was truly astonishing. Could she really be a messenger of the divine? Linda confirms that indeed hundreds of thousands of people have followed her and have become members of the Arya Society. No one doubts her at all. She has already performed a miracle. Ding Kun's gaze was always fixed ahead, towards Arya's Rain Maiden. He learned some information. And although it was truly funny that she couldn't speak after being rescued from the dungeon, she managed to learn the language of the earth in just a few days. According to legend, the goddess Arya, the goddess of earth and the future in the world of Anfen, introduced herself as a priestess serving the goddess Arya and performed quite a few magic tricks. Moreover, there are some rumors that she is capable of more than just miraculous healing. She can even predict the future as Arya has foreseen through the weather, which is truly hard to believe, especially given her ability to forecast the time and place where a dungeon will appear. The story of Rain spread further, and people managed to clear 5 5-star dungeons and 2 6-star dungeons in just a week. But there was a condition to use her abilities. She is sure that it is the formation of a holy knight team serving the goddess Arya. He continued to ask for more information about what happened to that holy knight team. Linda said that many people have already registered and she is updating the situation, which is really concerning because currently there are quite a few fake awakeners in our guild requesting to transfer over. Therefore, Ding Kun must decide quickly. I really can't do anything. If I can't stop them, then I have to make the most of them. He has targeted Murdy, no matter what. She is currently the best fake awakener. Murdy. Ding Kun also clearly sees the opponent's level. An SS rank possibility. At the same time, the Aiden Guild, the Warang Guild, and the Aiden Guild held a press conference. The reporters, tense upon seeing the current situation. Min Chan lost his composure and reminded Mr. Chu A to stay calm. If this continues, we're really going to get into trouble. At this moment, Eugene finally stopped to control his hand. Sang-ho was now covered in wounds, especially on his face. Before leaving him, Eugene threw a hard punch, then turned to face everyone and asked if you've checked on Li Zionhai yet. Eugene emphasized each word. She tried to kill me. He revealed the truth plainly. And as you can see, she failed. Eugene warned them that if they dared to accuse him of attempted murder again, he would not let them get away with it. And he emphasized angrily that if they kept causing trouble, he wouldn't care who they were. They better understand. The reporter who was bribed earlier also got scared and didn't linger. Eugene then turned away. Min Chan followed, hesitantly accepting the order. Yes, sir. In front of the luxurious hall at the press conference, Min Chan curiously asked again, Boss, are you really saying that she tried to kill you? Eugene sternly confirmed. Yes. Min Chan wanted to know more. So could it be that? Eugene solemnly confirms. Yes. I killed her. And the main culprit is the chairman of the Warang Guild. You just barely glanced at Min Chan. So why are you so surprised? Is it because I killed her, or because the Warang Guild is trying to assassinate me? Being reminded that the rumors are false made Min Chan afraid to breathe heavily. He was very worried, even though his opponent was trying hard to kill him. But after killing someone, he remained so calm. Then Eugene returned to his normal calm state and said, In the end, everything will work out in our favor, because I have taken out Li Zionhai, the person blocking our path. And Min Chan also regained his composure. That's true. But I can't help feeling worried about what might happen next and how public opinion will react. Especially since the Warang Guild is controlling the press conference like that. Suddenly Eugene called his name. Min Chan. Speak up. Do you know what is the hardest thing to solve when it comes to those who always hide behind the scenes doing bad things? Min Chan instinctively exclaimed, interpreting Eugene's words with a hint of meaning when people openly provoke. They will always be troubled because it's very hard for them to secretly plot anything. Min Chan suddenly fell into deep thought. Is that why he rearranged the sequence of events? He shifted the focus from why Kang Eugene was involved and complicit in Li Zionhai's death. Min Chan asked, Is Warang really the culprit behind Kang Eugene's attempted scheme? He's truly curious because there's no way to prove exactly what happened in the dungeon. Who would have thought that those actions of his were the result of such careful planning? Then Min Chan happily exclaimed, "Truly a boss." He asked, "So what should we do about the things behind the scenes?" Eugene replied, "Why should I do that? It's your job." And hearing that, Min Chan's face immediately soured. Meanwhile, Eugene grinned happily. Forcing himself to put in some effort, Min Chan could only secretly curse. This damn boss of his never thinks about anything. If your salary still isn't enough, then raise it yourself. At least he still has some living expenses. After waiting for a while and the two of them to leave, it was Kang Eugene waiting outside the door. Eugene frowned and looked at the scene before him. "What is this?" Heeman immediately called out. "Come over and say hello." He said that the residents in the neighborhood wanted to thank him and sincerely expressed, "Thank you for protecting our home." The young man chuckled and said, "No matter what, I will always try to support you." The little girl praised his bravery, saying, "You're so cool." "Thank you." Even the old man had to come and express his gratitude. He's lived in this area for over 70 years. "Thank you very much." Eugene just quietly listened to everyone's words as someone brought up a bouquet of fresh flowers. The little girl spoke up. "Thank you, sir." Eugene nodded and took it. "Thank you too." Your lips gently smile. "Youthy. For things like this. Hold tightly onto the bouquet of flowers just given to you." Eugene raised it high like a achievement. "Not too bad." Everyone shouted in unison. Kang Eugene. Min Chan watched happily, truly unable to understand him. Or rather, I think Min judged that he was definitely not an ordinary person at all. He speaks softly. And now he is again the hero who protected this city. While everyone else is still cheering. Kang Eugene, holding someone's worried embrace. The secretary kept calling out, "Chairman, Chairman, are you awake now?" Sang-ho, "Just waking up," shouted out loud Kang Eugene, "That bastard." While the assistant frantically asked Han, Chairman, how he was doing. But Sang-ho still harbored a deep-seated hatred. Han swears, "That damn dog. That crazy bastard." Sang-ho remembered the insults. "It's really funny. How dare you wash the dog in front of me again?" Han once more exclaimed, "That stupid dog." Sang-ho involuntarily clenched what he was holding. Han affirmed, "I will do everything I can to help you." In America, Manhattan, a highly modern city. In front of the Titan Guild headquarters of Aria, Modi kneels before the statue, continuously reciting prayers. Someone enters to announce, "Lady Saint. The leader has arrived." Ding Kun gently takes Modi's hand and says, "I humbly request an audience with the Lady Saint." Instead of asking her, she simply smiled gently. Then Modi inquired if the establishment of the Knights' Church was still proceeding smoothly, and Ding Kun said, "Yes. Many people have signed up, so everything is progressing very smoothly." That eased Modi's mind. The goddess will be very happy about this. Then she announced that the Knights of the Holy Church would be the heroes in the Holy War to save Anfen, and we will lead them to reclaim Anfen. Modi said that by the time our main forces started their attack, it was already too late, and Earth, like Anfen, would have to face a great catastrophe. Ding Kun silently pondered each word. About Anfen and Earth, he had some knowledge of this matter, a crusade aimed at protecting both worlds, and Ding Kun understood how serious it was, even though what was happening was truly hard to believe. If it was true, then this was no longer something our guild could handle. "I will need everyone around the world to work with me." Then he spoke again. "I have one more thing I want to tell you." Ding Kun hands over an iPad. "I found the person mentioned in the prophecy you revealed earlier." Muddies couldn't hide her happiness. He finally found him. But as she looked at the screen, she was confused. Who is this person? And how can Muddis's body be so thin? How can this person be on Earth? Ding Kun immediately asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Muddis's voice dropped significantly. The immortal spirit of destruction. She is stunned. Who would have thought Kang Woojin was the false savior in the prophecy? At the same time, Woojin suddenly demanded Sungwoo to take the car, and Sungwoo helplessly reminded him, "Hey, you still have 2 days before the deadline to report to the police station." Woojin asked, "Why should I go there?" Sungwoo skeptically guessed, "So, where are you planning to go?" "Don't tell me," Woojin revealed when he woke up. "Just to the Warang Guild." And everyone exclaimed in surprise. Woojin sighed and said, "I'll handle it myself, so why do you all look so worried, Mr. Chu? Please let me take care of this. I don't want to trouble you." Suddenly, Woojin's voice deepened, and Min Chan quickly assured him no trouble at all. So Woojin had to agree. "All right then." Then he offered, "Is there anything I can help with?" Min Chan said, "Yes there is." He requested, "Please allow me to hire more staff. If we want to resolve this issue with the cursed man, we will need to hire a lawyer, and we will also need to hire more support staff." Wu Jin thought for a moment and analyzed silently. If the blood crystals continue to accumulate on Earth, what will appear won't be monsters from Anfen, but Shenet's subordinates, and although they are called subordinates, in reality, there are 72 generals directly under Commander Shenet Ji, each of whom is extremely dangerous and one of whom cannot be defeated. Accordingly, Wu Jin calculated that even with his subordinates in the Anfen world, his army of the living dead, and the support of his allies in Anfen, he could only match Shenet's strength. Then he connected with reality. But now I only have these 4 subordinates. So Wu Jin is quite confused, and Hong Seung-gu is the only awakened one among them. So it's not really a big deal. His only strength is that he has a very pure heart. So Seung-gu wondered why he was silent all this time. What's going on? Brother, Min Chan asked again. Boss, what about hiring more people? Then Wu Jin agreed. Alright. If you're going to hire more people, then hire some more pseudo-awakeners too. Suddenly, he calls out casually. Seung-gu. And then Wu Jin asks, follow me. The green trees make the forest more colorful. The sharp blades slashed swiftly through the air. Someone was taking down the giant monster. With just a flick of the sword, Wu Jin had made it fall. After finishing, a few drops of fresh blood remained on the weapon's blade. Wu Jin excitedly commented. Oxer is nothing special. Seung-gu stands to the side and comments. Hey bro. I think I've gotten stronger. Look. Seung-gu happily reports. I've collected all of this. The system updates. Level 7, Hong Seung-gu, even though he's afraid of his friend, still respects him, likes you, and hates you at the same time. As a battle mage, with fireball skills and notes on blood shard collection at the level of a master, Wu Jin quietly ponders. He's indeed collecting blood shards as quickly as before. People might think he's fighting some kind of monster too. By the way, Seung-gu, stop collecting blood crystals and come over here. Seung-gu hesitated but quickly ran over. Calling out to me. Wu Jin asked. Seung-gu, how strong do you want to become? Seung-gu muttered. Sorry, Wu Jin calmly replied. Surely you must have some goal too. Right. Do you want to keep collecting bloodstones beneath my eggs forever? Seung-gu suddenly remembered. Yes. My original dream was to become a high-level fire mage. So why am I now running a logistics company like this? He was confused. The scope of a running object director's work includes driving, carrying things, collecting bloodlines, and scheduling dungeon excavations. Wu Jin interrupted his thoughts, wondering if he was satisfied with the current situation. Seung-gu awkwardly explained. No. When I woke up, my dream was to become a high-level fire mage. He insists that I will do everything I can to become stronger, Wu Jin said sincerely. Even if it means exhausting myself to death, Seung-gu declared with confidence. Yes. Anything. Hearing that, Wu Jin could also faintly smile and say, all right. He then announced, let's get started now. Seung-gu was stunned again. And Wu Jin calmly said, in 1 month, you will be ready. I will raise you to level A within a month. Now Seung-gu has trained to the point of breathlessness. Yet his legs still move as if he's fake walking. How is that possible? Seung-gu still can't understand why everything turned out this way. He recalls Wu Jin's words, that he would reach level A in a month. And Seung-gu doubts if that's really possible. Suddenly, something brushed past him, and in an instant appeared in front of Seung-gu. Blocking with a sword, Wu Jin's soldier attacked him. But luckily, Seung-gu managed to dodge in time. And in the end, he lost his balance and fell backward to the ground. Then, Kot Bin slowly approached Seung-gu, who quickly regained his composure. I can't be careless. If we get hit, we will die. Kot Bin narrows his eyes in a threatening manner. Then, Seung-gu still uses some energy. I need to create some distance before I use my skill. Then, the accumulated magic was compressed towards Bin's sword. And suddenly that spot exploded like a catastrophe. Seung-gu couldn't help but feel excited. It's over. But before he could celebrate further, Kot Bin suddenly appeared coldly behind the trees. Moreover, it suddenly attacked Seung-gu. So Kot Bin clenched his sword tighter and drove it deeper. In the blink of an eye, night has fallen over this large forest, and Kot Bin has just drawn his sword, causing Seung-gu to collapse from serious injuries. He keeps rambling on. It hurts so much. If I even think about giving up for just a second. Wu Jin, not pleased at all, steps forward. Get up. How long do you plan to keep doing that? And on top of that, it's reflecting widely. Do you really think you can defeat my Kot Bin just with that fire of yours? How could you let your guard down after just one fight? Wu Jin specifically warned you. If you want to survive, you have to stay determined and become stronger. You think monsters only stay in the dungeons. Meanwhile, Seung-gu is still in a dazed state. Oh my. Wu Jin imagined a scenario Try to picture it. Dungeon escapes happening at every train station across the entire world at the same time, involving 6 billion people. So you insist that even if you cut that number in half, it still wouldn't take more than 3 days. Sunggu's mind still hasn't caught up. What nonsense are you talking about? Meanwhile, Yujin continued speaking. If that happens, I will be too busy protecting my family and won't have time to protect you. You have to learn how to survive on your own. If you want to awaken Sunggu and protect your family, then make sure that from now on you will no longer be weak. Sunggu struggled to stand up, trembling, and as soon as he steadied himself, he let out a long sigh of wind. But nothing could diminish his will. Hey, keep training me. Seeing this attitude, Yujin might smile. That's right. You have to keep going like that. The sky has just started to brighten, and at Trungbuk Forest Station, there is still not a single soul around. Sunggu yawns deeply. Exhausted, Yujin sat opposite and gently asked, tired? Sunggu's face now looked more exhausted than ever. How could he not be tired after 3 days of frantic training like this? Yujin announces that he has used his skill to disable your fatigue. And if you feel sleepy, it's only because your mind is weak and just wants to rest. Go ahead and set a challenge. Whether it's self-hypnosis or anything else. As long as it can block your sleepiness, Sunggu will do it. Okay. At that moment, the sound from the TV rang out. Her blessing saved many lives. And what she did was truly extraordinary. Both of them were drawn to this topic, which was the scene of the dream goddess Modi and the man who was petted on the head last time. Yujin involuntarily looked at Chiu. She looked just like someone I used to know. Even her gestures and actions are similar. Sunggu frowned. Who is he talking about? He also sighed and said she looks so adorable. Like a fairy. Yujin realized with affection that she's not a fairy. Just by looking at her ears. It's obvious. It's just a way of speaking. But there is a truth you haven't revealed. What everyone still sees are the miracles of Saintess Modi of Arya. And the next story is about the Saint Knight squad of the Saintess. Then Yujin was startled and turned around quickly. What, that's Modi, really? He felt strange. How could she be here? The scene shifts to the Adan Guild. A familiar office. And Minchan cheerfully says, "You're back already." Yujin hurriedly asks, "Help me book a flight to America." Minchan also understands the reason. How do you know that? Are you talking about the invitation letter the guild sent? Hearing that, Yujin involuntarily repeated, "The guild." According to the information Minchan knows, some time ago, the Titan Guild rescued a certain person from a dungeon. That was the saintess named Modi. Her strange abilities have become a very hot topic lately. And he said, "Anyway, about this matter." Minchan suspiciously asked again. "The Titan Guild has invited all the guilds in the world to the association. Isn't that what you're referring to?" But Yujin didn't really care. "Anyway, book me a plane ticket." Minchan was left pondering with curiosity, thinking he found this matter quite troublesome. What exactly happened? Minchan hands over a box of items and says, "Here are the skill books and magic stones you requested earlier. Yujin has a way to use them. Perfect timing. Tomorrow I'll have Sunggu learn everything in here. Because I don't have any specific requests right now." Minchan confirms. "Oh, I see. Since we've used up the guild's funds recently, we're a bit short on capital." He clearly states that magic stones and skill books are always very expensive. And suddenly Yujin asks if there are any dungeons being rebuilt recently. Minchan replied, "Dungeons are always around. But unless we're lucky, it's hard for new guilds like ours to get those dungeons compared to the big guilds." Yujin continued to ask, "Is there a 6-star dungeon about to explode?" Minchan focused his thoughts and confirmed that the Ministry of Defense had issued a call as well. But his demeanor made Yujin curious. What kind of place was it that made him stammer like that? Minchan boldly revealed that it was in Pyongyang, and upon hearing this, Yujin's face twisted in anger. Then from inside the base, someone shouted loudly, "North Korea, you!" The traitor, kneeling desperately. "Chairman, I am truly sorry." He broke down crying, begging for forgiveness just this once. "Please spare my life." Dong-un, hearing this, ordered sharply, "What did you say?" He questioned, "Do you think we'll just forgive you after running away like that over there?" He could only helplessly plead, "I sincerely apologize. So please." But he received a cold, sharp look from Dong-un. "This bastard." Then, he pointed the gun at him, telling him to beg for forgiveness from our people. Dong-un, without hesitation, pulls the trigger in shock as his henchmen react. Then he orders, "Clean up this mess." Dong-un pauses as he steps over the corpse. It seems this is no longer a matter our country can handle on its own. Then he inquired about the situation, the command, and whether the invitation to South Korea had been sent. The commander reported that I have very good news. "Sir, Chairman." He leaned close to Dong-un's ear and whispered secret information. What, he suddenly burst out laughing. Really? It seems I will finally get to meet him. Dong-un is now extremely excited. South Korea's greatest hero, Kang Woo-jin, right now at the Fake Awakening Bureau. Woo-jin is sitting on a chair, playing around. And I've joked with that place in Pyongyang a few times. But who knew I would actually have to go there in the end? The sound from your phone rings out. Are you going to kill Kim Dong-un just to avoid the draft? Yeah. Let's unify the country. Brother. Calm down. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke up. Woo-jin, it's truly an honor to meet you again like this. Hai-sun smiled and reached out her hand. Saying, I will take you to Pyongyang. Woo-jin responded that yes. Meeting someone familiar does make him feel a bit more at ease. Then the two of them moved together and reached the highway, where the signpost clearly indicated the direction the driver needed to take. Woo-jin looked around and thought there would be soldiers everywhere at the military bases. But it turns out it's quite quiet. The two sons said that North Korea has very few developed areas. And outside those places, it's just families. The rest of that country looked very much like our country in the 72nds, to the point that there was only one subway station in Pyongyang. That confuses Woo-jin, so they had to ask for help because they couldn't handle the remaining monsters. Is there really no senior awakened in North Korea? Hai-sun continued explaining that they are indeed much fewer awakened individuals than us, which is also why it's so difficult to form a team of all level A senior awakeners. And moreover, the death rate among senior awakeners in North Korea is quite high. So Woo-jin quickly understood the situation. I guess whether they die in the dungeon or run outside and get shot, it's pretty much the same. Hai-sun said that they haven't faced any major problems so far, because they have been receiving aid from China. She shared the details of the incident. But this time North Korea tried to handle the situation independently and failed. And as if China wanted to use this situation as a warning, they just stand by and watch. So, North Korea had to publicly announce several recruitment notices in quite a few countries around the world. Woo-jin takes a stance, which makes sense from North Korea's perspective. They must have felt extremely angry about having to give up a huge amount of bloodstone from a high-level dungeon to China. And Hai-sun confirms, yes. Then Woo-jin leans back in his chair. Whatever happens, handle it quickly and come back. And make sure to stick to the half-month deadline we agreed on at the start. Hai-sun assuredly said, yes. I will ensure that condition is met. She subtly glanced at Woo-jin, who was closing his eyes. Hai-sun understands that Woo-jin's condition is to be allowed to attack the dungeon within half a month after the first dungeon is cleared. She is connecting the events. And the negotiations between the South and the North can only begin after the North Korean delegation arrives. With her sharp mind, Hai-sun confidently believed that for the first person to clear the dungeon, this was just a minor request and would be accepted without issue. But only if they successfully cleared the dungeon. Moreover, she knows full well the consequences. If they fail, Woo-jin's death is certain, and South Korea will also suffer a significant loss of resources. The more Hai-sun thinks about it, the worse it gets. And the relationship between South Korea and North Korea could even deteriorate further. She entrusted you with a heavy responsibility. Woo-jin, everything depends on you. And after a long journey, the two of you have finally arrived. They look at the destination ahead. We've arrived. This is the Sun Palace. Kung Su-san. Our meeting place, Woo-jin quietly exclaimed. That building is huge. What's with those tanks? Hai-sun. The Sun Palace is basically North Korea's representative building. According to her, she also mentioned that you need to clean up the sewer tunnel right next to this place, which is why they had to prevent the tunnel breach. Please follow me politely. Comrades, as shown in the picture with the two representatives holding flags. Along the wall, the soldiers stood in neat rows, while Woo-jin and Hai-sun sat quietly in their places. Hai-sun didn't dare speak loudly. Those guys are so carefree. Woo-jin's attitude confuses her. Don't you feel worried at all? Woo-jin, who would have expected you to show such a mocking face? Why worry? Since Woo-jin already sees through everything. This is obviously a political game to put psychological pressure on the guests by making them wait for a long time. In a moment, the sound of the enemy's voice echoed. The first secretary of the Central Defense Committee arrived, and the other person slowly strolled around with a few bodyguards. Goodbye and greetings. Very pleased to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. But Woo-jin just glanced down lightly and wondered to himself, who is this pig? After calming down, he gently smiled, and Woo-jin shook hands in response, saying yes. Very pleased to meet you. Your attitude made P.O. Wan furious. Comrade, this is the day of the president. Please speak carefully. Even at this point, all he received was Woo-jin's indifferent look. Then he covered his mouth and greeted him. Very pleased to meet you, sir. The people around were stunned by this action, and Hai-sun couldn't believe his eyes. What's going on? Now she finally opened her eyes. even though he has done these things to the Warang Guild president. I think he also has enough common sense to handle these people carefully, even if I don't say anything. Those lower-ranked guys gritted their teeth and cursed. You bastard. Do you think you're somewhere special to dare do this? I won't let this bastard get away with it. Hasten's soul suddenly felt devastated. It's over. Ujin didn't hesitate to defend himself. So those who told me to be careful, I was just doing that. Why are you angry at me? Hasten could only cry inwardly. Forget about hiding or escaping now. We're probably going to die here right away. Suddenly Jong-un burst out laughing. And on top of that, he praised him. You're really quite funny. After all, you truly are the strongest warrior in the south. Jong-un still excitedly put his arm around Ujin's shoulder and said, let's sit down and talk, while Hasten was still in a singing mood. And then everyone sat properly at the meeting table. Ujin confidently said, get straight to the point. Hurry up so I can go into the dungeon. The lower ranks are already furious. This arrogant bastard. But Jong-un still looked pleased. You're very straightforward. He said he heard about your condition, that you would use the prison for half a month and take the spoils of war during that attack. Right. Jong-un added. Of course. With our government there's nothing bad either, as long as you handle the prison issue well. I will keep this promise. Hearing that, Ujin stood up. So, what are we waiting for? Let's go right now. Jong-un chuckled again. You're really impatient. Huh. He suggested that before you leave, we take a photo. And only when you go did Hasten dare to relax, honestly. I thought I would die from exhaustion. She stepped forward confidently. Don't you know if we're now in Binyen? Be careful with your words. But Ujin simply smiled gently. Of course, I am careful. Hasten was momentarily confused. Ma'am? Ujin recalled the moment Jong-un raised his hand to greet. Very pleased to meet a comrade. I've heard a lot about you. You've made up your mind. Or maybe just kill him. And perhaps you'll be honorably discharged. By this time, the sky had turned golden. Ujin waved goodbye. So I'll be going now. See you in a few days. Hasten sincerely hopes that Ujin will return safely. And he responds with a confident smile as his answer. As the two were talking, someone was watching from afar through binoculars. And Jong-un exclaimed in admiration. My goodness. He's truly a breath of fresh air. Isn't he? The commander responded seriously. Yes, sir. Jong-un wondered. If our People's Republic also had a superhero like that, it would be wonderful. The commander doubted. Sir, do you think he will succeed? And Jong-un is certain that he will succeed. Of course. He feels very confident inside. You can do it. Comrade Kang Ujin. Ujin is walking when something touches her shoulder, so he turned back to check what was that. This feeling of the forest. I just sensed a monster or something. The sky is full of dark clouds with lightning flashing. And the remote forest makes this place even more ominous. A voice suddenly spoke up. This is Chonnet's territory. Bai D. Annoyed. Pinched her nose because of the terrible smell. Whose land is this? Ujin replies. I don't know either. If any of those 72 commanders show up, just kill them all. As soon as you finish speaking, a strange sound echoed. And Ujin looked at the monsters before him. Is this their way of bullying the weak? Vaisish, a low-level monster of Chonnet, with sword-like front limbs, poses a major threat and tends to attack in groups of dozens. Ujin immediately summoned his monster. Don Sao. Let's go. As the giant Don Sao appeared, the ground trembled. But the Vaishich were not to be underestimated. Even though smaller, they still charged forward. Don Sao immediately charged fiercely at them, and the gloomy sky suddenly cleared with fewer dark clouds. With his strength, Don Sao successfully defeated the Vaishish. Ujin smiled triumphantly, summoning the bone soldiers and bone mages. All appeared ready to fight within a second. As the system announced, the resurrected level 40 skeleton soldier was revived by sacrificing the remains of monsters that had been resurrected 40 out of 250. The summoned Necromancer's core mage is revived at level 10 by sacrificing monsters that have been summoned 50 out of 250. Ujin was very confident. I have plenty of numbers here. And something far away caught Ujin and Bibi's attention. Hundreds of spiders are heading towards both of them. Those things they are called Ran, a low-level monster of Shanad that can shoot needle-like spikes from its mouth. But just as it seems, that's all. A foot as big as an elephant stomps down onto the ground. Ujin softly speaks. So Rokto is here too. Rokto is a beast with incredible power and strong defense. Just its enormous body alone is a threat. Despite that, Ujin calmly ordered him to hold it back and keep it busy. And Don Sao heard his master's command and roared loudly. Then Ujin mobilized, fully prepared for battle, with the system announcing that the warrior's weapons unlocked level 50 special transformation. Changing into a spear, The running rats are desperately trying to escape as the bloodthirsty Bin charges forward. Swords flashing through the air, slicing through the fleeing rats. The powerful cannon strikes down each one. A burst of explosion makes them halt. Turns out it's BB's sleeping attack. While Ujin and his weapons surge forward, he aims directly at Dokto and the deep mound they are facing. Ujin himself knows that not every attack works against Dokto because it is incredibly tough, but he remains very confident. Unfortunately, this time he still can't summon the Night Halik. Ujin gently raises his hand forward, preparing for a new attack. However, something just floated up in the gap between Don Sao and Dokto. They are surrounding it to control Dokto. Meanwhile, Ujin continued riding steadily, gripping his sword tightly, ready to leap forward, with an excited expression on his face, showcasing his skill and swordsmanship. With just one strike, Dokto was defeated, splattering slime everywhere, and Ujin was delighted, realizing he had gained the skills of a warrior. 12 days later in dungeon time, BB once again surveys the surroundings. Is this the center of this territory? The girl can tell it's a nursery, but there's no sign they're about to hatch yet. Master. Ujin agrees. Yeah. It seems we won't be able to meet the owner of this territory. BB was really curious and wanted to know who was behind it. But Ujin responded, let's just get ready to go back. Then you used a spell. The undead was resurrected, and the system provided information. Resurrection skill. You can control a corpse. That corpse can use up to 50% of its original ability and can only follow simple commands, costing 1 mana. Immediately, the monsters that were just defeated are resurrected. Waiting for this moment, Ujin gives the order. Go. The ranchers obey and start crawling all over the ground. Now, the area around this place is filled with ranchers resurrected by Ujin, and they are gathering inside the village. Ujin just exclaimed one word. Rage. The system notification says, with the rage skill, you can explode or kill a corpse within a 10-meter radius or a corpse you control. Just a moment later, the settlement was overwhelmed and exploded, and Ujin quickly put on his mask. BB then noticed something. This is a regression stone. Ujin's face shows a hint of surprise. What is that? He looks up at the sky. Is that a regression stone and a piece of space-time? According to the system information, the mysterious fragment of the space-time shard is the material that makes up this world and is used as a resource to create a sacred land space. Ujin hesitated, then picked up the fragment of the space-time. A piece that can create a sacred land. Huh. Then he asked, BB, do you know anything about sacred land? Bibi replied, yes. This is the first time I've heard of it. So Ujin decided, Bibi doesn't know either. So there's no need to think about it. Just put it in your bag, and you'll use it someday. At the same time, Kim Jong-un's secret hobby room with neatly arranged gold-plated books on the shelves. Jong-un is giving directions to someone, but then shifting slightly to the left. No. Then to the right a bit, until he's satisfied, and finally stopping. Yes. Now it looks very good. Looking at the photo of myself and Ujin together, he praised himself, saying it's a perfect serious photo. The person next to him lifts another picture and asks, Chairman, what should I do with this one? Jong-un examined the photo carefully, and thought for a moment before curtly ordering, throw it in the trash. Just then, there was a knock at the door outside. Come in. Sir, I have some good news that I think you'll be very pleased to hear. Mr. Chairman. He revealed that Comrade Kang Ujin has successfully cleared the gangway prison tunnel. Jong-un was so excited he exclaimed, what did you say? Really? He demands that you bring Comrade Kang Ujin here immediately. I will ensure the treatment for the hero who saved everyone will be extraordinary. Jong-un is very happy now, never knowing for sure that Comrade Kang Ujin might come back here because he was moved by the treatment our People's Republic has given him. Isn't that right? But the officer's face looked a bit serious. He still remembered Ujin's face. That bastard. Bai is so furious he almost went crazy. He managed to clear this out in just 3 days. Everyone around saw Ujin and started talking. He's totally crazy. Clearing out a 6-star dungeon all by himself. I think there's also a fake awakener named Mady or something. Get in touch with headquarters now. Ujin sighed. They seem to be like foreign journalists. Hasten runs happily from afar and says, Ujin, she has expressed her gratitude. I just heard about your success. Thank you for your hard work all this time. Ujin replied. Well, isn't it because they knew I would succeed that we came here? Hasten interrupted. That's right. Of course. But I'm truly amazed that you've achieved this level of success. Then Ujin asked, where is the negotiation team? Have they arrived yet? Hasten replied. Yes. Both the South and the North are waiting to see the outcome of this attack. There's nothing to worry about. I'm here, so of course it will be 100% successful. Hasten still hasn't revealed something. Maybe it's better not to let this guy know that the negotiation team thinks he has a 70% chance of failure. Then Ujin said goodbye, and I trust the success of the negotiation team. I'll go back to the dungeon now, Hasten shouted loudly. Ujin, take a break first. But just now I couldn't see Ujin's shadow anymore. He disappeared completely. It looks like I'll have to submit the report alone again. At the same time, someone kept calling Hasten. Comrade. Comrade. Where is Comrade Kang Ujin? Hasten replied that he had just gone back in. That person's mood suddenly drops after hearing this. I'm doomed. I'm terrible at this. At the same time, at Kim Trong Yuan's place, he points at Le. Remember to make it loud so we don't embarrass ourselves in front of the South Koreans. Time quickly passed. And 14 days later, the soldiers and the National Guards were still in combat readiness. Ujin just stood to the side watching. This auto-battle system is pretty good. The system also announced that you have leveled up to level 60. The benefit from the warrior profession's unlocked weapon, the shape-shifting bow, is the random and rapid shooting skill you have learned. You have learned the resilience of this warrior skill, which helps you endure pain. The benefits unlocked. Ujin tightly grips the bow and arrow, finally reaching level 60. Then he held it up in front of his eyes. A bow. The prestigious shop. Bought the core skill. Ujin was eager to use this item. Let's try it out. He releases the arrow aiming at a red-furred beast. As the arrow hits it, the ground erupts in a spray of dirt. Ujin assessed himself. His aim is longer than a spear's and even faster. That's pretty good. Then Ujin released a surge of black magic and departed. Goblin. It is spiraling repeatedly and moving into a specific area. The deep voice finally echoes, and I can finally hear the voice of that day again. Master. Han laughed cruelly. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Master. System updating information. Level of spirit photo carving. Goblin subordinate. We can summon a spirit that can live off a host by using these images that can read the host's emotions and share information. And controlling the host if the host is a corpse will be an even more powerful entity than the original corpse when resurrected. The number of images increases the corpse's strength by 10%, requiring one controlling force. 99%. Loyal and trusting. Ujin honestly remarks. Just like always. Seeing you is always a shock. But the goblin still smirks regardless of the situation. He cunningly asked, if you hate me that much, then give me a new body. Preferably yours. Ujin shouted angrily. You bastard. Nguyen Gyang told me not to mess around anymore. I will recall you when needed. Just use your image and get lost. The goblin keeps showing his sinister expression. Fine. No more hesitation. Ujin quickly subdues him. Truly a terrifying foe. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at something behind him. Ujin observes everything from above. It seems everything is settled here. If I hurry, I might be able to do another round of the dungeon today. Then Ujin left the dungeon to go somewhere else. And as she stepped out, she saw Hasten standing there. Why was she outside? Her cheerful attitude from earlier was gone. Her lips pressed tightly together. Hasten kneels down completely. Ujin, please, I beg you. Ujin is confused what's going on. Hasten begged desperately. Please take a break for an hour before going in. Because without the main character being you, it would all be meaningless. After hearing this, Ujin looked visibly troubled. Again, just a few days earlier, before the assault on the fortress, Hasten was very happy at that time, as this attack was widely reported as a joint effort of South and North Korea. We will need your cooperation too. Ujin. So don't bother with politics. I'm going back in now. Hasten quickly stops me. Ujin. Before the next dungeon assault, Hasten continues to persuade. Today you have to go with me, but the answer is no different at all. Little Rose. And now, Hasten can only helplessly beg. The atmosphere is pretty tense already. So please think of your country and take a breather before the next attack. She is suffering so much. If you don't come with me again, I don't know what other problems might arise. Ujin said tiredly. Oh my. The delicious bowl of noodles and other dishes are placed on the table. Everyone around was chatting happily. Only Ujin was chewing a cookie and muttering in his mind. This is so boring. You lost that ring. So, now that we're done here, I can go. Right, Hasten said. Ujin. Thank you for coming. As Ujin was about to leave, someone called out, Comrade, please, could you sign here before you go? Ujin asked. My name. The other person. Clearly impressed. You are the strongest monk in South Korea. If I could get your signature before you leave, it would truly be an honor. So, Ujin also agreed to sign his name, then waved goodbye and told him to continue with his work. The other person was extremely happy and thanked him. It seemed like a simple task, but then I noticed that guy smirking. And soon I realized something was off. Then you asked, Goblin. Do you see the pig over there? Goblin replied. Yes. I see it. Sir. Ujin orders to follow him and report everything back to me. Goblin immediately obeys, and then secretly launches an attack under the table. A soldier asked, "Sir, are we fully prepared now? What should we do next? Should we eliminate him?" Byung-won glared at Ujin with hatred. The more secretive the better. In his mind he kept cursing. "You dog. How dare you look down on North Korea?" Byung-won started to tear up from the moment Ujin greeted Chong-eun. "Yes. Very pleased to meet you." He still remembers Chong-eun's attitude back then. "You're truly a very strong-willed person. Fitting to be the greatest hero in the South." Then the story of Chong-eun introducing Miyu. Who knows? Maybe Ujin will be moved by our actions and join our People's Republic as well. And Byung-won believes that all of this is because of the chairman, who made poor decisions over a small misunderstanding. He clenched the bomb in his hand. With a few others nearby, a long day has passed and night is falling. The guard sees Ujin and speaks. "Are you going back in again?" He greets warmly. "This will be your final round. I wish you success." Ujin responds politely. "Thank you." As you step inside, the two guards keep their eyes on you. Turns out they have a trap planned. He's in. Quick. Before the barrier appears. Gangmyeong is a bit dark here. Follow the plan. One comrade chasing after Ujin. Ujin was very confused, wondering why he was following me here. And the other person said there was an urgent report from the commander. So Ujin remained on the defensive. But why? That guy suddenly pressed the bomb activation button. "You did very well, comrade," the man said. Ujin's face full of surprise. "You didn't expect this trap." The bomb immediately exploded here. While the others carried out their mission, the remaining one stood guard above. Byung-kwon stands from afar, observing. The barrier doesn't seem to disappear at all as he avoided dying on the spot. He can guarantee it. But anyway, he's at least been wounded. And becoming prey for other monsters is only a matter of time. Byung-kwon exclaimed. "Surrender and rest easy." He believes strongly that the plan will definitely succeed. 2 days after the attack on the dungeon, at the North Korea negotiation site, some members of the South Korean delegation are wondering why Ujin still hasn't returned. Hae-sun said yes. The barrier is still the same. Nothing seems different. The other person said heavily. "We are already in a difficult situation. Right now he's very worried. It's been over a day since Ujin's promised deadline. And I wonder what North Korea will demand in exchange for this." And Hae-sun also felt that something was strange. She clearly remembered that Kang Ujin's previous attack lasted 1 day and 17 hours. Normally, he would have already gone out. But isn't it possible that something unpredictable could happen inside the prison? Then Hae-sun placed a stack of photos on the table and revealed that it was right after Kang Ujin entered the dungeon. An international reporter took a photo showing a North Korean soldier following him in. "We must launch an investigation immediately and file a complaint with the North." Suddenly, Won-ho asked Hae-sun if she wasn't afraid of dying. Hae-sun was momentarily surprised and replied, "I am." Won-ho wants to emphasize the truth. "We are in a dangerous situation. If we keep dwelling on minor suspicions, nothing can guarantee our safety." Hae-sun angrily argued. "But that doesn't mean we should just sit still." Won-ho slammed his hand on the table, deliberately warning Hae-sun, "I hope you will be careful with your words from now on. Even this conversation might have been overheard, and whether you are alive or dead still hasn't been confirmed." "Right," Won-ho asked. "So let's just wait for now." At the same time, Rong Uwan was also holding a document with information. "Which bastard? He is extremely angry. Which foolish person caused this?" The other party says. "We are still investigating." Rong Uwan was furious and quickly searched for those bastards to bring them to Tanghaiti. 3 days after the assault on the dungeon, the army was deployed in front of it. Sun is very worried now. It's been 3 days since Yujin entered the dungeon. He must be safe. Just then, there was some chatter outside. Wait a moment. It seems like there was a reaction just now. Really? A barrier. They were stunned and exclaimed. The barrier was gone. At this moment, Yujin appears with a surge of demonic energy swirling around him, standing in front of the dungeon entrance, his breath slightly heavy, causing the reporters and everyone there to be stunned. Yujin spoke. "You all really want to die, don't you?" Meanwhile, the others still hadn't grasped the situation, and the space fell into silence. At this point, Yujin couldn't hold back his emotions and declared, "Bring out that pig that needs to die. If he doesn't come, I will go find him." The terrified soldier raised his gun, threatening, "Stop right there. If you don't stop, I'll shoot." Yujin leaned close. "I survived a suicide bombing. What's a measly gun to me?" Then you unleash your energy, ready to teach this guy a lesson. He's so terrified he can only scream. With just a gentle gesture, Yujin made him fall into a daze. BB appeared to criticize, noting that the owner is too stubborn. System notification. BB's owner is using the skill of the original voice. The girl warns. What will you do if you kill someone and then get sued? Yujin warns. Don't block my way uselessly like that. The other henchmen started to go crazy. That dog? He's got his favorites now. They hate us. You mean this People's Republic is too lenient? Letting those southern bastards invade Bin Duong was definitely a mistake. I knew all along, this is how things would turn out. Yujin can tell, this is the North Korean Fake Awakening Association. He looks at their ranks and assesses. Seems like there are quite a few strong ones here. Then Yujin launched an attack. But the dark magic skill was activated. And naturally he raised his hand to gently wave it away. While they were in shock, death. The magic pierced through their bodies, causing everyone to scream out loud. Yujin scoffed. But they are just some familiar A-rank enemies. Someone announced that the goblin's energy is coming from here. Hasten urgently begged. Please stop. Yujin looked at her with suspicion. Are you an imposter? You find her very suspicious. She's only as strong as a level F who just transformed from an ordinary human. Yet she managed to withstand BB's curse. She really has a strong spirit. Hasten firmly blocks him and says, Yujin, please stop. If you stop, we can settle this from now on. Yujin brushes himself off and calms down. The one who needs to be calmed is that damn pig who stabbed me in the back. Get out of the way. Only now does Hasten realize that the North Korean soldier following him was there to assassinate him. But she still tries to persuade him. However, this is not the way to handle the situation. You need to be patient a little. If you keep going, there might be a war breaking out. Please, think of our country. Yujin feels uncomfortable. You're too meddlesome. This is your last warning. Stay away if you don't want to die. Even then, Hasten still dared to challenge. If you really intend to go, you must kill me first. Hasten's words really angered Yujin. But unexpectedly, he spoke softly. So I can't do anything then. Because you came all this way to stop me. Hasan was overjoyed. Having just made an important decision, the right one. Yujin. But then Yujin suddenly struck Hasan painfully in the stomach. She opened her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with amazement. Then Yujin ruthlessly let Hasan fall to the ground. I won't kill you. Just sleep for a bit, and rest until everything is over. The cannons are firing non-stop. The system announces that the mech armor skill has been activated. A surge of power flows down to the ground, and Yujin ruthlessly destroys everything in his path. Standing in front of a door, you speak up. Hide well. Yujin wants to clarify Jong-un. Can you hear me? Come out here and talk. You lost your patience, so you're kicking the door non-stop. Jong-un's henchmen assure you. Mr. President, there's no need to worry. This is a bunker that can withstand many types of bombs. Jong-un was panicking and shouting. What is that? Turns out, Yujin used the beast's resilience to break through the steel door. Jong-un's face turned bright red as the system announced that he had used metal to summon a slope. Following it is Yujin walking in, glaring at Jong-un with sharp eyes. So, shall we talk now? The henchmen were defeated before they knew it. And that was the result of BB's creation. Yujin slowly stepped forward. So you dared to try to kill me? Comrade. Huh. Jong-un collapsed to the ground. I've never tried to do that before. Yujin sneered. So now you're just texting. There's a way to find out exactly what happened. So, you better bring out your general. Goblin. Upon hearing the command, Goblin immediately returned. Yujin wondered to himself, can we really look into Kim Jong-un's private life? Images of Jong-un are immediately reflected, but they all show him acting amused with you. Yujin also didn't expect it. What do you mean? He really didn't do it. Master, you're having hallucinations again. BB only knows how to pray. Please try to handle everything well. Then Yujin loudly called out Jong-un. He didn't dare to hesitate for a second. Right. Yujin asked. You didn't do that, did you? And Jong-un confirmed. Of course not. I'm not lying. You secretly thought. His attitude changed so quickly. Yujin bitterly ordered, then go find the mastermind, who wants to kill me with a suicide bomb, or else you will die in his place. Jong-un confidently declares. I promise you I will find that person and punish him. Yujin softly replies. All right. I apologize for misunderstanding you. Jong-un happily takes her hand. No, I don't mind at all. I care even more than that. Comrade Kang Yujin, it's really nice that you've realized my feelings. Replacing his attitude, Yujin also lets out a small sigh of relief. Even now, Yujin is still surprised. But by chance I have a big fan. I can't believe Kim Jong-un is a fan of the old man. You never thought about this. But he collects a large number of creations that he doesn't even use. Yujin's lips unconsciously curl into a smile. I'll consider it a gift. Comrade. The wide corridor here is always deserted. Somewhere around here is in Goblin's memory. Just then, a loud voice called out. Please stop. Yujin looked at Hasten standing before her. Why did she chase so quickly? Did I hit too lightly? Hasten still tries to stop her. No, that's not it. Please stop right now. Yujin is confused. What does she mean? Everything is already over. Hearing that, Hasten shouted loudly. No way. She imagined a heartbreaking scene. Had he already arrived and finished it? Is Kim Jong-un really dead? Hasten thought that way and felt devastated. Everything is over. War will happen. Yujin immediately hit back. Kim Jong-un is not dead yet. The war is a mess. Are you on your way to kill him now? Then she intervened. Wait please. If your anger can't be soothed, I will offer my life to you. So please. Yujin begins to enjoy it. She's offering her life to me. What does she mean by that? Hasten affirms. If we can't prevent the Korean peninsula from becoming a battlefield, I'd rather let it die. Yujin examined her and evaluated. Interesting. But you are very sure. She is not lying. Even though her soul is not as pure and innocent as Sunggu and Ji-gun's. Yujin looked deeply into Hasten's eyes. But I saw a soul full of passion and fiery blood in her. Is it because she has her own faith and ideals? Suddenly, you call her by her full name. Directly to Hasten. She's clearly a spy. Yes, Yujin suggests it's a waste to kill her. Just defect and run away. Hasten is momentarily stunned. Sorry, did I hear that right? Yujin insists. Defect and come back under my protection. I will forgive your past. Hasten is confused. What are you talking about? Yujin repeats her earlier statement. You said you would dedicate your life. Right. Isn't that what you said you would do everything? Hasan struggles to think. Does he want to give up his path now that he's come so far? If doing so could prevent the war, he should be happy. But why? Seeing her hesitate, Yujin deliberately teased her. Or should I kill that pig? Hasten was frightened and begged to wait a moment. Yujin. No. I mean, consider it. 3 days later, Kim Jong-un captured Lee Pyong-wan and his accomplices. And among those arrested, as always, some would pretend to be innocent. There are currently 3 guys hanging and being tortured. Jong-un is annoyed. You stubborn bastard. But Pyong-wan remained calm and insisted. Mr. President, I really don't know what's going on. I truly don't know anything. Jong-un curses. You lying bastard. Do you still keep talking nonsense? Not only daring to attack Comrade Kang Yujin, his voice echoed all the way to the mansion, even revealing items stained with blood and tears. Right, Pyong-wan was convinced. I don't know about those treasures. I'm sure Yujin is behind this. Jong-un is really losing patience. Are you still not thinking? He angrily orders. You stupid bastard. Hit him hard until he remembers. Pyong-wan secretly blamed himself. How could there be someone so close to him who would betray him? Hai-sun stretched and said, if it weren't for Comrade Kang Ujin, I would have been fooled in the end. I finally returned to South Korea. Ujin warned me not to make a fuss about it. Hai-sun confided that you have no idea how worried I was during those 3 days you were resting. Military rules and gunfire echoed every night. And Yujin added that everything has ended perfectly. You happily looked at Tu-sun. I've been promoted and filled the position. And I even have a new staff member I can command. Yujin continues his journey. The trip to North Korea was a success. Next is the United States. He thinks of the rain goddess. I look forward to it. Like the things waiting for me during this time. The sound from the television echoes. Yes. We will now summarize all the news gathered so far. The main suspect in the recent coup is Commander Gi, the leader of North Korea's superpower unit. How does everyone feel about this? The reporter continued. Yes. The abilities of the awakened are like a double-edged sword. The news reflects the image of those who have surpassed human limits and are responsible for protecting the country against monsters. Yet, the television station criticizes how society is becoming increasingly powerless against the crimes they are committing. If it weren't for Mr. Kang Yujin's interview, your government under Mr. Kim might have been overthrown in this coup. How do you feel about that? That person shared the view that if a progressive and extreme thinker were to take power in North Korea, it would be very dangerous. Your contributions based on North-South Korea relations are truly remarkable. Regarding this, our president is planning to award him a prize. Sung-hun was watching TV and exclaimed, I understand everything that's happening here now. He's so furious. It's all nonsense. 100%. Everyone knows our chairman's attitude. Right, nothing like this could happen without some bad intention. Then Sung-hun also wondered if maybe our chairman threatened Kim in some way to make it seem like he had uncovered everything. Or else he would kill Kim. He continued, saying that they only stole the artifacts. But what if our chairman took them for some reason? Everyone else looked grim after hearing Sung-hun. It's possible. Taejiang tried to defend himself, saying that just because the chairman always thinks he's the best doesn't mean he would mix things up like that. But Sung-hun believed that he only cares about himself and thinks he's the best above everything else. Sung-hoo also agreed. And when I first met him, he told me that I had hosted a party with others just before entering the dungeon. Moreover, Sung-hoo vividly remembers the time when Do-soo screamed wildly, followed by the scene of him collapsing unconscious. All four of them thought the same thing, that he must have also looted Kim's treasure vault. Se-hong-hoon just added fuel to the fire. You can never trust the media. Who knows, maybe the chairman already killed Kim in the vault. Zhejiang tried to salvage the situation. Come on, who knows? The theft might be possible. But this one really can't be true, Tigyang shouted. Se-hong-hun, you're joking too much. Sung-hoo hesitated before saying, actually, he did say to kill Kim in the first place. Se-hong-hun shouted loudly. Oh my god. Look, I'm getting goosebumps now. Sung-hoo hesitated to speak. But it was only because the chairman was very angry after receiving the military report. And Se-hong-hun just pretended to be scared. That's all. Does he have a mental problem, or what? He was just telling that I wasn't planning to mention this either. But back when I was selling phones, just then Yoo-jin entered. Is everyone okay? Se-hong-hun was so scared he lost his mind. Chairman. His attitude confuses Yoo-jin. Why are you dressed like that? He was suspicious, wondering if they were talking behind my back. But Se-hong-hun quickly denied it, saying that's not the case at all. Now that it's evening in their shared house, Namli managed to hold on for a while. Everyone did a great job. Yoo-jin smiled brightly. Oh my god. This really is an amazing good job. Please be generous and eat everyone. Eat a lot so you can work later. T-Jang suggests, asking the chairman. Let me pour you a glass. Min-chan hesitantly asked. President, are you really not planning to go to the greenhouse? Yoo-jin repeated. Why do you keep asking? I already said no. You're really so annoying. Do I really need to call the president and have him come and kick you out? Even like this. Yoo-jin suddenly stood up and said, forget it, I will go get the long mother. Min-chan panicked and tried to stop him. No. He forced a smile, saying he would politely decline them. Then Min-chan turned on his phone to prepare to make a call. He reads the message. You really have a lot on your shoulders, managing the operations. And Min-chan has added more burden. How can this be resolved? Chairman Xe-ong-hun stirred the atmosphere and asked, Sir, do you know who has been more popular than you lately? Then he showed Yoo-jin the phone screen, saying that Merdina is Arya's lady. I don't know if she's real or not, but this video is really captivating. Yoo-jin protests. It's not fake. It's real. Xe-ong-hun is surprised. Min-chan asks how he knows that. And Yoo-jin reveals she is someone I used to know. Everyone was surprised by this news. Huh, Min-chan asked suspiciously. This person was found in a dungeon. She's an imposter at level S. Are you saying you know her? Yoo-jin slowly recounted that there was a planet called Anfen. Min-chan was slightly surprised. A planet. Does the chairman also have an interest in astronomy? Yoo-jin continued the story. 5 years ago, when I was missing, you recounted that I was sent back to a planet called Anfen. After hearing this, the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Then Xe-ong-hun burst into crazy laughter. It took me a long time to understand this. Is this a super high-level joke, Chairman? Yoo-jin warned. This is no time for jokes. Shut the hell up. At that point, Xe-ong-hun finally stopped his sinister laugh and Yoo-jin added, but there are also monsters and half-beasts there. I had to struggle alone to survive there for 25 years. And I finally returned to Earth. But only 5 years have passed here. It's really strange. Min-chan has some understanding. Just like how time passes in the dungeon. Yoo-jin confirms yes. And the dungeon also appears on this Earth, just like how it appears on Anfen. Min-chan takes this matter more seriously. A different world. If that's the case, he fully admits that this alien power of the boss makes a lot of sense. Based on Min-chan's experience and his habit of treating people badly, and considering he's seriously 44 years old, he remembered an old acquaintance. So from now on can I call him Min-chan? Yoo-jin concluded that anyway. I got to know Matey there, even though I don't know how she got to Earth. Well, I'll find out when I ask her. Sung-hun was a bit worried. Hey, is it okay to tell us this story like that? But Yoo-jin didn't really care. So what? There's a dungeon and a saintess too. What are you all panicking about? Min-chan asked curiously. So what is your relationship with the saintess back then? Yoo-jin replied. With Matey. And then gently concluded. Well, kind of friends. At the same time, Matey knelt before the statue of the body, the sole master of death, the immortal being. She could feel that he was coming. 5 years ago on the planet Anfen. A desolate place. We will arrive soon. Lady Matey, as Matey's gaze hazily looks into the distance, then she asked, Admiral, are we really safe there? Because Matey knew very well that it was the land of death. A place where once you entered, you could never come out alive. The Admiral thought so too, but it was the only way for us to survive. He knew the worst-case scenario. If things continued like this, we would all die at the hands of Shinette Mat's subordinates. At this moment, a soldier reports, "Admiral, I see something right ahead." The Admiral is surprised. "Have we already reached Adan?" He shouts loudly, "Our warriors are very close to Adan. Give it your all." At that moment, a sudden attack struck, causing the Admiral to fall painfully. Matey cried out in shock. "Admiral." Someone sighed. "Come on." Everyone looked toward the source of the sound. Matey was startled and exclaimed, "Oh my God." The image of a man riding a horse with a vow to the heavens. "Even the damn scoundrels of the Union dare to come here." Eugene looked pleased, thinking that ending his life like this was a bit too much. Why would someone give me such a difficult challenge? It's now midnight. But Eugene's shared house is still lit. Someone has drunk so much they don't know anything. "Sir, please don't hit me anymore." Xe Ung Hun lay down at the table crying. "I already apologized." But Eugene lost his mind. "I should have killed this guy back then." The others can only judge in their hearts. They can't tell whether one is a con artist or the one getting beaten nearly to death, or who is the better person. Suddenly Sungu hesitated to call. Brother A. He expressed. "I'm very worried because sometimes he seems too indifferent to the media and the surrounding circumstances, including the incident with Xe Ung Hun and the Lee Sang-ho case in Hwarang." But Eugene remains indifferent, as what's the point of caring? Just getting used to it is enough. Min Chan keeps advising. But still, you should consider legal issues and distancing yourself from society and the international community. Because creating enemies like that isn't good. Right. Hearing that, Eugene pondered and thought. Creating enemies. Huh. I also shared that. Well, back then, I could handle this too. I was cautious with each country and cared a lot about how others saw me because I was very afraid of public opinion. But think about it. How far do you think I can go if you see me like this? You analyze that the moment all the dungeons on Earth happen simultaneously, a disaster incomparable to the one 5 years ago will occur soon. Will countries and laws still exist in such a situation? Min Chan believes that even if they clear the dungeons, the army can handle it. But Eugene emphasizes the truth that they can stop the fake monsters. But what about the stronger ones? Min Chan was pushed to the limit again. Then Eugene shares his reasoning. Just think of the monsters as being on par with a watchdog. And then tigers, lions, and meat-eating elephants will start to come out one after another. Even dinosaurs will appear, and you're sure that even with just a few ghosts passing by the guns we have now, they would become completely useless. So what are you planning to use to stop them? Eugene said that nuclear weapons are basically the end of our lives. The world will collapse, and the so-called borders of nations will lose all meaning. The tribe will disappear. The only thing left is the desire to live. Sung Woo is discontent and unprepared. But surely everyone will unite to fight against them eventually. He believes that yes, there are indeed such people, warriors, kings, holy knights, and saints, including knights from allied nations. But Eugene denied that, saying it's useless. Everyone will just keep trying to carry more and more until they collapse. And in the end, a divide will form, and they will turn against you, because they've been drawn away by other desires. Hearing that, Sung Woo was very worried and wondering what to do since they couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Eugene chuckled and said, "That's exactly why we're preparing right now. You're very excited. And when disaster strikes, we will need a hero." Right, Eugene is even more enthusiastic. Becoming a symbol. What we need is a strong leader. You add, paying attention to others' gazes. Eugene emphasized each point, from the sensational news articles to the police investigation summons, and concluded that all of it is useless. On the contrary, I need to make them see that. Eugene confidently asserts that I can be as ruthless and indifferent to them as I want. At this moment, someone is repeatedly clicking the mouse. The entire room was filled only with the sound of keyboard typing. On the computer screen, the hero who saved Korea from danger was displayed. Another line appears, about the formation of a fake awakening alliance between the North and South, with Kang Eugene as the main contributor. And the image of Eugene, the special investigator, shows that as long as Kang Eugene is involved, there will be no more tunnel disasters. That person scrolled through a long news article about Eugene, and it turned out to be Sang-ho. Han shouted in anger, "Open it." Sang-ho hated him to the core. Damn it. Is this even justified? How can such a terrible thing happen? Han is outraged. They treat this rebel like a hero. Is this even a country anymore? Yeah, Korea is doing really well. Sang-ho keeps cursing and insulting. But I don't know what this damn Chairman Kim is up to. He said he would cut all ties and survive this. Right. Han tried to comfort himself. But I guess I've already made my plans. Then Sang-ho took a photo of the pile of documents on the table and sent it to someone. To see if after seeing this you can still ignore my calls. Everything is settled. Sang-ho sneered maliciously. Just then, Han's phone displayed a call from Chairman Kim of SG Group. The person on the other end asks, "Are you really planning to do that? Are you threatening me, and then planning to make us all complicit in this?" Sang-ho warns that if he forces me to do this, I will destroy all these documents right away. So life can be easily led astray in an instant. Now Sang-ho is very confident. Woo-jin, you have chosen the worst enemy you could possibly face. Sang-ho has identified the opponent's weakness. I know you're still working with someone from the Middle East too. Be my intermediary with them. Secretly feeling proud, he dares to challenge me, the chairman of the Hoa Dang Guild, Lee Sang-ho. And 1 week later, right before departure, at the busy airport, Sung-gu happily held the card in his hand. Woo-jin said with a smile, "Are you that happy? You can't stop laughing." Sang-ho still looks very relaxed. "Of course," he proudly boasted. "Now you're at level B." Woo-jin says, "I was planning to go to the US after you reach at least level A. But this is so frustrating." Sung-gu chuckles and says, "That's already pretty impressive." "Huh. All thanks to your guidance." He silently remembered that he had to die and come back to life many times this week. Woo-jin handed something to Sung-gu and said, "Don't go into the 4-star dungeon alone because of the perfume. And take this." Sung-gu was very surprised. Isn't this the portal stone for teleportation?" Woo-jin warned. "Yes. Don't get heroic and die. If there's danger, you have to run away from me." Sung-gu was truly touched. "You bought something worth over 10 billion just for me." His attitude was completely different from before. He's really tough on the outside, but has a very soft heart inside. Honestly, Woo-jin can't say anything easy to hear. But in the end, he finally managed to be somewhat effective. "So if you die, it'll be really disappointing. You know how much money I've invested in you. If you die now, you'll just become another puppet." While Sung-gu is still lost in his dream world, am I right to say that his heart is very soft? And then Min-chan received a call. "Yes, I'm listening." Sung-gu was hurt again. What am I to him, anyway? Suddenly Min-chan shouted loudly, "Yes," he continued speaking. "Yes, I will do it now. Thank you for informing me." Woo-jin was confused. "Who is it?" Min-chan reports that the Minister of Defense called, and they just received information about the terrorist attack, saying it seems to be targeting you. "Sir." Sung-gu is shocked. Terrorism. Woo-jin still couldn't understand why they were targeting him. Min-chan hesitated and said, "Well, I'm also wondering, so in the end I just kept it to myself after all. Isn't he the kind of person who causes trouble wherever he goes?" Woo-jin disappointed the ministry. "So I can't go to America anymore." Min-chan warned that until the Minister of Defense finalizes his plan, he can't take any flights. And this also affects tomorrow's plans. Woo-jin thought for a moment, wondering what to do next, when someone suddenly interrupted. Even Chairman Kang Dae, a figure discussed nationwide, finds himself in this situation. "It seems we are heading to the same destination." Min-chan looked up and said, "Oh, that person." The other side offered, "So why didn't you take my private jet instead?" Rong was reading the full name. Adon Kang Woo-jin, the chairman of the guild. "So you wonder who that old man is?" And Min-chan was surprised. "Don't you know him?" He introduced himself as the chairman of an organization managed by one of South Korea's largest entertainment groups and one of the top 10 level A awakeners in South Korea. Then he revealed the name of the person in front of him. Bitch Rong Jo. And asked again, "So are you coming with me, Woo-jin?" Not needing to prepare, replied that if he didn't have to worry about the terrorists, he would be happy to accept. Rong Jo boldly said, "How can those terrorists scare bitch Rong Jo?" Then he suggested, "All right, let's just be friends first." "Friends." Rong Jo smiled brightly and gestured for a handshake. "All right. It's a deal then." But Woo-jin didn't quite understand. "A handshake?" You straightforwardly asked Min-chan what that old man was saying. And Rong Jo responded, "Oh no. You don't know about the trending movies." Woo-jin looked like a caveman, thinking it was about fighting. But Rong Jo explained that it's a phrase from a popular recent movie. Then he comfortably put his arm around Woo-jin and said, "We still have a long way to go to America. So you can watch movies with me." "Well then," Woo-jin said, "I probably won't get bored on the way." Rong Jo was very enthusiastic. "All right. Let's go." Min-chan could only helplessly watch. Who knew Chairman Bitch Rong Jo had this kind of hobby? Sung-woo also didn't expect it. "I heard he's someone who dedicates himself to his career. But it turns out, he's just an ordinary person." Min-chan doubted. "Well, I guess now we can go to America." 20 hours later, the plane finally landed, and everyone at the airport was bustling with conversation. Woo-jin made sure to express that Mr. Bish. I only got to America thanks to you. I really appreciate Rongjo's generosity. Thanks for watching. Kang, it's nothing, he asked cheerfully. So what do we do now? And Woojin's eyes suddenly turned sharp again, and then you and Rongjo carried out what you just promised. So there's no point in arguing anymore. You go your way. I go mine. Min Chan was too embarrassed to lift his face and look up, and both he and Rongjo's assistant shared the same thought. It's good that they act so close. But why do we feel so embarrassed? With people gossiping about what those Asians are doing. Maybe it's some kind of trend or something. A few hours earlier, in the entertainment room at Bish Rongjo's private wing, the system notification. Green light. Rongjo complained. At this rate, I'll be dead soon. After finishing the game, the two of them went outside, and someone approached them. It's Kang Woojin. He introduced himself. Very pleased to meet you. I am Richard Choi from the Titan Guild. Here to pick you up. I will escort you to the hotel. Rongjo expressed regret. It seems I have to leave right now. How boring. Why don't you stay a bit longer and have coffee with me? Woojin also agreed. That would be nice. Rongjo smiled brightly. Then I'll see you later. Young man. Woojin said goodbye. See you again. Mr. Bitch. Then you get into the prepared car. Now, Min Chan finally has the chance to ask, Sir, do you like President Bitch Rongjo? It seems the two of you get along pretty well. Woojin thought to himself that he is very cheerful, and also not too old. Probably around 42 years old this year. Then he brought up something again. It seems you mentioned that you had lived in Anfen-he for 20 years. Woojin confirmed. Yes. Like hell. You think that perhaps President Bitch Rongjo's wealthy three-generation life isn't much different from mine. On the other side, Rongjo's assistant is also curious. President. How was your direct meeting with Kang Woojin? Rongjo assessed that he is not an ordinary person. Even when believing in a terrorist attack and facing me, he showed no fear at all. He insists that it's because he sees himself as confident in his abilities. Well, maybe that's true too. Then Rongjo shared that I felt like there was something else too. His calmness and confidence can't be explained by something as simple as youthful spirit. He sincerely expressed himself, and the more I see Kang Woojin, the more interested I become, and the assistant thinks it seems like he's really starting to like him. But Rongjo suddenly exclaimed, unable to hold back. He burst into laughter, because what mattered most was that we all watched movies with Woo. At the tall hotel here, the elevator shows a downward direction to the first floor. Richard announced the schedule and wished a comfortable stay, saying the meeting would start around noon tomorrow. So we will prepare the car around 11 o'clock. Woojin agreed. Then you tell him to wash the dishes and come back out. I'm going to get some drinks now. Min Chan. Report your orders. Yes. Boss. Only when Woojin leaves does he dare to show his lifeless face. On days like today, I just want to rest. After a 20-hour flight, can he really go out drinking right away? Right now. In front of room 1001. Water from the shower flows down along with relaxing sounds. After taking a shower, Woojin happily steps outside, then gets dressed. I should go now. Woojin slowly reaches for the door button. While he was thinking, a laser shot through the window. I traveled all the way to my so I should drink something instead of soju. Woojin looked towards where it came from. A laser beam or something suddenly exploding in the sky. But what was worse was that it was falling rapidly. And only then did Woojin realize how serious it was. Without hesitation, he ran as fast as he could. But Woojin jumped out the window and shielded the incoming bullets. He thought about using his bare hands to destroy it. The explosion erupted, drawing everyone's attention below. What the hell? The car underneath was heavily impacted and dented. Woojin fell from an unimaginable height. System notification. Your armor skill has used up all your remaining energy. Woojin was furious. What kind of crazy person would try to blow up an entire building just to kill him? Then he took a potion to heal himself. And the system notified that you have received injuries from the effects of the healing potion. Everyone around immediately asked Han if he was okay. And Woojin spoke up. A terrorist attack right in the middle of the city. I look around and think it's strange. I know I'm not exactly a good person. But I didn't think I had done anything to make even strangers become enemies. Woojin noticed something suspicious and told Bibi to chase after the helicopter. And the girl obeyed. Yes. Master. Now he looked over at the building across the street. And the laser person disappeared in an instant again. But Woojin was a bit confident. However, just as the explosion happened, I sent a goblin to follow him, so finding him was only a matter of time. I wonder if I should go check who it is. At this moment, Morty's side received a message. Miss Saintess. Chairman Auden Kang Woojin has arrived. She was surprised after hearing the news. The immortal. Morty was stunned. Isn't it that he won't do anything he can't handle? Morty personally escorted him to the hotel that day. Morty sighed softly. I understand now. She's very curious inside. Who is it that made that day so painfully sensitive? Morty's lips softly trembled. Haunted by the specter of slaughter. The immortal. She was worried that she would meet that person tomorrow, and couldn't avoid him any longer. But then Morty thought that maybe he would be annoyed if she didn't find him first. Then she told Mary that he is definitely the type to go there. Morty asked, which hotel is that person staying at? Mary was surprised by this attitude. Yes. Morty could only wonder to himself. That person the saintess called that one. Now she was very serious. I should go meet him right away. At this moment, someone entered. So let us escort the person. Your Holiness. Mary smiled happily. Just in time. She looked at the army before her. The Holy Knights Arya, Captain Arya Zemban of the Holy Knights team, expressed that serving you is just a formality. Right now at the Ugin Hotel where Minchan is staying. He clenched his fingers tightly, praying inside, please. Please. Accompanying him is a staff member about to open the room door. Please. 5 minutes ago, while Minchan was relaxing in the bath, a loud explosion caught his attention. What was that? Did the gas cylinder just blow up? The people in the hotel are shouting, there's a fire and explosion, oh my god. Minchan starts thinking of the worst case scenario. No way, it can't be right. Now he is very worried. Boss, please answer the phone. What's going on? Finally, the servant manages to open the door, and Minchan gazes at the room. He stared in shock for a moment. I knew it. The image that appeared was a pile of ruins. Sure enough, it was the boss causing trouble. The rainy road trip is underway. The young woman looks unwell. Her face shows some instability, but she denies it, saying it's not true. Jiang secretly assessed that this was the first time he'd seen the young lady like this. She seemed very different from her usual self that day. He promised himself that he would protect the woman no matter the cost. And just then, the car suddenly slammed on the brakes, and instinctively, James raised his hand to shield her from the rain. The driver was panicked. Is the young lady all right? James quickly asked about the situation. What's going on, Nick? The other end of the line responded. I'm sorry. There was an explosion up ahead. James exclaimed. Oh my god. He was anxious and peeked out the door to check. It was towards the hotel. And the rain was also chaotic. What's going on, James? He said it was probably a terrorist attack. So it seems we have to go back to ensure safety for the day. The rain suddenly made her think. Don't tell me, it's because he lost his temper. So she was determined that we must find out what exactly happened. James stops him. We have to go back now. I will check that place again and inform you later. He reports to his team. Return to the church. Nick takes his subordinates to find out what is happening. Nick replied. So in the end, Moody only had to reluctantly turn back, regretfully looking at the hotel right in front of her. At the same time, in a rather grand-looking place, Eugene has been tracking the enemy all along, carefully observing ahead. And now he's been spotted, because he realized that they had discovered him, and now they were wandering around the city. They weren't stupid enough to go back to their base like that. Eugene decided to just catch him first. The guy stopped as soon as he knew Eugene was coming. Right after, he runs like lightning. Eugene really didn't anticipate this. He's furious and chasing after him. Where do you think you're going? But the opponent's speed is not far behind. So Eugene faces a challenge and can't get any closer. He doesn't want to accept it. But he has no choice. Don't tell me his speed is equal to mine. Zion Hai's face briefly flashes in my mind, reminding me of that bastard. But now Eugene has stopped and used a skill. Catching up in an instant, with only a centimeter between them. Got him, just as the fat was about to reach his mouth. Eugene missed in an astonishing way, and suddenly the gap between them became a serious issue. Now Eugene finally looked at the opponent's level. Look at that. It's already level 70. You have to admit, at this level, he's basically the best in the world. So, why does it have to be that bastard? Assad over there even deliberately provokes with his hands. Eugene can only helplessly sigh. It's so ridiculous. But you're really interested. It's been about 10 years. Hasn't it? It's been a long time since someone dared to openly challenge me like this, Eugene exclaimed. How adorable and ambitious he is. Then he continued walking, heading deeper into a place with little light. So Assad was hiding by the wall. He followed himself to his mushroom spot. This is already his 100th journey. Assad recalls the day he was 10 years old in his homeland of Afghanistan. His memories are dark. His father sold himself to a group of insurgents. Assad clearly saw everything. The moment he saw how happy his father was when he earned just a few dollars. Since then, I have no longer been myself. I have turned into a monster. And the battle ahead seems endless. The next part of the story is truly shocking, as Assad decided to kill many enemies to survive. And he didn't stop there. If necessary, he could even wipe out entire armies. Assad is always in a difficult position. I struck him. He acted without mercy. and then he killed again, because Assad believed that his survival depended on the death of enemies. And in order to become a false awakener, he continued to serve as an assassin. Right now, he's waiting to eliminate Ugin. Go ahead. Assad clenched his knife tightly. Just like before, he would kill at the perfect moment, in the right place. And then he counted down. 3, 2, 1. At the right moment, Assad charged forward. But Ugin managed to block the attack. That surprised Assad. He saw through Ugin's invisibility trick. This time, he's sure he truly understood his opponent's move. Immediately, Ugin grabbed Assad by the collar and leaned in close, finally catching him. But then Assad suddenly swung his knife, surprising Ugin, who quickly stepped back to avoid the strike. Assad couldn't help but wonder how he knew his position, since no one had ever sensed his aura since he became an awakening fake. At this moment, Go Li joined the fight. Taking the opportunity to move toward Assad, Ugin excitedly assessed. You're pretty good too. A kind of assassin. Also quite fond of duels. Probably better at direct combat than ambushes. Assad remained highly alert, wondering what he was saying, as if he had known him beforehand. Then Ugin raised his hand. Let me see how well you can control your body. And then he struck Assad hard, knocking him off the beam. His power amazed him. What kind of strength is this? I'm sure I've heard people say he's a soul master. In the blink of an eye, Assad couldn't see his opponent anymore. He's gone crazy. He guesses that he moved towards the end of the tunnel. Assad becomes more and more cautious. I will chase after him and end this properly. At the drawing counter, where a faint light flickers, Assad carefully follows Ugin's trail. He is facing a dilemma, with many dark stains but no distinct features. Assad suddenly turns his face to the side. Ugin has appeared with the skeletal soldiers surrounding him. He seems pleased. So shall we start the second test then? Assad vaguely wondered if it was a trap. He looked at the pile of skeleton soldiers in front of him. Innocent, yet ominous. Assad felt a bit helpless. His mind was overwhelmed. In the end, he could only let out a sigh. Suddenly, Ugin narrowed his eyes, realizing that Assad was now boosting his power with the Divine Fury skill. Ugin was surprised. Does he have a skill that can make him furious instantly? He is a combat-oriented class that falls between a warrior and an assassin. On the other side, Assad swore to himself that the soldier would kill him. Then he angrily charged forward like a fierce tiger. All the skeleton soldiers instinctively stand in formation. From Ugin's perspective, it's clear that Assad is very powerful. But you only care about one thing. He will be quite effective. After taking down the skeleton soldiers, Assad glanced at Ugin and killed. He silently believed that the soldiers would kill him. Following that, Assad hurriedly ran toward the opponent and survived. Now he is right behind Ugin. A slash that tears through space itself. That is Assad's move against Ugin. He smiled. His 100th hunt was complete. But Ugin was quicker. Using his axe to end Assad, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. How is this possible? Assad's head was falling alone to the ground. Ugin chuckled to himself. If he had disciplined him properly, he would be quite useful now. Then he absorbed his spiritual energy, used the ancient divine artifact to atone for his sins, heal his sword wound, and become my loyal servant. And it turned into a stone. Soul Seal. The system says, Soul Seal Stone, sealing the soul of a friend who was killed. The skill related to summoning Death Knights involves summoning a Knight of Death by establishing a master-servant contract with a soul above level 70, currently unavailable. Minimum level 70 required for this rank. Level 62. The next day, someone sighed in the Titan Guild's function room. Min Chan is worried sick. I don't know where he was or what he was doing that day. Zhangzhou said, Director Deng, you seem to be overthinking. He reassures him that Ugin will be back soon. Isn't he known as Korea's strongest fake awakener? And seeing Zhangzhou smile, Min Chan seems confident. That's right. But actually Min Chan is worried about something else. Huh. What does he mean? Worried that the chairman will punch the missile guy away. On the contrary, I'm worried that he'll use the US attack as an excuse to cause trouble. Zhangzhou checks the current time. It's about to start. And then both of them settle into their assigned seats. Sang Ho begins to speak. Expressing my sincere gratitude to everyone participating in this meeting today. Han announced that today's meeting was organized to request support from awakened individuals worldwide and to reveal a difficult reality that our guild alone cannot handle. First, I would like to talk about the dungeon. Sang Ho said that the dungeon we discovered is a space portal. Han continued. This gate currently serves as a bridge between a planet called An-Fen and Earth. So, the large influx of monsters pouring into Earth is not random. They all originate from An-Fen. Everyone started whispering. An-Fen. The dungeon is actually a space gate. Sang Ho revealed that. Moreover, The reason time passes 4 times slower in the dungeon is due to the actual difference between Anfen and Earth. Wait a minute. If the dungeon is a portal, do you mean we should seal it off? Sang-ho knows very well that it is the Japan Multi-Needle Guild, the ones earning astronomical amounts of money from their bloodstone ventures, but he replied differently. No. Even if we destroy this bridge, another one will appear. Actually, we have another proposal, which is to strike first, Sang-ho exclaimed. Sirthon knew Muddies unexpectedly appeared during the meeting to help everyone on Earth cross the bridge and eliminate all the monsters. Striking first to prevent further chaos. Everyone is springing up, claiming to be the Holy Maiden from the rumors. Muddies smiled. Very happy to meet everyone. I am the Holy Maiden of Arya. Muddies. I come from the planet Anfen to seek help for Earth. Ho Dawn beneath the stakes. The Holy Lady and Anfen. These stories are too hard to believe. To us. You're no different from the other awakened ones. Hearing his words, Muddis's eyes suddenly hardened. Then she raised her hand as if preparing to strike. At that very moment, the space around me was filled with a blue hue that amazed everyone. This is the energy surging through my body. Nothing makes sense. Is she really powering up hundreds of awakeners at once? Muddies asked again. Does this make you feel a bit more convinced? Her sudden action made her look surprised. Now, Muddies can confidently declare that this Holy Knight team and I will pave the way to Anfen. Everyone must go to Anfen immediately for the safety of Earth. She emphasized that if they hesitated, Earth would follow Anfen and turn into a pile of debris in an instant. And Muddies believed this was a battle to save both worlds. The people below are debating and doubting seriously. If it's true, we can save the Earth and continue the blood trade. This is an opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Just then, someone let out a mocking laugh. How ridiculous. To think you could stir up chaos on Earth. Both Muddies and Sang-ho looked up in shock. He is. Muddies froze upon seeing the person before her. She still recognized Eugene as an immortal. The entire chaotic atmosphere suddenly fell silent with Eugene's appearance. Muddies' hands trembled involuntarily. Her appearance slightly different, but she was certain it was him. Taking a few more steps, Eugene stopped in front of Muddies and spoke, with a gentle tone. This is a bit awkward, isn't it? Having to look up at you, in this situation. James shouted loudly from behind. You bastard. Bow to the Saintess quickly. Muddies tried to stay calm as she was commanded by the Destroyer Army King. She is slowly kneeling down. The vanguard of the Destroyer God. Father Cho and Emperor Adan. Muddies calmly recites each line. Her voice deep and steady. This lowly servant of Arya. Suddenly James opened his mouth in shock as he saw Muddies bowing her head before Eugene's shoes, paying her respects in front of everyone's amazement. Eugene chuckled softly. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Meanwhile, James was completely confused. What was going on? The entire room bathed in a golden light. Eugene asked if this would harm the peace treaty, while James now looked very dejected. Saintess A. Muddies confirmed. Of course not. If the goddess knew this place was Adon, the gods would never dare set foot here, A. Eugene continued asking what you went to Earth for. Muddies honestly explained that he received a divine command from the goddess to lead the saviors of this Earth. The god is just doing what the goddess ordered this lowly servant to do. Eugene wants to confirm something. Go ahead, I don't need to hear anything else, but if you say so. You mean, Arya sent someone here. Then he turned to look at Ho and said, let's have a little chat. President of the Titan Guild. He suggested, let's move somewhere else. This place isn't very suitable. Eugene then approached the filming crew and asked, is this live broadcast? He denied it. No. And Eugene requested, then go ahead and broadcast live. The cameraman suddenly, what did you just say? Eugene, I was just about to send my New Year's greetings. The cameraman hesitates and turns to look at him. The director announced that if this is an interview with the hero who stopped the terrorist attack on that hotel, then of course it should be shown to the whole world. The filming begins. Please give your speech. Right from the start, Eugene was thrown into chaos. That bastard shot a missile at me. Then that bastard tried to cut in the middle. And the mastermind too. Are you all watching? You tell them to wait. I'll come find you soon. The director wondered. Is this a declaration of war against the terrorists? Min Chan called out. Mr. Chairman. Eugene looked at him. Min Chan expressed relief that he was okay and thanked him for saving us from the explosion. Eugene dismissively said, nothing's wrong. Come with me. I have something to tell them. Min Chan looked in that direction. But President. He felt curious. Didn't you say you were friends with that young lady? But what I just saw doesn't seem like something between friends. It looks more like... But Eugene still insisted. Why? We are truly friends. Min Chan couldn't believe it. What kind of friend? What exactly needs to happen? Director Chong responded. Yes, sir. And do. looking pleased. Thought I might have found a very interesting brother. Director Chong wondered what exactly was so interesting this time. Clearly, all of it radiated danger. And then everyone gathered in the chairman's office, with Sang-ho taking a seat at the main desk. Muadi whispers softly, "Your Majesty, you should give this seat to Emperor Adan. Ugin is very relaxed about these things. Just let it go. It's no big deal. Why bother over it?" Sang-ho invited him. "Please sit down." "Holy Maiden," Muadi exclaimed. "How dare I?" Ugin calmly uttered just one word. "Sit." And Muadi's shoulders felt the coldness. And in the end, she obediently listened. "Yes, sir." So Sang-ho was very curious and politely asked, "What is the relationship between you two?" Ugin always affirmed that we are friends, but Muadi didn't think so. "Thanks for watching. An immortal being calling me a friend. How could he speak so terrifyingly?" Sang-ho found it confusing. "The Holy Maiden from Anfen. So how come?" "Ugin. What's going on? Are you trying to hold a trial or something? Just ask Mua about these details." "It's fine." Suddenly, he reached into another space. But instead, he pulled out someone that everyone was stunned to see. "This is," Ugin excitedly said. "This is the guy who attacked me last night. He tried to lock me in a dungeon and then kill me. I really hope you can find out which organization this head belongs to." Muadi can't believe it. Someone tried to assassinate Emperor Adan Uu. Earth really wants to destroy itself. Sang-ho hesitated. "Even if I ask, we really can't do it." And Ugin insisted. "I don't suspect you guys. Just investigate which organization this guy belongs to. You say there aren't many level A of fake awakeners acting as assassins." But Sang-ho hesitated, and Muadi cut in boldly. "The gods will investigate." Sang-ho reminds the saintess. "This should be our organization's responsibility." She then looks at him with a determined gaze and says, "President of the Titan Guild, thank you very much for your cooperation so far. I have to survive to pay my debts. Understand. I need to live to return to Enfen and save all those people. So please, don't provoke the immortal human." "Got it. That's why Sang-ho has no choice. I understand." "Saintess," Ugin suddenly asked, "but what are those incidents about? What's going on with the rain and the fog? You're just repeating what you said earlier about gathering everyone to attack, and PH. Right. Ugin wants to clarify one thing. If you bring all the fake awakeners to Anfen and cause them to die pointlessly, what will happen to the Earth? Who will fight against these dungeon raids on Earth? Are you desperate to die? And you ask again, are you planning to go to war with me?" Muadi, frightened, bowed his head in fear. "Do you dare?" "Divine One," Ugin said coldly. "Stop overthinking and sit down properly. And explain yourself clearly." Muadi slowly continued. "There is a way to stop all these dungeon raids. So Ugin really wants to hear more. That's interesting. Go on." "Muadi, tell us. First you need to know about the Holy Space Sanctuary and the time-space fragment." "Right." Meanwhile, at an anonymous underground train station, a young man reports that Professor Liola's team needs to relocate immediately, as the assassin seems to have failed. Liola was a bit impatient. "I'm almost done with my research. I can't go anywhere else. And isn't the deadline in 2 days anyway?" The other person reminds us we can't give her more time. "Our base will be exposed." But Liola didn't seem to care at all. "Wait 3 more hours. Once I finish this final check, we can leave." Now BB is checking the situation. The place he chased after the assassin to is a very suspicious laboratory, and things seem to be getting serious. At that moment, Liola was sealing a bag, still holding a bright yellow shard of stone, and BB could tell it was a time fragment. The time stone shard is still floating in midair. A student reports, "Sir, the energy of the blood crystal has reached a record high." Liola asks how much. He said it's over 5 stars now. Liola smiled with satisfaction, feeling elated. From now on, the highest authority in dungeon research was no longer with those Chapu guys but belonged to him. A student reported in a rather frantic manner that the data is increasing rapidly and has surpassed 6 stars. While the time fragment still hovers in midair, BB hides in a corner. Curious about this mana wave, what's going on? If it keeps up, something bad might happen. The student was stunned. The data was increasing rapidly. Here it is. The screen shows the continuous rise. The research room started to panic. It's already 7 stars. Liola was still in shock. What is going on? In a flash, she looked at the fragment of space-time, which was radiating increasing energy, and suddenly the fragment unleashed a tremendous surge of power, causing all the students to collapse onto the floor. Someone strange. Eerie voice rises up. This must be Earth. A place full of life. The little cat form runs to stop her. Rasmus eyes her sharply. And a succubus with a very familiar energy signature appears. Now both of them are facing each other. And at the same time, Right in the middle of the city. In the guild president's office. A mysterious voice echoes before I explain to him how to prevent the breach. Muddies says you need to know about the sacred space and the fragment of time and space first. She explained clearly that, first, about the space sanctuary. If I had to describe it, I would say it is a special place belonging to higher dimensions. But anyway, you've already been to a space sanctuary. Immortal being. Eugene found it hard to understand. Oh. Muddies explained. Yes. That is the other side of the Red Gate, in high-level dungeons, 4 and 6. So Eugene understood that it must be the temporal Holy Land. Muddies continued. As you already know, dungeons are gateways leading there. And about those dungeons, they are connected to a timeless sanctuary like that of the ordinary and the corrupted. Eugene wondered. So what does that have to do with preventing dungeon breaches? And why are dungeon breaches happening in the first place? Accordingly, Muddies explains that crossing the dungeon is Earth's name for the synchronization process. Without enough mana reserves, monsters cannot unleash their true power. Therefore, they blow up those dungeons to harness the dungeon energy, which is mana. She clearly points out that they turn the Earth into a planet where they can operate freely. Kind of like rationalizing its shape. Eugene thinks that means no matter what we do, we can't stop anything. Even if the dungeons are cleared, mana will gradually accumulate on the Earth due to the blood crystal extraction. But Muddies revealed there is a way. Then she explains that both the dungeon and the sacred ground of the Time Realm respond according to their masters, the Time Lords, allowing the choice to summon or not summon monsters, which must always obey their commands. Eugene suddenly exclaimed. So is it possible to say that the Time-Space Masters approve of them? Muddies confirms yes. The Time-Space Lords are mainly the 72 commanders and Jeanette's rulers. And there are also many lower-tier Time-Space Lords. She also mentioned that they could seize each other's powers by stealing each other's sacred time domains through a battle of dominance. Currently, we are still struggling to defend the territory of Anfen. However, we really can't stop their attack. So my plan is to seize the power of a certain Time Lord and then fight them on equal footing. She slowly spoke, aiming to reclaim all the underground tunnels on Earth and Anfen. Eugene chuckled with excitement upon hearing this. That's interesting. You asked, so if their house is completely destroyed, they will become Vosaku. Right. Muddies confirms. Yes. Eugene had a bold idea. If he could get everything, he might finally meet the name Janet. A name that would never be seen, even in a strand of hair. Alright. Tell me how to get a time sanctuary. Muddies reveals 2 ways you can steal one, or claim ownership of an unclaimed one. But in either case, you will need a piece called the Time Shard. Eugene immediately took out the piece of the Time Stone. Is this it? Muddies instantly exclaimed in surprise. How did you get that? While Eugene remained calm, ready to use it, Muddies explained that if you have a piece, you only need 1 to establish ownership. But since you don't have a time-space sanctuary yet, you'll need 3. Immortal one? Eugene asked in confusion. So any piece will do, or do you need to choose a specific dungeon? Muddies replied. If you already have a piece of the Time Stone, you must have been given a dungeon to match it. Hearing that, Eugene complained. Why is it so complicated? Do I need 3 stones? Then he focused and pondered for a moment. Then he asked for 2 more. Muddies was surprised. That's strange. Judging by her expression, Eugene guessed that she must also have at least 1 of the stones. You laugh mischievously. Open your hands. And say here. Give Eugene the piece of time again. That's more like it, but I still doubt it. Are you sure there's only 1? Why does the female have such weak abilities? Muddies laments. I had to struggle hard to get that. So you must return it to me. Goblin returns to Eugene after completing the mission. You wonder, why? Why have you already come back? I told you to follow and rescue BB. Goblin reports. Master, has the illusionist witch been captured yet? Eugene couldn't hide his anger and asked. So BB was captured. Who the hell did this? And Goblin replied. Rasmus. Jeanette's subordinate. Eugene quickly stood up and said, I have to go now. Min-chan looked worried. Where are you going? Eugene explained. Their target's base tried to attack me. Sang-ho tried to stop him. But the investigation team hadn't been formed yet. It's better to wait until the team is established before going. Eugene had to report that Rasmus had appeared. Muddies was startled and quickly stood up. What are you talking about? It's still too early for a main commander to appear. Eugene quickly instructed. Just set up a team and follow me. The address is, now you remember something. Now you realize there are no train stations there at all. The helicopter just landed on the ground. And Eugene immediately goes to rescue BB, Sang-ho wondered. Just the 2 of us. Is it really okay without a support team? How can we stop and pass through the dungeon with this many troops? Muddies understands this person too well. It doesn't matter. Sang-ho hesitates. But the military force is what it is. Muddies affirms that as long as your troops are there, that's enough military power. Just wait for the command. At this moment, Eugene quickly opens the warehouse door, revealing a magical black hole in front of him. Rasmus grabs BB to threaten him. Indeed. It's the boost effect of an immortal being. Han is excited. The place you're fleeing to is just this forgotten Earth. Eugene emphasizes that name in his mind. Rasmus. He glared at him with a very cold look. BB is now unconscious in Rasmus's hand. Han shouted angrily. I know you're very happy to see me. But why are you acting like this? Eugene reminds him. I'm sure you've died at my hands at least 5 times. You must be mentally unstable. Right. Hearing this, Rasmus becomes furious. Not only did Eugene use provocative words against Rasmus, but he also made a mocking gesture. Han gritted his teeth and growled. It seems that's right. Rasmus is now very confident. But at least now he's back to square one. Han begins to poke at Eugene's weak spot, who looks worried, wanting to save this girl. Then Rasmus slowly steps through the water between them. Han once again threatens. So go separate yourself from the crowd outside. Rasmus demands a fair fight. The next moment, Han disappeared from the magic pool. Eugene has now left that room. You asked Muddies if she thought this was a trap, and she shared her opinion. God must also know the huge difference between the two of us. So why did Han provoke him like that? Eugene confesses. Somehow Han has found out that my strength is no longer whole. Muddies was once again surprised to learn that you had already lost your healing power in Anfen. Eugene shared that Yuthi had also quickly recovered. But not completely yet. Muddies couldn't help but be amazed that he had lost the ultimate magic of a Chaos Soul Mage. Eugene regretfully said, Those living and dying knights, I still haven't recovered them. That's why Muddies was very worried. It's too dangerous now. If you want to fight, at least you should stay away from the Death Knights. Yet Eugene still maintains his confidence. Who are you worried about? I'll finish this in the blink of an eye. Just go ahead. If so, Muddies has nothing more to say. Eugene looks into the black hole in the room. He can clearly see the gate. And immediately, a burst of energy erupts from inside the hole. It was so powerful that it spread outward. Everyone was panicking at this destruction. They looked ahead in surprise. These monsters scattered across the ground, as they prepared for a dungeon escape battle. This time the hole still glows but more gently. Eugene wondered to himself. It has no endpoint at all. Is he planning to release all the monsters? He sneered. If that's the case, it seems he doesn't intend to let me take any corpses from that dungeon. And Eugene withdrew his monsters. Rob, relax, assured. Little buddy. I'll save BB soon. Don't worry. Just deal with everything else first. Eugene ordered. You damn flies. Get going. The helicopter is now surrounded by a powerful energy. Even the tank is no exception. All kinds of weapons and equipment are floating in the air. The monster's footsteps just hit the ground. And there's a construction site on its body. The people around are scared. What is that? A transformer or something? It takes giant steps that shake the ground. And the others also exert great pressure. But this transformer is even more ferocious than all of them. Now all the monsters surge forward at once. It turns out that the objects earlier contributed to forming the transformer, while the helicopter's blades are used for flying, and the cannons fire explosions. Everyone was terrified by the destruction. Murdy still wondered. Has the immortal human really lost his power? Meanwhile, the transformer continues to advance. Eugene has now jumped into Rasmus's pit, and the notification system says you have entered Rasmus, the wizard's research facility, and are in attack mode. Eugene realizes, what is this? This is different from when I entered other dungeons. Rasmus chuckles happily. You fool. Who would really think you would follow me? He sneers, thinking that without even a corpse to show for it. What can you really do? And do you dare to come in? But Eugene shows no fear at all. Well, I still think I can kill him. Rasmus assesses. Your bravado hasn't changed at all. Inside, he hated him intensely. He seemed full of arrogance. But if we fight him with the same weapons he used before, it will be more advantageous for me because I have transformed my body through the gap experiment, Eugene suggests. What do you think about returning BB before we fight? Rasmus mocks. Are you worried about the safety of that thing? Han couldn't understand why you wouldn't stop worrying about these worthless things. They're just... That only succeeded in provoking Eugene. Rasmus shouted loudly. They should be the ones controlled. The system reports that Succubus BB has died, reducing her rank to 1. You will not be able to revive her again for the next 32 days. As soon as he heard the news, Eugene's mind suddenly went blank. Moreover, Rasmus was provoking him. What was going on? It seemed like he was angry. Eugene whispered. There's no way. Only anger can explain this fury. Rasmus laughed loudly. That indifferent attitude of yours is just like always. He was about to launch an attack, as today would be the day he declared that this was the last time you could act like this. Just as Rasmus's sword was about to meet, Eugene quickly blocked it. He looked excited. Who would have thought he was holding back? Maybe he just drank to boost his stamina. Eugene focused on resisting without saying a word. Rasmus just realized something. A superior sword. And Eugene suddenly pushed him away with a surprising force. Rasmus clenched his teeth in fury after taking a hit. Then he got back on the track. What was that new attack just now? Rasmus's hand is trembling. How can the power of that soul master be at this level? He roars in madness. Impossible. Rasmus doesn't want to accept this truth. Everyone has become a warrior. With the system notification and the warrior's rage skill, this anger will temporarily boost your strength beyond your limits. All physical stats increase by 10. Eugene immediately rushes to attack Rasmus, who struggles to move to avoid him. Rasmus realizes again that the sword turns into a spear, and in an instant, Eugene's weapon transforms into a halberd. Now Rasmus has to use all his strength to defend himself. But he has been beaten by Eugene in a humiliating way. Rasmus, in pain and coughing up blood, was not spared as Eugene prepared for a series of continuous attacks and successfully struck him in the middle of the body, causing him to collapse helplessly onto the ground. The system notification states that the warrior's rage skill is no longer available and has been disabled. Eugene scoffs dismissively. How pathetic. How can someone change their body and still struggle to fight a warrior? Well, good luck next time. So, once again, Rasmus was beaten half to death by Eugene. Just as he was about to leave, Rasmus suddenly spoke up. How interesting. He is proud. The immortal being who came to Earth isn't satisfied yet. He even abandoned the profession of Soul Master to focus on just one warrior skill. Eugene looks excited. What about the warrior? This is fun. He surveys him. His body can still regenerate even after being cut in half. It seems he just implanted something into his body again. Rasmus raised his sinister hand to do something, but immediately the monsters were recalled. I will make you regret that foolish choice. Immortal One. With them in his hands, Rasmus grew even more confident. Then Rasmus gave a broad command. Kill him. And the monsters obeyed their master, rushing forward. At the same time outside, the transformer is still attacking. Sangho thinks, it's really impressive how strong it is. He is confident that with his current power, that golem alone is enough to kill all the monsters. Modi's face now looks quite heavy. She can feel it. The mana of this iron golem is limited. I wonder what those monsters will do when it can no longer fight. Everyone, stay alert and be ready to fight. Sangho replied. Yes, Your Holy Grace. She couldn't help feeling anxious. And instead of worrying about that titan of destruction, she was much more concerned about the immortal being. Modi wondered how he was supposed to fight Rasmus that day without any summoning tools. Rasmus assessed his opponent, both poetic and foolish. He became smug. Look at you. After fighting the Chimera, it's already like this. Rasmus kept spouting contemptuous words, saying that those who came here only paid the price for abandoning their overwhelming power to use that blood-stained sword. Uzin chuckled softly. Who told you I gave up? Your attitude is making Rasmus confused. What the hell? Uzin then uses his ultimate move. Endure the smell. Your bone soldiers are only now arriving, forming a line and looking at Rasmus. Uzin reveals that he just poured all his mana into the corner, so it will take some time for it to recover. This surprises Rasmus. No way. You're a warrior. Uzin confirms. I am indeed a warrior, but I never said I wasn't a soul master. At this point, Rasmus could only grit his teeth in anger. Are for you. He cursed. Damn it. How dare you trap me like this? As planned, Uzin is now very confident, taking the initiative to move forward this time. So, shall we start round 2? The undead soldiers charged forward loudly, while Rasmus's monsters roared fiercely. One Rasmus with extraordinary power unleashed energy. As Uzin and Rasmus faced each other, you realize that it seems like you're retreating more and more. Rasmus accidentally let slip that the connection is unstable right now, which gave Uzin a clue. He also figured out your weakness, but you've already lost your strength. And sure enough, Uzin is struggling. I'm at my limit. It feels like I can't push myself in this fight anymore. You carefully calculated. It's about time. The system keeps notifying that you defeated an enemy and your FB has increased. And at that moment, a brilliant idea came to Uzin's mind. You praise him. Well done, Rock. The system notification. Level up. All stats have been restored. Uzin assesses Rasmus. You look pretty exhausted. And you've launched another big attack. So go rest. Rasmus is once again overwhelmed and on the defensive, his head jerking up repeatedly. But Uzin has caught the trap perfectly. You dare. And you once again deliver Rasmus a painful blow. This time, his head has nearly torn off. Yet that sinister laugh still echoes. Rasmus, your cunning won't last long in this moment of glory. The connection has already begun. And he warns, if you want to live, you'd better run. Uzin boldly declares, you're not escaping anytime soon. You bastard. The sunset gradually turns the sky a fiery red, as Rock stands silently amidst the dust and ruins. Uzin slowly walks up behind it, gently praises it. Well done. And Rock slowly turns around, making vague, meaningless sounds. Uzin sincerely apologizes to it. I am sorry. He lowered his gaze and sighed, even when the summoners die. The summoned spirits won't disappear, but will have to live unconsciously in a dense void. Uzin gently touched Rock, giving it one last instruction to return and take care of BB for him. Just as Rock's massive body collapsed down, on Uzin's face, only a cold expression remained, as he asked, Morty, there's also a dungeon explosion at the train station. Do you know the reason why? She replied that Earth is not fully synchronized yet, especially since dungeons cannot appear randomly anywhere, and dungeon explosions are similar in nature. You focus on listening to her. But this isn't an ordinary dungeon, it's a summoning point. I suspiciously ask. A summoning point. Morty replied seriously, yes, someone on Earth has used a piece of space. Apparently they summoned a dungeon and monsters spilled out. Uzin listened but remained silent. You firmly believe that no fool would create a dungeon they couldn't handle. Right. You softly call out, Morty, and she immediately responds, yes, Uzin said firmly. I can't let Shanette come to Earth like that. I need your cooperation. You set the condition, and in exchange I'm willing to help Anfin if I get the sacred land. These words shocked Morty so much that her mouth dropped open. She gasped in excitement. The immortal will save Anfin. Seeing Uzin's imposing figure from behind, she had to exclaim, oh my god, I knew it. The immortal is the one bringing the revelation. Morty bowed deeply to show her gratitude. I will support you with all my heart. The story shifts to the past, after the dungeon explosion, as Uzin focuses on leveling up by raiding 6-star dungeons with the support of the Titan Guild. Thanks to that, you had the chance to team up with Dingkun, and the Adan Guild and the Titan Guild formed a strong alliance. They discussed Earth's defense and the expedition to Anfin, but then, this alliance quickly fell apart, with reports that it ended in chaos. Along with Jeanette's forces and the situation in Anfin, both sides debated in parallel with the dungeon structure, causing chaos worldwide and creating an unavoidable crisis. The bloodline issue is very complex for this planet. Earth is threatened by the exploitation and use of blood crystals. However, humanity continues to mine them, and they are also used as weapons to protect people. This led to two opposing opinions, dividing the world into two factions, sparking a heated debate between those wanting to seal the entire dungeon and those advocating for strengthening the defenses by exploiting the dungeon. This difficult situation requires a reasonable solution. So what is needed now is a unified defense system, leading to the formation of the International Fake Awakening Association. Time passes, and a month later, back home, a private plane is taking off from an airport. Ujin and Dingkun shook hands and exchanged polite words. You've worked hard, we're truly grateful. Thanks to you, I was able to relax in the dungeon like this. I guess from now on, you'll feel better not having to look at my face anymore. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, wondering if they were up to something. But she quickly denied it, saying it wasn't like that. He pressed further, and she could only shyly turn her face away. Dingkun and Ujin part ways for the last time. See you again in Anfin. Wishing you a safe journey. The scene shifts to a bustling city with towering buildings packed closely together. Morty respectfully prays before the goddess statue. Goddess, the day I return to Anfin is approaching. Suddenly she hears strange sounds. Her eyes widen in disbelief as Morty gazes at the gentle face of the statue. Trust from the goddess. The goddess guides her, telling her to follow. She wonders. To follow? Who else? The goddess slowly guides. Follow him. Morty doesn't seem to be feeling well. So don't say that the goddess is still slowly speaking. Staying close to him, the goddess gently utters her last words, standing beside Kang Ujin, and those words like arrows piercing her mind. Morty tears up over her fate. Goddess, why does everyone have to suffer like this? The scene shifts to a peaceful small town, with a large screen in the square broadcasting the news. A black car is speeding down the road, and from inside it, a voice calls out, "Let me out here." Min Trang turns her head in disbelief and asks, "Why?" Ujin pointed outside and said, "Stop over there. I will take a taxi myself." Min Trang hesitated and asked, "What about dinner with the chairman?" He sighed indifferently and said, "Dinner? I'm full already. I mean..." He's sweating and looking bored, thinking, "Do you think it's easy to get the chairman to go eat like that?" Ujin turned back inside and said, "You can go in my place too." Min Trang hesitated, "But you have to go. You still have to meet the general director. You suggested making a new list, and your direct words made him freeze for a few seconds. What the heck? Ujin announced that from now on he would be the deputy director, and the car stopped by the roadside. With the person inside opening the door, Ujin put his hands in his pockets, bowed to say goodbye to Min Trang. I'm tired, so I'm heading home now. So have a good chat. Min Trang hesitated to keep you back, but you had already gone far away. Waving goodbye and wishing you luck. Deputy Director. Using Min Trang. You just left me behind like that. Min Trang sighed in distress. What should I wear now? This is a date with the chairman after all. Why did I suddenly become vice president? He muttered like crazy. Vice director. Then suddenly he lost control like a madman. I am the vice director. The driver sighed. This organization is really not normal at all. There was a fleeting sound of a phone ringing in the Bin Yen residential area. Is that your son? Are you in Korea right now? The taxi sped quickly down the road, and the sound of the phone was coming from inside it. Yes. I'm on my way home. Oh no. What should I do? Mom, Ujin is talking on the phone with his mother, who is outside, and might not come back until tonight. It's okay. Mom. Take your time. The taxi slowly stopped by the roadside. The driver quoted 25,001, and the boy rummaged through his shirt pocket but couldn't find any money. He quickly thought, my wallet. I think I left it in the luggage near my pillow. Realizing he had no money to pay, Ujin told the driver, Sir, can you take me to the gas station sedan? Should I meet him again, or not? The scene shifts to a luxury apartment complex. The phone on the table rings with an incoming call from Ujin. The date on the calendar has the number 17 circled in red. He was surprised by the question. Why me? Ujin picked up the phone and called. Jemin. And the other side immediately responded. Yes, Ujin said. Go out and take 50,000 soldiers with you immediately. What do you mean? I don't have money to pay for a taxi. So just come out here and pay for me. Hearing that, Jemin could only be speechless. This old man hasn't changed at all. When Ji-won stepped out, he saw his younger brother preparing to go out. A look of surprise flickering across his face. She asked seriously, Where are you going? Isn't it time for your final exam? And Jemin replied, I just need to go out for a bit. Ji-won, with a worried tone and hands on her hips, said, You have the National University entrance exam tomorrow. You might catch a cold. He turned around, adjusting his coat, and replied, I just went out for a bit to give Ujin the taxi fare. Hearing that name, Ji-won's face briefly flushed. Ujin. The scene gradually shifts to a quiet coffee shop as Ujin's voice says, Ji-won, I thought you had moved out. But it turns out you're still at home. You should have told Jemin to go instead. I feel really guilty. Ji-won quickly waved her hands awkwardly, refusing. It's okay. It's been a long time since we met, Ujin. Her face showed happiness as she told you that she had quit her job at home. And Ujin was a bit surprised and asked again. Ji-won. Really? To become a celebrity? Ujin also smiled happily, teasingly saying, I read an article about that. Calling her Kang Ujin's beautiful woman. Ji-won's cheeks flushed red. Him. Don't wait for me anymore. You said with a big smile and a soft voice. All right. She changed the subject. But anyway, Ji-won handed you the phone to show. Look at this. She briefly explained the situation. Lately I've been writing online novels. I've always wanted to become a writer. And now I can finally do it. Ujin looked at his phone and replied. That's great, so you like writing. Let's see. He quickly skimmed through her novel, which was set in a high school in Korea. When suddenly, a magic circle appeared. The story has a very intense plot, with the main character passing through a magic array into another world. The main character has gone through countless ups and downs, faced many hardships and become a powerful figure. And finally, they find a way back to Earth. But the next developments don't seem to be very smooth. And when that person returns to Earth, they find it has changed. Humans are losing to monsters. Ujin feels a bit stunned reading this story. Is this about me? Ji-won was so excited when he realized it was because I was thinking of him while reading. But he also quite liked it. You praise him. That's wonderful. Your story also has many comments, mostly urging you to release the next chapter. Wait here for a moment. GK. Supporting the author. Let's see what happens next. Come on. I'm just killing time now. Probably messing everything up again. Don't read the comments. Ji-won blushed and hesitated. But anyway, she gathered her courage and said, I really want to thank you, because if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to walk normally among everyone like this, or do what I truly want. Woojin smiled softly, brushing his hair and saying it's nothing, looking at her with a bit more tenderness. It's just because she's strong enough to overcome everything. I only helped a little. Those words of encouragement gave Ji-won a lot more motivation because she was strong enough to choose the life she wanted. She sincerely expressed her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Thank you. Wu Jin. As the scene shifts to the headquarters of the A-Dan Guild, everyone inside is busy working very seriously. And Wu Jin is walking slowly down the corridor. He gently opens the office door, with his hands on his hips, and says the guild looks a bit crowded. Everyone was surprised and exclaimed in unison, "Boss, you came so early today. You look more mature now." And then he asked, "I've arrived. How are you doing?" Wu Jin approached and asked if Sung Woo and Hei Min had arrived. Some were gossiping nearby. "That's Kang Wu Jin over there," Se Hung Hun replied. "They're just finishing up the national duties and should be back soon." Suddenly, a pair of legs stood straight behind them, and a voice called out, "Chairman." Wu Jin and Se Hung Hun both turned to look behind. "So it's Hei-sun." She faintly smiles when Wu Jin asks, meaning she's still loyal to the land. "When did she arrive?" Hei-sun replies, "I'm no longer a regular soldier. I'm now a reserve. I started working yesterday. Try speaking seriously now. And you ask next. So from now until then, there's still a long way to go before you can take off your uniform." As if prepared in advance, Wu Jin chuckled and said, "When Min Chan arrives, we'll talk about that later. Let's do a quick interview now." She looks a bit surprised. The scene leads to the guild president's office, where Yu and she sit facing each other. Wu Jin carefully examines Hei-sun's information. Level 14. Choi Hei-sun. Beast Tamer profession. Noting her strong sense of pride and loyalty. "You're a level 14 beast tamer. Still has a lot to improve." Hei-sun broke out in a sweat and asked in surprise, "How do you know?" Wu Jin replied casually. "I saw." Suddenly, he fell silent, her face showing clear worry. He reflected on what happened before, last month in North Korea. When he checked on her, she was still at level 11. There are no impressive skills either, probably due to the synchronization process being strengthened. But increasing 3 levels in a short time isn't bad either. The scene shows many tanks and airplanes in the sky. And because the soldiers are equipped with modern weapons, she doesn't have a chance to develop her fake awakening ability. Wu Jin suddenly reached out his hand, startling Hei-sun. "Here. Take this." Her eyes wide with shock. "Auntie." He pointed at the gems in his hand and told Hei-sun, "You don't know how to do this. Just swallow it and cling to it to channel mana inside." And she couldn't hide her astonishment as she exclaimed, "I mean, isn't this a reinforced stone? So why are you giving me such expensive reinforced stones?" Wu Jin sighed. "If she keeps like this, I can't help. She needs to use these first." He extended both hands with the stones toward Hei-sun and told her to swallow them all. "Just received them." Hei-sun happily said, "I will definitely use them well." She started swallowing each pill. Stamina increased by 3, strength by 4, and physical power by 3. You crossed your arms, clearly pleased with her. "Good. You're quite compatible with the medicine." Wu Jin suppresses his thoughts, wondering which skill this is. Her basic skills are quite good, and since she's in the military alliance, she also has a good understanding of the battlefield. Suddenly, you see the exact book you're looking for. It's found. The system voice rings out. Telepathy allows you to communicate with others through brainwaves and transfer commands even amid chaotic battles. Wu Jin immediately handed the book to Hei-sun and said, "Here. Take it." He replied that this was the most important thing, and she had to master this skill. After hearing that, she trembled and answered yes. "By the way." He gathered more books and told her, "And here, learn all this too." She thought for a moment and nodded. "Everything there is excellent." At the same time, a voice exclaimed, "Hey, it's Sung Woo." He shouted, "Are you serious?" he asked hesitantly. "Really?" Sung Woo panted heavily, thinking to himself, "I can't believe he greeted me like this right after returning from America." Wu Jin quietly thought, Sung Woo is much older now. He quickly grabbed the remote to turn on the TV. Look. A press conference about the defense agreement with North Korea appeared on the screen. "We announced that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea has signed a military agreement with the A-Dan Union." During the press conference about the defense agreement with North Korea, Wu Jin immediately realized that wasn't Min Chan. So after eating, what was he still doing there? He forced himself to ask. "You don't know." "Right." Before he could answer, Yu asked again, "Who are the people in front?" "Let me answer. The Minister of Defense and the original army will be dissolved." He continued. "According to the agreement, our guild will receive the same support from the government in the future." The news just reached Wu Jin and surprised him. "Really?" Sung Woo got annoyed at his repeated questions. "Is this the right time to be honest? Let's add that our guild is responsible for national defense. Like the national army." "Right." Wu Jin looked increasingly annoyed and said, "Sister, the national army." As if understanding the issue, Sung Woo exclaimed, "Brother. Simply put, we have to spend more time in the army than him." After hearing that, I was stunned and couldn't believe it. The meeting screen ended. And I thought to myself, those bastards. I only told him to go have a meal. What the hell happened? Wu Jin's furious aura suddenly silenced the space. And he said, when that bastard comes back, tell him not to go anywhere. Or Min will reply, yes sir. After saying that, he saw you turn and walk away. Where are you heading today? You replied. To the rookie training center. Wu Jin turned back and said, surprising Sung Woo. I'm heading to a dungeon. Come with me, Sung Woo or Hey Sun? He immediately asked loudly. Is Hey Sun also an awakening fake? And she shyly replied, yes. I also have mana and skills. Sung Woo quickly grabbed Hey Sun's hand, startling her, and with tears in his eyes, he said, I will work hard from now on to drive you. She gently replied, okay. What is it? The scene shifts to an evening bathed in sunset light as Baek Junpyo arrives to pick up Min Chan, saying, I'll take you home, to which he responds, all right. Thank you. Baek Junpyo politely asked if he needed to take him home, but Min Chan looked straight at him and replied, no. Take me to the office. Under the sunset glow, a line of cars waits at the red light while Min Chan is focused on his phone. Suddenly, Baek Junpyo speaks, catching his attention, saying that the days will soon be when the owners have to move elsewhere. He continued, the guild will have to protect the entire country, so I think everyone should have a bigger place. As long as they choose a location, we can start working immediately. Min Chan lifts the phone as if calling someone and replies, we haven't signed the contract yet. The chairman's opinion is also very important. Baek Junpyo happily said, the conditions are excellent, so he will definitely agree. He said that again with a smug smile. I will discuss it thoroughly with him. Suddenly, the voice on the other end of the phone responded. Min Chan, hearing a different tone, asked curiously, or Min, why are you the one answering the phone? And is Min there? The chairman went underground with Director Hong and Choi Hae-sun, and he replied, really? From that voice, the two men asked Hong again, but Director, what on earth has happened? Min Chan chuckled and said, Vice President A. I am now the deputy chairman. He looked visibly confused. This is not the time to joke around. Protector of the Korean people. How could something like this happen? Min Chan was momentarily startled when he realized the issue. How do you know that? Two men responded with a pointed tone. What do you mean by saying that? It's being broadcast faintly on all the news reports now. He listened and stared in silence. What did you say? Min Chan then turned to ask North Junpyo. Was the recent meeting replayed? He calmly replied, no way. If that really happened, it must have been just a coincidence. Min Chan's face suddenly darkened, looking visibly panicked. As if it was just a coincidence, there's no way. He quickly grabbed his phone and said to the other side, I'm heading to the office now. Min and I quickly advised him not to tell anyone I said so. But the chairman doesn't look very happy. The scene flashes past tall buildings, and in his anger he silently thinks, those damn fake foxes. How quickly they come up with such great proposals. Min Chan recalls the discussion with them. The proposals from the president at dinner. They want to upgrade the A-Dan Guild into an organization called the Han Guard Guild. The scene unfolds in a devastated state, with the A-Dan Guild serving as a stepping stone to keep Kang Woo-jin, the strongest fake awakening, from leaving Korea. He recalls sitting and talking with them, and after dinner, during the negotiations, they promised that as long as he gained the chairman's approval, they would help us immediately. The scene looks very harmonious. I can't believe they held such a secret meeting before the chairman agreed. He remembers shaking hands with him and wonders why. Hiding Min Chan's face, Kang Nan-yo added, they pampered him to make everyone see as a way to force him to agree. But that could never happen, because of the chairman's character. He gradually became worried. If he found out what had happened, he wouldn't hesitate to make a big fuss about it. It seems the sunset light blends with Min Chan's thoughts. If I want him to stay in Korea, I have to prevent that from happening. I'm sure I'll find a way. At the same time, in the 6-star dungeon at Gate 9 of Gangnam Station, the faint smell of blood gradually spread, making the atmosphere heavy and Hee-sun's face look extremely grim. She turned back, pointed, and asked, sorry. I'm still a rookie. We must have gone to the wrong dungeon. Right. An ordinary new employee like me should be assigned to a 1-star dungeon. Sung-gu just scratched his head and smiled in response, making her feel confused. The more she spoke, the more bewildered she became. What do you mean? I don't understand anything, he said. He continued, I think you're really going to die, but we'll try to help you. Hee-sun was filled with silent worry. He didn't make me feel at ease at all. She remembered something and immediately asked, what about the chairman? He replied, he went in earlier. She said that, which made Hee-sun even more surprised. What do you mean? Aren't we here for training? Sung-gu replied, It's just a step in the plan. Here. Take this. And she immediately recognized it and exclaimed, a dagger. He raised the knife and asked, have you ever tried cutting raw fish? He-sun was suddenly startled. Oh my god, the monster's body was lying sprawled on the floor. He-sun hurriedly scooped each blood vessel into the bag. She had gathered a whole bag full of blood vessels. He-sun's mood was heavy, tears streaming down like a shower. She wondered to herself where she was and why she was here. Meanwhile, Sunggu quickly gathers all the blood veins. Surprising her, he's so fast. How can he be this quick? After finishing, he slings his backpack over his shoulder. Sunggu urged He-sun to hurry up. If we keep going like this, we'll run into that guy before reaching the lower floor. She replied seriously. Yes. He-sun approached him, thinking to himself that he had mined the blood crystals quickly, but still couldn't keep up with him. How on earth does the chairman hunt so efficiently? In the quiet, silent space somewhere, a sound was heard, and she couldn't hold back and asked what it was. As dozens of pairs of eyes glowed with red light in the darkness, He-sun thought to herself, a monster, her face gradually showing fear. And it's not just one or two of them did the chairman miss them. Next to her, Sunggu remained completely calm, as if he wasn't worried at all. Oh my. It seems he's already making progress. He-sun exclaimed. From the darkness, countless skeletons emerge, their eyes glowing with a strange red light. And she realizes they are just bones. Suddenly Ujin appeared out of nowhere, and as the two of them hadn't finished with her, seeing him come out, He-sun shouted, Mr. Chairman. Sunggu quickly approaches. I'll gather them all right here. You wave your hand? Saying it's not necessary. Come with me. We're heading to the gate. He-sun narrowed his eyes and remained silent as if frozen. Thinking to himself, he is not alone. She watched Ujin and the army of skeletons leave one after another. He managed to get rid of more than 100 of those things. So this is how the chairman clears the dungeon in such a short time. The next morning, the fresh air filled the scene as a portal appeared in the sky. He-sun was continuously vomiting, and Sunggu approached to ask Han if she was feeling better yet. He asked, does passing through the gate feel really strange? She, wiping her chin with a slimy hand, replied, is it always this miserable? He replied, it depends on the person, but she'll get used to it soon. Sunggu cheerfully said, let's go. He's already ahead. He-sun immediately agreed. Yes. The two of them walked together down the forest path. He-sun kept an eye on him and asked right away, why are your clothes still not damaged? He didn't strip and explain. It's because these clothes are made from dungeon items, and the guild will pay for them. When they arrived, they saw Woojin standing in front of a giant skeleton frame. Sunggu was quite surprised and said, hey, I thought you had already gone ahead. And he heard it and smiled. Just in time. Woojin immediately called out, come here, He-sun, and, instinctively, He-sun ran over to him. He called me and pointed inside, then ordered try to tame that thing. She gasped in surprise at the scene before her. With a fierce tiger-like Sadre Tutho glaring at her, could it really be that thing? A chained book appears clearly before my eyes, accompanied by the system voice ringing out. The fire demon high spell you requested is very advanced, so you can't learn it gradually. But now you can start studying it. Congratulations on reaching level A. Sunggu's job title badge appears, and the system continues to congratulate him, making him blush. Finally, he can become a person of fire. Returning to reality, Sunggu is shouting out in joy. He thought to himself, with joy, unable to believe that even with his good intentions, he couldn't complain anymore. Brother, I will follow you for the rest of my life. Sadre quietly hums a tiger growl inside, while the two sons nervously ask Woojin, President, do I really have to do this? I think if I go over there, I'll probably just end up being torn to pieces. You see her smiling and think, I'll just let her get torn to pieces. Who told her to fight it? I told her to tame it. You turn back and order Sunggu to do that. Sunggu, listen to him and do as you're told. He responds confidently. Yes. He suddenly leaps into the air and lands softly on the ground, making it even more alert. Sunggu quickly grinned widely and waved at him. It still growled and stared at him intently. Suddenly it roared so loudly that the echo spread everywhere. The two sons struggled to stand firm against its roar. Terrifying to the extreme. Sunggu remains calm, smiling slightly. Why are you shouting? He's already taking off his jacket, ready to fight. We haven't even started yet. Sade Tuto Tiger growled and swiftly charged at him. Sunggu crossed his arms, ready to strike. I'm going to hit you close. Sorry. It might hurt a bit. He threw hundreds of rapid punches at its face. The strike so fast it couldn't react and froze in place. Haisun stood there with wide, bulging eyes. Not only that, Sungu delivered a kick that sent her entire body flying across the beam. Sade Tuto Tiger falls hard to the ground, stunned by Sungu's strength. I heard he's only a beginner. So, how come his fighting is so strong? Two sons remember when he cried and wonder if there's any sign of strength in his image. She remembers what Sungu said earlier. From today onwards, let's work really hard together. Sungu smiles and waves loudly. I think you can come here now. Two sons, it's already midday. Sungu touched Sade Tuto Tiger and said, Tame it. And it clenched its teeth in defiance, glaring at him. Seeing that, he angrily kept hitting it, not knowing why. How dare it show its teeth? That's right. Step on it. The expression on her face darkened as she told Ujin, I don't think trying anymore will work. And I don't have much mana left either. As she finished speaking, her whole body seemed to regain vitality. Startling her, her mana had recovered. Did the chairman do something? Ujin calms her down. Don't lose your temper. Of course it's difficult because of the level gap. She lazily asks again. So what should I do now? He raised two fingers and said, there are two ways to tame it. One is to make it feel close, so both become friends. Or to beat it until it submits. And Sun asked, so what should I do now? Isn't it already been beaten badly? Ujin said with a calm face. No way. She's not the one hitting him. Right, you said while pointing at Sungwoo. So that person is the villain here. While Sungwoo is still enthusiastically beating Sade Tooth Tiger. Come on. Let's watch again. You look over there and see it gently rubbing its head while trying to endure the pain. While that thing is being beaten. Ujin continued. The person you want to befriend is the one getting beaten. And with sharp eyes. He looked at Tu Sun and asked, what should I do now? Hai Sun stepped into the cage and faced Sungwoo, who suddenly became strange and sneered at her. Thinking someone like her could stop me. Hai Sun remembered Ujin's words. She must protect that sword-toothed tiger first. Save it. And befriend it. She immediately found herself in a difficult situation. What kind of situation is this? With such a cheap acting performance. How can I fool him? While she was still thinking, Sungwoo suddenly threw a punch, surprising Hai Sun. And she quickly raised both hands to block the attack, because the attack was too strong and broke both her bones. They're broken now. What are you talking about? He clearly hit quite slowly. Sungwoo shouted, I'm coming. Hai Sun raised her hand to signal to stop. Director Hong. Wait a moment. My arm is broken. Hearing her say that, Sungwoo became even more furious. You weakling. Hai Sun shouted helplessly. Director Hong. Ujin stands with his arms crossed, urging Hai Sun to pretend to attack him so I can get close to him. After gathering her strength, Hai Sun clenched her fist and rushed straight to Sungwoo, delivering a quick punch that hit him. It seemed like nothing had happened. But immediately after, Sungwoo was forcefully thrown backward, causing nearby bones to break. Hai Sun herself was surprised by her punch as Sadre Toother Tiger growled but moved toward her. Hai Sun was startled and turned around. Not with a fierce look but with a cute expression and big, shiny eyes brimming with tears, thinking to himself that it was already moved and touched, like a little cat. It nuzzles its head against her. What's going on? Why are you acting like this? Ujin smiles contentedly. Good. Now you have someone to protect you. Sungwoo immediately ran over to ask Han how he did, and Ujin saw him and praised him, like someone who just won the Best Actor award. Hai Sun exclaimed, Director Hong, you were really scared just now. I didn't know you were a fake awakener with that physical strength. He hesitated to respond. But I am a mage. So she couldn't help but wonder what was going on. By evening, the three of them sat around the blazing fire, with Sungwoo hesitating as if he wanted to say something. Ujin immediately asked, What's wrong? Why have you been making that face all this time? He said. Hey. You replied. I can't hold it in anymore. Sungwoo expressed his feelings. All this time I kept believing his words. Maybe it's true that I got stronger because of his help. But, Sungwoo shouted, You're a fire mage. But when we fought, you only knew how to rush and punch. Isn't that pretty lame? He silently thought that ever since awakening, he had only dreamed of being a fire mage. But Ujin just pursed his lips in a slight smile without replying. You look straight at Sungwoo and ask, Our director, Sungwoo. Now that you're a director, what do you feel when you think about it? Sungwoo expressed his feelings. Always doing manual labor. Ujin interrupted. Meaning you're a workhorse but with a high salary. He chuckled and explained, I didn't mean that. So, what do you think is the meaning of those tasks when I need someone to help with my business trips? Who will they end up with? He suddenly understood. No way. With that same smile, Ujin continued. That's right. You're actually our second guild master. Which means someday, you'll be even stronger. Sungwoo muttered. Brother. The scene unfolds with a bustling crowd passing by. As Min Trang, tense and trembling, stands nervously in front of the Adan guild room. He is looking at his hand, thinking of a way to solve the problem. How can I do it? How can I make the chairman understand without offending him right now? Suddenly the door swung open. Ujin asked, "Here." He startled and replied, "Chairman, do you think I'm annoyed?" Looking straight at me. Min Trang, a sweaty Min Trang, trembling with fear, replied yes and stood in front of the chairman's office. The space was so silent, it was almost scary. Min Trang shrank in front of Ujin and asked him, "What was that news on the news?" He hurriedly explained that it was just fake news. The footage of the meeting should have been sent to the chairman for the final decision before being shared with the media. But they aired it by mistake. You said it yourself. They're just pretending it was a mistake. Min Trang continued to explain. But honestly, the conditions they're offering aren't that bad. I mean, they are quite good. The government is just trying its best to prevent you from leaving. Actually, there are still a few countries putting pressure on the South Korean government. Ujin softly called out Min Trang's name, and instinctively he responded with his arms crossed in a cold tone. "The issue isn't whether the conditions are good or not," he shouted. "So go on. Did you forget my original purpose? When I founded the guild," he asked, "to avoid military service." Ujin angrily said, "If I didn't want to do military service, I could just join the HEMR guild instead. What's the big deal about founding a guild?" At this moment, Min Trang finally realized, oh no, it's because he doesn't want to be controlled by anyone, not even the government. If that's the case, then why did he randomly choose an uninhabited island and declare independence? He smirked coldly and said, "Well, there's no other way now. Blood debts must be paid with blood. And the more revenge, the better." Ujin ordered the reporters outside to come in, and then left. The reporters kept taking pictures, flashes blinding everywhere. You stood on the podium in front of the journalists, gazing down thoughtfully for a long moment. You are holding the speech paper in your hand. "First, I sincerely apologize for providing you with false information about the announcement of the agreement with the government before the union has made a final decision." Ujin suddenly tore the paper in half and said, "Fine. I'll ask questions later. I am the chairman of the Adan Union. Let me tell everyone this beforehand." Min Trang was truly surprised by his action. Ujin said that the government had sent a record of an unsigned agreement to the television station to broadcast, making me feel extremely terrible. Everyone below was shocked to hear that. So the greenhouse lied. "This is a piece of secret news. You said that contract thing doesn't exist, so never mention it again. And I'm afraid I might have to migrate soon." Ujin smirked and said, "If you cause trouble with me, I'll leave right away. Tell them that." "All right, everyone disperse." After saying that, he turned and walked away, leaving the reporters shouting behind him. "Chairman Kang Ujin, I have a question." "Chairman Kang Ujin," Ujin deliberately said to Min Trang as he passed by. Once the matter was settled, he had stirred it up, and now he bowed humbly. "Yes, sir, Chairman." Min Trang watched Ujin's back as he walked away. He nervously thought that the public opinion would explode in controversy. But even if the opponent was the Korean government, there was nothing to fear. Min Trang felt relieved, thankful that she didn't go straight to the greenhouse that day, as reporters still crowded around, calling out, "Vice Chairman, I have a question." Vice Chairman Jung Min Trang. The subsequent developments seemed somewhat unfavorable, as after the A Union's press conference, both the media and the entire internet went crazy, and the news quickly caused panic among netizens. Countless opinions revolve around this topic. But anyway, that agreement still hasn't been signed. Has Ujin already decided to immigrate to the US? And the Korean government has been rejected. These things were ordered to be disclosed by the Korean government even before the signing. An AA-level fake awakening. Gwarang Guild, President, and the three major guilds are enough to protect Korea. But just a few hours later, they were taken out by Guild A. And Japan and China are both watching this closely. The world needs another AA-level fake awakener. This news has caused a storm in public opinion. The scene shifts to the guild building. While the Adan Guild is preparing for the upcoming disaster, recruiting new pseudo-awakened to strengthen their forces. Inside the quiet and serious office, everyone was busy working, and Min Trang carefully explained to the person on the other end of the line, "No. Our chairman's decision is already clear enough, there's no need to reconsider it." After turning off the machine, he sighed, busy, and called again. He turned to ask Hai Min, "How many recruitment applications are there for awakening agents?" He didn't respond. "Today there are 200 orders. Quite a lot. But most of them are level F." Min Trang rubbed her forehead and exclaimed, "I see. High-level awakeners usually have already joined a guild or just want to be free." Min and Ujin remain optimistic, but they still deserve hope because the chairman will support them. Just like Director Hong and his son started at F level 2. Hearing that, Min Trang also regained her composure. "Yes, that's the best outcome. As long as those awakening false gods develop to a certain level, our guild's scale will be enough to overshadow the 3 major guilds. They encouraged each other. Truly inspiring. Let's cheer up now. The system notification appeared. Your level has increased to 70. Ujin grinned triumphantly. You've reached level 70. You remember the past. And finally, you can unlock that skill. Which was what in the past helped me have the #1 army. Ujin is performing a ritual. The skill plan for healing from the Black Fog Warrior surrounds his body. He smiles contentedly. I can feel it. 52 warriors in the healing pillar. Ujin reached out. And a blue spirit crystal immediately appeared in his hand. I even have new soldiers now. You raise your hand high. Come here. Ansat. The system voice echoes. You have released the seal for Ansat's soul. In the dark night, a blue light suddenly appeared. And a voice echoed along with countless images. I will kill. That voice only repeats one sentence. I will kill. It seems that the assassin has an eternal desire to kill someone. I will kill people. And also, a desire to survive. And I will survive. The assassin quickly wipes towards Ujin. He raised his fist towards you. My goal is to destroy. You casually uttered a single sentence. Stop your hand. And Ansat immediately froze in midair. He suddenly realized he could no longer move his body. What had he done? Ujin coldly shed tears and knelt down. Ansat immediately slammed his knees down on the ground, trembling all over from the restraint. What have you done to me, I wonder? You casually let out a sentence and give up. Ujin smirked arrogantly. If you promise to become my disciple, I will spare you. Ansat naturally refused. It's truly ridiculous. Ujin calmly drew out 2 swords. It seems he still hasn't woken up or realized the current situation. You place a sword on Ansat's shoulder and smirk. Do you want to bow your head? Or be torn apart here and now? Ansat's soul trembles with anger. That pain is your own. In his memory, he had killed Ujin. I clearly remember that I had already killed him back then, but at that moment, it was he who fell first. In that case, there was no other way out. So Ansat had to lower his head and surrender. I will bow my head. After hearing that, Ujin smiled with satisfaction and said, That's right. This was the right choice. The wind rose, sweeping up dust and sand. When Ansat appears again, he is completely covered in black clothing. And I think to myself, he looks just like a deadly assassin. The system panel appears, showing Ansat level 1, Death Skill Warrior No. 53 of the immortal race Ujin. Still, with a remnant of his core, requiring a certain amount of control to manage him, with skills often needing to be recharged. Form an army. Command death. Special skills. Vanish into shadows. Move silently. Speak the language of death. The divine wrath of the Bright Legion is not on him. The required control level is 312. Trust, loyalty, and obedience. Ujin noticed a number on the board. Daiko. The required control amount is 312. Why is he rebelling so much? You wave your hand, ordering him to come to you. Hey. Come here. Hey. The assassin doesn't even bother to look at you and turns away. Ujin suppresses a laugh, clearly annoyed, and watches that bastard walk away. Ujin spoke. Well, for now this will do. You. Give the order. Go out and find more troops. As soon as the name is called, a red aura appears in the space, and a foot suddenly emerges as if to crush everything. Kiba appears with a respectful bow, kneeling before the Lord. That made Ujin very pleased, and he smiled. He knelt down to pay his respects. Truly an honor for a god to meet you again. Immortal Lord, you reply to the person on the ground. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Kiba. After a while, Ujin looks at the system with excitement. It's increasing. You breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that the new recruit is being trained very thoroughly. Meanwhile, Kiba keeps protesting, watching that person's movements. Isn't he getting faster? Come on. What's your name? And level? You're such a rookie. Hey. Is that a new recruit? Yes. I am An Asat, the 53rd Death Knight. Ujin thought, now that I've recruited Death Knights, it should be much easier. Soul Warriors are highly capable leaders. Even after leaving me, the Bone Soldiers can still follow the Soul Warriors and continue fighting. In addition, the Core Soldiers can also enter the Resurrection Realm with the Death Knights. And now whenever I go into the dungeon, I won't have to fight alone anymore. You think? And just like that, your preparations for the large army in your mouth are complete. Suddenly, a voice interrupts Ujin's thoughts. Master, the Resurrection Realm is doing well. Are you worried? BB. How do you feel now? Is your body okay? The girl is sulking. How can you ask such a question? Master, BB. If you're angry, clench your fists. You have to get stronger quickly, so you can use your power against those fools who think they are invincible. The girl had been without spirit for a long time since being resurrected. But luckily, she finally regained her spirit. At that moment, someone ran up from behind. Hey. Sunggu's feet are sparking wildly. Ujin asked, are you used to that fire element skill now? He smiled and replied, it's all thanks to your teaching. The girl excitedly called out, Sunggu, after just a short while, you've become so strong already. Sunggu pointed and asked, hey, who is this girl? Ujin explained. Is this your first time meeting BB? Have you two never met before? He exclaimed in horror. Miss? BB. Sunggu remembered. B. The cat he found earlier. So adorable. He was shocked. This BB is that cat. The girl nodded. Yes. It's me. You smiled and said, so you still remember her. Then a voice came through. Mr. Chairman. We've collected all the blood crystals. Ujin was surprised. So fast. The other side laughed and explained. Yes. I happened to find those thugs. You repeat. Those market thugs. And they assured you that when you return, you'll see for yourself. Sunggu immediately sensed the attitude and asked loudly, are there still monsters? He creates a ball of orange fire and promises to handle them for me. Ujin quickly intervenes to stop Sunggu. Wait. You're so naive. It seems she can now tame it herself. He's confused. Isn't he? At that moment, his gaze shifted to someone in the distance. On the mountain, a figure riding a bear could be seen, with flocks of birds flying overhead. Seeing the woman happily waving her hand, Sunggu exclaimed, it's Hasen. The system display shows Hasen's basic information. Ujin is pleased. Good. She is developing very well. After a while, the car slowly drives along the road between 8 autumn trees. Sunggu sat excited in the car, unable to believe that after just 3 dungeons she had already reached level D. Hasen's progress is truly impressive. You reply. That's true. If she tames more, it would be perfect. When I'm outside, you two have to stay quiet. He's teasing. That's already 20 of them. Brother. So collecting blood crystals has become much easier now. Ujin reminds you not to rest on your laurels. You and Hasen still have a long way to go. Sunggu replied yes. There are still matters I need to handle. I have to destroy the forces behind an Asat who ordered my assassination. Ujin ordered Xeong-hun to contact the Titan Guild. And he replied, yes sir. As darkness falls, only faint lights remain. Ding-kun answers the phone and asks, what's going on? The other side asks, do you still remember the person I mentioned to you back in America? He asks, are you talking about an Asat? Ujin was surprised. Oh, you even know his name. Have you investigated him? How is he? Ding-kun protests. No. He is a renowned assassin. He said that actually he doesn't belong to any organization. He operates independently like a mercenary. And he's done many things. Especially with organizations in Afghanistan. Ding-kun honestly, we are still trying to find out who commissioned him. You smirk. I think I already know. He panicked and exclaimed. Really? Ujin smirked faintly. I already know everything. Just need to ask an Assad, and I'll find out who's behind the scenes and the clients he's working for. You ask, do you want to find out who's behind all this with me? Who the hell is that bastard inside? How dare you attempt to assassinate me? Ujin thought, with murderous intent. Now it's time for revenge. Good morning. This is the morning news update. Wishing you a great day. This is reporter Jung So-yun from MBS, regarding the fake awakener Kang Ujin, who is currently making waves worldwide. Will Kang Ujin follow the call of his extraordinary power or not? Just like the Aiden Guild, they are discussing that we need to develop an AA-level fake awakener system like Kang Ujin. Sang-ho listened and got angry. What is he? The strongest in the world. Nonsense. The $10 billion assassination attempt on Kang Ujin has failed. And I've also lost contact with the terrorist organizations for a while. Furthermore, Chairman Kim of SG Corporation has also cut off contact with me. And Gwarong Guild's position continues to decline without Dali Zionhai. He clutches his head in bitter hatred. Damn it, Kang Ujin, it's all because of that damn bastard. Kang Ujin suddenly, a voice rings out surprising. Sang-ho, do you want to take revenge? He cautiously stood up and shouted. Who is there? The shadowy figures loomed on the ground. Probing, does the person not want to avenge Li Zion? He. Sang-ho stared blankly, repeating each word. Revenge. Kang Ujin, the mysterious person assured him. Of course you can take revenge on him. I will lend you my strength. It tempts you. If you want the power to take revenge, go to your sister's prison and die. He was terrified, his mouth agape, eyes involuntarily squinting. Then Sang-ho looked around and shouted, Who are you? Come here. I will wait for you. His hand plays in midair. Where are you? Stop right there. Sang Ho fell to the ground, overwhelmed with indescribable emotions. He slowly got up and asked, "What just happened? Was it a ghost?" Suddenly, Sang Ho's eyes widened in disbelief as an item appeared before him. He picked it up in confusion. How is Zeon Hai's sword here? It was destroyed in that dungeon. The voice that just now echoed in his mind. Does he not want to avenge the person who killed Lai Zeon? Hai. Sang Ho muttered to himself. If it's that bastard. Sang Ho begins to fall into a state of contemplation and revenge, gripping his sword tightly, his eyes turning ferocious, and his power surging. And as night falls over, the towering buildings lit with shimmering lights, Ding Khan quietly searches for and eliminates the terrorists. Aiden Guild only demands two things from our guild: transportation to the Middle East and stabilizing the affected area after eliminating the terrorists. Our guild has provided transportation, the US military has deployed in the designated area, and the operation is about to begin. The main point is that this is a joint operation with Aden. While we continue to investigate the enemy, we are only following what they tell us. And if the operation fails, we will face public criticism from both the US government and the Titan Guild. But if I back out, it would be too ridiculous for the Korean Union to punish terrorists in their own homeland. It's hard to consider this. Given the current situation, should I risk accepting their proposal? Suddenly, a voice cut through the atmosphere. Chairman, the maiden has come to see you. Two fighters and smoke rising high. Huh, follow Lord Kang and leave the Titan Guild. Modi's expression tense as he replied, yes. I have no choice but to follow her. For that is the goddess's prophecy. Din Kun looked annoyed. This situation confuses me. Her prophetic abilities and blessings have brought great benefits to the guild. She founded the Holy Knights to free Fen. So if she leaves now, without her, we will be affected and unable to face the disasters to come. Modi smiled and said, thank you for the concern from the Titan Guild, but I cannot resist the prophecy. I will give up everything I have received and leave. He sighed and replied, I can't stop her. All right, but lead the Holy Knight team. They were formed by the Arya organization. If you keep them by your side, they will be your strength. She smiled excitedly. Really? Din Kun replied, our organization is grateful to you and the goddess. So we will continue to support the Arya organization. The Arya organization is always welcomed by us. Modi's cheeks flush pink. Thank you, Lord Din Kun. And the goddess wishes you happiness. He smiled maliciously. This is the best alternative plan, no matter what. We must maintain the connection with the idiom. Right now, somewhere in a corner of the city center, Sang Ho kept muttering to himself, power, revenge, power. Han's face darkened. I need strength to take revenge. And his feet moved forward with heavy, slow steps, as Sang Ho's eyes suddenly looked up at the statue in front of him. Han looked down at the tombstone, which had Kang Woojin's name and a note honoring the hero who prevented the disaster. The people of Daegu. Heyman was walking while shaking his blood-stained keychain at his waist. Suddenly, he looked toward where Sang Ho was standing. He is. As he finished speaking, the face of the statue shattered into pieces, and Heyman stared in shock at the scene unfolding before him. Sang Ho's face remained dark. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Suddenly, his red eyes fixated on controlling Heyman's body to float in the middle of the scene. He angrily said, don't you recognize me? Heyman stammered. I am the president of Hoa Lang. Suddenly, Heyman's colleague approached. Captain, what's going on? Seeing Heyman floating in surprise, Sang Ho asked, who are you? There's a suspicious awakened person at the cable car station. Support team, be careful. The colleague hadn't even finished speaking when their phone shattered. Sang Ho's eyes lit up in suspicious, awakened one. Do they really not recognize me? At this moment, both Heyman and the colleague are floating in the air, their bodies stiff and unable to resist. Sang Ho below silently glared upward without saying a word, as blood splattered everywhere on the purple background. As he let go, both of them fell into the crack. Sang Ho sternly said, the worms abandon you. Right now at the station, in an extremely terrifying atmosphere, a figure is standing in front of the iron bars. Sang Ho's face remains unchanged for now, but suddenly his expression tightens with discomfort. Sang Ho panics. What is this? Why am I in the dungeon? He wondered if he had killed anyone before. Damn it. It's too late to turn back now. I should take over the dungeon first, and then go out. Can I handle everything on my own? Suddenly a loud laugh said, if you accept my invitation, you can leave here easily. Sang Ho was stunned, as if he recognized it. This voice. A gap appeared in front of him. Come here. I will give you the one you desire the most. The golden shining Sangcam is fueling Sang Ho's curiosity as his foot slowly steps inside. Everywhere is filled with snow and coldness. The ice fortress. Is he inside there? This is ridiculous. All the monsters I've encountered so far haven't attacked. The one who summoned me here must be the owner of this dungeon. The door of the tower is slowly opening. Sang-ho quietly and carefully moves inside the main hall. He seems to be observing everything very carefully. Yulho, sitting on the throne, said loudly, "The one who called me here is indeed the king of this place." Sang-ho knelt before Oilo, moving quietly and skillfully. "I like that." He slowly began descending the stairs. Sang-ho also started trembling, looking up, and stammered, "Yes. If I offend him by mistake, I will die immediately." Yulho continued, "I welcome those who come to my space domain." Sang-ho's attitude once again amazed him as he looked up in surprise. A clear morning at the airport, heading to Afghanistan. Just before departure, the young steward salutes formally. "We are honored to safely bring you to Bagram." Ugin responds with a smile. "Thank you. No other organization deserves to use the Titan Society's aircraft." Suddenly his eyes narrowed as he looked at Moody. "Huh. She's smirking. Why is she here?" Moody hesitated. "It's truly an honor to meet you, sir. Mr. Kong." Moody sat upright in the passenger seat. "That damn witch. The smell of incense is filling the room. Sir Kong, please punish her." Ugin frowned, thinking, "Damn noisy. These death knights are really the worst. Why does she insist on following me?" Thinking she can become an assistant to the returning mage. Moody looked over and replied, "I apologize. The goddess's words are absolute." He sighed and thought, "Forget it. If she leaves, I guess I should too." Moody smiled thoughtfully. "Well, you understand how I feel now." Ugin pointed angrily. "But don't come near me. If some holy energy explodes, the Death Warriors might attack. I'm not threatening you. I'm telling the truth. Your head will fly off if you're not careful. Oh goddess, please bless and protect me on this journey." At this very moment, countless soldiers are busy. Afghanistan. Bagram military base. 2 days after Kang Ugin's team arrived, everyone was watching the screen in the command room. On the screen appeared Nazir Sanjay, based on Kang's testimony and related documents. He was once a merchant. Both the rebel faction and the government are involved in arms trading, and we are being very cautious. There are also many other illegal transactions. We believe they are conducting major negotiations in this area, and it seems there are commissions involved. Ugin suddenly said, "If we thoroughly investigate that person's activities, we can find out who ordered the assassination. Your attitude is serious. How close are we to reaching him?" David said, "Wait a moment. If the suspect escapes or destroys evidence, then everything. First, let us discuss with the advisor and then provide the details." The U.S. military in Afghanistan, led by Commander David Morgan. Suddenly, his words made Ugin fall into deep thought. "You keep talking. What if I say I have a way to track him without him noticing? If you can lure him out to a visible place, I will investigate everything, his movements, habits, transactions, finances, and even his final dealings, and I will pay it all off." David's face darkened slightly as he looked at you. "What do you think?" A line of thought appeared. "He has the ability to gather top-secret information about the suspect." "Sounds good. Let's start planning the operation." 2 days later, in Peshawar, Pakistan, on a busy road, Ugin looked at her and asked, "Why are you so tense?" Senior U.S. Intelligence Officer Daetro Pak. "This is my first time in the field. Look outside and stay calm. Just think of it as a trip. See. Isn't it beautiful? The abandoned building looks very desolate. Not very beautiful either. This area was recently attacked." Ugin added, "It seems this happens often." She replied, "Yes. It really happens frequently. Elsewhere it's chaos. But here it's just everyday life. The villagers are suffering greatly. It really feels strange to return to the battlefield. Reminding me of my time in Anfin." Daitro's expression shows a bit of surprise. Is it because he's too confident in his strength to still have time to think about other things? In front of us is the large hotel. We've arrived. Remember, don't attract attention. Right now, in the hotel restaurant area, the knife and fork are cutting the meat together. Daitro is small. That guy in the light blue shirt is sitting at the second table behind me. Ugin's 2 small-eyed people stared intently in one direction, and he suddenly continued, "That's really good. Exactly my type." Daitro tense. "Lord Ugin, when you have the chance, attach a tracking device to him." He calmly replied, "I already did." She widened her eyes, thinking, when? "I didn't even notice. You said to come see me after you're done. I'm waiting outside." Daitro nodded and said yes. "Please wait a moment." A dark aura appeared on the sole of my foot. It's been a long time since I felt this. The notification system panel, resurrection spells, and resurrection skills. Ugin stands calmly in front of the hotel entrance, with cars still bustling by. This place is definitely better than eating dirt. Suddenly, A few poorly dressed children approached, speaking Pakistani. Ugin coldly wondered if they were asking for money, but he suspected it would be difficult to find their relatives. You just gave money to the children but then looked away. Ugin's eyes widened in surprise and he said loudly, "Oh, how interesting. Such an innocent and bright child. It's rare to see a child so innocent and shy." Then Ugin waved from afar towards the girl, who blushed and hesitated before saying hello. Ugin stood still in front of her, cheerfully replying, "Hello." Suddenly, the girl lowered her face, hesitated for a moment, and said nothing, her small hands becoming slightly dirty unexpectedly. Ugin just smiled gently as the girl bravely expressed herself, her eyes shining as she looked up. All right, just a moment." At this point, the kids would all be covering their eyes, and suddenly Ugin's eyes widened in surprise. There's something thickening inside the torn layer of her shirt, and in just a few moments everything exploded. Damn it. I'm dead. This ruined building has just experienced another explosion, and the system notification indicates that the soul armor has been activated. Ugin's face darkened with what was happening. A young girl standing in the corner. "I'm really weak now. Just returned to Earth not long ago." Vicho hurriedly ran over. "Lord Ugin, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere?" Like looked and asked, "Are they targeting me?" Vicho shook his head. "No. They are attacking the Lord." At the same time, 7 explosions occurred simultaneously. Ugin's lips trembled. "It seems 7 children have died, and there's a high chance there are other victims as well." Seeing your attitude, Vicho was furious. So Ugin turned around coldly and said, "We retreat immediately, using an innocent child as a sacrifice. It's been a long time since I felt this angry. Those damn terrorists. I'll find and destroy them all." A week after that terrible incident, a black car sped through, cables flying everywhere, with 2 masked men trembling inside, accompanied by armed military soldiers. A masked man in a red bag speaks, "Please save us. From our family." Ugin's face inside the bag looks annoyed. This guy really jumps in again. "You shouted loudly and attacked straight at the enemy's run. I won't allow that." Last week at Chihu's office, Ugin calmly crossed his arms and replied, "I don't need to gather a force. I can handle it alone." A teasing voice echoed, "So what do you think you'll do going alone like that?" Rogers, hands in his pockets, spoke coldly, making it hard to tell a normal person from a rebel. "Or are you planning to kill them all without caring who they are?" He raised his face, his expression steady, each word like a deadly blow. "Everything must be calculated and prepared. I cannot act on my own will." Colonel Rogers continued, "Moreover, if you keep invading without thinking, the leaders of the rebel forces will tend to hide and retaliate against us even more." Daz agrees with Rogers and says, "You're right. I understand how angry you must be when things turn out this badly. However, you must understand that you can't solve this problem alone. What do you think about taking some time to wait?" Eugene sighed here in disappointment. David continued, "Actually, my superiors are considering sending more troops to the area." Eugene suddenly stood up in shock, mixed with a hint of fear from David, and said, "It seems there's nothing much left to say." He said that, then hurried out. And Rogers, who was replacing him, ran after and called out, "Wait a moment." Eugene froze, turning to question Rogers, "Do you really want to die at my hands? Why do you keep acting so annoyed with me?" Rogers sighed softly, his face gradually relaxing, and he gently explained, "I didn't say we don't have a way to help you. Instead, if you want to continue this mission, I have one condition for you. I want you to assassinate the enemy troops according to the targets that need to be eliminated." Eugene suddenly changed his attitude, smiling triumphantly. "Finally, we are able to have a proper conversation." A photo is placed on the table, showing Roman the baker, who is operating as an arms dealer in the black market. In cooperation with the Afghan government and the insurgents, he is the only supplier that allows the insurgents to have a chance to defeat us. In a few days, the insurgents will ambush his convoy and take him hostage. You'll be captured too. And you'll follow him. I am quite sure you can infiltrate their headquarters without any trouble. The insurgents pushed Ugin and another person into a narrow, dark, and cold room. Ugin's face beneath that thin layer of skin shows a deadly gaze and a sinister smile. He thinks, "Great. I infiltrated smoothly, so I should start now." He feels excited inside as the achievement point is used to level up the goblin to level 50. The system voice announces that the level 50 shadow demon, and you can now control up to 6 demon spirits. The skill of illusion concealment has been acquired, allowing humans and elves to disguise themselves within their surroundings. You now have the soul swap skill, allowing you to transfer your soul into any of the 6 goblins and move freely. Someone who has swapped their soul into one of the elves can now move freely without any restrictions. And the Keep Dai Thai Ma power has increased by 50%. Elf Eugene orders, I request you to swap bodies with me. The cunning elf on the other side replies, "It is truly an honor to inhabit the body of my master." A black aura enveloped his entire body. Swapping places with the demon sounds strange, but I guess I have no other choice now. He feels happy inside. The goblin, acting, sneaks out through the openings. Eugene in the goblin's body thinks, "First of all, there are two guys in front of the door. Continue. I will mark an X on those who are not civilians." He looked at two rebel soldiers holding guns, standing face to face as if discussing something. When suddenly a hand knocked on the door, Eugene saw Henry talking to someone else and thought, "I finally found him, the leader of the insurgents." The substitute elf suddenly asked, "Master, should I start acting now?" Eugene asked back. "What? Why?" The substitute elf has a dangerous look on his face. It seems like an execution is about to happen, and a bullet is about to be fired towards his head. Eugene replied coldly. Then the substitute fairy smiled seductively and said, "Yes, Master." In a desolate desert where dust swirls wildly, a rebel soldier raises his hands high and loudly declares, "As a servant of our Lord, all of you will face punishment in his name. For those who oppose, they will face a punishment more than 1,000 times worse than before." Eugene sat there, his face grim and somber. Rebel soldier. 25. Hostage. 18. Poison. The cries of many other souls who died in this desert. The unlucky ones who had to endure this suffering. I don't want to end up like that. I want to live. I want to see my family. My mother. Henry glared down at Eugene, clearly respecting his own god. Tae-young. Sarcastic. You should be the one to deliver the punishment yourself. So you are the real bastard who dares to harm people in the name of the divine. Suddenly, he snapped the rope binding his hands. But the rebel soldier, terrified, stepped back a few paces. What? How had he become so awakened? Eugene coldly stepped forward amid the terrified screams of the rebels, telling them to shoot him and kill him. The rebels raised their guns at Eugene, but he was not afraid and kept moving forward. He coldly spoke, "A scum unworthy even of God's punishment." Then Eugene raised his hand high, causing the soldiers to panic and point their guns in all directions. Eugene's sinister face, reserved for the souls of the dead, the unlucky ones harmed by your hands. Suddenly, the ground trembles as the vengeful skeleton warriors rise and approach the soldiers. The rebel soldiers are fleeing. He's kneeling there. Satan's men are coming. One soldier on the vehicle shouts loudly, "Shoot them down. Kill them." The skeletal warriors with shields raised their swords. The rebel soldier, frightened, shouted, "Damn it," and quickly drove away. He shouts loudly, closes the door quickly. Ramzan, wielding a large hammer, rushes in fiercely. He shouted loudly, with a commanding voice, "Ramzan is coming with us. Follow me, soldiers." Ramzan level 8. The immortal knight of Kang Ujin. In the previous chapter, he was considered one of the greatest dwarf warriors. He moved straight ahead, without hesitation. Then suddenly a hand holding a staff raised up. A huge explosion occurred, and the sound of steel screams echoed everywhere. Ujin stood above, taunting and proving his worth to our leader. His smile was too twisted. Even God would punish such a thing. They will pay for what they've done. Now, it all begins. I will turn you all into deathless warriors. Ujin steps through the skeleton soldiers, searching around for the remaining hostages. Henry approaches him, pointing a gun at someone. "Careful. Don't move." Ujin looked at the American man next to Henry, the one who had cried earlier. He thought of the photo of Rogers on the table, then stared directly at the person in front of him. The weapon dealer casting spells. Henry threatens, "If you attack, this guy will die." The American citizen panics, begging for mercy, saying, "Whatever you want. Please don't kill me." Ujin closed his eyes and let out a gentle sigh, using his power to cause Henry's body to ache, and he screamed in fear. Ujin raises his hand and uses his power to break the rope, binding the American citizen's hands. The American citizen just said, "Thank you for saving me. What do you think about being a soldier? Tell me your name. I will definitely repay you." Ujin turned away. "It's okay." The American citizen smiled casually. "Since you're in the army, are you worried I'll send it to you secretly?" Ujin interrupted him. "Hey, you're so talkative. Put down that stick and shut up. Do you hear me?" That guy looked scared. "Why are you acting like that? I am an American citizen." Ujin calmly lowered the stick in front of the surprised American citizen, then chuckled and said, "May I apologize?" The American citizen reached out his hand. "It's okay. I am an American citizen." Suddenly, Ujin slashed across his neck with a wire in his hand, his voice cold, "But I am not a U.S. citizen." Then Ujin stood there calmly, looking at the face of the American citizen, and he said, "Instead of this, Remember the countless lives lost on the battlefield. From afar, someone is secretly filming with a camera. Woojin has seen it. His face darkens. He softly spoke, each word sending chills down the spine. And the guy hiding there, step out now. I will come for you in 5. If you don't come out, you will die. 1. 2. In a remote base in the middle of the wilderness, Woojin watched the man step out and asked, "Are you an army journalist?" The other respectfully replied, "Yes. My name is Tom. I heard there are hostages. So I came here." Woojin smirked maliciously and said, "From now on, follow me and start filming." Tom was stunned and asked, "What? What am I supposed to film?" Woojin softly turned and said, "The aftermath of horror. At Bagram Military Airport. In the command room, the subordinate handed David a photo and asked him to take a look, saying it was a bit strange. David's face panicked as he looked at the photo and said, "What is this? The rebel forces have many tanks. They are all heading towards the base." He asked if there was any internal conflict, and the subordinate replied that this information was sent by the hostage rescue team A that was dispatched. When they arrived in the rebels' territory, the 37 prisoners were captured, and we also identified Roman's appearance. David praised, "Our elite corps indeed. How much damage did we suffer?" The subordinate replied, "None at all." "Sir." David's eyes widened. "What?" He couldn't believe it. No damage at all in the rebel territory. The subordinate was confused. How could this happen? The subordinate points to the tablet screen, which is now filled with videos and images spreading online. And David, as if unable to believe his eyes, is stunned. The news report is a video clip. And in the end, a savior arrived in this battlefield. Kang Woojin. A fake awakening from Korea has declared war on the terrorists. Kang Woojin's fury is echoing across the distant horizon. David turned around and asked his subordinate, "Did they edit this video? And where did you get the information from?" The other replied, "It's from the social media of an army reporter named Tom." David looked frightened. So that's it. The pieces are falling into place. He stared at the screen. The rebel forces are large, as if they're preparing for a decisive battle, advancing toward Kang Woojin's surviving army. My goddess statue shines in the sunlight as I sit in the rain praying before it. The immortal being furious not only for him but also for those in that distant land. She would be sad if he protected Anfen instead of Adon. Then, could Anfen have been saved? She looked up at the statue, hoping for some miracle. "Oh goddess, may your wrath be able to destroy Shanette." She prayed sincerely, and a new order would then be established. Over there, Henry angrily slams the table. "Damn it," he shouts. "What the hell are those skeletons? All the major rebel bases have been destroyed, including the army corps controlled by our city. Their weapons are useless against them, and as if they have consciousness, they only attack the rebel forces." He opened his eyes wide in horror. "I am sure they are following our route and our position has been exposed." Henry spoke up. "We can't just sit back and wait to die." He continued in a mysterious voice. "Prepare it." This is Kang Woojin's warning to the terrorists and a message to the entire world. The joint forces of the U.S. Army and the United Nations are still discussing troop deployment and rescue plans, and they haven't made any decisions yet. Kang Woojin and his 10,000 soldiers are about to face the final battle. And some people might feel uneasy about a fake soul leader commanding such a large army. But this is the first time I've seen hope in this desperate ordeal. And I've been an army reporter for 15 years. I hope he will be reborn as a god who defeats the Death King. Because winning this final battle will make him a god. Woojin smiles mysteriously. The energy of that demon is approaching. He gazes into the distance where the sounds of approaching carriages can be heard. His face tense and his eyes excited. "Come on." He and his friends stand there, faces full of confidence. Just burn the remaining part. The horse's hooves pounding on the ground make a loud noise, as San calmly says to Woojin, "I never thought I would fight alongside a lord. I promise I won't let you down." They say you're a great warrior. Ramson follows behind, raising his hammer high. The prince has truly become the lord, just following the lord to enjoy this blood festival. In front of Woojin, the enemies kept firing, taking them all down. And Kot Bin, hearing this, roared fiercely and raised his shield to block the bullets. The battlefield is chaotic. Enemies are cut down with swords, and the enemy sitting in the tank, furious, blows them away with a wicked blast. The tank's barrel moved to fire. Just then, Woojin saw an explosion erupt behind him. You turn to shout, "Ramson," and he immediately rises up. "Lord, please let the god." The enemy saw that and still wasn't afraid, shouting, "Die." And the tank fired another shot. The wind-driven bullet speeds toward Ramson, rushing forward, his hammer-holding hand clenched tightly, emitting a purple glow. Ramson's eyes also turned red with absorption, and the hammer in his hand erupted with power. The enemy, looking through binoculars, was immediately terrified as Ramson leapt up and swung the hammer at the tank. The attack suddenly explodes. Ugin turns around loudly. All troops prepare, and the death skill soldiers block the tanks ahead. At this moment, helicopters appeared in the battlefield sky, and you looked up in amazement, noticing many helicopters approaching from afar. Henry observes the battlefield through binoculars, giving you a look, those cunning devils. Go to hell, he said over the radio. Fire. And the pilot immediately responded. At the command of the Lord, the pilot pressed the missile launch button. The helicopter releases a thick cloud of white smoke as a barrage of missiles rain down from above, each packed with countless explosive shells. Ugin looked up at the rain of bullets falling down. Oh. They've been divided, he sneered maliciously. Their army has been cornered, so they no longer care about being male or female. Huh. At this moment, the core soldiers all raise their staffs. The Mage Legion? Magic missile. Countless blue magical bullets are fired to block. The sky is filled with explosions of all sizes. The pilot, seeing this, panicked and pressed the button. They've blocked everything. Hurry up. Prepare to fire the second shot. Han Jinghai watched Ugin jump in front of him, then quickly thrust and pierced him, causing the helicopter to lose control and crash to the ground. Elsewhere, a stream of yellow energy clings to the helicopter, enveloping the entire machine in a golden light. The pilot in the cockpit panicked. What is this? Why is the throttle gone? All the helicopters are being controlled to move. What is this? They stick together into a large mass, which falls to the ground, shocking the enemy. What is that? A bright yellow eye lights up, and everyone around, including the kin, sees the helicopter transform into a giant robot. It started launching missiles, leaving the enemy stunned with their mouths open, and the missiles caused the ground to explode. Ugin smirked. This weapon is amazing. From afar, black smoke is rising from the battlefield. Henry knelt down, unable to believe it. His army. He sweat profusely, and fear made him turn his head. A man appears behind Henry. It's him. Ugin looks directly at him. The leader of those monsters. Henry's two soldiers saw him and shouted in terror, then immediately abandoned him and ran away. Ugin, emotionless, glanced at them and then launched an attack at their backs. Henry shouted loudly. You bastard. The Lord will be furious. He won't forgive you. Ugin remained silent, with no clear expression. He remembered meeting a very young girl. The girl shyly looked up and said hello. Ugin bowed his head and replied, hello. The city then exploded again, people fleeing in chaos. As the memory ended, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Ugin sneered. I was just cleaning up trash. Why would I be angry back then? Henry immediately roared in fury. You bastard. You better hurry up and cut his head off. Ugin didn't blink. You're talking too much. Ugin looks down at the battlefield of smoke and fire. After the battle with the rebellious faction, news reports say that a man ended the war, and even the US military couldn't touch him. That news has spread worldwide. You shake hands with an official in secrecy. The Americans, a nation united after a long resistance, and those involved have praised Kang Ugin immensely, making him a hero of the world. Countless articles put Ugin on the front page. But while individuals fear his power rivaling that of a nation, Kang Ugin, with his immeasurable strength, may not be left in peace, as he realizes that the Koreans have already shown an incredible display. Right now South Korea is highlighted on the map, so don't hang around. The country that fears his power the most is none other than... Has Director Hong from the Adan Society been informed about this yet? The four of them are sitting in the office. Sunggu bowing his head. I knew he had abilities, but I didn't think they would be this terrifying. He was terrified, thinking to himself, commanding a dry fog army of over 10,000 sea-level creatures. Min Chan immediately suggested. All right. Let's analyze the issue thoroughly and discuss our action plan. Even the atmosphere during the meeting seems tense. He assessed that they already disliked the fact that he had refused the deal. And now that they knew his true strength, everything would become even more complicated. Se-Eung-hoon immediately got angry and wondered why they kept acting like we were planning a coup or something. Hai Min is also worried. I heard that some council members are even suggesting banning our guildmaster from entering their country. Suddenly, Se-Eung-hun picks up his phone, and the screen displays an urgent disaster alert from the Ministry of Defense on November 29th. Announcing the collapse of the Daegu underground prison, he shouted in panic. Deputy Director. They say the collapses have reached Daegu. Min Chan was stunned. It's impossible. He picks up the remote and turns on the TV. But there are no dungeons about to collapse in Daegu. Instead, the TV shows chaotic city streets. It's Daegu. And it's currently 8 p.m. We are on the scene of the sudden dungeon collapse at Gaju Trong. The area is now on red alert and inaccessible. with the military assisting the fleeing residents. Military units in the surrounding area have been mobilized to evacuate residents. But due to the sudden appearance of the monsters, the current situation is not looking good. The government is ordering martial law immediately and requesting support from nearby guilds. Min Trang stammered. I can't believe it. Seeing the destruction before him, he silently thought that such a sturdy fortress suddenly collapsed. At this moment in Daegu, the alarm blared loudly. A girl curls up and hides her head between her legs. Mom and Dad, I'm so scared. Come quickly. A rough foot stomps onto the ground. The monster sniffs around with its nose, its eyes glowing. I can smell human scent. It appears outside the girl's window. She looks terrified and turns to see it. It immediately spots her. The monster's hand shatters the window and reaches in to grab her. Just then, someone rushes over. Dongro leaps from behind the monster. He raises his fist, activating his body enhancement skill. What does it feel like to be punched hard in the head with a lock? Ro. Numb and tingly. Right. A few Markfest members run towards him. The chairman, and Dongro immediately orders everyone to gather around. He looks up at the girl attacked by the monster, noticing there's a child up there, and recognizes something. Ro asks where the soldiers are. Haven't they arrived yet? And the staff member nearby responds. They are all participating in the search and cleanup operation in the east, and many civilians still have nowhere to hide. We can't just sit and wait for the army to arrive. He sighed in relief that only a level B monster appeared. His face looked more serious. With just this much, we can still control the situation. But he thought about the scene where monsters chase after civilians, and the problem is that these sudden dungeon collapses won't just happen once. Thinking of that, he looked up at the distant fire, hoping it was just some Indian guy. The city scene shifts to a ruined wasteland, with 47 dead and 512 injured, and the property damage reached nearly 50 billion won, and the impact of the mysterious underground collapse that night was as terrible as the damage it caused. The line of cars leaving one after another. Memories of the 5-year-old dungeon shock, flooding back to everyone, and causing a large number of people to evacuate in fear. On Adan. 2 days after the collapse at Daegu. I'm so worried I don't think I can stay here any longer. Sung-gu was surprised. He still hasn't been able to contact the chairman of Association A, Min-chan replied. He's probably still working. He'll contact us soon. Hearing that, he became anxious and couldn't sit still anymore. I will take the train to the nearby lower-level dungeons to see. Even just a little, I want to become stronger. Min-chan hesitated, then looked up at Onhan, and said yes. In that case, I think it would be easier to stay in contact if I go with Onhan's department head. Later, near the train station, Sung-gu, standing next to the two sons, turned to the Onhan and said we will be back in about 3 hours. He replied. Understood. Good luck down there. Director, all right. Then just keep watch at the nearby cafes. Suddenly, he saw a person in a black shirt walking towards him. The other person passing by and slightly tilting their head. On-hoon immediately looked after him, his face full of confusion. What is that? He remembered the masked face smiling. It seemed he was smiling after seeing him. Xe on-hoon tho phao en eti en home. A thigh. Chak la min. Ninim thoi. Nhendn. Thoi inj ta reo. Len. Ko chu yen jive. Yes. They just went into the dungeon. Hemin looked pale and confused, realizing something big was happening, and he quickly delivered shocking news that Lasada had just collapsed moments ago. Xe on hon mat trangbesh. Dao trong te. O noikak. Hai nuoi dang chien dao. Tran mot bai ko. Sungu tung mot q dam hien hasen lui lai. Vet mao, trong truot, dai tren, go. She knelt down on one knee, panting heavily, and Sunggu reached out to help hasten up, smiling and saying you did well, and she replied you too. Hasten's face was covered in sweat. Director Hong, no matter how many times I see it, I have to admit your skills are truly top-notch. I really think you're capable of defeating someone who has awakened their true power. Sung-gu blushed when praised, scratched his head, thinking I still have a long way to go, especially compared to the chairman. But I didn't think she would compare me to a death warrior. He reminisced about the past, when he was almost dying, recalling how he couldn't hold on with Kiba back then, which was before the guild leader went to the Middle East for a mission. Sung-gu turned to Hasten and said, by the way, let's go out now. It's later than I thought. She agreed. Yes. Let's go. Sung-gu was the first to step onto the escalator, immediately noticing the scene before him, an abandoned city engulfed in flames. Leaving Sung-gu stunned what's going on. The city is completely destroyed. Buildings are burning. Signs are fallen. And Sung-gu rushes to a heavily injured person. What could have caused this? Oh Wen saw him and spoke up. Something serious has happened at Gasadang. He thought in shock. Gasadang. Owen recounted that everything started when a 6-star dungeon was suddenly destroyed, followed by the collapse of 4- and 5-star dungeons one after another. Sungu immediately broke out in a sweat, as high-level dungeons were collapsing one after another. And I have relatives in Sadang. He said to Hasten. Hasten, can you handle everything here? She suddenly asked again. So what about you? The pink room. A look of determination appeared on Sungu's face. I have to go to Sadang. Somewhere else. The sky was filled with a dull red. A man shouted. Hurry up. Run. As the villagers were chased by countless wolf-like monsters, a hand wrapped in blue light suddenly rises, causing the monsters and vehicles to lift into the air, then be thrown down with loud crashes. The man wielding this power is panting. They keep chasing after us. Steel Society Guildmaster. The Wind Mage of the Korean People's Republic. North Sang-o notices Min Chan leading the people to the hiding place. He loudly told everyone to move to Chairman Tri's place to find a hiding spot. Staying inside the guild's dungeon would be safer than outside. He stepped forward, blocking Min Chan, who immediately turned back. The guild leader smiled faintly and said, Who would have thought we'd meet like this in this situation? It's truly strange. Sang-o looked at him and thought to himself, You used to be a trusted subordinate of mine, but now you're the vice president of an opposing organization. Min Chan said, Our awakened members will arrive soon. Please wait a moment. He laughed loudly. That's right. It's very dangerous outside. Let's go inside the branch. He nodded to Sang-o. Then I'll go ahead. He exhaled slowly, thinking that only Kang Ujin bears the burden for the Adan Society. So I don't expect much. Sang-o looked back in confusion and immediately froze, then realized where those monsters were. An enormous horned wolf appeared, baring its teeth at him. Everyone below was terrified. Is it that big? Where did it come from? It's standing on the roof of the building, howling under the red moon. The wolf monsters emerge from a corner, all with glowing red eyes and sharp, deadly teeth. Sang-o, seeing the monsters appear all at once, is terrified as it calls its pack to come from behind. He broke out in a sweat, thinking he had to fight it off so everyone could escape, and the wolf growled loudly before rushing toward Sang-u. He gritted his teeth and quickly stepped back just as Sang-u appeared and threw a punch that knocked the wolf away. Everyone was stunned by this scene as his hand was on the ground. Flames spread around. Sang-u quickly creates a wall of fire to block the monsters, turning them to ash. After finishing, he enthusiastically told everyone that there are too many of them, but we can still handle it. Keep going, everyone. Everyone seems to be energized. Yes, we can do this. Sang-o was momentarily stunned by the scene. At this moment, the giant wolf was shot by a missile, and those below were amazed by the sight. A few helicopters appeared in the sky, and everyone shouted CDC. CDC is here. Immediately after, the giant wolf let out a laugh. Pieces of metal from the explosion pierced the soldiers, and everyone panicked. What is that? What is that? It's unharmed. Teeth bared. Earth really is an interesting place. Everyone around Sungu was in chaos, thinking that the wolf was talking to us. But no, you see that imposing wolf standing there. It's not making a sound, but rather a voice deep inside it is emanating. The giant wolf continues speaking. I will use you mortals as sacrifices to reach the 3rd level. 72 officers of Janet and Juriel have only reached the 2nd level. A bolt of electricity shot out from the horn on its head, and everyone below was terrified by the action. The lightning from the wolf immediately struck downward, cracking the ground, and Sungu was hit by the electric current. Crying out in pain, Sang-o was also hit. His eyes rolled back, and the helicopter in the sky was burned to a crisp. The wolf watched as the helicopter fell onto a building and then exploded. Sungu struggles to stand firm, his whole body trembling. We have to stop him. We can't let him fall. It looked at him with admiration, and that impression was also very annoying. The electric current struck Sungu again, causing him pain. He couldn't hold on, his face full of veins and sweat. No way. The wolf leapt down, claws scraping the ground, chuckling as it stepped over Sungu lying on the ground. All you tasty humans are gathered here. Suddenly, he saw a black dot in the sky. A missile hurtling down. Unbelievable. Has the government already given up on the convoy? Elsewhere, a soldier is typing on a computer as the missile defense system activates and another missile is launched. 2 missiles collide and explode directly. Then the sky flashes with a bright light. That beam of light shot straight down, causing the ground around to shatter, and the fox suddenly looked over as a man stepped out. This place looks quite youthful and lively. That's Ujin, standing in front of the wolf, eyeing him cautiously, a smile spreading across his face. So, you're the one who caused this mess. Sungu ran over. What's going on? Did you send that missile here? Ujin pursed his lips and said something that left him speechless. What else? Do you think I sent a drone or something? The giant wolf started to think about something, recalling when his comrade turned away. That bastard Rasmus, who refused to say who he had lost to until the very end. It looked at Ujin standing beside the shattered ground. But who would have thought an immortal would be on Earth, he asked. How did you manage to blow up that dungeon? The wolf is confused. What are you talking about? Ujin thought to himself. Isn't that guy the one? A cloud of black smoke rises from his feet. So there's no need to say more, let's go. Kotbin instantly appears behind Ujin, slaughtering them all. Growling alongside Kiba with glowing red eyes, everyone charged into battle against the wolf monsters, obeying the prince's orders. And the Bone Spirit army has slain one wolf. Ujin also grabbed his sword and jumped in front of the giant wolf, which quickly caught his sword with its horn but still felt some pain. He smiled triumphantly. But then its horn emitted a stream of electricity, and Ujin was startled as he saw the electric current surge out. The lightning quickly erupted fiercely in front of him, and the wolf leapt onto the roof of the building. It told Ujin, who was still stunned, "Just wait. Immortal One, when I return I will come find you." After saying that, the giant fox turned and ran away, leaving you speechless. Are you really going to let it go? It's heading into the dungeon gate. I can't just let it escape. Later, Ujin stood at a defensive position. The two window shutters opened, and you couldn't choose between one-on-one combat and legion battle because they hadn't been unlocked yet. Choose a mode: visit, infiltrate, or conquer. You're surprised. What is this? A bit different from before with Rasmus. Ujin quickly made a decision, reached out to select. But whatever. At this moment I will choose to conquer. A beam of light flashes from afar. You have chosen the conquest mode. If you complete the mission, you will earn reputation points. In another place, the giant wolf was resting with its eyes closed, when suddenly the stone in front of it emitted light. Ujin appeared. Approached the wolf. The one who ran ahead and now gave up. The wolf narrows its eyes in thought. Looking at Ujin's smug face, it's a mistake to create a portal on Earth. Who knew there would be someone like him? You just need to tighten this part a bit. From now on I'll try to visit more often. The wolf said something that caught Ujin's attention, who was puzzled by the nonsense. It clenched its teeth, unaware of anything. The wolf's legs were now wrapped in a blue light. And if this place was taken over, the portal would disappear. Its body gradually grew bigger, which means I won't see that person again. But the wolf now has a muscular form, the special effect of the defending squad. Its eyes glow with a yellow light. If I deal with you here, it will be the same. A notification appears, indicating that all physical skills will increase by 300% for the next 3 minutes when the special effect of the defending squad is activated. Ujin quickly retrieved his weapon. You came here so fast because of this. Right. But anyway, you're just a mad dog. It replied calmly. I will tear you into 100 pieces. You smirk provocatively. But I can't. Both of us are ready to face off. That's right. We can come back to life. Suddenly the wolf howled. But you won't be able to do that if I kill you once. It quickly lunged forward. Luckily, Ujin narrowly dodged its claws. Shout out loud. Go ahead. Ujin raises her hand, unleashing her dark power. Go ahead. A black object rushes toward the wolf. Seeing that it's BB, it's surprised. Meow. The wolf immediately knocked the girl away. You bastard in a high position. It growled. If you don't fight like a king, you'll lose your life. Ramson and Kiba launch their attack. No one can get past us. The alert rings out, indicating the remaining time for the stadium defense. The wolf hears that and snorts coldly, then swipes with its claws to knock both of them away. It quickly raises its paw to strike at Ujin, knowing it would be at a disadvantage if it fought them one by one. The system continues counting down. The wolf's right claw rises. It calculates. I have enough time. I will approach and kill him as quickly as possible. Ujin holds his sword tightly, assuming a defensive stance. Your sword was knocked away. Its claws have pierced through you. No. The Legion's effect has been disabled. Ujin immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, the wolf burst into a triumphant laugh. I've killed him. The immortal. Your mouth is trembling as he jumps again. Even high-level lords can't do that. It stared in shock as Ujin burst into laughter. How is that possible? You appeared behind the wolf from somewhere. No matter how smart you are, you're still just a dog. It was extremely shocked, growling. How could this be? Ujin chuckled, ruffling Bibi's hair. Our little demon has a few naughty habits. The girl happily covering her face, watching him jump around for fun. The wolf sweat bullets. It's an illusionary witch. It remembers the cat that rushed out earlier. So what about the cat just now? He reminded the wolf. How long do you plan to stand there? and suddenly countless cuts appeared all over its body. Since when? Ujin slung his sword over his shoulder. Looking at the fox trembling in pain, he smiled smugly and said, "Don't even think about stepping foot on Earth again." After destroying the wolf, the space debris in front of Ujin shone brightly. A floating blue fragment made him exclaim, "Oh, this is..." Ujin grabbed it, finally collecting all 3 pieces of space debris. When suddenly, 2 yellow fragments floated up. You and BB watch 3 beams of light flying through the air. The 3rd space shard has been collected, and the fragments have fused together to form the space-proof. 3 fragments fused together. A bright light shone out, and they became a purple gemstone. A notification appears, revealing the space evidence, a dungeon space that can be owned. And when a dungeon loses its owner, a new one will be sought. Ujin looked and smiled. So this rain is what we need right now outside. Ujin was coming up from the dungeon when Sunggu immediately called him back. "Hey, we're in trouble." He nervously said that the incidents of dungeon outbreaks have been happening one after another outside the long-distance station. And you immediately asked, "Where?" Sunggu immediately listed, "Continuously along Route 4. I heard on the radio that we had already reached the University of Noodle Women." Ujin thought to himself, "Route 4 still looks pretty bleak in the city." He told Sunggu, "I'll head to the scene and handle the surrounding area." He quickly replied, "Just in case. Be careful at home." Somewhere else, a monster was cut down. Everyone is fighting the monsters. Damn it. There are so many. Has the rescue not arrived yet? The monsters keep emerging from the dungeon, and everyone watching this is terrified. Those things, suddenly something struck the monsters. Then spikes grew from the ground to block the entrance to the dungeon. A machine roars, destroying the monsters in a single strike. As Ujin, riding high on his horse, looks down at the scene, thinking to himself that this might buy a little more time, he recalls the map. From Sadang to Dukmi-ung Women's University. I have endured in every dungeon that has erupted. Ujin observes the battle below. If he joins in, he could wipe them out quickly. But if they keep spreading, this will go on forever. So he must stop it at the source to prevent it from spreading further. You suspect that the dungeons aren't erupting randomly but are aligned along Route 4. So someone must be deliberately causing this. The image of Gasul appears. So next, cut to a close-up of the train station, where Ujin is standing with his arms crossed, waiting outside. You find it strange. Really odd. 30 minutes have passed and the dungeon still hasn't erupted. Ujin looks out at the silent city and thinks to himself, why is that? The only difference is that I arrived at Gasul first. Ujin's face suddenly turns serious. If I'm right, someone I know is definitely causing trouble in these dungeons. Suddenly 2 people appeared calling your name. Kang Ujin, and both introduced themselves. I am Lim Yi-ung Jin, Vice President of the Singing Club. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Otae-ji-u, the President of the GOA. Esgrat Club. It's truly an honor to meet you. The crowd started to get noisy. Here comes Kang Ujin. Even if Gasul's dungeon explodes, it won't be a problem for him. Ujin watched and pondered something. Thinking it over, he stepped into the crowd as Mi Yi-ung Jin called out to him. Kang Ujin. Ujin approached a girl in a coat, and she immediately looked flustered. What's wrong? He immediately threw a punch straight at the girl's face, causing everyone around to be stunned by his action. At this moment, the girl sat up and said so. I was just in disguise and you hit me. Turns out that was Sang-ho. He rubbed his face. I will let everyone see your bad personality. Ujin widened his eyes, just dressing up a little, and Sang-ho laughed out loud. After saying that, he delivered a powerful kick to Sang-ho's body. He clutches his stomach. What did you do, Ujin? Don't you think if you commit a crime, you should face punishment? Sang-ho, in shock, silently thought to himself. Committing a crime, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. No way. Did he find out? Sang-ho recalled the moment he once admired someone. The lord of the 25th floor. When I was at the station helping Chong in Daegu, I became his disciple and was granted immense power. Sang-ho's face was full of surprise. And I realized it the moment I was given that power. A savage smile spread across his face, claiming that he is a god and that the earth will shatter into pieces before his power. I followed your orders to make the dungeons explode, but Sang-ho ends his flashback, retracts his power. What's the point? You're the one trying to kill someone. Ujin spun to dodge his attack, glancing at the floating sword in the middle of the stage. External force. Well controlled. You look at Sang-ho, who is smiling lewdly, thinking to yourself, is he this strong? But the small swords continue to attack. Ujin easily deflected them and arrogantly told Sang-ho, it's just some tricks of the trade. After saying that, Ujin rushed forward and stabbed his sword into him, causing everyone to be horrified as Sang-ho immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He kneels before you. The world truly isn't fair, even after becoming stronger. I still can't compare to him, Sangho mocks. But it won't work. You won't be able to stop this. Because if not me, someone else would do it anyway. Ujin remembers you. You're the one who caused the abyss to erupt. Sangho was surprised. You didn't know about abyss. So why did you? The boy smiles softly. You're quite the joker. Ujin said something that shocked him. Isn't it you who sent someone to kill me when I was in the Middle East? Do you think? I don't know. He smirked arrogantly. But now things are different. Sometimes we should have a proper conversation. In the dark corridor with no light, he was kicked hard and fell to the floor, hurting himself. Ujin approached menacingly and threatened. How did you cause the prison to explode? If you want to kill Amiya, just confess quickly. But he laughed mockingly and asked back. Do you really think I would tell you? You not only didn't get angry, but also smiled slyly. Ujin stepped closer, asking curiously. So that's what you want? He started to panic. Where am I? He turned around and ran away. Then remembered he was in the dungeon with that guy. He turned back with determination, knowing he had to escape. But you approached with a stick to confront him and asked where he was running to. He panicked when he saw the person in front of him didn't understand. You're behind me. Ujin appeared with many clones surrounding him and declared, I got you now. You bastard, he grimaced, sweating and trembling. Then a deafening scream echoed through the sky as he arrived in front of an elevator area with a sign, BB, with a cheerful and excited smile. Boasted that she couldn't believe she found it on Earth. Second, young master, hands on his hips, asked for her opinion. Do you like it? The girl happily nodded repeatedly. Of course. The original ghost costume belongs to me. The blood is still flowing from the old tree. BB saw that and felt triumphant, laughing loudly. He seems to be very happy. Ujin came here, suspiciously asking what else she showed him, and the girl also smiled and honestly admitted, the game of hide-and-seek ends with death if caught. And suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in shock. Then he approached with an evil look, asking, Are you awake? He became so terrified that he kneeled down instinctively, begging for mercy. I'll tell everything. Ujin suddenly said nothing, still smiling, and without hiding anything. He straightforwardly emphasized, I know everything, and then a long streak of fresh blood spilled out. Ujin, holding a scythe, declared, You've also caused trouble for the people on Earth. Then everything gradually came to light. When this guy was trapped in BB's shadow magic, he revealed everything. You remember the details of what you learned. He explained how he became the servant of Lord Yulo, so he could avoid the monster's attack. And in the end, Ujin also unraveled the mystery. But because he was human, he unlocked the stone barrier of the underground dungeon and returned. BB smiled in relief. But honestly, it was a real relief. Master, though he was somewhat disappointed and guessed it earlier. But he is the Lord of Space's vessel, so he will be resurrected soon. Ujin cast a confident look down and then sighed. Because at that moment, he would no longer be human. So he couldn't do that anymore. It's over. Let's move on. In the sky, the flying creatures spread their fierce wings, when suddenly the familiar black hole reappeared and opened wide. Ujin and BB step outside as he introduces the place. This time it's the grand and magnificent Russian-style flying dragon dungeon. There is a tiger-headed statue bearing its fangs on the wall. And on a pedestal there is also a statue of a strange, terrifying creature. BB looked around nervously and said, Master, this place is too scary. It feels like ghosts might appear. Ujin immediately stepped forward, opened the door, and looked at the object on the two golds with excitement. Having found the return stone, Ujin approaches once again the shining stone as the system displays an explanation and a confirmation question. Evidence that the space is reacting to the Wyvern Lair's return stone. The synchronization rate is 72%. Do you want to claim the Wyvern Nest as your territory? If you do, you'll receive the territory according to the synchronization rate. Confirm. No. Ujin looked at what was in front of him and gradually remembered. And once again, Modi's instructions echoed. The dungeon master is chosen by the dungeon. If you collect all 3 space shards, a dungeon will respond to it. Do you remember that? And agree. No need to hesitate anymore. Confirm. The system quickly completed the request to ask an additional question. The Wyvern Lair has been incorporated into the space domain before registering on the leaderboard. Do you want to rename the dungeon? Ujin suddenly thought of a new, creative name. Adon. And the system immediately switched modes. The Space Domain Management Guide was created, automatically reading the instructions. After a stable period of 30 days, you will face an exploration challenge. If you cannot defend the dungeon, you will lose the gate dungeon. Part of the territory can be taken over, and after the 30-day protection period, lords from other territories can challenge this territory. Space Domain. Adon. Lord Kang Ujin. Energy. The Crystal Pond. The People. Wyvern Army. Dungeon. Seeing your head hurt. DB ran over to ask. Master. Are you okay? Ujin clenched his fists on the armrest of Junjun's chair. Even though I had planned everything, they still went ahead of us. Now I understand everything. This is the space domain of the Lords and the 72 leaders, fighting for power. The universe and Earth are just battlegrounds to harvest new energy. Ujin clenched his fists in anger. You bastards. I will overthrow everything. The system then displayed detailed information. Level 75. Named Kang Ujin. Profession Spirit Dummy. Heir. Warrior. Lord Rank. Achievement 713. 279. 644. Magic 1. 320 out of 1. 320. Energy 240 out of 240. The next morning, a loudspeaker announcement echoed throughout the city, informing the residents of Seoul that all the monsters from yesterday's dungeon explosion had been cleared away. Once again, now, Ujin steps in front of his familiar tall company, looking around at the chaotic scene with a stunned mind. He looked at the empty white shelves and was speechless. The warehouse had also been cleared out. Ujin turned back and decisively ordered. Let's move out. He turned back and clearly stated his request, observing around Seoul Station to find a building that could serve as a fortress like the HM meeting. At first, Min Chan was a bit startled. Then he received the order. Yes. I will go find them. The three of them looked at the chaotic scene. Sungu looked at his phone in surprise and saw the network was back. He quickly made a decision to redeploy the staff. Suddenly, Ujin stared intently at his phone, surprised to see the name G1 appear on the screen. As he answered, he heard her crying and begging for help. He nervously waits for G1 to explain the problem. Xe Min is hurt, but unable to wait any longer. Ujin hurriedly asks, G1, where are you? Xe Min panted heavily, opened his mouth to reveal fangs, his eyes bloodshot, growling fiercely. Then he roared loudly on the hospital bed, and the scene shifted to a large hospital in Seoul. Ji-won sat on the bench, her head bowed in despair, until Ujin's call surprised her, and she seemingly hopelessly ran to embrace him tightly. Ujin, Ji-won burst into tears, crying out in fear. What will happen to Ji-min? What's going to happen to him? She buried her face in Ujin's chest, speechless. If Ji-min is gone. Ujin gently stroked her head to comfort Ji-won. Ujin gently smiles and reassures you everything will be fine. Xe Min is not in any danger. He gives a confident, reassuring smile. Trusting me. Ji-won also looked up in surprise. Ujin. He opened the hospital room door and walked straight inside, where Xe Min lay on the bed, looking pale and tired. He saw the person entering and glanced over. And Ujin, just from a quick look at his expression, quickly guessed that you had been bitten. Xe Min confirmed and pointed to the exact spot. Yes. On the shoulder. He glanced over at the trembling figure and asked, What will happen to me now? Ujin calmly asked, You know about vampires, right? And hearing that Xe Min was a bit surprised to repeat, Vampires. He nodded firmly and confirmed, Yes. Simply put, I will become a vampire. Hearing that, he became frightened and stammered. So I have to live the rest of my life in darkness. Ujin quickly corrects the information. No. I can still see the sun. But tomorrow I will die and only leave behind a vampire body. He emphasized even more the important information, thinking that he would become a true vampire. But in reality, he would only turn into a blood-sucking minion. And by name, he would just be a monster. Unfortunately, once bitten, there's no way out. Xe Min helplessly broke down in tears and called out, Brother. But Ujin still hadn't finished speaking yet. However, there is a way to escape death. He glanced down and asked, Xe Min, do you want to live? His tears keep falling more and more. Yes. I want to live. In a dark corner, Vmod is drinking his victim's blood, sinking his teeth deep into the girl's shoulder. After finishing, Vmod lowered the victim and wiped his mouth. This truly is paradise. He raised his hand to stroke his chin, losing his satisfied expression. This world is full of humans. Vmod looked at the sky, feeling conflicted, with dawn approaching. Should I be satisfied with just living each day? Suddenly, a serious voice rang out. I see. I see. He quickly turned his head and recognized the victim. It was the kid I bit last night. But who is the one beside him? There's no need to risk yourself when dawn is breaking. Vmod quickly decides to jump up and run away, needing to escape immediately. But suddenly his arm is seized. And startled, he is pulled back. Ujin quickly threw him to the ground and wrapped a chain around his neck. Vmod, in pain, desperately tries to break free from the chain. Ujin turns around and calls Zemin over, holding out a sharp weapon and demanding him to stab Han in the heart. Seeing his hesitation, Ujin asked again, "You don't want to live anymore?" He still showed clear confusion and hesitation. "Of course, but how should I stab him? Can't you do it instead?" Hearing that, Yu also helplessly sighed tiredly. Ujin had to clarify everything again. After all, this guy would be proud of himself when morning comes. And once he dies, thanks for watching. As his subordinate, will die too. Ujin quickly offered two choices: either follow this guy and die together, or eliminate him and keep living. Even if it means becoming a dragon ghost. He spoke casually, leaving Zemin to think. And he fell into a state of contemplation and hesitation. Zemin knew exactly what he wanted deep down, remembering the scene in the hospital. He wanted to live. His sister was still crying and waiting for him. You look at Zemin in front of you and declare that the ritual is complete. So the bloodline inheritance is now finished. Zemin was still gazing up at the sky, completely surprised by the strange movement of the blood. Immediately after, the blood changed direction and shot back, leaving Zemin panicked and confused as he saw it heading straight for him. Then he opened his mouth to let the blood flow in. Ujin watched behind him with a satisfied, breathless expression. His arm has grown longer and sharper, with blackened, elongated nails. After absorbing the new blood, he has completely transformed, and I feel like I might survive. The scene shifts to a foggy land, while at the same time, in the territory of Adan, Kiba walks over with a relaxed and satisfied expression. Marveling at how peaceful it is, he gazed into the space before him, standing with his back straight, outside the boundaries of this endless territory, wondering what might exist there. Suddenly, a large crowd approached from afar, and Kiba growled softly. He drew his hammer and asked who they were and what they wanted in Adan. After hearing that, it suddenly adopted a mysterious demeanor. This ghostly knight, it spoke very gently and made a request. If possible, please allow us to meet the lord of this territory. The entire city of Zeon fell into chaos after the event, with many unstable dungeons collapsing and monsters spilling out, spreading chaos throughout. The whole world was stunned by the chaos caused by the monsters in Zeon after Daegu, as long lines of vehicles evacuated from the city and all Zeon residents fled to safety. Although the government issued an official statement, people did not trust it, claiming they could control the dungeons for several days to prevent chaos. But very few believed it. So the government had no choice but to change their approach and signed a defense treaty with the Adan Guild as a measure to address the situation. And finally, it has some effect, constantly putting pressure on the Adan Guild. The scene shifts to the large airport area in Zeon, where whispers and murmurs echo around the gate. It's truly terrifying. The boys all looked in one direction. What's going on in Korea? Look. Everyone is staring at one person's silhouette. It's really incomparable to what you see on YouTube. Mo Yi steps outside and speaks first, waiting for the question. Long time no see, Min Chan. He seems a bit surprised and enthusiastically offers his hand to help. It's been quite a journey. Let me carry your luggage. She tightly holds her bag and signals to refuse. It's okay. Mo Di is worried about a misunderstanding and quickly explains that these are the documents requested by the immortal. She smiled confidently, saying she would deliver it directly to him. Ujin, having just used the pink hole to teleport, looked up with a puzzled expression and wondered what that was. Ujin looked at the massive gate with confusion, wondering if there was one in the territory too. From afar behind, BB ran over, shouting loudly. Master. He turned his head to glance at the surrounding scenery, puzzled by what these things were. And the girl with a calm yet curious face asked back, Aren't they beautiful? BB chuckles softly, emphasizing his contribution, saying that everything in the space store is available, but it's very hard to choose those beautiful items. At this moment, the system sends a detailed notification to Aiden's space estate manager, BB. The space energy is at 0% of the total. 30. 000 times 500. 000 Ujin. And Ujin looks straight at the confusing garden, saying, Keep the garden well maintained, or it will turn into a flower garden. Only then did he realize the reason for the energy depletion. The space energy is directly related to the defending army of the territory. Aiden's space domain butler BB has 0% of the total space energy. Yesterday, I used up the 10,000 points I gave you. Seeing her attitude, the girl worriedly asked again if he didn't like it, and Ujin could only scratch his head in confusion and confirm, It's okay. But suddenly feeling something unusual, he immediately became cautious. Ujin looked worried and quickly turned to ask what the noise was. And BB honestly explained the situation, saying Ramson asked him to do it. The girl shook her head in frustration, unsure of what to say, saying she lives with her hobbies or something like that. Then he continued to point in one direction and asked, So what about that? BB laughed happily and explained that it was a small bar where they could buy drinks using that space energy. After hearing that, Ujin immediately doubted it was true. They also drink alcohol. I need to temporarily take direct control of the energy. You lean on your hand and stop worrying, asking how the minivan has been lately. At first, BB was a bit surprised to hear that blood-sucking demon's name. She then reported the detailed situation. As he was still very shaken, the disciple had given him a house. He left some blood bags untouched but still had to hold back when looking at them, wanting to drink blood but unable because he's human. Hearing that, Ujin was pleased and said, "Well done." BB with familiar footsteps and voice appears. "Sir Lord." When Ba catches Ujin's attention and reports, "These people want to meet you." He has brought the crowd to meet with him, and the scene shifts deeper into the tower. He sat upright, looking down with curiosity, wondering what brought you to Adon, then knelt sincerely and made a proposal, asking for permission for our family to stay in the territory. But suddenly Ujin rolled his eyes with a strange expression. The system now summarizes the situation with the two Yi and the Tiger family, as they arrive at the territory after a long period of exile, and can either order the soldiers to chase them away or persuade them to become residents of the territory. You again show indifference and ask questions that don't concern me. "I have a few things to ask." You nodded respectfully and was ready to answer. "What would you like to ask, sir?" But Ujin suddenly asked a strange question. "From 1 to 10. I don't know where to start." Hearing this, it looked confused and asked back, "Not knowing how long you have been in charge of the territory, you didn't hesitate to give a straightforward number. 1 day. And hearing that, I was somewhat surprised to realize that's how it was. Then it honestly told its story. Before coming here, we had been to a place called Oat. That is a territory ruled by Lord Oat. But we left because we didn't agree with their strict tax laws and came here." Knowing that, Ujin asked back, "Are you from a different realm?" And it nodded, obediently confirming, "Yes, that's right. We can go to the border of the realm. You just asked for details about the previous information. What are the tax laws the person mentioned earlier, and how do they work?" He also sweat profusely, and honestly explained that the Lord taxes the settlers, and usually we pay with blood crystals to compensate for the confiscation. After hearing that, Ujin started to feel suspicious. What is there to seize in this wasteland? It suddenly smiled enthusiastically and assuredly. "You don't need to worry because we are capturing outside." Ujin's face darkened as he began to wonder where the world connected by the gate was. So that's how it is. Then, only then does he realize there are 4 ways for the space domain to generate energy. The first being killing and absorbing explorers who come to the dungeon to capture. Ujin continued to deduce the second method, which is to free the villagers and soldiers from the territory and send them to the outside world, meaning to clear out the dungeon. You realize that the simplest method is the third one, planting bloodstone-containing trees or raising livestock, basically production. But it's not very effective, and Ujin realized the final method, the fourth, which is to attack the territory through war with other territories. This method yields a lot, but also has great risks. Allowing the villagers to go out and collect taxes is actually the easiest way. And suddenly, in the midst of my thoughts, I was awakened by its call, my lord. Ujin stands tall and confidently declares his decision. "I will not open the gate." And hearing this, it is very surprised and emphasizes the impact. If so, then the energy could decrease and affect other dimensions. Ujin sighed deeply, emphasizing his thoughts. "Of course I have to find a way. Beyond that gate is my homeland." It looked confused and sweaty with worry. "Apologizing, sir." But he cheerfully waved his hand and smiled. "It's okay." Then Ujin turned his back, waving his hand casually. "Whether to settle down or leave, it's up to you. Rest well." The corridor lights were still on, and recalling what had been announced, he frowned in tension. The territory is protected for 30 days immediately after declaration. After 30 days, the Lord will assume protection. You may receive a declaration of war from another Lord after 30 days of stabilizing the territory. You will face the challenge of the challengers. If your defenses fail, you will lose the gate dungeon. Part of the territory's assets could be stolen. And as they said, my territory will only be a target for those waiting for the new territory to be established. Ujin turned and hurried away before it all began. Because no matter what, he needed to find a way to increase the domain's energy besides just the army. Sometime later, everything was set in motion. 20 days according to the domain's time. 5 days in real time. The Adon space domain prepared for invasion from other realms, and military bases were rapidly constructed. The scene shifts to another busy area as the Adon Guild is relocating its main headquarters near Gaswell. Min Trang approached to remind him. Did the director not forget the schedule to visit the parliament at 2 o'clock today? Ujin quickly confirms once more. "I know. Go ahead. Did you bring the thing that the Americans asked us to look into?" She quickly took out the file and handed it over. "The god has already prepared it." You immediately looked pleased and said, "Good job." He immediately asked, Director, what is that document? Ugin also straightforwardly revealed the name, the death register, but Min Trang smiled blankly and asked, the Book of the Dead, again. What is that? After a moment, he suddenly turned pale in shock. Min Trang approached nervously and asked for your opinion. Can I read it? You don't mind putting the Book of Death in front? Go ahead. He picked up the list and read, then suddenly realized that this was the list of people involved in Kang Ugin's assassination. Could it be that this is why he agreed to the visit request? Ugin smirked. Already planning, of course. Handling everything would be much easier with everyone present. In a dark mood, he declared, I never imagined so many people were behind my assassination attempt. I'll make them all pay. Now Ugin is preparing to start the plan. Contact the parliament. I will go immediately. The scene shifts to another important place. The National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. Soguk turned to shake hands and asked kindly. Representative Choi. T.O. also quickly stood up to show politeness. Oh my. There's no need to be so formal. Please have a seat. He sat back down with a smug smile. I hear that Ugin finally agreed to face him. Huh. Does that guy have any other options left? Soguk sighed deeply and assuredly said, if that gentleman is enjoying the benefits of this country, then he must be ready to come and work. He is right next to him and shares the same opinion. I agree. He is turning the noble work of our Ministry of Defense into a joke. T.O. Hearing that, he reminded himself about the persuasiveness, and then he wondered, are the conditions we set truly reasonable? The official verification based on the judgment of the Ministry of Defense, we even propose to recognize their association, as we do the Ministry of Defense. Yet it's still refused. Soguk still arrogantly declared. Do you think it has any other way? If it still wants to continue living in Korea, it's just a facade it created to make itself seem more valuable. He chuckled with even more pleasure and decided, so today I will expose all of its weaknesses. Soguk saw this and immediately placed his hope and trust in the day, if Representative Choi did so. Cut to outside the moving cars. Mr. Hun anxiously glances over and asks Sep, you're not really planning to cause bloodshed, are you? Ujin sat in the back seat, threatening, and he even asked if I would tear everything apart. He was so scared, stammering and trembling. Yes, I understand. Mr. Hun's car quietly reflects. I think the vice president did his best to stop him, so the worst case probably won't happen. Minchun is there doing his best to stop him. You can't let this happen. Boss. It will become an unbreakable knot. Suddenly, the person sitting in the back called out, Mr. Hun's car, and he unexpectedly turned around, waiting for orders. Yes, sir. Suddenly, Ujin gave an unexpected order to change the destination, switching to the large private house in the deserted area. Mr. Man turned to ask clearly about the situation outside. Are they still protesting? The assistant confirmed and reported clearly. Yes, sir. The people are very angry. He gently rests his head in his hand. Exhausted and disappointed. This country is too weak and cannot protect its people. At this point, Mr. Man can only hope that what might save us from this disaster is receiving confirmation from Kang Ujin regarding the agreement. This interrogation must succeed. Suddenly, someone outside anxiously opened the door and ran in. Just as the president sat up and turned to face forward, predicting what was coming. I guess it's about time. We should head to the parliament now. But that person, with a serious face and firm tone, said it's not about that. They were both nervous and in a hurry to report. Kang Ujin is currently at the greenhouse. And Mr. Man just heard that, which is unbelievable. What? He came here instead of going to the parliament. The scene shifts back inside the parliament where, an hour after Kang Ujin's meeting with the president, everyone is still gathered, chatting excitedly. Why is he so late? This isn't the first time he's played tricks on us. He's gotten too arrogant. Glancing over with a probing look, whispering, nothing bad is happening. Right. T.O. also couldn't give an answer. I'm not entirely sure either. He always treats the government's orders as if they were nothing. He clenched his teeth and frowned in anger. Kang Ujin. You bastard. Do you think you have a higher position than the parliament, just because you have support from people worldwide? T.O. recalls the event with regret, wishing he had killed you in the Middle East before you grew strong enough to become a threat. Suddenly Ujin, dressed in a suit with his hands in his pockets, calmly walks in, greets everyone, and says, I see it looks like everyone is here already. An angry congressman now questions, Kang Ujin, are you mocking the parliament? You still refuse to answer and just pull out a chair. Seeing this reaction, everyone else becomes even more furious. Are you really going to ignore us completely? Please give us an answer. Ujin still maintained that attitude and turned to request Prosecutor Lee Kang-jin to provide the confirmed information. Ujin decided that he would eliminate this person. He's useless anyway. Ujin furrowed his brow and carefully considered. There are many trashy people here, but I can't kill them all. Still, it's not too bad. That's more than half of them already. Then he calmly got up and got to work. All right. Let's continue. Mr. Hun's car also turned around and stopped. Not understanding anything. What's going on? Are we leaving right now? Ujin threw the documents back and confirmed. I've verified their identities. Someone couldn't hold back and asked, Hey, where do you think you're going? For you, this hearing is just a joke, isn't it? Please take a seat right now. In response, he sneered dismissively. A hearing. Are you trying to confirm whether I've joined what you call the Ministry of Defense? Something I've never wanted to get involved with. Ujin suddenly picked up the microphone and declared that he would not participate, and emphasized that I am not involved in the Defense Department or anything else. So there is no need for another hearing. I only have one warning for you all. Ujin openly and subtly called out those involved in the missile terrorist attack that aimed to kill me. He also deliberately emphasized that those who intentionally caused the prison riot for personal gain, Ujin openly warns the faces. Because those we deem unnecessary in the upcoming battles will pay a heavy price for the crimes they have committed up to this point. You nervously chuckled along with the shocking news. All the related evidence has already been leaked to the media. Ujin, with a sinister smile, instructs you to watch the news to confirm why you deserve to die. At this moment, stammering, you stand up to question him. What the hell are you talking about? How can you be so arrogant? But you didn't care and kept walking straight ahead. Let's go. Mr. Hun quickly followed after hearing that. Yes, sir. Seeing that attitude, he immediately chased after you. Where are you going? And aren't you going to sit down already? But Ujin turned his face back with a completely changed expression, his eyes cold. And T.O. immediately froze completely, standing there with his head tilted up to the sky, shouting in pain. So Gook quickly pointed ahead and asked, What are you doing at the sacred parliament building? Ujin turned back arrogantly warning, You'd better pray that this time you're not on that list. He can't hold back anymore and keeps cursing. You're being too arrogant. Do you really want to entrust the safety of the nation to such a violent man? Where did you find such fabricated information? Kang Ujin must be expelled from Korea immediately. Jia arrived outside under the clear blue sky and pleasant weather. Young-hun stepped outside to take a deep breath and praised himself for doing very well in restraining himself. Kang Jin was sweating nervously. Unfortunately, I wondered if Han was capable of doing such a thing. He had received a phone call earlier. It was me. Mr. Man. Kang Ujin is about to go to the National Assembly. Please support him. Kang Jin was also very surprised that the situation had turned around. Under the VIP's order, I had provided all the information about the officials involved in the corruption case. But I didn't expect that we would be so powerless to retreat like this. He also grew more tense, predicting the situation because we have declared war. So those people will erase all evidence immediately. And in the end, history will repeat itself as if we are trapped in an endless cycle. Ujin suddenly looked down with a stern gaze and loudly demanded, So we should start now. Right, at this moment, he raised his voice confidently, giving the order to appear. After a large crowd appeared, Ujin immediately ordered them to wait until they went outside before eliminating the faces I had memorized earlier. Young-hun suddenly panicked and reminded him, Exup, didn't you say you wouldn't let anyone in the parliament shed blood? But you turned back to explain clearly why. That's why I stepped outside. And he was stunned, unable to believe it. That's not what the vice-chairman meant. After waiting outside for a while, Ujin got bored of complaining, waiting for them to poke their heads out. So I decided to stir them up a bit. Suddenly, a terrified scream rang out. Fire. The fire alarm blared loudly. Everyone hurriedly rushed outside. It's on fire. Evacuate quickly. I beg you. But then they saw everyone standing around, stepping aside. Why is everyone just standing there like statues? T.O. pushed everyone aside and shouted, Get out of the way. Then excitedly ran toward the door, hoping that I did it. I am still alive. But then T.O. changed his mind when he saw the scene outside. What's this? A fully armored person turning around to report, confirming the target. He was terrified, sweating, turning around in shock. What's going on? T.O. hurriedly turned and ran toward the crowd. Get out of the way. I am Choi T.O. Move aside. But, unfortunately, a large hand clenched around his neck, and T.O. was easily lifted up as he kept shouting, Let me go. From afar, a familiar step and a close-up voice. Eugene sneers with a smug smile and quickly orders, This is Choi T.O. Deal with him. He glanced over the trembling body and wondered why you did that. Eugene said calmly, You'll find out if you watch the video. T.O. refused to accept, and asked back. How can we see anything if he's dead? Then he smirked with a satisfied look. What a pity. He kept questioning with sweat pouring down his face. Do you think this power can turn you into a god T? Oh. Couldn't hold back anymore, and tried to shout. At least I need to know the reason. Damn it. At that moment, Eugene suddenly revealed the real reason. His relationship with Lee Sang-ho. You are gradually revealing your crimes against heaven. You deliberately exploited the prison break to profit hundreds of millions in dirty money. You also invested in the missile launch with the intent to kill me. Eugene crossed his arms and calmly questioned, is that enough reason to send him off now? Oh. Now can only pretend to be ignorant and stubborn. I don't understand what you're saying at all. I am innocent. How can you break the law and arbitrarily kill an innocent person? The others around also supported him, saying he's right and we must follow the law. Let the law decide. But Eugene just smirked and declared, listen to them. But today, I am the law. Brazga. Oh. Now is even more furious, cursing this crazy bastard. This is the Republic of Korea. A democratic republic. Do you think you can stay here after killing? Unable to finish speaking, he was suddenly snapped by the neck in pain, and everyone around widened their eyes in horror. The terrifying black creature coldly emphasized that anyone who insulted the king. He rested one hand on his hip and looked at the excited crowd. All right. Who wants to continue? Yu-rin warned as they trembled. If you don't want to die, I suggest you run away quickly. Mr. Hun saw the savage scene and immediately stepped back. Kang Din ran over and was stunned by the scene before him. He's crazy. Planning to start a revolution in this hollow country. Even if it means becoming the most brutal executioner in history. The scene shifts to a more private and secluded place. Mr. Man places his hand under his chin, deep in thought, recalling a warning and an offer. He recalled when the two of them met. Why is Yu-rin so hesitant to be here instead of at the parliament? Seeing the pile of files discarded on the desk, Mr. Man was stunned. This is the young man confidently stating his purpose. And before carrying out this revenge, I have a warning and a proposal for you. Yu-rin turned back to wait for the other side to speak. So what? On the television, the younger brother emphasized that this was a national disgrace, and Yu-rin from the A-Dan Guild had ambushed the national conference. Mr. Man struggled to clarify his words. No. I mean, his proposal. But the secretary could only helplessly report that it was not something he could decide. Suddenly, a phone call came in, and the Minister of Defense quickly issued an order, warning Yu-rin to attack if the area wasn't cleared within 5 minutes, requesting permission to strike so we can take the initiative. Hearing that, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Manhwa felt extremely tense and worried. Can they successfully launch a surprise attack on him? He is even stronger than the Middle Eastern terrorist army. He tried to stay calm and asked about the situation. How many casualties have there been? The other side reported back in detail that there were 57 casualties, starting with Representative Park Seo-hook. Mr. Man was also impressed to hear that. He really kept his word. After a moment, he decided to give the order to clear the area. But the Minister of Defense on the other end opposed it, saying we can't do that. This is a serious rebellion against the nation. He angrily emphasized again that I ordered the area to be cleaned up. It's an order. And the person on the other end didn't say another word. It's clear. Mr. Man is now rushing to prepare. Hoang Secretary, organize a press conference for him immediately. And the secretary obediently follows. Yes. Sir. Switching back to the company building. Everyone was stunned. I didn't think the boss would really do that. Both men seem very worried. Extremely worried. Vice President, what will happen to us here? Min Trang, with a sad face pressing down, emphasized, this is not a simple matter. The news on the TV continues to report. He keeps shaking hands in disbelief that this is the most unpredictable and brutal rebellion in the country's history. Min Trang keeps sighing throughout. Who was innocent and scratching his head in simple thought. Wondered why. They are also bad people. Isn't everything going to be fine? Because quite a few people support him. But at this moment he became even more frustrated and negative. It's not good at all. Mo-mi smiles softly. Still thinking simply. The immortal has become king. He is not someone who will be controlled by the leaders of this fallen country. Min Trang grew more helpless and could only beg. Young lady. Observing the atmosphere. Hai Min brings a bottle of water and a pill, asking him to take another dose of the potion to restore his original calm. Alright. While Min Trang was drinking water and the news was being announced on TV, after the news was read out, he immediately spat the water out as the president announced the independence of the A-Dan Guild during the press conference. A-Dan is now officially recognized as an independent state, and the host continues to add, in addition, besides expressing gratitude to the leader of the A-Dan Guild, President Yu Din also announced that the Congress would be reorganized immediately after its collapse. A referendum on whether the Dan Union should become an independent state will be held. Just then, you walk in from outside. What's wrong? Why does everyone look like that? They all gasped in surprise and shouted, "Boss." Min Tran, feeling helpless, turned around to blame him. "Boss, I've been begging you to contact me. I didn't spill any blood in the Congress building." Yu Din calmly sits down and asks, "Is that why you didn't do it in the house? Do you know how worried I was when I saw the Parliament building on the live news?" Min Tran suddenly remembered and returned to the topic. "How did you turn us into an independent state?" You also quickly recalled that issue. That matter. Yu Din gave a very simple reason the government keeps bothering us. So I created a country myself. That way, no one can interfere anymore and everyone can work comfortably. You're so proud of yourself and arrogant. Where can you find a boss who thinks for the employees like this anymore? Min Tran frowned and clearly saw the problem, which just made our work harder. The more he heard, the more confused he became. But how could you talk to the president? Yu Din emphasized his action by leaning on the chair. I just made a proposal. I said I would eliminate all those corrupt ones, create a new country, and seek his cooperation. You honestly just need to tell the details of the negotiation. I said as long as he doesn't block us, I am willing to form an alliance. And it seems he agrees to that. The Rain gently lowers his head in admiration. I respect the king's unwavering resolve. Min Tran still tried to explain clearly. Maybe this time, it would work. But it was too dangerous. I understand the boss's desire for revenge. But for the future. But suddenly, Yu Din turned around and emphasized that this was not just about their attempt to seize power. You expressed your stance on revenge. Countless victims suffered for their power. Only 57 people died to soothe their souls. Which is too cheap. His eyes suddenly sharpened with a hint of suspicion. Anyway, Min Tran. He was somewhat surprised and waited for a response. Yes. Yu Din emphasized the title. From now on, you are the Prime Minister. Min Tran opened his eyes in disbelief. Sorry. Prime Minister A. You look serious and reaffirm confidently. Yes. Prime Minister. Yu Din clearly states his plan. If I build a country, one person should bear all the responsibility instead of me. I closed my eyes and frowned, feeling deeply regretful, even though I have ambitions. This is still wrong. So wrong. Then he turned to emphasize each person's position. Sunggu will be the military commander. And after hearing that, he burst out laughing in amusement. I have to show this online. He looked all over and thought of a tangled mess. Then Yu Din continued to look hesitant. Shui-ung. What should you do now? He quickly suggested convincingly that I could handle diplomatic affairs. My persuasion skills are a bit lacking. But you seem excited to decide quickly. Managing the Foreign Affairs Department. Huh. Those two ministers. Huh. Whatever. Just do it. Xi-ung-hun immediately achieved his goal and burst out laughing in praise. Your generosity is truly beyond measure. Only Min Tran has completely fallen for it. This is really a crazy company. No. A crazy country. In the Space Sanctuary. Swamp Zone 1. Realm 3213. The gloomy, deserted, and terrifying landscape. The image of the Adan Space Sanctuary. Sanctuary 3213. Lord Kang Ujin. A new human hybrid. With a threatening laugh echoing. Kang Ujin appears on the system screen. The monster licks its lips hungrily. Is this the first human to become a lord of a sacred land, basically? A rookie among rookies. The screen displays a countdown timer for the Adan Space Sanctuary's protection. 5 hours, 2 minutes, and 32 seconds remaining. Its wild eyes showed anticipation as it silently thought, the protective barrier would be removed in 5 hours. I can't let others seize this opportunity. The ugly monster looks disgusting. Its back hunched and with a goat beard. Drooling with excitement. It will be a tasty treat. On the fortress. The watchtowers are fluttering, and the walls are guarded by 2 sentinels. Mo couldn't hide her surprise at the scene ahead. So this is the Adan Space Sanctuary. Ugin's confident face asked proudly. How does it feel to be here? Mo Yi didn't reply but only sighed inwardly. Such a slender body. Creating a holy land this quickly. But still, she seriously raised her question. I don't mean to be disrespectful. But sir, shouldn't the defense system of this place be built even more solidly? Ugin confidently replied that having Kiba and the undead army was enough. But Mo Di shook her head in disagreement. Making him curious. Ugin slightly lowered his eyes and continued. Obviously, no army could compare to the undead army. But is the battle between the Holy Lands different in tactics and strength than usual? Mo Di emphasized how serious this was. Once the protection time ends, the Holy Land battle will come from both sides, and he won't be able to use the undead army anymore. Ugin frowned slightly and asked again. What do you mean? Mo-D explained briefly that it's like chess. A lord of a territory cannot directly participate in battle, but can only use the essence within their domain. Ugin asked, confused. Why can't I fight? That's so unreasonable. Mo-D didn't answer this question, only slowly asked. Then do you want to participate in the simulated battle? He furrowed his brow in curiosity. Engaging in the mock battle. The blazing sun shone directly onto the clock tower, and Ugin and Mo-D simultaneously teleported inside. The system keeps issuing notifications, overwhelming you, guiding the holy battlefield to begin. Please charge your maximum energy, 10k, 20k, 30k, and assess the hypothetical enemy. You have been connected to the Kautlitten race. And the scene suddenly shifts to a patch of land against a vast meadow. Ugin is confused. What is this? In his mind, a troop appeared. And Ugin, stunned, thought to himself, so this is the High Tran Lake tribe. High Tran Lake spoke up, requesting, Your Highness, please give the order. And Ugin was confused. What is this? After observing the entire scene again, you gradually realize that this building is a station for creating personnel. There are also resource and troop numbers next to you. It says blood crystals 100. Troops 5 out of 10. Quickly, Ugin realized this must be a simulated battle. You try to send commands with your mind. So first, mine more blood crystals. The High Tran clan immediately responds. Understood. Ugin silently wondered if the only things he could build now were the ones already available in the Holy Land. Ugin thought to himself that he needed suitable units and facilities in the sanctuary if he wanted to prepare for the Holy Land battle. Next, you start to develop a strategy. First building mental training facilities, then adding more personnel and spiritual minds. At this moment, the system notifies you that you've reached the troop limit. So build more farms. Ugin clenched his teeth in frustration. Why is it so hard on his first try? Unexpectedly, the noise behind him drew his attention, looking at the armored army ahead. Ugin was worried, are the enemy forces here? Have they already fought? As expected, the system reported failure after just a moment. You have lost the Sacred Land battle. A mock battle does not reflect a real fight. If you lose the real Sacred Land battle, you can seek revenge through a duel. Ugin, feeling bored, grits his teeth in anger. Damn it. This is too complicated. Better let others handle it. Dream on. At this moment, someone approaches and casually asks for your opinion. My lord, what do you think? Ugin expressed his thoughts, feeling as if his hands and feet were bound and he couldn't fight on his own. Are all the lords of the other holy lands like this? Conquering blood crystals in other holy lands as if they were playing with toys. Dream slowly explained that the Holy Land battle is very important for the lords. They are only a small part, but they can level up safely and steadily. You still don't understand. So what is a duel? I saw earlier that you could settle the score with a duel. She carefully replied that the Holy Land battle is a fight over each territory's resources, while the duel is a conflict between the lords. Ugin wondered, so why not choose to duel right from the start? Mo doesn't seem to be losing patience and patiently explains to you that you can't just challenge to a duel without the opponent accepting. You can only force a duel after losing the Holy Land battle, and when the other side is forced to accept. Ugin, with a teasing smile, said, I like that as long as I can take everything back after losing the Holy Land battle. On the busy street with people coming and going, the market bustling with activity, Bibi was eating as she walked when suddenly she noticed a figure, and she hurriedly ran over to call out. Master, the girl asked nervously. Has the saintess left yet? Ugin smiled and said, Yes, she has gone. Bibi replied sadly. I was very surprised when she left with her. Ugin handed the girl a book. Here. Take it. We might need it at any moment. So get familiar with it quickly. Bibi took the book, then remembered she needed to deliver some news. Yes. Xe Min has recovered. He also went monster hunting and out to eat. Ugin was a bit surprised and asked, Really? He quickly moved to Xe Min's place and knocked on the door. Xe Min, are you there? As soon as he entered, he sat down beside her and asked how she was feeling, whether she had adapted to this place. Xe Min sincerely replied, Yes. Everything's fine now, Ugin pressed. So, do you want to go meet your sister right away? Xe Min bowed his head, with a complicated expression, saying she can't come here. Right. I also haven't gotten used to going somewhere with many people. Ugin crossed his arms, pretending not to catch the implication in that statement, and clearly agreeing, which was also difficult for her because she wasn't an awakened person and couldn't pass through the gates. Xe Min fell silent, then made a request. Yes, I really need to go out. Please tell her to wait just a little longer. I won't rush you. All right then. Take your time. Suddenly he called back. And also, hey. Ugin listened. What now? Min asked loudly. Are you really a god? Ugin stroked his chin thoughtfully and wondered if he was a god. He looked at Min and thought to himself that perhaps after seeing what has happened here, a spatial lord who creates everything from spatial energy, thinking that, Ugin smirked and asked back, so you're just a person. What do you mean by godly? Min replied casually. Then that's really a relief. Then he asked again. Right. I saw everyone was quite scared. Is everything okay? You didn't understand what he meant, and wondered why Min replied confusedly. Those people, he recounted that they feared losing the sacred battle because of the new lord, who even stopped collecting taxes. Ugin joked that he seemed like the loser, but Min quickly shook his head and said no. Only Ugin's slow voice was heard saying, they will know who the real loser is when the time comes. Finally, he stood up with a confident and reassuring look, no longer worried about things that don't hurt. Now he only needed to focus on his own situation. Returning to the clock tower, it was still not dark. The system appears, asking if you want to refuse the challenge from Miss Mu. You can refuse up to 3 times. But the next challenge will be mandatory. If you win, you'll get 4 days of protection. If you lose, you'll receive 12 days. Ugin smiled excitedly. It's finally here. You can lose too. So just give it your all, and lose confidently. BB said confidently. I will win, so don't worry. The proud girl asked. If I win, you'll let me use half of the sacred land's energy as promised. Ugin generously replied. Go ahead. He thought to himself that if she wins, that's good. And if she loses, it doesn't matter because he will immediately re-enter the final duel. Over there, the eagle excitedly cheered and immediately accepted. What a fool, I will take everything from him. The 2-legged tiger tribe was busy carrying materials inside, while the eagle tribe kept watch outside the area. Ugin, witnessing this efficient work mode, called out in amazement. B. In the midst of this orderly and busy scene, marveled. Is it really the first time she's done so well? After a struggle, BB finally breathes a sigh of relief when suddenly the system announces that the enemy has appeared, and the army of buried warriors is approaching with great force. BB laughs excitedly and says you challenged us first. She quickly orders the warriors to counterattack, and the Tron soldiers charge forward without hesitation. Ugin observes both sides during the battle, nodding in agreement. Just as I thought. Her troop deployment is still not as good as the enemy's if this continues. As expected, the notification screen shows that you lost the battle for the sacred land, and BB sits on the ground in disappointment, while Ugin just quietly sighs. Just as I thought. Suddenly, a series of notifications came in. You lost 10,000 points. Miss Meat is now explaining the rules of the winner. The sacred city is being robbed. You have lost the Power Stone, Lenin's feather, the giant wolf's claw, and the giant ant's fang. Ugin muttered angrily, secretly shocked inside. Did they take everything from the warehouse and all the points too? Luckily, they only took useless items. At this moment, BB rushed over crying and hugged him, calling, Master. The girl whispered. The disciple is very sorry. The disciple just wanted to win the match. Ugin softened and comforted him. All right. I can get everything back when I take revenge. He sneered and said, now we should take twice what they took. The system announced. You have requested a rematch with Comet. The revenge of the loser is beginning. The monster on the other side laughs excitedly, using a different strategy name to replace himself. He does have some understanding. The system reports that you have won the Holy Temple battle. Check your points and rewards received. It mutters. But that's all just meaningless anyway. Suddenly, it saw the display screen, and Ugin requested a rematch. Do you accept? The monster laughed excitedly, its eyes flashing with wickedness. That's why I like those chickens if he loses. He should arrange his troops to defend now. He's truly too impatient. The system keeps appearing, and you have been transported to the sacred battle on the icy plateau. If you win, the victory rules will apply. If you lose, the revenge of the defeated can be carried out. In case of defeat, you will die and resurrect after 12 days. Ugin pondered that resurrection after 12 days is why people avoid gambling if not necessary. He seriously considered the battle and told himself that if he lost this holy arena match, he would get 12 days of protection. But if he also lost the Showtime match, he would lose a few more days to choose a new holy arena. It won't be easy to accept the risk of returning to choose a holy duel to rebuild from scratch. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Ugin, along with the announcement that the opponent, Zotai Komit, was being revived. Komit appears with a cunning smile. Han steps forward directly to the point and asks, Lord New Ruler, may I make this proposal? Ugin asks back. What is it? Komit suggests it would be boring if the treasure isn't decided in a blood battle like this. So how about we each set a dungeon as a prize? Ugin pondered carefully, watching Han cautiously. Ko-mit kept provoking with taunts. Are you thinking of losing? You won't reach a high rank with thoughts like that. Ugin's lips curl up. I can read all of Han's thoughts. He calmly agrees to Han's request. Alright. Then why don't we go even bigger? Since we're at it. Let's just do it all the way, Han suggested. So let's each go for 100,000 points. On the surface, Ugin seemed very calm and agreed. But deep down, he hesitated a little. This is very. The system notification, the first exit of Gaze-on on Earth has been activated. And the Nessia Tower on the planet of the mind has been activated. As soon as the cry ended, Miss Mitt smugly said, Rookie soldier. Shall I start now? Ugin didn't move. Just watched him slowly. He slowly analyzed. Then charged with all his might. Does this idiot attack so simply? Ugin withdrew his weapon, sneered, and said, Let's see what you can do to me. The two sides clash. Weapons colliding with fierce power. Miss Mitt retreats, her guard raised, as the Earth's strength is formidable on the battlefield. But quickly, Han's arrogance was overtaken. Yet I am still a true leader. Ko-mit once again shouted loudly. I cannot be compared to an ordinary human. The giant spear crashes down, causing the ground to rupture, and Ugin swiftly slips behind. He strikes her knee, making her cry out in pain, forcing her knee down. Han collapsed to the ground but still seized the opportunity to attack. Ugin immediately raised a wall of bones, his eyes shining brightly with a fierce red glow. Unable to resist, Mitt could only watch as Ugin ended her life with a single, decisive blow. The system announces with a triumphant laugh that you have successfully avenged yourself and received the Nessia Tower dungeon victory reward. Moving to the Nessia Tower of the planet Gak-Thap, inside the dungeon, countless skeletons patrol back and forth. The Ratty tribe's soldiers appeared puzzled, wondering if the dungeon had just recreated the skeletons. The leader pointed at one of the daring skeletons, easily dealt with by knocking its head off. Everyone secretly thought that if we succeed in conquering this, our clan will survive. Leric, the strongest warrior of the Ratty clan, silently vowed to eliminate it and protect the planet and everyone on it. The Ratty clan moves inside. Leric reminds them, only the heavenly prison remains. Be careful around us, because we never know what might happen. The Ratty clan immediately responded seriously. Understood. A loud noise appeared in the sky. Leric looked up alertly. There they are. A swarm of floating monsters surrounds the Ratty tribe. The wyverns. Leric quickly pulls out his staff to cast a spell. Loxia. He used a lightning spear, a beam of light attacking the wyvern. But all those attacks were nullified before reaching the wyvern. Leric shouted in panic. Loxia's magic disappeared, and suddenly there's a mage riding a beast. A person with a distinctive smile. The planet Gazer, the mermaid, appeared on the wyvern's back. Leric widened his eyes in caution. Uzin sat on the wyvern's back, greeting warmly, welcoming you to the Atom Society. Leric cautiously asked, Who are you, and what is your identity? Uzin gently descended to the ground. You arrogant fool. I am your master. Uzin looked at us with interest. You seem strong. I'm curious about your planet. Leric frowned and said impatiently, Do you think I would reveal easily? Uzin showed a threatening expression. Haven't I said I wanted to talk with you? Feeling the overwhelming pressure descending, the Ratty clan all gasped in horror. What a shock. Leric quickly realized and urgently warned everyone to retreat, not using soul magic, and the Ratty immediately obeyed and ran back. Uzin and his mighty army confidently demand that they must capture at least one, and the subordinates reply in unison. We obey your order. Sir. Leric runs frantically, gasping for breath as he looks back, only to see his people being ruthlessly slaughtered by Uzin's forces. Leric clenched his teeth, unwilling to accept it, thinking he's crazy. He can't fight against so many spellcasters and their armies. At this point, he must at least save the remaining comrades. Finally, he turned his head and decided to use the teleportation stone and run away. I will stop them, the others shouted in panic. Warriors. They all screamed in horror. Stop right there. Leric channeled mana into his staff. He used all his strength to unleash his skill, casting a barrier of light, with countless lightning bolts illuminating the area. Uzin's army was pushed back by that power, the battle ending as the dust gradually settled. Leric gasped for breath, clutching the staff tightly and silently telling himself that he had used all his mana that afternoon. In the hazy scene, Leric thought that this was probably enough to buy a little more time. Suddenly a voice rang out, surprising him, someone who exceeded my expectations. Uzin stepped forward and announced, You are through. Leric stopped his evil questioning. Through what do you mean? A pair of shining eyes appeared behind him, sensing the pain from the dagger stabbed into his back. He was terrified. Impossible. He could still move afterward. Uzin excitedly said, "Congratulations on becoming the 54th knight. The system notified that you have sealed Larik's soul into a soul-locking stone." Looking at the alleyway nearby, he pondered. Did they run away through the portal? They probably won't dare come here again. Just then, a report came in that Warhawk and Reed had arrived. Uzin was startled and remembered. Oh right. That guy too. 2 days ago, after Uzin took over the Rak planet, many guests visited Adan. They were space lords from nearby planets, all fierce and terrifying. The dungeon on Rak planet is almost fully synchronized, and since there is also a dungeon on Adan, they can visit under the understanding regime at the tower. Uzin asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Space Lord Reed's third visit to Adan was just a greeting. "We should maintain a close relationship." Uzin frowned, losing patience and threatening. "If you come again, I will destroy your gate." Reed quickly took out what he had prepared, smiling to smooth things over. "Don't be angry. I have a gift for you. System analysis. Poka's prayer. If kept in the castle, the chance of blood crystals appearing will increase by 1%. Uzin took the item, slightly surprised, thinking to himself that there are still items like this. Reed, with a thick face, always expects me to give him gifts, so you should give me something too. Right. He sighed and said, "Then shall we eat together?" Reed happily agreed. Sure. That guy kept scooping up food on the table with his tentacles. A disgusting scene that even Bibi had to hide behind Uzin. He ate while laughing, feeling embarrassed, and you annoyedly demanded, "Just eat and then reveal the real reason you're here." Reed calmly wiped his mouth and said, "Let me ask you this first. He asked you if you knew what kind of power exists on the planet of the Guillaume." Uzin nodded. "Yes, you reveal the information you know about the locals, the Ratty clan, various guilds, the Black Hat Society, the Red Hammer Society, and the Golden Gecko Society." Reed is amazed and asks how you knew all that. Uzin coldly replied, "I have a pretty effective messenger." He thought to himself, "I've turned into a Ratty clan member from a tech specialist." Reed excitedly gasped, "Oh my god. There seems to be someone faster than me. I wonder who it is. So I'll just say it straight." He extended an invitation. "I am the subordinate of the Supreme Razaki, of the Golden Chameleon Guild. Do you want to join me?" Uzin sneered and outright refused. "Why should I do that? I alone am enough to defend the dungeon." Reed refused to give in, laughing and saying, "So you are truly the ruler of the space. If there was only one dungeon, it would still be manageable." He asked back, "But what if you have more than two? Which side would you defend if both are attacked?" Uzin's face darkened. He hadn't considered that. "You coldly asked? And then what?" Reed sneered. "You're still too inexperienced." He analyzed. "If the enemy declares war and enters from two dungeons, then each dungeon will have its own enemies. Your forces will have to split up, and you will only be able to defend one location. There's no other choice but to abandon the other site. The more dungeons there are, the harder they are to defend. Think carefully." Reed said this and then waved goodbye as he left. Uzin turned to give an order, and Bibi refused all other visitors, although she didn't understand anything. She still obeyed. "Yes, master." Uzin pondered deeply. As there were only 30 days left until Nessia's main dungeon fully synchronized with the consciousness planet, I need to carefully consider that if I choose to operate independently, Nessia's dungeon master will be attacked when the gate opens. So I have to level up quickly. After meeting with Reed, Uzin returned to his guild on Earth. His top priority was to level up quickly. He is currently at level 75 and can withstand even stronger enemies. So you accepted the challenge to clear the hardest dungeon that all countries in the world have given up on. And the plane took off. Zhongzhou enthusiastically greets Brother Kang. Uzin also happily responds, "Mr. Beck." Zhongzhou approached enthusiastically and said, "Nice to see you again. You haven't provoked him yet." "I still owe you," he said generously. "Lending you the private jet is nothing. Just doing what needs to be done." So when Zhongzhou asked, "Is this the fiery Sungu's day?" Sungu was startled by the mention and asked, "You know about that?" Uzin scoffs and asks what kind of name that is. Zhongzhou is surprised and wonders if he doesn't know. Then he takes out Sungu's fiery social media profile and laughs, saying he's really popular online. Ignore those two happily going ahead. Uzin asked where we should go first. Se Ung-hun suggested taking a photo with me. Sungu agreed. "Sounds good." Se Ung-hun takes out the report map and says, "First we will go to the nearest dungeon among the 12 dungeons we have accepted." And finally he states the destination. Japan. At this moment, the plane takes off and soars through the sky at Kansai Osaka Airport in Japan. As the crowd buzzes and whispers, all curious and paying attention to this side, Uzin and the others grumbled annoyed. "Weren't they supposed to pick us up? Let's call and check." Se-ung-hun replied awkwardly. That's right. But my Japanese isn't very good. Uzin looked away dismissively. Really? And yet he said he would become the Minister of Foreign Affairs. You helplessly asked. Fine. Open your blanket. Before Se-ung-hun could react, Uzin shoved a bottle of medicine into his mouth, since he couldn't carry it. Just drink it. Se-ung-hun choked for a long time before calming down. Suddenly he heard a strange voice. What is Uzin doing in Japan like this? The whispers and gossip of the crowd were translated into Se-ung-hun's hand. About that. The Ganamba dungeon. They failed 3 times, so I thought they would give up. He was amazed and exclaimed, "Oh my god." Uzin just smiled casually and said, "Once the potion takes effect, call them quickly." The scene shifts to Osaka Namba Station. Inside the building, a cold voice, "Thanks you for your hard work in coming here." Vice President of the Sensei Takuchi Association, an A-rank water mage, calmly states, "I will summarize the situation at Ganamba before we arrive there." Uzin impatiently suggests that since there are many places to go, to skip that part, and proposes that Sungu and I will quickly take over the dungeon and move on to the next one. Takuchi smugly thought to himself, so confident, but no matter how skilled he is, there are limits. He wondered, why would he need a full team to assault the dungeon? Seeing that, Takuchi said nothing. Uzin assured him, "Don't worry, just go ahead. I will clear the dungeon thoroughly, as per the contract." So Takuchi had no choice but to concede. "At least I should go with you. I need to write a report, so we can continue extracting blood crystals in the future," he thought to himself, to see how Kang Uzin would conquer the dungeon. Uzin pondered silently. Following would only slow him down. But he remembered that the more Sensei digs, the more benefits our guild will gain. According to the contract, after conquering the dungeon, the share of blood crystals and relics between the Aiden Guild and the Sensei Guild is 73%. Signed by Chairman Kang Uzin of the Aiden Guild. Thinking this over, he nodded in agreement. "All right, then you have to protect yourself." Uzin turned to Zhongzhou and asked Beck, "Then you should go too." He asked excitedly, "Can I come along?" Zhongzhou was excited, thinking to himself, "I can't believe I have a chance to fight alongside Kang. He's never cooperated with other guilds before. I really look forward to seeing how he takes over the dungeon." Everyone moved to the chicken house, with Uzin leading and saying, "All right. So there are 4 of us now. Let's go." Seeing the 3 people ahead, Takuchi hesitated slightly, unable to believe that those 3 were attempting to conquer a dungeon that even Japan's best team couldn't manage. He starts calculating, and he can't even use the portal to go back. If he fails, he's definitely going to die. Unexpectedly, Takuchi still stepped inside and immediately warned, "Be careful from here." The Zoi gang. But in front of him was a desolate scene, with piles of goblin corpses scattered everywhere. Takuchi asked in horror, "Where did they all go?" Zhongzhou calmly handed him something. "Take this." Takuchi, confused, clutching the dagger in his hand, Zhongzhou sighed and relayed the message, saying that when they go, they should collect the bloodstones as well. He appears calm on the outside but is still overwhelmed inside. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Zhongzhou remembered that just before entering the dungeon, the bandits attacked, and they defeated all of them before moving forward. He couldn't help but marvel. Ujin is indeed strong. But Hong Sung-gu's skills are also above level A. Both of them sat awkwardly, dissecting the heads of the goblins. Takuchi was exhausted and panting. What is going on this time? Why do I have to collect blood shards now? Just then, Ujin returned with the army of bone spirits urging them to move on. Zhongzhou calmly asked, "Is it over?" Takuchi was horrified, his mouth agape. No way. He defeated all the basic monsters in the train in just 5 minutes. Ah. The gate to the next location appears. Ujin smiled and said, "All right. Next." Flowing molten lava before our eyes. This scene now looks like hell. Ujin's team enters. He takes a quick look around. This time it's a volcano. Sung-gu checked and reported that they are back on the other side of the lava. "Can we jump down now?" Takuchi immediately objected. "No, we can't." Ujin asked curiously. "Why?" He explained that the volcano would erupt lava if we moved too far away from the island. "We need to conquer this dungeon another way." The boy frowned and asked, "How?" Takuchi then explains how to handle the living magma fish by connecting the islands with a path, allowing us to escape the magma zone. Ujin pondered deeply, his eyebrows furrowing, then suddenly signaled, "Rop." A giant lava monster emerged, with glowing horse-like legs appearing. Ujin pulls the reins, controlling it, then tames a few more creatures before leading the way. "All right, jump on quickly, and when the path is cleared, fall back behind." Takuchi refused and shouted loudly, "Don't you hear what I'm saying? If we leave the island, the volcano will erupt." But Ujin just gestured to cut him off. "They are landmines." Takuchi was stunned and confused. "Mines?" Ujin looked toward the waiting group in front, and with the naked eye, you could see them flying around in the air. You analyzed for him that they live near the volcano and will explode if touched. But luckily they are not close to the lava. Ujin smirked confidently and said, as long as we stay near ROP, they won't attack. So ROP went ahead, with Ujin's group following behind. Takuchi asked curiously, Ujin, where did you get that information from? Ujin replied, from my master. I can't know all the monsters in every country. Sungwoo was also curious. So you mean eating sulfur? Did you also learn magic from that person? Ujin shook his head and replied, no, I learned that myself. I studied something more important. Sungwoo wondered, but all he saw was a sinister smile, as Ujin recalled the image of standing atop a sea of corpses with flames, spirits, and destruction. Mastering the fear of death. Sungwoo asked further, is your master on the fen-eating planet? Ujin immediately replied, no, he's dead. He showed clear signs of regret. I'm sorry, Ujin calmly replied, it's nothing. Then with a sly smile he warned, you'll understand soon enough. Since he's also a fire mage, you'll learn a lot from him. Sungwoo exclaimed happily, so your master will teach you. What an honor. Ujin chuckled and said, all right. Just survive first. Sungwoo nervously asked, what do you mean? The image of Mount Dungnam appears, which is Harit's memory, an item capable of capturing both sound and images inside the dungeon. The giant monster, controlled by the Spear of Death, thrashes and roars wildly, while a masked person uses magic to control the Spear of Death. Far away, another archer appeared and shot an arrow, while in front, someone led the charge directly into the attack. All three worked together to defeat the giant monster, causing it to scream loudly, when suddenly a voice rings out, and the monster, startled, opens its eyes wide. Ujin appears wielding his soul sword to defeat the monster, smirking confidently as he mutters, with this, the Osaka dungeon is officially completed. Ujin's image at that moment was recorded and projected on the screen, and a frantic voice shouted, incomprehensible. Gato, the president of the Sensei Association, asked seriously, how could he easily conquer a dungeon that even Japan's best team failed 3 times? Takuchi didn't know how to answer. He had seen it with his own eyes. Gato shrugged and asked back, still, I can't believe it. Which team could compete with him? Seeing that Takuchi couldn't answer, Gato turned to ask the person next to him, where is Lord Ujin now? The other replied, he just warned about the dungeon in Tokyo. They are now heading straight to China. Hearing that, he was horrified. Gone already? The other stammered, yes. It's terrifying. Gato, angry and laughing at the same time, says now all I can do is laugh. For the first time, I envy Korea for that awakening. Suddenly, Takuchi speaks up. Isn't he no longer a Korean citizen? Gato frowned in confusion. Are you talking about Aiden? The Korean government has already issued an official recognition announcement. Right. He casually said, who has the right to recognize whom? With a cunning smile, implying that it's the weak or the strong. Right after clearing the dungeons in Osaka and Tokyo, Ujin still had to close 3 more dungeons in China, taking him just 1 day to conquer 5 dungeons in total. Then Ujin's team headed straight to the next location, India, and the plane took off again. Zhangzhou asked Ujin, hey brother, have you considered the offers yet? Which ones are you curious about? Zhangzhou reminds you about the immigration offer you received from Japan and China. And that's when Ujin finally remembers. Oh, that thing. To seize Ujin's territory from his homeland, Japan and China. The countries, recognizing Ujin's outstanding contributions in sealing the dungeons, quickly contacted the A Society. They presented unexpected conditions, including territory grants and recognition of independence. And Ujin sneered mockingly, you insist that you won't go anywhere. Zhangzhou happily says, as I thought. You're my brother after all. You don't look like it much, but you truly love your country. Ujin looked confused and asked what he was talking about. If Gassion was still there, why would I need to move? Zhangzhou was stunned. Because Gassion had such an important matter at the main gate. Ujin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Where should I start? He struggled to explain. Well, it's a multi-dimensional space. Everyone suddenly became curious. A multi-dimensional space. Ujin recounted the whole story on the plane, and Zhangzhou was shocked after hearing it. It's really surprising. I didn't know these dungeons had such secrets. Ujin crossed his arms and said seriously that high-level dungeons about to appear might have a space overlord. And I need to deal with this before other dungeon overlords connect with those on Earth. Sungwoo hesitantly asked, is there no way to keep the dungeon secret, so they can't connect with us? Ujin shook his head in disagreement. It's impossible because the dungeon is protected by extremely strong barriers. But anyway, once the truth about the dungeon is known to society, we'll find a way. The scene shifts to New Delhi, India, where the two sides shake hands to show cooperation, and the team heads to the Indian train station. The system announces that you have entered the horror beach, and Ujin smugly mutters, "They're fast." You and your team enter the dungeon, standing firm with your hands on your hips, as this dungeon is connected to a space overlord. But if it's Rin, remember the name of that beast, the Indian suggested. I am a physical type awakener. I will pray for you. He is Branka, Vishnu's order, an A-rank enhanced awakener. Sungu, the girl with the headband, looked conflicted. Ujin, the one whose power is weakened by the prayers, said frankly, "What do you mean by praying? Because if you do that, I will lose all my strength. Just stay there and wait." The prayers weaken the power of the soul orb, Branka confidently said. I am an A-ranked awakener. I can help everyone. Rongdu, the girl with the first hair, sighed helplessly. He told you to wait. So just wait. In the dark, deserted dungeon, Branka sat down with Rongdu and asked sadly, "We entered the dungeon as a team, so why did they refuse our withdrawal? Even though they treat me like this to keep their combat techniques secret from outsiders. But why is Chairman Bitch also being treated the same way?" Rongdu casually replied, "I don't need to go with you. And even if I do, I wouldn't gain anything." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the portal appeared, and Branka was utterly amazed. What? It's already done. Rongdu calmly stood up and said, "Japan and China also react like that. Why is everyone so stubborn?" Looking at Ujin approaching, he reminded them, "All right. Let's go. Remember to close the gate behind you." They all crossed the portal together, and Sungu excitedly shouted, "Boss, this place is amazing." He happily ran toward the front beach, while Branka was very worried. "It's dangerous," he warned. "Sungu, watch your step." Following Branka's call, a monster suddenly surfaced from the sand, but Sungu calmly grabbed its leg and sighed in relief, startling everyone. Luckily, they were all scared. He excitedly raised his hand and asked, "Boss, there's a big crab here. It's been a long time since I had crab dishes. Let's cook it." Branka, still panicked, warned that they move in groups. "So let's go quickly." Sure enough, a swarm of crab monsters quickly surrounded Sungu. Ujin just stood still, admiring the scene and saying, "Indeed, this is a good time to catch crabs." Seeing Sungu grilling them, Ujin suggested, "Grilled king crabs are also delicious. I'm hungry now. Let's cook." The crab shells are stripped of their meat and scattered on the ground. Branka was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. "Wait, what is this?" He looked at a plate of delicious crabs in front of him. Zhongzhou still insisted. "Brother, pass me a cup." Ujin agreed. "I want one too. Here's the cup." Zhongzhou happily offered. "Hey, foreign friend. Sit together and enjoy. Don't keep that face anymore." Branka was still trembling with fear, but the warning voice had softened. "Everyone. This is a dungeon. They might be poisonous." No one paid attention as Sungu excitedly shouted, "This is insanely good, boss." Ujin happily agreed. "And Fen's beer is always top-notch." Branka looked around in confusion, wondering why there was no danger in the dungeon. "Hey guys, is this a 6-star dungeon?" At the same time, Rit was already prepared beneath the sea. Branka quickly regained her composure and told everyone, "This is not the time for such things. We need to come up with backup plans now." He seems like a speaker outlining a plan. "We might have killed all the crabs, but our final destination is beneath the water surface, where fire magic won't work." Branka kept warning about unpredictable consequences. Hundreds, no, thousands of jellyfish surrounding us, making it very difficult to retrieve the stone, and their deadly venom cannot be neutralized. Ugin stood up, a mischievous smile on his face. 1,000 of them. Sounds interesting. He looked out at the sea and suggested, "So now, let's set sail." Ugin walks out to sea, stopping when the water reaches his chest, and quietly thinks to himself, "This is enough." Suddenly, a sound nearby catches your attention, and an impact appears on the surface of the sea, splashing water everywhere. 2 monsters rush straight at Ugin from below, and he just smirks, as if everything is still within his expectations. Ugin recited the White-Bone Sorcerer, and they all executed the new Poison Spirit technique on command. A light radiated out, engulfing the monsters, whose bodies quickly melted away. Ugin raises his hand with a smirk, summoning the Bone Mage again, unleashing a series of toxic spells as countless monsters float on the surface of the sea. Ugin calmly walks ashore, and everyone who saw him couldn't help but praise him. "This is how your voyage is going, Brother Kang. You're a pretty good hunter." Ugin laughed arrogantly and said, "Well, fighting weaklings like that will end up like this." He calmly said that they are poisonous, so just leave them be. He won't be able to resist, and will reveal himself soon. Curious about revealing himself, Who could it be? As soon as the words left his mouth, the sea began to stir. Ree floated up with a sneaky smile and asked, "What are you planning to do?" He widened his bright, piercing eyes, and said, "Can I interpret this as a declaration of war?" Ugin, without a hint of fear, retorted, "You're the one who started this battle. Who told you to ally with a dungeon on Earth?" Ree sneered and cursed. "Arrogant bastard. Do you really think those Earth dungeons belong to you?" He stared intently at Ugin, thinking to himself, "I can't believe you conquered this territory like an exploration. Now my attack will gain the upper hand." Ree chuckled triumphantly. "This is truly a territorial battle." Thinking that, he moved his tentacles and threatened, "You will pay the price for challenging my dungeon. I will show you the true power of fear." Ugin calmly asked, "Is that Re-Ingon of that person?" You used the skill, Thebao. And a beam of light immediately shot out from under Ree's feet. He stared in horror at the light, only to see countless explosions erupting all around, while Branka struggled to raise her shield, a sweat stain spreading across his forehead as he tried to prevent the blasts from affecting him. The explosion stopped, leaving only a ruined corner of the coastline. The system announced your level up to 76, and Ugin was the most satisfied with the corner of his mouth. Looking at the fragments floating on the water, you feel regretful. Unfortunately, his body isn't intact anymore. I was planning to make butter-grilled octopus. Sungwoo suggested, "Hey boss, let's go eat after we get back to Korea." At that moment, Branka coughed up blood, and Ugin asked, "Are you okay?" He looked at you with a reproachful gaze. "If you had a plan, you should have warned me first. I had to suddenly use magic and was met with a backlash." Ugin looked innocent. "I didn't need to do anything. I have a soul shield to protect myself." "So why did you do that?" Branka shouted inwardly. "You should have told me first." He quickly cast a healing spell on himself, allowing Branka to finally breathe a sigh of relief. He stood straight to report that he was fine now and had healed himself. Ugin was a bit surprised. "So you now have A-grade combat skills, and can also heal yourself." Your eyes sparkled with interest. "You're quite useful." Ugin asked seriously. "What's your name again?" Branka, even though he didn't understand, still replied, "I'm Branka." He asked again, "How much money do you make?" He looked confused. "Zika." Ugin extended an invitation. "To a dandy. I am sure I will offer better benefits than the Vishnu Society." Branka was stunned and couldn't believe it. Zika looked at him cautiously. "Why would he suddenly hire me?" Branka immediately refused. "I am very grateful for your offer, but I am very close with the Vishnu Guild leader and will dedicate my life to it." Ugin sneered, his eyes more possessive. Looking at this guy pretty loyal. But still, there are dozens of ways to persuade him. The whole team got on the car to head back. And inside, Vang burst into cheerful laughter. "I can't believe you managed to complete an undefeated dungeon so easily." Vishnu Guild leader Kasem sincerely said, "I am very grateful." Ugin crossed his arms and interrupted. "That's enough with the flowery words. I have a request." Kasem blankly asked what kind of request it was, then demanded to hand over Branka to Adon, leaving both Kasem and Branka stunned. Kasem of course disagreed. "Branka, we are like brothers." Ugin pondered. "Brothers?" he asked, seriously. "So how much money will this cost?" Kasem immediately protests. "No, you can't buy my loyalty with money." Branka, touched, calls out, "Chairman." Ugin calmly offered the benefit. "I will give you 100% authority to manage the vault. You keep talking about benefits for him. Next time, if one of these tunnels opens, I will close it, of course. I give you full authority to arrange everything. How about that?" As expected, Kasem hesitated for a moment, and Branka nervously called out, "President." Kasem clenched his fists and started to change his attitude, thinking long-term. "Keeping you here would be too selfish of me. As your beloved older brother, I should send you to a bigger environment," Branka said disappointedly. "Chairman." Ugin frowned and looked at him smugly. "So you're welcoming you to Adon." Branka, despairing. "So I'm being sold then." Sungwoo pats him on the shoulder reassuringly. "Who cares if you get sold? I've also been treated like collateral and ended up here. Stay optimistic. Stay optimistic." Ugin also offered words of comfort, but a little strangely, "Luckily for you, you didn't join us after death." Thinking about the scene where Ugin's soldiers capture Branka as Knight 53, and Assad crying and surrounded, asking if he's a new recruit. "State your name and rank immediately." "Who is this?" Just in the afternoon, Branka, sweating profusely, silently prays that this is just a dream. The newspapers keep reporting, continuing to conquer dungeons around the world. Next is the newspaper about the upcoming conquest in an hour. Paris will be saved. And there is also a headline saying the whole world will be saved. The newspaper emphasized even more that the last fortress of the earth, Ugin, is getting closer. Just 3 days away. the time Ugin needs to clear the toughest dungeons around the world. At the South Korean government, the news broadcast shifts to another story, with the headline breaking news. The United States sends a national representative to Aden. The host announced that after Japan and France, the United States has also established diplomatic relations with Aden. A man who heard this news chuckled and said, "There." South Korean President Kim Byong-man eased his worries. Whether he signed the treaty or not, doesn't matter. The person opposite nodded in agreement. "That's right. We've given up." Byong-man asked. "How did the people react?" The South Korean Prime Minister said they just see it as a mere agreement. Byong-man worriedly thought, "I can no longer stop him, but at least I must be Aden's strongest ally." The scene shifts to the Korean airport, where reporters have gathered early. As soon as they see Yoo-jin's team, they start to cheer. They're coming out now. Under the flashing lights from all sides, Sung-gu smiled proudly and remarked that he's quite famous too, while Se-eung-hun teased that no one is more renowned than Director Hong when the boss shows up. It doesn't seem angry. Sung-gu turned to look at him admiringly. "Chief Secretary Gu, you look so stylish." Se-eung-hun smiled as he took off his coat and said, "Thank you, but I am no longer the Chief Secretary now. I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs." Sung-gu congratulated, "You're quite successful too." Se-eung-hun hesitated before saying, "Isn't this just the result of putting your heart into supporting that boss?" He remembered the time when he had lived by selling phones for 8 years. And luckily he succeeded. Gu Se-eung-hun. A female reporter runs over to interview. "I am Lee Si-seon from Geohong Media. Please say a few words." "It seems Mr. Kang Woo-jin is not here." "He is." Before she could finish, Se-eung-hun cut in seriously. "He is the king of Adan, but you still call him Kang Woo-jin." The female reporter quickly corrected herself. "Where is the king of Adan now?" He coldly replied. "He's in the target list." The words were easily misunderstood, making her confused. Did he mean he's in the U.S. target list? Se-eung-hun shook his head no. There's no need to be in the U.S. The female reporter kept trying to ask when he planned to do it. But Se-eung-hun coldly replied, "I can't reveal that. He only hinted a little. But he probably already went to Ga-seon." The journalist exclaimed in surprise. Ga-seon. The scene shifts to Ga-seon, where there is no one in sight. And inside Woo-jin's tower, a curious voice asks why we are here. Woo-jin calmly said while watching the screen. They are discussing linking the territories together since the protection period has ended. At this moment, information about a girl appears. An advanced fortress with multi-dimensional space. Lord Lai. Humans. A tracking profile. Territory battle 102, Yuan 542 liters. First duel 640, Yuan 230 liters. He is interested. Oh. A human. She is confident and believes in her strength in territorial battles. Woo-jin's eyes show excitement. Should I try fighting her today or not? So Woo-jin asked her. She confidently replied. This time I will play it right. The system quickly announced. The territory battle with Lien has begun, uncertain about how the events unfolded. All I know is that the system quickly reported success. You won the territory battle. Woo-jin was stunned in surprise. BB happily exclaims that they always earn 1,000 points. Right, master. And the boy quickly responds to her, feeling bewildered inside. How can she do it so easily? Oh my god, Woo-jin wondered. Who did you learn from? BB giggled mischievously. It's a secret. But Woo-jin immediately guessed. From Jaemin. Right. Seeing the girl jump in shock, he sighed helplessly and said, That's right. Isn't it? BB scratched his head and smiled, hitting the mark. Woo-jin silently thought that in reality, territorial battles are similar to a strategy game. And even when playing as a master, he's just a Korean high school student. As Korean high school students are known to be good at online games, Woo-jin teased. From now on let Jaemin handle this. BB excitedly and urgently stopped him. No, you can't, that's your point. Suddenly, a blue light flashed. Woo-jin chuckled as he looked at the screen. Just as he predicted. Only the message on the screen shows that Leah has requested a one-on-one duel, fulfilling the loser's demand. And the duel will start automatically. The scene shifts to a desolate wasteland. Woo-jin follows the demon's teleportation here, and he flinches slightly as he looks ahead. Leah has been waiting for a long time. She's holding a teasing potion, thinking to herself, I lost to a newcomer. That person is right over there. Leah kept questioning. Are you from Earth? Because that's been the most commonplace these days. Is your name Kang Woo-jin? We should introduce ourselves first. Right. Woo-jin frowned, his eyes losing their friendliness. He asked directly. What game are you playing? Leah pretended to be innocent. What are you talking about? I just said that since we met, we should be a bit more friendly. Woo-jin coldly revealed that anyway. They have to kill each other. So there's no need to be friends. She sneered and muttered to herself, "You're really new at this." Then a cunning smile curled on her lips. "All right. Let's begin." Woojin immediately tensed up and waited. Leah pulled out her rifle and joked, "You're so cute and innocent. Are you even afraid that I might load the gun for you halfway?" She pressed a button and announced, "The game is over." A dark shadow envelops Woojin. But he remains still, letting the dirt splatter across his face without resistance. Her hands suddenly moved with unusual agility. Woojin guessed that it wasn't an ordinary gun, but a relic with special abilities, which is why she still remained confident talking before the fight. Lai's arrogant laughter echoes in the darkness. "It seems you're hopeless in the duels, because you have to fight over territory. Are you giving up?" Woojin sneers and retorts. "What do you think?" Lai still confidently declares that the obsession with death is not just a fleeting smoke, it's a trap to imprison challengers, with no light inside, and you'll be paralyzed by its poison. "I will give you a peaceful death now," she said before shooting at Woojin, but he's not someone to underestimate. In the blink of an eye, Woojin had already retracted his weapon, and he deflected all the incoming bullets. Lai, still hiding in the shadows, sighed in admiration. Quite impressive that he can react even when his body is paralyzed. Woojin calmly observes the surroundings. No sound is heard. Lai smirks and asks, "But can he block attacks from all directions?" She confidently said, "Maybe you will feel like you're fighting hundreds of enemies from all directions." And sure enough, a sword was thrown at Woojin from behind. Hundreds. Huh. That sounds terrifying. "And what if you had to fight against thousands of people?" Woojin ordered. "Go capture her." And his army immediately grew furious, muttering under their breath, "Grant the enemy of the king the mercy of death." The frontline bone soldiers charged forward. Lian clenched her teeth, turned around and ran. But one of the bone soldiers quickly drew his sword and swung at her. Lai quickly raised her gun to defend herself and barely saved her life, shooting straight into the chest of a skeleton soldier. However, one fell, and two others charged at her. And facing the overwhelming army, Lai hesitated. At this moment, your voice suddenly appears, startling her. Finally, the clouds have dispersed. Woojin chuckles softly. "Is that the deadly cloud?" You look down on Lai with the stance of a victor, but it's useless against an immortal army. "Isn't it?" Lai screams in anger, unwilling to accept defeat. "You bastard." This isn't the end. Woojin struck with his sword before she could finish speaking, the blade's arc slicing through the head of a dense undead army. "You can hear an undead army. You can hear an undead army. You can hear an undead army. You can hear an immortal army. You can hear an immortal army," Lai shouted in anger, unwilling to accept defeat. "You bastard. This is not the end." Woojin interrupted her before she could finish and swung his sword down, the beautiful arc of the blade splitting Lai's head from her body. She widened her eyes, probably still unable to accept her defeat like this. Woojin was still excited, inviting her again. "So come on and fight once more. The system displays a message: you have won the duel. Lai's revenge has failed, and the winner's rights are being enforced. Should we steal her warehouse or her territory? Steal the warehouse or the territory?" Woojin is torn between the two options. Should we loot her goods this time? You just pressed it, and the screen reported that the warehouse raid has begun, with items being randomly selected. Watching the constantly changing display, Woojin was a bit surprised. Finally, the screen displays the item. Skia's boots, worn by the explorer god of the planet Anfin. Woojin nodded with satisfaction. Lucky indeed. Maybe if luck is on my side, I could gather the full Thras outfit before even reaching Anfin. It is known as the 5 items of Thras. Thras's armor, Thras's protection, Thras's honor, Thras's punishment, and Thras's campaign. These are the strongest equipment I can use in Anfin, Woojin thought. If I had the full set of Thras gear, it could maximize my magic power, an unstoppable power like the one that once existed in Anfin. He remembered that one of the main items used to create Thras's campaign was Skia's pen. I almost gave up because I couldn't find it on Earth, but it appeared before my eyes in a territory battle. Truly lucky. Suddenly, Woojin realized a problem. Wait a minute, if we do well in territorial battles, doesn't that mean we could gather more items if we're lucky? You immediately calculated that BB mentioned Jaemin was the one who taught her. Is that correct? At this moment, Jaemin and BB are busy controlling the match. He enthusiastically orders. That's right. Stop them from escaping and herd them together. Over there. Lai is immersed in darkness as the system announces that you have lost the one-on-one fight and will be revived in 12 days. She couldn't help but think that no matter how many times she had died, it was still truly incredible. Remembering Woojin's image, she wondered to herself, that bastard. He said he was from the Earth of You. Lai is determined to herself that she must be careful and will take revenge at any cost. The Tiger Clan grows crops and raises legs, while the Brain Clan trains in combat. At the multi-dimensional space in the central area of Adan, Woojin stands in the high long street, now much larger in scale. He notices someone nearby, not far away. Jaemin was sitting and drinking at a cafe when Woojin happily approached. I was looking for you. That's great. What are you doing here? Jaemin was a bit surprised. You're here too. He explained that he saw they opened a new coffee shop and stopped by. Then turned to the waiter and said, Give me the same drink as him. And the waiter replied, Yes. I usually hesitate. Woojin looked genuinely like he was about to sip. And Jaemin, surprised, called out, What are you doing? You're going to drink that, sure enough. After just one sip, he spat it all out and started coughing uncontrollably. Jaemin explained that it was blood. Woojin looked away from the cup of water. They sell all kinds of strange stuff. Still at that coffee shop. Woojin sat beside him asking about how things were going. But by the way, is it okay for you to play the territory battles? You learned it through the game. Jaemin honestly replied, I played a little, but I stopped before entering third year of high school. He nodded, understanding. And Woojin suggested, Do you want to play a few territory battles for me? Jaemin hesitated a bit. Can't I rely on professional gamers? I'm not very confident. Woojin sighed. How can I trust others? Right. Woojin looked at Jaemin with trust. It's okay to lose. Winning or losing doesn't matter. What really matters is whether he can trust me or not. He was moved and said, I understand. Woojin, smiling, reminded him that the next territorial battle is in 4 days, which is about a day on Earth, so take some time to rest. Jaemin was stunned, eyes wide with amazement. At that moment, beyond the boundary of death, an evil soul was trying to awaken once more, crying out in anguish, I want to live, I don't want to die again. The cracked stone shattered, fragments flying everywhere. A man collapsed, coughing from inside, startled by the scolding from across. You useless fool. Yulo coldly declares, I will give you one more chance as you wish. Sangho hurriedly pleads, Please give me one more chance this time. I will launch an attack that won't fail. But Yulo still loudly claims him. You fool. Yulo reminds him that while he is between life and death, he has already restored everything on Earth. And now, you are just a hostage. Your strength isn't fully restored yet. How can you oppose him? Sangho asked hesitantly. In this situation, what should I do? Ulo sneered. I still have one reason to bring you back to life. He produced something glowing and then ordered, Take this, and go to the planet, Zaku. Ulo angrily searched for the dragon named Rajakui, and told it that if it could destroy the Earth, I would allow it to enter the planet Iberin to reside there. His face now full of cruelty, he continued giving orders. Then told you to go to Earth and incite riots to divide the people, preparing them to become my prisoners. The power of this item will help you. Sangho, kneel down and respectfully take the spider with both hands. He replied, seriously. I will obey your orders. As the light fades to reveal the shape of a delicate ring, the system explains that Yulo's ring is a ring containing the magical power of the 3 space guardians, with Yulo's mark engraved on it. The user can freely change their form at will, using polymorphism magic. Total magic power increases by 200%, and energy recovery speed also increases by 200%. The scene shifts to the worker and family apartment complex in Adan. Ji-hwan checks his watch and confirms over the phone. Got it. 7 o'clock tonight. Right. Hearing the person on the other end ask, she replied, Yes, Woojin can't come. He's busy with something. All right, see you later. Ji-hwan turns on the bathroom light. She goes inside and opens the faucet. Ji-hwan carefully washes himself clean before the appointment. She lowered her eyes and quietly thought, It would be so good if Woojin could come. After all, this is the first-class reunion in 5 years. I remember the message on my phone asking Kang Woojin if he could come to the reunion I mentioned earlier. But Kang Woojin replied, I don't have time. Let's meet another day. Ji-hwan could only say, Okay. Take care of yourself. She silently thought, But I guess I have to accept it. He's the busiest person in the world. Ji-hwan wrapped a towel around himself and stepped out of the room. As soon as she stepped out, she heard someone call her, Sister. Jimin awkwardly smiled and said, Long time no see. Ji-hwan moved forward emotionally and hugged him tightly, calling out Jimin. She tearfully whispered, It's okay. It's okay. Even if I become a dragon girl, it doesn't matter. I'm still me. And you'll accept everything. Jimin nervously pats her. Please let me go. Ji-hwan still holds him tightly until Jimin reminds her, Sister. Woojin is also here. She stops hugging him. Oh. Woojin waves at the 2 sisters from outside the door. Their heartfelt reunion so touching. Ji-hwan immediately blushes and fidgets in embarrassment, while Jimin can only force a shy smile. Ji-hwan hurriedly rushed back to his room at top speed. Woojin, confused, asked why she suddenly held on like that. Jimin, helpless, asked if he really didn't know. Woojin waved and turned to leave, saying, "All right, you two enjoy your chat." Jimin asked, "Are you leaving now?" And he calmly replied, "Do you think I have time to think about that? I still need to go back to the dungeon to level up quickly." Woojin stepped out and said, "I'm leaving now." The door closed behind him, signaling he had gone. Jimin was still in shock. Leveling up, huh? He still trains diligently, even though he's already so strong. He thought to himself, "You are more dedicated than I thought." Woojin stepped toward the car. "Have you checked out the dungeon I mentioned yet?" Seong nodded and said, "All right. I'll take you there now." Scene shifts to reaching the fourth door. Woojin got out of the car and before going inside, he said, "I'll be here all day, so if you want you can go back and eat or rest." Seong-hoon immediately replied, "Yes sir. Don't worry. We will protect the entrance like a fortress." Woojin nodded and said, "All right. Work hard." The iron door emits a powerful electric shock. System notification: you have entered Mivix Meadow. Please choose one of the following modes: duel, territory war, visit, infiltration, or conquest. He muttered to himself. As expected, this dungeon belongs to the Space Overlord. Woojin quietly calculated that most 6-star dungeons are owned by the Dungeon Master, while those with higher energy levels usually belong to the 3 Space Lords. He silently thought that this dungeon was no exception, because those Space Lords were trying to connect with the entire world, and for one of them to successfully link with the enemy camp was only a matter of time. Woojin thought to himself, "Of course I can cut the link by conquering the dungeons. If a Space Lord comes here, Earth will suffer great damage. I can't handle all the dungeons at once." Woojin annoyedly sighed. Really got a headache. No matter what. Why aren't there any monsters here? Don't they invest any energy into this dungeon? Suddenly, a shifting door appeared, and Woojin sneered, thinking to himself that he didn't need to waste time here, and could just confront him directly. After Woojin entered the dungeon, Hoon stood outside hugging his body, complaining that it was too cold. Taejong asked, "Captain, is it okay for us to just walk around out here?" "Right." He paused. "Oh," Taejong asked out of curiosity. "Aren't we already an independent state now? And aren't we still on Korean land?" Hurry up and remind him that the treaty hasn't been signed yet. And also, do you think we're in North Korea or something? He crossed his arms and explained. "But you're right. We are from different countries. If you move to Aden as a South Korean citizen, you'll become a worker there." "I see. And you say he has no words." "He has no words. He has no words." Hoon hesitated and wondered. "Forget about that. Why hasn't the boss come out yet?" Taejong agreed. "You're right. If we consider the usual dungeon entry time, the boss is a bit late." Looking at the clock, worry crept in again. 6 hours have passed. Almost a day here. Hoon hesitated before looking inside. Then Taejong suddenly saw a new message. New information about these dungeons. I don't know what he saw. He widened his eyes. "This is the lost car Hun's ring. What's going on? Turn up the volume." The announcer on the phone reports that the dungeons are being reset simultaneously from this moment on. Currently, 11 dungeons have been reset in Seoul, 4 inches Daegu, 37 inches Busan, out of a total of 22 newly recreated dungeons. Breaking news reports that based on energy assessments, 8 of the dungeons are classified as level 66 or higher. Hoon shouted in shock. What the hell are the dungeons being randomly reset? Why is something like this happening all of a sudden? Looking at the images, the current dungeon reset status worldwide, Zhao Huan was surprised. Huh. There are also some in Korea. And 3 more dungeons just appeared in Seoul. Taejong is terrified. Is something big happening? Zae Hon anxiously looks toward the station, whispering softly, "Boss." The peaceful winter sky. Gently, a man hurriedly runs through the crowd, constantly whispering, "Sir, sir." He panted but still managed to say, "Ban." Recalling the strange demon he had encountered, he hesitated. Is it really true? What was that ghost? The man thought to himself that he didn't care whether it was the divine blessing of God or the temptation of the devil. Remembering the girl on oxygen in the hospital, he decided that as long as her fragile health improved, he had no other choice but to observe the entrance today. Hiding behind the wall, watching the guards, the man thought to himself that he was doing that. And very soon, someone would discover him. That person warned, "Hey, please step back. It's very dangerous here." But the man disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, he slipped past the guards and ran inside. Everyone was panicked. Who is he? Catch him. The man gritted his teeth and ran with all his might, as a sinister voice echoed in a dark place. And a connection was completed. The villain said to Sang Ho beside him, "Just as you said, The monster provocatively called its offspring to come here. My adorable little ones, she exclaimed happily. Today, let's eat to our heart's content. The monster speaking is the ruler of the ZAQ planet's space, a member of the Kim Long Alliance and the loyal left arm of Kim Long Rajakul. Cut to a tall building. Inside a signboard. The 13th reunion of former students from Emlu High School. With a teasing voice saying, "Oh, who's that?" Everyone gathered and laughed happily. "Glad to see you. How have you been all this time?" Friends tell Ji-won. Ji-won. Just as I thought. Woo-jin can't come here today. Right. She's just talking nonsense. I didn't think so. But the girls still regretfully complain. It's really a pity. We gathered here because we thought Woo-jin would come. Ji-won had to go along. It would be really great if Woo-jin showed up. She quietly thought that Woo-jin would also be truly happy to reunite with her friends and reminisce about old memories. Just then, a noise came from outside the door, and Ji-won wondered what was going on. It was too noisy outside. The door suddenly burst open, and someone hurried in to report. "Please find a hiding spot immediately. There's a monster outside." But it was too late. The giant insects had already entered, quickly tearing apart the messenger who brought the news. At this moment, the corpse entered happily, wondering if this party was made for me. Everyone was trembling with fear. She smiled excitedly. As this place was filled with the delicious scent, returning to the bustling peaceful street, Jae-min happily strolled around, admiring everything around him. He looked at his reflection in the mirror and told himself, "I thought I was used to the multidimensional space, but as I suspected, the human world is still the best. It's embarrassing that I can only go for a walk at night." A strange object suddenly appeared on the busy street, and looking at the armored tank, Jae-min was curious. What's going on? But he quickly dismissed it and kept walking forward. Jae-min quickly checked his phone in panic. What the hell? Something's wrong. An emergency news alert shows that prisons have appeared at Seoul Gangnam Station, Isu Station, Hongik University Station, Guro Station, Daerim Station, Joksam Station, Wanak Station, Gachisan Station, Wangsimni Station, Solong Station, Mokdong Station, Jongnoba Station, Dongdaemun Station, and Yangji Station. We urge residents to quickly find the nearest shelter or go to a safe location. Jae-min was terrified. The power really is out. There are already 14 prisons in Seoul alone. Suddenly, he realized a serious problem. Wait. If it's Hongik University Station, then it's right where his sister is meeting with alumni. At the same time, Sulo appeared in front of Ji-gun as the giant drops swirled in the sky. Passers-by fled in terror, and a firework was launched. With several fireworks blocking the falling objects from continuing their descent, the soldiers hurriedly guide the people. "Please come here and hide." Seeing the increasing number of falling objects, the soldiers clenched their fists. Damn it. What the hell is going on? That person clenched their teeth, thinking that the evacuation of the people still wasn't finished. The soldiers are confused and don't know what to do. It will be very difficult to attack them freely. Many prisons have appeared, and we are severely lacking support from the awakened ones. That person sighed and muttered. "This is really tough." Suddenly someone shouted, "Captain, look over there." And when he turned, his eyes widened. All he saw was the observation tower being surrounded by a monster. What is that? What kind of giant creature is that? It is a giant golden dragon watching its prey everywhere, while Eugene has entered Mivik's multi-dimensional space. You step up to the person fully covered in mask. Eugene casually asks, "Are you a Mivik?" The other person remained silent for a moment before lowering his hood and smiling, saying, "I never thought I would meet you again." The strongest swordsman on the planet, Anfen, Mivik, smiled and said, "Long time no see. Immortal being." Eugene assessed. Indeed, a familiar face. Like an Anfen warrior doing what here? "Are you the one following the Holy Maiden?" Mivik was a bit surprised. The Holy Maiden is dreaming she's still alive. Eugene quickly grasped the point. Still. He pretended to know nothing and said, "Yes. She is still alive and is still helping us." Mivik chuckled, saying that the Saintess was helping someone, even though her fate was truly unfortunate. He laughed softly and said he couldn't believe she had betrayed the Union and was helping Anfen. Suddenly, Eugene looked in and said, "Isn't that actually the fate of the new person?" You sneer and calmly reveal that to save yourself. You betrayed the alliance and sided with Jeanette. If your goal is the same as the Saintess, then you truly have no other choice. Mivik calmly said, "Calling me a traitor. You're mistaken about something." He explained that on the first planet, Jeanette was not someone who could oppose him. He was a new order, an absolute law that even the gods could not stop. Mivik smiled kindly and said, "That's not quite right to call me a traitor." Eugene often said, "Nonsense. You arrogantly declare that the law will end the moment I destroy everything." Mivik pondered quietly. "It seems you still don't know anything." He reminds you that you only exist under Shinet's law, and your actions will lead you to eternal death. Eugene. As he often says, death, if I were afraid of death, I wouldn't be here on the battlefield. Before he finished speaking, he drew his sword and charged forward. The two blades clashing, Mivik chuckled playfully. Asking when Eugene had started using a sword, Eugene proudly boasted that his swordsmanship was as easy as eating cake. Mivik counterattacked, pushing Eugene back, gritting his teeth as he looked at him with caution. Before Eugene could prepare, Mivik charged again, suddenly opening his eyes wide in surprise. The black-armored knight was attacked by Eugene and quickly retreated to create some distance. Mivik sneered and said, "That's a bit unfair. 30 against 1. And I only see Eugene retreating all his strongest soldiers. You look calm and drunk. Are we really in a sword fight? The city is now being ruthlessly destroyed by monsters, with explosions everywhere. What's going on?" Sung-Hu is worried about the current situation. And another dungeon has collapsed too. He asked about the situation in other places. How is the area around Aiden now? The subordinate reported in detail that Director Choi Hasen is defending in that area. But it seems to be a bit overwhelming for him. Even Sung-Hu was surprised by this unfavorable situation. But Hasen also has plenty of experience dealing with A-level monsters. The situation is that bad. The fortune-teller employee is describing the urgent crisis happening. A dragon just appeared in Namsan, causing chaos. All the monsters around Sehun are heading towards Namsan, and he's sweating nervously as he remembers the crucial position right behind Aiden. Sung-Hu is concerned about someone's life. How are the rankings? It doesn't look good. Still hasn't escaped the dungeon. Everything happening is getting out of control. And to make matters worse, he was away at the worst time. The radio is reporting on recent phenomena, with powerful bosses controlling all the monsters. But because they move in an organized manner, it's very difficult for us to fight back. The female announcer's voice rings out steadily. Even hot weapons can't harm them. Sehun listens to the news and swears in frustration. Damn it. He angrily pondered that the monsters are uniting into one group, including Namsan, the old youth football field, Hongdae, Gangnam, Snatch, and the Sugonhwa-seon fortress. This is not just a monster hunt, it's a war. Den, driving carefully, warned Sehun. The leader. If we wait any longer, we'll also be in danger. But he did the opposite, which also confused that guy. Damn it. Give me the paper to write on first. You slowly walk up the stairs in the tunnel. But when you reach the top, there's no sign of anyone. What's going on? Where did everyone go? But a piece of paper stuck nearby caught Ugin's attention. I want to go somewhere warm to drink something hot and warm myself up. That is a message from Sehun. Sent to you. Except, in an emergency situation, Sehun has experienced a total of 14 dungeon explosions so far. The monsters are now heading to their gathering point, which is Namsan, the muddy soccer field, the hotel next to DDB. Gangnam, we've already returned to Adon, so keep in touch if you remember. But forget it. It seems like even having 10 lives wouldn't be enough anymore. Yet Ugin still feels resentful towards him. That Sehun guy who kissed her and told her to contact him but didn't leave a phone number. How is she supposed to reach him? In another part of the city, Xe-min moved swiftly and lightly to stay aware of the situation. He skillfully uses his power to control the situation. But just then, Xe-min gets connected to you. Xe-min, where are you? He was surprised by this telepathic ability. Brother, I hear voices in my head. How can you do this? Ugin quickly explained and moved on to the main issue. Because he's my subordinate. So don't worry about that. How are everyone else? Xe-min reported the status of the teammates. Sehun is now in chaos. Quen Nam, Dan and Adon are the worst. I heard Sung-Gu and Hasen are fighting around them. I'm wondering about some people who haven't been mentioned. What about you and Ji-won? Ji-won isn't attending the class reunion today. He's just as lost. I'm heading there now. I can't reach him. Ugin asked urgently. Where is she? Min mentioned a place that made him stunned, the BB Hotel in Hongdae. Ugin remembered the words on the paper and shivered. What? Inside the dim hotel lobby. How many people are tightly bound in silk threads like mummies? Ji-won struggles to breathe because the space is too cramped. I can't breathe. Sarloth opens her mouth wide and smugly laughs as she creates these scenes of horror. She is delighted with her achievement. With so many Earth people like this, I could swallow both Lord Raja-kun and this entire planet. But what finally made Sarloth surrender was the fact that the god I.E.L.O. had taken control of Earth first. Facing her were countless innocent human larvae. And Sarloth was ready. All right. Let's begin. She approached a man, brushing away the web to reveal his pitiful and distressed face. Sarloth looked down at the person with a bright gaze, her smile gradually turning more inhumane as screams echoed loudly. She moved closer to the person's face and released the deadly spider, despite their desperate screams. The entire hotel is filled with the desperate screams of innocent people being threatened with their lives. She struggles to break free from this restraint to escape. Outside is all dirt and rocks, all debris caused by the monsters. You and he have arrived, and both of you can't help but marvel at the current scene. This place has turned into a spider's lair, and it's only been a few hours. They've already done this much. The surrounding webbing swallowing people really makes everyone panic. These monsters reproduce very quickly and are densely packed, so they are very difficult to deal with. To handle them, Eugene called in a hunter. Lyric, you request Lyric to handle those spiders. A warrant. Eugene calmly assigns the task. And Goblin, go find G1. They are also willing to fulfill the request. As the lover of the master, I request the order. Charlotte is satisfied with the delicious meal before her. It's been a long time since I had such a pure soul. She is eagerly awaiting the birth of those beings. Surely a very special child will be born. Charlotte approaches G1, ready to take over her body and become a cocoon for our child. The little spider slowly crawled out of her mouth to absorb the other cocoon. But suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, as if to stop her reproductive plan. The destroyed nursery made Charlotte wail loudly in grief. In G1's eyes, a mix of joy and emotion. I arrived just in time. Sorry I was late. G1. Eugene is just as happy that she's safe. Have you been waiting long? Eugene Jamin hurried over to help G1 out of the debris. But all he saw was that she was fine. Are you okay? Are you unharmed? However, they only managed to save her, while the others were already overwhelmed and killed. But the brutal scene and the innocent lives lost made you grit your teeth in regret. Eugene remembered those innocent lives. They had hoped for his arrival. If he had come to the celebration, perhaps they would have gone home safely. She seemed very interested in your appearance. So Earth actually has a warrior like you. I see now. So that's why the space overlords are struggling to form alliances and clear dungeons. Eugene straightforwardly asked Sharkloth. Spider, what is your name? She calmly introduced herself. I am Sharkloth, the space overlord of the Kim Long Association, allied with that white-haired girl. Now Sharkloth finally remembered hearing about you. You're talking about that new recruit Reed. Right, I just remembered. He said he's from Earth. Eugene ends the introduction here. All right. I remember your name now. It's your turn to show her what paying the price means. And today you won't get to die. Little brother. Sharkloth was furious at Eugene's arrogant attitude. A mere human dares to challenge me. She cast a spell to command the demon spiders to attack. Children, devour him until there's not a single piece left. You grab the hammer to defend yourself. Z-Min. Protect Jiwan. The mighty hammer in your hand makes Eugene more confident. He decisively swung the hammer down onto the floor, causing a powerful shockwave that shattered the ground. The area was like an earthquake, destroying the earth and the surface, with debris and spider parts all around. Sharkloth, furious at seeing her children shattered. How dare you hurt my precious ones? Before she could finish her sentence, Eugene shoved a fist straight into her stomach, knocking her away. Her half-human, half-spider body was slammed directly into the wall behind her, clearly in pain. You continue to use your supernatural power to attack Sharkloth. The sharp arrows keep piercing through her body as if to turn Sharkloth into a hedgehog. Eugene looks at me impaled on the wall, and mocks. You look like a spider specimen, helpless. Sharkloth could only curse as he calmly watched on, using his gravity powers to drive the arrows deeper. You want Sharkloth's wax to flow, so that it's worse than death. Wait a moment. My anger won't be able to be contained if I let you die like that. The blazing fire was ready to face the fierce monsters, spreading across the city like a sea of flames that seemed to swallow the monsters in a blaze that burned flesh and skin. Out there, Sungwoo and Sade Tooth are facing a horde of extremely fierce monsters. They struggle to approach and look at them like a fat piece of meat, with no blocking their way to counterattack the monsters. Brave as he is, the number of enemies is overwhelming. He gritted his teeth, fighting and thinking about tactics at the same time, wondering what to do next as his magic was running out. Sungwoo is extremely confused about the current situation. He needs time to recover. But if he leaves here, the families in Adan will. The giant wind suddenly went berserk and charged straight at him, causing Sungwoo to tremble and stand frozen in place. He worries deeply to remind him. Director, knowing he can't escape, so Sungwoo has no choice but to face it. Damn it. But then something unexpected happened that made him suddenly wake up in an instant. A powerful explosion erupted, blowing away everything around him and causing everyone to panic. The giant slowly stepped out of the wreckage, mighty and fierce, and was BB's puppet. She arrived just in time to save them. Sungwoo, you did well. And Sungwoo was utterly surprised. BB excitedly stands on the giant's body and praises him. Only then does Sungwoo clearly see the figure coming to save him. And he feels joy when he sees BB's smiling face. Rain went back to use magic to heal and partially recover Sungwoo after the recent battle. She carefully advised him not to overexert himself since he's not fully recovered yet. But he has improved significantly and looks much more lively. Thank you. Lady Cheng. Sungwoo inquires about everyone's condition. BB. How is the boss? The master will be here soon too. The chaos outside has been cleared up by the giant's kick. So they're somewhat reassured. We're saved. Everything will be fine as long as the boss is here. I heard Thika will also be returning soon. But suddenly, remembering something made her freeze zealot. Then Muadi mentioned a rather strange name. The Plague King. And finally, he appeared the Plague. It took her a few seconds to hesitate before explaining clearly that this was the nickname of Thikote's faction. Yes. It's the nickname of Thikote's group. Zionist. He's also very notorious even among the Immortal Army. 200 years ago, Thikote Zionist slaughtered 30 million people. Which is why his very appearance was considered a plague. Oh my god. Hearing the boss's instructions, he was stunned. He told me to follow Thiko and learn more magic. But will I be okay? But Sungwoo still forced a smile. As expected. He's like the master of the boss. Probably better than him in this field. Yet the rain keeps denying it. It just can't be. She revealed the harsh truth that after the Immortals created their own armies, the number of lives he had taken in the past 20 years was no less than 100 million. By now, he can't be optimistic anymore. Can my boss still trust that day? Ugin suddenly appeared behind them. Surprising everyone. Are you all talking badly about me, boss? You haven't praised Sungwoo enough. He did his best while I was away. Now, it's their turn to deal with the main cause of the disaster. So go and get that damn dragon's life. In another corner of the city, the monsters are still rampaging fiercely. Their size making anyone who sees them marvel. We are terrifying. No wonder he's the boss. Ugin quickly jumps up to avoid the gnarled hands reaching up from below, secretly calculating the benefits. As there are still many lessons to learn in Namsan Gichon. Now facing Ugin is the golden dragon, with its massive wings spread wide over the battlefield. The two sides clash. One, a mighty dragon. The other, a human with overwhelming power. It takes a deep breath, absorbing the surrounding essence to turn it into a weapon. You realize that attack will cause trouble. The dragon's breath will be a problem. Defending against the dragon's attack is extremely difficult, even though I can protect myself with a soul shield. But Adon and all the awakened are right behind me. Ugin had to act immediately, without thinking. Going crazy. Its breath was intensified like a storm wanting to sweep away all living creatures. The blinding pressure of light made it impossible for him to see directly. The energy sphere exploded, resembling a sun covering almost the entire city. Those below also had a hard time resisting the explosion. But luckily it was stopped just in time and didn't blow up. Dispersing into golden dust, you breathe a sigh of relief. Almost failing. But the dragon is very respectful. The Staff of Authority seems to have the power to reduce the pressure of the attacks aimed at doing so. Ugin looked pleased as his trusted ally acted just in time. Seems he wasn't late. Janus looked up at the dragon. Teasing and provoking. Kim Long. Does Eong-ung need a friend? You refuse. No. It's one of Janet's subordinates. Anyway. It's useless to me. So just kill it, he said calmly. So it's not difficult. The information about the dragon appears Kim Long. Rajakul. The leader of the Kim Long Society on planet ZAQ and the ruler of space. Rajakul asked, blocking my almost eternal breath. Someone who was already dead, but couldn't die at the same time. Who really is that person? Janies exhales sharply, then mutters to himself. His eyes blaze with fierce intent as he orders. The minions of that filthy Janet should shut their disgusting mouths. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the large Jiaho staff. Burn all his mist away without leaving a single piece. Kim Long saw the powerful aura rushing toward him and couldn't help but be amazed. Immediately, a huge explosion erupted in the sky as green clouds of energy soared into the air. The smoke gradually spreads throughout the space, and a faint smile appears from within Rajakul. You dry fog. So Jia is really a fool. Its eyes sharpened and glowed coldly. For a body that has reached the highest tolerance of magic, this kind of attack is useless. Jeanette, seeing this, smiled and asked, don't they look like ordinary flames? But now the layer on Rajakul's body is gradually regenerating. He was truly amazed and exclaimed, what? It is now reforming with its eyes emitting a jade green light. This magic, is this the flame that will never go out? Even in the deepest level of hell. Until the target dies. Hellfire. Rajakul declares that you can't break through my barrier with just that. Janet now laughs loudly. It seems her firepower still isn't enough. So, if that's the case, let's increase it a bit. Seeing this, it opened its mouth in surprise. unable to anticipate this move, as cursed web-like barriers appeared, surrounding him. Then the nine-headed dragon opened its ferocious jaws and warned, "I will show you the true hell." Hydra. Information appears. The nine-headed dragon lives in the deepest layer of hell, Janet shouted loudly, holding 100 pillars. And immediately, countless hydras appeared, his eyes narrowing fiercely as he called out hell. Quickly, the hydras' mouths open wide, revealing a fireball of hell. Rizaki stares in shock with his mouth agape as a powerful energy erupts and a blazing aura spreads all around. Its entire body was quickly engulfed by the light and gradually faded into a blurry illusion. Rizaki cried out in pain and anger. He immediately disintegrated into tiny glowing dust particles floating in the air. Eugene stood with his hands on his hips, looking up and praising. He's always been extraordinary. You asked how it feels after the seal is broken. Janus, he replied. I still can't sense the flow of time. But have you found Thuras's judgment yet? Eugene gently closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Again. I tried very hard but still found nothing. Thuras's judgment. It's one of Thuras's weapons in his item inventory. Janice kept saying that you had to find the execution. But it's not in the achievement or space store. You can't even find its recipe. And you're wondering if it really exists. Eugene turned back and looked into the distance, urging them to continue talking later, for now. Let's go with the Death Knights and get this over with. Let's start the battle. Janice agreed. Fine. All right. I'll leave these monsters to you. But I have to deal with the mess that creature left behind. His gaze fixed on something sprouting and growing. He assessed that if its roots are thriving in soul, it would be a serious problem. Suddenly, his eyes widened with surprise. Eugene looked up at the sky and asked in confusion, "What is that energy?" His eyes sharpened and narrowed as he saw a bright red flash streaking across the gloomy sky above a fiery fireball with crackling sparks rushing down an asteroid. You grit your teeth and look up. A meteor right in the middle of Seoul. Doing something like this. And the voice calling out echoes. Janus. Eugene raised his hand to his forehead and sighed. The South Tower isn't the problem, but the entire Seoul will disappear completely. On another side, the footage shows chaos with guns firing wildly and exploding fireworks. Then the footage shows the city submerged in a sea of fireworks. The sound of gunfire in one breath. And it's not even yet at the point of chaos. A person sitting comfortably in a chair spoke. But I still feel relieved that the purge is almost over. The cameraman turned back and asked, Lord PDA, should we get closer? The director immediately replied, no. Do you want to get shot by stray bullets? Wait until the sound of the northern barrage ends. Suddenly, a purple horse's leg descended to the ground, confusing him, and the director also turned to look. Both of them exclaimed in surprise. Kang Woojin, pointing and asking, is this a live broadcast? The screen shows multiple slides, and the editor's voice echoes. News. The screen shows Woojin's direction, with breaking news and information being broadcast. Hero Kang Woojin has discovered a meteorite guarded by a dragon. The footage shows that some kind of object is heading towards Namsan, and according to him, the meteor will hit directly there, expected to cause damage in about 15 minutes. Then the scene shifts to tanks rushing forward and soldiers fighting the monsters at the site, all urgently evacuating under Kang Woojin's orders. The monsters have appeared, and now the monsters in Namsan are completely under his control. Woojin, with a look of pride on his face. Our hero is alone on the battlefield and plans to stop the fragment of the meteor. Your family is also watching the screen closely. Listening to the news, we ask everyone to prepare for the shockwave that will follow the impact of the meteor. Let's all pray together for his safe return under the dark. Cloudy sky now. Woojin looked down in confusion and asked himself, have I been a bit too shameless? He glanced up, but he couldn't say that his own creations had caused that. Woojin turned to ask, Zionist, why did you create such an inconvenient situation for humanity? Zionist laughed loudly. Isn't it better to knock on the door when you come to Earth? And I will also wipe out all the monsters on the way. You think if you keep ignoring the rules, the Earth will be destroyed again, he chuckled softly. It's just a small greeting. So no life will be threatened. Woojin exclaimed that humanity on Earth would die from just a single shockwave, and now, in the sky, the meteorite had appeared, shining brighter as it drew closer through the space. You smile softly, ending our little chat. Zionist. Woojin reminds you, get ready to go, as the meteor is now rushing down with incredible force toward the city below. Zionist let out a strange laugh. Who would have thought I would use magic to save humanity? Woojin watched the approaching meteorite with growing anxiety. Hurry up. It will arrive soon. He ordered. Of course. He should follow the command of the Lord. The sound of Zionist's staff command, as he gently waves it to control the magic barrier around the area, opening it. The monsters below are all terrified by Zionist's actions. The blazing meteorite's shape became clear, and Wu Jin silently took it all in. The city was bound to face a massive explosion. The news bulletin quickly published the story. Today is the second day since the dungeon appeared and was dealt with. And Seoul, along with Gyeonggi, Busan, Daejeon, and Daegu, are in the midst of repairing the damage. The damage caused by the explosion was severe, with some countries relying on nuclear weapons to contain the monsters. And as a result, our country is considered one of the few successful ones in minimizing the damage. The news report doesn't forget Kang Woo-jin. No one else. Everyone owes it to his excellent skills as the guild leader Kang Woo-jin. And no one can deny this. At the same time, expressing concern about recent events, with dungeons constantly opening and monsters spilling out from all sides. The residents are facing the most important decision they have ever had to make. The commentator raises a question: will we acknowledge Adon's independence and their security personnel, or just see him leave? Depending on our decision. At the company, the news bulletin was turned off immediately afterward. Mr. Jin raised the issue that the current situation seems to favor us, but we should still prepare for the possibility of a majority opposition. Kang Woo-jin immediately agreed, saying he's right. If the constitutional reform is rejected, we will have to leave Korea. Lee Kang-jin was once a prosecutor of the Republic of Korea. Under the orders of the current minister, he helped Kang Woo-jin and officially joined the Adan organization. But his opinion was rejected by him. As for Adon, they will not go anywhere. We will declare the current area as owned territory. He awkwardly interrupted and apologized, saying it's not that we will have to leave if autonomy is denied. Heeman had to step in and explain, saying that would be easier. But the president probably wouldn't leave. Even if Adon became an anti-government organization, Kang Jin suddenly asked anxiously, "Do you mean we are committing treason against the government? Because if we do that, there will be armed conflict." Myung-jin added, "That's why I said we need a plan to prevent that." Kang Jin tried to suggest a more peaceful approach. "We should just persuade the president." Sunggu, seeing his determined attitude, casually said that overthrowing the government would be easier than trying to persuade him. Back to Woo Jin's plan. At this point, we should just hope that the voters will support it. While the members of the Dan Society are plotting together, Woo Jin, who has cleared all the dungeons in the country, is heading to the stronghold of the situation at the request of other nations. Accompanied by the Saint Muddies, she muttered in admiration, "The damned spatial lord." Woo Jin slowly spoke. "They are now putting everything into it." He turned to talk to Muddies, just like An Fen. "Right." She didn't answer right away. After a moment of silence, she softly replied, "Which reminded me of a terrible nightmare." And Woo Jin nodded in agreement. "That's right." He looked cold when he recalled that terrible nightmare. The monster created from the stronghold was truly very unsettling. Woo Jin fell into thought again, guessing that the stronghold was used to allow Space Lords to use their power, with a Space Lord buying monsters from the shop and releasing them through the stronghold. "You remember your past in An Fen, where I only had to deal with monsters invading my territory. But the situation here is different." Woo Jin decisively made up his mind that he had to deal with that damn stronghold as quickly as possible if he wanted to protect the Earth. In Rome, Italy, where the sky is shrouded in a gloomy hue, gunfire rings out non-stop, and the attacks grow increasingly fierce. The monster is temporarily held back by the army's firepower, but suddenly it unleashes its power, breaking through the barrage and targeting a soldier. And then, unable to escape a fierce conflict, the commander saw the unfavorable situation and ordered to move the wounded. "We retreat immediately." The soldiers quickly follow orders and get on the vehicles. "Move fast." Once the troops are assembled, the commander orders the vehicles to move out. The commander anxiously watches the time. There are only 4 minutes left. The soldiers, alert, look toward the city. "We've planted bombs in multiple locations around the city. We can't kill them all, but it will slow down the monster's advance." Suddenly, the vehicle slammed on the brakes, causing the entire team to lurch forward, and a soldier shouted angrily, "What? Why did we stop?" But then he realized the problem when he looked up at the sky. Damn it. Flying monsters. A horde of fierce beasts charging wildly towards them. The commander quickly assessed the situation and ordered an attack. The soldiers had no choice but to disembark and fight. Rain of bullets shot into the sky to block the monster's flight. But one quickly closed in on the soldier. At that moment, the soldier closed his eyes, waiting for death's judgment. But the pain he expected never came. And he looked up in surprise to see all the monsters defeated. The surprised soldiers turned back. "Who is that?" "It's none other than Ugin." The one who stepped forward suddenly exclaimed, "You are Ugin, the savior of our world." Without wasting a moment, he ordered Morty to heal the wounded, while he disarmed the bombs. To which she replied, "Yes. Wait. There's a bomb everywhere." Ugin quickly glanced at him and asked, "What? A bomb? When will they go off? The soldier replied softly, suggesting it would be better to depart after 59 seconds. But Ugin simply bid farewell to Morty and entered the city. Damn it, Morty, see you later, she replied. Yes, my lord. The soldier hurriedly stopped him. No, the explosion will. You and your horse rush towards the city. Ugin quietly calculates that he can't lose all his XP like this. He softly calls out to Janus. Janus. Ugin softly orders to destroy them all within 30 seconds. And he laughs loudly in delight. Destroying the town is my favorite. I don't care what happens. Immediately, the ground lit up brightly. And the confused monsters, not understanding what was happening, exploded all at once. And soon after, the city was engulfed in a series of continuous explosions. After Janus's explosion, trees started to grow underground, as he predicted. Just as he said they would. Ugin asked, "Isn't everything almost over now?" Llama City is now surrounded by a giant forest. And suddenly, a blinding white light appears in the sky. He looked up, dazed. Then a powerful force struck the ground, causing it to shatter and debris to fly everywhere. Nictor emerges from the thickening smoke, a formidable figure holding death in his hands. The man Rajakui seeks to eliminate. Ugin confidently confirms. It's me. He clenched his hand around the hammer and introduced himself. I am Nictor. Nictor raises his hammer and declares loudly that he will personally avenge Lord Rajakui, while the system also provides information about him. The Space Lord Nictor of the planet ZAQ, a giant warrior under the Kimlong Society. Ugin ignored Nictor and looked away. You sneer at his declaration. So how do you plan to do it? And are you stronger than Rajakui? Nictor angrily retorts. I cannot compare myself to a great lord like Rajakui. That is why I serve him. But Ugin interrupted with a difficult question. What if I kill him? Will you follow me? The atmosphere suddenly shifted, and he was caught off guard by your question. Right after that, Nictor raised his hammer and roared. How can you insult a warrior? I will not be tempted. I will smash you into pieces with my hammer. Driven by his unrelenting anger, its power is terrifying, destroying the ground with each strike. But Ugin was unharmed after Nictor's attack, and he sneered. Those giants really are something. If he had been a bit smarter, this fight might have been more interesting. Ugin's sarcastic tone hinted at his own fate. Behind Nictor, the shadows had successfully closed in, leaving him no time to react and deal with them. Nictor roared in fury. Those damn flies, even then, couldn't stop the sharp blades of the shadows. Their eyes gleamed with death. And in just a few moments, Nictor was completely defeated. Ugin watched this scene with a slight smile on his lips, seeing him lying motionless on the ground. You couldn't help but mock him. He's only good for his size. Then Ugin turned to ask Janus. Janus, burn the rest of the root. He replied succinctly. Fine. The entire city is now completely engulfed in flames. Janus looked at the scene before him in amazement, realizing there was also a connection to Shanette here. A shard of space shining brightly. He agreed and replied. Yes. This must be the key to bringing peace and happiness to Shanette. Ugin says that out of the 9 roots in Korea, they have 3 pieces, totaling 5, including the one they obtained from the terrifying tomb and the current one they possess. You put the space shard into the storage, and the item drop rate seems to have increased. Ugin immediately sensed something was wrong and asked Janus, but it's true. Why are all the easy roots concentrated in densely populated areas or historical sites? He pondered and had to accept it. Even I don't really understand. Hearing that, his eyes sharpened, and he let out a light breath. It's better that we appear in visible places. But if the Space Lords can hide and cause trouble, that would be quite troublesome. Then the scene shifts to the entrance of Jeju Manjang Cave, where the ticket booth is. The security guard, surprised to see Junpyo when looking out from the counter, he hurried out to ask him, the district chairman, what was so sudden? Junpyo turned back to inform him that the maintenance schedule had been rescheduled. The guard couldn't help but complain. You should have told me right away. There are still tourists here. He had to smile awkwardly and remind him. I'm sorry. Please don't accept any more guests and ask everyone to move towards the exit. Just keep informing them. Junpyo's orders mean even the guards can't object. But he couldn't help but ask loudly. What are those boxes? They don't look like the repair crew from before. Junpyo gently smiled and softly reminded him. We just changed companies. Don't interfere anymore. While the construction is ongoing. Just cooperate. He stepped into the dark cave, while the staff carefully arranged and prepared for their plan. Junpyo carefully instructed the bodyguard to stop anyone trying to enter, and he nodded in response. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Then he approached the prepared battlefield. The setup was complete. Junpyo, now wearing the glowing ring, looked visibly excited and asked everyone to step back. Horn smiled confidently, also looking forward to this ceremony. as the ritual to revive Lord Yellow begins. Meanwhile, after arriving at Lam A's stronghold, Eugene flew straight to London to fulfill England's request. Currently, Kang Eugene of Aden has been sent to participate in the reconquest of London. The exhausted soldiers after the long battle are greatly encouraged upon hearing the news of his enlistment. The announcer recounted the events up to now, and he and the Immortal Legion are ready for the upcoming battle. Stay tuned for the footage. Then, on the screen appears Eugene's heroic image. The old man glances briefly. He's here. Another introduction of him from Toffler, the second candidate for saving the world. Kang Eugene. Downtown London, though heavily damaged, has become calmer. Eugene sighs. I was lucky too. And Lo whispers. Now we have 6 heroes. Suddenly, Tom stepped forward and praised you, saying you're truly the best. Why? We smile broadly with gratitude. Kang Eugene. If it weren't for you. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. The president of the United Kingdom Awakening Society. Tom Clarkson, Eugene quickly replied. After all, it's a win-win situation. He thought to himself. His experience points are increasing, and he's also collecting space debris. But then Tom offered a deal with you regarding the space fragment. Why didn't you sell the space fragment you just obtained to England right away? Eugene couldn't help but be stunned as he confirmed. Knowing about the shard, he simply replied casually. You must be surprised since it hasn't become widespread worldwide yet. Then Tom began explaining the knowledge about the fragment. The space fragment is a stone that only appears when you break the architecture built by the Lord. The core of the dungeons, although not yet revealed, was predicted by an English researcher named James Toffler. He briefly summarized the current global situation, with the US, Japan, China, and Germany searching for and studying them. So Britain also needs a sample. Eugene froze for a moment when he heard the familiar name. James Toffler. The person who guessed the fragment of space, feeling like he had heard that name somewhere before. In his mind, a vague memory surfaced of Toffler presenting the old man's hypothesis. I have come up with a hypothesis about the return stone. As everyone knows, the return stone can lead to a gold mine dungeon or become a key to escape. The terrifying scenes keep unfolding. But the dungeons are not mines, and the blood crystals we stole are actually the traps they set for us. In my memory, the old man declared that the monsters are extraterrestrial creatures. Eugene snapped back to reality, seemingly understanding everything. He realized that the old man he saw in the report was from England. Toffel on the news bulletin concludes his hypothesis that Earthlings have gotten the closest to the truth about the dungeon. And based on my theory, the dungeon is actually their passageway. In other words, it is the door through which aliens come to Earth. From now on, you should remember the name Old Man. Professor Toffel. Switching to another scene, the black car stops, and he stands beside the car door. Well, goodbye for now, and thank you again for protecting London, Eugene says with a hint of regret. Furthermore, please carefully consider the proposal I made regarding the space fragments. He agrees easily and smiles narrowly. I will send a message to the Parliament. All right. I look forward to their response. His eyes followed the departing car as the rain blurred his vision, and the astonished doctor looked at Eugene, unable to believe that his lord would make such a request to someone else. Could the doctor he mentioned really be that good? His eyes grew sharp as he replied to her. He is the only person in the world who has uncovered most of the secrets of the dungeon. Eugene added that taking some time to meet him wouldn't cost anything. And a little later, the two of them were standing in front of the Toffler building. Sunlight streams into the room through the window, creating a prism, with simple and classic decor. The old man asked if it was your taste for tea, and you had to stop sipping your tea and look up in surprise. Speaking in Han, Eugene probes. You speak Han quite well. Do you have any connection to Korea? Toffler calmly replies. You'll learn everything by the time you're this age. The old man looked at Matey standing beside him. All right. Saintess, please take a seat. I've finished cleaning. She stared in shock as the old man addressed her in the Enfangnan language. Eugene was just as surprised as Matey, his voice lowering with a hint of suspicion. Who are you? Eugene, like a shadow, quickly stood beside Toffler, threatening him with a spear. How do you know the Enfangnan language? You're the Space Lord, aren't you? Toffler calmly replied. No, I have some basic knowledge of this language, so Eugene. Who are you? He glanced cautiously and looked down, then made a suggestion. We can talk in a limited language. Eugene stared intently at Toffler, silently assessing him. He was not afraid of death, but more strangely, after a pause, he voiced his inner thoughts. Why don't you have a soul? Of course it's humans, until now. Nothing without a soul has ever existed. Eugene was confused, unable to sense any trace of this fairy's soul. And Toffler, without replying, just laughed loudly. Old man, calm down. I'm not that cautious. We share the same goal. So I'll skip the idle talk and reveal my identity. Toffler's deep, unfathomable gaze delivered a conclusion. I am from a different dimension. Eugene still doubted and asked, Are you from another dimension? But even so, why can't I sense your soul? Toffler replied, I can't say more. The old man looked at you with a steady voice and said, I don't really care if you kill me, but isn't that why you came here to ask me something? Eugene lowered his gaze, eyes filled with thought, and finally relented, returning to his seat and saying, We will listen to what you have to say. Rain sat beside him, listening to Eugene add, You'd better tell us everything you know. Don't mess around. Toffler calmly said, You don't need to be so cautious with me. We share the same goal. You ask questions. Protect the Earth, he insisted. Protect each of our planets. Eugene crossed his arms and asked back, What's the name of your planet? Toffler was hesitant to answer. How should I say this? You understand the issue too. Reaffirm once more. And then okay. I don't care where you're from. As long as I can protect the Earth. Eugene cut straight to the point. Do you know how to do it? And the old man remained silent. Then suddenly asked, Do you know what Chinet really is? And Eugene replied, Just vague. Toffler summarized from his own experiences that how it was created doesn't matter. What matters more is its meaning. He continued explaining that its core is a supernatural network between planets, created by Chinet. You asked, confused. Are you talking about space travel? And Toffler nodded. Yes, that's right. He calmly recounted a story from a long time ago, when the connection was unstable, and some creatures traveled through dimensions. Just like how you were transported to Anfen 5 years ago. Eugene looks annoyed. Have you been watching me since then? The old man protested. Of course not. I just heard the news. Toffler clarified, I wasn't waiting for you from the beginning. I was just waiting for someone who could protect their home planet. You're impatient. Take a deep breath. This introduction is too long. Just tell me how to protect Earth. Lao's face turns dangerous. If Charnay gains access to the supernatural network, the realms are interconnected through intermediary links. Toffler then looks at Mady and says, We need to set up a firewall to block that connection. She was also startled when she received that look from the old man, and Mady spoke up. A god. Toffler nodded and said, That's right. A planet's god is like a firewall blocking the connection. The old man continued analyzing. The Earth's guardian will soon be born. Protect it from Charnay's power. Mady's face showed seriousness. Can we block it just by protecting the deity? Or does Anfen have a deity too? But in the end, that also exceeds its capabilities. Toffler agreed. That's right. No matter how strong the firewall is, it can't block all viruses. The old man firmly stated, That's why someone has to become a powerful vaccine. They must completely eliminate the virus through the firewall. Toffler looked at you with a knowing tone, implying that Ugin already understood what I was talking about, the weapon Giannis is searching for. Capable of destroying everything that opposes it. Ugin silently wondered if Thras's execution was real, and he was startled when the old man repeated his own question, asking if he had no soul. The old man continued, I see hope in you. Ugin was confused. What does he mean? Toffler's eyebrows furrowed deeply, and he confidently said, You have eyes that can see the truth. The old man added, He is someone like the person I have been searching for, the one I have always been waiting for. Toffler suddenly stood up. I've said everything I can. It's been a pleasure meeting you like this. And both Ugin and Muddy were shocked by that action, looking at the old man's shadow and then walking away. You stand up and chase after him. Where are you going? Ugin reaches out to stop you. We still have a lot to discuss. He rushed forward, but his arm passed right through Toffler's body. Ugin's face showed clear reluctance, and his hand that pierced through the old man's body also stiffened. Toffler remained silent, his lips trembling. He left a final word before disappearing into the light. You have reached the end of this long battle. I hope you can uncover the truth. You turn back and call out Zionist. Ugin's voice cold as ice. It seems we really need to find out about the execution. He accepts it. Of course. Zionist explained that Thras's execution is the ultimate weapon only a soul clone can use. But you must find the answer before solving the puzzle. So you interrupted him. I'm talking about something else. Ugin waved his hand and created a space door saying, Let's go. Be determined. Turn back and find everything about Thras. Meanwhile, the Aiden Guild successfully signed a treaty with the South Korean government and became an independent sovereign organization like a new country. The black car sped down the road. The astonished chauffeur said, Oh my God. Should I call you minister now? Min Trang heard this and burst out laughing. When did you learn those words? The corner of his mouth twitched into a smile, squinting his eyes. Hey, I really didn't do much. Did I? You handled all the tough parts. Prime Minister. Min Trang was helpless before the commanding tone of the car. Prime Minister. Oh my God. He reports that I just received news. Our chairman has finished his work in the UK and will be returning soon. Min Trang immediately nodded, realizing I should quickly go back and tell him about the achievements I've made today. Inside, he kept shouting with joy, his lips trembling from trying not to laugh. I never hoped to be promoted this much. Like a prime minister. Min Trang seemed to find it hard to believe that she was actually the prime minister of a new country with influence around the world. He stroked his hair and smiled confidently, probably now greater than anyone else in the world. And the car felt this self-assurance too. Feeling quite uneasy, anyway. Keep going. Prime Minister Dung. The car gradually slowed down and sped through the gate. With the words Adan City written on the wall, Min Trang's car passed by, the two people arguing. I told you that you can't come in here, and I also said that the chairman is the one who invited me to Adan. Both of them looked confused. Then the teacher confidently said, I've checked carefully. You are not on the meeting schedule list. He still tried to convince them, saying I am a famous fake awakening expert in India. Really? But the guard didn't believe him, and angrily said, Look, how could I know someone from India? A familiar voice calls out, causing that person to turn around. Branca. Mr. Hun's car honks enthusiastically. Branca, come here. Join us. He replies loudly. Mr. Hun's car. Walking into the building. Mr. Hun's car asked Han Branca when he came to Korea. If he had told us earlier, we would have sent someone there already. He pointed to the person and introduced. You should go through this person. This is President Dung Min Chan. He said friendly. Nice to meet you. I am Branca. And Min Chan responded politely. I am Min Chan. Let's go inside and talk. He placed his hand on the door handle, gently pushed the door open, and in surprised voice from inside said, Branca, is that you? Since when has Ugin been sitting comfortably in the chair you kept delaying? But now you're finally here. Min Chan exclaimed happily. President. Branca nervously laughed and explained. I didn't delay. I just had a personal issue. You sound cold and humorous. Ugin, unimpressed, crossed his legs and said, You tried to avoid leaving India. Right, so you probably won't end things with your boss. Huh. Branca nervously replied. Of course not. I wanted to come here. Ugin sighed in relief. Whatever works. Anyway, welcome to Adan. Then you pay attention to the other two. Ugin looked at Sohun and Min Chan with confusion and said, Hey, why are you two always so cheerful? You're making me uncomfortable. He handed you a stack of documents. We just returned after confirming this treaty. You stopped the documents and said, Summarize it for me. Min Chan honestly summarized the main points for Ugin. Korea has recognized Adan's independence, and they allow their citizens to hold dual citizenship through constitutional amendments, so the people don't have to give up their Korean citizenship even if they become citizens of a nation. You replied satisfied. Well done. Min Chan laughed happily. It's all thanks to you, Chairman. Or should I start calling you King from now on? Ugin calmly said something that stunned him. Call me Your Majesty. You fool. The conversation grew awkward. And you crossed your arms in front of you. What? Why? Min Chan was sweating profusely. It's nothing, Your Majesty. Ugin leaned back in his chair with a sneer and said, I was joking, we are independent now, so just relax, call me whatever you want. He forced a smile, so it was just a joke. He looked up, his attitude serious again. But for now, this isn't an urgent matter. Call everyone here. Min Chan's face froze when he heard Ugin say, I have something important to discuss. A moment later, footsteps overlapping each other. Sun and Sunggu entered together. Hey A. You called us A. You answered. Yes. Go ahead and sit down. He was a bit surprised when he looked to the side. It's Blanca. He greeted with a smile. Long time no see. Sunggu. They hurriedly sat down. Min Chan stepped forward and asked, Mr. Chairman, what important thing do you want to talk about? Your eyes become sharp. Sun is taking over the outside world. He corrects his words. Sun is taking over the outside world. Ugin began addressing the issue. So far, we have always tried to prevent the connection of the Space Lords. And because of that, Earth has suffered a lot of damage. Your voice drops sharply. The enemy will keep connecting here. If this continues, the cities won't survive anymore. Min Chan shows clear confusion. So, Ugin revealed a bleak future that surprised everyone. If there is a place turned into a battlefield, it should be our territory. How can we fight on Earth? He clasped his hands together, his dangerous gaze making the decision. We can't just keep stopping them. We must strike first. Sungwoo cautiously asked, So we're going to Anfen then? As Rain seemed to realize something, her eyes shining brightly. She let out a cry. Ugin half smiled and replied, No. Anfen will be our final destination. No need to rush there yet. We will go to the planet Rak first. Sungwoo looked confused and asked again, The rock planet? He nodded and replied, yes, that's the planet where the Kim Long Association exists. And the name Rajaki, who connected with Earth last time, is also there. Ugin grew more confident with each word, ambition radiating from him. We will conquer them and strengthen our forces. The next day at Seoul Airport, a voice rang out. Sir, everything is ready. Sungwoo wondered. We'll leave right after. Ugin replied, wait. There's one more person joining us. He asked confusedly, aren't all the explorers already here? You asked Sul Hunjui if he contacted him, and he nodded in response. Yes. I did contact him. A muscular man walks over and greets. Hey there. Brother Kang. Ugin happily turns to greet him. Mr. Beck. Just in time. Looking at the familiar person in front of him, Sungwoo was very confused. What are you doing here? Chairman Baek. Jiamdo laughed loudly and replied. What do you mean? Aren't we a team now? Sun is invading the outside world. As expected. You really are always different. Kang. You watch him explain. I called him because we don't have a Tan creature. Sungwoo asked curiously. A Tan creature? Ugin replied. Yes. You look toward the two suns. We now have a scout and tamer. Then he turned his gaze towards Blanca, a subordinate who can heal itself. Ugin looked dreamily with full confidence, wondering if a healer could really cure us. They all looked in your direction. Now we're more like a team, right? Sungwoo waited for a response, but when he didn't hear anything, he spoke up. So, what about me? Ugin grinned slyly, saying, you'll get special tutoring. Unaware that he's fallen into a trap, Sungwoo felt a bit scared inside, wondering if the terrifying teacher had ever taught him before. He panicked and jumped up to protest. Hey, I just realized now, we don't have a main damage dealer. I think I should join in and… You cut off Sungwoo, throwing away your last hope. Someone is already handling it. Don't think about escaping anymore. I've already told Janist about this. Sweat poured down his face like a river. I can't escape anymore. Hearing the terrifying image of Janist, the one who will tutor me, Sungwoo trembled. I was so scared I thought I would die. The teleportation gate opens in a city somewhere on the planet Aiden, and Sungwoo and Hysun stare in amazement at the scenery around them. There are many flying streams in the sky of the city. Ugin introduces, this is the planet Aiden, where our lord has ruled. We've only heard of it before. The line was just as surprised as the others when looking at the sky. This place is truly amazing. He thought to himself, I used to think Ugin was just a dungeon explorer, but who would have guessed? He's a space overlord. Jimin followed BB as the young girl looked humorously at the group behind him and said, we have many guests today, and it's on time. Ugin's tone became more gentle. Can you also take my guests on a quick tour of the sacred site? He smiled and said, there are a few people you haven't met yet. Let me introduce you to them. This is the person who will be working with our exploration team. He was confused when Ugin introduced himself, as was Jimin. BB happily smiled, excitedly leading the group. Please follow me. The tour of the sacred site is starting. Jimin looked at Ugin nervously and asked, hey, is it okay for me to join the team? Or am I just going to be a burden in the end? After hearing that, he sighed in helplessness. Ugin reassured him that he had chosen the best team from Earth and that working with them would be fine. Suddenly, Du said there were even more stalls ahead. The girl squinted and smiled, saying you definitely have to try the specialty beer in Adon. Ugin turned to Jimin and asked, have you learned all the skills I told you about? He nodded and replied, I've learned everything. And he added, practice is just practice. Real combat is still better. Ugin reminds him that a close combat fight will be a good experience for him. He strikes the weakness in Jimin's heart and asks, do you think you should now be able to protect your sister on your own? The scene shifts to a tall, time-worn castle as Ugin places his hand on the space circle. He turns to look at everyone confidently and asks, are you all ready? They are united in strength. Yes. We are ready. Ugin gave the order. All right. After we get through the dungeon, Sungwoo will start training with Janist. He continued speaking. And the rest will attack the trash planet. I will act alone. So only contact me through Jimin if there's anything important to note. After arriving at the trash planet dungeon of the Celestial Messenger, Ugin placed his hand on the fragile barrier. As his hand touched it, the barrier shattered into dust. You assigned your team a mission. Disperse immediately. Now, Sungwoo. Come here with me. He responded right away. Yes, sir. Ugin's gaze sharpened as he heard the beast's growl. Nigun, accompanied by his followers, stands facing your group, slowly closing the distance with Ugin as metal plates clink and scrape with each step he takes. When they reached a suitable distance, Nigun stopped and said, soldiers, welcome to the trash planet. You all have a voice in this matter. He introduced himself as the Space Lord Nigun, serving Chen, the leader of the Singing Guild, and Ugin, curious, asked, "Are you waiting for me or something else?" Nigan replied directly. "Yes, I heard about your destruction of the Golden Dragon Association. Lord Chen is very pleased with you and wants to meet you." A small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth when he heard him say that, confident that he would have a high position. So he wielded his spear and moved at lightning speed past Nigan. His head fell to the ground, rolling on the floor. Ugin stood silently there, still holding his weapon. Nigan, still conscious, barely managed to ask what this meant. He sneered proudly. What else could it mean? The battle for survival has begun. In just a moment, Nigan's subordinates were all wiped out by Ugin's group. Amazing. Rongrou exclaimed in amazement, realizing he's become stronger even without meeting them. Watching you ride, Sheng Sheng rushing forward. He couldn't help but admire. Defeating the space overlord with a single move. How much stronger could you become? Hisan told everyone. Now, let's begin. Rongrou wondered aloud. But how can we find the dungeon in such an endless ocean? And do we even know where the enemies are? She said nothing, only looked up at the sky and nodded silently. He felt puzzled when he saw Hisan raising his arm high. The sound of flapping wings and increasingly loud calls approached them, and the small purple-feathered bird flew to land on her finger. Hisan confidently said, "This little creature will lead us." Rongrou nodded as if he understood. Songwu and Wujin sat on the backs of the flying creatures, soaring freely through the sky. From above, you see a place emitting a lot of smoke. We can now see a base. Wujin orders Sungwu to study with Janist while in this dungeon. Sungwu nodded softly. Yes, sir. Everything seems calm outside, but inside he's already nervous. The moment is near. You shout loudly, pulling him out of his thoughts. What are you doing? Go down. Sungwu replies. Thanks. Wujin mercilessly kicked him off the horse. Sungwu opened his eyes wide in shock. Immediately after, his desperate scream as he fell down sounded. Wujin's lips curl into a sneer. From now on, every time you breathe, you'll be in training. You better give a warning and do your best to survive. Sungwu thought in fear. No. His mind was a tangled mess. Soon he would hit the ground. How could he? Suddenly, a strange laughter echoed in Sungwu's ear. Zionist had appeared beside him somehow, daring to ask to teach him. So arrogant, he angrily said. Then I should give a test. Sungwu's face paled, grinding his teeth. Zionist launched an attack at him to see if he was qualified. Wujin carefully observes the explosion in the sky caused by Zionist, recalling the moment just before, which makes me remember the first time I met Zionist. Stay alive, Sungwu. Sungwu struggles to withstand the pressure of the flames. Wujin hopes for him that if he can stay calm and return, he will become an SS-ranked hunter. You turn back with a serious look and gaze at the base. Wujin assesses that more importantly, this base will be built in a robot city style. The system displays a message saying the Overlord's fortress fires, and a horde of bone soldiers advances fiercely. All of the bone soldiers, they stand behind you, ready to follow your orders, advancing with their weapons and fierce determination. Wujin confidently looks toward the base, and they charge forward on your command. The fortress from the base keeps firing continuously at the skeleton army. Explosions echo across the battlefield, but the number of skeletons remains unchanged. Wujin tightly grips the reins. This battle will not be easy. Some of the skeleton soldiers have fallen on the battlefield, buried deep. The fragments under the site begin to connect, forming a giant monster. Clearing the way, the monster rushes quickly toward the main base. The fortress continues to fire relentlessly with powerful artillery, but it cannot stop the creature. It uses its hands to block most of the gunfire from the fortress before delivering a powerful punch downward. It rushes forward with shards of earth. Wujin coldly laughs as everyone advances. The monsters charge together, advancing to wipe them out. Their common goal was to destroy the base. Jaxa stands silently behind the rock, staring at the base, tears welling up as he thinks of Larrick. Over there, Larrick just punched and squeezed a monster. Jaxa painfully thought that the mighty warrior of the Rati tribe had become a subordinate of the enemy. His voice was tinged with sadness. A hunter being hunted by someone else. Jaxa looked at Wujin, who was sitting at the elegant table, and the prophecy of the Lord might come true. The system displays a message saying you have attacked an unclaimed base. You can choose to destroy or occupy it. Destroy. Occupy. You stroke your chin thoughtfully. Occupy her. Wujin remembered Leah's battered image from before. I kept feeling that the name Leah. So it turns out she was the one I killed last time. It seems she hasn't been resurrected yet. Brother Giang, can you give me this? Give me this castle. Wujin sneered. I have no intention of taking over another city. You press the destroy option on the screen. Destroy it. And the modern base in front of you shatters into pieces of components in an instant. Wujin smirked sinisterly. wondering what her expression would be like after being resurrected, and saw that his base had been completely destroyed. You worry and wonder if Zemin is okay, as the scene shows the tree shaking violently. The observation of the unconscious hot goblin in front of me isn't anything special. If this keeps up, the planet Rack will be quite smooth sailing. The two of them chuckle and pat Zemin on the shoulder. Now then, let's quickly eat our fill so we can move on. He lowered his head in helplessness. All right then. Zemin bared his fangs and sank them deep into the hot goblin. He swallowed each gulp of blood, and it was as if he was recharged. With power surging around his body, Zemin's face smooths out. The wrinkles from the high stress suddenly disappear, and he returns to normal. He said, "I'm done." And Two Sons replied, "It seems like you're used to it now." She looked up at the sky in surprise. Small birds flying in circles overhead, and Two Sons told everyone, "Let's go that way." The four of them followed her lead, also keeping a wary eye around. Two Sons stared in shock as three rat monsters suddenly emerged from the forest ahead. Hai Sun clenched their teeth in frustration as she extended her arms to activate the sharing thoughts technique. Dong Dong heard a voice in his head saying there are three monsters surrounding us. Guildmaster bitch. Take care of one. Blanca hears the voice of Two Sons assigning tasks. Blanca, use your support effect on him now. She then whispers to him, Zemin, take care of the remaining two. Dong Dong throws a punch to take down the monster. Blanca supports the others from afar. Zemin unleashes his power, clawing at the remaining debris of the monsters. He tightly grabbed one of its legs. Zemin used his strong teeth to bite through the monster's leather shoe. His hand relaxes, proving he's doomed. Zemin gathers his strength, blood flowing from his mouth. The two young sons look at the number of monsters he has defeated. And yet a pack of wolf-like monsters appears. She screamed in fear, sweat pouring down her face. No, Zemin lowered his head, still hearing in his mind that the monsters had surrounded us. Zemin immediately retreated. Haisun sweats as he watches the light surrounding him. Zemin, he growls, as if about to unleash his power. Haisun didn't have time to stop him before Zemin charged into the fight. She felt her heart pounding inside her. Heidi saw his expression and panicked, thinking he was losing control again. Zemin charged into battle alone with the wolves, his eyes completely white, losing control and rushing in like a moth to a flame. With just one shout of X, Zemin took down nearly a dozen wolves. Haisun anxiously thought, damn it, things have come to this. We have to support him until he stabilizes. From behind their group, another group of monsters appeared, creatures made entirely of trees with countless teeth, slowly approaching. Haisun desperately wants to fight back. But why at this moment? She looks up at the sky, sensing the rain. She panicked loudly. Two Sons. The monsters are coming. The bird monsters are screeching loudly. They are rushing down at Two Sons with the fastest speed. She sensed something was wrong and warned everyone to get out of here first. Bang Chubech. Rang Du rushes into the middle of the wolves, grabbing Xe Min by the collar. Okay. He struggles wildly, then looks at him with a hostile gaze. Xe Min quickly bit down hard on Rang Du's hand, but couldn't pierce through its tough skin. He sneered confidently. My skin can't be burned by a young vampire. Rang Du clamped around Xe Min's neck and ran after him, leading Two Sons. Everyone, let's retreat. A large explosion erupted near Sungu, who struggled to withstand the sea of flames. Before he could escape this danger, another one appeared, with flames spreading that forced Sungu to retreat and defend himself. Min's car looks down from above, vast and intimidating. How long have you been running away? Do you really think my skills are so easy to learn? Sungu didn't bother to say anything, just let out a fake command. Secretly thinking, what kind of teaching is this? He looked at him with a resentful expression, thinking that he had said he would teach him to become the strongest fire mage. But wasn't he just trying to kill me? Sungu's ear touches the nearby branch. He exhales softly, preparing to counterattack. And of course, those unusual actions also drew Janus's attention, enhancing the fire. Watching Sungu wrap his fire magic around the branch, he grew even more excited. Now, you're finally serious. Janus throws out many fireballs. So let's see whose skill is better. He knelt down, assumed an attacking stance. Sungu charged into the air, using fireballs to propel himself, while he chopped away all the approaching flames with the branch. Sungu finally reached Janus, who is now high up in the tree about to strike down. Janus effortlessly grips Sungu's branch. The fire element surrounding the branch disappeared without a trace, all of it being absorbed by him. Sungu widened his eyes in shock, realizing he was absorbing his own fire. Janus coldly said, a fire mage cannot block an attack with fire. He created a fireball and began gathering the fire element inside. He glanced up, tracking Janus's every move. After a moment, a loud explosion erupted. sending Sungu flying and cracking the ground. But he managed to get back to his feet with difficulty. Hearing Janus's taunting voice, Sungu grew even more furious. You haven't given up yet. Huh, the fireball he created has become enormous, he muttered under his breath. That bastard. Janus raises his staff towards Sungu, trying to block this attack, his eyes clearly showing the image of the fireball rushing towards him. Sungu's body stiffened, helplessly watching it rush toward him. He couldn't dodge it, and his body was already at its limit. He suddenly thought of the scene where Janus absorbed his fire magic. If he couldn't block or dodge it, seeing Sungu's reaction, he felt puzzled. He coughs and spreads one leg wide, then raises both hands toward the front. If it's already like this, there's only one way left. He used Janus's method to confront himself. If he couldn't do it, he would die. As the fireball drew closer, the pressure he felt increased, and the ground beneath Sungu's feet turned into dust. He catches the fireball with his bare hands, and Janus is also surprised by Sungu's decision. A bead of sweat drips down his face as if he just took a shower, and he absorbs the fire element smoothly. Finally, that huge blazing fireball disappeared, and Sungu gasped as if he had never breathed before. He clenched his fists in amazement and exclaimed, I did it. I absorbed it. Sungu could feel the moving power within his body, gradually soaking into him. This is Janus's magic. Janus descended slowly to his side and said, You've learned the basics now. Sungu happily called out, Master Janus. He sincerely said, Thank you for teaching me such a new method. The way you guided me to absorb the flame earlier was a very good example. Sungu smiled faintly, his face not showing joy as he recalled the explosion earlier. But even so, I could really die here. Sensing the murderous aura, his face contorting. Even though Janus was looking behind, Janus charges forward with the staff, saying, Who said the lesson was over? Let me thank you after finishing this training session. Sungu's face turns pale. His tense spirit returns, and another big explosion occurs at this place. The scene shifts to the evening, at a quiet base in the pine forest, with only small lights illuminating each corner, when suddenly Jax's face appears, panting heavily, as if he had been running desperately. As he ran up to a gate, Jaxa called out loudly, Revito. Revito anxiously asked hurriedly what was wrong. Jaxa, what happened that you are in such a rush? How is Madame Saman? Jaxa immediately replied, The savior has finally appeared. I need to see her and report to Madame Saman right away. Inside the base, the scene remained silent, with flickering lights shining softly. In the room, a shadow quietly sits in front of an incense holder with 2 burning candles. Suddenly, Jaxa rushes in, loudly calling out, Priestess Satsusa. Hearing that, she slowly glanced over and calmly said, Calm down. You've seen something surprising. At this point, his face was covered in sweat, and he could no longer keep his breath steady. Jaxa knelt down to report that Ri's fortress has fallen, and it wasn't the allies who did it but the new bait, the one who killed Larrick. At this moment, Satsusa was quite surprised to hear who killed Larrick. She nodded and then asked, Is it the owner of your celestial Sai Sao? Then Satsusa stroked her chin and calmly analyzed. If it were Ri, then he must be a member of the Black Hat Society, so he would have to cooperate with either the Fire Lord Guild or the Gold Ditch Society. Vaxa responded to her immediately. Madame Saman, no. According to the spies, both the Fire Lord Guild and the Gold Ditch Guild are currently in conflict with him. Satsusa closed her eyes, took a breath, and calmly said that in this case, the outcome was not hard to predict because he had become an enemy of 3 guilds at the same time. He will soon be forgotten. Your words made Raxa immediately lift his head. He makes that judgment. Madame Saman, you say that because you haven't met him. He easily defeated the Larrick warrior and broke through Ri's fortress without much trouble. Maybe he will truly become a legend. Satsusa paused after hearing that. Her eyes filled with contemplation. Then she closed her eyes, calmly asked, A predator swallowing other prey. The person talking about the legend means he will appear and save the planet. Right. Raxa was surprised and exclaimed, That's right. He chuckled softly and excitedly said, At last, the planet can receive aid, Madame Saman. I am very happy. Suddenly, Satsusa spoke in a sad tone, causing Raxa to open her eyes in confusion. She calmly continued to say that the legend was a story invented to inspire hope for the younger generation, and the true legend was passed down from the time of Satsua. As she spoke, Satsusa looked with a dangerous gaze and then slowly said, On the day when a predator devours other predators, that planet is doomed to destruction. This is the true legend passed down from the Satsua era. Her voice still echoes in Raxa's mind. The only thing we can do now is hope he's not the legendary bait. And hearing that, he kept murmuring, I can't believe it. Suddenly, a loud noise startled both of them, and Raxa shouted, What is that? When they went outside, they saw the forest on fire. Flames burning fiercely. Warning of an intruder. Satsusa asked nervously. What's going on? Revito saw her and respectfully called out. Madam Saman. Then he reports that a giant wave of soldiers is heading towards us from across the forest. Please retreat quickly. She looked surprised and muttered. Suddenly, the guilds are busy fighting each other. So they didn't pay attention to small tribes like ours. So why now? Raxa asked. So this wave of deadly soldiers doesn't include the skeleton warriors. Right. Revito asked in surprise how he knew. That it was a type of fog monster I had never seen before. And this made Raxa panic and open his eyes wide. Seeing him trembling over the milk harvest, Revito thought to himself, he is the one who killed Leric. On this side, Ujin and Sinsin had already approached the base, surrounded by thousands of skeleton soldiers holding spears and weapons, standing ready. The monsters are still in fighting stance, staring intently at Ujin. As he looks around and wonders where he is, the monsters, seeing him, smirk mockingly, clearly perceiving him as weak and inexperienced. At that moment, Raxa hurriedly ran outside to check the situation, and upon witnessing the scene, his eyes widened in shock. Raxa's face was covered in sweat as he panicked, thinking there's no way. In front of them, Ujin sits majestically on the living beast, both radiating a brilliant glow, and Raxa silently confirms in his heart that it is indeed him. At this moment, Ujin's eyes turn cold, a sneer on his face as he orders, wipe them out. Following his command, the undead soldiers begin to move, their voices rising in unison to gather their strength, ready to fight this battle. Revito immediately turned and ordered his soldiers to stall for as long as possible, to evacuate the villagers and prepare for a full-scale battle. Both sides were about to engage in a fierce battle when suddenly a raging wind swept in, causing everyone to gasp in shock and freeze. Ujin was also surprised and exclaimed. That gust of wind was Leric's arrival. He knelt and respectfully said, I am sorry. Seeing Leric kneeling before him, the boy asked, Leric, are you okay? He pleaded earnestly. Please have mercy. But suddenly Ujin saw something and widened his eyes in surprise. Look here. Looking into Leric's glowing blue eyes, he silently admired how it conveyed his own intentions before his master's command. Then Ujin asked, Are they of the same tribe as the person? If I don't do this, what will you do? Hearing that, he could only bow his head silently. Later, Leric calmly replied that they were indigenous people on this planet and had nothing to do with Shanette's power. He sincerely begged for your mercy. From afar, he could only silently call out Leric's name upon witnessing the scene, while he sighed deeply, unsure of what to say, but inwardly thinking it's been a long time since he had to negotiate like this. Ujin recalled the images of the 3 battles and pondered silently, amused that each member showed signs of betrayal. He could forgive and restrain them, but Leric still bowed his head, waiting for his response, until suddenly a message appeared. From Leric the technician, sincerely hoping the Lord would forgive his tribe. If you listen to Leric's earnest plea, he will repay you with unwavering loyalty. Ujin took a deep breath and said, All right, let's go back. Hearing that, he was surprised and looked up at you. Then Ujin turned around and left, with Leric still bowing deeply behind him, respectfully saying, I will repay your loyalty and follow the king's orders with my sword. At this moment, the system announced that the oath of loyalty was fulfilled. The control over the throne was reduced to the minimum, from 320 points to 1 point. Seeing that, the monster soldiers cheered happily. We're saved now. Leric has saved us. While Ujin was about to leave, he suddenly stopped, causing the excited ones to freeze in confusion. He cast a cold glance toward the top of the tower, where an object was fluttering in the wind, and Ujin muttered to himself, That thing looks so familiar. It's the torn shirt fluttering on top of the tower in the wind. And you look at that shirt and wonder. No pair would come back from that place. Right. Ujin turned to call Leric to bring that thing here. But he seemed hesitant about something, so he sternly ordered, Kill anyone who tries to stop him. Leric responded without hesitation, I will follow the order. Sasuza immediately stepped in and shouted Leric, No. Standing before Leric, radiating fierce energy, Sasuza still shouted that the sacred cloak protecting our village cannot be given to an ordinary prey. Now he has the weapon pressed against Sasuza's neck, no longer allowing her to speak. Leric threatened loudly, If you want to live, don't try to stop me. Overpowered, Sasuza could only gasp as Leric, after obtaining the sacred cloak, respectfully handed it to Ujin. With a smug look, he picked up the cloak and muttered, This is just enough to find one of Thras's items. An information panel immediately appeared showing Thras's insignia, protective amulet, the torn cloak, and Thras's protective armor. The shield and shoulder pad were lost, leaving only a torn, tattered cloak that could no longer demonstrate its function. The dominance effect increases by 100, no longer limited by the number of souls owned, and other effects are sealed. At this moment, Sasuza, furious, shouted that it belonged to the god of destruction and that no ordinary bait could have taken it. Hearing that, Ugin calmly asked, "So you also know about the destroyer god?" Sasuza replied, "The destroyer god is the first deity of chaos." She continued explaining that mimics like humans can wander around like gods, but it is truly a sacred relic, and at the moment someone wears it, their body will dissolve due to a curse. After hearing that, he paused and stared at the cloak, silently wondering if the body of the Space Lord would vanish if he wore Thras's artifact. Vaxa finally spoke up and asked what we should do if the sacred relic is taken away. Because then, we would live like wanderers. However, Sasuza calmly said, "Don't worry. The moment you wear it, Yuan will be chased to death by Yuan." As soon as she finished speaking, Ugin began to gesture to prepare to put it on. Seeing that, she opened her eyes wide in amazement. At this moment, he was wearing a tattered cloak, emitting a mysterious red glow around him. Ugin confidently said, "It may not look good, but it still fits perfectly." Everyone was stunned, witnessing that scene. Sasuza was trembling all over, stammering as she asked, "Why didn't your words match? Don't tell me you're a legend." The boy sneered and said coldly, "This object belongs to me, so I am taking it back." Hearing that, Sasuza lost her footing and knelt down, overwhelmed with despair. Seeing this, Rock Ra hurriedly called out, "Madame Saman." Sasuza's whole body trembles, her face pale, and she weakly says that a predator swallows other predators, signaling that the god of destruction has arrived. Watching Ugin walk away in his cloak, Sasuza kept muttering to herself, was this planet doomed to be destroyed after all? 3 days after Ugin and his group arrived on the planet Jakku, where the cliffs are treacherous and full of danger, Rongzhou looked up and gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it. You tailing bastards. How much further do you plan to follow us?" On the cliff face, there are snails with fierce expressions, holding weapons and growling constantly. Suddenly, a blue glow reflected into Rongzhou's face, catching him off guard. That is the light from Morty. She is transferring energy to Rongzhou. Seeing this, he slowly said, "Thank you for everything. If it weren't for the Saintess, I would have died long ago." Then Morty turned to Min and asked, "Above all, is the immortal still alive?" He replied, "I've contacted them, but it seems he's quite far away. It will take about half a day," Morty calmly said. "Once that's done, I will find a way to stay in contact." At this point, Min's eyes showed a twinge of remorse. He clenched his teeth and silently thought, "It's all my fault. I drank in the feeling of becoming stronger and then overlooked the plan." But a gentle hand softly rested on his shoulder, and Hasten gently reassured him, "Don't be too hard on yourself. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to hold on until now." Min regained his composure and said firmly. Then a loud roar suddenly sounded, making both Hasten and Min startle and turn around. At this moment, the crowd has gathered in droves, coming in a terrifyingly fierce manner, and Hasten silently laments, "This is crazy. Are they still this numerous?" He was sweating all over and grinding his teeth, thinking to himself, there's nowhere left to run. Dong Du, seeing this, quickly spoke up, "Damn it. Do I have to die before I even get married?" Hearing that, Hasten twitched and looked at him, then muttered, "What? Bish is still single, of course." Dong Do opened his eyes wide and looked up as if he had just seen something, a fireball rushing down from the sky. He wondered, "Wait, what is that?" Min also hesitated and continued, "It's coming this way, right?" Suddenly, it fell and exploded with a loud bang, catching everyone off guard as they instinctively raised their hands to shield themselves. After the explosion, the monsters were burned alive by the flames, their screams of pain echoing endlessly. A hand suddenly appeared in the flames as the aftershock gradually subsided. Min opened his eyes and looked ahead, seeing a figure standing tall amidst the ruins of smoke and fire, and wondered what it was. Seeing it was Sungu, Min shouted happily, "Sungu." He hurried over and asked, "What happened?" Sungu calmly replied, "Well, you see, Ujin sent me ahead. Right now." Hasten is breathing heavily after the explosion. He stared at Sungu in awe, thinking to himself, "Is this really the Sungu I know?" Still not fully convinced, Hasten looked at Sungu, who was smiling and chatting happily. He kept wondering how he had undergone such training to become this strong in just 3 days. The scene shifts to another place where the deep outpost is using his hand to stop the lizard's head from lowering. As Hasten's group barely survived thanks to Sungu's timely arrival, Ujin is facing a lord from another dimension. He coldly questions him, "Which side are you on? Kim Dich Hoi or not?" The lizard breathes in response. I am from the Black Hat Society. Ujin, hearing this, murmured and said, being a lizard doesn't mean he belongs to the Kim Ditch Society. As he spoke, he took off his shirt. So it's okay. More importantly, I need to confirm this. Ujin brought the shirt close to the lizard but saw no reaction. Seeing that, you also find it confusing. Huh. Ujin said, holding the shirt and standing up. What is this? Are you still alive? Maybe you have to wear this too. The lizard chuckled and said, you fool. Who would dare wear an item cursed by the original owner without a code? Then he put his shirt back on and asked in surprise. A code? What does that mean? Kain Hong still didn't answer, and kept muttering to himself. It's hard to understand how someone who doesn't know the code can wear them and still be fine. Ujin didn't care about what it said, and slowly spoke. Just tell me what it is. The lizard's voice challenged Ujin's patience. Do you think I will answer obediently? By this point, you can no longer hold back your anger and flare up. His eyes darkened as Ujin scolded him softly. You evil creature. Today you won't die peacefully. But suddenly, the lizard's body glowed. It smiled mischievously. If there's a chance. See you next time. Seeing that, he widened his eyes, confused about what was happening. The light from the lizard's body grew even brighter, blinding Ujin, so he had to turn away. Now it has disappeared, leaving only a few flickering white spots floating in the air. Ujin muttered. He just self-destructed. Then he looked at the cypress and muttered to himself. Code. The more he knew, the more confusing things became. Ujin turned to look at the dark, ominous aura and called out Zionist. Then slowly said, I remember when you joined my group. You said this, that I am a special person. At this moment, Zionist also respectfully responded, immediately calling himself a special person. My lord, so, you're saying I won't die wearing this? He immediately replied, yes. Your existence proves you have escaped Thras's curse. So I took a round armor that held a brilliant glow. And he added that before Rhodes took it, Jeanette's henchmen had hidden it, and all of them vanished. Upon hearing this, you asked nervously, do you mean they are dead? Because they are still alive. Zionist replied briefly that they just vanish, not die. Then he recalled the image of the monsters also vanishing, and explained that all of Thras's items collected from Anfen are actually armor. The moment someone puts them on, they will vanish. So if we touch Thras's only weapon of attack, Thras will execute us. Zionist concluded that we can completely destroy the Space Lords and prevent their resurrection, no matter how many times you've killed them. After hearing that, Eugene chuckled smugly and muttered to himself. Now the pieces seem to be coming together. Zionist cautiously said, Master, may I ask something? He hesitantly asked what you were going to ask, and he immediately inquired, can I let him train here? Eugene sighed and asked hesitantly, Sungwoo, why? Don't you like him? But Zionist calmly replied, in terms of magical ability alone, he has surpassed the master level. Thinking of Sungwoo holding a branch surrounded by the flames he created, Eugene wondered silently if Sungwoo had already reached that level. Then he chuckled triumphantly, feeling envious inside, thinking that even Zionist acknowledged his talent. After thinking, Eugene confidently said, do whatever you want. How Sungwoo is summoned depends on you. Zionist confidently declared, I will create the first living subordinate for the master. Then you asked, if he dies, will he be the second sacrifice? Hearing that, he chuckled and agreed. That might actually be a good idea. On the other side, Sungwoo suddenly shivered, feeling a chill down his spine. Seeing this, Jaemin asked with concern, are you okay? Are you all right? He was sweating all over and turned to reply, it was just that I suddenly felt uneasy. Then Sungwoo's face darkened, as if a sense of unease was rising inside him. And he thought to himself, what is this? I have a strong feeling about it. The scene shifts to outer space with an endless galaxy stretching out. Marking the 4th day since Eugene arrived on Jakku, Eugene and Jaemin have left Sungwoo and Haisun's group behind. At this moment, the majestic castle appears illuminated by brilliant sunlight. Eugene and Jaemin have returned to the space kingdom of Aden. Eugene ordered him, and the protection period of the territory quickly passed, just 4 days in. Jaemin, after receiving the declaration of war, make sure to tighten the territory's defenses again. After saying that, Eugene turned away, and Jaemin hesitated before speaking. So, brother, I have something to ask of you. He frowned and asked what it was, then hesitated to say, I'm trying to buy some items. Could you lend me some points? Jaemin added that he was saving up to buy an item, but it's a bit expensive. Eugene wondered if the points he transferred were not enough. What kind of item is it? His eyes dimmed and he muttered. After hearing Jaemin's words, Lord Maka's heart suddenly blurted out. What? He rambled. I'm sorry. I asked for too much. Recalling the time I was entrusted to Hei Sun and Ui, Jamin secretly blamed himself on Jakku. Helping his team had become a burden for his comrades. To complete his task, he needed to become stronger. But, thinking that, Min clenched his lips in frustration, constantly thinking to himself that he couldn't keep relying on Eugene forever. Then he spoke up. Wait. Causing Jamin to suddenly open his eyes wide. Eugene opened the system panel and carefully read the information, rubbing his chin as he sighed. 200,000 points. That's quite expensive. However, Eugene also had to admit that the price for the most beautiful Macadong's heart was as expected, and the information panel for the Lord of Macadong's heart was opened. The Count of KS's heart allows you to inherit his title through blood absorption during the holiday. When you become the Lord of Macadong, you will not only be a blood-sucking monster but also gain the ability to recruit your kind as subordinates. Without hesitation, he took out the space box containing the Macadong heart, handed it to Zemin, and said, "Absorb it." As Eugene responded with a word of thanks, Zemin said gratefully, "This time I will repay you." But he calmly replied, "Don't say meaningless words. If I can defeat more monsters without dying, that's enough." Then Eugene approached the space gate and reminded Zemin to complete the ritual. Test your skills on the planet Jakku first. You need to fully adapt before moving to another planet. After hearing that, he asked curiously about another planet. At this moment, Eugene's gaze became sharper, and he replied, "Not for long before you leave for Anfen." Switching to the city of Aden at the same time, in his office, Seung-hun is carefully reading documents. He is a former mobile phone salesman and currently the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Seeking negotiations from around the world, Seung-hun started to relax. These people really have a lot of demands. I should let them know who's in charge now. When suddenly the landline phone rang. When he answered the phone, the other end reported that a group had just arrived at the Prime Minister's office. And Seung-hun replied, "All right. Go immediately." The scene shifts to a conference room where everyone is present as he slowly walks in. Seung-hun introduces himself. "Pleased to meet everyone. I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs." Seung-hun. Then he walks to the center of the meeting room and bows respectfully to everyone. Min-chan said, "Minister Gu, this negotiation is about—" He didn't finish his sentence before Seung-hun raised his hand to stop him, worried about the Prime Minister. He continued, "Trust me, this negotiation is urgent." Min-chan watched Seung-hun reviewing the documents thoughtfully. "Minister Gu will negotiate himself later. He has done well in signing the ADAN agreement. Should I let him handle this negotiation?" So, throughout the meeting with the Canada-Japan Council, Seung-hun kept presenting his viewpoints. He emphasized the important information. "I have checked all the data and recommend you prepare." Issues related to initially announcing the appearance of the 6-star and above dungeon, as well as cooperation strategies. Watching Seung-hun speak clearly, Min-chan felt proud and quietly assessed that he was completely skilled in negotiation. He had prepared quite thorough documents and also had the ability to lead the negotiation. The delegates are still attentively listening to Seung-hun. Now, as he is presenting, he suddenly stops and says, "It seems the negotiation team from the United Kingdom has arrived." Seung-hun wondered why the Canada-Japan Association suddenly visited without sending any documents beforehand. At this moment, Ma-sun finally spoke. "King A-dan asked me to talk to my fellow villagers. So I came here." He suddenly let out a sound and then said, "Boss has sent it." He added that we want to buy the space fragments directly. Seung-hun asked cautiously, "You came to buy items. So how much are you willing to pay?" Ma-sun hesitated and said that King A-dan had suggested it. Then his voice became firm, and he said he wanted it to be like an aircraft carrier. A statement that left both Seung-hun and Min-chan stunned. Seung-hun couldn't believe it and asked again, "What do you mean? Sorry, you want a battleship?" Ma-sun calmly replied, "Yes, that's what he said." Then he whispered to Min-chan, "What are these space fragments? Are they expensive? I've never heard of this before." Seeing that, Ma-sun let out a long sigh and then presented his reasoning. After careful consideration by the British government and royal family, they all concluded that the space fragments are indeed valuable, and requesting to exchange them for a battleship is quite unreasonable. However, this proposal will be maintained for the next 5 years. Then Ma-sun concluded with a question: any country stationed in the South China Sea will be responsible for Adan's national security. So what? Hearing this, Seung-hun could only hold his head in shock and say nothing more. He didn't stop there. He even asked more. "And on top of that, what do you think about Adan and the government signing a 5-year agreement to cover the operating costs of the aircraft carrier?" Seung-hun, looking panicked, said, "This might not be something I can decide on my own. I will meet with the king later," and suddenly someone's voice rang out, startling Seung. "I told you to handle the negotiations. So where are you thinking of going now? And what's the situation? You say that belongs to Ujin. Where did you come from, appearing there, with your arms crossed and full of presents?" And seeing that, he exclaimed, "Your Majesty," Ujin coldly suggested that as long as you give us the ship, we don't need the army. The meeting is still ongoing outside the office building. Ma Sun's voice echoes. Managing and operating an aircraft carrier requires thousands of personnel. Mr. AJ said even if we intended to give it to Adon, I doubt your personnel would be enough to operate it. But Ujin still spoke confidently, saying, I will handle that myself. Just leave the equipment on the ship. Hearing this, Ma Sun was confused and could only remain silent. As soon as he finished speaking, he sneered inwardly, wondering why they so desperately wanted an aircraft carrier. Then, Ujin immediately questioned the negotiation team. So why do you need the space debris? And they looked a bit stunned upon hearing that. Later, Ma Sun hesitantly said that the space debris was extremely important for their research purposes, but he still didn't know exactly what it was. After hearing this, you exhaled and sneered. Ujin said confidently, you only need to buy a portal to another planet. Then you can have a dimension. This statement made everyone gasp in shock. Then, his eyes sharpened again and he said critically, so, isn't this deal a bit too much? A moment after the meeting ended, Ujin returned to the presidential office, and Min Chan's voice rang out with curiosity. The presidential office, the president's throne, why would you trade something so valuable for an aircraft carrier? In the office now, only 3 people remain, and Min Chan continues to ask, given Adon's current situation, the aircraft carrier is not an overly necessary thing. With that question, Ujin simply replied calmly, I just wanted to try doing an experiment. He continued, are you planning to create a golem? And upon hearing this, you chuckled softly before saying, we already have a deep well, so why do we need an aircraft carrier for that? Hearing that, Min Chan felt really confused. Suddenly, Ujin asked him, so everyone is still admiring the new pseudo-ascendants? Right, Min Chan immediately replied. We are currently accepting applications, but since there are so many people signing up, we need more time to review them. Right. After hearing that, he advised him not to waste time on that and to gather them here in 3 days. I will personally select those with real abilities. He commands. Yes, sir. Then Min Chan remembers something and asks Ujin, is there more, Mr. President? Do you have any plans for the Awakening Experts meeting in 6 days? Would you like to attend in person? Hearing the question, a contemplative expression briefly appeared on his face as Ujin recalled the global meeting of the Awakened. The image of the battle against the pack of savage wolves appears a month ago, after repelling Juriel's invasion. Next, there is a connection between the 2 associations with the participation of Adon, Bualan, and Kach in Korea. At that time, the world had agreed to organize a global meeting to unify future response strategies. Back in the present, he pondered silently, realizing that all awakened beings in the world needed to know the full truth and unite, because the upcoming threat was not something he could easily handle alone. Having finished his thoughts, Ujin stood up and said, all right, before we go to Anfen, everyone send out invitations so all the factions can attend. Min Trang and Sung Hun replied together, yes, President Thuong Hai. After saying that, he turned and walked away, softly saying, all right, this matter is almost settled, so I'll be leaving now. Both of them bowed their heads and responded, yes, President Thuong Hai. But suddenly, Ujin called out Sung Hun, and he responded unexpectedly with a surprised expression, pointing at Sung Hun, and then nodding. Are you the Minister of Foreign Affairs? Stop beating around the bush about the 3 kingdoms and get back to work as a secretary. I saw just now that you're not good at negotiating at all. You have no talent in this area. Hearing that, Sung Hun could only grimace, tighten his lips, and silently sigh. He once bought a phone from someone who didn't have negotiation skills. After saying that, Ujin quickly left. At this moment, he cupped his face with his hand and muttered to himself, I never thought I would fall from the position of minister like this. So Min Chan asked with concern, are you okay? But Sung Hun still ignored him and kept blaming himself. Now, I am just a secretary. Suddenly he remembered something. His eyes widened, and he thought to himself, wait a minute. Then Sung Hun immediately looked up and wondered, does that mean Secretary of President A. Dan Ya? Thinking of this, he shouted so loudly he used his body. Min Chan, standing behind, seeing that, broke out in a sweat and hesitated to call out, hey, Sung Hun. Suddenly Sung Hun shouted loudly, so this means he's been promoted, his voice echoing throughout the office, leaving Min Chan helpless. Meanwhile, on the planet Jakku, a fierce attack is underway, with smoke, fire, and deafening explosions everywhere. The ship and other goblins stand helplessly, unable to do anything. Then he immediately ordered the mages to do their best to protect the fortress and set up a barrier. Yes, a goblin obeyed the order. Thuong Hai Ge. Suddenly, a golden-winged space gate appeared. A mighty monster steps out from within. This is the Space Lord of the Red Claw Alliance, King Mang, who asks sharply, "Who dares attack my fortress? Which guild is this?" Ge quickly reported that the enemy was not from any alliance. Suddenly a crazy human appeared on the Jiaku planet, and Shanghai asked clearly if that was the one who had just killed the Golden-Tinted River Alliance. He didn't need an answer and suddenly became furious, shouting to activate the city's highest-level magical defensive weapons. And seeing that, Thuong Hai, Han Noknung said, "That's it." When he heard that, it had already been destroyed. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "What?" Then he hurriedly asked how many soldiers we still have, and the ship hesitated before answering. They are mostly still alive, but the enemy's firepower is too strong for us to get close. Thuong Hai, as he listened more and more, became increasingly shocked and secretly feared what was happening. His ultimate weapon had been destroyed, so most of the soldiers are still alive, he thought, shouting loudly. "So who exactly is fighting out there?" Han immediately replied that 2 intruders had entered our territory and were fighting each other. Looking out at the chaotic scene of the attack, with smoke and fire billowing and constant explosions, Mang pressed on. "They're fighting each other in our territory," confirmed. "Yes, sir. That was the last straw," he roared. "After they're done, I'll personally kill them." Suddenly, a flame flew right in front of him, leaving him no time to dodge. Then an explosion erupted, shattering the wall and echoing loudly through the space. Later, as the smoke cleared, I could hear someone lamenting about their back. As the smoke clears, Sungu is revealed sitting against a water-soaked wall, looking very pained. Sungu grits his teeth and mutters, "I really chose the right moment." Suddenly he looked up and saw something, then exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" Meanwhile, Gay was trembling, eyes wide open, speechless, clearly witnessing something horrifying. That is Mang's body. The blow and the impact have left it no longer intact. Gay, clutching his head as if traumatized, he stammered nervously, while Sungu remained calm and asked, "Are you the Space Lord? I thought I had to do something, but apparently not." In the gloomy sky, Zionist shouted, "What are you doing? Do you want to be burned to ashes with that tower?" Sungu saw this, quickly stood up, gestured repeatedly, and hurriedly said, "Wait a moment, let's take a 10-minute break. You said that defeating the Space Lord would give us a 10-minute rest." Hearing that, he could only smile. Truly a pity. Sungu let out a breath of relief down here. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, slowly approaching. It was Eugene, and Sungu was quite surprised to see him. He asked, "Big brother, how long have you been here?" Eugene didn't answer, but just smiled softly and said, "Now you're quite settled. Even able to defeat a Space Lord." Sungu hesitated, scratched his head, and said, "It's all thanks to Lord Zionist." Seeing that, Zionist burst out laughing and praised him. "That kid has grasped the basics." Hearing his words clearly, the villain said, "Now let's play for real." And this made Sungu nervous. He exclaimed, "What the hell? This whole time it wasn't a real fight." And Eugene just took a deep breath before speaking in a calm voice. "Get your act together." Watching the scene engulfed in flames, Eugene slowly spoke. "From now on I can safely entrust this place to you." Suddenly you remembered Zemin and wondered how much he had improved by now, while he was staring coldly at the enemy, causing him to tremble and shuffle his feet nervously. Zemin said coldly, "Do you still want to live or not?" On the ground is a wounded soldier so badly injured that his body is unrecognizable, trembling as he pleads, "Please forgive me, sir. Please forgive me. I will do anything you want." But he only looked with a cold gaze and said nothing. The soldier looked up in horror as if seeing something terrifying. Zemin cut his palm immediately and silently said, "Drink." His hand clenched tightly as bright red blood kept flowing down. The blood flows onto the soldier's face, and he can only fearfully grit his teeth. He speaks in a low voice. "If you agree to accept my blood, you will be reborn and become my servant." Then all that could be heard was a piercing scream echoing through the space before vanishing into the darkness. Shifting scene to a pine forest. Hai-sun said, "Wait a moment. Let's rest for a while." Dong-ro agreed. "That sounds good. Let's get ready before the next wave of monsters arrives." Suddenly, someone's shadow appeared, and everyone instinctively looked in that direction. When she saw Ujin, Dong-ro let out a sound and asked, "Gang, when did you get here?" With a serious face he replied, "Just now. How about you? Is everything still okay? Is everyone still able to control the situation?" He smiled brightly and said, "Now I find this quite exciting. I'm pushing my limits and can feel my abilities improving." Ujin smiled and said, "If you need, I can go with you." She hesitated and replied, "No, it's not necessary. Thank you for your words. But we shouldn't let outsiders keep meddling." The channel owner was about to speak, saying, "You've gained a lot from this expedition. When you return to the view, you'll apply those lessons to do what you need to do. You must make the most of this expedition." Hearing that, Yu nodded repeatedly and understood. Hasten then spoke up. "President, it's right here." Ujin nodded softly and asked, "Where is Jemin?" He replied, "He broke into the nearby fortress just now." Yu exclaimed, "Alone?" Hasten nodded softly. "Yes. He's just scouting, so it's probably not far." After hearing that, Ujin's eyes became sharp, and he immediately guessed that I didn't think he was just scouting. Suddenly, strange sounds coming from afar startled Hasan, making him turn around alert. From the gloomy sky, a swarm of falling objects with glowing red eyes and terrifying sounds is approaching. Hasan shouted, "What is this? A swarm of falling creatures?" Suddenly Jemin's figure appeared in the distance beyond the forest. His whole body kept emanating a stream of red aura. Jemin's face turned pale, and his bloodshot eyes continued to glow as he stood silently looking ahead. The rain still drifted ominously in the sky. Down below, everyone looked up and seemed panicked. Only Ujin remained calm and asked, "Why did you bring these creatures here?" Jemin raised his hand with sharp claws high, and suddenly the forest began to shake violently, the dark atmosphere filling the air. Suddenly, many other demon dragons appeared around him, looking soulless and extremely terrifying. They are Jemin's attendants. At this moment, he finally spoke, adding more strength to his attack and fighting personally more often. Hearing that, Ujin sighed and slowly approached the monsters, and when the teacher arrived, they bared their teeth and growled. Ujin stands among the demon dragons, making them constantly gaze at him with longing, the sweet scent of humanity. And hearing this, Jemin begins to panic. Their saliva drips down as they keep babbling. "I can smell an incredibly sweet scent." Seeing this, Jemin shouted, "Stop." Suddenly, the dragon demons charged wildly at Ujin, growling, "Give me the blood of humans now." Humanity. But he stood still like a statue, fearless. Jemin immediately intervened, shouting loudly, "This is your master's order. Stop right now." Just as they were about to attack Ujin, a red light reflected into their eyes, and he looked at the dragon demons with a cold gaze. Suddenly, they all were lifted into the air and pierced through the body by a stream of energy. Witnessing this, Jemin was startled and couldn't believe it, exclaiming out loud. In the end, all the demon dragons were taken care of, their bodies scattered on the ground. And Ujin said casually, "These servants work so diligently." You turn to Jemin and say, "Jemin, it seems you're trying to learn from me, but the results don't look very promising, do they?" Which makes him involuntarily feel guilty. Ujin looked down and ordered clearly, "Look, the bodies of the dragon demons are on the ground. They were slaughtered in a tragic way. Your assessment continues. Their bloodlust isn't just a simple hunger. If you can't use your own dominating power to control them, then your subordinates will be no different from a pack of monsters." Ujin explained to Jemin that the key factor here is not the number, but whether you, as their master, can truly control your subordinates. After hearing that, he said sadly, "Brother, you have so many subordinates but still can't control them. And he smiled softly and continued his analysis. "No matter how many there are, dried corpses and slaughter are just resources to be consumed. Look at the people following him." Ujin thought of his own guards and quietly said, "I have fought in Anfen for 20 years and only gained 54 death knights. Do you understand now?" Hearing this, Jemin lowered his head and softly replied, "I understand." Ujin gently pats his head and says with a comforting yet teasing tone, "Why the sad look in your eyes? So tense. Do you have a youth syndrome or something?" Hearing that, Jemin could only awkwardly smile as time gradually passed in the space kingdom of Adan. So Jemin has gradually become a dragon lord. And 3 days later, according to Earth time, the final interview for Adan's new pseudo-evacuated candidates finally arrives. In a large room, everyone was present, all anxiously waiting to become part of Adan. Ujin began to speak in a calm voice, confidently stating that everyone chosen today would become both citizens and pseudo-awakened of Adan. Now we will proceed with the screening immediately. The system interface appears, using appraisal and analysis skills to read and analyze the target's abilities, stats, and skills. In the quiet space of the auditorium, the screening continued with Ujin's voice constantly echoing, that one, and that one over there. Passed. You look at a young man with red hair and say, "Red hair. You also passed." And finally the screening has ended. Ujin calmly announced that the 23 people who passed the previous screening should follow the next instructions from the staff. The remaining people could go home now. Hearing this, Everyone downstairs started to murmur. What? An angry person spoke up. How can you send us back like this before even testing us? Now the atmosphere is noisy. Everyone is fighting to speak. You have to give us a new chance too. I promise I can excel in your test. Please let me take the test. Hearing that, Ujin hesitated for a moment but then quickly made a decision. Fine. I will give you a chance. Ujin straightforwardly continued. But I don't have much time left. And, as he was speaking, a dark aura of deadly energy flew towards him. Ujin's gaze shifted to the side as he set a condition: anyone who can withstand for 30 seconds will be considered to pass. Next to Ujin stands a tall death knight with glowing blue eyes, constantly emanating dark energy. He calmly warns that the price of failure will be your lives. Ujin asked who wanted to try, and everyone, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat. One person exclaimed, "This is just too unreasonable." Looking at the appearance of the Death Knight, everyone was disheartened and thought to themselves that they had to risk their lives. They must die if they fail this test. Suddenly someone shouted. The mysterious figure pressed forward and said, "I will try." A young man warned, "If you take such a reckless risk." The other person slowly pulled down his hood, revealing his face. And the young man exclaimed in shock, "You are... This is Kang Chun." The information panel clearly states that before Kang Ujin appeared, he was one of South Korea's top awakened elders. He advanced from rank F to rank AA. But the details of this promotion remain a complete mystery. Everyone was surprised and confused. Kang Chun is impressive. So why is Kang Chun here? Everyone around started whispering excitedly. Unable to believe it, they all turned to look at him with surprised eyes. But hasn't Kang Chun never cooperated with anyone before? So why is he now registering with a Don like this? Even Ujin had to stop and wonder in confusion. That's strange, because when I used the appraisal skill, I didn't detect any high-level awakened individuals at all. You look at the person in front of you with confusion, wondering how your skill can now identify an AA-level individual. Level 78, Kang Chun. Ujin, with his hands on his hips, looked puzzled and wondered why you would want to join a Don when you seem so capable. Kang Chun called out from below, admitting that my purpose was not to join a Don, but to talk to you. Your face looks serious as you emphasize, "Then come another day, I don't have time right now." He still insists on staying to persuade him. "Just for a moment. Hoping you'll spare some time." Ujin pouts, showing his annoyance. He's really such a troublemaker. Then you turn away and point, ordering them to take this person out of here. And the bodyguards all nod in agreement. Yes, they moved in to surround Kang Chun and asked him to leave. If he wants to meet the president, he should formally request a meeting with a Don. He changed his attitude completely. Then suddenly Kang Chun offered a different suggestion. How about this? He pointed directly at Ujin and said, "If I could hold out for 30 seconds against that Death Knight, you'd have to talk to me." Seeing that, you find it funny and turn to remind him. "Unshot. It seems he's looking down on you. What do you think? Want to fight?" His eyes were furious as he made up his mind. "I will defeat him within 30 seconds. The atmosphere changed as if water and fire clashed. Both sides faced each other with fierce determination. Anshot's fierce gaze declared his determination, while Kang Chun carefully observed his opponent, seeing everyone in position. Ujin confidently announced, "All right, let's begin." Then he suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving him stunned. And in an instant, Anshot appeared and launched a direct attack. Kang Chun struggles under pressure, unsure how to handle the situation, while Ujin stands silently from afar, observing the fight. After observing carefully for a while, you also realize that you could block Anshot's attack with your bare hands, which doesn't seem to be Biza Hyung's body enhancement ability. Could it be that the dark red substance surrounding him is his ability? But Ujin remains confident and hopeful. I've never seen a power like that before. But Anshot kept leveling up and reached S rank. No matter how special his skills are, he's still just an AA level opponent. You understand better now and are more hopeful. But this gap in rank is hard to overcome. However, Kang Chun still remains calm. With subordinates at SKA level, he suddenly revealed his strength with confidence. As expected, Dr. Toffler was not mistaken about him at all. Ujin was stunned when he heard the familiar name. Toffler. Kang Chun also doesn't want to give up. But if I lose to a subordinate like this, it would really hurt my pride. He clenched even tighter the strange object in his hand. Ujin widened his eyes in shock at his level. Kang Chun's rank has changed, now at level 78. In an instant, he rose 10 levels to level 88. Kang Chun, even he couldn't believe what was happening. Ujin, in a moment of calm, opened his eyes in a dazed feeling. The weapon in Kang Chun's hand gradually disintegrates and disappears, and he calmly declares that it's over. But the weapon in Kang Chun's hand still didn't stop, until Ujin suddenly appeared and blocked the attack. He raised his hand forward to signal and emphasize, Stop it. It's been over 30 seconds. Kang Chun at this moment realizes he's sweating cold and wonders if he could block his own attack with just one hand like that. Ujin turns back, points at him calmly. I'll settle with you later. Now go back to the waiting room and calm down. Kang Chun, standing behind, repeats the question. So, are you now willing to talk to me? Ujin jumps with a lively smile. So you not only know the top floor, but also have the ability to transform. Alright. This conversation is going to be very interesting. The scene shifts to a private room where they talk. Kang Chun's legs are chained and restrained. He looks at his body in confusion. What is this? Ujin then approached the table to explain the reason. Earlier during the conversation, a guy suddenly ran off. And since he's a special detainee, violence couldn't be used against him. Kang Chun also broke out in sweat, showing signs of fear, as if facing an item capable of suppressing such power. Soon after, Ujin sat down in the chair. Ready. You calmly began to question him. So what is your purpose in approaching me? He also did not hesitate to admit the reason. I came here based on Dr. Toffler's testimony. Kang Chun's face grew serious again as he emphasized that Dr. Toffler believed you were an extremely powerful candidate who could save the Earth. He said that in order to save the Earth from Shanette's claws, you need to collect the codes. Ujin's eyes sharpened with suspicion as he emphasized the code. Then he sank back into his thoughts. Recalling the 10 memories, that Rake on the planet Jakku also mentioned some kind of code. Always speaking in riddles when he lay down. No one could understand him. Someone who doesn't need a code can still wear it on their body. But it doesn't matter as long as they know what it's for. Ujin crossed his arms, puzzled and wondering what exactly that code they mentioned was. Kang Chun also couldn't give an answer. I don't know either. He just told me to pass this message to you. You sighed tiredly and emphasized, we need to know what it is before we can find it. But Ujin also tried to calm himself down. Though this information revealed quite a few things, suddenly Ujin remembered and asked another question. But hey, what is your relation to Toppler? And what exactly is his identity? Right now he looked serious and emphasized the key point. You know this too. I am a free, awakened one, with no guild. But I am supported by the Moon Realm. After hearing that, Ujin looked confused and asked what the Lunar Realm was. Kang Chun simply explained, this is the organization that Dr. Toppler is operating in. And you are even more surprised now. Emphasizing the wind. I've never heard of that organization before. Is it the name of a planet or something? He also just nodded and said simply that you can think of it that way. Xe Ung-hun hurriedly ran in from outside. President, come here immediately. Ujin calmly turned around and asked, then. Seeing this, he also seemed a bit surprised. What's going on? Why are you reacting like that? Ung-hun's car suddenly screeched. Sweating profusely, her face changed when he mentioned the name Sua. Ung-hun, frightened and worried, announced important news, she has fainted. The scene shifts outside the large hospital, where a sign with the information 301 Kang Sua is displayed on a door. Just as the area is quiet, Ujin suddenly opens the door. She runs over to him, clutching him tightly. Ujin. She hugs him and speaks with a helpless, distressed voice. Sua refuses to wake up at all. Ujin gently pulls her away and reassures her firmly. It's okay, Mom. I smile brightly and firmly say, I will do everything to help her recover, so don't worry. Ujin. He turned around quickly and urgently ordered Ngin Chan to take her mother outside. He also nodded and obeyed the command. Yes. Mr. President. Sua is still lying in the hospital bed with no change. You step closer to the hospital bed to check on Sua's condition. Moody. But she makes a strange conclusion that the girl's body is perfectly fine. This only makes Ujin more curious and confused. So why isn't it waking up easily then? Do you still remember when Dr. Toffler said that a god was about to descend to Earth? I still remember clearly, and confirm that he said, we must find and protect the god who is about to descend to Earth. Ujin became impatient to get to the main point. But what does that have to do with Sua? After saying that, you also realized something was unusual. It can't be. Could it be that Sua? She was nervous and insisted on it. That's right. Moody, through the energy flow, detected something mysterious. I don't quite understand what happened. But even though I am still hazy, I can still sense the divine power within her. Surely she is currently meeting a god in some long dream. She can't find any other solution now. We can only wait for her to accept that god. There is one more thing Moody needs to add. And when she opens her eyes, she emphasizes the change that will come. The girl will wake up as a goddess, able to hear the voices of the divine. The scene shifts to Eugene's large office. Inside, Sung-hoon is sweating nervously. I heard the girl was sick. But now suddenly something else has happened. What's going on? He nervously held his head, only hoping that it wasn't anything serious. When Kang Chun, suddenly sitting behind, confirmed that in this world, nothing happens suddenly without a reason. Seung-hun, confused, turned back and asked what does that mean. He stood up. Breaking free. Handcuffs clenched. Because everything we think is random actually has a reason behind it. Seung-hun only then realized the interrogation issue and asked, "Hey, how could you break in here?" As he panicked. He was attacked. And if he returned, they wouldn't let him go. Kang Chun's face shows a look of extreme discomfort. He realizes that everything is coming at him, and the ruthless gears of fate have already started turning. Kang Chun raised his face anxiously. "Kang Woojin, can you escape from here?" Woojin is at the hospital, watching over his sister with a tense face, and Suan is lying on the bed with a mark on her forehead. The scene of the house's front yard appears hazy, with shattered glass doors revealing the night sky and a sliver of the moon. Seung-hun, Jun, and the others are all lying on the ground, faces twisted in pain. Min Chan has just appeared now, worriedly asking about the situation. "Minister Gu, are you okay?" He struggled to sit up painfully. The Prime Minister inside. Woojin also arrived and noticed something strange, wondering what had happened. Seung-hun, hearing this, was immediately frightened and turned to the president. He scratched his head nervously and recounted what happened, saying, "I was building a house alone when he suddenly barged in. After that, I don't remember anything else." "And you immediately started to suspect and asked more deeply. Did he say anything?" Seung-hun, sweating nervously, recounted that in this world, nothing happens suddenly without a reason. That's what he meant. But hearing that, Woojin also understood the implication. His point was that everything follows the law of cause and effect. Still, he couldn't quite believe it. Even the fact that Suo was chosen as the goddess. Woojin walks over to the broken window, looks outside in confusion, and it seems like he's imagining things. But he also appears completely clueless. Then he turned to another issue. The human organization opposing Kang Chun and connected to Toffler. Woojin had already sensed something was strange. They claimed to be on his side, but acted cautiously and warily, seemingly hiding in the shadows and secretly watching him, concealing their true identities. Suddenly he turned back and carefully advised Seung-hun, "You go rest and recover your strength." He was quickly helped up and responded, "Yes sir, Mr. President." Then Woojin looked elsewhere to assign the task. "And as for Min Chan, you follow Kang Chun. You just point out your determination. No matter if you have to seek cooperation from Korea or do anything else. You must find a way." Flashback to when they were in the forest. 3 days before Woojin and his team arrived in Anfen. With only 12 days left to prepare for the expedition, according to Dan Ji-yoon. To train the army you assigned, Woojin ordered Hasten to train 2-3 new pseudo-awakened. She received the mission and quickly announced that everyone would begin their hellish training in 12 days. The goal is to become B-rank false awakeners. Through this process, they also made remarkable progress. Along with Hasten's extremely strict training, they were also generously provided with skill books and enhancement stones by Adan to help them progress quickly. After completing their training, they became a named army unit known as the Fandom Division, receiving direct orders from General Hasten. The scene shifts to another area also in progress. While Janist's hell training is nearing its final stages, he laughs triumphantly, ready to attack. Now, this is a scene worth watching. Everything is gradually approaching its true end. Although Sung-woo has gradually realized his dream of becoming a fire mage, he is ready to launch a powerful attack. Now, try absorbing hellfire. His face becomes extremely tense, but the sad truth is that for some reason he doesn't feel happy at all. The scene then shifts to his side and Maka's current situation. As depicted by Jimin, he finally agreed to accept the advice after hearing Woojin's suggestion, and it seems like he has started to limit his abuse of his power and is beginning to control it. Jimin confidently lifts his chin and declares, "See, this is the difference in rank between us." Suddenly, a voice from behind the door reminds him, "Jimin, stop fooling around and move quickly." He happily waved and apologized, saying, "Yes sir. Give me 1 more minute to handle it and I'll join everyone right away." He then hesitated and asked, "What have you been doing all this time?" I think his personality is pretty good. It seems like the noble dignity of a knight aristocrat has been lost. The scene shifts to Woojin, standing high above, looking down with a satisfied expression, as it seems everyone is now ready to trust each other and share responsibilities more than before. Woojin grinned to himself. Already with a plan, in just 1 more day, he would return to Earth, and as soon as he saw the world merge, the Anfen expedition would begin. At the large testing base, which is none other than what you mentioned, the person of the world. The clicking of keyboards echoed continuously as data was gradually uploaded onto the computers. Someone called out, causing the old man to turn around. Toffler, the healer. "It's time to eat." The old man was a bit surprised and quickly gave a few instructions, saying it's already break time. "Thank you, Zo. Just leave it there." And the girl obediently followed. "Yes sir. Enjoy your meal." A lunchbox lid is carefully opened, and Toffler sighs heavily at the food inside, feeling he won't even be able to eat his porridge before washing up. He then looks up determinedly. This time, he is sure he will. Toffler was determined in his heart to succeed and accomplish the plan. The next scene shifts to a momentous day in Korea. When the leaders of the world's factions gather at Busan port, Haemin, with his hands on his hips, looked pleased and said, "This place is really amazing. Just how wide is it exactly?" The guard beside him quickly answered, "About 280 meters long." He turned with a very worried and suspicious look. "What do you think? Do you think we can do it?" Ju Sukweza provided some important notes. And once the handover process is complete, there will be no issues with the aircraft carrier itself. However, we will need a huge amount of money and time to transport the accompanying weapons, including the aircraft on the ship and the pilot personnel that can be mobilized. But even Haemin knows that. Of course, he looked up with a puzzled expression. A carrier in Adan, a country with such a small population. What the hell is the president planning to do with it? Suddenly, something appeared that surprised everyone, and Haemin was caught off guard when he saw Ugin arrive. "Mr. President," he hurriedly approached to emphasize the schedule. "Isn't there a meeting with Kok Ryu's leader today? You seem completely casual. Just saying you're going to plant some trees and come back right away." But that only makes Haemin more confused, as Yu assists with a salute according to protocol. "Good day, Mr. President. I am Captain Pak Ryusu, commander of the aircraft carrier. I am a former Navy colonel with 6 months of experience on aircraft carriers as an officer." Hearing that, you clearly showed your excitement. "You're experienced, huh? I look forward to working with you." Haemin turned to look worried and asked for his opinion. "Mr. President, how do you plan to operate this place from now on? Because I haven't prepared in time for communication. My concern is just that it's a super large ship moving." But Yu-jin confidently emphasizes that, which is the most important thing. He raised his hand high to emphasize that a large ship is moving. But after hearing that, Haemin became even more confused. Like what Yu-jin confidently stepped forward. "So that's good." Then suddenly, he threw two things out, and everyone was blinded by the sudden light and covered their faces. What the heck? Suddenly, the system updates with 2 new notifications combining the fragments in the other dimension, establishing the base. And the base is being developed. A huge tree suddenly appears, its branches beginning to sprout leaves, and 2 tears rise up as it slowly retreats in amazement. Just like the time the dragon built its nest on Namsan Tower, the tree grows larger along with a countdown notification. 24 hours remaining until Lord Kang Yu-jin's base is completed. Now Yu-jin finally turns around to warn of danger. As the Zeun station is currently surrounded by all kinds of enemies, it's extremely dangerous. If you're robbed in Adan, everything is over, because the teleportation gate back to Earth will disappear immediately. Haemin is also stunned in surprise. "So what now?" You then confirmed once again. "Yes. Zeun is moving to Enfen." The scene shifts to a major meeting elsewhere. While at the View World Hotel, Zeun is attending a summit of leaders. Min Chan is standing on the podium to give a speech, thanking everyone for attending today's event. "I am Min Chan, Prime Minister of Adan." Before the president arrives, his face tense. He simply explained that we will briefly reveal the information about the dangers we have discovered so far. Outside the hall, everyone was chatting animatedly when Heesun approached. "Has Zeun heard anything from the president yet?" He looks excited as he recounts the situation. "I just received a call from him. He said he would go straight from Busan to the teleportation gate at Zeun Station." And she looked a bit worried, only able to hope that he wouldn't come back too late. Then Zeun quickly reminded us to get back to our seats, as the first Global Ryu conference was about to resume inside the main hall. Min Chan immediately asked the main question: why did the monster appear in Danjiyun? And to answer this, you first need to understand what Shanae is. He frowned and gave a definition. Shanae is an interplanetary network. Min Chan then pointed out that this allows the transmission of materials regardless of distance, but its true identity or origin remains unknown. But then he had to warn about the danger. However, one thing is certain: the female monsters appearing in the Danjiyun are all creatures from outer space. Earth has long been connected to outer space through a Shanae, and monsters are constantly pouring into the city. Min Chan also had to specifically warn the council that if in the future the synchronization process is completed, even more terrifying leaders from the otherworldly dimensions and other monsters will invade Earth. He quickly mentioned the dangerous consequences, saying that, at that point, bloodstone trading would no longer be the only issue we face. But the very survival of humanity would also be at stake. Someone raised their hand to ask what to do. Isn't Danjiyun being protected by a barrier, so it won't be destroyed? Min Chan emphasized seriously that yes, Danjiyun cannot be destroyed, but we can cut off the connection to Chanas. The person worriedly asked if you have any solutions. Suddenly, Ujin confidently smiled and assuredly said, Of course I have it. He stepped inside with a confident demeanor. Which is why I decided to head to Anfen. Ujin proposed a simple solution on that planet. There is an ancient weapon called Thras's Judgment. If we find and complete it, we can force the disconnection of Chan-S. The little spider willingly and confidently states that the reason I gathered everyone here today is to unite the worlds and protect the Earth while I am away. They started to look at each other with suspicion. Could it be that Anfen really has that kind of weapon? There might really be a goddess with such incredible power in this world. Are you sure you came to Anfen to save the Earth? The person grimaces and looks suspicious. As always. Isn't it true that Adan has always held exclusive control over all the information about the fragment of the void, preventing you from owning even a Dandian? Protecting the Earth is just an excuse. In reality, you just want to monopolize the huge benefits from the Anfen Dandian. Right. Hearing that, Ujin sneered and asked back. Benefits. Humanity is on the brink of extinction, and we still have time to discuss benefits. He raised his hand high and clearly explained that all we want to do is protect our family and the planet we live on. If you don't believe me, then go ahead and attack Anfen first. Ujin remained confident and challenged, saying just go ahead and observe the situation there, and I will follow the others. The person was immediately rebutted and frowned. Then the boy quickly turned and issued a reminder. Ngin Chan. On the screen. He looked at the situation and understood the true intention. Yes. The screen clearly displays his fear of physical force and traits. Lee Sang-ho, former chairman of View Warang. Level B, pseudo-awakened. With telepathic abilities. Note that he has become a subordinate of the Space Lord, and is the one who caused the Danjian to go off their natural development path, including those in Korea. Seeing that, he immediately turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. He crossed his arms and introduced himself, saying this person is Lee Sang-ho, representative of View Warang, the one who caused the Danjian outbreak under the influence of a Space Lord. Uzi quickly explained the situation clearly. Because of him, the monsters that normally wouldn't escape within 30 days after the Danjian reset attacked us just 1 day later, causing Sul and Dabi to suffer tragic injuries. You also secretly realized that he used this trick during the outbreak of the Danjian, which appeared simultaneously all over the world. Uzi straightforwardly listed the charges. Besides him, there are many other crazy individuals, such as the criminal organizations in America, who even managed to create an artificial Danjian. This way, you want to warn the Council that in the future, when the synchronization process is complete, as time goes on, we will face more and more traitors. Those who join the ranks of the cruel lords like Lee Sang-ho are the ones willing to sell the Earth to save their own lives. Ujin uses this way of speaking to warn everyone that even now, with the situation like this, still thinking about benefits. I doubt anyone here has that mindset. You still deliberately ask again to emphasize. Right. Ujin smirks confidently. Perhaps you all have understood already. I've made it clear. So this is my final reminder. You are reminding them of your final schedule. Tomorrow morning, I will go with Adan's warriors to Anfen, Ujin confidently reaffirmed. And we will definitely return after finding a way to save the Earth. You smile and remind them to stay united and protect the Earth until then. The scene shifts back to the hospital where Sua is lying. Outside a room labeled 301 Kang Sua, with Murdy sitting inside. Her face tense and her head bowed. Finally, we only have 1 day left before we reach Anfen. Will the Allied forces be able to withstand the attacks from the Shanette Legion commanders? Suddenly, a blinding light startled Murdy, making her open her eyes in shock. Surprised by the reaction of the girl in front of her, she saw Sua also sensing the moment. The divine spirit is about to descend. It's still at the hospital, but evening has fallen, and Sua is still surrounded by a beam of light. Ugin looked at her younger sister with great concern, wondering why the divine awakening hadn't shown any reaction yet. Is she all right? Murdy glanced over confidently. Yes. Luckily, the assimilation process is very stable. We just need to wait until she reacts. You didn't ask any more questions and focused instead. I understand. Seeing Ugin approaching, she was startled. You should look down at Sua and ask him to introduce himself. What's your name? Is it really so hard to introduce yourself? I wonder what the name of the seed that was just born on a planet would be. Hearing that, you were a bit surprised and asked again. A seed just born. You mean there are no gods on this planet? Suddenly Sua slightly opened her eyes and calmly sat on the bed, saying, even though this is the first time we meet, we've actually known each other for a very long time, and after a long history, we finally meet like this. But after hearing that, Ugin asked back confusedly, what do you mean by that? Can you explain it so I can understand? Sua opened her eyes wide, and tried to explain briefly that the essence of the phenomenon is that humanity can only perceive it. The infinite privilege of the false history is once again reaching its final point. His face grew tense and serious. History of lies. Huh. The girl gradually lost her energy, wondering if anyone could stop this endless cycle. Sua's final words surprised Ugin. "I will be watching over you." The girl, now exhausted, collapsed forward, and then Sua regained consciousness. Calling out to him really, Ugin gently smiles and pats the girl's head, saying, "I'm here. Do you recognize me now?" At this moment, Sua innocently recounts what just happened, saying, "I had a dream." Ugin tries to hold the girl in his arms and gently comforts her, saying, "You did a good job protecting her, now don't say anything more and rest up." He looked down with a contemplative expression and sighed in relief. Luckily, Sua accepted the divine spirit smoothly. Nothing went wrong. But if something had happened just now, the girl's body and mind would have been harmed immediately. Ugin once again recalls Toffler's analysis that there is something acting as a firewall, blocking the connection of this planet. The god of the earth will descend soon, protect him from Shanae's forces. You were so surprised to learn that your sister Sua is actually a seed of the divine. What a coincidence. Then Ugin also ordered to carry out the plan. Min Chan, take all the staff and their relatives, along with the equipment, onto the aircraft carrier, as we agreed. He stood at the back, nodded in agreement, and said yes, Mr. President, then turned to give a careful look and reminded to take good care of Sua while I'm away. Ugin looked down at his sister, determined that even if he lost everything, he had to protect Sua. Leave her 50k, Sua was just an ordinary person. But from the very first time she awakened to become a priestess serving the Christmas god on Earth, with healing and purification skills, in front of a construction site with pleading voices and signs saying no entry. I just wanted to check the progress compared to what was publicly announced. The worker standing in front explained with his hand, "No one is allowed to enter here." But the guard kept begging and pleading, "But I've been working here for 10 years. I just wanted to take a quick look." Is that really so difficult? Suddenly, a car sped toward us, and the door opened with a foot stepping out. Sang-jun approached the construction site and asked what was going on, and the worker turned around excitedly. Director Lee Sang-jun. He quickly explained the difficulties. "Nothing serious. I just wanted to check on the construction progress. But this guard keeps stopping me." He immediately became annoyed and asked why I wanted to know about that. They immediately calmly explained the reason. "Isn't it natural to be curious about it? I've been working here for 10 years. Yet I've never been involved in any renovation like this. Even the recent events." Sang-jun let out a small, relieved breath. He then decided to agree to the condition to let him see it. "Come on. Go inside." As you walk in, the lights shine through the darkness, and inside, they keep praising him non-stop. "As expected of Director Sir, we've worked together before, so it's easy to discuss work. Of course I know you're managing very well. But this is a precious natural relic." That person glanced around and explained that it's probably because we've been close to it for a long time. So I was a bit worried it might get hurt. But Sang-jun didn't intend to question it. "I understand your concern." Suddenly, a beast growled ominously. Seeing Sang-jun's reaction, he wondered what could have caused such panic. "Did you hear anything just now?" he calmly and sinisterly asked again. "What was that noise?" He still maintained a sinister attitude, observing as a flock of red-eyed birds fell inside the cave. Sang-jun quietly chuckled mischievously, guessing it was something like a fall or something similar. Suddenly a stream of water gushed down violently, and he reached out to touch the droplets. Sang-jun saw the group of beasts from afar. He sneered mischievously, amused by that precious natural relic. At this moment, he has also revealed his true form. So, why does he still want to go somewhere he can't even protect himself? The strange green flames are lit up. Sang-ho slowly steps inside and kneels respectfully before the throne. Then Sang-ho slowly spoke to request an audience. "A loyal subordinate of your lord, Lee Sang-ho." He bowed deeply to complete the formalities and asked for an audience with the lord. The lord then asked if there was any news about the immortal Yujin and quickly reported the information he had gathered. "Aircraft carrier. No. They are building a base on a giant moving ship at sea. It seems that once completed, this base will be relocated elsewhere." He chuckled softly, stroking his chin and drinking water. "They plan to escape from Ji-un-u. Too headache-inducing." The lord regained his composure and asked if there was anything else. Sang-ho remained in his position, recounting, "I also heard that they plan to explore Anfen with Adan's awakened ones." When he heard this, he was immediately alarmed. "Anfen, huh?" He also quickly figured out the reason. They were about to find the code here. The lord left the throne and stepped forward. "I'm really glad everything is going so smoothly." He had been plotting in advance, ready for when he wasn't on Earth. "The lord's inner evil has awakened, and I am determined to find the god of Earth and kill him." Switching back to Ujin's side, on the planet Anfen, Wrath Temple, Ujin tilts his head up to the sky and takes a deep breath of fresh air, enjoying the atmosphere with a sense of relief. "It's been a long time since I could breathe the air of Anfen like this." Sungu looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Is this Anfen? Why does it look so deserted? You sigh and turn to question him back. Did you think that after 200 years of war, everything would still be fine? Ujin looked at her questioningly and asked, Murdy, where are we right now? She quickly explained. This is the western area of Wrath Plateau. Murdy clearly explained that heading northeast from here will lead us to Adon by day, while heading north will take us to the land of the Allied forces. She lowered her head, looking uncomfortable. But right now I don't know what that place is like anymore. Ah. Ujin immediately patted Murdy's head to comfort her. Since you've brought us this far, there's nothing for you to worry about anymore. Shin Shin let out a heroic shout from behind, then turned around excitedly to urge forward. Let's head to the land of our Allied forces now. The scene shifts to the starry night sky. With the northern Allied forces at Boga Gorge, the terrifying swarm of locust monsters appears, causing everyone to panic and desperately flee. The monsters keep chasing and the screams of agony echoing. A terrible cry rings out into the distance. Many people couldn't escape from the monsters. A mother holding her trembling child in fear screams, urging the crowd to stand up quickly and move away. As soon as they leave the canyon, everyone will reach the heroes. Hero Thorin, a monk exploring Skjar, lifts the child's head high with a pale face. The boy shouted a warning to him. Thorin, up ahead. He quickly gritted his teeth and dodged the attack. Thorin then quickly struck it with his staff, causing the monster to fall to the ground, bleeding black blood. He straightened up and let out a breath of relief. These creatures are really tough. Then the two of them continued walking down the road. As they were walking, they suddenly stopped as Thorin noticed something. He looked at the crowd in front of him with concern. What's going on? Why are they still standing there? In front of them were long, gnarled tentacles. Thorin clenched his teeth, sweating and unsure what to do. As the escape route was completely blocked, the boy turned around, trembling all over, softly calling out Thorin's name. He quickly turned his head to see what was happening. The monsters are slowly approaching from below to where they are. Thorin must react quickly and throw his weapon at them. Suddenly, streams of fire and bullets rain down from the sky, and everyone looks up in fear. An explosion with great destructive power occurs, causing those around to be stunned. The monsters are now torn apart and destroyed. Thorin looks up with a hopeful and joyful expression. It's here. Everyone starts cheering and celebrating. We've been saved. It's Raham. And the Fairy King too. The villagers began to sit down on the grass, and Raham turned around. Sensing the tense situation, it seems everyone has already united their strength. Itasia also clearly sees the emerging difficulties. Moving like this will be very tough. He immediately became worried and wondered what had happened to everyone during the attack on Gosu's base. Where are the others? He lowered his head sadly and recounted that the plan had failed, and the surviving allies are now scattered. They are trying to rescue the people in the surrounding area, with Mage Raham being one of the heroes. As the strongest fire mage, she quickly came up with a solution. Since things have turned out this way, we have to move the survivors to a new place and leave this behind. The Demon King Itasia, one of the heroes of the Alliance, can freely use both bow and spear. Thorin's face darkened as he didn't know what to do. Our plan to destroy Gosu's base had failed. Maybe there's no other way. Suddenly they all looked up. Raham broke out in a sweat. Unable to imagine what this noise was, a large group of monsters appears once again, with Ferris's eyes showing in the middle of the sky. He quickly realizes the danger. Damn it, Ferris. Our position has been exposed. The system displays a detailed introduction. Ferris is a giant monster measuring 500 meters long. Its massive body is extremely dangerous. But what truly instills fear is that it is used as a transport vehicle for monsters. The swarm of monsters quickly approaches in overwhelming numbers, their wings standing tall. As Ferris opens its terrifying giant mouth, Raham sensed the danger and quickly urged, "We must leave here immediately." Thorin, she also agreed and turned to emphasize, "We must retreat immediately. Ferris is coming. We can't save everyone." Itasia clearly outlined a solution to save the situation. But if we run away while trying to protect everyone, the entire army will be slaughtered immediately. The boy turned away in fear and worry, asking if we are all going to die. As if there were no true miracles in this world. Thorin lowered his head and fell into silence. After a moment, he decided to turn around and instruct them to go. "I will stay here and try to protect as many people as possible." The two of them quickly protested. "Thorin, we can't lose a Skia monk like you. We have to survive and protect Anfen." He lowered his head and firmly affirmed that my responsibility is not to protect my own life, but to protect these children. Thorin also made up his mind to reaffirm that no matter if I have to die, I will complete the task that Lord Skia entrusted to me. In the end, Graham had to bow his head and admit that death is also a blessing bestowed by the gods. He covered his face in regret, apologizing to everyone. It seems I only thought about my own survival and used a big excuse for it. But at this moment, Torin suddenly shouted my name. Graham. His eyes bright with a change of thought as he declared, "How can I call myself a hero of Anfin if I turn my back on our people and run away from our own land? Let's fight together until the end." Graham turned to ask Itasia what she thought. "My love." She turned her back and stepped forward to reaffirm that from the moment we established the bloodline, humankind has also become my kin. I will join my brothers too. Torin was utterly surprised and couldn't believe this. Even Itasia. Now Graham turned back to remind everyone that we've been talking for too long. He turned to it and shouted for everyone to focus. "Now, let's get ready to face the enemy." Ferris is still hovering in the sky. Eugene from afar also marveled and admired. This is the first time he's seen something so gigantic. It's been a long time since he's had such a big target. Fans will definitely be very happy to see this. He reached out his hand to create a fireball and threw it directly at the monsters. Graham looked up at the sky in disbelief as a sudden explosion occurred, and a strange step descended from the ground. Itasia turned around in shock. Looking around, what is this sudden tremor? Torin has to turn around and warn. "Itasia, watch out." A group of bone soldiers rushes forward urgently, the leader raising his weapon high and shouting, "Let the cursed land of Anfen be covered with the blood of death, and let the two sides clash fiercely in battle." Itasia opened her eyes wide in surprise. Fadu. She looked up at the sky with confusion, wondering why the army of the immortal was here. The sky was now sparkling with bright stars. Behind the mountain range, the sky turns purple. Graham tenses his chin, alert that danger is near. The army of the death god has been silent all this time, but now it suddenly appears. Things are really complicated right now. Even Torin has to grit his teeth in helplessness. Is there really no magic left? Itasia still insists on encouraging everyone. No. Actually, this is an opportunity for us. We have to leave here, while Gosusu's soldiers and the Death Army are fighting each other. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out. "I've traveled a long way to get here. If you're not going to welcome me, then where do you think you're going?" As soon as she heard that, she quickly recognized this voice. Itasia turned back and saw Lien Junjun, retreating completely. She quickly recognized Eugene, standing in front of her. The invincible one. Lien jumps and laughs mockingly, asking them if they haven't met in a long time. The heroes of the League. They met again in an unexpected situation. Torin also thought it would be difficult to understand. Why do we have to meet the immortal at this moment when we haven't seen each other for so long? He quickly spotted Morty and turned to ask, "But how is it that the divine maiden, who has been missing, is with that immortal?" Torin didn't even ask and immediately accused her of something. Eugene, the goddess who was caught off guard, looked confused and didn't understand what she was being accused of. She understood immediately and quickly spoke up, apologizing everyone for being late. "I have brought reinforcements from Earth to save Anfin." Raham was a bit surprised and asked again, "Lady of the Gods, what do you mean by that? The reinforcements from Earth?" Morty confirms once again that the Immortal One has decided to help us revive Anfen. Hearing that, Torin began to doubt. The Soul Master only knows slaughter and killing, yet she wants to help Anfen. Why would the goddess lie so blatantly? Looking at the two before him, he surmised, "Don't tell me." The Undying and the goddess Torin, unable to contain his rage, roared, "Undying, not only did you abduct the goddess, but you turned her into a living puppet." He didn't even bother to ask questions and accused her of trying to use her to conquer Anfen. Seeing the tense situation, Morty had to explain, "You're mistaken. I am still alive. The immortal group really wants to help us." Uzin turned back with a calm expression and emphasized why bother explaining so much to them. Then she expressed her opinion, "But we need to clear up all the misunderstandings." Torin, now furious, charged forward and couldn't hold back, insulting, "You are truly a cowardly monster. Get away from that murderous crowd. You're nothing. I will destroy you right here." Uzin, with a calm expression, jumps and smiles. If words can't solve it. Mo is very worried now, shouting Torin's name and rushing forward to strike. But then he was knocked back. And Raham, looking very worried, called out Torin's name. The spider-jumping boy smiled nonchalantly, having no choice but to act this way. At this moment, he also became furious and joined the battle against that damn immortal. Raham quickly appeared behind Uzin, using teleportation skills, and from his staff emanated a surge of power. He directs his fire straight at you, unleashing hellfire magic. Die. Uzin's face darkens strangely, and Raham is caught off guard, eyes wide in surprise. In his hand is a powerful bow, and Raham immediately collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain. Itasia was also stunned in shock. Not knowing what to do, he's too strong. What's happening here? She couldn't clearly understand the reason, no matter how strong she was. He was still a soul master. Just a few gestures and he could easily defeat the heroes. Now Uzin turned to face him defiantly. So what? Are you planning to rush in? Or do you think that just by having a spokesperson we'll understand everything and just walk away? Itasia trembled all over, unsure of what to do. But then she finally dropped her weapon and surrendered. Uzin let out a relieved sigh, smiling confidently because he had anticipated this. Then he pointed and gave careful instructions. Rain, go and treat the injured. When will they regain consciousness? We will explain everything to them in detail later. She was a bit startled but quickly responded, yes. Then Uzin glanced up at the sky. You see the monsters flying in the sky, and immediately guessed that those are Gosusu's minions. His fortress must be nearby too. Uzin was ready to jump into battle. So let's take the initiative and withdraw a bit. The scene shifts to another place where lightning strikes the sky. And Gosusu's lord changes the storm's direction. A faint clicking sound comes from the door. And a person with their head pressed down is furious. Your unprincipled bastard is back. But as soon as he heard that, Uzin burst out laughing mockingly. Then suddenly pretended to be friendly and nostalgic. That guy suddenly clearly states his demand. Makes it very clear that he won't invade your territory like before. And hearing that, you repeat once more. That territory, huh? Uzin smirked, emphasizing the scheme. What should I do now? I want to take over this entire planet. But he had already guessed it beforehand. Your goal is Anfen's code, isn't it? As soon as I heard that, I was startled and confused what code someone even mentioned, some kind of code like the one from the planet Jakku. But that guy just sneered and didn't believe. Huh, I see you're still wandering around helping the planets without knowing anything about the code. Uzin quickly asked. So you kindly explain it to me then. But the guy just sneered and challenged back. Why should I do that? Your face suddenly changed to look extremely annoyed. Uzin couldn't hold back anymore and swung his sword, telling the person to get lost if they were going to ask such nonsense. Up to now, you still haven't found the final answer. What is that code, and why is everyone so secretive about it? Suddenly, a call interrupted, catching Uzin off guard. You turned to ask clearly about the situation downstairs. Have you finished cleaning all the floors below? Yes. We have sorted everything and completed the task. Uzin let out a sigh of relief with a bit of a smile and reminded them not to get too proud just because they're only at the beginner level. He looked very excited and nodded eagerly. Yes, sir. Min's car beside him also happily agreed. Strange. Mo Yi is still busy with her healing mission. Torin was surprised to see the wound healing so quickly. This power truly is the divine strength of the Saintess Arya. If she really followed the immortal pillar, then her abilities should have been lost. Raham looked at his palm in surprise. So she really is the goddess after all. He looked regretfully at Modi, and we misunderstood the goddess. Sorry about that. She lowered her head without paying too much attention. It's okay. Thank you all very much for trusting me, even after seeing me next to the immortal horde like that. Uzin, who is now approaching from afar. Are you finally thinking clearly? He turned around in surprise and called out the name. Immortal. Torin's face was tense and sweating as he asked why you were sparing our lives. Uzin turned to look at Mo with a puzzled expression and asked again. Should I kill him or what? He started to sweat nervously. No. That's not it. I mean, why are you helping our alliance? He placed his hand on his chin in a thoughtful pose. Then Uzin gave a suggestive conclusion. Just assume it's because we share the same goal and benefit. He enthusiastically points with his finger and emphasizes that our common enemy is Chinette. The boy's eyes light up with curiosity as Uzin continues smiling and talking with his two followers. The boy gently tugged Mo's dress and asked, Goddess, is that person a hero? She also looked vaguely in that direction. But I'm not sure anymore. Mo's gaze flicked over confidently. But one thing is certain, that person is willing to risk everything to come here and help us. But behind. Itasia lowered her face. I still can't believe her. He's here. Anfen will definitely have a big nightmare. Modi's gaze darkened with emotion, indicating she had prepared in advance before arriving, just before reaching Anfen. Lady Arya delivered a new prophecy. Modi sat sincerely praying in front of the statue for a long time. After a while, Arya also gave a prophecy, and in the end, Uzin would find the answer. But then he would disappear. She gave an abrupt and nonsensical statement, blurring the line between illusion and reality, causing Uzin to suddenly be startled. So Arya finally concluded that it all comes down to life and death. Looking back now, her dream was vague. What did that prophecy really mean? She looked at Uzin with a hopeful gaze. I did say there was no need to worry about the immortal bunch, even after hearing that prophecy. But the savior of Anfen may not necessarily have brought this planet to the brink of destruction. The scene shifts to a simple rustic village. A day after Gosusu's army was defeated by Kang Uzin, where refugees are residing, unexpectedly. A voice from inside a makeshift tent echoes out, unbelievable. They are discussing Uzin's appearance. No matter how much we want to eliminate Chinette, We could never have imagined that the demon controlling death would turn to our side. Cons, trembling all over, emphasized clearly that under that demon's hand, millions of our Honshu soldiers have become spirits, unable even to die in peace. He finally shouted out his opinion. I can't form an alliance with someone like him, the new king of the Honshu kingdom. Cons, Koga immediately turned and speculated. Could it be that he is secretly plotting something else? Even if he truly wants to form an alliance with us, he will betray us if the situation changes. Koga of the Off clan, Raoul also agreed with that idea. That's right. What we're doing is just handing the enemy a weapon. The dwarf king Raoul, but the three traders who met Ugin directly, remained silent. Muddies stepped inside the room from outside. And there's something you need to know. Cons turned to face them, waiting for an answer. What do you mean? She is now directly referring to Ugin, the immortal. Not a demon or someone possessed by a demon. He is just an ordinary human being. No different from us. The three people just now were stunned into silence by the fierce protests. But then they showed suspicion. This is too unreasonable. Don't speak carelessly like that. Arya's messenger, Muddies firmly confirms once again. I am not joking with you. I arrived on Earth as the Saintess arranged. And there I saw the true nature of the immortals. The ones we have misunderstood for so long in a disastrous way. Muddies recounts what he personally witnessed on Earth, where he was truly brutal and cruel. But then, now she also understands that it was because he wanted to protect his family and colleagues. Muddies feels deeply empathetic and admiring, simply protecting the weak. Cons was stunned, opening his eyes wide in surprise, an immortal protecting the weak. Then she deliberately emphasized the detail to persuade everyone, especially since the Saintess Arya had revealed that he is our savior, so we have to trust him and unite. But he stubbornly sticks to his own opinion, which is nonsense. So, at this point, Cons still doubts the words of the Saintess, wondering how Arya could make such a prophecy. Suddenly, Ugin suddenly steps in and asks, What are you all doing behind my back? He looked around and guessed what was going on. Is this why you're talking behind my back? Huh. Muddies was now flustered and turned around to explain that receiving your help was still a huge surprise for us. So we were just discussing that. That's all. So that's why you suddenly pretended to be friendly after fighting. Huh. You emphasize again clearly that our original goal is to be straightforward. I know no one here holds no grudges against each other. Ugin also quickly showed his goodwill. But it's not just Muddies who want to temporarily put aside their hatred. That's right. I will also temporarily set aside my personal hatred. Let's just focus on the common goal of defeating Shanette. Seeing they remained silent, I turned and challenged them. If you don't like it, then come on and fight me. If you turn me into another enemy besides Shanette, then Anfin's story is basically over. Cons gritted his teeth, looking speechless, while Ugin, more triumphant, provoked him again, asking what he wanted to say. He suddenly looked down in a certain direction, and the guard understood immediately and nodded. Cons also didn't overreact and agreed. I get it. Let's work together. Ugin forced a satisfied smile. Well done. He slammed his hand on the table, eager to act quickly. So shall we start planning to save Anfin then? Ugin pointed to a spot on the strategic map, deciding that the first step would be to build a strong fortress to resurrect Anfin. The pot of boiling water was still bubbling nearby. Then a lavish feast was beautifully prepared. The refugees widened their eyes in surprised look at the wine. And there's meat too. Sungu turned back, cheerfully urging everyone to celebrate our survival. As from afar, the deer brought food and laid out a feast. There is enough food here for everyone, so please eat plenty. The refugees felt very grateful. Thank you all, and may the spirits protect the warriors from Earth. Suddenly Ugin stepped out from the tent, surprising him. Sungu excitedly turned back to invite Damin to join him. Big brother, you've finished studying. Come over here and eat with us. Dua raised his hand to signal, and then whispered a few words. You guys eat first. And while you're at it, remember to get close to the heroes. Demi-Min felt strange and curious, and asked, Big brother, where are you going? Ugin walked toward the gate, waving goodbye. I'm just going to take a quick shower. I'll be back soon. Sungu looked back with a doubtful and puzzled expression, wondering if he had an apartment in Anfin or something. His face darkened, unsure what to say. Probably he didn't mean it that way. The sky outside is clear with a gentle breeze. The scene shifts to the majestic Soros Mountain. South of Anfin, Ugin looked down with a curious smile. So this is the place the Alliance mentioned back then. He pointed at the map and asked, Where is this? Korra turned to explain in detail that it is the Soros Mountain, and besides the main range, the surrounding area is also anti-air, making it easy for enemies to detect anyone hiding there. Ugin kept staring intently with curiosity, asking for more details about this place. Is it defensible against air attacks? Consquai turned to share a few small notes. The terrain there is quite high, so defense would probably be very easy. But if we consider supplying supplies, it's also the most isolated place if enemies attack. Instead of that area, we should consider a different location for defense, like this Soros Canyon. But Ujin suddenly stopped and decisively shook his head. No. He turned with a determined look to emphasize, what we need isn't a refuge, but a state-of-the-art city for easy counterattacks. And Mount Soros is perfect for that. At this moment, Koga suddenly spoke up to remind him, Immortal One, there are more difficult problems beyond just the test site, which made Ujin feel somewhat uncomfortable. And what else? He responded with a brief explanation of the reason. I mean, Mount Soros was already under Shanae's control, and the ruler is also one of the 72 kings, but when he arrived, he smiled confidently, surprisingly meeting a familiar face here. Seeing him in front of him, Ujin was very excited. It turned out to be Zuriel. It then spoke with a doubtful look. Truly perplexing. Zuriel stared intently, trying to see through. Why do you keep rushing into meaningless battles among the immortal lords just over petty grudges? Hearing that, Ujin felt a bit annoyed and asked back. Meaningless. At this moment, it stepped forward, trying to persuade. The vassal lords are immortal beings. So why should we kill each other over personal feelings? Hearing that, his gaze grew even more suspicious. Ujin remembered when that guy was talking to him. His goal was the code of Anfen. Right. He smiled playfully and decided to give it a try. Just to see how it goes. Ujin crossed his arms and hips and asked back. So what if I say I came to get the code of Anfen? Juriel, upon realizing this, had to warn to be careful. So the ultimate goal of that person is to dominate Anfen. Isn't it? If so, your approach is wrong. At this point, it is also not hesitant to reveal a little. The code of Anfen is not yet owned by any of the unaligned lords. Clearly, Anfen is hiding it somewhere deep underground. Juriel suggested a seemingly better idea. So instead of the lords fighting each other, you should just kill the creatures on the planet to find it. Even now, Ujin is starting to realize that the code seems to be something that grants the power to dominate the entire planet, which is quite strange. Do you still remember Kangchun Hawaii's words? That Sage Toffler said, we need to collect the code to save Earth from Shanette. From the very beginning, Toffler said, we need to collect the code to rule the planet again. Surely the code has some other functions besides ruling planets. Back in the present, Juriel keeps reminding himself of the previous statements, proving his worth through domination. But he's only a low-level lord. Then suddenly, he let out a sigh of relief. And at that moment, Ujin turned around and honestly admitted, I have no interest in ruling. Which made him appear extremely surprised. The one who doesn't want to rule you. The spider jumper smirks confidently and confirms again. But that's a whole different story now. Juriel also begins to suspect and notices. So don't tell me it's, now I finally understand and shout in anger. So you're talking about the hidden code with me. You're coming to Anfen to pursue the real deal. Ujin was so surprised that he delved deeper. Hidden codes? Huh. Does such a thing really exist in this world? Juriel turned back to explain in detail. Of course, each code has different privileges, and Anfen's secret code can only be passed down to a legend. Suddenly, it opened its eyes in shock, and Juriel finally realized the truth. You fool. Someone who doesn't know anything about codes. I smile confidently and emphasize, if I knew, I wouldn't need to stand here wasting time with you. He became even more furious at this attitude. How dare you, Juriel shouted angrily, accusing them of insulting him. Ujin then changed to a boastful attitude, saying, if I used teleportation magic now, I could have turned your entire base upside down. But unfortunately, Bibi isn't coming with me. It's okay. Bibi has her own things to do too, and now both sides are preparing to attack. From the hillside, you can easily see the clash, and the scene shifts back to the boat drifting on the sea. So cute. Bibi. What are you drawing? The girl proudly showed off her compliment, saying how cute it was, and that she was drawing a new pattern for Dan, making Sue even more excited and jump up happily. So cool. I happily puff out my nose and emphasize my confidence because I've put so much effort into it. Suddenly, the girl changes her attitude, and I keep feeling conflicted about this thing. Sue approaches eagerly, waiting for an answer. What is it? Bibi is extremely flustered and confused by conflicting thoughts. I don't know how to decorate this place. The girl bowed her head, looking very embarrassed. I've decorated castles before, but I've never seen anything like this. Sue immediately understood and quickly went downstairs. Do you need my help? But Bibi turned around, asking the question in confusion. Sue, do you know what a aircraft carrier is used for? The girl looked somewhat innocent and emphasized, aircraft carrier. Do you know what an airplane is? Bibi also isn't sure anymore and starts to feel confused. A fighter jet. The girl pointed and explained innocently that a fighter jet means an airplane, but it's a bit more complicated than that. Hearing this, BB immediately burst into laughter. Why would they need to come up with a different name for it, I wonder? And then the girl looked up again, her eyes welling up and confusion giving her the final answer. But since a ship is a boat, then an aircraft carrier is a flying ship. Right? BB turned around happily and jumped up in gratitude. Sue, thank you. Thanks to you. I've figured out what I should do. The girl then crossed her arms, feeling unsure. I know I'm good at this. Switching to another scene back inside the ship, BB then opens the screen to check the views. Min Trang then approached, feeling very curious. B. What have you been doing all this time? But the girl is too busy to do anything but give instructions. Wait a moment. You'll find out soon enough. After a while, BB shouted with great joy. I found them. I found someone who can repair the aircraft carrier. He sat down and introduced himself. No Sam. Has arrived as instructed by Lady BB. No Sam, an engineer from the Luan tribe of the Kwang people, is highly skilled in crafting magical, mechanical devices and construction. She can design airships, golems, tanks, and build machines like that, as well as aquatic cannons. Min Trang heard this, but couldn't believe it. What does she mean? Fix the BB aircraft carrier immediately and firmly emphasized their determination. If A's base only floats on the sea, what's the point? It has to be modified so it can fly. He seemed surprised and asked again. What about the flag? Min Trang sweat nervously and asked once more. To make an aircraft carrier fly into the air. Is that even possible? No Sam stroked his beard and chuckled a few times, saying nothing is impossible for a short person. Humans probably wouldn't understand. His face twisted in confusion. But the thing is, this aircraft carrier isn't broken. So why fix it? Suddenly, a door burst open. At that moment, Min Trang also turned around in surprise, and he looked down with a doubtful, incredulous gaze. Letting go of the teleportation gate on the ship, BB gradually approaches the door to observe and speculate. Surely the owner has established a base on Anfen by now. His face suddenly lit up with obvious pleasure. The president succeeded. And the girl turned to smile proudly. My owner. Of course. That's just too obvious. Min Trang also didn't argue anymore and urged, so we need to prepare the takeover team. The scene shifts back to Eugene's side, as on Mount Soros, where its former owner Juriale was defeated and a new master was welcomed. Torin arrived there in shock. Unable to believe it, how could the immortal possess the world tree? He turned to remind them with a hint of meaning. There's no need for you to understand everything thoroughly. Just treat it as a symbol of success. And then, from behind the smiling face, the first base created by the alliance between the coalition in Anfen and Adan was established. It is a symbol of immortality, of the coalition, and of Adan. Ugin confidently held out a flag of the alliance, telling everyone to see that the union at Anfen is rising again. The guild's signature flag was raised high to mark the spot. Then he eagerly pulled a flag from his pocket now. It's Adan's turn. Even Ugin looked stunned and surprised. What is this? At this moment, Itasia approached and broke out in a sweat, seeing the terrifying symbol of Adon, the one that once caused everyone to panic. She couldn't believe her eyes. It was a cat again. Ugin sighed tiredly, realizing the reason Bibi actually used her cat form as this symbol. I still can't describe the image of that girl. That damn bitch. Ugin can only painfully cling to hope. Maybe she's still managing the base properly. Nozam keeps repairing with his hammer. There's nothing we can't fix. Bibi stands behind, using all her strength to cheer on Nozam. The tree grows larger and shines brightly at the camp. Ugin looked up intently in one direction. He gazed at the two flags, pondering. So now Anfen and Adan have completed forming the alliance at the base. Ugin refocused on the plan, knowing he needed to complete Thras's gear set. Then suddenly turned around with curiosity and wondered, Morty, the high priest of Lycia, is he still alive? But she quickly became flustered and stammered. That day, noticing something unusual, Ugin immediately urged her to speak faster. Morty frowned and looked conflicted, emphasizing that the high priestess of Lycia had already opposed the immortal army 5 years ago. After a while, he finally remembered and explained. I remember now. I killed him. Huh. So many people talking nonsense in front of me. I can't keep track. Then Ugin turned around to curious about the internal affairs. Does he have no successor? There must be someone to take over his duties. But Morty was also confused and couldn't give an answer. I haven't been in Anfen recently, so I'm not sure anymore. At that moment, Itasia arrived from behind and reported that the successor to the high priest, who carries on Lycia's legacy, is currently in Linta City, north of Anfen. He grinned mischievously and turned around with great amusement. It seems you also know a little about the high priestess. She approached with a suspicious look and questioned, What are you looking for Lysia's high priestess for? But Ugin still didn't respond, only smiling softly. And finally, he honestly admitted that he needed him to help save Anfin. Ugin turned back and carefully instructed to carry out the mission. Dream on. You stay here and protect the base with the others. She was a bit surprised and turned to ask, are you planning to find the high priest? And you didn't hide it either. Confirming yes, Ugin decided to invite Itasia, and this love-struck king said, come with me to Linta city. Hearing that, she was immediately surprised and asked what. Itasia immediately stood up to question back. Why should I go with you? But he only replied calmly, isn't it because you want to save Anfin? Or do you not want to help anymore? She couldn't respond back and had no way to reply. Ugin stepped forward, waved his hand to urge her on. Come on. The wind's hair gently lifted. Switching back inside the refugee tent, Raham and many others look surprised. The immortal is searching for Lysia's high priest. He must be dreaming. He nervously confirms once more. Yes. He has come to Linta city to seek the high priest's help. He crossed his arms with a look of contempt and suspicion. Could he be planning to steal Lysia's sacred relic again? And Skong still thinks Ugin is just pragmatic, still craving the relics that much. She was so shocked, she almost panicked. But no. Now we've officially formed an alliance, so the past will not repeat itself. Torin stands silently with his arms crossed behind, closing his eyes in thought as the scene shifts to another moment, where Torin runs in fear towards the high priest. Return to the past when he was a teenager. Torin was 16 years old. Torin approached anxiously to ask about his condition. Where was he injured? What had happened? As he continued to bow his head in pain and suffering. Because there isn't much time left. I can only give you this instruction starting today. Prepare to take over my position as high priest. Hearing that, he immediately panicked and asked sharply, what do you mean by that? You're still alive and well. How can I? He clenched his teeth and explained his hatred, because she painfully revealed the truth that just happened. The achievement was stolen by the immortal, and he had stolen Skaya's shoes. Hearing that, Torin immediately stood up, clenched his fists, and cursed that damn immortal. At that moment, he was furious and determined that Torin would make Han pay for the shame my master endured today. The scene shifts to a few years later, 3 years after that day, when Torin has revealed the position of high priest and received a new relic from Skaya. Back in the present, he leaned on the pillar in helplessness. But all the relics of the 5 gods had already been taken away. Now that we have formed an alliance with the immortal, the vow to take revenge on the immortal has become meaningless. Torin suddenly stepped forward to calm the crowd. Everyone, stay calm. He couldn't give an answer. But one thing was certain. We don't know why the immortal wants to meet the high priest of Lycia. However, Han has already taken all the relics from our ancestors, so there's no need to seize new ones again. Torin also looked at her. And as Morty said, he wanted everyone to accept the agreement. Are we now allies? After flying for a while, Itasia looked down and said, we're here. She guided them over the lake's surface and introduced, this is Linta City. Are you telling me there's a city beneath this huge lake? Itasia quickly confirmed the unbelievable truth. That's right. She briefly explained and emphasized that Linta is the final city of the Alliance, hidden beneath this lake. Not even Chanet's windlords can penetrate. But Itasia also had to point out a special note. Only those chosen by Lycia could enter. Hearing this, Ugin stroked his chin thoughtfully. So only the selected ones. She guards one side of her body cautiously. I also cannot reach the city hidden beneath the lake because I am not allowed. But maybe Linta's surveillance ship already detected us. Itasia widened her eyes in surprise and warned. In just a little while, we will have to explain ourselves to the 49 people. Seeing you still walk straight ahead, she hurriedly stopped you. Wait. Stop. But Ugin turned back and replied calmly. How much longer are you going to wait? Use the underwater breathing spell and get in there. You'll die before you even infiltrate if you can't breathe underwater. Itasia, extremely frightened, shouted loudly. You fool. Come back right now. But when she saw your footsteps stepping down, she warned. Anyone who takes another step will be. But Ugin's footsteps still didn't stop. The entire lake suddenly shot out enormous, terrifying jets of water, and he tensely watched, waiting for what would happen next. Meanwhile, Itasia's face was covered in sweat as she retreated, a terrifying gaze gradually emerging. She stammered and backed away in fear. Hopeless, now it's over. Itasia clearly understands what will appear next. The 17 guardian dragons from ancient times. She looks at the surrounding monsters and recognizes the species. The water dragon has already appeared. The two of them quickly found themselves surrounded. Ugin, unfazed, smirked confidently. These dragons looked different from the ones he knew. The water dragon in its mouth now releases a glowing orb. Itasia screams in panic, warning of danger. It's coming. She understood very well the power they would use. The dragon roar. But suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her leg and let out a long cry. Before she could understand anything, her collar was pulled. And at that moment, the water dragon also used its magic to unleash a dragon roar. A terrifying explosion suddenly erupted, creating a huge crater right in the middle of the lake. Itasia was sweating profusely, shouting in disbelief as she looked down at the emperor below. Unable to believe that we are still alive, Eugene now smirked arrogantly. It's no wonder that even the vassals find it hard to enter City A. And beneath that lake, there are creatures like that lurking around. But Itasia still couldn't calm down. She shouted in fear and urged us to hurry. The invincible ones. We must leave immediately. Those water dragons are coming soon. But then Eugene turned his face with an extremely indifferent look. What nonsense are you talking about? Do those water dragons really fly here, or what? And Itasia quickly confirmed again before urging them on. That's right. So we have to hurry. You still look down on us. Smirking and not believing if they could fly. Then why are they called water dragons? Just call them a stream, and be done with it. She only grew more helpless, and could only shout loudly, the invincible one. At that moment it also soared into the sky with its mouth wide open. But luckily they quickly dodged the attack. Eugene frowned and looked worried as the water dragon now soared up and surrounded the two of them. They had no choice but to quickly fly away and escape. After a while, Eugene looked down exhausted. Those guys rushing up like crazy. They must be the rulers of these waters. With such incredible skills, you keep sneering in your mind, thinking if I turn them into divine knights. But suddenly, the water dragon appeared right below, and Eugene finally opened his eyes in shock and surprise. A powerful force is heading straight for us. The scene shifts back to the refugees fleeing. Sunggu stands empty-handed, looking up at the tree, thinking that the boss has been gone for a day now, so the base should be almost finished. Rain. At this moment I lower my head in worry. I am so anxious. I hope that day does not come true as the goddess predicted. He still calmly asked again, is that the deadly prophecy? She confirmed with a tense face. Yes. The goddess has never been wrong in her predictions. Sunggu still confidently waved his hand and affirmed, come on. If he's my big brother, nothing will happen. He's very strong. He'll definitely save both Anfen and the earth. He looked up with great trust. I trust my boss even more than a god. The person we're talking about is still my boss after all. Rain turned around and looked at him with surprise. Sunggu, you really believe in that indestructible thing? He laughed heartily. Thinking simply, more importantly. Constantly thinking about those things makes my head hurt. She knows the reason but is already bored. He's just a person with a simple mind. The scene shifts to a remote foggy forest where Itasia collapses, clutching her head in intense pain. Eugene approaches to check on the situation. Is the spirit still awake? He looks up in surprise at the immortal. Itasia stands up, confused by the surrounding scene. What just happened? Clearly, the dragon's anger was already there. I just approached to explain simply, and I managed to block it. But the shockwave it caused still blew us all the way to the outskirts of the forest. Eugene looked at the energy in her hand and sighed. Blocking just one burst of dragon rage took so much soul energy. As expected from the ancient guardian of my spirit lake, Itasia was furious and shouted, I already warned you about that. Isn't it better to wait for my people to arrive? But Eugene remained very calm and urged, if you're ready, let's move now. When she saw you draw your weapon, she hesitated. Wait, don't tell me you're planning to. Itasia couldn't believe it and shouted back, are you really going to face the water dragon again? That's so reckless. Eugene turned around with complete confidence. You have to try to see. Although facing 17 water dragons is indeed a bit troublesome. You keep emphasizing that point. But I'm not alone either. Yet suddenly, Eugene stopped in his tracks. Looking at the army before him, he loudly and excitedly challenged. So let's do it again. Leading the team. Kot Bin chuckled happily. I haven't gone after that kind of prey in a long time. If we have a dragon on our side, I'm ready to challenge it directly. You turn to smile and remind them we'll have a dragon soon too. No need to wait long. Get ready to fuse before the danger arrives. Another one beside him excitedly added. So we'll have 17 more friends at once. I guess those idiots from the team don't care if we forget their names. Itasia swallowed hard. Her face tense with worry as she quickly realized that this overwhelming sense of danger meant these were the elite summoning soldiers of the Immortal One. Itasia still couldn't believe what he was doing. He really planned to make the ancient sea dragon his summoned soldier. Suddenly there was a loud disturbance at the lake. Ugin was waiting as the water dragon appeared. What's going on this time? Are you planning to attack first? But Itasia quickly sensed something was off. No. There's someone standing on its back. And now he's questioning who they are. Could it be the Immortal? Ugin sneered and quickly realized you're Itasia's high priest. Huh, I haven't even called for you yet. And you're already here. You're quite proactive. Immediately afterward, he leapt off the body of the water dragon and stepped beside you without hesitation, declaring that if sacrificing myself alone could protect my spirit, I would always be willing. Ugin narrowed his eyes, showing his good intentions. I have no intention of killing anyone. But he nervously expressed his thoughts clearly. Losing one's reputation is no different from death for an archpriest like me. Then he handed an item to Ugin. These are Atasia's gloves. Please accept them. The boy smiled happily as he received the gloves. I already knew this would happen. Immediately after, the system sent 2 notifications you have obtained. Atasia's gloves. These gloves belong to the goddess of archery. Atasia. They possess a mysterious power that can make seeds sprout and help with harvests. Ugin puts on the gloves. You look at the light emanating from your hand with satisfaction. So I've obtained the gloves. The main ingredient for Thras's judgment. Ugin still remembers the actual materials needed for preparation. Skia's shoes. The ingredient to make match, which he already took from Ri. Ugin recalls taking a life in the past, and the materials to create the match. The shoes of Skia. I have already obtained from Ri. Thras's damaged armor is now back in my hands, and the torn shirt is hanging on top of a tower. With his cold and shining gaze, now I just need to collect Arya and Harith's tokens to return to my golden age. On a distant hill, a faint image of a group of people appears, standing above and looking down at the nearly dried-up waterhole. The immortal has been gone for a day now. Koga looked at Khans and said, just as he had said before, he had established a base here in Soros, but it was still unstable. We don't know if Chanet's commander has already heard about Soros. Khans replied that with the situation so tense, the immortal is missing, and if they attack now, all hope would be lost. Torin added that we are seriously lacking manpower and equipment, making it hard to come up with decent defenses. So what can the immortal enemy even do? One of the people in the group noticed something, and everyone looked up at the sky to see Ugin and a girl riding a flying horse up there. Look. He's coming back. Let's quickly sit down and discuss. A large tree with broken branches all around looks very ominous. Sunggu and the girl in the white dress turn to look at the approaching person. Ugin and the group from earlier are heading towards Sunggu. Big brother. The indestructible curse. The white-dressed girl asked Ugin how things were going, and he replied that the trip was very successful. He raised his hand proudly, causing those behind him to stare in amazement, saying, I have also obtained the sacred relic. The girl in the white dress looked angry as she raised her hand to her face. Min had already suspected it, and sure enough, why is Khans reaching out to look at Ugin? The great indestructible one, who has already agreed to form an alliance with us. Yet still collecting relics. You reached out to me because you needed me. Right. The green-haired girl couldn't help but speak up. I heard Lycia personally handed over the relic to the immortal. Her eyes showed a bit of suspicion as she pondered. While in the past you waved your hand and said to the person opposite, how do you know I came here to take the relic? That person explained that Lycia received a message from the saint saying that our wish would come true if we handed over our sacred object. Then Squai also came over and added his words, implying that Lycia personally handed over the relic to him. Could it be that Lycia also believes that the immortal is the savior of Anfen? Turing also asked Ugin if he planned to take Skya's relic as well. He smirked and replied, yeah. But I already got it. If I didn't, I would have been done for a long time. Your cold gaze turns to the girl in white as you question her. But while you're at it, I want to ask, why haven't I seen Arya's relic anywhere? The past image of that girl appears. After the immortal obtained the ancestral relic, the great city of Arya. I went to the temple to take over as high priest. The girl in the white dress opened her eyes in surprise. But the entire scene she saw before her was desolate and blood-stained. The Holy Land had long fallen into the enemy's hands. So I had to abandon the inheritance ritual beforehand. After listening to her story, he realized that she was still a half-god woman and had not received the relic. As for the fragile girl, Ugin responded gently, it's okay. I will find it for her eventually. Thank you, sir. Don't worry. Even if it takes forever. You'll take it away from her anyway. A notification appears, indicating that the base setup is complete. You glance over to see the teleportation gate being activated, connecting to Route A, heading to Station 1 of the tram depot, to the aircraft carrier, and to Lat's electric temple. The gates appear before everyone, and I reach out my hand. We've successfully secured the gates, storing the warriors' weapons in the warehouse, and the crafting and inspection of Thras's equipment are proceeding smoothly. You smirk and press the button. Now we have to fulfill our responsibility as allies. Right. Everyone there was terrified to see such a scene. As the ground beneath their feet kept trembling constantly, what's going on? Why suddenly? Yujin, still smiling confidently, he continued, with an object slowly rising from the ground. First, the city walls appeared, then the roads, and finally, the streets were restored. You are still reaching out to restore everything. while the people around can only stand in awe, building infrastructure and a few houses. The village is settling in. A city has been fully built. Yujin smiles in the wind, admiring his creation. So I guess it's about done. The system notification panel appears, showing that the territory control points used are 226, 370 out of 925, 280, with 698, 980 points remaining. What are you all doing now that the group just shouted at you? I only know how to shout in admiration. This is truly a miracle of the Creator, the one who steps to destroy. No. The Divine Spirit. After speaking, he continued to bow to Yujin while the boy stood there trying to address everyone. Please stand up, everyone. Forgive me for doubting you all this time. Speaking softly didn't work. You had to shout loudly. If you don't want to fall behind, get up quickly for me. Yes, he sighed and explained that it's not some miracle of creation or divine power, but just the ability of an outer realm lord inside the base. The system notification panel reappeared, showing that 321, 280 out of 698, 910 territorial points had been used, with 377, 630 remaining. Yujin raised his hand to his chin, looking serious at the board. What is this? Why did the points suddenly get cut in half? I didn't use anything after all. You turn back and look at the gate as 3 people step through. One of them calls out, Mr. President? Yujin asked them to explain the situation. You guys arrived pretty quickly. Is everything still okay on Earth? Yes. No riots broke out. Everything is peaceful. We've always been waiting on the aircraft carrier and came here as soon as the portal opened. You once again put your hand on your chin, pondering deeply. If Earth is safe, then those points must have been used on the outer territory. You remember the past images. The situation over there was so critical that the 3 people responsible for defending the base had to use such a large amount of points. The guy there added, Oh, right. The aircraft carrier had some issues and is being repaired a lot. I don't really know the details, but Prime Minister Deng seems very confused. And there's nothing else to worry about. Yujin wondered. There was no problem when I checked. So who said there was? The guy replied innocently, but his face suddenly sank. BB girl. It seems I finally found the one who just spent the whole sea, under the fig trees with lush leaves. I will return to Earth for a while. Everyone, clean up all the monsters around and stay here. You calmly walk through the front gate. Yujin stands there looking at the surroundings. Just as expected, you talk to yourself. You've really changed a lot. She turned the ship into an entire village. You look into the distance, wondering why there's a souvenir shop over there. A waving arm calls out to you. Master. A girl dressed in Lolita style with wings happily runs over to Yujin. What do you think, sir? Isn't it amazing? She's so proud of herself. Right there. What's going on with the damaged aircraft carrier? Huh, oh. That thing. Huh, come on. Give a proud thumbs up and say, let me show the owner. Follow me. On a massive ship that looks very grand. You stand on the deck with her looking down and say, I had a hard time fixing it. Please say something. He furrowed his brow and broke out in a sweat. What is this? You and BB are still looking out at the aircraft carrier, a ship flying over the city. He wondered in surprise. Then Yujin turned back and asked her happily, what did you do to it? Because no Sam is not from Earth. So he said, fixing this is really difficult. You had to attach floating stones to make it fly. Huh. You frowned in surprise. I never expected floating stones could be used like this. BB suddenly clenched her teeth in anger and said to Yujin, and I won't forgive those bastards who dared to sell broken goods to our great Adon. Those British guys or whatever. Right, BB? Where did you misunderstand? He dodged the topic, and she cheerfully replied, but hey, where are we flying to now? It's a city called Didong. We're heading straight there. A dragon appears on the ship's hull. And you look surprised, and exclaim that those people flying past are from the Lati race, from the planet Jakku. And one of them turns back and nods at Yujin. BB explained to you that the Lati dragon clan is really good at flying. So I assigned them the task of protection and reconnaissance in exchange for the right to migrate to Adon for them. Master. She excitedly ran off. Come this way. Master. BB turned back with a smile. I still have many things I want to show you. The recognition complete message appeared. And suddenly the door in front automatically opened. You walk in and she introduces the room. What is this? A situation room. Since the items originating from Earth originally couldn't be controlled with magic, we changed everything entirely. Yujin asked curiously. BB cheerfully replied. 3D images. What are those marked spots? They are magic cannons that can be activated from all directions. She explained that we combined Earth's technology with Anfin's magic to improve accuracy. Master. The ship's defense layer is resisting the attacks. And moreover, to enhance the effectiveness of the defense, And we also set up a magic barrier covering the entire aircraft carrier that will automatically activate when it detects an enemy attack. BB keeps explaining enthusiastically. And we are also developing new types of weapons. But the guns are already being equipped. I pat her on the head. I admit this investment might be a bit excessive, but it seems like a good idea because the place where our family lives is the most important thing of all. You are very pleased with what BB has done. Keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Suddenly, the system notification appeared, warning that the Dancien had exploded at gates 1, 2, and 4 of De Yong Station. And you glanced behind you. 2 people rushed over to report that something big had happened. At De Yong Station, a Dancien explosion occurred, and one of them was surprised to see Ujin, the president, right here. You smugly smile. What's so special about that? This is actually a perfect opportunity for us. Let's try out the new features on the aircraft carrier. After hearing that, the 2 of them didn't understand anything. Ujin told BB that she looked dangerous. She can do it right. Of course. Everyone just keep driving. The ship is still flying in the sky, and I will show them the true power of BB's fortress. The ground trembles violently, causing the car windows to crack and shatter, as a massive foot stomps down, destroying many vehicles. A monster resembling a turtle with sharp teeth is roaring, alongside many other monsters shaped like crabs with incredibly strong claws moving around. The man's face shows utter panic as he sees the military vehicles ahead. He quickly rushes towards them. Help has arrived. The rescue truck is here. The panicked man ran and shouted, "Hey! There's someone over here. Please take me with you." As he was begging, he suddenly tripped over a stone and fell flat on the road. The injured person immediately touched his leg and shouted, looking at his foot, and the soldier loudly announced, "If everyone is on the vehicle, then we can depart. Let's go." The trembling man, tears streaming down his face, reached out weakly and whispered, "No," as the monsters closed in behind him, his eyes filled with fear. Ignoring his painful leg, he tried to run away from the monsters. A person wielding a spear emitting blue light struck the monster directly with a spear of lightning, slicing through with a sharp edge. The man saw the monster was defeated and quickly said, "Thank you for saving me." The one who helped was from the Danjian clan. But the man was mistaken. "Come on. I will take you to a safe place." A giant monster is flying in the sky while the ship continues to focus on the attack. Ujin and BB are studying a map and discussing, while the soldiers responsible for guiding the evacuation have already retreated. Livito. How is the evacuation of the remaining humans going? The Danjian tribe is flying over the attacked area to assist those in danger. We have carried out the rescue according to the orders given, and the injured will be taken back soon. BB smiles happily. Good job. She looked at the monsters on the screen. Let the humans handle those others. We should go catch that turtle monster. That turtle is quite pleased to say. Humans on Earth are truly fascinating. It looks up at the sky, in a world without magic like this. Yet they still manage to achieve such firepower and technology. The turtle opens its mouth to create a glowing sphere, but a long spark shoots out. Looking very terrifying, the fighter jets are immediately shot down, and the turtle confidently says, "No weapon can hurt this body." A system notification appears, Lord of the Sky. Baratu is the heir of a fallen dragon. Although he no longer has wings, he still possesses a huge body and super strong defensive abilities that can resist magical and physical attacks. A flying ship appears in the sky, shooting multiple beams of light directly at Baratu. His eyes are still staring blankly upward, not yet reacting as all the beams are shot directly at him. BB leaps with joy. They're rushing right at him, and a cloud of smoke rises from where the beams hit. Baratu is still alive, and the bomb following her is a magic attack. I never expected them to be capable of creating such things. His eyes lit up as he looked straight at the ship, which was a bit better off than the ones buzzing around earlier. But that was as far as it went. On a large ship, there is a bomb, and the monitoring screen shows Baratu BB disappointed. What the hell? That guy is completely unharmed. Ujin Soa suggests that to break through that shell, we need something as powerful as his anger. It seems whatever he's in charge of is pretty formidable too. BB's face darkened after hearing you speak. Well done. Now let me handle the rest. BB. She fumed as a yellow light radiated from her. You damn turtle. How dare you insult my BB? You furrowed your brows and gritted your teeth at BB. What is this? A magic surge. A giant magic circle appears with the airship at its center, stretching across a wide area, and she is shouting loudly in the sky. They're definitely dead. Seeing the golden ring full of patterns in the sky, the turtle monster raised its head and let out a cry. Knowing they would definitely use their carving technique again, it stared intently at that large circle, wondering to itself, what are they planning to do this time? At this moment, BB holding a microphone smiled broadly and said, "Hello. Passengers on BB's fortress, please pay attention. As the space shifts and the chaos unfolds, the girl reminds everyone. A fierce battle with the enemy is about to begin. So passengers, please protect yourselves and be prepared to face the tremors. Go now. With a determined look, he loudly declared. I repeat, this ship is about to. At this moment, the monster revealed its sharp teeth with a calculating expression. Suddenly, a strange red light emitted from its mouth, and the monster suddenly spoke. I don't know if you guys are counting the time yet, but then, in the very next second, it was so angry that it thought you would just stand there and take it, and the monster suddenly launched an attack, spewing out incredible power from its mouth. Seeing that, the spaceship in the air activated a protective shield, which prevented it from being affected by the attack or the surrounding explosions. On the ship, Jujitsu with Min-chan beside him stared in amazement at what he was witnessing. After the smoke cleared, the ship appeared untouched, still standing firmly on a magic circle. At this moment, BB smiled broadly with a mocking tone and said, Is that all you've got? Ujin looked at the girl with admiration as BB, with empty hands, smiled and said, no longer able to activate the city's barrier, her excitement rising. Now it's our turn. Immediately after, a large lightning and earth ball gathered beneath the ship. The monster was startled when it saw that, stopped its attack and exclaimed, This. Sensing the danger from the ball, it immediately turned and ran away, worried that we must leave here now. At this moment, BB's eyes sparkled with excitement as she prepared to fire, and the ship's system kept announcing, Magic compression rate 98%. Magic compression rate 100%. BB's face now wore a terrifyingly joyful smile as a huge source of power radiated from the magic circle's orb. The monster turned to look in fear as that overwhelming power charged at it, launching an attack so powerful that everything around exploded. Seeing that scene, Eugene was extremely amazed. Jiusu and Min-chan once again stared in shock, unable to believe the incredible power. Lan Koi disappears into the ground as the monster splits in two. BB calmly raises her hand to her mouth and gently blows. The girl smiles brightly and says, So, this is my full-powered attack, gathering all the energy of BB City. Looking at the split body of the monster, Eugene broke out in cold sweat and exclaimed, Oh my god. Looking back at the whole ship, with the small houses on it, I can't help but marvel. This place is pretty impressive. Startled, Eugene looked around and asked, What's that noise? Why are all the lights out like this? Hearing that, BB looked up with a naive expression. Outside, the energy stone on the ship had stopped glowing. BB smiled innocently and said, I used up all my energy. Even the reserve energy is gone. Hearing that, Eugene exclaimed in surprise, What a mess. At this moment, inside the ship it grew dark. Suddenly everyone was thrown around violently by the space turbulence, and loud alarms blared, as the ship, now out of energy, plummeted straight down. Inside, Eugene tries to stand firm, confused, thinking I have to do something before it crashes to the ground. Suddenly, a notification appeared. BB City's magic power has been depleted. Magic can automatically recover or be replaced by the Lord's mana. Do you want to replace it? Oh. No. Eugene was extremely surprised when he saw the message and immediately spoke up. Of course, it was already done. The crystal outside had been recharged and was glowing, and the ship was now surrounded by a red energy source. The glowing stones on the ship stabilized it again and continued to rise. And seeing the space brighten again, Eugene relaxed and sighed slowly, saying, Almost lost. If you weren't here, what would have happened? BB, if we don't recharge the magic soon, we'll all be dead. Hearing that, the girl obediently replied, I'm sorry, Master. I will be more careful from now on. At this moment, he turned around and saw Min-chan sitting on the ground with someone else, their heads spinning. And he asked, President, are we doomed? Eugene helplessly thought, I already know what's happening on the ship without even looking. Suddenly, a message appeared on the screen connecting to the Lottie clan. A voice announced, Lord, all members of the Lottie clan have returned. The sky returned to its beautiful blue and the peaceful space. Outside the ship, many refugees are now fleeing. Eugene approached and looked at them with confusion before asking. A Lottie clan member explains, What's wrong with these people? They are humans who couldn't evacuate in time due to injuries, and we brought them here. Hearing that, his eyes turned cold and he remained silent, glancing at a man in pain, clutching his shattered arm. Min-chan said, It's not surprising that some are fatally wounded and die suddenly. Then he turned to Eugene and asked anxiously, President, is there any way to use the power of the Dark Lord's magic to restore them? Hearing that, your face darkened, and you calmly replied, No. To restore them, we can't use the Lord's power. We need the miraculous magic of the Death God. At this moment, Min Chan looked determined and said anxiously. Then we have to take them to the emergency room at Deyong-a. We can't afford to have any more casualties. Seeing that intense reaction, Eugene glanced and asked, "What are you talking about? How are you explaining what we just said?" Hearing that he stammered and replied, "Huh." Then Lien began to explain. Did he forget that we have the Earth God on our side? And only then did Min Chan gradually understand. Eugene turned his head with a subtle smile and signaled that it was coming soon. Looking at BB pulling Sue over, he whispers, "Let's see the miracle of the divine now." And BB happily says, "Come on. Everyone is waiting for your power. Sue." The sky shifts tonight with a bright moon. In a large apartment complex with many lit rooms. Now, in a room, a man is sitting idly in front of a computer. He is searching for something. Typing everything related to holy power. Then he gets furious and yells, "Damn it." A familiar face appears. Sang-ho grimaces as he looks at the computer and thinks to himself, why someone told me to find the Earth God. Do they think I have to find the God among so many people? How is that even possible now? A flashback to the past in a dark cave suddenly echoes with loud, deafening shouts. "You fool." Immediately after, Sang-ho was attacked by icy beams that sent him flying. He slammed into the large rock behind him, then grimaced in pain. Right now, standing in front of him is Yulo shouting fiercely. How could there be no God? The synchronization process is about to happen. There's no way the God hasn't awakened. Hearing that, Sang-ho immediately turned to kneel, bowing his head in fear and begging, "Please, sir, give me one more chance. I will search more carefully." But Yulo at this moment was even more furious, grinding his teeth, as he said, "I went through so much trouble to come back to Earth. How can there be no God? And on top of that, no password either. This can't be true." His anger exploded. Yulo shouted loudly, "Search everywhere. Find the family servant. And bring him back here to me." Returning to reality, Sang-ho frowned and thought to himself, but if I want to find something, at least I should have some clue. At this moment, his subordinate entered, bringing the computer and said, "App. Look at this." Sang-ho, confused, asked what's going on, then handed the computer to him as he explained. Isn't Kang Woojin's aircraft carrier involved in the recent rescue efforts during the Donjian explosion at Detrong? It seems that the injured at the scene are being treated right on the aircraft carrier itself. But the situation there is far from normal. A young man is surrounded by reporters on the computer screen, nervously recounting. It was truly an incredibly magnificent scene. That girl knelt down to pray, and it was clear that his arm had been completely severed. Yet, in an instant, it was restored as if nothing had happened. He confidently affirmed, "If there are angels in this world, then surely that girl is an angel." I thought to myself after hearing those words, an angel praying. Looking at the video, Sue is helping someone heal their broken arm. She might even be able to revive a severed arm. After watching the video, crying suddenly echoes in the room, followed by laughter. Sang-ho now smiles with a dangerous look, his eyes full of scheming, as he silently thinks, "I finally found it. The body of the Earth." A few announcements sounded. Bibithon, Tri and Neodo in a Dan city near the Uon station. Bye-bye city. The thing that made his name at Dorong station has attracted endless attention from everyone in all aspects of life. The amazed chatter also spread. It's really floating in the sky. People rushed outside to record with their phones, stirring up discussions. That's the aircraft carrier that wiped out the monsters in Dorong. How can it be floating in the sky like that? The combination of magic from another world and advanced technology on Earth has sparked everyone's curiosity. The formidable power it displayed at Dorong Station has become the hope for overcoming the current crisis that everyone is holding on to. But there are also some less agreeable opinions. They reported from Dan City. Yudin standing below the seats, holding a microphone and speaking. "Once again we sincerely thank Dan for preventing a new disaster from occurring. Today, the Prime Minister said that they would respond to Dan Duyen's explosive actions by deploying the aircraft carrier. At the moment, it seems that all the staff in Dan Duyen are now migrating onto that aircraft carrier." His eyes looked straight ahead as he continued. "Some people suspect that Dan, by using this aircraft carrier, intends to abandon the convoy to seek survival on its own. And that aircraft carrier looks like a modern version of the Noah ship." Yu Jin looked at Min Chan and asked, "What do you think about this opinion?" Behind him was a banner. "A press conference in Dan City." Min Chan frowned and replied, "I believe this is a baseless suspicion." He looked up with a determined gaze and continued, "BB Fortress is not a ship, but our strategic stronghold. Are you saying that you will protect all of Korea or not?" Min Chan carefully adjusts the microphone and replies, "Maybe I've caused some misunderstanding. Our Dan will quickly go anywhere needed to evacuate and suppress the monsters." However, he affirmed that the goal was not only Korea but anywhere in the world, And everyone was stunned by that answer. Everyone below starts to talk excitedly. Is A Dan going abroad? And what if Dan Duyen erupts on a large scale while A Dan is away? A man below suddenly became agitated, pounding the table and shouting, "Don't you think that declaration is too dangerous? President Kang Eugene has already gone to Enfen. And now if he goes abroad too, what is South Korea supposed to do?" His loud and authoritative voice echoed. "Don't say you'll be completely dependent on the situation. Let the Korean people face danger." Min Chan felt worried about their reaction. "We already anticipated this." He tapped the small microphone and began to speak. "Let me explain everything clearly for everyone to hear." Min Chan slowly spoke. "South Korea should abandon the idea of completely relying on Adani. A country must know how to protect itself first. We will only provide aid when necessary." The man suddenly paused upon hearing him say that. Min Chan added that Adan's goal isn't just to protect Korea, but the entire world. On the large ship, and with that number, someone watching the news on their phone sighed and said, "Once again, this press conference has caused a stir among the public." Min Chan noticed the speaker and knew he had been through a lot. Song Hun handed him the coffee and said, "Take a break for now." Min Chan replied, "Thank you." Song Hun, as Min Chan sipped his coffee and leaned back to chat. No one understood Adan's good intentions at all. "It's really frustrating, especially since we're doing our best to save that Earth." Song Hun looked at him curiously and asked, "But what does that matter anyway?" Song Hun said with doubt in his voice, "Have I forgotten what the president said? A world without national divisions, where even morality is decaying, is about to appear." Hearing Song Hun speak, Min Chan also felt a bit worried about whether the future would be okay, as humanity is gradually breaking apart, facing the impending disasters. Seong Hun smiled and continued, "When did I start talking about protecting humanity and all that? Huh. Prime Minister, we just need to focus on doing our own jobs. Like the president." He put down the hot coffee cup and said, "My abilities are only this much." Min Chan sighed, "You really are." Min Chan leaned back and looked at him, replying, "Thank you. It seems I've unconsciously let the feeling of responsibility weigh too heavily on me." Min Chan began to tell. Just as Minister Wu said, "We just need to trust and follow our king." On the way to find the Arya temple, a guy poked my arm and grumbled. My hand itched so badly. I wonder who was talking about me. The girl sitting behind asked, "Do you want to rest for a bit?" Ujin turned around and replied, "No. We're still far from there." Seeing Mudiz's pale face, he suddenly remembered. "Oh right. We've been traveling all day." Thinking that, he looked at her and said, "Let's rest for a while." Muddies replied, "Thank you, sir." Ujin calmly sat down and lit a small fire. The boy turned around and ordered loudly, "Kabi, check if there are any bases or dungeons nearby." A light flickered and responded, "Yes, my lord." He looked at the electronic screen, muttering to himself, "Let's see." And then, to Muddies' surprise, a table appeared. "Stop standing there and hurry up and eat already," Ujin said as he bit into his sausage. Muddies looked at you and spoke, "Even though this isn't our base, it seems like the Immortal Horde is still trying to exploit the setup ability." "Right." Ujin chewed his food and replied, "Actually this isn't an establishment. It's just shopping," he thought to himself. And speaking of which, Muddies probably doesn't know anything about his achievement shop activation function. She asked again, "If someone can imitate the miracles of a god, wouldn't that person also be considered a god?" Ujin's face serious. He takes a deep breath and asks Muddies back, "Do you think that gods are just beings like that? Are you asking whether someone can create bread inside buildings with a snap of their fingers or predict the future with extraordinary insight like Arya?" While Muddies remained silent. Seeing that she didn't respond, Ujin explained, "Listen, I'm not a deity or anything. Maybe the beings we consider gods are just strange entities, a little different from us." Her face full of worry exclaimed, "The Immortal, how dare you be so disrespectful to the gods?" He slammed his plate down on the table and said, "Just think it over carefully." Then he smiled and continued, "And you will get to meet the saintly maiden you worship in person." Muddies froze upon hearing that. It has been 2 days since Ujin and Muddies set out to find Arya Soros's relics. The city base. Min stood high above, silently gazing down at the bustling city, marveling at how unexpectedly peaceful this place was. Min silently wondered, even though we've already defeated all the monsters in Gansoros, do we really have to wait passively like this until Ujin comes back? He ruffles his hair and sighs, wishing to return to Earth. How could Ujin spend 20 years living in such loneliness? Suddenly, someone called his name. Xe Min. Xe Min turned around and looked at the person behind him and exclaimed, "Sungu, Sungu," with a worried face. Urged Xe Min to hurry up. "Those soldiers are urgently searching for us." Inside the wooden house, a voice echoes out, Thank you for coming immediately. Even though my request was sudden and urgent. Cons. Don't speak. The reason I summoned you here so urgently is because the enemy's recent movements have become unusual, and we need to find a way to deal with it. Someone asked. What's going on? Torin explains that, according to the reconnaissance maid's findings, a large number of monsters are gathering together on the narrow plateau to the south. Cons, with a hint of concern in his voice, said it's not just Guanong, the ruler of that area, but also the alliance between Sira, Fatu, and Leah's forces. Anton asked cautiously. Who are they? Are they really that strong? Cons replied. Each of them is a formidable opponent. He recounted that Guanong is the commander of the 36th Army, and he operates on a completely different level from those unusual lords. Now Atasia spoke up with suspicion. But it's strange. The previous lords always acted independently. So why are they suddenly teaming up now? Cons furrowed his brow and replied. There is only one possible reason. He said. A new tenfold power has recently reappeared in Anfen. Everyone was stunned and exclaimed, could it be? Cons's face darkened. His words not denying it. Indeed. From their perspective, the most formidable enemy the Immortal has returned, forcing them to unite. Raoul gently advised that, without an invincible enemy here, it would be hard to hold this fortress. We need to find a new hiding spot. Raham also agrees with him. Indeed. From the beginning, Soros has never been an ideal place to confront the enemy. We should move our base because, given the current situation, we are at a very high risk of being completely isolated. And disagreed again, shouting. No. How can we abandon our base so easily? Itasia suddenly spoke up. I agree with warrior Hong Sung-gu. We can't just abandon the World Tree. Raham gently said. Love King. Calling that tree the World Tree is a bit forced. But she replied. No. It's definitely the World Tree. I won't abandon the World Tree. In the silent space around them, everyone watched. And finally Raoul sighed and bowed his head. But there was no other choice. Gunan is a high-ranking commander, leading the 36th Legion. He continued explaining. Maybe if it's the Immortal it's fine. But if it's us, we definitely can't fight against them. Itasia frowned. It would be great if the Immortal was here. While tensions were high, suddenly a voice rang out. I can contact Ugin now. So it turns out that was Zemin. Everyone cheered. I didn't expect that warrior Zemin had such abilities. So if the Immortal returns, we definitely have a chance. And turned to look at Zemin, smiling and saying, Yeah. You said you became a vassal or something for the boss. Zemin nodded and replied, Yes. Let me try contacting Ugin now to see if it works. As he finished speaking, he raised his hand gently to his head, and the sound waves began transmitting the message, Hey, it's me. Zemin. Ugin. After a long while, with no response, Zemin and everyone stood frozen, looking at each other. In the end, he voiced his concern. It's true, I just can't get in touch with Ugin. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Torin also worriedly asked, Is there no other way? Zemin's face now also shows worry. Yes, I'll try again later. The silence at this moment was unusually strange, until Cons finally spoke to break the silence. Everyone. I know this is a difficult situation, but please listen to what I have to say. He gently reassures. The people in charge are almost indestructible, but we all agreed to establish this base here in Soros. This is the base we established knowing this would happen eventually. We can't just be afraid and run away because of a small move from the enemy. Atasia raised her hand in agreement. He's right. As long as we prepare cannons and gather all our allied forces around, we can hold this place. As if energized, she will want more. And besides, Adon is now one of our allies. If we can't hold this place before he returns, then how can this bond still be called an alliance? Raoul gently repeated, Hold the line until the indestructible returns. Then he looked at Graham, and they nodded together. Raoul turned to look at the person opposite him and replied softly, All right. Let's see how it goes. Const's face lit up with a joyful smile. All right then. I will assume everyone agrees on this matter. Now let's start discussing our defensive strategy. In a vast kingdom, protected by towering walls, Eugene quietly steps forward, adopting a defensive stance. What's with this sloppy, sticky mess? The ground is all rotten. This is the land of Saintus Aria, the land of the fallen. At the high rock, the image of the two people gently ascending above, Eugene turned back, gritting his teeth and asking, Why did Arya build a temple here? Of all places, it's so sticky. Muddies frowned, and explained that the Saintess had never avoided the hardships of cultivation, so she had established her own way. Eugene, tired of listening, interrupted her, saying forget it, don't let yourself get involved in this anymore. Muddies, seeing your attitude like that, got really annoyed, and said, I'm not involved in any of this. This is a story passed down. Eugene also tiredly turned to look at her and said, forget about that. Just because something sounds reasonable doesn't mean it's the truth. You keep scolding her. I already told her to think it over last time, but it seems she didn't listen to my advice. Suddenly Eugene looked surprised as if he had discovered something in front of him. What could it be now? Seeing that what they were searching for was right in front of them, he sighed in relief. This is finally the temple of Arya. Eugene stared ahead in amazement and asked again, so this is Arya's temple? A piece of iron standing upright on the ground. I pointed at it in amazement. That spaceship. The sky darkened and surrounded the ship, looking more ominous. They moved toward the ship, and Eugene skeptically looked at Muddies, questioning if the temple was actually a spaceship. So, is this really the temple? Then, hearing that, she also responded confusedly, I'm not sure either. I only received the prophecy that led me here. But honestly, this is also my first time coming to this place. While they were still discussing, suddenly the gate opened slightly with light, and after a moment it opened fully on its own. Eugene sighed softly. So I guess we have to go inside and check. Right. Then he confidently replied, I knew it all along. After a while, the two of them gently entered the ship. Looking at the machinery inside, they wondered, so what exactly is this place? While still confused, Eugene suddenly startled and shouted, then looked at his hand, noticing the strange action and asking, unending bitterness. Is something wrong? I look at my hand and answer, my magic is gone. What's happening? Suddenly, I gently call out Ramson's name. One by one, he gently called out their names. Don't Soul. Janus. Finally, Eugene frowned tightly and muttered, I can't even contact my own subordinates. Rain. Look at your hand. It's fading away. Holy power. Huh. Seeing the situation like this, you give your answer. That means only Arya's holy power is allowed to operate here. This really is a shrine. Eugene looked at her and asked, but do you confirm the location of the holy power? She nodded and replied, yes, I can feel it is beneath us. Hearing that, you pondered, surely there must be a way through this spaceship. Finally, he decided just to let her do what she needed to do. Once she gets the holy spear, we'll meet again. Mura, startled, asked again, what are you planning to do? Your Excellency. Immortal bitter. Eugene glanced to the side and replied, I have something I need to handle personally. After a while, the number on the screen showed 23, then rose to 29, and seeing that, he sighed. Just as he expected, Eugene muttered, as he watched the screen rise. This level of scientific civilization is beyond anyone's imagination on Anfinhet. Better call her a saint of science and technology than a seer who predicts the future. Finally, the screen displayed the number 30. The door opened, and Eugene exclaimed in amazement. What he saw before him was a row of computers and thousands of data streams still running. He looked at the data and softly replied, that computer in Temple A. Those words don't belong to Anfin or Earth. Curious. Eugene stepped forward and lightly tapped the keyboard. And after a moment, thousands of incomprehensible characters appeared on the screen. Seeing the scene before him, Eugene helplessly asked, she must be indulging him. He angrily raised his hand, clenched his teeth, and wondered to himself, or should I just destroy all of this? Suddenly a beam of light appeared beside him, its blinding brightness making Eugene startle and look up. A sudden voice echoes, long time no see. Immortal One. Followed by a human-shaped illusion gradually appearing. You're not even scared. Actually, you turn around and smile. Look at you. You've always been eavesdropping on me. Huh. You pervert. Eugene looked up at the illusion before him and said, it's been exactly 20 years since you suddenly jumped into my dream. So now you're appearing as a 3D figure on a spaceship like this. What exactly are you? You can see Arya standing above with a face full of confidence, with a misty haze. Eugene bewilderedly asked, is this the time going back 20 years? The moment right after Kang Eugene travels through the space-time portal, he stands alone in the vast emptiness and calls out, hello? Is anyone here? Eugene was confused. What is going on? I was clearly on my way to school. Suddenly a sinister voice echoed. A woman greeted you, welcoming you to Enfen. This is Arya, who claims to be the saintess of Enfen and has given me some abilities and knowledge to survive on this planet. After some time and with her help, Eugene had adapted to the harsh life on Anfen. But from her current appearance, Arya smiled not very happily. Back in the present, he asked, what exactly is this help for? Pretending to be a saintess when in reality you're just an outsider observing everything. She replied, maybe. But whether I am a deity or not, isn't that really important? The most important thing should be whether I can answer your questions. Right. Eugene let out a breath, thinking I might as well find out if you're really pretending to be a god or not. You extend your hand as a warning or a threat. But you'd better give a proper answer, or this temple will be destroyed. Arya agrees. Fine. What do you want to know? Eugene made a request. Everything about the code and how to obtain it. She didn't answer. A faint smile appeared on her lips. After a moment, Arya spoke. Often using a code that is the right to live on a certain planet. Her talent presents a galaxy circle. And anyone living in this galaxy will have one. With Earth already having its own code. You look a bit confused and ask, is that all? Are those arrogant lords causing chaos just because of that? Arya replied. That's not all. She said coldly. What they are looking for is the main code. The main code block is lifted high amid the cheers of the beast creatures. And it is the secret hidden deep within each planet, granting its holder the power to control the entire planet. Arya recounts that any Lord of the Sky who possesses the main code will hold the ultimate power over the planet that contains this main code. She turned to Ugin and asked, are you also interested in becoming a Lord of the Sky? You reply, no, I'm not interested in that. I just want to deal with those bastards so they won't bother Earth anymore. Ugin asks, is there a way? Arya snorts softly. It will be a bit difficult. But there is indeed a way. She suggests using a cipher wipe. It's a type of hidden code. Arya suggests a method, but the gods of the images refuse to seal it due to the unreasonable power it grants, which could be used to sever the connection with the channel. You quickly realize and ask if it also has another name. The Judgment of Thras. And of course the answer is yes. Arya confirms that there are 5 keys that can activate the erase code here in Anfen. Ugin asks further, so the key the person mentioned is probably the sword of the 5 gods in Anfen. Right. She confirms that. But the final key is not in Anfen. It's on Earth. He whispers in confusion. So part of the judgment is actually on Earth. Arya added. I don't have any more information about it because I am only the chief deity of Anfen after all. Ugin's face is now quite tense because knowing that the final key of the judgment is on Earth is already a significant step forward. She warned you that many rivals are already starting to watch you closely. Hearing that, your gaze shifted upward. She replied casually. So what? I'm used to being noticed by others. Arya raised her hands to explain. I didn't mean it like that. Right now. Your base, Soros, has become a target for attack and is in great danger. Ugin listened and then led the way. So you're saying Soros? I just need to go back there using the teleportation gate. Right, she shook her head. No. You don't have the Earth's code. Arya explained that the reason you can open teleportation gates anywhere on Earth is because you possess the Earth's encryption code. So that means you won't be able to use the teleportation gate at Anfen. After hearing that, his eyes tense as he assessed the situation. This is really a big mess. Ugin asked, is the prophecy Mady mentioned only about this situation? And Ting Thuk recalled the words, he will find the answer but will then lose his way. She replied, that's right. You should have searched for the relic earlier. You reached out to gently pat her head and chuckled. If you wanted to talk to me about this, you should have explained everything clearly from the start. Suddenly, Mady is standing at the door looking in. Arya guesses she has probably succeeded in obtaining the relic. She is now wearing a bracelet with sparkling crystal stones. Ugin turns around. We need to go back quickly. See you later. She agrees. Okay, you go over to Mady and urge her. The base is in danger. We need to move quickly. She immediately obeys. The ring of the immortal. Mady's eyes glance back at the slightly open door, then shift toward Arya's silhouette. The door gradually closes, eventually shutting completely out of sight. Inside, she prays. I pray for your success. Ugin. And the scene shifts to the Soros base. In a house, the chatter grows louder, and the enemy's forces have now surpassed 100. 000. Damn it. They are acting much faster than we expected. I never thought we wouldn't even be able to contact the immortal in the middle of all this chaos. Everyone is now gathering together, looking at the marked map and discussing, when a subconscious call rings out. Zemin. Zemin was startled and called back Ugin. A nearby person exclaimed, the immortal has contacted us again. Ugin on this side asked how the situation is in Soros. Give me a brief summary. He honestly reports that the enemy is gathering at the narrow plateau. You should return quickly. I can't go back there right now because of a few small issues that prevent me from using the portal at the moment, so that's why. Ugin calculates that I will return as soon as possible, but it will take at least a week. So everyone over there, do your best to hold on. Zemin was startled and exclaimed. A week later. Under the gloomy sky, Morty asked anxiously. Immortal One. Is the situation that bad? Ugin assessed that the current situation was quite dire. They said over 100. 000 monsters were gathering at the narrow plateau. And she exclaimed, no way. You ask how the narrow plateau near Soros is doing. And Morty replies that if it's just the non-flying monsters, They'll reach our base in just a week. Ugin gazed into the distance. Her schedule getting a bit tight, but with Sung Woo there, she believed everything would be fine even if she returned a little late. Suddenly, your eyes widened. Your hand clenched the reins and pulled back. The horse immediately reared up and neighed loudly. She was startled and panicked. Asking the Immortal One what happened, Ugin asked softly, "Morty, this isn't the narrow plateau. Is it, Morty?" Confused. Replied, "Of course it is." Suddenly her eyes widened as she looked down and exclaimed, "Why is this happening?" Her gaze sharpened, and her expression grew more complex as she looked down. "There is a horde of monsters like ants rushing toward us now. Ugin predicts that those ancient beings won't leave us alone. Even though we still have a long way to go from here to the base." The swarms of flies transformed into flying demons swirling across the sky. So numerous, they looked like dark clouds billowing towards us. Morty nervously asked, "They're heading straight for us. Are they still waiting for us here?" Now a faint smile appears on your lips. Ugin ordered Xenis to lead the way. And immediately, Sinus appeared with a sinister smile. He quickly spat out flames that burst forth. As those bugs and worms dared to block his master's path, Zanus unleashes a blazing fire, declaring, "Let everything turn to dust." The flames rapidly rushed to burn all the monsters, their ear-piercing screams echoing through the space. The sky quickly cleared, and the flames disappeared. But suddenly the monsters returned, filling the entire sky. His eyes widened as he looked and exclaimed in surprise, "What? It seems Zinus's power is different than usual." Ugin turned her gaze back towards Morty, slightly startled when he spoke. Probably because of the holy power, Uji quietly assessed that since Morty has awakened, her own stats have been halved. "You asked? Morty, now that you have the relics, you can probably fend for yourself, right?" Hearing this, she suddenly became stubborn. The horse's hooves hit the ground. Ugin riding ahead. "We will eliminate all the monsters on the way back to Soros, so just go at your own pace." Morty dismounted and obeyed the order. "I understand. Your immortalness." Then he turned to look aside. Ugin whispered softly, "Come on, brothers." Immediately, the monsters appeared along with the other spirits. Your eyes sharpened with a gentle smile. "Let's head straight to Soros' base." Immediately, they all raised their hands high and shouted loudly, "Long live the king." The immortal army advances. The undead army stands still, awaiting orders. "Listen to my command, and use the blessing of death to purify them all." Gionis laughed loudly. "My power has returned." He swung his fiery attack to burn away the swarm of bugs again. The flickering flames have burned all those monsters to dust. Ugin smiled with a hint of pride. It seems that the strength of his subordinates has returned, and the rain was indeed the reason for his power waning. You glanced away, and while they dealt with those foot soldiers, Ugin looked at Ferris, certain that he had to go get a massage from the commander. On the other side, the flags are flying high. A hand raised. So 200 years have passed, and I've been searching for the 5 Anfin codes for quite a while now. The person up there is the wise master Eulach. He believes that enjoying the process of searching for the codes is also a pleasure for beings like us, who are immortal. Ruling over additional dimensions is no different. Attaining higher status is just an extra part. Eulach whispered softly. We're just simply enjoying this pleasure. Immortal One. Now that Ugin has appeared, he turns back. Until you show up. He chuckled softly and asked, "Do you see destroying a planet as your game?" Huh. Indeed. I really must wipe out your kind of wise beings from this world. Ugin declares that you will be the first. Eulach. Eulach. The notification appears. Ranking 44th among the 72 kings of Shanette. Eulach suddenly burst out laughing. Confused, he asked, "Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly laughing for no reason?" He replied, "Seeing you so relaxed is just too funny. Do you really think I came here without any preparation?" Ugin chuckled softly. "No matter what preparations you make, they won't do much against me." Eulach remarked, "You're truly a arrogant bastard, completely unaware of your current situation." He remembered Gunan saying that Gunan was teaming up with the nearby lords and heading to your base. Eulach had already prepared a special army to overthrow your Donjirn. Eulach asked, "You must also understand what that means." Right. Ugin did not answer, his cold eyes turning to look. "They are planning to destroy all the teleportation gates connected to Earth. You ask if we're worried about you." He replied casually, "Well, of course we are. To us, you're nothing but a thorn in the eye. I don't know what you hope to gain by awakening a god of destruction." Hearing that, Ugin murmured, "Is that Thras's judgment? You always act like a god. Yet you're still afraid of the erase code." Eulach reminded him. The erase code, he also admitted, truly is a name that makes everyone hesitate. Eulach raised his hand confidently, "But that scene will never happen." The violet light of Ansang flashed, drawing attention, and he slammed the ground loudly, declaring that today, you will die right here. You look surprised and instinctively whisper, "Pretty girl." A magic circle quickly appears. Ayulak laughs in satisfaction. "See what I told you." He arrogantly points his finger and says, "This is a type of demon magic I have developed after hundreds of thousands of years of research. And any of your subordinates who enter this area will simply disappear." Ayulak screams like a madman. Just enjoy that feeling of helplessness and despair on your own. He saw Ugin remain silent and ask, "You must be very desperate now." "Huh." Then he raised his hand and said, "All right, bring him down for me." The soldiers also raised their swords, aiming straight at him. Ayulak whispered to himself, "I did it. Victory is mine." He looked confidently at Ugin, the invincible opponent who no one could defeat, now defeated by his hand, and he would become a ruler unmatched by anyone. In the end, Ugin also spoke, "So the magic chaos is calming down. I thought your scheme would be grand, since you act so arrogantly, but anyone can only be that way." As he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. Ayulak's eyes widened in shock as a soldier's head and blood flew everywhere. The sword swung down through the air. He shouted in panic, "What's going on?" Ugin raised his sword high, causing Ayulak to wonder how he could wield a sword like that. He turned back with a gentle smile, having taken down one enemy. Now, on the Soros wall, preparing to face the invasion of the 100,000 strong enemy army, a wave of aura approaches. Torin looks over in surprise. Sangu, the Holy Spear warrior, walks over and asks Torin about the enemy's current position. They started from Khao Nguyen Narrow and are heading straight for Soros. If this continues, they'll reach Soros in just 6 days. He lightly strokes his chin in assessment. That's really close. Sungu decided I have to delay the enemy's advance for as long as possible until the boss returns. Hearing this, he was slightly surprised. Torin warns that he plans to delay the advance of the 100,000 strong elite army alone. Is that okay? If he does that, he will become the target bearing the full brunt of the enemy's fire. But in response to his warning, Sungu only remained silent, turning to gaze into the distance. Anyway, I have to find a way. Just standing here and waiting means I won't be able to go home anymore. That prospect is even scarier than those 100,000 monsters. He looked over and thought to himself, yes, the homeland of the Holy Warrior is indeed Earth. Even if he escapes back to Earth through the teleportation gate to the moon, it would be useless, and he looked at us with unwavering determination, saying we must fight for Anfen until the very last moment. Torin bowed and expressed deep gratitude for your courage and kindness. Hey Holy Warrior Sungu, waving his hand in confusion, asked, "Why are you suddenly thanking me?" He replied, "We will need to prepare a lot for the upcoming battle." Then he asked back, "Prepare what?" Torin suggests you go see King Raoul. It will be very helpful for you. Warrior, Raoul, are you busy right now? Raoul spoke, the warrior from Earth. He turned and pointed back, saying, "I'm checking the artillery situation. Any mistake, and we'll face a big crisis. Plus, there are even more troubling issues." Raoul scratched his head. "Because we have to defend against 100,000 soldiers. So even if it's a last resort, we still have to use it." He added, "By the way, I have something to show you. You came at the perfect time." Raoul turned around eagerly and followed him, as he had found something very interesting. At this moment, at Soros's magic research facility, Sungu nervously asked, "Raoul, what is this?" He chuckled softly. Raoul recounts that he has found a way to enhance the major missing magic in the magic research facility built by the budget, and he has made adjustments to increase the rate of the major missing magic. He assured him that all he needed to do was stand there and unleash the great fire magic, and it would become an incredible weapon. He stepped onto the platform, and Sungu turned to ask, "Just need to draw out a little power." "Right," Raoul just told him. "Just stand in the middle and use your fire magic as usual." He furrowed his brow and looked directly. Sungu raised his hand and said, "I don't know how many times it will be enhanced, so I'll just use a normal-sized fireball." Immediately, a beam of light shot up from below, and concentric magic circles appeared one after another. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be amazed as a powerful aura surged into the magic circles. A deafening explosion erupts, rocks flying everywhere, and dust billowing up from the crater. Sungu, confused, asks, "What is this? How many times has it been amplified?" Bao Duong, leaning on his hips and laughing loudly. "You should know that no race can compare to the sneaky ones when it comes to magical engineering. Actually, it's missing out on power up to 9 times. His face, upon hearing that, couldn't help but be amazed and whisper, 9 times, that's brutal." Sungu rested his chin on his hand, pondering. "The only problem I see is that this device is fixed and not mobile at all. Then he stepped down and asked, Raoul, can you make it smaller so I can carry it with me? He looked confused and asked back, then what's a magic wand for if not that? Are you a mage who doesn't have a wand? His words hit Sungu like a thunderbolt, and he lowered his head in despair. That's right. I don't have a magic wand at all. Why did I only realize that now? God. Sungu turned to ask Raoul if he could make him a suitable magic staff. Raoul wondered silently. You've been casting magic all this time without using a staff, he replied. If I have the materials. It's easy. Raoul glanced toward the explosion earlier. But there's no way you can cast such a high-level spell with just a staff. It can only amplify magic up to 3 times. He excitedly shouted. 3 times is already pretty impressive. Inside, he secretly rejoiced. Well done. Sungu begged. Please make it as small as possible. He mumbles to himself. Well then. I'll try to find materials from the other heroes. He chuckles to himself, thinking that this should be enough to hold off the enemy until the big brother arrives. Meanwhile, large armies are moving forward, their heavy footsteps crushing the ground and making dull thuds. A giant foot stomps down on the ground, with a person lounging cross-legged on the back of the rhinoceros. That person is Gunong, who is closing his eyes with a relaxed demeanor as if on vacation. A display message appears, announcing Gunong as the 36th of 72 kings of Tranet. A voice calling down from above Gunong. Then a bird-shaped figure swooped down beside Gunong, looking panicked as it announced that this is not the time to be wandering around so leisurely. But Yolok's magic has completely disappeared now. This is Queen Hapi. Xe Rao. He chuckled softly at that. That Yolok guy really is like that. I told him to stall for as long as possible. He's probably greedy for revenge against the immortal. She concluded that if things continue like this, we will have to face the immortal. What if he arrives on Earth and completes the judgment before we can break the teleportation gate? Gunong rested his hands behind his head to reassure. Don't worry. He can't reach Earth yet. Xe Rao asked, confused. What do you mean? He looked up and replied. He still hasn't collected enough items to complete the judgment here. She wondered. How do you know? Gunong asked. Xe Rao. You've never seen an immortal in the Golden Age? Right. His eyes turned cold again. If his army of bone soldiers and his imperishable army had been complete, he would have returned to Soros long ago. His failure to appear until now shows he still hasn't met the necessary conditions. Hearing Gunong say that, Xe Rao let out a breath of relief, feeling truly lightened, worried he might die. He chuckled softly. Knowing that the situation still favors us, Gunong raised his hand with a sinister look in his eyes. All we need to do is stop him from completing the judgment and destroying the teleportation gate. He thinks of Ugin, then he will be forever imprisoned in Anfen, helplessly watching the Earth be destroyed. So Ugin from your side is the Lord of all dimensions in Anfen, targeting only you. How should I express my gratitude to them now? It looks like I'll reach the max level sooner than I expected. From now until the day Ugin is scheduled to return, there are 4 days left. On this side, the giant footsteps of the monsters are still stomping forward. They are as numerous as an army, roaring fiercely as they march. With a vanguard of monsters heading towards Soros, a lone foot silently stands above, observing. Sungu sighed and said, their numbers are truly terrifying, comparable to the immortal army of the Big Brother. He smiled softly, not knowing how much he alone could stop. Sungu raised his staff, ready to test the power of the new scepter he had just obtained. At the very moment his light flashed all around him, covering a wide area. Powerful flames immediately attacked the monsters. The swarm of falling leaves soared high into the sky like a tornado. Zimin saw the monsters fall down as if they were collapsing, and exclaimed that Sungu really hit the jackpot with that item. So awesome. He looked down, but those monsters kept marching on regardless of whether their comrades were dying or not. No matter how much damage we inflict, we can't stop them. Xe Min assessed. He thought to himself that there must be another way, his eyes suddenly brightening. That's it. On Sungu's side, the staff was still raised, unleashing powerful flames down on the monsters. He clenched his teeth and cursed. Damn it. No matter how many I kill, they keep moving forward. They ignore all the attacks I throw at them. From behind, Xe Min jumps down and calls out, Sungu. Sungu turns back and asks, what's wrong? The Lord of the Evening hasn't appeared yet, he replied. That's not it. I think our current attacks won't be able to stop those monsters. We have to try a different approach. So Sungu immediately asked, do you have another idea? What is it? Zimin said. Instead of attacking the monsters directly, we should destroy the surrounding terrain. Let's try destroying their paths so they can't move easily. Sungu couldn't help but smile happily. That's a good idea. It will definitely work. Can't help but praise him. He's truly well educated. Xe Min thought to himself that Sung Gu had attended university, so he should have learned more than I did. Then he turned to urge them to retreat for now and find a good spot to attack. Sung Gu agreed. Alright, let's go. At this moment, while Sung Gu and Min are blocking the enemy's advance, Kang Wujin's unstoppable army is busy dealing with the nuisance of monsters obstructing their path and moving towards Soros. Time keeps passing, and with only 1 day left until Wujin's return, he keeps running non-stop when suddenly a dinosaur blocks their path. You're stubborn. These guys really are persistent. With a shout, both the person and the beast leap off the ground, immediately launching a slash to cut down the monster. Then the horse's hooves hit the ground, and Wujin looked back, thinking that if we keep running at full speed for the rest of today, we probably won't be late. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoes out. Here he is. A person standing on a nearby cliff asks, Tere, Bat, the king of death, have you received my gift yet? Your cold, hateful gaze widened. Then I received everything I was waiting for you to appear. You bastard. 2 days earlier, at a shrine, Wujin realized that Danjin Shrine of Rush, the connection between Anfen's world and Ahan's dimension, had been conquered, so that means Kiba, the general I appointed as the commander of the outpost, tried to hold out by sacrificing his holy points, but still couldn't avoid defeat. And his opponent, as the information reveals, is Seolak, the 27th king among the 72 kings of Chanhak, who returns to the present. He asked, Why do you seem so annoyed? Is it because you have to witness your home planet being destroyed and can't go back? Seolak chuckled softly. It seems you truly want to protect your homeland too. He sneers. Or maybe you should become the god of that planet yourself. He looks up and asks, Becoming the god of Earth? Seolak smirks. Exactly. He remembered the code. That day, when our home planet was synchronized, I was the first to kill the god, obtain the code, and become a god. Now Seolak raises both hands. The people on my home planet are living a prosperous life like never before, and just a small sacrifice can bring eternal peace. Then he chuckled softly. So horse, don't waste your effort chasing the traces of that long-forgotten destroyer. God, just become a god yourself. The one who destroys. Ujin's eyes darkened, and an unpredictable silence followed. He thought to himself that according to what he said, the one holding the main code is the god of the planet, and if he wants to get that code, he must kill that god. But the god of Earth is actually... Seolak looked at Ujin silently. Arrogant. He's just pondering. Maybe this will be easier to handle than I thought. You lightly curl your lips and wonder. Are you trying to bait me? Seolak was a bit startled and asked, What does that mean? After finishing, Ujin jumped into a sword stance and launched a direct attack at him. Seolak immediately raised his hand to block the attack. He stepped back and chuckled softly. Can you withstand that? He asked, confused. So the rumor that you have the strength of a warrior is true. But what the hell are you doing? Ujin asked back. Isn't it because you want to protect your homeland planet? You immediately declare that there's no need for long talk. Just pay the price for messing with my mood like this. Seolak cursed under his breath. You bastard. I warned you, but remember this. Behind you now. The air currents are rising. Trying to chase after your pointless ideals, Seolak soars into the sky, soon to bring destruction to your homeland. Holding his staff, his eyes shining brightly, he raises the staff high and shouts, My warriors, charge and hunt down the destroyers. Ujin looked up with tears in his eyes as the monsters gradually appeared. Then he chuckled softly. So you've been hiding in the sky all along, huh? They are gradually appearing. Ujin assessed. It seems that no matter how fast I go, I will still be late. The sky is now crackling with thunder and lightning, as Ujin fights against the lords of the evening. With arrows blocking his way back one after another, the monster army has arrived at Seolak first. Gradually surrounding the city, Sunggu stands above and looks down, saying, So they're here. He smirked. Not knowing how long we can hold out without our big brother here, Sunggu raised his staff as magic circles appeared, with no choice but to fight with all his might until the very end. Then he unleashed a powerful mana slash, and Sung sang a song that they recognized, welcoming the attack. A powerful blast of fire rained down on the monsters, flames falling everywhere, and the monsters howled in pain, enduring the agony. On the city wall, all the soldiers were ready, and Torin sighed, surprised that warrior Sunggu was this powerful. He looked at the sparks flying down and exclaimed, Even though he used the ultimate device, those wide-area magic spells are still too overwhelming. Torin thought to himself with a slight smile. Maybe we can hold out until the immortal returns. He thought for a moment, then turned around and gestured. All right. Quickly take advantage of the current situation and chase them away. The soldiers immediately follow the order. Raise their bows for battle, with Torin shouting loudly. And all attack together. Quickly. The arrows like a rainstorm shot down fiercely. As the monsters below struggled to withstand the firestorm and dodge the incoming arrows, a vast sea of flames stretches endlessly. A powerful explosion erupts with white smoke billowing high, and the screams of the monsters echo in pain. A monster's eyes light up as it raises its staff high, releasing intense anger that fills the air, while the surrounding monsters continue to struggle with the rain of fire and arrows. Suddenly its eyes lit up, as if revived, and the monster rose up and roared fiercely. Everyone above has stopped fighting and is watching down. Raham immediately realizes something is wrong. The monster's reactions are not normal at all. His gaze darkened as he looked at the monsters, thinking to himself, the ones constantly rushing forward are the severely wounded ones. No way. Could it be? Raham turned back to the large lake. It's a powerful magic. Those bastards are risking everything to push up. The monsters are now stronger and quickly heading toward the city gate. They cling to the wall and climb up. He urgently orders to stop them. Do not let them get over the wall. Everyone immediately raised their bows and shot arrows down. Monsters crying out in pain as they were pierced. They stepped on each other to climb up. Tauren clenched his teeth and thought silently. These fools are trampling over their comrades' bodies to climb the city wall. Raham raises his staff. Unleashing a burst of bright, fiery light, he shouted, Tauren, if we keep going like this, they'll break through our defenses. Tauren was determined. We're not done yet. We have to break the encirclement and get out of here now. He wondered if we really have to run away after all our determination to protect Soros. But now the monster's hand has grasped the edge of the wall, and the monsters are hanging on one after another. They scream as the arrows pierce them like flames. Tauren roars back, You bastards. At this moment, a figure suddenly descends from the sky. Xe Min appears, cutting down all the monsters hanging above. It's Xe Min, the warrior. He kneels down and shouts, Minkar roars. It's still early to give up. Ujin says they'll be back in 10 minutes. So let's hold on a little longer. He let out a relieved sigh. Finally, the immortal is almost home. Tauren turned and shouted loudly, Raham. The immortal says he's almost here. Let's boost our morale and hold on a little longer. Raham looked up. 10 minutes is enough for Soros to be completely crushed to dust. Tauren asked, confused. Raham. He pointed ahead, and everyone turned to look. Suddenly, 2 monsters are flying towards the city of Soros. Those are 2 fierce dragon monsters approaching intensely. Tauren quickly realized in panic that those are Fatu and Leia dragons. Have they arrived already? Xe Min clenched his teeth and thought to himself, just 1 dragon is almost enough to destroy Xe Un. And now 2 more are coming along with it. Now the streams of fiery rage are surging fiercely, making both of them gasp in shock. Suddenly, a call rings out. Sungu has now arrived. Xe Min reports that something has happened. Although Ujin said he would come back immediately, 2 more dragons are approaching. Sungu raised his hand to stop him and said, I see them too. He then turned to Raham and asked, Can you block their dragon rage with a defensive spell? Raham said no. No mage can block the dragon roar. Hearing that, Sungu looked up lightly and spoke, making everyone stunned. So if I can stop it, I will be the first. Min Sushu asked nervously. Sungu, don't tell me you're planning to stop it alone. Sungu smiled softly. Well, there's no other way for us anyway. He looked into the distance hesitantly. It would be great if the boss could come back early. But now the dragon is already attacking. Sungu raised his eyes. If he can't return, then I have to step up. Over here. The monsters keep growling and attacking, all targeting Ujin. He looks up and softly asks, So Selak's turn is next for you. At this moment, Gunung and Sirah appeared in front of us. Gunung, I never expected you to go this far. The indestructible one. Iraq and Senra are not exactly weak opponents either. Ujin's eyes were full of resentment as Gunung continued. But it seems you've also been struggling a lot. Since you haven't fully regained your strength yet, you stand tall and smile softly. Asking why so many questions, just try it yourself and you'll see right away. Go on and charge forward. Han, with arrogance, asks if you're in such a hurry. Worried about your comrades. Huh. Gunung chuckled softly. Well, I thought you were a cold-blooded bastard who didn't know what shame was. But I never expected to see that side of you. Han quickly warned. But I advise you to give up now. Fatu and Leia are about to arrive at your base. You can't help but be amazed. Your eyes pondering those 2 dragons. Wondering if it's those damn divine lizards. Gunung now seems to be provoking, confidently declaring that in just 10 minutes they will arrive, and your base will be completely destroyed by those 2 dragons. Not even a trace of it will remain. Ugin is just mocking you in silence. Are you more worried now? Because if it weren't for facing me and my army behind me, you would have already arrived at your destination. After saying that, A faintly smug smile appeared on Gunung's lips. Your aura now radiates with a powerful energy. Tell me, what future awaits defeating me and the Minoto army, or something else? At that moment, Gunung was already covered in armor, and he looked up to ask whether they would rescue their base from a fate of destruction. The sky remains gloomy now, with dark clouds constantly approaching. Ugin remains silent, only letting out a cold, faint sigh. You glance at the monsters with some surprise and say, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless just to catch me, Ugin asks. But how should I repay you now? The question left both of them stunned. I calmly said, thanks to someone. I can save everyone over there. Gunung anxiously asked, what are you talking about? Han and Shirao are both extremely shocked, their mouths wide open. Gunung looks up at the sky with a radiance like the sun, quietly wondering if the meteor recalling magic is really Janist, the Plague King. Now, Janist appears, a sinister smile on his face, calling them dumb cattle, soaring through the sky. Janist laughs, declaring they will become the final sacrifice for his friends. Gunung is now extremely confused and asking, when exactly is it? Even if it is the Plague King, it would take some time to cast that meteor resurrection magic. His eyes widened in shock. Could it be that Gunung was so furious? You bastard. Someone had already arrived here earlier and was waiting for me, Ujin said coldly. How could I possibly miss the feast you prepared for me? After all, I still need 58 more experience points, thanks to you all. I've reached level 90 now. He then ordered the bone soldiers to withdraw the summoned energy. And as they did, a powerful surge of aura struck down fiercely. A giant fireball crashes down powerfully. Gunung gazes at the blinding light approaching him silently. Immediately, the blazing fire erupts fiercely, burning across the space, leaving behind a desolate scene with only dust and smoke rising, and the earth and sky emitting a powerful aura. Ujin praised. Well done, Zionist. While he and Sirah manage to escape the fierce attack thanks to the protective barrier, you sneer mockingly and say, what can you do now? All the troops you spent ages gathering are gone. Gunung's face filled with fury. I never expected you had already set up the position and cast the spell to summon a meteorite so early, he declared again. But even if you do that, you won't be able to save your base. Gunung smirked. Because you have to kill us first. She shouted beside him. We won't let you pass easily. Get ready. Ujin softly replied, no, no, raising his hand as the dark aura disperses. The one facing you is not me. Ujin raised his hand and shouted loudly. Immediately a figure appeared within the swirling aura in the village. A wing approaches, its deep, inscrutable eyes and a jaw full of sharp teeth. He gasps in horror. That is, immediately a giant Eon Young appears. Gunung thought to himself, a dragon. Huh, you guys are seeing it for the first time. Right, I haven't even shown my full strength before. His eyes narrowed in contemplation. When facing me, you still haven't unleashed your full power. Eon Young bowed down and asked Ujin, are you the one who called me? Humans. You answer. Yes, I am your master. It then closes its eyes slightly as if accepting, asking again, are you the one who summoned me? Human Ujin muttered, this isn't the first time I've had to recall you, yet you still haven't changed at all. You crazy dragon of yours. You really are. The information appears. Eon Young, the ancient dragon. The most powerful ancient dragon that has existed for over 10,000 years. Although it is a dragon that has witnessed the entire history of Anfen, it was cursed to forget everything after death. Now, it is the last warrior, and also the strongest. In other words, it has lost its memory. The girl sighed softly. You can't even recognize your own master anymore. Go ahead and ask me the question you usually ask. Eon Young slightly opened his mouth, then asked loudly, hey, the one who summoned me, what is your wish? Ujin turned his head to the side and pointed directly at Gunung and Silao, saying, my wish is for them to die. Eon Young's eyes shone brightly as it turned to the two of them and roared. Your wish has been granted. She now trembles with fear, then looks up and bites her lip before asking, that is the dragon you summoned with the wish. It seems everything is settled. Ujin has already ridden away on his horse. You look down and smile softly. Then I'll go now. Do your best to fight that strongest ancient dragon. Gunung shouted angrily. Immortal. Don't even think about escaping. Now the loud scream has stirred Eon Young, which opens its mouth slightly, roaring fiercely like a declaration of war. His eyes are now filled with fury as Eon Young's legs lift high, stomping down with immense force as if to crush everything. But Gunung quickly reacted by jumping up and asked in confusion, this bastard is Anfen A's ancient dragon. So why is it a dragon and I can't sense its mana? Eon Young then looked up, his eyes full of panic. Gunung shouted, Sidao. She couldn't dodge the attack earlier and is now trapped in its mouth. He swung his sword and shouted loudly, "You bastard. Let her go now." Gripping his sword tightly with both hands and aiming straight at Eun's body. But Gunung was then stunned as he looked at his broken sword, bewildered and questioning whether the blade could have cut off his dragon's head in one strike. Yet it shattered after just one attack. While lost in thought, Eun raised his hand and pointed at him. Gunung was immediately seized tightly by Eun. Gritting his teeth and crying out, he muttered to himself, "Damn it. I've been caught. But with this strength I can definitely break free." Suddenly, Gunung's eyes widened. He stood frozen in that giant hand, only aware that he was still alive, unable to move. What was happening to him? Eun's eyes now looked at Gunung like a juicy prey, shining brightly. He could only let out broken cries as he opened his wide mouth. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere, ending Gunung's life. Meanwhile, Eugene was still pushing forward, his eyes lifting in surprise. "Ahead is a mountain," Eugene exclaimed, finally seeing Mount Soros. Luckily, the base still looks safe. I thought to myself, if they had used dragon power, the entire mountain should have been blown away by now. Zionist tilted his head and said, "Master, look up at the sky above the base. 2 dragons are soaring high in the sky above." And he deduces that those dragons arrived here before us, but haven't done anything yet. Suddenly Zionist stopped and asked, "How can that be? Why are you stopping in the middle of your speech?" He looked a bit panicked. This is not good. Zionist looks up at the red dragon spewing fire, as another prepares to unleash dragon breath. The powerful aura bursts out across the sky, and everyone below quickly realizes it's a dragon technique. It's about to happen. We're finished. Everyone stood silently, watching the situation unfold. Gaming shouted loudly, "Sunggu, what should we do now? We can't just sit here waiting for Ujin." Sunggu still silently looked up, clutching his staff tightly as Ujin and Zionist rushed toward him. You turn back and urge, "Zionist, let's blink to the position above that crowd." He asks again, "You mean the quick teleportation spell?" Ujin is now too distracted to reply and shouts loudly, "Zionist, protect the base quickly." Zionist immediately follows the order. "I'll do it now." The golden dragon is rushing to attack him from this side. Zionist launches a counterattack against that golden dragon. Ujin's eyes widen in surprise as he shouts, "Damn it! The dragon roar is coming." And now a powerful energy sphere is rushing rapidly across the sky. It plunges straight down towards the city, but hovers just before reaching it. Ujin is stunned, wondering if they managed to stop it. There's no one in the Alliance capable of doing that. You really are hard to understand. Who are you after all? Now a staff is blocking the powerful raging energy sphere. And it's Sunggu who's shouting loudly and fighting with all his might. Ujin's eyes are full of shock as he looks at him. It's that kid Sunggu. The staff is still raised high, and he's now near his limit. Sweat pouring down like heavy raindrops. Teeth clenched tightly. Sunggu's eyes widened. "It's so hot. I feel like my whole body is about to melt away." Now the heat from that fire has melted the staff. Stopping the dragon's fury alone is really pushing my limits. She grit her teeth and endured. But as she looked at everyone and thought, if she didn't keep going, everyone at the base would die by any means necessary. She had to succeed. He shouted loudly, "I won't lose to such a pathetic monster." Sunggu opened his mouth and shouted with a look full of strong determination. In the bright sky, like the glow of early morning, surrounding it are waves of fiery energy. Torin exclaimed in anger. Everyone cheered in relief. He's gone. Truly a miracle. Warrior Sunggu succeeded. Daemin's eyes widened in surprise as a dark shadow swooped down from the sky below. That was Sunggu, falling motionless and free-falling straight down. Sunggu. Suddenly, a hand reached out to catch Sunggu. It was Ujin who arrived just in time. He looked over and nodded to Wynies. Ujin looked at the golden dragon and ordered him to deal with Fatu. He immediately obeyed the command. Following the explosion that erupted fiercely in the sky, Ujin also descended to the ground below, and Daemin ran over calling out, "Ujin." He is worried and stammering. "Ujin. Sunggu." Sunggu is now seriously injured, with burns all over his body and some lingering fire around him. "I will save him. I will handle what's happening here. You need to go back to Earth first," Ujin loudly said. "How can I just leave Sunggu here like this and run away alone?" Ujin set Sunggu down on the ground and announced that all the Space Lords are targeting the Earth God to dominate that world. He asked in confusion, "The Earth God? Does that mean Suha?" Ujin remained silent, as if confirming the answer was yes. "With your ear to the wind, Sunggu deduces that we will achieve our goal once we set foot in Enfen and then return to Earth. From now until then, you must do everything you can to protect Suha." In Sunggu's mind, he instinctively exclaimed, "It's so hot. What's happening?" Sunggu's whole body shivered. Yet he was unbearably hot and confused, clearly having quelled his anger. but the burning heat still refused to fade. Now the strange aura has entered Sunggu's body. What is it? He raises his hand to feel it. And suddenly Sunggu feels much better. At this moment, a voice called out, Sunggu. The calls kept coming one after another. Sunggu. Sunggu looked straight ahead and asked, Who is it? Who is calling him? His eyes full of confusion as he looks up. And after a faint misty illusion, a face appears. It is Ujin asking, Sunggu, have you woken up yet? Big brother, he praises. You've done well. Thanks to you. We've held the base. Now, Sunggu's men are crippled. Limbs lost. He struggles to speak. So, I succeeded. Sunggu turned to look up and said, That's great. Then asked vaguely, Boss, am I going to die? Ujin gently replied, No way. This bastard. Do you think I would just let you go like that? Sunggu's eyes gently narrow into a satisfied smile. Then he reaches into the screen and reminds you, all right if you're awake. Get ready. He asked, Big brother. Is that it? Ujin held out a shining red gem. It's a dragon heart core. This is a rare ingredient we obtained from the remains of a nameless dragon. Sunggu smiled softly and said thank you. Big brother. I feel like I've only been relying on your support all this time. And thinking back, the first time we met was just like this. Wasn't it? He sighed softly, relaxing as if it was still early. That curse you got involved in just one of these dragon hearts won't be enough to fix it, he asked anxiously. So, two hands quickly tore Sunggu's shirt apart. Ujin placed the crystal into it and reminded him that the most important thing is still your will to live. You stand up and assess that a soul strong enough to withstand the dragon's curse is required. Sunggu's eyes widened as he listened to Ujin, knowing that if his willpower wavered even a little, the dragon's wrath would burn away all the remaining fragments of his soul. You reach out your hand and prepare yourself. Sunggu. I'm starting now. And immediately the crystal on your forehead begins to glow brightly. Sunggu silently vowed to endure the dragon's original words and to be reborn as a dragonborn. 20 days passed, during which everyone prevented the advance of the forces beneath the Cheokong Lords Association. Fights broke out, and Adan's alliance and Photo Squad defeated the remaining monsters, and all the destroyed cities were restored. On this side, the flames are raging fiercely, while Ujin remains by Sunggu's side, completely cutting off contact with the outside world to help him complete the dragon ritual. And then one day, a man sighed. Surely it wasn't easy for him to travel such a long distance alone. Modi frowned and replied, Meeting me probably eased your worries a bit. In 2 hours, we'll be at Soros. The man asked, Goddess, are you okay? If you're too tired, we can rest for a while. She now looks much paler, and the ring above her head no longer glows with crystal light. Modi replied, I'm fine. There are many injured people at the base. We need to hurry up. He listened to her tears and nodded. Yes, beloved goddess. The horse's hooves kept moving, and soon, the two arrived. The man concluded that, at last we have seen Soros, and the heroes will surely be glad to know the goddess is safe. Her eyes lifted up, filled with anticipation and hope. Modi hesitates, thinking to herself, the World Tree, a symbol of cooperation between the Anfen and Adan alliances. But what should I do now? She bites her lip. Why did the Saintess make such a prediction? In the realm of dreams, the voice calls out, Modi, my child, it's time for you to make your decision to save Anfen. Modi, confused, asks, Holy Lady, what do you mean by that? Arya's eyes are white as she sacrifices herself to save Anfen as we wish. She sheds tears and asks you to burn the World Tree on top of Soros. The scene of Soros City has returned to a peaceful time. Min Exi and Sunggu are standing on the wall, observing the situation when suddenly he hears a noise. Torin looked up and said, The dream goddess has returned. Everyone gather quickly. Modi has also entered. He said, Goddess, you are still safe. You've been through a lot. Luckily, you have returned safely, she explained, apologizing to everyone for her absence while the base faced such danger. And because the situation was too urgent, Stand Immortal went ahead, and I had to follow. Torin replied, We've heard everything already. Luckily, you two arrived in time so the base is still safe. I should actually be thanking both of you. He furrowed his brows in hesitation, and with a sense of sacrifice, like warrior Sunggu. Torin whispered softly. Mo looked up at the high sky and asked anxiously, Is something happening to the sky? On the other side, a hand reaching out toward the warm flame, her eyes now full of the blazing fire. Ujin is sitting by the fire, and Torin approaches softly, while Sunggu soars into the sky and successfully blocks a stream of breath. But he couldn't escape its original curse. He added. His whole body burned, and nothing remained but a ball of fire. Raham's eyes are filled with suspicion, as if the immortal is performing some ritual to save him. And he's been doing it for 20 days now. Mo still looks worried as she looks up. The flames are still burning and crackling. So he used his entire body to block the breath attack of the flow. Torin's gaze turned serious as he spoke. But don't worry too much. His gaze fixed intently on Ugin as he focused on assessing the spell. The strength of an immortal against gods. He's exerting a lot of effort, so Sangho will definitely recover. Although that's how it is. Her mood still sank with deep contemplation and worry. A blazing golden sky like it is wrapped in all-consuming flames. Modi stands before the ancient tree, gazing upward. The falling leaves drift away with the wind. And the new alliance was only formed recently. So how could she destroy the symbolic tree of this base with her own hands now? Mo's face is extremely complicated and confused. Moreover, this base is the final gateway, connecting Enfen to Alano's multidimensional space. She stood silently watching the falling leaves. If she loses her immortality, there will be no way back to Earth. Modi clenched her hands together tightly. What should she do now? A sudden voice rang out. What are you doing here alone? Her eyes widened in shock as the expression of surprise appeared on her face. At this moment, Ujin was standing in front of Mo, staring in amazement. An immortal person, you ask. Are you planning to do something bad? Why do you seem so confused? Is she just fumbling and stammering? Well, Mo. You're shouting out of excitement and worry for Sanggu. Exactly what is Sanggu doing and why are you like this, Mo? Are you really hiding something? Ujin sternly said. If you're hiding something, just tell me everything. Because if I find out later, I won't forgive you. She tried to hide her worry with a big smile. I'm not hiding anything. Immortal. Just startled you. You look like you're sighing in helplessness. Ujin let out a sound. The ceremony is almost complete, so the rest depends on Sanggu. He reminded that perhaps he is having difficulty selling its heart. Modi looked up in surprise and asked nervously. Does that mean he will be able to overcome it? Ujin replied. That's right. Her emotional farewell brought tears to her eyes. Mo raised her hand to wipe them and let out a relieved breath. Oh, I see now. It's such a relief. My heart quietly endured as I thought about Sanggu sacrificing herself for Anfin's benefit. He said nothing. A faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Then Ujin turned around and waved goodbye. Now Sanggu will be fine. I think I will be leaving. She asked, confused. Where are you going? Ujin chuckled softly. Where else would I go? I'm searching for the last sacred item. I told you to watch the base while I'm away. That's why I left the headband with you. It will be helpful. Ujin took a step and left a message. I trust you. Mo, go. Then he simply walked away, leaving Mo standing silently by the tree. The sky is no longer ablaze but has turned into a dark, bone-like night at this moment. A figure is swiftly soaring through the sky, an incredibly majestic dragon flying away. It was immediately caught in a trap. Ujin sat in the back, smiling softly, because it seemed like she had nothing in her hands. So what does it mean when someone says, I have nothing in my hands? She asked. Are we going this way? And you just pointed forward. That's the road. We have to go over that mountain. Sharp-eyed elves are indeed the best guides. Ujin noticed Itasia's distraction and warned her to hold on tight. We're going to accelerate to reach the Herat temple now. And he shot forward like a missile. Now Herat, the god of time, appears. Although modern people have almost forgotten this god, he is an ancient deity who existed when Anfin was born. And also, only a few priests know about Herat's existence. And these priests have traveled across the continent. They only pass down this knowledge to those who will inherit their priestly position. The place where this god is believed to reside is the northern continent. A land of eternal ice. A chill spread through the air as gusts of wind blew by. And Ugin looked up at the northern sky of the continent, puzzled and asking, it's freezing. Humans can't survive in a place like this. Arya's temple is already in a harsh environment. How could Herat's be even worse? She turned and replied, Herat's temple is in the most remote and coldest area in the north. No wonder, Itasia reminded us. But we're almost there. Ahead is a palace built like a mountain. And she said, this is the temple of Herat, the god of time. The howling wind and snow whistled around this mountain peak. And soon, the two of them reached the front of the mountain range. The boy hesitated briefly. It looked like an entrance, but there was no doorknob or keyhole anywhere. Itasia concluded that Herat's temple is the most mysterious place of all. Just like the Spirit Lake. We have no choice but to wait until someone comes out from inside. Ujin placed his hand on her, causing the barrier to suddenly burst apart and shards of stone to fly everywhere. Itasia exclaimed in shock. What? You turned back with a gentle smile. If they like playing such exclusive games. What do you want me to do? I already told you I will definitely go in. She warned. You'll see Herat punish you. Contrary to the desolate cold scene outside, inside the room was illuminated by blazing red devices, when suddenly an alarm blared loudly, alerting to an intruder. Both of them calmly stepped inside, still shouting, activating the temple's defense system. Do you want me to eliminate the intruders now, at this moment? Two hands clasped together appeared. A deep voice echoed. Silence. The system immediately quieted down again. No more sounds of any kind. A man chuckled softly. There's no need to panic like that. On the screen, an image of Ujin with a very alert look appears. And he continues speaking. Because this is also unfolding exactly as history predicted. Outside, the wind is still howling fiercely. With cold air seeping through the door and inside the corridor, Itasia closed her eyes and muttered, Light Spirit, come to me and illuminate this dark night. But the space remained silent. Unchanged. She raised both hands in confusion and asked why the spirit didn't respond to my healing request. And you deduced that we can no longer use the divine power inside the shrine. Ujin turned and looked at the altar. Just like before. His eyes full of complicated, hard-to-guess emotions. In fact, the similarity between the two altars was not just that. He then looked at the advanced technological machines. The science and technology here are extremely advanced. Far beyond the level of Anfen. Could it be that Anfen is originally from an alien civilization? Ujin glanced back at the narrow passage ahead, thinking that meeting Harriet would give him the answer. Then the two moved inside. Itasia asked cautiously, Aren't the immortal ones and the unseen ones supposed to be? We've entered here so loudly and no one has appeared. I'm also wondering about that. Who knows? Maybe the tradition of passing the responsibility to the next high priest here has been broken for a long time. Suddenly, a room in front of him begins to glow. Finally, something appears. And Ujin briefly feels a glimmer of hope. Ujin quickly approached the light, his eyes widening in surprise as he found no one inside the room, which was filled with various objects scattered all around. There's even a beer table with a stick sticking over the scattered balls as if someone just finished playing. And next to it is a cabinet. Ujin, confused, asks, What the hell is this? Beer in the fridge. Huh. He chuckled softly. Harriet seems to care too much about the life of the priest serving him. Ujin went over and opened the fridge. Inside there were 4 cans of Coca-Cola lying flat. He picks up a can. This whole thing is so ridiculous I can't even laugh anymore. Itasia, not knowing about Coca, curiously asked what that red thing was. It must be very precious. Kept in the treasure vault of the Ko temple. Ujin asked if she wanted to drink a little. Because in your words it's called clear water. She quickly fell for his trick and picked it up like a treasure. This clear water is truly precious. While Itasia was struggling to open the Coca-Cola can, Ujin glanced around with a sharper, more cautious look, observing the row of cabinets lined up and asking, That looks like the priest's wardrobe, but I immediately deny it because the names Soli, Hyelo, Dang, and Ah Hong are marked on it, more like the personal lockers of the crew members. Moreover, everything is written in English as well. Ujin nodded slightly. So I can be sure of one thing. You think of Arya and the god of time and secretly conclude that the gods of Anfen are connected to Earth. Itasia is spitting out a mouthful of water. The water bottle drops to the ground, spilling its contents. She screams loudly, What is this? Because the gas in the water and in her mouth was her first time drinking it. Itasia didn't know, and fell into a panic. Her limbs flailing as she shouted loudly, There's something boiling in my mouth. This isn't plain water. It's poison. Itasia shouted, Immortal, give me the antidote quickly. Breathe deeply. That's not how it is. They'll be fine in a moment. She looked disgusted and said, I feel like my intestines are burning. I need to leave quickly and use healing magic if there's no antidote. Suddenly, Itasia's eyes widened as she looked up and pointed at the camera attached to the palace master's leg, shouting loudly, Immortal. There's something moving on the palace master's leg. Ujin glances up with a faint smile at the camera. So he's been watching us all along. What a cowardly bastard. You call softly. Stop playing hide and seek and come out. A guest is here, and you don't even come to greet. The camera keeps rotating and following. You warn that whoever doesn't come out will be destroyed. And just then, the door slowly opens. A sign pointing to the way appears. Ujin sneers. See. Isn't it better to go straight from the start? The notification confirms it. And now, the door slowly closes after both of them enter. The two of them hesitated as they entered inside. And a man appeared. Standing inside a glass cage with someone trapped inside. We must rescue him quickly. Ujin, blinded by anger, asked, Can you wait here? Thinking to himself, You're really annoying me and I don't want to explain everything to you. Then Ujin's foot stepped inside and asked, Are you Harit? Harit chuckled softly. Yes, I am the god of time and the long-standing noble guardian of Anfen's history. You gently curl your lips into a mocking smile as he speaks. Harit. Ujin asks, Did your servants leave and leave you alone? Or did they have to catch a flight? Harit replied in a deep voice. Neither of your guesses are correct. The reason no one is here is because they have never existed. After hearing that, you chuckled softly. What nonsense is this? I saw the names written on the locker outside the waiting room. He chuckled softly. As people often fail to see the truth because they are deceived by what their eyes perceive. Tai Lui Lai, Sao Kiko, Gai Gai Dao. Tho Dai. Toi, Nan Thai, Zhong Qua, Ong Zhong Het, Arya. An Mat Ujin Tro Nen Saknet. Vei Toi Muon Hoi Dia. Nai, ancient civilization of Anfen, somehow connected to Earth. Right, Harith's voice grew colder. I have nothing to say about that. I simply record history. I have no right to read. As he finished speaking, a staff shot straight into the glass enclosure with a shattering sound. Shards flying everywhere. Ujin, without hesitation, threw the staff directly, and the cracking of the glass echoed loudly. He reached out his hand and asked, "Do you want to die? This man is Harith." And the staff was thrust straight into the glass. He said coldly, "Even if you do that, you won't be able to touch my physical body." Ujin hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward to get straight to the point. "Just forget it. Hand over your relics quickly. I'll just take those and be done." Harith declares, "I can give it to you, but now is not the time. Wait a little longer until that moment arrives." Harith clasped his hands behind his back, stood straight, and looked at Ujin, then raised his head and asked him again. "So now is not the right time." Harith smiled knowingly and replied, "Please wait a little longer, and then we will give you the relic." Outside, the wind constantly blows fiercely over the tall mountains, which are all made of jagged rocks with no trees in sight. Hajim looked at the gate in front of him and shouted, "We've been here for a while, but Viet Bin still hasn't arrived." He turned to Heesun and asked, "Many guilds are interested in exploring Anfen." "Right. Have they all given up then?" She looked straight ahead and replied, "Probably, since it's a different planet. Exploring it won't be easy." Haeson shouted loudly when he saw the flickering light nearby. "Who is there?" In her line of sight, Morty's waving hand appeared, and Heeson immediately froze, letting out a puzzled cry as he looked over. She stared intently at Morty, holding the torch, and asked, "Goddess, why are you still here so late?" She lowered her head and whispered, "I came here to say a few words to the World Tree." Immediately after, Morty looked up and asked, "Can you two step away for a moment?" Heeson was startled and asked back, "Are you planning to talk to the World Tree?" She looked at the giant tree behind her thoughtfully and asked, "Talking to the World Tree, the entity representing that base. Well, they say this tree is very meaningful to the people of Anfen, so maybe someone can talk to it." A leaf falls from the tree, and Heeson's voice responds, "Then I'll come back later." Before leaving, she still looked back at Morty behind her with unease. As soon as she confirmed they had left, she immediately turned to look at the World Tree behind her. Morty tightly grips the carved tree in her hand, looking up at it. Then, the words she was told echo in her mind, "Burn the World Tree to save Anfen." Someone frowned and muttered while looking at the World Tree. The words of the young lady are absolute. She pondered the scene at that moment. Surely Arya had her own reasons. Morty looked up at the blazing fire in her hand, wondering if this was the right thing to do. In her mind, she thought about the two planets, pondering that if the World Tree were to disappear, the connection between Earth and Anfen would vanish, and Earth would be considered the end. Morty thought about Ugin's group and pondered that this act was no different from betraying everyone's sacrifice and the trust of the immortals. She bowed her head, her face darkening as she whispered that this behavior was completely wrong. Immediately after, Morty put down the torch, bowed her head, and pleaded, "Forgive me, lady. Please punish me for my lack of faith in you." Suddenly, she staggered back, staring in shock at the light emanating from her body. Morty raised her head and looked at the beams of light shining down from above, exclaiming in shock, "This is..." She stared in amazement as they gathered together and whispered, "Holy power. Holy power is continuously escaping." Morty's face darkened with anger as she asked, "Is this the consequence of refusing to follow the prophecy? Now I am no longer Arya's goddess." At this moment, an unusual movement occurs at the teleportation gate. Morty is startled and quickly looks to the side. She frowns in suspicion and asks, "Is the teleportation gate reacting? Is someone trying to pass through?" At this moment, a group of people stepped quickly out from inside the teleportation array, and they hurriedly looked around. The group looked around and whispered, "So this is Anfinha. It doesn't seem much different from Earth." Morty quickly approached them and asked, "Who are you?" She narrowed her eyes with a look of suspicion and asked, "How did you get through the gate of the immortal ruins?" The people behind immediately exclaimed excitedly that she was the goddess, and seeing her for the first time was truly an honor for us. Zeon softly introduces ourselves. "We are from the Leon faction." The leader of the Leon faction, Nasion Ran, gently smiles and continues, "We are reinforcements from Earth, here to explore Anfen." At the same time, inside the Institute building, Warning lights kept flashing red. Alarms blared constantly in the ears. And suddenly, a new branch point appeared. Ujin frowned and asked Harith, "What's going on?" He didn't stay still, he kept silent the whole time. Then, Harith's voice announced, "It's time." Next, Ujin looked on in shock as the item appeared before him. Harith calmly and emotionlessly said, "Take this with fear." He looked at the belt inside that iron cage, which was crying out the last clasp of the Anfen men's belt lock. Harith's belt. Time quickly passed. And 2 days after Bang Leon joined the Anfen Alliance, a voice rang out inside the Phantom Guild asking, "Captain, have you heard any news yet?" "Oh. Bang Leon, you say? I just met and greeted Captain Choi Hasten a moment ago." Harith asked if there was anything unusual. He looked at him suspiciously and asked, "What do you mean by that? What kind of abnormality is it?" Harith frowned and hesitantly replied, "Well, there's this thing that keeps bothering me." Jun Eon asked, "What exactly is bothering you?" He frowned slightly and recounted that this morning, during reconnaissance, I saw that Harith was patrolling around the mountain as usual. At the same time, on another scanner, Jun's device beeps with a thundering sound, and the two others looking at that screen shout out, "The scanner has responded." The two of them looked at the scan screen and cheered loudly. The mineral and oil reserves here are huge. If they develop in Anfen, they'll definitely make a huge profit. A member of the Ion gang laughs loudly. What the boss said is indeed very accurate. Harith, while on patrol, approaches and asks what they are doing. Alex immediately laughed and explained, "I am a member of Adan's faction team." No. I am just surveying the terrain around here. You have to understand the terrain clearly in order to defend against the enemy's attack." Harith furrowed his brow and looked suspiciously at the two of them. Right after that, his voice rang out loudly, "We can provide terrain data if you need it. No need for you to do this yourselves." Alex forced a laugh and replied, "Since it's an order from above, I just put my hand up and said, employees like us can only follow instructions." Back in the present, Jun Eon stroked his chin and said, "So you mean they were surveying the terrain with some suspicious equipment?" He mumbled as he stroked his chin, wondering if they were planning something else behind their backs. Then Jun Eon looked up at Harith and said he would instruct the others to continue monitoring them. But first, he would go directly to report to Captain Choi Hasten. In another place, Jun Eon stood upright on a rocky cliff, looking down from above, quietly observing the bustling city below. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile as he muttered, "This makes it fitting to be the first sacrificial goat for my conquest of Anfen." Jun Eon stands still, raising his hand forward, looking at the light sphere in Geohoi's hand. "So I guess now it's time for me to make a move." Immediately after, the system screen shows options. You have found an unoccupied base. You can choose to destroy it or take control of it. A few days ago, on a beautiful morning in Sehun City, inside the tall building of the Ion Gang's headquarters, Jun Eon clenched his fists tightly, slammed the table and shouted loudly, "What you have done over the past half year is nothing worth mentioning." He looked at his subordinates below and shouted angrily, "How could you let things get to this point?" The members sitting below immediately explained that recently, the amount of blood crystals collected from the dungeons had dropped sharply, which was because the synchronization rate between the dungeons and the Earth had increased. Another member immediately chimed in. So the situation inside the high-level arrays improved a bit, but those arrays were still tightly controlled by the big hammer and the singing. So, Ion Gion raised his hand and pointed at the crowd, roaring in anger. "Do you think I want to hear your excuses?" He raised a large hand, determined to find a way to boost sales for me, no matter what it takes. At that moment, Gujun entered from outside, whispering into Ion Gion's ear, "Sir, the person you contacted some time ago has arrived." He looked up in surprise and turned to face him. Inside the spacious corridor, the sound of footsteps echoed continuously. Ion Gion led Gujun quickly toward that room. He looked straight ahead and asked, "Did he bring it here?" And the boy responded softly, "He said he would let you see it when the two of you meet face to face." Gion immediately reached out and turned the doorknob. The door opens, and he looks in shock at the person in black inside. Gion sits down on the sofa opposite him and asks, "Thank you for coming all this way. But are you the one delivering the message to him?" He stared intently at the person in black and asked, "Or is that his avatar?" Then he quickly reached out and touched the mask on his face, gently lowering it onto the coffee table. Gion, upon seeing his face, was startled and jumped back. "It's Li Sang-ho from the Hoa Lang gang." Sang-ho gently smiled and stared intently without saying a word. Gion, looking puzzled, asked, "Why are you? I heard that you were killed by Cam Yu-jin." He immediately raised his hand and said, "There's no need for you to act so surprised. I was simply resurrected by my master's power." He furrowed his brow and wondered, resurrected. So the Lord of the Void he serves can also bring the dead back to life. Immediately after, Sang-ho reached out and placed the two items on the table, saying these are the tokens of the Void Lord and the shattered piece of the Void as promised. He sneered and said, with this, you and I can both get what we need. Gian stared intently at the two stones. He silently looked at them, thinking that these two stones are the key to becoming a Void Lord. Gyeondo raised his head and asked Sang-ho, what do you want? His lips twitched slightly, forming a gentle smile. Immediately after, he is surprised to hear Sang-ho request to use this stone to seize one of Kang Woo-jin-hee's safe bases. He immediately stood up, overwhelmed with excitement. No way. If we betray Adan, who knows what they will do to us in revenge? Sang-ho chuckled and asked, it seems you still don't understand what these items really are. He looked up at him and explained, lords are not much different from divine beings, and, at least within the territory you govern, you will have power and strength like that of a god. Sang-ho looked at Gyeondu as he added, most importantly, these lords also possessed eternal life. He was startled and thought to himself, eternal life is indeed powerful. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he asked back, what do you think? Is it possible that even now, you're still afraid of Adan's childish revenge? Back in the present, Gyeondu stands still, watching the system screen present options. You have found an unoccupied base. You can choose to destroy it or take control of it. Destroy or take control. He frowned and stared at it, and it shouted, eternal life. I was truly foolish all this time, only thinking about the trivial fame of the gang. Gyeondu immediately chose the occupy button, thinking I now have that power, I will escape from the mortal world and become a deity of this new land. Time quickly passed, and 3 days after the Leon gang arrived in Anfen, Torin from afar approached Ho-Tu, led by gang leader Gyeon. He frowned and stared intently as he asked, do you know anything about the second deployment from Earth? I want to use it as a reference to better organize our forces in the future. Gyeondu nodded and looked over, then asked, I only know that a few brave guilds from Earth will participate. Maybe you should wait a few more days to gather more awakeners before forming the army. Torin stroked his chin thoughtfully. After a while, he smiled broadly and raised his hand, saying, then when the immortal returns, we will set up the team afterward. Anyway, we've cleared out all the monsters around Soros, so it's a good idea. Right. Hearing this, Gyeonjan's lips curl into a faint smile as he thinks to himself, sorry, but the second legion from Earth will never make it here, he whispered as he looked ahead. The first thing we will do once we take this place is to close that teleportation gate immediately. The system screen displays a message you have chosen to occupy. The remaining time to fully seize the base is 24 hours. After asking, Torin immediately turns and walks away. Suddenly, Gyeonjan glanced to one side cautiously, then looked over at Hae-sun nearby and wondered, has she noticed something all this time? Or has she already figured out what's going on? She lowered her head and shouted, this boss Gyeonjan. Hearing that, he secretly clenched his teeth. I need more time. But it seems there's no other choice left. Hae-sun immediately stepped quickly towards Gyeonjan. He didn't stay still, pretending to be concerned and asked, what's wrong? Captain Hae-sun, do you have something you want to tell me? I have heard my subordinates report that Lord Lion is engaging in some very suspicious activities here. He calmly listened to Hae-sun's voice, asking, do you have any other reason for coming to Anfen? If you can't give a satisfactory answer to my question right now, we will immediately send you back to Earth. Gyeonjan took a step closer, casting a shadow over her. After a moment, his voice rang out, saying, I don't know what you've heard, but we are here to protect Anfen and the Alliance. Suddenly, Hae-sun was startled by the loud voice just now. But Gyeonjan's mouth curled into a mischievous smile as he bit his lip and declared that Bang Lion and his team were the ones responsible for that duty instead of Adan. Hearing that, she angrily shouted, you bastards. So this is your true face. Suddenly, Hae-sun was stunned and looked down at her feet. She clenched her teeth and wondered suspiciously why her legs wouldn't move like this. John immediately raised his hand and smiled, saying, too bad. But I already cast my shadow over you. She might be a true level fake awakener, but don't even think about escaping my limited image skills. Hae-sun, furious, grits her teeth and growls. Immediately afterward, the system screen appeared, claiming ownership complete. You are now the new owner of the Soros base. John immediately shouted, it's finally over. Immediately after, sang flashes over him, and a notification sound rings out. Your rank has been elevated to Overlord. He looked proud and excited, thinking to himself that he had become a Lord of the Void and had finally turned into an immortal god like Kang Woo-jin. Immediately after, Sang shot straight up into the sky. Torin, standing still, also looked over in surprise. He raised his head, filled with excitement, as blue sparks flashed from above and scattered everywhere. Over there. Jianjan immediately raised his fist and gently opened and closed it. He frowned as he stared intently at his hand, muttering to himself, "It seems nothing has changed on the outside." At this moment, Haisun immediately asked excitedly what happened earlier with Sang. "What did you do?" Jianjan glanced over and smirked proudly. "You're very curious, aren't you?" He immediately raised his hand and said fine. Just in time. Haisun stared at his hand in shock. Immediately after, a shadow appeared and stomped its foot down hard. Jianjan's lips curled into a faint smile and said, "Behold the divine miracle I bestow upon this land." A horde of monsters suddenly appeared behind him, and the night sky fell completely silent without a single sound. Iolo sat on the chair and asked, "How is the situation?" Sangho knelt on the ground and shouted, "Following your orders. I have already taken action." He looked up and added, "In the coming period. A person who has lost their base like an immortal will no longer be able to return to Earth." Iolo laughed loudly in praise. "Well done." He calmly asked, "What about the god of the earth? Have you found him yet?" Sangho nodded with a smile and said, "I am still suspicious about that person's identity. I will investigate further and report back to you immediately." Iolo nodded firmly and said, "Okay. The top priority now is to prevent the immortal from getting involved." Sangho looked puzzled when he added, "Because I will take over to oversee the big picture." He furrowed his brows, looked up and asked, "I am simple-minded and do not understand your grand plan. So I do not know what you mean. You said you would take charge of the big picture." Which means he confidently said with a smile, "Indeed. Such a foolish creature." Aolo thought about that planet's declaration. Soon, Earth would be fully synchronized, and the Lords of the Void would no longer be limited by their power, and they would surely seize that opportunity. He thought of that moment when he shouted loudly, as countless vassal lords descended, and the creatures on Earth would fall into despair before their overwhelming power. Iolo said with a full smile, "Until I step forward." "Right." Sangho was startled by this, understanding that he would immediately raise his hand to assert, "Yes." On the bed of the Earth's core, Iolo clenched his fist tightly and shouted, "I will become their savior and rule this entire planet." At the same time, on the planet where Hisun's group is, Junion looked over and asked, "What the hell is going on here? Why are a bunch of monsters pouring out from the base's center?" Hajin also frowned and stared intently at that side. Jun Ion looked at them walking around the base and said, "Those monsters have stopped. It seems all the heroes resisting them from the Alliance have been captured." He shouted in disbelief. "We lost the base and didn't even get a chance to respond." In his mind, Jun Ion thought to himself that he had already noticed their suspicious actions long ago, but had reacted too late. Immediately afterward, the others gathered in the forest, and as they turned around, they saw Jun Ion and Hajin approaching. Blanca quickly approached Gio and asked, "Jun Ion, have you heard any news about Hasten yet?" He replied, "Sorry. I haven't found her yet." Blanca's face suddenly tensed in shock, and he exclaimed, "Oh my god, I think Hasten has run into something. If she's still alive, she would definitely have contacted us telepathically." Jun Ion nearby speaks. "Maybe she's being restricted somehow, and can't use magic. Let's keep observing the situation for now, and plan the rescue later." Blanca, with an angry face, remained silent. At this moment, Ujin approached from afar and asked Gio, "What are you all doing here?" Jun Eon's group immediately turned around, staring in shock at him. Then they looked at Ujin with excitement. "Lord," tears streaming down his face. Blanca ran over to Latu. "Boss, we miss you so much." He pushed his head away and asked Gio beside him, "What happened to him?" Blanca kept sobbing. "Except," Jun Ion asked. "Do you know we've lost the base yet?" Ujin calmly replied. "Yeah. I know. Tell me who that person is," he said, looking straight ahead. "That is Nazion Zon from the Leon faction, who just arrived here as aid." You look suspiciously. And ask again. Nazion Zon, the aid from Earth. Ujin thought about that scene and pondered, when he received the news that the base had been lost. He initially thought the culprit was one of the kings of Chanakar. A reminder appears on the screen saying the base has been taken over by the enemy. A faint smile plays on your lips as you say, "So you really dared to stab me in the back." Next, Ujin looked directly at the two people giving orders, Jun Ion and Blanca, and said, "Follow me with the children. I will lead the way to retake our base now." On the other side, the white wall stands tall and straight. The white gate is also closed. Monsters are gathered outside the palace, guarding. And inside the building, Zon's laughter echoes everywhere. So that's why Kang Ujin is so strong. Junaion thought to himself as he saw the green light flickering in his hand. Not only can he withstand soldiers with his territorial points, but he can also enhance others' abilities. A flash of golden light flickered in one of his eyes as he felt a power beyond any ranking system constantly boiling inside him. eager to unleash destruction. Just then, the gate opened from outside, and a soldier entered Lato from the river Kang-Ujin appeared, currently fighting a monster inside the palace. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he let out a mocking laugh. Jun Ion clenched his fists tightly and shouted, "Well done. Just when I wanted to test my new strength." He smiled brightly and looked straight ahead, saying, "Let's go meet the former king of this place. I will personally kill him to firmly establish my position on this golden throne." Outside, a monster collapsed to the ground, blood pouring out constantly, their bodies scattered everywhere. Ji-Yun-Jan was startled and asked, "What is that?" He looked at the bodies on the ground and asked again. The monster army he had gathered was already wiped out. Jun Ion turned to look at Ujin Lato and reported, "My lord, he has arrived." His mouth immediately curved into a bright smile. Ujin turned around and looked back, asking with a smile, "Is it a person?" Staring intently at Ji-Yun-Jan. Wondering, "The one who dared to stab me in the back while I was away." Ujin walked quickly forward, smiling as he faced Ji-Yun-Jan, while he clenched his jaw tightly, thinking to himself, "Calm down. Right now we are at the same level." Ji-Yun-Jan's corner of the mouth lifts into a smile as he mutters to himself, "No, actually I have the upper hand, thanks to my special skills." Ujin furrowed his brow and stared intently, asking again, "What the hell? Why aren't you saying anything?" He smiled arrogantly and shouted, "It seems you still don't know much about me." "Ujin," Ji-Yun-Jan confidently declares, "I've already won." Ujin, hearing this, asks suspiciously, "What? Are you talking nonsense?" Next, you bow your head in shock as you realize you can't move forward. He laughs loudly with excitement, finally understanding that once my shadow touches you, there's nothing you can do to resist. Ji-Yun-Jan stared intently at Ujin and said, "Actually, you still have one choice left." The night shift gang was startled when he added, "Just obediently follow my lead. As long as you become my subordinate, I will generously spare your life and those of your henchmen too." Hearing that, I couldn't help but laugh and say, "Are you joking? Really?" Ujin looked up at him and asked, "Do I look like someone who would do such a thing? Especially to someone weaker than me?" Ji-Yun-Jan immediately frowned and stared intently at you, shouting at you, "It seems you still haven't realized your current situation." Immediately after, Ji-Yun-Jan quickly raised his hand to hold his sword and shouted. Then he swung the sword rapidly toward you, shouting, "Die with Luan's men." Ujin immediately clenched his fist and punched Ji-Yun-Jan in the face, causing him to fall down in disbelief. He stood still as Ji-Yun-Jan was thrown back into the distance, dust and smoke rising high, obscuring everything. He sat up, trembling all over, letting out a painful cry. Ji-Yun-Jan looked up at Ujin, standing before him in disbelief, and asked how it was possible, how he could move. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Ujin looked down from above and said, "Sen-Ra, you still don't know much about me, do you? Do you think your talisman has any effect on someone like me, who possesses a dark spirit?" Ji-Yun-Jan's eyes immediately widened in shock. He thought about it carefully. The dark elf, Ujin. He then smirked arrogantly, before immediately raising his head and glancing upward. Then Ujin immediately grabbed Ji-Yun-Jan's head and slammed it forcefully into the ground. He asked with a cold tone, "Did you manage to get the relic from somewhere else?" Ujin stared intently and asked, "3 fragments are needed to make a talisman, something that no one on Earth can find alone. Who the hell gave it to you?" Ji-Yun-Jan, pressed down by your hand, says, "I can't tell you." Ujin, intrigued, asks again, "Oh really? Then, your hand forcefully presses down, so pay the price for daring to stab me in the back." Ji-Yun-Jan grabs Ujin's hand, pressing on his face. Crying out in pain, he stared at you intently, wondering just how much your own abilities had improved to become so powerful. Ji-Yun-Jan kept struggling and admitting her mistake. "I'm sorry. I was blinded by power." His eyes widened, veins bulging inside. "I know already," Ujin said calmly from above before squeezing hard, causing blood to spray everywhere. The system screen immediately appears, indicating you have conquered a base. You can choose to destroy it or take control of it. Destroy or seize it. You look at that notification and realize you have to wait until the next day to complete the base occupation. Just then, Jun Young approaches and shouts loudly, "Ujin." He looked at you and asked, "Have you found out who's behind this?" Ujin calmly replied, "Not yet. It's not really necessary anyway." You look at those flashing blue lights and say, "Because he's definitely one of Chinette's bastards. Anyway, I will deal with all of them," Ujin said upon hearing Jun Young's response. "The more urgent matter now is to find where they are holding the hostages." Inside the prison, everything is silent. Ujin quickly uses the key to open the cell door. He looked at the people inside, quickly went in and asked if everyone was okay. Muddies immediately jumped up and shouted, standing immortal. Torin also stood up and shouted, "You're here to save us." Suddenly, Ujin let out a suspicious cry upon seeing the scene inside. Seeing her fainted on the ground, he asked what had happened to Hisan. Muddies turns to look over there and explains that everyone on Earth was injected with some unknown drug, and because Hisan kept resisting, Ujin, hearing this, asks suspiciously, "Muddies, can't you save her?" She immediately bowed her head and replied, "No." And you looked so surprised, asking what she meant. Inside the prison, Muddies quickly recounted everything, and in the end, she bowed her head and concluded, "I was abandoned by the goddess." Ujin listened and made a thoughtful sound. He reached out to touch his chin, wondering if she was really the one who made that prediction. She wants to keep him here to save Alphena. Ujin thought about those things and said, "Whether she burns the world tree or not, isn't the ending still the same anyway? We're going to lose the base anyway." Muddies immediately burst into tears. "So I lost my divine power for nothing." A faint smile curled on his lips. Immediately after, Ujin's triumphant voice rang out, "But you did well." She hesitated and exclaimed, "Yes. If you burn the world tree I might get angry." Muddies suddenly stopped and shouted. Then Ujin turned around and called out Jun Young, who quickly responded, "Yes, my lord." And you ordered loudly, "Go capture all the hidden members of the Leon gang, because they might have the antidote." Then Ujin looked at her and shouted, "And Muddies, from now on, you will be the one to take over the base." She was startled and asked again, "Yes. I will take over the base tomorrow. You should think about the items in the system's instructions. I will grant you the role of base administrator, so feel free to use the points. If you recall the troops from the Dark Sanctuary, they will protect the base more effectively. And we won't lose it so foolishly again," Muddies asked excitedly. "So you mean to say that the proud declaration you made is correct? I have already dealt with some of the Anfin's liege lords, and I have also gathered all the necessary materials for Thras's item appraisal." Ugin shouted out loud, thinking of that place. "I am going back to protect the Earth." A day after reclaiming the base from Nazionzon, Ugin and his group immediately gathered at the teleportation gate. You turn to look back and ask, "Are you really not regretful, Jun Ion?" With a serious face. Confirms, "Yes. We will return together as soon as Captain Choi Hasten recovers." Ugin reflected on the interrogation at that moment, feeling wistful. Unfortunately, the fearsome gang in Leon's faction didn't have an antidote, but the good news is that she will gradually recover. You look at the group with a bright smile and tell them, "All right. If that's your decision, then go ahead. Let me know when Hasten wakes up so she can come here. And when Sungu wakes up, tell him to come too." He immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Immediately after, Ugin looked at her and said, "And you, matey, your responsibility is to guard that teleportation gate." Matey frowned, kept her head down without replying, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh. She was startled when she heard Ugin's voice echoing. "But there's nothing to worry about. I will save the Earth and return here immediately." Matey gently smiled when she heard you so angry. "Don't tell me you think I would be defeated by those terrifying monsters like Shanette." Immediately after, her voice echoed throughout here. "Immortal Lord, I never imagined there could be someone stronger than you in this world." Matey smiled brightly and told you to take care, promising that while you are away, she will definitely keep this base safe. Ugin smiled and said, "Very well. At last you are starting to be somewhat more trustworthy." He immediately turned around, raised his hand to the teleportation gate. Ugin waved goodbye, "So I'll leave it to everyone. I'm off now." Matey looked seriously at the boy's back as he left, silently praying for his safe return. Just before Kang Ugin returned to Earth, Lodi BB was still continuously supporting the areas affected by the surge of the weave phenomenon after receiving requests from countries around the world. Min Chan looked at the red dots on the screen in front of him and shouted, "I'm about to go crazy." He furrowed his brows and said, "The speed at which the Lord's appearances are increasing is getting faster and faster, and he worries that BB can't hold out alone like this anymore." Min Chan stroked his head and sighed, wishing that King were here right now. At that moment, the door to the room opened, and he immediately turned to look, and Min Chan saw BB and the others entering, asking, "Is everything okay, everyone?" The girl looked up and asked, "So we're heading to Beijing now?" He quickly confirmed, "Yes. We are working with the Chinese government to take control of the base there." BB furrowed her brows and loudly refused. "No. We can't go there." Min Chan was startled and asked again, "What do you mean?" He looked shocked as the girl mentioned that the base was established by the Shanette army commander and said it was too dangerous now. Min Chan immediately raised his hand and shouted, "But we already promised. If Adan doesn't step up, we'll be condemned internationally." BB replied softly, "I don't know about that. I'm just passing on what my master told me." Min's car nearby also shouted loudly, Prime Minister wrong. I think it's better if I don't do anything. Those Chinook commanders are really dangerous. When the girl heard him mention her name, she looked up, saying if we're not careful, it will be hard to protect Sue. Min Chan hesitated and lowered his head. But Adan has already declared itself as the leader in the fight to protect the Earth. So if not us, then who? Min Han looked at him and couldn't help but sigh. Then immediately asked, Prime Minister, don't tell me you've forgotten why Adan was established. Min Chan let out a sound, either a sigh or a confession, to maintain peace and protect the Earth. Hai Min sneered and asked again, come on, it's just what people think of Adan. Have you forgotten already? Min Chan's eyes immediately widened and asked, could it be? A voice in his head asked, boss, what should we do about hiring new staff? Min Chan replied, yes, but as the guild grows, the number of awakened people will also increase, so we need more staff too. Immediately after, his eyes focused on the draft notification paper. Min Chan immediately picked it up, asking suspiciously, boss, is this the sound of the assassination plan and our attack on Deng Dian? He smiled happily and added, so maybe that's why we really need to hire more staff. Snapping back to reality, Hai Min was deeply listening to Min Chan's excited laughter. He looked devastated, holding his head and shouting, that's right. It was indeed said that day. I kept misunderstanding. Min Chan thought about the Adan gang and pondered that from the very beginning. Adan was formed without any noble purpose. He silently thought to himself that his job was only to handle paperwork for Kang Woo-jin. Protecting the Earth wasn't his responsibility. That was Kang Woo-jin's job. Myung-jin then spoke. Thank you, Hai Min. You've eased my mind a bit. At that moment, the system's beeping sounds rang out, causing everyone to look up. Inside the screen, a person with a tense and urgent expression reports to the Prime Minister. We have located Kim Kang-jun. He immediately asks, where is he? The other person replied, he is in London, United Kingdom. Myung-jin paused briefly when he heard that. London. He thought of Toffler, the last place Professor Toffler was seen. I know they are connected. Thinking this, Myung-shung turned to ask Bibi what we should do. Bibi nods firmly. Kim Kang-jun is a key step in revealing the true form of the net page, so we will follow him to London. Thinking of this, Min Chan immediately smiled brightly and said, I understand now. Let's turn the car around. Over there. Jaemin looked at the girl and said, Sue, let's go home. He saw that the girl was silent and unresponsive, then suspiciously asked, Sue, are you feeling unwell somewhere? A white light suddenly burst from Sue, and Jaemin immediately looked ahead and shouted, Prime Minister. Sue. Min Chan stared at the dazzling light, excitedly singing, that light. He kept his eyes fixed on the girl and added, it's a prediction. The light on Sue's body flickered and then quickly disappeared. Pressing his face now is extremely tense. Worry lines appear in his mind. I wonder if it will be as hard to understand as last time. Everyone is now focused on Sue. A determined thought rising this time. We must find a clue to its meaning. Sue's gaze fixed blankly on something, the sound waves still emanating endlessly. Finally, she spoke. The moment of destiny has arrived. Sue said that the dam just built will be destroyed by the great forces opposing it, and the world will be swept away by the impending floods. Myung-jin softly asked, Oh, Earth God. What moment are you referring to? The girl whispered. Only someone here can bring order to this chaotic world, both self-destruct and destroy this world. Sue's words made everyone extremely worried and panicked. Suddenly, her gaze turned distant and unfocused. Jaemin quickly hugs the girl and shouts, Sue. Min Chan immediately speaks up. Jaemin, take Sue somewhere safe. He turned his head and saw the girl let out a cry of pain. Then Gi hesitated and asked, Bye-bye. What's wrong? Bibi clenched her teeth tightly and growled in pain. Immediately after, the girl punched with all her strength, blood splattering everywhere. Bye-bye lifted her head high and screamed in pain. Min Chan, seeing that, shouted worriedly, Bye-bye. Fresh blood kept dripping down from above onto the ground. The girl gasped and said, Now we know what that fateful moment is. Min Chan blushed and looked at her, asking, Bye-bye. Why all of a sudden, right after? Bibi's cold voice echoes. Now is not the time for you to stand there blushing. The girl turns to look at the two pilots. The Earth synchronization process has been completed. The airplane's engine keeps accelerating forward rapidly. Inside, Min Chan, unable to believe, asked again, Are you sure the synchronization process is complete? Bye-bye confidently replied, For sure. The girl frowned and looked straight ahead, saying I can regain my original form like this, which means all previous restrictions have been lifted. Hearing that, he furrowed his brows and shouted, We must stay extremely alert. Bye-bye also looked serious and declared, from this moment on, the real battle begins. Inside the city, flames are spreading everywhere. Soldiers with guns, aiming at a spot, firing to stop them. They looked at the giant monsters in front of them and shouted loudly, not letting them escape. Suddenly, one of the monsters let out a cry and opened its mouth to gather a luminous sphere. The soldiers were startled and looked towards it. He turned around and shouted, "War Mage, please set up the barrier to help us." The person next to him immediately responded, "I am ready. Everyone, focus on attacking." The monster opened its mouth and spat out continuous bursts of flames, as a staff was immediately raised high to gather energy. The soldiers looked in amazement at the purple barrier blocking in front of them. The mage clenched the staff in his hand and shouted, "This attack from those monsters will soon stop, and then we must counterattack immediately." Suddenly, the purple barrier quickly developed a crack. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Damn it. What's wrong with the barrier?" Immediately after, flames shattered the barrier and engulfed everyone. The apocalypse had arrived, far beyond the chaos of the dungeon quake 5 years ago. After the synchronization process is complete, dungeon resets happen dozens of times a day, and the guild sleepers have no choice but to stop conquering them. That is why the lords and monsters kept pouring out from abandoned dungeons within just one day, and their attack power, once all restrictions on their abilities were lifted, reached a level that Earth's people could not possibly withstand. The airplane glides across the city sky. Min Chan stands still at the door, watching the city engulfed in flames below. He can't help but let out a cry of horror. It's terrifying. He turned to look at the side and asked, "Has the UK government still not responded to us?" The person next to him immediately confirmed, "Yes. It seems the entire national system has been frozen." Min Chan stared at the screen and shouted, "Damn it. The deception is no longer just a bluff." He thought to himself, "The whole world will be destroyed before we gather any information about the missing person." Just then, a voice rang out. "Can everyone hear me?" Jimin was startled and shouted, "This voice?" Min Chan immediately asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" And BB, with a big smile, replied, "The master is sending us a message. Over there." Ujin took out his phone and asked how the Earth was doing. If it wasn't too disastrous, he was thinking of earning a few more points. Jimin immediately shouted excitedly, "It's a total disaster. A catastrophe." "Sir," BB also quickly shouted, "the Earth has been fully synchronized." "Sir," you hear this and secretly calculate in your mind, as explosions continue to erupt everywhere. Everyone is desperately searching for ways to escape to places without underground tunnels. Ujin's voice sounded, asking where everyone was. He immediately replied, "Always on standby." Hearing this, you responded, "I understand. I'll be there right away." Min Chan stared intently at him and asked, "Wait a minute. Jimin, is the president coming here soon?" Jimin confirmed, "Yes. He said he would come directly from the sanctuary this afternoon." Immediately afterward, he became extremely agitated and said no. Instead of coming here, the president needs to go to Seoul Station right away. Who knows when Seoul will erupt and close its gates. "What? There's still someone at Seoul Station? That's strange," Min Chan's voice responded. "It's Minister Gu Sohun. You can't trust that person." "Are you really going to rely on Sohun?" Ujin scratched his head in frustration. "Moving on, why is he still there?" Jimin immediately responded, "Oh, it's probably to maintain relations with Korea." "Right." He closed his eyes and nodded. "All right, I understand." Then, Ujin's voice announced that he would go to Sohun first and then meet everyone later. "So please deal with the monsters there." Hearing that, Jimin frowned and exclaimed, "But the British government still hasn't allowed us to enter." "Right." Hearing this, he was shocked and said, "So even though the situation has become like this, you still plan to follow the law?" Ujin seriously said, "I allow that," and inside the plane, a voice ordered to kill all the monsters over there. Immediately after, Ujin went straight to Sohun. You glance around at the scene, muttering, "This place was once ravaged." But the quiet atmosphere suggests that the Korean government has somehow managed to prevent the disaster. Nearby, the wind quickly blows through the blue rain shelter tent. Sohun opens one eye at the sound of Ujin's sigh. He still looks so relaxed. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and stammered, No. Mr. President, you look over at Sohun and ask what he's doing here." And he quickly mumbled back, "We are restoring the devastated city of Adan." Sohun pointed to the two people ahead and said, "We still need a base near Danjiang." Ujin shouted in surprise, "Forget it. I plan to return to the flying command post. Gather everyone now," he exclaimed loudly. "What do you mean?" "But because of diplomatic relations with Korea, we have to stay." He shouted at him to get a move on and pack up quickly. Suddenly, Ujin stared in amazement as a flash of lightning streaked past in front of him. A strong wind blows directly onto the roof. Sohun looks up and shouts, "Mr. President." This sudden gust. The strong wind whirls up dirt and rocks into the sky. Ujin grits his teeth and looks up, saying a damn bastard is about to appear. The sky quickly darkened below. And soon after, the sound of laughter echoed, as blue torches were lit. Enro laughed cheerfully and shouted, "The Earth hasn't been synchronized for long, and he's already appeared. That bastard really does love the Earth." Han looked down and shouted, "Sangho, connect a chain to Sohun. I will personally hunt down that bastard and become the savior of the Earth." Sangho immediately raised his head and respectfully said, "Lord Enro the Wise. But I have a small question since he is a high king. Wouldn't directly confronting him be too dangerous?" Enro raised his chin and said, "How dare someone like you doubt my abilities?" Han immediately became agitated and apologized, saying it was my fault. Right after that, Elro's voice rang out confirming, "You're right. He is one of the greatest military forces among the kings. But to truly win on the battlefield, ability is not the only factor." Han's lips curled into a faint smile as he said, "The only entities capable of dealing with that bastard are only the 72nd rank, and this entity chosen by history. Over there?" Ujin looked at the illusion as the system appeared. The king ruling over 70 dynasties. Oh, the Ivrit Phoenix House, in the sky. The black fruit flaps its wings covering the area, constantly gathering and making deafening sounds. Soon Han looks up and asks, "Why are there such fruits in the sky?" Ujin nearby immediately explained, "They are not ordinary fruits, but a monster called the vegetable beak fruit." He stared at them in horror, recognizing the monstrous fruit that Captain Heesun had tamed before, and confirmed, "That's it." Ujin furrowed his brow and looked intently at the sky. "So now that they've all gathered here, it means..." Immediately after, the swarm of fruits gathered, their singing wind quickly forming a vortex, and a giant shadow flickering with red light appeared. He looked at his figure appearing and shouted, "The owner of the bunch of vegetable pickers. Ivrit." In the sky, he carried a swarm covering the entire sky. Ujin and I looked up at Ho-Tu. I had only heard from Janist before, but seeing this with my own eyes, I realized his threats were not exaggerated at all. Then, "You turn your head to the side and order Hun to take the others to find a hiding place in the underground bunker." He immediately agrees. "Yes. I understand." Ivrit looked down from above at Ho-Tu and realized this was the Earth. "So this is the civilized society that humans have built." He let out a triumphant laugh and declared, "But now it's just one of my territories, Ivrit well." Suddenly Ujin's voice rang out, causing him to glance sideways. "What are you rambling about?" When Ivrit sees your figure, Ho-Tu, the non-spirit master, looks directly at Ujin and asks, "Are you here to surrender to me, or to offer your life to me?" You frown and smile in response. "You're the one about to offer your life to me." Ivrit laughs loudly and says, "You're indeed as arrogant as others have said." Immediately after, a surge of red blood energy radiated from him. "Ho-Tu, let me show you." Ivrit shot a barrage of feather-like arrows at Ujin, demonstrating how formidable the power of someone who has mastered 70 million worlds truly is. You watch each red arrow fly past and shout in anger. "Damn it." Ujin rushes forward on his mount, the arrows still chasing after him. You turn around and shout back, "It's sticking to me like crazy." Ujin immediately raises his hand, gathers energy, and assesses the situation. All the red arrows were blocked by that shield. Ujin retracted his hand, smiled with a sense of admiration, and found it quite interesting. At that moment, you are stunned to see Ivrit rushing down from above, and immediately a cloud of dust rises up to block the entire view. Ujin immediately rides his creature and quickly soars upward. Ivrit spreads his wings, gathering energy to attack. He tilted his head back and shouted a loud curse. "You bastard." Ivrit's voice echoed loudly in response. "You talk big, but when it comes to fighting, all you do is run away. You laugh and deny it." "Of course not." Ujin looked at the army of skeletons below the large lake. "Let's go, everyone." Immediately after, Ivrit's body kept erupting with powerful explosions. The Bone Soldier squad rushes forward shouting, "Brothers, let's go. It's time to hunt crows." One Bone Soldier raises his sword and charges quickly at him. It uses blue energy to stab forcefully into Ivrit. Then the skeleton pulls the spear out with great strength. Then, it forcefully stabbed into him again. Ivrit immediately looked up to the sky, letting out a pained cry. He turned his head to look at the trembling, weak humans and shouted angrily, "Where are your subordinates? Attack those terrifying creatures now." The black crows with glowing red eyes screeched in response and quickly swooped towards the skeletons. Ujin smiled and asked, "So this was his last desperate attempt?" "Huh." Then he immediately released him. "Eon, Eon. Don't let him slip away." Eon bites down hard on Ivrit's body, causing him to cry out in pain as he is choked by the grip. Then it forcefully bit Ivrit's neck. He was pushed down hard onto the ground, only able to let out a small, painful cry. Ujin looked down from above, smiling smugly. Then, he jumped down and said, "Don Sao, get up." Don Sao forcefully strikes Ivrit's body with both fists, then immediately opens his mouth to let out a piercing scream. Then, Don Sao stood still, watching Ivrit's body lie still. Suddenly, he was stunned when he heard his voice echoing. "Human. Guardian." Bright red beams of light emanated from Ivrit's body as he flapped his wings and immediately soared into the vast sky. Ivrit tilts his head back to the sky and roars, "O my subordinates from all directions of my void, respond immediately to my call for aid." Then, flashes of yellow light suddenly burst across the sky, and the ground lit up with tiny spots of brightness. Ujin saw the situation and shouted, "It seems he's planning to call in more reinforcements." He glanced to the side and shouted, "The flag is gone." Ujin looked at the large swarm of crows covering everything around and asked, "Does this guy have a lot of tricks up his sleeve?" Below the ground, a large number of monsters emerged from the space door. They roar fiercely, glaring at Ujin. The pretty girl above looks down at the ground below. Ujin sneered and said, "Cleaning up a bunch of trash from all directions is already coming here." Below ground, the swarm of monsters quickly covers the entire road. Immediately after, Ivory's voice rang out loudly, "All units, listen up." Assad looked down from above, guessing that the creature might be about to revive all its minions from the 70 million it rules over. Ujin's voice echoes calmly, "There's no need for you to be tense. Just handle them. I'll prepare another surprise for him during this time." Ramson grinned painfully on his shoulder and said, "The opponents are creatures from 70 million. Huh." He looked at the approaching monsters and shouted, "My heart is pounding again from too much excitement." On the other side, Ujin descended from above onto the ground below and then gently opened the system interface. Ujin's lips curl slightly as he says, "I need to create a new ultimate equipment." His voice echoes as he orders, "Terasi item assembly and crafting," and then each system screen appears. All the raw materials needed to craft the Terasi item at the success shop are arranged. A system screen flashes, enveloping the entire person in a golden light as he combines 5 Anfin achievement bars with raw materials. The system notification sounds, "Terasi armor successfully combined," allowing you to have an unlimited number of subordinates. The soul power of your subordinates will be tripled. Ujin's shoes change as the Terasi ritual is successfully completed. Every step you take leaves behind aura, doubling the attack power of the undead army. And the land you pass through becomes contaminated, poisoning your enemies. Immediately after, the system's sound announces that Terasi's armor has been successfully combined, and the number of subordinates bowing before the destroyer god will increase, doubling your strength. Ujin looked at his palms and said, "Good. The items are being crafted one by one now, and now only glory and punishment remain." Next, he was surprised to see the system display that the Terasi item combination was successful 3 out of 5 times and failed 2 out of 3 times due to insufficient achievement points. The process of creating Terasi's glory and Terasi's punishment has failed. With remaining achievement points, no. I used up all my achievement points. Ujin raised his hand to touch the system screen and said, "I have sanctuary points but I still need to use them for defending the base. I can't recklessly spend them all. So it looks like I'll have to hold off on a few of these for now." Then he bowed his head and gave the order to activate invisibility mode. Ujin looked down from above at the monsters below and said, "All right, let's get started." In the blink of an eye, your figure disappeared from the rooftop, and Ujin quickly swooped down towards the monsters below. Then, he used his legs to push off the wall and jump up, the demon leaping forward. As the system screen appeared, with a message, "There is no place in this world where the god of destruction cannot reach," and thanks to the Terasi dance effect, the demon leap skill was activated mid-air. The monsters looked up in shock as Ujin raised his hand to recall his weapon, the warrior's weapon. Transforming its form, he quickly swung the whip at them, and the system screen displayed a reminder, "Warrior's whip attack." A spear that is unlocked at level 90 can slash everything in its reach thanks to its easy transformation ability. Ujin glanced to one side, his voice ringing out, causing a squad of bone soldiers to charge at the monster, forcing the bone soldiers to retreat. The skeleton raises its weapon and stabs a monster fiercely, then turns its head to look at Ujin and shouts, "That's churlings. Attack that, churlings." He gently smiled and asked, "So what if they are churlings? Do you think attacking me can change anything?" "Huh." Immediately, inside the city, beams of light shot up high. Zionist immediately let out a loud laugh. "So you've gained a part of the power of the god of destruction, and you're becoming more and more the master of mine." He immediately raised both hands, looking down at the resurrection below. Rejoice now, you pitiful wandering puppets in the skies. Today you will be saved by the god of destruction. Immediately after, the monsters looked in surprise towards the opposite side, where a skeleton army appeared from the pile of corpses just now. Ivrit hovered above, observing the battle below, and muttered softly upon seeing this. One of the factions led by Enfenza split into three, a non-spiritual master with the ability to use enemy corpses as conduits for resurrection. And I never expected the situation to become this complicated. Ivrit looked at the undead army growing constantly, the speed of their numbers surpassing his own forces across all dimensions. He stared intently at Ugin, pondering. But his mana was limited. Just controlling such a massive army was enough to exhaust him. Ivrit triumphantly shouted, "This battle is about to end." And he called out to the Black Crows, "My minions." Ivrit withdraws completely into his body. "Return to where you truly belong. Over there." Golden rays of light continue to emanate from the city, and soldiers keep thrusting their weapons at the prisoner, each mage controlled by their staff. The monsters were enveloped in yellow light, roaring loudly, while Ugin stood floating in the air, silently waiting. The corner of his mouth slightly curled into a smile as he said, "I wonder when they'll all be dead. But it seems like they won't last much longer." Ugin's eyes flicked slightly to one side, now only looking up at Ivrit's figure above. Smiling broadly, he asked again, "What did you just eat that made you suddenly gain so much weight?" He let out a triumphant laugh, boasting that not only has my size increased, but I also absorbed my mana, and now I can see my subordinates' reactions. Ivrit's voice rang out, clearly different from the one who had nearly exhausted all their mana to fight my soldiers. Ugin smiled brightly and asked, "So you were waiting for me to run out of mana?" The boy stepped closer to the person he was speaking to. "And you're partly right indeed. I have used up quite a bit of mana." Immediately after, Ugin quickly destroyed the barrier below, causing the monsters to all point at him and scream. Ugin stood above, looking down, realizing the Imperial Mage was out of mana, and seized him. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, "But what should I do now?" The monsters immediately collapsed all at once. The two of them stared with wide eyes, frozen in place, then turned into dry husks. Ugin looked down and smiled, saying, "The food down there looks so good for us to eat." Immediately after, a massive wave of energy burst out from you, and then chaos. All the bodies beneath the ground were instantly swept away by the energy and disappeared. Ivory saw this and usually said, "You're only using your rare mana to deal with a bunch of petty tricks." Han Yang looked at him intently and asked, "What are you really thinking? Don't tell me you're planning to face someone as great as me without using any mana." Immediately after, flashes of purple light flickered on Ugin's body as Ivory's eyes widened in shock. Staring at him, Han saw beams of light extending from your body, and they are huge. Ugin gently smiled and pointed out that corpses and souls are no different from mana to me. The soul light beam from beneath the ground quickly shot straight up to you. Ivory stared in amazement at the huge mana energy emanating from your body, the continuous flashes of light spreading around. Ivory exclaimed excitedly. So those who intentionally caused the explosions had a purpose all along. Ugin, with a full face of a confident smile, said yes. Now, let's proceed to the second match. The system screen appeared, reminding that mana had been fully restored through the soul absorption skill. A beam of light radiates from him straight into the sky, and Ugin immediately raises his hand and shouts, "Spirit absorption." Ivory looks down and sees Eon's figure below. He sneered and asked, "After restoring all his mana, you can only summon one dragon that can't even fly. Do you really think that using that useless thing can catch me?" Ugin heard that and smiled in response. "Just wait and see," the voice echoed, quickly using blood to recall and deepen the summon. Blood from all over the city quickly gathers together. Ivory, seeing this, wonders if he's planning to summon a blood golem. But why is he only summoning soldiers who can't fight in the air? Ugin stared intently and smiled. Then, his voice rang out, "Kids, it's time to merge." Hearing that, he wondered and thought, "Fusion." And the figure of Eon Young and the blood-colored energy quickly moved closer to each other. The blood-red tendrils quickly surged to wrap around Eon Young, rapidly merging together and continuously fusing. After a long while, Eon Young's body was completely covered in blood red. The fresh blood continues to cover its skeletal frame, revealing eyes shining with a bright yellow light. The blood-red ink quickly seeped inside the skeleton, filling it completely, continuously clinging and wrapping around Eon Young's frame. In just a moment, the fusion was complete, and the blood dragon roared loudly. Ugin saw this, a broad smile on his face, and ordered him to fly away. You stare at it intently and shout, "The ancient blood dragon." The crimson blood still continues to be absorbed by Eon Young throughout the city. Ivory was so excited he couldn't believe it. Damn it. This is just too unreasonable, a blood dragon. What a joke. Han looked up at the giant blood dragon in front of him, as Eon Young's voice rang out asking, "Tell me, what is your wish?" Ugin stared intently and said, "Your wish is to hunt crows." Ivory looked back with a cautious expression. Ugin sniffed and then opened his mouth toward Ivory. As Eon Young's figure swiftly passed by Han, Ivory immediately roared in excitement, then spread his wings and let out a cry, releasing a barrage of feathers, each feather like an arrow piercing straight down into the city, causing the buildings to collapse as they are struck. Ugin immediately leapt onto Eon Young's back, and they sped forward together. Ugin looked up and ordered to end this fight. If we dodge any longer, Seoul will become a ruin. Eon Young, let's finish this battle now. Its eyes immediately flashed with a bright yellow light. Then, Eon Young immediately raised his head and rushed quickly toward Ivory. He shouted in panic, "No way. I have to quickly increase the distance." Suddenly, a long whip appeared and struck towards Ivory's neck, and in an instant, he was choked by the rope. Ugin, holding one end of the rope, asked where you plan to go. Not yet finished. Then he lowered his head and ordered loudly, "Eon Young, bite it to death." Ivory, terrified, opens her mouth wide and screams, while Eon Young opens his mouth and bites down forcefully. Fresh blood kept pouring from its mouth as Ivory's body fell from above into the city below. Ugin smiled in praise. "Well done, you killed it." You look at Han's body lying on the ground calmly, so Sehun will have some time to recover soon. Then, Ugin raised his head and looked to one side, saying, "Now it's time to think about that person. We have to go catch that damn Kangchun bastard." Inside, the basement door opens. Sehun Hun quickly leads everyone outside. He observes the surrounding scene calmly. This place is completely quiet again. Sehun Hun couldn't believe it and asked, "Is everything really over?" Suddenly, he was stunned to see Ion descending from above. The crowd, hearing its roar, quickly turned and ran away, dust and smoke swirling everywhere in the wind. Sehun Hun covered his mouth with his hand, letting out a muffled cry. Ugin looked down from above and asked, "Are you all okay?" The crowd immediately shouted excitedly, "Mr. President." He calmly wiped his tears and said, "Let's go. I'm planning to fly straight to BB's artillery site." Sehun Hun was startled and asked again, "Onto that line of flow?" Ugin calmly confirmed, "Yeah. Because those people haven't awakened yet, so they can't use the teleportation gate. Come up here quickly." Ion also looked at his group with his mouth wide open. Sehun Hun, trembling all over, let out a piercing scream and wondered if he should just stay in Seoul. A spaceship arriving in Seoul, where Kang Ugin and the members of Adon just left, showing the scene below and asking if everyone can see it. The introduction sound plays, showing the current state of Seoul, which was just destroyed by the largest monster army in history. This is truly a terrifying scene that reminds everyone of the Danjian earthquake that happened 5 years ago. The helicopter shows images of the people below, including the recovery team made up of the army and guilds sent to the scene right after Lord Kang Ugin, having just left after a battle against a massive Danjian outbreak powered by incredible abilities. Iolo looked up at the helicopter flying overhead. Han's eyes flashed with light and he asked, "Why is this happening? Didn't you say Kang Ugin was still being held in Enfen?" Sang-ho immediately knelt and begged for forgiveness, saying, "I didn't expect him to return so quickly." He lowered his head, biting down hard, secretly cursing the Leon gang. Ji-yeon crossed Sang-ho's mind, silently furious, wondering if they couldn't even hold him for a few days. Iolo immediately stomped down hard on Sang-ho's head. Han bites down hard and questions sharply, "Idiot, do you know what you've caused?" Above in the sky, the helicopter keeps circling delivering news. Iolo looked up to the sky and shouted loudly, "Given the current situation, with Ivory completely gone, my appearance here means that..." Just then, the staff member suddenly exclaimed in shock, "There's still a monster in the field." He turned to the person next to him and urged, "Contact the army immediately." The staff member beside him nervously replied, "Yes." Iolo clenched his jaw and growled. Then suddenly a loud shout echoed across the sky over Seoul. "Over there!" Young Yi-young and the others quickly flew to BB's location, and Woojin looked at the fireworks in the sky right in front of him and said, "We're here." Seoul saw young Yi-young letting herself drift in the air. Then Hoang shouted in fear. Immediately after, Woojin gently stepped onto the ground and quickly turned his head at the sound of Bi calling out, "Master." The girl rushed over, and with a look of surprise, she threw her arms around Woojin, saying, "I remember you died." He forcefully pushed her away and asked, "Bye. Are you able to return to your original form because the synchronization process is complete?" Bi, smiling happily, replied, "Yes." Now I can use all my power. Min Chan stepped forward and asked, Mr. President, have you finished your work and obtained what you wanted from Enfen? Wu Jin calmly asked. So. But why did you bring Leon's gang to Enfen? He was shocked and exclaimed. What? Oh. Because they said they wanted to use the teleportation gate to send troops for support. So, Min Chan suspiciously asked what had happened. And he replied, nothing. Forget it. Then Wu Jin's voice quickly asked how the other countries were doing and how many places had been attacked like Seoul. And he promptly replied, all of them. Min Chan immediately raised his hand and explained that London had been saved, thanks to BB. But there are still many cities out there whose damages haven't been assessed. And among them, Hai Lap has sent us a request for aid, and now we are on our way there. You ask suspiciously. Hai Lap Wu Jin asks with doubt. So no one has found Kang Chun, isn't he with you? He let out a gasp and said, actually, he was already here. You frown in doubt and ask again. What do you mean? Is Kang Chun at BB's fortress? Kang Chun quickly stepped out and said, you're a day late. Kang Wu Jin. Wu Jin immediately turned around and glanced behind him. He calmly spoke. I've been waiting for you all along. Inside the room. The curtains were drawn back to let the sunlight in. Wu Jin, with a big smile on his face, exclaimed, last time you ran away in a hurry. And now you're the one coming here on your own. Kang Chun listened in silence as your voice echoed. Don't you think you can always avoid all rules and laws? Wu Jin crossed his legs on the sofa and looked straight at him, asking what brings you here to see me. Kang Chun calmly explained. I came to deliver a message to you. Your voice echoing as he questioned. Who told you to come and deliver a message to me? And it's top floor again. Huh. Wu Jin looked straight at him and said, if he wanted to say something to me he should come and tell me himself. He frowned and said it's hard to do that right now. Hearing that, you ask with interest. So is he afraid I might kill him? Kang Chun stares intently, probing. So, what do you plan to do now that you've met him? Wu Jin calmly explained with his arms crossed that he had his reasons for not killing him. And besides, he hated those who still hide things from him but want to negotiate with him. You stare directly into Kang Chun's eyes and add, among them is someone. Then Kang Chun's muttered voice echoes in the air. Just as the prophecy foretold, that person's behavior is always like that. Wu Jin narrows his eyes and wonders. The prophecy. Right after that, dark energy appeared and surrounded him inside. Wu Jin raised his hand to control the dark energy and shouted, if you don't want to die, speak human language so I can understand you. Kang Chun pursed his lips tightly, silent, then shouted with a face full of emotion, I'm not afraid of death, I only fear. Kang Chun immediately added, situations like this will only happen again. Wu Jin frowned and pondered. He's talking nonsense again. But it's strange. He stared intently at his face, wondering why he could face death so calmly. Unlike Toffler, I can clearly feel his soul. After a moment, Wu Jin sighed and said fine. Kang Chun glanced at the dark aura and was shocked to see it disappear. He looked at him seriously and asked, tell me what Toffler said to you. He frowned and said with a wide grin, this will be quite a story. Kang Chun's voice says, the first candidate to save the earth. He thought of him and added, let me tell you everything about Yulo. Wu Jin's doubtful voice echoes, the first candidate to save the earth. Huh. Arms crossed behind his back as he mumbles, is this also part of that cursed lunar world's prophecy? Kang Chun confirms, that's right. The first candidate is Yulo, and the second is the other person. Wu Jin exhaled and said, it seems like whenever something fits, they always try to scare me. He touched his chin, wondering if he had heard that name Yulo somewhere before. Suddenly, Wu Jin was taken aback, thinking no way. The one Sangho is following. You look at Kang Chun seriously and ask, so you mean the non-aggressive Lord Yulo? He immediately confirms, yes. So you do know him. Wu Jin gently exhaled and said, this really is unreasonable. He looked up and asked again, one of the non-aggressive lords is a candidate to save the earth. Kang Chun said emotionlessly, where you come from doesn't matter. What matters is whether you truly have the authority to save the earth. Wu Jin crossed his arms and asked skeptically, authority, what do you mean? Immediately after, his voice rang out asking, do you know the hidden code? You think of Arya and wonder. I once heard that word from the goddess in Anfen. It's something that can break the connection between earth and Tranit. Right. Kang Chun calmly replied, what you're talking about is the erase code. Wu Jin, hearing this, skeptically asked, aren't the erase code and the hidden code the same thing? He softly explained that, in principle, the hidden code is a concept that encompasses both the delete code and the repair code. Hearing Kang Chun say that, Wu Jin couldn't help but be curious and asked, what is the recovery code? His gaze was filled with calculated uncertainty. Kang Chun recalls that the two codes, The recovery code and the deletion code are two opposite extremes. Depending on how they are used, they can destroy everything or create anything. He also said that you and Yulo are the two people qualified to complete and use these special codes. Woojin rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Does that mean the Space Lords have eliminated Thras's defenses? Thinking this way, you asked aloud, but why Yulo and I? What makes us qualified? Kang Chun replied firmly. I can't give you a reason, only the result. Woojin looked up with confusion and crossed his arms, asking Thuong. All right? Let's assume I accept what you're saying. So what exactly do you want from me? Woojin coldly says. You're telling me not to kill Yulo. Kang Chun immediately replies. No. He states that even if he meets the criteria, he is still a Lord of Shouting, an enemy who must be eliminated. Kang Chun thought of Toffel's assessment, that Toffel placed hope in him rather than Yulo. So there was no reason to spare Han. He hesitated. But Kang Chun sternly reminded him that at this moment he must avoid any direct confrontation with him. So he asked again. Why is that? Kang Chun cast a cold look and declared that your conditions are not yet fulfilled, which means you are still not ready to face him. Woojin smirked slightly, finding it quite ridiculous. So you're saying I can't defeat him? Kang Chun calmly replied. Please complete your conditions first. And if you do, everything will naturally fall into place. Are you telling me I have to find Thras's restraint? He quickly replied. Yes. And you're close. Kang Chun believes that you have guessed the final lock codes needed to find it. Woojin thinks to himself, if the way to obtain the hidden code is the same as getting the usual codes, you remember Arya said. Yes. But the lock code is on Earth, not Anfen. And Selleck then said that the first thing I did when my planet was synchronized was to kill its god. Then I received the code and became a god myself. Thinking of Sua, Woojin silently confirmed that it belonged to the Lord of the Earth. Suddenly, a hidden force swiftly swooped toward Kang Chun, and he firmly declared, Tell me another way, or you will die if you don't. Immediately after, Kang Chun suddenly raised his head in excitement and said, Kill me. As far as I know, that's the only way left. But you remained silent, without saying a word. Kang Chun looked at the surrounding dark energy and thought to himself that his journey recorded in the Book of Destiny would end here, and he felt no emotion towards this repetitive life at all. Then, his voice echoed as he added, This is the last thing I have to tell you. Kang Chun immediately asked, Haven't you ever thought all this was strange? And hearing that, he suspiciously asked what he meant, with a hint of a smile saying, Leveling up, monsters, or some kind of mana. He looked up and asked directly, Don't you think this life is like a kind of game? Kang Chun's sharp eyes stared intently, questioning whether you feel any sense of reality. Woojin silently stared at him without saying a word. After a long moment, outside the BB station's yard, Min Chan was talking when he suddenly saw Woojin come out. He looked worried and caring. Mr. President, how is the situation? You stepped forward quickly and replied, We have nothing to discuss. He's currently in custody. Min Chan suspiciously asked, But do you think he can escape and run away? Then he was surprised to hear you reply, He's not an ordinary person either, so if he wants to, he will definitely find a way to escape. Woojin furrowed his brow and wondered to himself, Right now I feel like I've swallowed a fly, but killing a messenger won't bring any benefit. I think about Toffler and ponder that until I uncover the truth they are hiding about this world. I still need some kind of link to them. Then Woojin raised his head and asked when we would arrive if we kept doing this. Min Chan quickly responded, About 3 hours, then turned to give orders to the others. Then from now until then, please reinvestigate the personal information of all the staff. He was startled and asked, What? Again, suddenly, Woojin turned his head and said, There are a few with dark soul auras sneaking in here. There are definitely spies targeting Suha in this place. Min Chan was immediately startled, his face turning serious. Then he quickly turned and ran off. I will investigate right away. Woojin glanced to the side and called out, BB. Everyone. Immediately after, a surge of dark energy suddenly flashed into existence. BB placed his hand on his back and said, The boss is calling us. And you immediately responded, Yeah. Woojin sternly ordered everyone to split into groups and clear out the rebellious lords occupying the area. While he would visit the sacred land for a while, he asked, seriously, to prepare for the enemy's arrival. We still need to level up a few more times. And without me, you can still do it. Right. B, with a big smile on his face, shouted happily, Master, please rest assured and leave it to us. Woojin, hearing this, happily decided, All right, then disperse. The figures disappear, leaving only the sound of responses. Obeying orders. Master, in your mind, Kang Chun's words shouldn't appear. Do you even feel anything real, in the air? Woojin's voice mumbled, Is this real? And at the same time, a figure stood outside the prison. Inside, Kang Chun was tied to a chair, looking down with tears streaming down his face onto the ground, as he kept muttering to himself that history had already changed. After a long while, he lifted his face, tears streaming down, thinking to himself that the book of fate had been opened to the last page. But the story was not over yet. Kang Chun kept thinking about you, constantly wondering if Kang Ujin could truly become the savior who would lead us to a new world. BB's fortress continues to advance forward, while Ujin walks alone across the empty courtyard. He looked at the vast sky in front of him and muttered to himself, "Since I've already leveled up and gathered experience for the overlords, now I just need to focus on completing Tarasi's aura and punishment." In Ujin's mind, the scene from that moment appeared, saying otherwise. Someone will have to die here. Kang Chun, with a calm face, said, "Kill me. As far as I know, that is the only way." He immediately scratched his head and kept telling himself he had to stop obsessing over pointless things. Ujin looked straight ahead with determination, knowing he still needed to fulfill other conditions to hope for a verdict. In your mind, a system screen appears showing your thoughts, and if you reach the maximum level and complete the item appraisal, you might gain a new clue. Currently, your level is 97, and you are appraising the Tarasi item. Immediately after, Ujin quickly used a voice call to summon Zemin. He looked serious as he asked, "Yes, brother. Is there something wrong?" You reach out and touch your own hand, saying you need more points. A lot more to upgrade. And Zemin asks suspiciously, "Points?" He also touches his ear to ask what you should do. Huh. Ujin's lips curl into a smile as he says, "Just do what you're best at." Immediately after, the system notification appeared. The Holy Land battle was about to begin. Please choose the lord you want to challenge in the Holy Land battle. You look ahead and say, "With the gaming skills of a Korean high school student and the mechanical expertise you've gained as a lord who masters all the lines you possess, talking about that holy war, you're really hopeless. But do you think you can actually pull it off?" Zeman's lips curled into a faint smile. He uses both hands to touch the screen and shouts, "This game is a piece of cake compared to fighting directly on the battlefield." Ujin looked straight ahead and decided, "Alright. Now go and take everything those lazy lords have in their treasure vaults." Zemin shouted to the sunlight in front of him. "I know." Immediately after, the system screen appeared, and you were being transferred to the battlefield. He looked at the sun ahead and thought to himself, "So I will soon have enough points to combine and upgrade that item." A corner of the life tree sways constantly with the wind, and Morty stands quietly, staring at the giant tree in front of him. Torin walks over from behind and asks with a smile, "Lady of the Gods, are you here today too?" She turned her head back and shouted happily, "Torin." Morty smiled casually and said, "You don't need to be so formal and polite, because I'm no longer a goddess." And he hurriedly shouted in panic, "Oh my god. I've made another mistake." Torin looked straight ahead and said, "I'm sorry, but I guess you're feeling pretty distressed right now." She heard this and smiled in response. "I'm fine. I'm used to it now," Morty asked curiously. "But why are you here looking for me like this? Do you have any news?" He suddenly remembered and nodded. According to the messenger's report, the number of vassal lords across the continent has decreased significantly today, so they must have already fled to Earth. Morty bowed his head and spoke softly. After all, the lords of the evening wouldn't naturally be interested in newer colonies. She looked at the space gate and, thanks to that, the situation in Anfen has improved a lot. But I still worry whether the immortal corpse can handle this alone. At this moment, the door flickered with flashing light, and Ugin quickly stepped out from inside. Morty was startled and suspicious, quickly approaching and asking with concern if everyone had been well lately. In another place, flames covered the floor, and Ugin looked at the fire and asked, "What's going on?" Hearing that, he let out a contemplative sound. You look at the flames in front of you and ask how strong that brat wants to become that he's resting for so long. At this moment, Jun Ion and two others ran over and asked anxiously, "President, how is the situation on Earth now? Is everything still okay?" Ugin turned to look at them and replied, "Telling them what happened wouldn't help. It's urgent. Let's go back to Earth with me." Right after that, I called out to check on her. "But what about Hae-sun? She should be recovering now." Right, Jun Ion nervously called out. "Captain Hae-sun." He held up a letter and said, "I've already left this letter and gone." Ugin let out a puzzled sound and asked, "Where could she possibly go?" The letter says that with my current situation, I am just a useless person. I would rather die than become a burden to everyone. Once I become stronger, I will definitely come back. Ugin sighed and said, "This girl again. There's no need to be like that. Something happening with the Leon gang would be a huge shock for her." Then he turned his head to the side and shouted loudly, "Muraji, when will Hae-sun and Sunggu return?" Tell them to come to my place right away. Ugin's face turned serious, and he said, quickly organize your belongings. We are leaving right now. Junayan immediately shouted. That's it. Muadi softly asked. Lord Immortal. Hearing this, Yu asked suspiciously. What is it? She bowed her head and looked ahead. Then asked, could you perform the baptism and grant me the grace of Turasi? Ugin frowned and asked, what the hell is this? I'm not a priest. How can I baptize her? Mura went silent, bowed his head without saying a word. Then after a long while, he scratched his head and said, well, if that's what you want, I'll give it a try. Immediately after, the sound of his voice echoed in the square, saying, ah, Turasi's assistant, appointing someone to serve as Turasi's priest. Then Ugin raised his hand and placed it on Muadi's head. He looked at his hand and exclaimed, as expected. It had no effect at all. Ugin frowned and spoke gently. But Muadi just laughed and said, no. Thank you for your time. Your Excellency. At this moment, Junayan led the group to gather and shout, Mr. President, we are all ready. She looked at you and said, take care. Ugin calmly replied, yes. Leave the matter at the base to her. Immediately after, he turned and quickly walked away. Muadi stood still, watching his back as he disappeared into the distance. She still stood still, whispering softly in her heart, please bring back victory. My soul. In Seoul, South Korea, while Kang Ugin was restructuring the sanctuary and eating sulfur, Sang-ho stands on a floating ice sheet in midair and shouts, fellow Korean citizens, the final salvation has arrived. The crowd looked up in silence. This is the person who will always care for our humanity, turn away from the alien monsters outside, and be the first to reach out and help us. Above, Sang-ho remains passionately determined. His wish is to end the endless war across the universe for everlasting peace, and nothing else. The crowd looked at his figure on the square screen and loudly exclaimed, what? A lord of a great clan wants to shake hands with humanity. What on earth is going on here? Sang-ho turned to glance back at Lato. Let's raise our guns and welcome him, the hero who has come to save us all. Yulog stepped forward. The crowd stared intently at the screen and asked, will that creature save Earth immediately? Sang-ho's voice rang out introducing King Yulog. BB's artillery tower continues to advance, and the teleportation gate quickly appears. The gang members look around and shout, Earth. How long has it been? Ujin gently smiles as he watches these people chatting happily. Just then, Min Chan runs in from outside shouting, Mr. President, you. Leaning on one arm, skeptically asked what's going on that makes you so frantic. Is there an urgent matter? He looked up at Lato, the spy. Ujin, with a serious expression, listened as Min Chan finished speaking. We have caught the spy. Inside the dark prison, not a single light shines. He looked at the shadow inside and, following your orders, after investigating all the staff, we discovered someone with a weak background who had been manipulated from the start. After close surveillance, we confirmed that he is from Sang-ho's faction. Ujin, suspicious, asked, Sang-ho, is it that damn bastard again? After being beaten up so many times, he still hasn't learned his lesson. Huh. He looked up and stared intently at your addition. Furthermore, we believe that the Leon gang was involved in the An Fen excavation and had some secret agreement with him. Ujin was startled and asked, so it was him who was urging them. He frowned irritably and said, this guy sneaking around behind the scenes is quite something. Suddenly, Ngin-chan raised a tablet and said, but lately, it seems like they've decided to reveal themselves directly. Huh. Ujin looked at the screen and exclaimed, this is it. Inside, Sang-ho raised his hand and pointed to the side to introduce. Lord Yulo is willing to step in to help Earth. Just need to borrow his power. We will have a chance to defend ourselves against the monsters coming from other dimensions. He shouted with a big smile. He's just like a god descending to the mortal world. Ujin looked up at him and asked, what the hell is this bastard talking about? Min Chan immediately chimed in. So that's really what you just heard. He seriously explained that an unnamed Lord Yulo, whom Sang-ho serves, wants to cooperate peacefully with Seoul. I hear that the South Korean government is considering signing a defense treaty with them. Ujin furrowed his brow and stood still, deep in thought. Then he looked at the tablet screen, wondering what the bastard Yulo was up to, the one trying to help Earth and save them from Chansu's claws. Immediately after, he quickly handed the tablet back to Min Chan and said, leave now. I trust cats to watch over the fish basket better. Ujin quickly opened the prison door and entered inside, looking at him with suspicion and asking, what is that guy's true purpose for pretending to be one of us? That guy immediately got excited and shouted, I have nothing more to say. Even if you threaten me, I won't say a word. Just then, Your voice rang out asking what you came to find the god of the earth for. Ujin picked up a phone and said, "No need for long discussions. Just dial your superior's number here." "Hello? It's me. Long time no see." Sangho, full of suspicion, asked who it was. The short reply from the voice was Ujin. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he recognized the voice. "Ujin. I have a faint memory. Wait. Ujin. Are you Ujin?" I smile confidently and confirm yes. "It's me. You dog." He immediately roared in anger upon hearing that. "Why do you pretend to be close like you just called me? You crazy bastard." Sangho widened his eyes and froze in place as he listened to Ujin continue. "I'm on my way now. I'm here with a calm face. Get ready to face that ice doll or whatever it is." Ujin thought about the girl from the inspection. "How dare you target Su Au? And now I will destroy that Yulo guy in one shot. Over there." On the vast ice-covered face floating in the air, Sangho ran in from outside shouting, "Something big has happened. Lord Yulo." Yulo raised his head and asked, "What's going on? Isn't the negotiation with those Earth people going smoothly?" He shouted in a tense voice. "Not via A. But Kang Ujin, who said he had changed course and was heading back to Korea A." Yulo's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. Immediately after, Sangho calmly responded when he heard him ask, "You fool. It's just a small matter. Do you really have to get so worked up over it?" Yulo furrowed his brow, thinking about him and wondering if it would be good to have a fight with him after he gained power. "But now that things have turned out like this, I will deal with him right away." Then he calmly ordered Sangho to prepare to welcome the immortal for Uncle Dao. Sangho quickly responded, "Yes. Thuong Hai." At the same time, inside the new Xi-Trong Parliament building, the noise in the meeting room was incessant. Someone stood up and shouted in anger, "There's no other way now. We must accept Yulo's terms of negotiation first." The bespectacled congressman facing him shouted, "Nonsense. How can you believe the words of someone who unilaterally occupies so on like that?" B-Man immediately shouted in anger, "And he's still a monster, no matter how clever he is. How can you trust them?" Immediately after, an excited voice rang out. But at this moment, South Korea's military forces could no longer control the situation. Everything has come to this point. We have no choice but to cooperate with them, even if it's just a temporary strategy. President Jun Pyo asked from behind, "Mr. President, what should we do now?" He quickly bowed his head and fell into deep thought. In just one short day, all of Seoul has fallen into their hands. If he truly intends to use violence, I'm afraid we will be powerless. In Byung Man's mind, Yulo wondered. But surprisingly, they proposed peace negotiations and a defensive alliance. I have to decide how to save this country. At this moment, the phone in his hand rang, and he approached to whisper to him, "Mr. President." Then, Byung Man's voice rang out to stop them. "Everyone please calm down. We have just received an urgent report." He looked directly at everyone and announced that A Dan's flying fortress was heading toward our country. The people below immediately grew agitated, thinking that A Dan was going to fight Yulo, which meant Zeun would be in danger. Byung Man clasped his hands together and said, "Yes. Suin will become the battlefield for the two forces." He looked straight at the people below and added, as if speaking from our perspective, that after the confrontation between the two of them ends, it's not too late to review the outcome and make a decision. Right now, we should only focus on what we can do immediately. Biman Man, with a serious face, ordered, "We must do our best to evacuate all the remaining civilians from Zeun. Over there, Bai Bai's fortress keeps approaching the ice tower, and inside the fortress Ujin laughs and says, 'Yulo, I'll go and see if what Kang Chun said about him is true.'" Yulo, with a big smile on his face, exclaimed, "The moment he gets his power, he's already showing his true colors." On the street, long lines of cars keep leaving, and from above, those cars quickly depart from the city. A person looked ahead and asked, "Everyone has been here all afternoon?" The young man promptly confirmed, "Yes. Everyone has already boarded the vehicle." The doors quickly close, and it starts moving. "Good. Let's go." Security staff looked at Jo Jun and said, "Mr. President, we need to get going now." He immediately agreed. "All right." Jo Jun raised his head and looked up at the sky, as the crowd watched the flying fortress approach and said, "Kang Woojin's flying fortress is coming." He stared intently and muttered, "I don't know." Jo Jun looked at the ice sculpture and asked, "If it were Kang Woojin, could he wipe out all of them?" Woojin looked over there and said, "Just as I thought. He has brought all his henchmen here." You look at the screen and shout, and there are quite a few familiar faces too, with a series of notifications displayed. The Lord of No Ryazaki, the Lord of No Sack Lot, and the Lord of No Dream. Min Chan also frowned and said, It seems they are all involved in the recent Danjian explosion. Wujin looked at the screen, showing King Yulo, and said, they even dared to propose a peace treaty face to face. Kang truly cannot be forgiven. Immediately after, the door at the back swung open, and when he turned to see the girl, he was startled and shouted, Sua. Wujin knelt before the girl and asked gently, Hey Sua, what are you doing out here? I told you to stay with Mom. Sua hesitated and replied, It's just me. The little girl looked intently at the face in front of her, then softly asked, Brother, you can't leave. Can you? The girl looked worried, bowed her head and whispered, I dreamed that you left and never came back again. I'm so scared hearing this. Wujin couldn't help but sigh. The girl raised her head to listen to the sound coming from him. Little Sua, it seems you still don't know much about your brother. Wujin smiled brightly and said, You don't have to worry, because your brother is stronger than anyone. He patted Sua Han on the shoulder and promised to protect you and your mother until the very last moment. Do you understand? The girl replied. Thank you. Immediately after, Wujin took steps forward and looked at the crowd in front of him, asking, Are you ready to eliminate all the trash from this land of Seoul? A leading immortal said with a smile that when it comes to war, the gods will go all out and fight to the fullest, tearing everything apart for fun. Wujin laughed loudly and shouted, We're about to enjoy a bloody festival filling the sky. Gionis immediately stepped forward and said, Lord, the final opportunity for you to receive judgment is very close. Wujin looked at him and smiled, saying, After this battle, I will reach the maximum level and obtain the Taraji item ranking. Suddenly, a voice from behind rang out, Lord. You turn your eyes toward him and shout, Kiba. Wujin, with a bright smile, asked, We've been fighting together for a long time, so your skills haven't dulled at all. Right, Kiba replied with a smile. Still perfect as always. My lord, Kiba, the commander of the Holy Land's defense, was summoned here to prepare for the battle against Yulo. And he shouted seriously, I will sever the heads of our enemies and offer them to you. My lord, just say the word. Wujin glanced back cautiously. And as for Bibi, she should focus on firing at Eung and concentrate on defense. The girl placed her hand on her chest and responded, Yes, master. Please entrust it to me. Then he turned to look back and made a decision. All right, let's get ready. Soon after, the cannons kept firing closer to the ice tower. Yulo looked up and said, Finally he has arrived. He immediately raises both hands high, gathering all forces. For this is the crucial moment when we can take control of the Earth. The images of space-time immediately ignite. Today we will destroy the immortal, the biggest obstacle in our way. He covered his face with milk-like marks and used the Earth as a stepping stone to become the ruler of the entire universe. Razaki also heard that and stared intently at that side. The monsters quickly charged forward to destroy the immortal army for us. Ujin led the others rushing ahead, asking to eliminate the undead army of A. Kiba immediately grabbed his weapon and charged forward, dreaming of victory. You are the ones who will be defeated here. He swung his sword, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. The zombie head looked up in surprise and looked ahead. Kiba struck down from above with force, and the zombie head let out a shrill cry. He stared intently at her and declared, The Lord is not to be underestimated. I will be your opponent. Meanwhile, a swift sword flash crossed. Black smoke enveloped Razaki, and at the same time, a voice rang out, Hoang Tik Dik. It's a pleasure to meet you again. Let's see how much your abilities have improved. It reacted excitedly, revealing itself as a person. Zionist immediately raised his staff to unleash hellfire, and then a powerful explosion, accompanied by blinding light, erupted. Over here, Iolo tilted his head and said, Finally, we have met. He stared intently at Ugin and added, The omen of Turazi, the god of destruction. You smile and ask, as if you've been waiting for me for a long time. Haven't you? Iolo tilts his head and says, Well, that's true. You're also someone chosen. Just like me. He raised his hand and shouted loudly, Today's encounter truly is what people call fate. Ugin clenched his weapon and shouted, Fate is a joke. Stop wasting time with this nonsense, and just hand over your head. Iolo immediately raised his hand and shouted loudly, You fool. Giving you the right to sacrifice is just a waste. Then he forcefully pulled back and shouted, Quickly delete the code and disappear. You here. Smiling mischievously. Commandingly say, The one about to disappear is you. Then, the sword of light forcefully strikes Iolo's arm. Thon Kim unleashes a bright light that shatters that hand of his. Ugin also widens his eyes in amazement at the power. Your eyes widened in disbelief, and you asked what in Ugin's mind. Scenes of two researchers talking to each other appeared. I will handle it. But it's too dangerous this way. There might be other options. No. Only this way can save the Earth. You look confused. wondering if this is an illusion or a memory. Ugin and Iolo suddenly step back a few paces. You lift your head and stare intently ahead. He reaches into his palm and lets out a loud laugh. Iolo, with an excited face, asked, "Is this memory contained within the code, or is it an image from another universe?" He looked at Ugin and said, "It seems the cipher still contains many other secrets that I don't know well." You think about those two ciphers in silence. And he also feels that what he just saw is precious. It's because the hidden codes of both sides are resonating with each other. He quickly rushed forward with his fist to Ugin, because killing the person would reveal all the secrets. A powerful explosion appeared. The ice spirit quickly froze. "Die. And leave me the person's code." He proudly keeps his hand raised. Ugin's lips curl slightly as he says so. So hidden codes can be stolen, just like any other secret codes. Iolo was startled when he saw him appear in front of him, and wondered since when he had. Immediately after, Ugin raised his sword and swung it forcefully at him. Iolo immediately fell to the ground, hitting hard and causing dust to rise. With a cheerful face, he declared, "I will take your code at a highly advanced research facility on a futuristic planet." On the screen, the measured values keep appearing continuously. At that moment, a ringing sound drew the old man's attention to Professor Toffler. The old man looked at the approaching person and asked what was going on. And he quickly explained that something had happened. Kang, Ugin, and Iolo. The staff member stammered in response. "Ugin and Iolo are fighting." "What?" The old man wondered suspiciously. "Why are they already fighting? I sent Kang Chun to prevent them from meeting." Toffler looked at the screen and wondered that, to verify his hypothesis, he needed both of them. The old man silently decided that he had to stop their fight right now. The old man is ready to launch the spaceship. Toffler is going. "We must get to Earth right now." He immediately responds. "Got it." The old man quickly approached Gate 3. The takeoff area. The door opened, and a person appeared coldly saying no. Toffler asked suspiciously, "Why?" The old man questioned him as he stood blocking the door. The man with his hands behind his back replied, "Who could be so foolish as not to know who you are? Professor Toffler." The old man heard him shout in excitement. "So, open this door immediately. Our future and lives are at stake." He calmly requests that you first obtain approval from the council. Toffler suddenly realizes, so that's it. So the council is actually blocking us. At this moment, Suralt's voice sounds. He seems quite worried. "Professor." Toffler immediately turns around and looks behind. Then the staff quickly raises their guns and aims directly at him. Suralt walked forward step by step and asked, "Where do you think you're going without the council's permission?" The old man turned around in surprise and asked, Why? Why are you here?" He softly pursed his lips and said, "Without our permission. How dare he contact the administrator to erase it?" One of the 12 council commissioners of the Moon Realm, Chairman Suralt, clasped his hands behind his back and said that the place he was going to was a prison, not Earth. Over there. Eugene stood still, gazing at the enormous ice hole below. You smile and ask again, looking very confident. "So I just act tough to see if anyone is scared or already scared." Inside the ice hole, Yulo still doesn't move, remaining silent for a moment. Then he let out a loud laugh. "So that's it. I now understand why all the archangels haven't been on high alert with him." Immediately after, Yulo stood up and shouted that his immortal army and his strategies were of an extremely high level. His arm quickly regrew, surprising Eugene. But Yulo immediately raised his hand to attack and said, "You still can't beat me." Immediately after, Eugene's entire body was struck and sent flying backward. He silently wondered how he could recover from such a deadly hit. Then he said confidently, "Use high-level magic healing." Immediately after, Eugene's second soul clone skill activates, striking him fiercely. He quickly raises his axe and charges at Yulo. Then a prompt appears on the screen indicating the warrior's weapon is a hammer. He immediately raised his hand to summon Ice Spirit and shouted, "Don't even think about it." Then, the Ice Spirit quickly headed straight for Eugene. As soon as it hit, the figure instantly transformed into a laughing shadow. "Fooled you." Yulo saw this, clenched his teeth and shouted loudly, splitting the shadow, "My true form is the one with the hammer behind him." Eugene then strikes down hard with the hammer. Then, the dust quickly rose into the air, and Yulo's head shattered into pieces and fell down. Your mouth slightly lifts into a smile and you say that even with high-level magic healing, you can't fix that headshot. Yulo's head quickly recovers as he smiles and says, "It seems you have misunderstood something." Eugene furrowed his brow, wondering in doubt if he could be reborn again. Then looked up in that direction and said with a smile, "This is not some ordinary magic, but the ultimate power derived from my modified code, the immortal one. You've started a battle you can never win." Now, inside the city, everyone has been attacked by monsters, and the skeletons are fighting fiercely and striking back. The powerful monsters rush to attack, while Yulo and Eugene stand facing each other in midair. He asks confusedly. The power of the modified code. Right, he chuckles softly. Exactly. Yulo spread his arms to affirm that this power would reset all my statuses to a certain level when I take a certain amount of damage. The MP and HP status screens appear. And Yulo adds that it not only resets my body but also resets my mana, stamina, and all status effects. Eugene watches complaining intently. How troublesome. If what he's saying is true, then normal attacks won't work at all against Yulo. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he let out a teasing laugh. The arrogance and confidence vanishing from his face. Now let me see how long you can hold out, Yulo said, as he clenched his fist and unleashed his power. A surge of powerful aura erupts around him as Yulo declares that once his mana and stamina are depleted, he will lose this battle. In the outer space area now, at Gate 3 and the launch zone, a person entered and spoke out, daring to contact the administrator without our permission and to erase him. Toffler turned with a look of surprise and exclaimed, "Thanks. If you are a ID, why are you here?" Suriel walks to DAP, where he is headed to the prison, not Earth, and calls out loudly, "Chairman Suriel." Now everyone is pointing their guns at Toffler. He looked straight at them and said, "I never expected you, the person in charge of this project, to dare hide things from the council." Suriel asked, "Professor, it's because of your reckless actions that our future in the moon world might already be gone. What on earth were you thinking?" Toffler replied, "Everything is for the future of the lunar world, for our very survival. We not only need the administrator to fix it, but also to delete it," he said quietly. "You're talking about that hypothesis of yours, right?" Suriel mentioned the code blocks. "But that hypothesis is still incomplete and too dangerous." He kept asking, "Isn't it true that you also know what happened when the former administrator gained full control? The god of destruction has lost control. And we almost lost all that data," the old man shouted angrily. "But that's something we can completely make up for. If both the deleted administrator and the repair administrator have the rights, a new possibility will arise," Suriel announced. But it was already too late. Because at this moment, they had entered a do-or-die situation. "Professor, it is because of your reckless interference that the worst-case scenario has come true." He announced that in the next few days, all your privileges will be revoked. Toffler listened quietly, and we will inform him of his punishment as soon as the council makes its final decision. Suddenly, at that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed. Suriel reports to Commander Jean. "How is the battle between them going?" The other side replies, "Luckily, the administrator fixing the error is nearby. It seems we don't need to intervene." "What a pity." He immediately warned, "Don't let your guard down, Vane. We can't relax until we've stopped all factors that could help the administrator erase the victory." The ship is now steadily heading toward the planet with Suriel's determination. "We must stop Kang Ujin at all costs." On this side, Ulo is gathering all her strength, ready to strike. While Ujin quickly wipes away and dodges the powerful attack from Han, he turned around and shouted loudly, "Someone seems to be happy that they've pushed me into a corner." Ulo still raises his hand with a powerful move and asks, "Immortal, are you planning to run away until your mana is completely exhausted?" Ujin's eyes suddenly widen in shock. A huge explosion suddenly erupted with a loud bang, sending your body flying out along with debris. Ujin clenched his teeth, thinking to himself, "At this rate, I won't have a chance to win this battle. I have to find a way to break Han's error correction." Ujin recalls Kangchun's words, that the error correction code is the counterpoint to the erasure code. He mentioned two types of codes, which depending on how they are used, can destroy or create everything. Ujin silently observes and thinks to himself that his current advantage is that he is correcting the deletion code himself, and it has the power to devour and nullify that guy's error correction ability. His eyes sharpened. "And the skill I can think of right now is that above the sky. It's like a festival, with deafening explosions echoing everywhere, creating bursts of smoke that resemble fireworks." Ramsun looked up and asked, "Is he really a formidable foe? Do I need to help the Lord?" Suddenly a reply came from behind. "No. This is a battle between the kings themselves." "That is sackcloth," someone nearby said. "Let's handle the enemies on the ground until we hear the next order." At this moment, explosions continued to erupt in the sky as Ujin launched jet-powered attacks against Yulo. Suddenly, a burst of energy sliced through his thigh, causing blood to spurt out. Ujin let out a sigh. Knowing he couldn't counter all of them, he looked at you trembling and provoking. "Are you out of mana already?" Yulo smirked arrogantly. "It seems even keeping that little pet is making you struggle a lot." "Huh." Ujin chuckled softly. "Oh really? Do you think so?" He still raises his arrogant hand. "But your confidence will be gone right here. So, let's end this time-consuming battle." As he finished speaking, powerful streams of energy like sharp arrows pierced down towards him. Yulo laughed loudly. Farewell. Victory is mine. Immortal one. But Ujin was not afraid at all. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. He remembered Jamin and Ramsun thinking to himself, I have met all the conditions. Notification appears. You have reached level 99 maximum. Now, around Ujin, powerful streams of energy emerge. And he whispers, Tarasi's judgment equipment. At this moment, his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, that skill is. Now, Ujin has completely become a destroyer. His eyes are bloodshot and glowing brightly. Surrounded by dark, shadowy energy. This is the activation of his skill, the punishment of the god of destruction. Ujin concluded that he was a flat person with no heart or weaknesses at all. On Yulo's body, he also possessed the ability to reincarnate, which could be used as a sacrifice for all critical hits. Now, the only way to defeat someone with almost unbeatable power is this. Notification appears. You have reached the maximum level 99. A skill that can only be used when setting up makeup and equipping Tarasi's judgment. Ujin is surrounded by countless dark auras, silently thinking that this skill can destroy an enemy's soul by consuming all of his own mana at once. That is the punishment of the god of destruction. He looked and laughed loudly. That is the power of the code to erase the empire. Well done. Yulo charges forward confidently. Let's see who truly holds the ultimate power and whose code is the strongest. Immediately, a powerful aura descended from the sky below, like an eye with bloodshot rays shooting out, overpowering his attack with its immense energy. Yulo is still smiling arrogantly, secretly thinking that even with the power of erasure, he is already exhausted physically. He raised his hand to acknowledge, saying that he was clearly in a superior position in the peak state of the secret technique. Eugene then chuckled softly. Just as I thought. This really works. Suddenly, a flash of light blazed, surprising Yulo. He couldn't believe he was being suppressed, wondering how it was possible, how his own mistake could be erased and pushed back. You're provoking him, making him look so surprised. The streams of aura are seeping inside Yulo. Eugene continues, if all types of codes have the same power, then what determines it is the ability of the user. And now, I have achieved makeup. So of course I am stronger than anyone else. His entire body is now under your full control. Yulo bites down hard on his neck. This can't be happening. I am the one chosen by the cipher. He can't accept it and shouts loudly. I am clearly the one destined to rule the entire universe. Eugene's sneer lifts. Do you really think you're the only one chosen? Yulo's entire body dissolves into the air. And you declare I have won. Yulo. Right now, in cell number 1, a hand clenched tightly rests on the shelf, and Toffler's eyes, full of complexity, are pondering something. The old man's gaze flicked to the side in surprise as someone had been standing at the door all along. Calling out, Chairman Surielt. Toffler's face now was full of panic. This day, coming here to see me like this, could only mean that. Surielt's face darkened deeply. So the worst thing we feared has come true. He announced that the deletion administrator had already won before Eugene's arrival. He couldn't believe his own words, saying, how is it possible for something not recorded in history to happen? Surielt's response stunned him. And soon the administrator will descend and take over the entire system, and then humanity will fall into a final destruction. Toffler's eyes darkened as he thought to himself, the administrator is coming. He fears that the worst disaster is approaching, and it will sink humanity's last lifeboat. Surielt commands in a cold voice. Professor, you have already destroyed everything. Toffler's eyes narrow with worry, especially for Eugene and Yulon. The old man concluded that their selfish desire to fully control both of their powers had led to the worst outcome, and Eugene was the only survivor. Toffler's lips curled slightly. Then the only thing he could do now was one last thing. The old man spoke. There is still one way, Toffler suggested. I will persuade the administrator to delete it. I secretly think that we need to bring Eugene, who has absorbed the entire error correction code, here and reset the whole system. Right now. Eugene is standing above, looking down at the cityscape. He slightly pursed his lips. All of Yulon's subordinates have been dealt with. Suddenly, a wave of energy appeared from behind. Zanies asked, what was the Lord's decision? Eugene replied, I'm not sure either. I don't see much of a difference. You clenched your jaw tightly, confused because even after equipping the full set, including Tarasi's glory, there was still no reaction. Moreover, he wasn't even sure if Yulon's error correction code had been transferred to him yet. He reminded us, Lord, we must use the Earth's master code to carry out the judgment. Eugene cut him off before he could finish. Enough. He looked away. That was enough. Eugene's eyes widened with a look full of complexity. He remembered when Su-A refused. If that was the only way to get the verdict, then we don't need it at all. Looking towards Yanbin City now, I will protect the Earth even without a verdict. At this moment, on the alien planet, the gloomy atmosphere is filled with ruins and destruction, and the astronauts are momentarily startled when they see her. They turned around and ran out to stand face to face. Apologizing for making you wait so long. Commander Day, Toffler said loudly. Since we don't have any more time to waste. Tell me your plan quickly. Professor Toffler, the old man added. This plan is simple. First I will connect to the spaceship's anti-ship interface and persuade him. Toffler said that if successful, I will take him with me using the logout code. So I need Commander Zane to save him when he falls. Zane hesitated. But we don't have enough time. So maybe we should try to force him to come over. Old Who nodded lightly. If we do that, no one will know what could happen in his code. So right now the best way is to persuade him, he immediately urged. I understand. So let's hurry up. We need to finish everything before the administrator's shift ends. Toffler immediately agreed. All right. Let's settle it that way. Now, Kang Woojin has returned to the BB arena after defeating enro. Kang Chun is thrown backward by the force of the attack. Woojin steps forward and says, Tell me, he asked coldly. How can I meet those bastards from the lunar world? He still couldn't believe it. Thinking to himself, how could this be? Enro clashing with Kang Woojin. So the winner turned out to be Kang Woojin. Kang Chun looked up at Woojin's fierce face and pondered. Could it be that a completely different chapter of history has begun, unlike what Professor Toffler had predicted? He said loudly. Didn't I tell you already that they will contact you as soon as you take the land, God's power, and complete your authority? So, you really want to die, don't you? Woojin says, if they don't come here, I'll go find them myself. Since it's so difficult for them to come to me, tell me how to get from here to the moon realm. Kang Chun clenched his teeth tightly and said angrily, I don't know. First, you must complete your rites before you can request to meet them. The boy was furious. This damn dog. Suddenly, Toffler appeared and said, You won't get there by normal means. He said that with my support, you could be there in the blink of an eye. Woojin turned around and called out to Toffler. He smiled softly, saying, You said you wouldn't come until I completed my rites. So why the change of heart now? Toffler replied. The situation has changed now, he asked with confusion. The situation has changed. What do you mean? The old man replied sternly. According to my plan, the battle between you and Yulo shouldn't have happened. Especially not the scenario where you defeat him before completing your power. Woojin snorted softly, smirking. So impressive. You act like you know everything. Then suddenly say, you didn't expect me to win. After hearing that, Toffler froze and couldn't speak. Then he suppressed himself, basically. Woojin, you must complete the power, because another candidate, Yulo, has been lost forever. You put your hand on your head. Take a deep breath. Everyone does that. Woojin looked up and asked, You know what he means when he talks about completing the rites. Right. I'm warning you. If you don't want to die at my hands, you'd better suggest another way. Toffler hesitated. If I can't change your mind, it seems I have no choice but to tell you. The entire old man's body glows brightly as he speaks, revealing the truth about this world. Woojin raises his hand to shield his face and asks in a near whisper, What are you doing? A beam of light blazed brightly, illuminating the entire space. The heavens and earth are shifting. You have been transported to another world. Surrounded by collapsed buildings and crushed earth and rocks, Woojin, confused, asks, Where is this? Toffler softly says, In 2529, he appeared from behind and said, This is roughly 500 years away from your current timeline. His gaze dimmed with regret. Humanity had reached an advanced level of scientific and technological civilization, but could not prevent wars between nations and resource depletion disasters. Toffler turned to look downward, and the earth became a place where no form of life could survive. Woojin immediately didn't want to care. He thought you showed me this, because you believed the world would be like this, 500 years from now. Sorry to say this. But I'm not interested in what Earth will be like 500 years from now. I just want to save Earth as it is now. The old man spoke softly. Just as I told you before, your goal is the same as mine. If you just listen a little longer, you'll understand the connection between the two worlds. Hearing that, you also start to think for a moment and look down. Toffler speaks up. Returning to the previous story, the old man's gaze was distant. After humanity lost their home, they needed another planet to settle on. And that place was, a planet appeared. And that was the planet Anfin. Woojin fixed his glasses and said, Yes, Anfin is indeed very suitable for Earth humans to live on. Toffler denied it. No. The situation back then was completely different from what you know about Anfin. The old man said that the planet Anfin was not originally suitable for survival. So if humans wanted to settle on this planet, they would need to reshape its terrain. Toffler analyzed, and to address this urgent issue, they established a research organization called Moon Realm. They continued, And after this organization left Earth, they spent centuries researching terrain modification technology at the Moon Realm base. After listening, you turned and asked, "Is Moon Realm an organization from 500 years in the future?" "So you mean you're from the future?" The old man laughed loudly. "Of course not. Even if it's 500 years from now, Earth still hasn't invented time travel technology," Uji said seriously. "So, stop joking, and explain it to me carefully." Toffler was momentarily surprised when he suddenly sensed this oppressive atmosphere. The scene shows a gloomy city with wandering people as he recounts how the Earth was polluted and its resources depleted. Humans no longer have time to wait for the process of terraforming, which takes several centuries to complete. So, at Seoul Station, they chose to sleep in temporary underground shelters. Toffler nodded slowly. There is a special device that prevents people from aging, and everyone is preserved using the least amount of energy possible. A new world appears. Then their consciousness is linked to a virtual world to live out their lives again and again, waiting for the process of terraforming to be completed. Your eyes are full of complex thoughts, a created virtual world where memories surface. Kang Chun asks, "Haven't you ever found all this strange leveling up? Monsters? Or some kind of mana?" He asked further, "Don't you think this life is like a game?" Kang Chun's gaze turned cold. "Do you feel any sense of reality at all? A world that feels unreal, just like a game." Returning, Woojin said coldly, "You mean the world we are living in?" Toffler replied, "Yes. You probably already guessed it by now." The old man gazed into the distance, believing that world to be reality. The Earth is divided into light and dark sections with numerical cycles. But in truth, it is an illusion created from the real world. All the happy memories, the family you love, friends, comrades, all the relationships you have are just a dream, so you have no reason to hesitate about exercising your rights. Hearing those words, your expression darkened more and more. A faint laugh echoed, and the old man was slightly startled as the laughter grew louder. Woojin chuckled softly. Mockingly, you nonchalantly ask, "After hearing that story, do you think I will say, 'I understand and do exactly what you want'?" Toffler frowns. "And Woojin, you don't believe everything I just said." Woojin's eyes hardened. "Even if what you say is true, I have no intention of sacrificing anyone in our world." "You trash." Hearing that, the old man was confused and exclaimed, What are you talking about? This world is just a virtual reality. It's a fake world that doesn't really exist." You immediately deny it. "No way. For someone like you from another world, it might be fake. But at least for me, it's real." Toffler tries to explain. "I know you're also from the real world. Don't you want to know what the real world is like?" Woojin asks again. "Am I from another world?" The old man hurriedly replied, "Yes. In fact, you were once a lunar researcher like me, and we together created the underground colonization technology to help Earth people migrate to Anfen." The chain of numbers appeared, but then a glitch occurred in the virtual world. The old man concluded that it forced you to log in here to fix that error. You asked if that error was with Shanette, and he replied yes. Toffler analyzes that Shanae is a previously unknown interplanetary network that appeared in the virtual world. So people have started using it to travel between planets and steal valuable secrets. Woojin remembered the monsters. Those guys must be the ruling lords or something. Lao's eyes were firm. We must find a way to eliminate them because in the worst case, all of humanity in the virtual world will never be able to return to the real world. So our plan is for Lao to decide and send 2 researchers with the secret codes to fix that error. I looked up and asked, "So those 2 researchers are us and Elo?" "Yes." The answer was quickly determined. Toffler continued analyzing, saying that the blood that removed the implant from his body was meant to permanently eliminate them, while the blood that fixed the implant in Elo was meant to restore the entire system if the plan failed. Eugene fell silent, lost in thought. So the scene he saw during the fight with Elo was actually a memory from the past. The old man hesitated and said, "We successfully implanted the memory chip into both of you. But then, problems arose." Eugene immediately replied, "We only lost our memory." Toffler agreed. "Perhaps because the implanted memories had partially affected the minds of both of you." The old man recounted that when he realized the situation was getting worse, "We kept a close watch on you, intervening when necessary, and helping you perfect your blood essence. The memories unfolded like a long series of films. And we had gone through these processes countless times." Eugene asked, confused. "And all those efforts vanished into nothingness. So what was the problem back then?" Toffler softly replied, "The strongest Shanette, commander of 72 kings, is much more formidable than we thought." The old man looked regretful, saying all our efforts were stopped by him, and we almost lost the secret mask too. But then we managed to prevent that future thanks to Elo's repair magic. Toffler said urgently. Hearing this, you immediately asked, "Is he chasing the hidden bloodline?" The old man confirmed. Yes. He is an entity, holding all 72 secret codes, controlling the non-existent dimension in the virtual world. Toffler was suspicious. And the only thing he lacked was the secret code. So of course he wanted to obtain it. This might also be the reason why he brought you back to Earth intact from Enfen. Eugene couldn't help but feel confused. Suddenly, you ask in surprise, wait a minute. Is he the one who brought me back to Earth? But the one who actually took me back was the air controller. The old man replied, yes, his voice lowering. The other name of the 72nd king, the one holding the secret to controlling the dimensions, is, the name mentioned, the zero-dimension administrator. Eugene swears. Damn it. He clutched his head in confusion. We're being spun around in his palm. Suddenly, Toffler reassured him. It's okay. The old man said that right now, the digger is still trying his best to find the best possible scenario, so you and Elo can save the virtual world. However, most of the current efforts are now aimed at success for the next film. Not this one anymore. Toffler's voice is cold. Elo is gone now. The old man also saw it as a warning. So you can't face the administrator alone. Toffler gently lowered his head and spoke softly. Eugene, I beg you. Then the soul particles floated up and hovered in the air, according to the old man's perfectionism, catching Eugene off guard. Please complete your authority. The flickering lights shimmer faintly across the space as you silently think. The illusion gradually fading away. Toffler announces, once your authority is complete, we will help you log out to the real world. The old man added that he would use the error correction code inside your body to reset the virtual world. The light is filled with hope and trust, hoping you will make a truly wise decision for the future of Earth. Back in reality, Eugene stands with the rubber band, the dim light gradually fading away. He looks into the void and says, he disappeared again on his own. Everyone here looks panicked now, and someone asks why all of you are gathered here. An anxious voice exclaimed, Mr. President, are you okay? We heard an explosion inside. Eugene rubbed his confused head to reassure everyone. There's no need to worry. Eugene looked worried. But today didn't seem to be going well. Is it really nothing serious? He smiled softly. Are they really worried about me? Eugene's question left everyone stunned and confused. Miu pressed her lips together. This was quite a new experience. Eugene really didn't expect that, besides his mother. He would meet people who cared so much about him. Then Eugene turned around and spoke. Everyone follow me. There's something you all need to know. In another world, the same desolate and ruined scene remains. With streaks of lightning flashing, Toffler wakes up after a long journey. Holding his head and shouting, Hardy asks, Professor, how are things? The old man hesitated uncertainly, and so did I. I wonder what decision he will make, he nervously asked. If he can't retrieve the code, how should we reset the system? Toffler's face was thoughtful, and he said it right. The more Eugene doesn't become the one holding the Earth's code, the more bringing him back here would be pointless. Hearing about Eugene's sister Sua, if he does nothing to save the Earth's deity, the old man's gaze darkened, and the only remaining way is, now over on the other side. Eugene is idly looking at his phone, saying random things. Honestly, I do have some free time right now. But seriously, do I really have to guard that underground prison? This is so boring. Suddenly, his eyes widened in panic as he looked to the side. A hand rushing toward him at lightning speed. Where did Kang Chun come from to grab Eugene by the neck? And how do I get from here to Kang Sua's room? Above the sky, a giant spaceship is flying through the air, and everyone is gathered around the round table discussing matters. The whispers and murmurs are soft. I wonder how serious the news must be for the president to hesitate for so long. Let's wait a few more minutes and see. It must be very important. Eugene closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and speaks. Everyone, don't panic too much and listen carefully. Everyone immediately returned to a focused state. Yes, Mr. President, your serious announcement. We may not fully grasp it, but from what we know, this world is actually a virtual reality. The real world is currently in the year 2529 and on the brink of extinction. Moreover, in the real world, we are inside a kind of cocoon, dreaming this virtual reality. Hearing all this, I can't help but be stunned and exclaim, what the heck? Someone there slapped their hand on their head and laughed loudly. Mr. President, you really are funny, because we're living in a world where monsters have already appeared, so such an event could also happen. Eugene's eyes darkened as he angrily shouted, this is no joke. Shut up and listen. And with a tense face, he asked, President, where did you hear that from? This is too unbelievable for us to accept suddenly. You reply, well, you're right. Honestly, I don't fully believe it either. Eugene remembered Toffler. This is what Toffler told me while I was interrogating Kang Chun in the underground prison. He suddenly appeared. Hemming looked surprised and said, So the noise from the dungeon just now was... I see, Eugene softly said. So if what he said is true, then his sudden appearances and disappearances in different places make a lot of sense, because he can appear here by logging in from his world. What he said left everyone stunned in shock. Thinking to himself, Eugene was confused and thought, wait a minute, if this world is a virtual world then... He hurriedly asked President if all of this is real. Are we also existing in another world? And what about the non-human races here? So, what about the rowdy tribe that has always supported us? You answer. They are just NPCs in the game. 500 years have already passed. If we've reached a point in the distant future, it's not surprising that AI technology can create entities with such personalities. Right, Eugene added. And we can't be sure this phenomenon only occurs with other races. Maybe even among humans there are NPCs. Everyone is now truly amazed. Perhaps one of us is an NPC. He sneered. So what? Do you all feel like you're fake? Myung-jin now raised both hands and shouted loudly. No way. That I could be fake, that's something I could never have imagined. Everyone also quickly raised their voices. Including me. Do you know how hard I've had to struggle to get this far? How could I possibly be fake? Our team was also extremely shocked. Yes. Mr. President. I truly have a family who always trusts and waits for my return. Eugene chuckled softly. Precisely. We had to struggle immensely just to survive and reach this point. But suddenly someone told us to give up everything just for me. That's something no one could accept. The corner of his mouth twitched. So I decided to go see for myself. Myung-jin asked. So what do you plan to do? I know a way to get there. He listened to Eugene's answer with a hint of curiosity. He stood up and instructed. I'll check quickly and come back right away. So everyone stay here with my troops and protect this place. Eugene confidently said. I'm leaving my mother and my home in your hands. Eugene ordered. Check if there's anyone around here. It quickly turned to report that within a radius of 100 kilometers, there are no signs of human life. This is not a suitable place for hunting people. Just remind you not to say those weird things anymore. It's better if no one is around. Eugene asked. Shall we start now? Without a word. He immediately activated his magic. And the notification appeared, you have purchased the Heavenly Wind Seal Stone. You have purchased the Truth Compass. You have purchased the Recall Stone to forget the person. Suddenly, a magic circle appears beneath your feet, and powerful air currents rise up. Eugene smiles and says, Here, the compass and the 2 stones fly up. The way I finally found after spending 20 years in Enfen to return to Earth. Quickly recovering. A cross-shaped beam of light flashes brightly, representing the administrator of the Void Dimension. A beam of light shoots straight down, accompanied by a powerful aura spreading across the space. Now, a wall of light erupts like a barrier to shield everything. He looked up with a satisfied gaze as a beam of light shone intensely upward, and within the fiery blaze, a figure appeared. Quickly assembling into place with armor, TM growled softly. Hey warrior who has reached your ultimate potential. The cosmic administrator appeared grandly from above, looking down and asking where you want to go. A notification appears, indicating you have successfully revived the administrator of the evening through the effects of 3 types of achievements. Ugin stands with his hands on his hips, looking up with an air of authority. You reply, Earth. Take me to the real Earth. The administrator does not respond but remains silent for a moment before speaking. If you're looking for Earth, then that is exactly where you are standing. Ugin remains alert and resolute. Not a fake. I mean the real Earth. Do you not understand? Still arguing. What's the difference between real and fake? Are you trying to debate with me about knowledge? There are always higher mountains. But I remain firm in my stance. So I'll keep it simple. Take me back to Earth, to the place with the moon realm. The administrator remained silent for a moment before softly saying, You cannot reach there. Ugin's gaze sharpened as he impatiently asked, Why? This time he had completely fallen silent. Your divine gaze is dark. You won't answer me. But this answer is clear enough. So now, Ugin raises his sword. You raise your sword and declare that you must die for my Earth. The administrator refuses. Or rather, Ugin whispers softly. The leader of the 72 kings. The administrator spoke calmly. I never expected someone to know my real name and still challenge me like this. Then unleash all the power of the deletion code you hold onto him. So the administrator also knows the code you're holding. At this moment, his hand was glowing brightly. And suddenly Ugin's eyes widened in shock. Administrator, sink into despair before my power. Now a surge of energy erupts around him. The administrator spoke. This warrior has reached his ultimate potential. He declared. You will drown in despair before my power. He thinks. He's gathering mana intensely. The mana streams are being drawn strongly into the administrator. Ugin's eyes are filled with surprise, as powerful streams of mana pour into him. An explosion of aura erupts. shining with an intensely bright light, resembling a radiant moon. From within that glow, the figure of the administrator appears, his eyes now filled with mana. As your feet touch the ground, he curled the corner of his mouth, concentrated his mana into a single attack, and aimed at one point. If we were to be hit by that, even the soul armor would give up. Ugin moved up quickly, his eyes cold and sharp, ready to engage in close combat with him. A powerful gust rushes past the administrator, catching him off guard, and he quickly turns around to face the administrator. He suddenly spoke. This tactic is also easy to predict, and as he finished, the figure of the administrator immediately disappeared. Quickly, he reappeared in front of Ugin, a massive shining mana burst emerging from below. The administrator is projecting powerful mana, but he refuses to give up and rushes down to break through that mana. All the streams are then completely shattered. Ugin chuckled. What's wrong? Was that too predictable? The administrator remained silent, splitting himself in two, then slowly rejoined the fiery blood vessels connecting them. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed in surprise. He sneered. Your attack won't work on me at all. Ugin couldn't believe it, and wondered if it just stuck like that. As the administrator's hand clenched tightly, he was now completely resigned to the situation. A powerful punch was thrown from him, and the administrator withdrew his hand, standing and watching. Luckily, Ugin managed to fly up just in time to avoid the attack, and from above, he shouted that he has an attribute that nullifies physical damage. As Ugin spoke, he raised his bow and nocked an arrow. Holding it high and pulling back, information appeared. What if this happens? The warrior's weapon changes form into a bow and arrow. Immediately, the arrows and bolts shot out like fiery missiles, attacking the administrator with great force. A loud explosion erupts. Ugin chuckles softly. My arrow is made of mana, so it might be a little swollen. After the white smoke, he looked up at the countless arrows embedded in his body. Suddenly, a cross-shaped mana light burst forth. The bright sunlight directly hit his face, making him gasp in surprise as a powerful mana stream shot straight at Ugin. It was like a plane flying from the ground up into the sky, and another explosion erupted in the middle of the vast desert. He lies down completely, teeth clenched in pain, while Ugin slowly sits up, supporting himself with his hands, as if he's about to shatter apart. You looked confused and asked, but how could that be possible? Even a mana-imbued attack couldn't do anything to him. Now the arrows on the administrator's body are gradually disappearing. Ugin's eyes widen as he observes, and the arrows have vanished. Ugin truly can't believe that the administrator is absorbing his mana arrows. Ugin gently smiled and said, Oh my, what kind of unfair power is this? Do I need to recall my army now? No. Normal attacks won't work on him at all, even if you call back your army. It will only make this battle more exhausting for you. Ugin concluded that the only attack that could affect him was when you clenched your hand around the streams of dark energy appearing. This is the punishment of the god of destruction. Ugin's cold gaze suddenly shining with resolve. An attack wielding the power of deletion. The administrator spoke. This is the aura of the erase code. So even the unskilled have decided to use it. Say nothing. Many of them immediately launch their attack. He roars. Come on. Put all your strength into it. Ugin clenched his teeth with determination. With an opponent this strong, I have to pour all my mana into this attack. The streams of energy quickly surged toward him, while the administrator's hand clenched tightly around that powerful punch. He sneered. I see now. So this is the power of the erase spell. Ugin's lips curl into a sly smile. You ask, how long do you think you can keep pretending to be calm? Ugin extended his hand in a gesture of agreement and said, Too bad for that person, but now it's too late to regret. A cold voice says goodbye as a sphere of purple energy erupts fiercely, radiating blinding lights throughout the space. Suddenly, the administrator's provocative voice rang out. I was actually a bit surprised by that person's strength. Once again, the look in his eyes widened in shock as a stream of mana descended directly onto Ugin. But he appeared cold and said, You can't destroy me with that incomplete deletion code. You look up with a furrowed brow. Damn it. I need to find another way. But before you can finish your thoughts, the giant hand of the administrator rushes in to grab Ugin. Your whole body is quickly restrained and controlled in his hand. The administrator's power is vast. Your body and password will become part of mine. Immediately, a powerful burst of energy flashed, and the light shone directly into Ugin's eyes, making him gasp in surprise. A burst of light spread across the space, and on the other side, a girl with her mouth slightly open let out a cry. Ugin, looking worried, asked, What's wrong, Miss Bibi? Did something happen? Bibi stammered. Master. When the consciousness of the master disappeared, she said this, causing that person to gape in shock. Right now on the planet Anfen at Soros base, A small shadow is sitting inside, hands clasped under its chin. Mua closes her eyes, thinking of Ugin, the immortal. Wondering what has happened to that day, Mua said loudly, "Goddess." Mua went to call Captain Hasten. She stood up and asked, "Where have you been? You suddenly disappeared, and everyone was very worried because you haven't come back at all." Hasten spoke, apologizing for causing her worry. "Goddess, I spent so much time searching for that kind of power that could help our leader." Mua, hearing this, stammered and asked, "So does that mean you have found something already?" "Yes. I have discovered a great power that has been protecting Anfen for thousands of years." A faint smile touched Hasten's lips. "With this kind of power, Sungu and I will be able to help make that day happen." Memories of childhood flood back. A lizard being roasted over the blazing fire, sizzling and crackling. "Oh, it's just about done. Hurry up and cook the rest." The kid turned to urge, "We need to eat quickly and go back before the adults return." The friend beside him replied, "If we get caught, we'll be scolded again." Suddenly, their eyes widened in surprise as the flames suddenly burst into a blaze, causing the three children to run away. "What's that?" They look up with surprised and frightened faces because someone has appeared from the fire. A man emerging naked from the flames. On the airborne ship now, an image of a crater with watermarks appears, along with a gunshot sound. You are seeing footage transmitted by satellite, capturing the scene after a massive explosion in the Hobi Desert. The explosion, suspected to be caused by the demon's explosion, left a crater about 2 kilometers in diameter. A figure appears to be the administrator, and right in the middle of the crater is a fully armored monster after the explosion. The map shows arrows pointing to a location in Beijing, and it seems the monster is relentlessly heading towards Beijing. The news anchor continues reporting that local authorities have dispatched China's strongest guild, Rio Lim Sam, to the scene, and they will soon face the wave of monsters. "We will update you on the situation as soon as we have more information." A panicked voice exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" Zhe Wanghuan turned to ask, "Bye-bye. Isn't the president heading to the Gobi Desert? Or could he have been caught in that explosion?" Bibi replied, "I don't know, but I can be sure that the master is still alive. If anything happens to him, I would have been recalled already." Miao Jin approached. "I also think the master is still safe." His aura disappeared, probably because he has already gone to the moon realm. He glanced over, and at this point, we can only trust and wait for his return. Miao Jin looked at the screen with concern. "But what really worried me was that guy." He asked, "What is that?" "A new lord of the evening. No one knows yet." Miao turned to Baibi and asked, "Can you expand the map to show the route of the Moon Lord?" She agreed. "All right. Wait a moment." The map quickly appeared. Beijing. Shi Yong. He clenched his teeth. "I just hope I was wrong. But it seems not at all." Xi Wang muttered silently. "Prime Minister. Could that monster's target be us?" Looking up at the map. Xi Yuang, but then quickly hesitated. "Wait a minute. Is it aiming at us?" Because Bai Bai appears on the map. The administrator is unleashing powerful attacks on everyone in a desolate area 800 kilometers from Beijing. Everyone shouts and attacks, directing all firepower at him. And as he hears this, a silence falls. The administrator looks down on a bunch of fools who, even after witnessing their great king, still can't recognize him. How could they be so stupid? Someone suddenly shouted in shock. She turned around loudly, sensing a mana fluctuation emanating from him. And the defensive team quickly set up barriers immediately. The administrator laughed loudly. "Earth residents, recognize your own stupidity." A powerful beam of light burst out, illuminating the entire space. And he quickly returned to his normal state. Looking down at everyone lying dead and uncomfortable on the ground, "I realize I have wasted too much time because of these bugs." Suddenly, a beam of light shot down from the sky, and he looked up and deduced that the Earth God was in that direction. The administrator's eyes narrowed. "It's almost there. The code to completely erase it is about to be obtained." On the macro screen, joy blooms on their faces, mixed with concern. "We have a chance now. Just follow the plan, and we can save the virtual world from Chanuk's threat." A man immediately objects. "No, that's too dangerous," he says, urgently analyzing. "Are you planning to get the code alone and log in?" The council is crazy to agree with that plan. The machines are still running. But the ominous sounds echo, and with hopeful eyes, "We wish and wait for your safe return. Ugin, please save Earth from disaster." A flash of dawn in the subconscious flickers. Ugin is trapped in an illusion. What is this fragment of memory? Where am I? A sign appears in the airless, darkened village. Seoul Station. At a train station in Seoul, monsters are attacking. Your eyes widen in shock as the explosive scene unfolds. A moment you haven't experienced in 5 years. Everyone was running away. Screams of panic echoing. "Save me. Get out of the way." Don't block my path. But it's very likely that this is a situation you've faced before. Could this be the phenomenon where, before dying, a person is shown all their past memories from before? On this side, Gi Ugin is protecting Su-A and Bai-Bi. He has returned, looking extremely frantic. Bye-bye. Quickly take Su-A and evacuate with her from here. We will stay behind to stop him until the president comes back. The flying ship keeps burning in the sky. Bai-Bai's castle is under attack. The Earth Guardian. It's too late for you to run now. No. You have to stop him. Ugin raised his hand. A blazing light symbol erupted across the entire castle, causing a fierce explosion with thick smoke and dust filling the air. He reached out with a look of panic on his face, as his family and friends fell from the debris of the wrecked ship and castle. Ugin reached out with a vacant look. They were all gone now. So in the end, he still couldn't protect them. Ugin's teeth clenched so tightly they were trembling. His eyes widened. No way. A girl suddenly appeared. Do I still have time for that? Ugin reached out. I am the girl who sacrificed herself in the battle in the Middle East. So why am I appearing before you like this? Oh no. If you also die, then meeting the girl here is only natural. But the girl spoke up. You're mistaken. This place is not the other world, but the inner world of the administrator of the void. The girl said otherwise. A place where everything from the past, including those who have died like you, is stored away. With memories appearing behind Ugin. The past is stored inside the void administrator. The girl replied. Yes. After all, the void administrator also holds all the codes that control the virtual world. So what you've seen so far are all events that happened in the past. The things you're worried about haven't happened yet. But if you give up and do nothing, that future will come true. The girl warned. Then you have to go back to Earth right now because the girl said you still have time. So she must know what you need to do to get out of here. Right. The girl suddenly spoke. Even if you return to the virtual Earth, your body has already died. There's nothing left. The code appears. But as you said, there is a way. Ugin was panicked. How did the girl get that? Where did she get it from? A faint smile appeared on her lips. Then he replied. The administrator of the dark side is not the most greedy person in the world. The reason he desires the Earth's code so much is not because he can't have it. The girl explained that it was because he wanted to obtain the deletion code without sacrificing the Earth's code he holds. Then she reached out and said, Here. Take the Earth's code and follow the instructions of the code. The girl insisted that at the end of that road would surely be the salvation of the Earth, returning to the desolation of the city. The soldiers are bringing a reporting device. Sir. The teleportation device is ready. Rain asks. Professor, have you successfully convinced Kang Ugin yet? The voice from the radio crackled. I tried to persuade him, but I'm not sure if he'll follow my advice. He listened with a look of panic. Rain said loudly. So it's pointless to log him out when he doesn't have the code. Toffler replied. I know. So instead, I ordered Kang Chun to go get the Earth code. We might have to risk sacrificing the stability of the code. But right now, we have no other choice. Toffler orders. Commander Rain, I need you to bring Kang Ugin and Kang Chun here. I will complete the error correction code and the planet code right here. Rain quickly obeyed. I understand. Once I rescue them, I will contact you. And then I head back to the BB castle. Placing a hand on my head, she asked, Sua, staying in this room all the time must be suffocating. Right? Sua replied. Yes. Mom. I'm fine. But why hasn't your second brother visited you? Mom. She lowered her voice and said, He's busy saving the world right now. After this battle is over, we will definitely return to our precious life before, as a warm and happy family. So no matter how suffocating it gets here, we have to endure until then. Okay. Sua immediately obeyed. Yes. Then suddenly there was a knocking at the door from outside. She stood up and went out. It seems the Prime Minister is here. Mom already told him not to worry about us. But he still comes. Tai reached out to grasp the door handle, and she was a bit surprised. Oh. A hand holding the door. Then stepped forward and spoke. Excuse me. Ma'am. At the teleportation room, the screen displays names. Fingers tapping the keyboard rapidly. A voice says in a calm tone, IDG. 529. Check. Logging out. The words appear one after another on the screen, showing denial. And a surprised voice exclaims, Oh. Vane asked in confusion. What's going on? Dap. Is there a problem? Dap replied. We are denied access. Sir, he hurriedly said, it's impossible. Try again. But the screen shows access denied. He turned to assess and said something's not right. I just can't access the Yu-Din compartment. Only Vine couldn't believe. It exclaimed what? His face was full of confusion. Never before had such a situation occurred. Thinking about Yu-Din, he wondered if something had happened to the virtual world. He turned to ask Nip how things were going on the Yu-Din side. And Nip replied that he received news saying that he had successfully accessed the Earth Code. He requested us to rescue him exactly 5 minutes from now. Vane reminded, "We don't have any time." He pointed and urged, "Stay and think of a way." He is in command. Yes. Understood. I will get ready. After speaking, Vane turned and ordered everyone else to follow him. We will rescue Kang Chun first. The chorus shouted in unison. Yes. Inside the glass cage, Yu Din showed no signs of life. Suddenly, his eyes opened. While elsewhere, Yu Din's mother was frantic, asking who he was and how he got here. Kang Chun stepped in. "Please move aside. I'm doing this for the world," she shouted loudly. "Step back now, or I'll call for help." His eyes widened. Speaking softly, "It will only hurt for a moment." Kang Chun looked at Sue, who was hiding behind her mother in fear, and continued, "And the kid won't remember anything anyway." As he finished speaking, he raised his hand to smooth his hair as the air around him stirred, and her face was now filled with panic. She immediately rushed forward to block Kang Chun, shouting loudly, "With me here, you don't stand a chance." She turned back and urged, "Sue, run now." The girl shouted in fear, "Mom," and her voice shouted out, "Hurry up. Go now." Sue couldn't help but be overwhelmed with fear and trembled all over. She closed her eyes tightly, then quickly wiped her face and crawled out the door to run, while his gaze looked over, speaking coldly. Their actions now are truly meaningless. Outside, Sue keeps crawling and running. The girl ran with tears streaming down her face, crying out into the wind, "Is anyone there? Help me." Sue kept running and shouting, "Please, someone," but suddenly a voice rang out, saying, "Our game of hide-and-seek should end here." Kang Chun rushed forward. "Earth Priest, quickly bring out the sword." The girl covered her ears and ran away as loudly as she could. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. The door shattered, and he turned in shock. Immediately, a burst of flames erupted, engulfing everything in a towering blaze. A person steps forward and says, "I came here to check because I sensed suspicious mana, but I never expected to see someone trying to harm Sue like this." Sungu approached with a fierce flame and asked, "Sue, are you okay?" The girl was stunned and exclaimed, "Brother Sungu," and he was kneeling on the ground, trembling in pain. Kang Chun looked up and asked, "You are Hong Sungu, Adan's fake awakener. Your appearance has changed a lot." He struggles to stand up. "All of this I do to save the earth. Don't get in my way." He chuckled softly. "I don't care because all I see here is a wicked grown man threatening a girl's life." Kang Chun, filled with fury and snorting in frustration, thought to himself that he didn't have time to persuade him. As his hand reached out with that same ominous aura, Sungu looked briefly confused as Kang Chun was desperately holding his stance and the intense aura with a determined will to get the code right now. He charged forward, yelling to get out of the way, or he'd cut them down too. Kang Chun raised his sword of dark energy, and Sue screamed, covering her head in terror. The dark energy streams surged forward fiercely, and the girl closed her eyes tightly. But Sungu quickly reached out to stop them. He chuckled softly, thinking to himself what he's doing. Why is he throwing that dark mass at the kid like that? Doesn't he know it's very dangerous? He clenched his teeth in disbelief, grabbing his sword with his bare hands. As flames quickly enveloped Kang Chun and then tightly wrapped around him like an invisible cord. With desperate screams, Sungu warns, "Fine. I'll just tie you up so you don't do anything dangerous anymore. If you try to act foolish, I'll melt you down. Stay still." Kang Chun looked at himself tightly bound and suddenly panicked, wondering what was happening to him. He looked at him and assessed. His entire body made of fire. "I've never heard of a case like this before." Sungu turned to ask Sua, "Are you okay? Did I scare you?" Suddenly a flash of light lit up, making Kang Chun open his eyes in shock. His whole body gradually faded away amid a panic-stricken voice. "No, not yet. Is it really time already?" He looked like that, and his eyes also showed a hint of surprise. Kang Chun's entire body has now disappeared from that blazing circle. Sungu asked confusedly, "Where did he go?" "Over here." A curse shouted out. "Damn it. Where exactly is the problem?" Giep sat nervously fiddling with the device, thinking that no matter what method he used, he couldn't log out. He had to find a way before the commander returned. A voice echoes, "Hey, you don't need to struggle to log out anymore. Just open the compartment." He asked anxiously, "What are you talking about? Are you planning to bring a living corpse back to the base? We need to log out for him first before bringing him back." Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock because inside the mirror, Ujin had fully awakened, and he shouted in panic, "How could he?" You chuckled softly. "What's wrong? You look like you've just seen a ghost." On the other side, sounds of vomiting echoed as Kang Chun, soaked and disoriented. Looked up with hazy eyes. Confused about where he was. Are you okay on the outside? Can you speak? A loud call echoed. Kang Chun. Kang Chun. Kang Chun turned his face in confusion. And in this place, he was being covered by guards. Vaguely realizing that this was the real world. The human world. He asked in a low voice. How is the code situation now? Did you bring it back? Then he bowed his head and apologized. I failed. Right at the moment I was about to get the Earth code. VN was surprised and asked what, he's too powerful. What are you talking about? Has Shanette already mixed the secret code? Kang Chun replied, no, the reason I couldn't get the Earth code is because humans from Earth intervened. VN paused for a moment, thinking to himself, in this virtual world, there's someone stronger than Kang Woojin who can oppose Kang Chun. He reassured himself. At least we won't let the code fall into Chanette's hands. Then he turned to order. Have Kang Chun wear protective gear and take him up the elevator. Leave the Earth code to Professor Toffler. We need to get to Kang Woojin first. Everyone then gathered, and suddenly the wireframe flickered unexpectedly. Huh. Everyone rushed quickly to Jeb, lying unconscious on the floor, shouting loudly. Jeb. He grabbed his brother and asked urgently. Jeb. What happened? Jeb. The quick readout flashes on the helmet. And Vane. Confused. Asks. His vital signs still normal. Is he just unconscious? His eyes suddenly looked up. But he was shocked to see the glass cage shattered and hurriedly asked. Where did Kang Woojin go? The scene shifts to BB's castle now, where everyone is gathered around. And Elder Jin speaks. I never expected Kang Chun to target Sue like that. He bowed his head and apologized, saying it was all my fault, and I should have paid more attention to protecting Sue. BB says, a little brat, must stay with Sue, because the owner himself ordered me to protect her. Sungwoo quickly reassured everyone not to be too hard on themselves, since both Sue and her mother are safe now. He asked. More importantly, where's the boss going? I heard he's returning to Earth, right, me mister? Jin replied. The president is probably in the moon realm. Sungwoo was stunned. What? He looked confused, like a chick that doesn't understand. The lunar world. What is that? I wonder. Time passed. And Sungwoo rested his chin on his hand in thought. Then suddenly his eyes widened. Then he laughed loudly. So it means we just need to protect Sue until he returns. Right, that's easy. Me stammered. You're right. But Sungwoo keeps smiling with this new power. I won't let anyone who attacks us get the better of us. He thought to himself, maybe this world is just an illusion. Yet he doesn't seem to care about that truth at all. Me is still worried and reminds us that your new power will be very helpful. But we can't let our guard down yet. Then he turned to look at the screen and said, there is an extremely unusual wind lord coming from China towards us. And I guess his target is Sue. Bai Bai also said that even the gangs and armies of China can't stop him. This creature is likely on a completely different level from the wind lords we've faced before. Sungwoo smiled softly, which even made Bai Bai worry. So this enemy must be very strong. He spread his hands to reassure us. So let's do our best to stop him. The reinforcements will arrive soon anyway. Myongjin suddenly asked, reinforcements? And at this moment the screen went dark, leaving only the sound. Prime Minister. There is a response connecting to teleportation gate A. Sungwoo said. They arrived just in time. Now a teleportation gate has appeared in the sky. Myongjin and everyone else went out and exclaimed, what is that? What is this giant teleportation gate? What could come out of it to destroy the world? Sungwoo chuckled softly. And from above, something enormous was emanating an incredibly powerful source of mana. BB was stunned, her mouth agape. It's too big. Sungwoo. That is a creature from Anfen. Tien announced that Hisong had successfully tamed the extraordinary monsters, now countless dragons with long tails, which are ancient water dragons from the Lin Ta Lake. At the same time, in the recovery room, there are people lying motionless on the beds, including Kang Chun. Toffler looked in from outside and said, Kang Chun failed to get the code. And Kang Woojin is missing, he muttered thoughtfully. There must be something going exactly according to our plan. Rain turned to reply. Unlike what happened with Kang Chun, we still can't understand Kang Woojin's disappearance. He recounted that from the moment the system stopped accepting logout commands, to the storage being destroyed, and even a team member fainting. Toffler concluded that there must have been some problem with the management system. The old man insists that as soon as we find Kang, we'll get the answer. So I need you to find him as soon as possible. From the command? Rain asked. I understand now. What are you planning to do with the Earth code? Toffler turned back to look at him, and replied. Our only messenger in the virtual world has ended up like this. I have no choice but to act myself. He asked worriedly. Even Kang Chun failed like that. Are you sure you can handle this alone? The old man looked over and replied. We no longer have the luxury of choice. So hurry up. Commander, get ready. Toffler considers the worst-case scenario. If they manage to get to the Earth Code, everything we've protected so far will vanish into thin air. The scene shifts to the floating castle BB, where the old man is sneaking behind the door, trying to avoid detection by the guards. Toffler estimates that the Earth Code is on floor A, and it seems difficult to avoid the guard's line of sight. The ring in the old man's hand immediately lit up. Information appeared, the polymorph ring, a model defense item, which allows the wearer to change their shape. Be careful, because even a slight shake can cancel out its effect. And then a figure approaches, causing both of them to turn and look. They open their arms wide, but Captain Kim Jun-yun hasn't arrived for his shift yet. What brings you here? Jun-yun smiled softly and said, I received an order from the Prime Minister. He turned to give an order. I just came here to check on Sue and the priestess. Keep watching the surroundings. Both of you said. Got it. Then he slowly moved up the stairs. Actually, Jun-yun was disguised as Toppler, glancing briefly. So he had outsmarted them. Now all the old man needs is the password, and Toppler has already reached her door. A voice echoes. Sir. It's me, Kim Jun-yun from the film squad. But all there is silence. The old man furrows his brows and thinks to himself. No response. Don't tell me. Toppler pushed the door open and looked inside, revealing a completely different room that made the old man exclaim, This place. From inside, a person with a faint smile on their lips spoke. You've been tricked into the trap. The old man was startled and looked up. Then Branka, leaning against the wall, asked, Who are you? Meanwhile, everyone is focused on the map showing the administrator's route, when a voice announces that the one they are targeting is the Lord who is aiming at Suha. Are Sungu going out alone like that? Will he be okay, do you think? They say this enemy is much stronger than those we've faced before. BB says, Sungu has been reborn as Wyeong-jin the Dragon Man, and his power can rival that of a dragon, so he won't be easily defeated. She added that when it comes to mobility, Sungu is the best here. No one is more suitable than him to assess the enemy's strength. There was a sudden sound from the screen. It's me, BB reporting. I just caught someone targeting Suha. Everyone gasped in surprise. Who could it be this time? Wyeong-jin anxiously asked. Is Suha still safe? And who is the attacker? On this side, Toffel has been subdued. Blanca reports that, as planned, he fell into the trap, and Suha is still safe. But surprisingly, the attacker is none other than Dr. Toffel. He was startled to hear that. Then he realized it was Dr. Toffel again. Wyeong-jin calmly said, There are enemies everywhere around us. He looked up and said, Blanca, the battle with the Lord of the Evening Sky will start soon. Wyeong-jin then ordered, You keep protecting Suha and the Shadow Squad. Make sure Toffel doesn't escape. Watch him carefully. In the sky above the vast ocean, a flash of light appeared as a swift figure soared through the air, none other than Sungu. Seeing a glowing round shape from afar, he widened his eyes, finally spotting him. Should I wait a little longer to greet him gently? As Sungu unleashes his move, the Fire Spear, a Dragon Man version, the administrator quickly notices. The two forces collide, immediately causing a massive explosion. Flames erupting wildly and thick smoke billowing everywhere. The blazing fire surrounds him. He snorts softly. Don't tell me you were already defeated after just one hit. The administrator inside exclaimed in amazement. The feeling this fire gives off, this is definitely the power of a dragon. It's been a long time since I met a dragon person like this. Sungu was a bit surprised and thought, Does my fire have no effect on him at all? He asked nearby. Are you the one guarding the Earth's spirit? He replied without hesitation. So what if I am? The administrator offers a suggestion. I am the administrator ruling over more than 12 dimensions. So I will give you this choice. He broad-shouldered man proposed a choice die, protecting the Earth's god or kneel before my power. While Shanette kept approaching the BB lounge in the real world, the ruined debris still remains there, inside the human realm. And the announcement echoes. Area A. 13. Nothing found. Another series of reports. Area A14. Nothing here either. A shout rang out clearly. VN ordered to speed up the search. We don't have much time. Everyone immediately dispersed with flashlights to observe. And one person asked, Colonel, what do you mean you didn't see anything? He turned back and asked softly, What do you mean? He glanced over. And after logging out, hardly anyone was still standing firm enough to walk. Looking into the distance, he deduced that he probably hasn't gone far. Yet we still haven't found him. VN reassures him. He probably thinks we are suspects and is desperately running away somewhere. So don't overthink it. He turned back to confirm that Kang Woojin couldn't have survived without protective gear. We just need to find his body and recover the recovery code. Someone else suddenly widened their eyes and stared intently. Then immediately reported, "Colonel, there are signs of movement above." VN exclaimed. "What?" He looked into the dark, narrow passage. A living creature, how could such fluctuations exist here? Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "I've been wandering around for a while now." Woojin stepped out, confused, and asked what kind of place this was. VN frowned and said that voice. I can't believe it. How is that guy still alive?" You walk over and speak. Asking them a question, Woojin coldly asks, "Is that old man, Toffler, here?" At this moment, a streak of energy shoots across the sky at incredible speed, forming a long, thin line. Those energy sources are heading toward that ship, flames blazing and shining brightly in the space. And soon after, a loud sound rang out as Sungwoo appeared nearby. Woojin, seeing this, couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Sungwoo, how did everything turn out? Do we stand a chance against that space lord?" He chuckled softly, and then recounted, "I entered with great confidence. But unfortunately, it seemed my attacks caused no damage to him at all." Mr. Jin listened and immediately found it hard to believe. Wondering how that could be, Sungwoo said, "Luckily, I think I was able to slow him down. So I managed to temporarily escape from him somehow." BB asked seriously, "Did you manage to find out anything about his identity?" He raised his hand to his chin, looked at me thoughtfully, and replied, "Well, now that I think about it, he did tell me I had to kneel before him, and that he is the ruler of the 72 dimensions." "You said," which made her gasp in surprise. BB exclaimed in surprise, "So you're talking about the 72nd dimension ruler? If that's true, then he's the highest lord among the space-time lords, the 72nd step of Shinnet." BB, looking confused, asked why he had never appeared before and suddenly came to Earth now. Sungwoo said, "So he is the king of the space lords. No wonder my attacks had no effect on him at all." Sohun shouted in fear, "Let's run quickly. Facing someone like him is too dangerous, especially since the president isn't here." I think Mr. Jin Kwai-sang said that it wouldn't make any difference if we retreat now. Korea will be destroyed. Hearing that, he hesitated for a moment. Well, she also somewhat agreed with that assessment. But the boss has ordered us to prioritize Su-A's safety above all else. To protect Su-A, retreating now is also a quite reasonable choice. Sohun immediately analyzed when she heard someone speaking her exact thoughts and said, "That's right. If we lose Su-A, it's not just Korea that will be in danger, but the whole world will follow. He urges us to retreat now and wait for the president to return." Sungwoo just remained silent, thinking to himself, if the boss were here now, in another place, a pile of firewood with flames burning bright. Then a voice called out, "Hey." The operations director. Sungwoo glanced towards the call. Woojin asked, "What do you think the director of operations' duties are?" He turned to answer, "Isn't he the one responsible for all these messy things? Honestly, I'm just a kid, running errands and getting paid well." He takes a deep breath and says, "No. Do you understand what it means to handle even the smallest matters? When I'm not around, someone has to stand in for me." "Right. Who do you think will take on that role?" Sungwoo couldn't help but be happy when he heard that. "Wait a minute. Big brother. Do you mean?" Woojin chuckled softly. "That's right. You're the operations director of our gang and second in command. In other words, you're the second strongest after me. You stand up and promise to be brave. Now I will turn you into a true pyro." Sungwoo's eyes slightly narrowed. He risked his own life to become stronger. "And that is why," Sungwoo spoke firmly. Everyone immediately turned their gaze back and listened to what I had to say. He affirmed that our current situation is extremely unfavorable. The enemy targeting us is truly on a completely different level, and we can't know whether we can win or not. Sungwoo then said firmly, "But that doesn't mean we should stand aside and let everyone on Earth have to sacrifice." He concluded that when the boss entrusted us with the mission to protect Sua, he definitely didn't mean for us to sacrifice others to achieve that goal. Suddenly, a wave of aura approached and a voice spoke out, "Indeed." The appearance of a figure indicated that fleeing is not the style of the immortal group. In a deep voice, the immortal Earth will fight to protect. As everyone shouts, "Sign 3. Sungwoo's lips curl up. He turns to decide. "Let's fight." Sungwoo's confident eyes urge us to protect the Earth together until the boss returns. Switching to another scene, a loud shout rings out. "Everyone, listen to me. We can't waste any more time like this." Toffler shouted, "We need Kang Soo-ae to save the Earth. I must get the code. Old Schwat is coming. If Jeanette arrives now, it will be too late." Blanca said softly, "Doctor, please don't say such meaningless words anymore," he declared. "What does he think we are? We will protect the Earth. Just watch." Toffler thought to himself, "This won't do. He won't listen to me at all." Outside, the vast ocean. The administrator is unleashing powerful waves of aura. He rushes forward saying, I can feel it. The Earth's code. The rain at BB Palace. And Su-A also appears. A light shines in the sky. Sung-gu looks up. He's here. He turns back and asks, is everyone ready? A hand draws a sword. We are the undead army. Kiba declares, of course we are always ready to fight. Everyone shouted, let's fight. We will battle and obey all the commands of our master. Giannis above issued a broad order. Shinette. Today I will fulfill the long-held wish I have cherished. With such determination, Sung-gu grew even more confident. A slight smile on his lips. He turned to call out, bye-bye. I need you to focus on defending the flying fortress. Sung-gu reminded her and told Xe-min to keep earning points through the holy battlefield matches. She immediately obeyed, saying yes. I will hold the defensive front as long as possible and support you. As the flames soar up, he glances up and says, now, let's give him a taste of our strength. Sung-gu and everyone look towards the incoming light. Over in the lunar realm, Toffler is now lying unconscious on the resuscitation bed, his eyes closed in rest, barely twitching. Everyone around is urgently trying to stop you. You can't do this. Forcing him to fight back with violence is too dangerous. But Eugene didn't care and grabbed Toffler by the collar, causing him to thrash and shout in feverish distress. The boy shouted, hey, Toffler, how long are you planning to sleep? Toffler opened his eyes and shouted excitedly, Eugene. Eugene's eyes were full of determination. Yeah, it's me, you old fool. This time I will personally confront him. The old man sat up in shock. You're still alive. I'm so glad to see you saved like this. He turned to ask, Commander Jun, has your memory returned yet? V. N. Dap. Well, you see, Eugene's voice rose, meaning he was referring to the memories of when I researched Chinette in the moon world. Right. Toffler couldn't help but feel relieved and turned around. His memories returning, it's truly a weight off his shoulders, the old man suggested. Then let someone in the virtual world take the Earth's code. But I cut him off and said no. From now on, there will be no more resets. Toffler, a bit confused, asked, what do you mean, no more resets? Eugene coldly replied. The only reason I came here to see the old man was because I wanted to see it with my own eyes, the soul of the old man, something I could never truly perceive until now. Couldn't help but feel confused and wonder if he wasn't Kang Eugene from the real Earth. You turn around and walk out now that all my memories have come back, so I have nothing left here. Toffler hurriedly calls out, where are you going? Kang Eugene. Old man turned and shouted loudly, Commander Rain, what are you all just standing there for? Hoping to catch him again, Rain looked on silently, then turned his gaze to Eugene's back and decided to let go. Professor, we can't catch him. Toffler couldn't help but be surprised. He was saying that. Switching to the outside scene, the old man shouted loudly, Kang Eugene. Kang Eugene. Toffler, reach out your hand. Stop quickly. It's very dangerous outside. The old man knelt down. At least you should put on protective gear first, he whispered softly. Mana particles glow brightly around Toffler as the notification appears you have been cured of the poisoning status. The old man looks up at his hand, and his eyes suddenly widen in surprise. Now Eugene is reaching out his hand to activate a power. And Toffler, confused, wonders how Kang Eugene can use this ability in the real world. The old man stammers, unable to believe it. Rayon from behind approaches and speaks. Professor, I'm sure you figured it out now too. Toffler, startled, turns back and calls out, Commander, raise the signal. His eyes are full of complexity. Rayon confirms that we were wrong to think we were helping him escape. From the moment he opened his eyes in the pod, he was no longer someone from this world, but Kang Eugene, from another world. He said that the eternal bitterness has not yet awakened the spiritual master. Now Eugene's eyes are full of determination and resolve to win. The old man approached gently and apologized sincerely for his rudeness. Kang. The reply was that what he called him didn't matter, because Kang Eugene from the real world was also a part of him. Toffler asked, So Kang, what are you planning to do now? The old man recounted. Before I regained consciousness, I saw Shinette approaching Adan's aircraft. Thinking about the administrator and adding to that, your teammate Hong Sung-gu tried to stop him, but no attack could affect a supreme being like him. Then Kiba also added that it's not just him, but also the knights from your god, and even the dragons, the sacred water dragon of Anfen, and the ancient dragons, all can't stand against him. Toffler warns that sooner or later they will all fall. And even if you go to help them, it won't make any difference. The old man insists that the repair code is necessary, and we will not send you back to the virtual world, even if you refuse to cooperate with us. We will do whatever it takes to extract Earth. Toffler asks, do you understand now? You can't do anything here. After a moment of listening and observing, Ugin's lips curl into a slight smile. And he speaks. Who knows? I think differently about that old man. Toffler. First of all, Ugin says about Sungu, they will protect Su-A until the very end. And he bought us some time. Adon, who I haven't trained enough, won't be easily defeated by him. He chuckled softly and said, or rather, who told the old man that I have no way back, making him uneasy. A large mana-absorbing hand appeared, and Ugin coldly said, I can't get there, you calmly declared. Then just bring it here. As the light of power pierces through the earth and crashes into space, bright lights flash like suns in the sky above the BB arena. The administrator approaches closely. You stubborn fools. He is slowly approaching, shouting loudly to use his skill, telling them to surrender and give up the code. In an instant, everyone was suppressed by that powerful aura. Sungu shouted loudly, Death Knight, and a voice rang out. Hong Sungu. He was startled and turned back. Sinus said, the point of the abyss is dropping to an extremely low level. If this continues, we will be wiped out. Sungu's eyes were firm. No. We must hold on until the boss returns. He chuckled softly. So that's why you fought desperately in vain, the administrator announced. Give up now. Kang Ujin no longer exists in this world, he exclaimed. What the administrator coldly confirmed. His body has been destroyed long ago. His soul has already been completely absorbed by me. So waiting any longer is useless. He won't be coming back. Sungu thought to himself, Big Brother has been defeated. No way that can't be true. Then he clenched his fists and continued, after absorbing the Earth's core, I will become the supreme god of this entire universe. I will not only be the ruler but also the creator and destroyer of anything I desire. The administrator reminds you to give up now. This is the last mercy the one who will become the supreme god, bestow upon my creations. Hearing that, he lightly smirked. The supreme god. Huh. Sungu calmly said. Actually, I already knew that even if I faced such an existence, I wouldn't gain any benefit. Teacher Han finally smiled. So you're finally listening to me. Right. He narrowed his eyes tightly. And for me, if there's someone like that in this world, Sungu whispered softly, he could only be the elder brother. And at that moment, a layer of stone appeared from above. The administrator looked up in shock and exclaimed, this aura. No way. I clearly absorbed him. So how can this be possible? Immediately, the broken rocks shattered with a loud sound and blinding light as Wujin descended from above. Sungu happily shouts, Big Brother. I knew they could hold on. Wujin proudly declares, inside the control room. Everyone gasped in amazement. What is that? Why is there such a high energy reaction from the Earth? A person with a panicked expression points at it. Everyone, look at the screen. The Earth. Someone trembling. Oh my God. The Earth is shrouded in darkness. Now the side of the Earth is covered in darkness. A beam of light appears, pulling down, with enormous mana streams restoring the Earth's blue color. It has regained its original blue light. And gradually, after a while, the entire Earth returned to normal. On this side, the glass shattered into pieces and fell down as Wujin descended from the light above. Giannis happily calls out, Master. Sungu says, Big Brother. I knew you would come back. The corner of his mouth slightly curved into a smile. Wujin's eyes full of pride. See. They still hold firm just as I said. The administrator couldn't help but be amazed. The code administrator. How is this possible? He clearly had his soul completely bitten off. You rush down and apologize for making everyone wait. So let's start the second round right away. Wujin immediately charges at the administrator. He radiates arrogant mana. No matter how many rounds we go, the result will be the same. I will bite your soul again. Code administrator. A beam of divine light suddenly appeared, pouring down like a heavy rain directly onto you. Sungu shouted, Big Brother. The staff is raised. Wujin praised. It really works. You swing the staff down and realize, now I understand why it is called the ultimate weapon of the god of destruction. The administrator is now extremely confused. His attack is being nullified. Shionis exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that thing? Finally, the judgment we've been waiting for is complete. He shouted loudly. Master. You have truly succeeded. The clouds of energy are gradually rising, and the administrator can't believe this truth. You. He roars loudly. How dare you? Administrator. Give it to me now. He rushed forward to declare that it belongs to me. But as he was about to leap, a net made of compressed energy shot out like a trap, and the light within the staff began to glow. Wujin coldly said every word. Nothing that has come into my hands will ever be given to anyone else. This earth, my family, or my allies. Woojin sharply turns around and declares, I will not give you anything at all. Then shouts. The administrator, wounded and in pain, screams loudly. The code is erased. He is close. But I am the one chosen, the being closest to the highest god. There is nothing I cannot obtain. The fragments of the administrator's body are slowly coming back together. He radiated a terrifying source of mana and shouted, I will devour everything of yours along with that code. Woojin pouted like a clown. Is that going to be your final death? The kind of defensive stance that makes one think of a bottomless greed in a gaunt person. He raises his staff. So let's end it all right here. Woojin recounts the endless history we have had to repeat countless times. And the pointless game with the 72 dynasties as well. The staff is now raised high. A powerful wave of dark energy erupts. You quickly wipe it down and shout, it's time for you to face judgment. So be it. Stabbing the staff straight down. It disintegrates into dust. The powerful waves of energy crash directly into the administrator. And his screams of pain echo through the space. The administrator died there. Yet still arrogantly shouted, I am the ruler of the 72 provinces. I cannot fall here. I will continue to exist forever. Along with Eugene's shout, a deafening scream echoed endlessly as a powerful beam of light burst forth and exploded, quickly turning everything into dust and air. You coldly say goodbye to your blanket and never appear in this universe again. After some time, everything returns to peace, with flocks of birds flying across the blue sky. Below the dock, boats are moored by the shore with waves crashing, and a frantic call rings out. Professor Toffler. What's happening? What's going on Earth? The call was made. Professor Toffler. Hear the reply clearly. Toffler responded. Eugene. The old man looked at the now peaceful scene and couldn't help but be surprised, exclaiming that he never expected him to actually bring the virtual world into reality like this. Ryan turned to ask, Professor, is this really the real world? How can it be like this? Toffler turned and replied, I don't know either. Maybe science needs to develop for a few more centuries before it can explain this phenomenon. He turned back. And if I had to guess, I'd say the channel's interdimensional travel network responded to Eugene's code and created a portal that could bring the real world back to reality. Toffler gazed into the distance and concluded that whatever this phenomenon is, it far exceeds human knowledge. And Kang Eugene has saved the Earth. So, Adon and the virtual world haven't disappeared. Even the Black Earth, where no life remains, has been saved. The old man gently calls your name. Eugene. Toffler affirms that you have truly become the savior of all the worlds. Once you defeated channels, all the portals and teleportation gates on Earth disappeared, and a new world has been born, where the real and virtual worlds have merged into one. The era of a great catastrophe has ended, and all of humanity hopes that this new world will bring true peace and stability. However, there are still some issues that need to be addressed. Now the monsters are crying out loudly as they are being attacked, overwhelmed by the powerful assault. Boss, there's another report near Gangnam Station. All right, let's go. Now the city streets are bustling with traffic as the search and destruction of the fleeing monsters continue throughout the city, while efforts to rebuild the national infrastructure damaged by the large-scale Danjian explosion are underway. It will take a very long time to complete, but eventually everything will return to the state it was before the Danjian explosion occurred. However, there is still an unresolved issue that can never be fixed, and that is the continued existence of refugees from other dimensions still living on Earth. These are beastmen, elves, ogres, and dwarves, not monsters. They are all highly intelligent races with consciousness. Some have adapted to human society, but most races have caused local terrorism and territorial conflicts. A new war could very well ignite. Fortunately, humans and other races have come together to sign a treaty preventing the spread of conflict. And then they established the Earth United Nations with Dan at its center to maintain and promote coexistence and shared development among all races. And now, 5 years since the New World was born, humanity is ready to welcome a new member on their journey toward the era of coexistence. The cameras are now rolling, the speech echoes out, and over the past 5 years since this battle with Tranit began, nothing has ever been easy for us. Everyone was focused on listening, but we all did our best and successfully re-established the world, achieving peace consensus among the races. Now, let us welcome a new member to this world. The World Peace Organization, the United Nations of Earth. First Chairman Dungmin Tran, the speech continues. As we prepare to awaken and welcome all those still sleeping beneath the subway station, helping them fully adapt to this world. Now, as the call echoes, let's begin the project to save humanity's future. Everyone immediately raises their hands in agreement. At the construction site, now, the growling cry of some beast echoes. A monster struggling to be controlled says, just a little more time and I will succeed. Sung-gu warns to stay calm. Look at us. Unless you want to turn into dust. United Nations Earth Peacekeeping Force. Awakening Fake Soldier S. Hong Sung-gu. Someone steps forward and raises their voice. A terrorist attack right in territory A and A. The New World has been established for 5 years. But we truly cannot let our guard down. Hasten chuckled softly. Thank you, Hong. You've worked hard. Thanks to you, this matter has finally ended peacefully and beautifully. United Nations Earth Peacekeeping Force SYID. Cho hasten. While elsewhere, the soldiers are controlling the others. Sung-gu guessed that we would meet them soon. Those who wake up from that dream. And surely among them, there will be someone who looks exactly like me. Right. She replied that in terms of appearance, it might be quite similar. But according to Professor Toffler, no matter how alike two people look, their personalities can never match. Hasten looked back at the square, so they are still them, and we are still us. After all, he let out a sigh, so that's how it is. She advised you to watch Professor Toffler's interview whenever you get the chance. He is about to appear as a guest on Gu's show. Sung-gu exclaimed. Meaning he will appear on Se-ung-hoon's show. While elsewhere, music starts playing, and a mischievous smile spreads across his face. Se-ung-hoon took the microphone and loudly said, Hello everyone. Welcome to the variety show, Gu Se-ung-hoon's World. Today, to celebrate such a meaningful day, we have invited a very special guest here. Please give a round of applause to welcome him, he shouted out. Professor Toffler, from the human base. And the cameras immediately turned and focused on Toffler. Se-ung-hoon asked, So this professor has only visited Earth once every 3 years. Right. How do you feel right now after finally returning to Earth, after such a long time? The old man chuckled softly. The green Earth has always been what makes my heart tremble, director of the astrophysics laboratory. From the human base. Professor Toffler. Toffler recalls that for decades I only saw a colorless, dull gray Earth. Honestly, even now, I still can't believe I'm standing here. He laughed loudly. This scene must feel like that magical illusion to him. Just like being hypnotized. The old man rested his chin on his hand. Pondering. And even your claim that this new world is no different from a magical scene is quite an interesting hypothesis. Then I turned to smile at myself. I was just joking a little. It took us so much hardship to get Earth back to this state. How can I consider it fake? That's impossible. Se-ung-hoon couldn't help but laugh when he heard it. Professor, your joking words really don't sound like jokes at all. Just thinking that you might actually mean it is what I find terrifying, Toffler calmly replied. Even if that were the case. We shouldn't worry, because President Kang Woo-jin already answered that question for us, he asked confusedly. What do you mean? The old man's eyes looked up as Toffler began to recount how, back in the virtual world, the president had been very torn when faced with the choice between the virtual world and the real world. Of course I had thought that he would choose the real world as soon as he learned the truth. The old man continued. But, surprisingly, he chose to keep both, because all the experiences and relationships he gained in the virtual world are real to him. After hearing this, Sohun spoke up. And I understood that what you mean is that the feelings we experience and the lives we live are more important than knowing the truth about the world. Is that right? Toffler immediately replied. Exactly. The old man said that the more we live, the more relationships and connections we will develop with more and more people. He let out a sigh. So you're talking about the people who will be saved in the future. Right. Toffler chuckled softly. I'm not just talking about those future people. Then he paused. Toffler thought of the spaceship in space. I am talking about the neighbors outside Earth. The citizens of the 72 dynasties. Appearing with the birth of that new world, the voice announced that on May 29th, the 5th day of the new era, at 11 a.m., Vietnam entered Mars orbit to begin exploration. A voice said. Who would have thought that even using the technology of the moon base would take up to 3 months? Eugene chuckled softly. If we had a teleportation gate, we could teleport in the blink of an eye. The hero of the new world, president of Adon, Kang Eugene. While Earth celebrates the 5th anniversary of the new world, Kang Eugene has arrived on Mars, and thanks to the rapid response of the moon base. Not only that, but this planet also has another name, Anfen. This is where Kang Eugene's journey as a soul master begins. You turn to urge him on. I can't sit still any longer. Hey Rain. Open the hatch now. Rain was a bit surprised and asked, What? Are you planning to go out right now? He shouted in panic. That's too dangerous. At least you should wait until the satellite finishes observing and then we go down together. Eugene gently smirked and reminded him who he was. If he didn't open it, I would blow it up. Hearing that, Rain was a bit scared and immediately agreed. Of course, we'll open it right now. Meanwhile, at Anfin's base, Soros has been waiting for Kang Eugene to return after 5 long, bitter years since the teleportation gate disappeared. A hand holding a pen is drawing symbols on paper. Morty looks up and gazes out the window. Suddenly, a powerful force rushes down from above. It's Eugene soaring like a missile. Her foot stepping out, gazing up at the flashing light. You are riding a divine dragon rushing down. I promised I would return immediately. But it took 5 years to come back. Eugene's eyes are full of hope. And now I am here to keep my promise. A loud shout rang out. Morty. And hearing that, Morty's eyes widened with joy as he looked up.